In a world where a young man named Lin Chuan, beset by the affliction of hemorrhoids, traverses into the Marvel Cinematic Universe, he embarks on a journey of growth and evolution, equipped with a sign-in system that guides him through the perils of this treacherous realm. Chapter 1. The Beginning of the Journey. In the winter of 1990, New York was gripped by an extraordinary chill, as a blizzard raged like a ferocious beast, carrying with it the briny scent of the sea that wreaked havoc upon the city. Within the hearth of the Hawk Manor, a fire of pine crackled, casting a flickering light upon Arthur Hawk, who furrowed his brow at a holographic projection. The document was densely packed with intricate formulas. Twisting into complex topological structures, it represented the molecular model of the Hawk Group's latest innovation, quantum-entangled ceramics. This material, capable of maintaining superconductivity at -270°C, promised to revolutionize the global low-temperature energy sector once mass-produced. "Arthur, it's time to feed Jasper," Lin Chuan said, emerging from the nursery, cradling her swaddled infant. She had just concluded a multinational video conference, her lab coat still dusted with traces of metallic powder. This renowned materials scientist from MIT, in this moment, radiated the softness of motherhood rather than the sharpness of the laboratory. Arthur set aside the document, awkwardly receiving his son into his large hands, calloused from years of working with precision instruments. These hands had drawn the first commercial blueprint for the Hawk Group on a napkin in 1985 and had calibrated carbon nanotube fibers capable of withstanding 12.7 mm bullets in 1988. "This little guy has bitten through 3 pacifiers today," Lin Chuan chuckled helplessly. "The pediatrician mentioned that his gums are developing at an extraordinary rate, possibly due to. Perhaps he has inherited the Hawk family's penchant for destruction," Arthur mused, gazing down at Jasper's glistening eyes, only to notice his son fixating on the alloy watch on his wrist, his tiny fingers tracing a pattern in the air that astonishingly mirrored the symmetry of the ceramic molecular model he had just examined. A spark ignited within Arthur. He recalled his father, a mechanical engineer who spent his life amidst gears and wrenches, often proclaiming, "A true genius does not merely solve problems, he anticipates them." At the age of 22, upon graduating from MIT's materials science program, he had declined Howard Stark's tempting offer, having discerned the distorted paradigm of Stark Industries' military-industrial complex. "Jasper Hawk," Arthur gently touched his son's cheek. "Remember, the technology of the Hawk family must always first ask, should we? Before inquiring, can we?" In the swirling chaos of his consciousness, Jasper caught the words technology and Hawk, only to be met once again by the cold mechanical voice in his mind. Ding. World Rune determination fusion complete. Host's basic physique enhanced by 120, bone density increased to 0.7 times that of titanium alloy. Ding. World Rune sorcery fusion complete. Host's nerve conduction speed increased by 300, frontal lobe activity surpassing human limits. He felt as if a warm current coursed through his body, heightening his senses to the point that he could hear the crackling of carbon molecules combusting in the fireplace, discern the thread on his father's nearly detached button, and even smell the metallic tang of neodymium-reborn magnets lingering on his mother's lab coat. Is this the power of the world runes? Jasper marveled inwardly. As a former devotee of the League of Legends universe, he recognized the intrinsic forces embodied by the runes of determination and sorcery. The former symbolized the resilience and defense of the material world, while the latter represented the mastery and enlightenment of energy. At this moment, these two powers intertwined within the very essence of his being, quietly reshaping his existence. As for how this journey began, it was on a sunny afternoon, splendid and inviting, when Lin Chuan sat before his computer, utterly absorbed in a game. His fingers danced across the keyboard, the visuals on the screen shifting seamlessly as he immersed himself in this virtual realm. Yet, in a moment of unguarded vulnerability, an unforeseen event transpired. Suddenly, a large truck burst forth from the screen, hurtling toward him with astonishing speed. Lin Chuan had no time to react amidst his panic. He glimpsed 2 men in the cabin grinning at him before the world faded to black as the truck collided violently with his head. A searing pain coursed through him, and he lost consciousness. When he awoke, he discovered he was no longer in his previous life, but had transformed into a small infant. Thus began the legendary life of our protagonist. Jasper's childhood unfolded between the study and laboratory of Hawk Manor. By the age of 3, he could recite the half-lives of all isotopes in the periodic table at 5. He constructed a functioning Stirling engine model out of Lego by 7. He uncovered alchemical manuscripts hidden within a copy of Capital in his father's private library, managing to comprehend a third of the Symbolsa Testament to the mysterious affinity granted by the Sorcery Rune. Jasper's personality began to emerge. Perhaps influenced by the soul of an adult, or perhaps emboldened by the rune of determination, he was never one to conform. Spirited and lively, his mind was a whirl of eccentric ideas, a penchant for mischief tempered with an innate ability to gauge boundaries that made him endearing. He would stealthily tamper with his father's antique mechanisms when Arthur was distracted. He would pester the family's old butler with questions ranging from family history to the latest gossip in New York. He even organized a secret base in kindergarten, rallying his peers to combat imaginary aliens. Is he perhaps a bit too clever? Lin Chuan mused, watching her son create a three-dimensional modeling program on a tablet, her concerns spilling over to her husband. The complexity of the code on the screen was beyond what even her graduate students could comprehend. Arthur remained calm. He was projecting a global business distribution map of the Hawk Group onto the wall with a laser pointer. Red nodes represented the Florida factory, supplying NASA with thermal protection tiles. Blue nodes indicated the division in Germany developing new lithium batteries, and green nodes marked the subsidiary in Longwis Shenzhen, specializing in flexible display materials. These business lines never intersected, steering clear of sensitive military domains and maintaining a polite, yet distant relationship with any official secret organizations. Intelligence is not a sin, Lon, Arthur replied, turning off the projection. The key lies in guidance. The future of the Hawk Group requires him, but my greater hope is that he finds his own path. Indeed, Jasper discovered his direction knowledge itself. He harbored little patience for conventional education, skipping 3 grades in elementary school and completing only a year of middle school before being specially recruited by MIT's admissions director, who remarked, "This child's physics competition answers resolve 3 unresolved issues in our department." Upon entering MIT, Jasper felt as if he had plunged into an ocean. His exuberance became a unique spectacle within the rigorous academic realm. One moment, he was debating the philosophical boundaries of the observer effect in quantum mechanics class, and the next, he could be found on Harvard's lawn, skateboard in hand, wagering with strangers who could crack the campus network's firewall first. Yet, no one knew that behind his playful antics lay an astonishing efficiency powered by the Sorcery rune. Where others required a week to digest literature, he could distill it into a knowledge map overnight. Where collaborative experiments took months, he could, fortified by the rune of determination, stand at his instruments for 72 hours, meticulously recording data. At the age of 16, he achieved a doctorate in materials science and engineering, with a thesis titled Self-Healing Mechanisms and Energy Transfer Models of Living Metals, which was promptly classified as top secret by the R&D department of the Hawk Group and encapsulation of the living metals technology he had acquired through his sign-in system. At the age of 17, he obtained a doctorate in computer science. The prototype of the AI algorithm he designed, named Athena, was already capable of autonomously optimizing the logistics pathways of the Hawk Group's global supply chain, saving the company nearly $1 billion annually. By 18, he had acquired doctorates in physics, chemistry, biomedical engineering, and economics. When the 6th doctoral cap was placed upon his head, the president of MIT jokingly remarked during the graduation ceremony, "Jasper, we considered awarding you an honorary degree in omniscience, but the board felt it would devalue our degrees." In the audience, Arthur smiled, though a hint of complexity lingered in his eyes. He understood that his son's years of check-ins were not due to his prying into the system, but rather Jasper's occasional, seemingly casual suggestions of groundbreaking technological concepts. For instance, in 2003, he unexpectedly advocated for increased investment in miniaturized controlled nuclear fusion, arguing it was an inevitable trend in the future energy market. In 2005, he proposed an iteration plan for superconducting ceramic materials, which conveniently resolved a bottleneck the Hawk Group faced in military contracts. "Whatever you wish to pursue, I will support you," Arthur said after the ceremony, handing his son a brass key. "The laboratory on the 3rd basement level of Hawk Tower is yours to use from this day forth." That laboratory was a forbidden zone for the Hawk Group, housing peculiar artifacts Arthur had collected from around the world, a crystal skull from the Maya civilization, a medieval alchemical crucible, and even a fragment of what was said to be extraterrestrial metal that fell in New Mexico. As Jasper took the key, he felt a sudden warmth emanating from the metal, sensing the faint energy fluctuations lingering within those objects, akin to a slumbering giant's breath. "Thank you, Dad." Jasper's eyes sparkled with joy, reminiscent of a child receiving a new toy. Only he knew that this key opened not just a laboratory, but also represented the foundational stone for his source project. When Jasper turned 15, he astonished the academic world with a paper on the feasibility of miniaturized controlled nuclear fusion. Subsequently, With the funding provided by his parents and several patents he had secretly developed over the years, he officially established Source Project Technology Company, Limited. The company's motto was succinct yet powerful, leading the future, reshaping possibilities. In 2007, on the soil of Manhattan, a technologically advanced edifice rose like a giant, its silver-gray walls shimmering with metallic brilliance, reflecting everything around it. This was the headquarters of Source Project Technology. The logo, towering above, resembled a dazzling sapphire, glistening in the sunlight, a blue inverted triangle symbol, embodying the company's remarkable achievements in biomedicine, life sciences, precision machining, and artificial superintelligence. The first product of Source Project Technology was not a sensational weapon or battle armor, but rather a series of revolutionary civilian energy devices and biotechnological products, more efficient solar panels, self-repairing composite materials, and biogels that accelerated wound healing. These products quickly established a firm foothold in the market due to their advanced technology and reliability, bringing the name Source Project into the spotlight, including that of S.H.I.E.L.D. S.H.I.E.L.D. had previously approached Jasper, probing into his background and the origins of his technology, even subtly suggesting collaboration. Jasper responded with polite detachment. He had no interest in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s philosophy of secretly controlling the world and was unwilling to become entangled in troublesome conspiracies. His objective was clear: to develop his own technology and protect those he cared about, perhaps even including the ever-troublesome Tony Stark. Lissandra, how is the production progress? Jasper's voice echoed in the top-floor office. Sir, the medical and assistive robots are currently in full production. They are expected to be launched in February next year. I suggest you name these robots, came Lissandra's response. A name, you say? This reminded Jasper of a robot from an animated film he had seen in a previous life, which was designed in a similar fashion. Let's call it Baymax. The name is simple and suits its plump white form and endearing eyes. Lissandra was a character he had signed in for on his 5th birthday, and she was a vital member of another series within the Source Project, the Source Code series. She appeared in a semi-transparent, crystalline blue-green data stream form, with hair crystallized into icy data fringes, a mechanical pupil in her left eye flickering, surrounded by a vortex of ice crystals and data codes. As a superintelligent AI, Lissandra was far more advanced than the character depicted in the original game. Understood, sir. Chapter 2. Rescuing Tony Stark. News from Afghanistan reported that Tony Stark had been ambushed en route to a U.S. military base, his fate uncertain. At the dinner table in the Hawk Manor, Rain Hawk sighed as she watched the news. It's too dangerous. The arms business ultimately leads to. Arthur set down his utensils and turned to his silent son. What do you wish to do? Jasper raised his head, his eyes gleaming with an unusual resolve for his age. Dad, the Hawk Group doesn't deal in arms, but that doesn't mean we can't save lives, right? That night, in the laboratory on the 3rd basement level of Hawk Tower, the energy readings from Vane surged to their peak. Lissandra's cold voice echoed in the empty room. Source Project, Purification, Mission Objective, locate and rescue Tony Stark in the Kandahar region of Afghanistan. Flight path has been planned. Estimated arrival time, 6 hours and 27 minutes. Jasper stood behind Vane, watching her silhouette transform into a blue beam as she shot out of the laboratory's invisible launch corridor, disappearing into the night sky over New York. His fingertips unconsciously drummed on the table, this time not in imitation, but with a sense of anticipation he had yet to recognize. He longed to see for himself what the genius living in Stark's shadow truly looked like, and what kind of waves his carefully crafted Source Project would stir in this world filled with superheroes. On the holographic screen in the laboratory, next to the global business distribution map of the Hawk Group, a red inverted triangle symbol, the logo of Source Project Technology, quietly emerged, illuminating a faint point on the map of Afghanistan as it moved with Vane. The night in Afghanistan was never serene. It resembled a piece of red-hot iron, exuding the scent of charred dust and lingering gunpowder, weighing heavily on every struggling breath. The scorching sun drained the last vestige of moisture from the air during the day, while the cold night wind carried grit, slicing across bare skin with a knife-like sting, producing a swooshing sound as if countless tiny souls were whispering in the darkness. Tony Stark curled up in a cold, rough cave, each breath pulling at the shrapnel embedded in his chest, sending sharp, nearly suffocating pain coursing through him. Sweat, blood, and motor oil mingled, congealing into a deep brown crust on his expensive custom shirt. A tin barrel burned with a faint fire, the flickering light casting shadows on his haggard, unshaven face. The eyes that once sparkled with brilliance and arrogance now reflected only profound fatigue and a hint of despair on the brink of collapse. Ethan, he croaked, his voice raspy like sandpaper. Do you think the blueprint can really work? Before him, Dr. Ethan meticulously assembled the rudimentary arc reactor prototype designed by Tony, his trembling fingers, stained with grease, working cautiously under the feeble light of the flickering flame. His movements were slow yet focused, resembling a sacred ritual, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Tony, his voice was hoarse, yet imbued with a calming steadiness. You are Tony Stark. Your father, Howard Stark, was capable of creating epic-making innovations. His blood flows through your veins. You can achieve this. We will escape. His tone was resolute, yet the deep-seated concern in his eyes could not be entirely concealed beneath the dancing shadows of the fire. Outside the cave, the harsh shouts of armed militants and the clanging of metal tools against rock resonated like a death knell, striking at the taut nerves of the two men. Time was their most precious yet scarce resource. Meanwhile, atop a nearby dune, a remarkable desert motorcycle raced across the sands. Its primary hue was a profound purple, complemented by deep bluish-purple accents, exuding a strong sense of technology and futurism. The motorcycle kicked up clouds of dust, carving a unique trajectory across the vast desert expanse. The rider's eyes flickered with a series of data, and upon pinpointing her direction, she abruptly accelerated, the motorcycle hurtling forward like a tempest. Observers would be astonished to note that the motorcycle's speed had reached astonishing levels, far surpassing conventional limits. Ethan, did you hear the gunfire outside? Is someone coming to rescue us? Or? Tony Stark suddenly heard a volley of gunfire. Just as Ethan pondered the question, a piercing whistle sliced through the eerie silence of the cave, reminiscent of death's whisper. Vane swooped down like a night hawk, her silhouette ghostly in the dim light. The photon crossbow unleashed a beam of destruction, striking the door with unerring precision, resulting in a thunderous explosion that shattered it to pieces. A suit of armor glimmered under the dim glow of the cave, reflecting a chilling, almost liquid metallic sheen. Its primary color was a deep blue-purple, with joints and critical components adorned with pulsating azure energy patterns that seemed to possess a life of their own. The armor's design transcended any military technology Tony had ever encountered, embodying a futuristic elegance intertwined with lethal grace. A massive mechanical gauntlet enveloped her right arm, extending into a uniquely designed apparatus featuring energy grooves and a colossal purple crossbow, her core weapon. Her face was concealed by a sleek, semi-transparent purple visor, devoid of expression, save for two crimson lights where her eyes should be, cold and sharp, akin to the gaze of a venomous serpent locking onto its prey, penetrating the darkness and precisely alighting upon Tony and Ethan. Within the passage, the necks of the terrorists were impaled by the crossbow bolts, delivering a swift, fatal blow without exception. The directive has been executed. Terminal location has been transmitted. A chilling mechanical voice echoed in the cave. Mr. Stark, you are safe now. Please await rescue. Who are you? Why are you saving me? What is your purpose? Tony inquired, his voice tinged with a mix of apprehension and emotion, gazing at the humanoid figure resembling something from a futuristic realm. The purple armor turned, the unflinching crimson eyes fixating on Tony. From beneath the visor, a voice, altered electronically and as cold as mechanical friction, resonated clearly in the stillness of the cave. Mr. Tony Stark? Leaning against the frigid stone wall, the reactor's glow pulsated rapidly in his chest. He fixed his gaze on those unfeeling crimson lights and hoarsely uttered, "It's me." The armored figure nodded slightly, her movements precise yet stiff. Your delivery has arrived. Source plan technology, vein-type execution unit, at the behest of Mr. Jasper Hawk, ensuring your safe egress from this location. She extended a hand, armored and palm upward, exuding an undeniable authority. Please follow me. Tony looked at the cold hand, then at the lifeless bodies of the terrorists strewn across the ground, their demise gruesome. A chill ran up his spine, but the instinct for survival eclipsed all trepidation. He inhaled deeply, the fire in his lungs searing, and grasped the metallic hand. Cold, unyielding, as though he clutched a piece of ice-cold iron. I observed the missiles and firearms outside. They are Stark Industries weapons. I do not understand their presence here, but I wish to destroy them myself. Of course, my friend. Upon receiving the command, Vane deactivated the projection. She then turned and exited, with Tony and Ethan closely following. As they traversed the dimly lit corridor, each step felt heavy, the remnants of severed limbs littering the tunnel, as if recounting the horrors that had just transpired. Emerging from the cave, Vane raised the colossal crossbow, her gaze steely as she firmly grasped it. With a crisp mechanical sound, the crossbow transformed into a laser cannon, emanating an unsettling blue glow. Without hesitation, Vane unleashed a relentless barrage on the armory. With a thunderous roar, the earth seemed to tremble, smoke and sand swirling together in a chaotic tempest as the remnants of weaponry cascaded down like confetti. The scene was tumultuous, yet bore an extraordinary beauty of shock and awe. Standing to the side, Tony Stark's eyes flickered, revealing a complex expression. He resolved within himself. When he returned, he would perfect the Mark armor and initiate a comprehensive upgrade. This encounter had profoundly impressed upon him the realization of his own inadequacy, prompting him to continually enhance his equipment and strength to safeguard himself and pepper amidst such perilous confrontations. Chapter 3. Tony's return and assault. A sleek aircraft, its surface adorned with a specialized coating designed to absorb radar waves and light, hovered silently just a meter above the ground, resembling a colossal manta ray. The rear cargo door stood ajar. Tony was almost dragged onto the transport plane by Ethan and Wayne. Upon entering the cabin, a gentle white light illuminated the space, and the air purification system brought forth a refreshing atmosphere. Tony collapsed onto the cold alloy floor, gasping for breath, as the intense pain in his chest and overwhelming fatigue nearly caused him to lose consciousness. Ethan leaned against the wall, his face pale, yet his spirit remained intact. Wayne stood at the inner side of the door, her crimson electronic eyes scanning the external environment. Once safety was confirmed, the heavy door closed silently, sealing the interior. The transport plane ascended smoothly and accelerated instantly, melding into the inky night sky without emitting a single roar from its engines. Why did the source program technology save me? Tony couldn't help but inquire before boarding the aircraft. Wayne glanced at him and replied, "My codename is Wayne. As for the reason, my commander stated it would be too embarrassing to let that narcissistic fellow die in a place like this." Tony felt a twinge of warmth despite being reprimanded. After boarding the transport, he and Ethan were led to a comfortable rest compartment. The technological advancements within the aircraft left even Tony, a genius in technology, astounded. The materials science and engineering applications surpassed those of Stark Industries, particularly the seemingly simple yet remarkably efficient life support system that alleviated some of the pain in his chest. "Ethan, are you all right?" Tony inquired with concern. "I'm fine, Tony, thank you." Ethan appeared somewhat shaken, yet there was a sense of relief in having survived. The transport plane took off smoothly, swiftly vanishing into the night. Several hours later, it landed at a secluded airport in the outskirts of New York. As Tony and Ethan disembarked, they spotted a casually dressed young man, chewing gum, seemingly only 18 or 19 years old, leaning against a flamboyant blue sports car while waving at them. The young man had tousled black hair and striking features, exuding a vibrant and spirited aura. With a slight smile perpetually gracing his lips, though his eyes concealed a subtle shrewdness. "Ah, Mr. Tony Stark, welcome back home." The young man approached with a radiant smile. Introducing himself, Jasper Hawk, founder of Source Program Technology and commander of this rescue operation. "Hawk." Tony paused upon hearing the surname, suddenly recalling something. "Arthur Hawk is your father?" "Indeed." Jasper shrugged. "I see you've heard of him." "Of course." Tony's expression grew complex. "My father was once friends with him, albeit friends who had a falling out." He scrutinized Jasper, finding it challenging to reconcile this youthful figure with the enigmatic founder capable of deploying a powerhouse like Wayne. "Let's not dwell on the past." Jasper possesses a remarkable talent for reading the room, swiftly lightening the mood with humor. "Ultimately, it is a relief that you have returned safely. Might I presume this is Dr. Ethan? I extend my deepest gratitude for your assistance to Mr. Stark during his time of peril. The Source Project technology will ensure you receive the finest medical care and security. You may rest assured." Ethan promptly expressed his thanks. "As for you, Mr. Stark," Jasper inquired with a glint of mischief in his eyes, "how do you feel? The experience of being kidnapped is rather unpleasant, is it not? Perhaps next time, exercise a bit more caution." Tony, chastised by a young man 2 decades his junior, felt a twinge of irritation. However, considering that this individual had indeed saved him, he suppressed his annoyance and retorted, "I appreciate your concern, kid. Now, what do you desire as a reward for saving me? Shares in Stark Industries? Or perhaps a technology license? Let us not speak of money. It would only dampen our camaraderie." Jasper waved his hand dismissively, his smile unwavering. "My act of saving you is purely based on the fact that, well, you possess a certain charm. Of course, should you insist on expressing gratitude, I will be delighted if you could show me any new inventions before they are released." His candor and playful demeanor took Tony by surprise. This young man from the Hawk family was nothing like the stern and serious Arthur Hawk he had envisioned. "Deal." Tony raised an eyebrow. "Yet your technology at Source Project has piqued my interest. Perhaps we could discuss it further when the opportunity arises?" "You're always welcome." Jasper's smile broadened, "But for now, it would be prudent for you to return home or visit a hospital. Your chest wound is quite serious." "Oh." By the way, he seemed to recall something, retrieving a small metallic device from his pocket and offering it to Tony. This might prove useful to you. Tony accepted it, discovering it to be a miniature energy regulator, exquisitely designed, with principles seemingly akin to the reactor in his chest, yet more efficient and compact. This is an optimized component I crafted based on the parameters of the incomplete reactor that Wayne transmitted. Jasper elucidated, it will stabilize your reactor, enhance energy output, and minimize side effects. Considered a token of our meeting. Tony's eyes sparkled with understanding, instantly recognizing the value of this small device. It was as if it had been tailor-made for him. He lifted his gaze to Jasper, now filled with curiosity and admiration. Thank you, Jasper. This time, his tone was imbued with sincerity. It is but a trifling matter. Jasper waved his hand nonchalantly. Happy should be arriving shortly. I have already informed him to come for you. Dr. Ethan, I shall have someone escort you to your resting quarters. Before long, the familiar black sedan belonging to Happy roared into view. Upon seeing Tony, Happy was nearly overwhelmed with emotion, exclaiming, Boss, I'm so relieved you are all right. Miss Pepper was terribly worried. I'm fine, Happy. I apologize for causing you concern. Tony patted him on the shoulder. And who might this be? Happy inquired, noticing Jasper. Jasper Hawk, my savior, Tony introduced. Mr. Hawk, I am exceedingly grateful to you. Happy promptly stepped forward to shake hands, his demeanor respectful. No need for formality, Mr. Happy. Jasper replied with a smile. Before Tony entered the car, he glanced back at Jasper and said, We'll keep in touch. No problem, Jasper waved. As he watched the sedan drive away, the smile on Jasper's face gradually faded. He looked up at the sky, feeling a peculiar sensation within. The first close encounter with Tony Stark was even more captivating than he had imagined. The aura that emanated from the experience of life and death, intertwined with Stark's inherent genius and irreverent demeanor, created a unique allure. Boss, shall we head back? Vane's voice crackled through the communicator. Jasper replied. Turning towards his sports car, there was still a grand spectacle awaiting them. He knew that upon Tony's return, he would first have to confront Obadiah Stane, the shadowy ironmonger lurking behind the scenes. At the pinnacle of Stark Tower, the vibrant lights of New York illuminated the glass S.H.I.E.L.D, while inside lingered the acrid scents of gunpowder and machine oil. Tony kicked open a wooden crate filled with missile components and approached the vast floor-to-ceiling windows. Clutching a document, the shutdown order for Stark Industries Weapons Division. He had silenced the board's calls, yet Obadiah Stane's message still flickered in J.R.V.I.S.S. system. Tony, are you certain about this? It will cause the company's market value to plummet. J.R.V.I.S. Tony interrupted, striding toward the laboratory to pull up design schematics and material analysis reports. Sir, based on your notes from Afghanistan, the power core is based on palladium. With the casing made of, I know what it's made of. Tony rubbed his forehead, feeling a sharp pang from the original arc reactor in his chest. I need something better, lighter, faster, and less reminiscent of something salvaged from a junkyard. Ever since returning from Afghanistan, Tony had been in this state for quite some time. Pepper sensed his unease, yet felt powerless to intervene. He removed his shirt, revealing the unsightly metallic device on his chest, akin to a scar that would never heal. Pepper Potts entered with a cup of coffee, and, upon witnessing the scene, a flicker of concern crossed her eyes. Tony, the doctor said you need a rest. Rest is for the dead. Pepper, Tony replied, taking the coffee, though his fingers trembled. Do me a favor. Keep those old fogies on the board in check and look into our arms shipments to the Middle East over the past 6 months. Especially those that went without my approval. Pepper hesitated, but ultimately nodded. Also, you mentioned during yesterday's press conference that Stark Industries would pivot towards clean energy. The media is in an uproar. Let them erupt, Tony grinned, though the smile bore an undercurrent of exhaustion. I'm tired of being the merchant of death. A week later, the first test flight commenced. The silver armor streaked through the sky, yet as it breached the sound barrier, it suddenly went awry, frost forming on its surface. Tony cursed as he activated the emergency landing protocol, ultimately crashing in a desolate area of New Jersey. J.R.V.I.S. Identify the malfunction. Analysis detected that under extreme low-temperature conditions, the titanium alloy coating experienced lattice fractures, resulting in unstable energy output from the power core. Tony emerged from his armor, brushing off the dust from his attire, and gazed up at the sky. Was it not a matter of technology, but rather someone scheming in the shadows? Or perhaps remnants of the Ten Rings? Meanwhile, Pepper had made progress in investigating Obadiah's accounts. With remarkable efficiency, she quickly uncovered a troubling issue. Obadiah had been covertly diverting resources from Stark Industries and had misappropriated a significant number of weapon orders, some of which had likely fallen into the hands of the terrorists who had kidnapped Tony. Even more alarming was the revelation that Obadiah was secretly researching Tony's armor technology and had even developed a massive, crude, yet formidable prototype dubbed the Ironmonger. Tony, we must put a stop to him, Pepper exclaimed, her complexion pale as she presented the evidence to Tony. Fury ignited in Tony's eyes as he processed the betrayal of his most trusted uncle, who sought not only to betray him, but also to end his life. He also discovered the reactor embedded in his chest. That is the core of the suit, Tony stated gravely. Soon enough, Obadiah came knocking. Seizing the opportunity to snatch the reactor from Tony's chest, intending to eliminate him and steal his armor technology. Fortunately, Tony had prepared for such a contingency, relying on the rudimentary first-generation reactor to sustain his life momentarily before donning the newly developed Mark III armor, ready to confront Obadiah in a final battle. Chapter 4. The Clash with Ironmonger, a combined chapter. The biting cold wind howled through the Stark Industries complex, sweeping across the desolate streets with a mournful wail. Tony Stark, clad in his iconic gold and red Mark III armor, bore the marks of battle with menacing scratches and dents. The glow of his chest reactor flickering anxiously like a candle in the wind. He had narrowly escaped a perilous fall from the icy heights. But his armor systems were in chaos, with energy levels critically low, each movement laborious and sluggish. Before him loomed the betrayer, Obadiah Stane, commanding the monstrous Ironmonger. The giant's imposing figure cast a terrifying shadow beneath the harsh streetlights, its cold metallic shell glinting ominously, each step resonating with the earth's groan under its weight. The rotating cannon on its shoulder glowed with a fierce red heat, having just unleashed a barrage capable of shredding armored vehicles, forcing Tony to retreat behind the wreckage of an overturned fuel tanker. "Come out, Tony," Obadiah's voice echoed through the Ironmonger's external speakers, brimming with a sadistic glee and an air of dominance, akin to a cat toying with its prey. "What are you hiding from? Your flashy little toys are no match for my true power. The future of Stark Industries belongs to me." Gasping for breath, Tony's face, concealed beneath the helmet, was ashen, sweat mingling with the icy droplets cascading down. Suddenly, he lunged from his cover, his palm cannon hurriedly gathering the last vestiges of energy, unleashing a blinding pulse of light. The beam struck the Ironmonger's head with precision. However, the anticipated devastating impact did not materialize. The iron behemoth merely tilted its head slightly, the armor at the impact site showing only a charred mark and subtle deformation. The thick steel neck emitted a jarring sound of metal grinding, slowly and ominously realigning itself. "Are you ticklish?" Obadiah cackled, as the iron behemoth's massive arm swung violently, slicing through the air with a piercing shriek, and struck mercilessly at the fuel tank where Tony was hiding. Damn! Tony's pupils constricted as he activated full power, rolling sideways to evade. A thunderous roar erupted. The heavy steel shell of the fuel tank crumpled like paper beneath the iron behemoth's colossal fist, twisting and imploding inward. A massive shockwave surged forth, carrying debris and flames, violently hurling Tony once more like a rag doll, crashing against the cold asphalt, rolling several times before coming to a halt, sparks flying from the joints of his armor. Ugh! Tony groaned in agony, struggling to rise, as the damaged thruster of Mark III emitted a dying whimper, its power output flickering erratically. The heavy footsteps of the iron behemoth approached like the relentless drumbeat of death, each step closing in. The enormous shadow completely enveloped Tony. As the cold metallic head hung low, the crimson electronic eye locking onto the faint yet resilient glimmer emanating from his chest. "It's over, Tony." Obadiah's voice was chillingly cold, as the iron behemoth's right arm rose high, the massive steel fist gleaming with a ruthless light, carrying immense power, poised to strike Tony's only vulnerable point, the arc reactor in his chest. "Take your arrogance and naivety to hell." In a desperate attempt, Tony raised his arm, futilely trying to block. The shadow of death had never been so palpable. At that critical moment, "Hey, big guy, picking on little kids, isn't much of a skill, is it? Come at me if you dare." A clear, youthful voice, laced with evident mockery and a hint of mischief, suddenly pierced through the howling winds of the street. The voice was not loud, yet remarkably cut through all the noise, reaching both Tony and Obadiah's ears. The descending fist of the iron behemoth halted abruptly. Obadiah turned, perplexed, in the direction of the voice. There, less than 20 meters from the iron behemoth, a figure appeared as if conjured from thin air. There were no dazzling effects or the roar of thrusters. It was as if he had always stood there, concealed by the night and the swirling snow. The newcomer wore an ostensibly ordinary yet exquisitely tailored deep gray trench coat, its hem flapping in the cold wind. He stood tall, with slightly wavy black hair, and a strikingly handsome mixed-race face that bordered on flamboyance, adorned with a mischievous smile that suggested a penchant for revelry. It was Jasper Hawk. With his hands casually tucked into the pockets of his coat, he appeared as relaxed as if he had merely stumbled upon a street brawl after a leisurely meal, entirely unfazed by the daunting presence of the mechanical behemoth capable of effortlessly crushing tanks. His deep-set eyes sparkled with an unusual light beneath the street lamp, radiating a sense of almost playful excitement as they fixated on the iron behemoth. "Jasper." Tony lay on the ground, peering through the shattered visor to catch a glimpse of that familiar face, momentarily forgetting the excruciating pain in his chest. Has this guy lost his mind? Did he think he had come for a leisurely sightseeing tour? Obadiah, too, was bewildered by the sudden appearance of the reckless youth, his crimson electronic eyes zeroing in on Jasper. The speaker emitted a deep, synthetic voice, rife with confusion and fury. Who are you? Insolent fool. Get lost. My, what a temper, Jasper exclaimed, shaking his head dramatically, as if chastising an ill-mannered child. He even leisurely stepped 2 paces forward, drawing closer to the lethal iron behemoth, the hem of his trench coat nearly brushing against the cold toes of the iron giant. Allow me to introduce myself, Jasper Hawk, a concerned citizen merely passing by. I cannot abide this tin can bullying the helpless. He gestured towards Tony, who was struggling on the ground, his tone as casual as discussing the weather. Seeking death, are we? Obadiah was utterly incensed, the flames of rage ignited by the ant's provocation overwhelming any lingering confusion. The iron giant's massive fist abandoned its target on the ground, unleashing a terrifying shriek as it hurtled towards Jasper's diminutive figure with the ferocity of a battering ram. The force of this blow was even more fearsome than the one that had smashed the fuel truck, the wind from the punch stirring up debris and snow from the ground. Jasper, get out of the way, Tony screamed, his eyes wide with panic. Facing this annihilating strike that could obliterate him into a pulp, Jasper's smile remained unyielding, even growing wider, just as the colossal fist was about to make contact. His right hand, which had been tucked in his pocket, shot out with lightning speed. Buzz! There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a deep, resonant hum that seemed to emanate from the depths of the earth. Jasper's right hand was not clenched into a fist, but rather his fingers were splayed open, palm facing forward. In an instant, a gargantuan, translucent amber barrier materialized out of thin air. The surface of the barrier was not smooth, but instead covered with countless intricate, arcane runes, reminiscent of the natural patterns found in ancient stone. These runes flowed and swirled within the barrier as if alive, exuding an ancient, profound, and indomitable will. The edges of the barrier even bore the phantom of the earth, as though it were connected to the very veins of the planet. Bang! The iron giant's cataclysmic fist struck the rune-imbued barrier with tremendous force. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The anticipated scene of carnage did not unfold. No explosions, no sounds of tearing metal, only a dull, thunderous noise that reverberated through the heart. From the point of contact between fist and shield, a visibly tangible amber shockwave erupted outward. With a shockwave passed, the once solid asphalt crumbled like brittle cookies, buckling under the pressure. Alarms of parked cars blared in a frenzy. Windows shattered instantaneously. The streetlight poles groaned under the strain, warping and bending. The colossal form of the iron giant was, astonishingly, jolted backward by the sheer force of this rebound, staggering a significant step back, its heavy metallic feet carving deep ruts into the ground. Its robust steel arms trembled violently, the armor on its fists visibly dented, twisted, and even fractured with fine cracks. The internal transmission structure emitted a cacophony of piercing metal friction and breaking sounds. What on earth? Obadiah felt as though he were driving a heavy truck at full speed into a granite mountain from within the iron tyrant. The tremendous recoil nearly displaced his internal organs, plunging him into darkness, as disbelief and terror swiftly supplanted his fury. This is impossible. What is that monstrous thing? Meanwhile, Jasper maintained his pose with one hand extended forward, the ground beneath him similarly cracked and sunken. Yet he remained utterly unyielding. His trench coat danced wildly in the tempestuous air, his smile as radiant as ever, even carrying a hint of frivolity, as if to say, "Is that all you've got? Wow, such power." Jasper shook his slightly numb right hand, and the amber barrier dissipated in an instant, as if it had never existed. Like one who had just finished warming up, he beckoned to the iron tyrant with a finger, his tone laced with provocative excitement. "Come on, big guy. That last massage was decent, but not nearly enough. Show me what tricks this heap of scrap can conjure. Surely, you can't be limited to this, can you, Uncle Obadiah?" He deliberately elongated the term uncle, dripping with sarcasm. "Damn it, I will grind you to dust." Obadiah was utterly consumed by rage. The main thrusters behind the iron tyrant erupted with blinding blue and white flames, propelling the massive machine forward with ferocious thrust. Simultaneously, the formidable main cannon on its left arm began to spin wildly, charging with brilliant energy, its target firmly locked onto Jasper. "Watch out for his main cannon." Tony struggled to rise, urgently warning while raising his arm. The residual energy in his palm cannon began to gather unstable energy, attempting to interfere. Yet Jasper seemed oblivious, or perhaps indifferent. Instead, he advanced toward the charging iron tyrant, not retreating, but pressing forward. Now, this is more like it. Movement is what makes it enjoyable. He laughed heartily, his form suddenly becoming blurred. It was not merely an afterimage from high-speed movement. It felt as though space itself was folding and leaping beneath his feet in a peculiar manner. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Jasper's figure flickered unpredictably along the Iron Tyrant's violent charge path, each appearance materializing in unexpected blind spots, behind its left shoulder, beside the knee joint of its right leg, and even once nearly beneath the colossal cannon. With each flicker, his movements were as swift as lightning, exuding an indescribable fluidity and rhythm. The hem of his coat trailed behind him in a graceful arc, akin to the elegant dance of the Grim Reaper. He was not merely evading. In the moments between each flicker, his idle left hand darted out with lightning speed. With every extension, his fingertips unleashed delicate, ice-blue arcs of magical light. These arcs, akin to living serpents, precisely shot forth, silently penetrating the seams of the Iron Tyrant's armor, the exposed pipeline interfaces, or the sensor arrays. Zing, zing, zing. With each arc that burrowed in, the Iron Tyrant's massive form convulsed violently, unnaturally. The moment the targeted area was struck, it was instantly cloaked in a layer of unstable frost. The joints emitted a sharp, cracking sound, while the sensor screen flickered wildly with chaotic symbols. Obadiah's furious roars and cries echoed within the cockpit, as the controls became sluggish, as if countless tiny ice needles were piercing through his control system. "Damn it! What have you done, Bug?" Obadiah bellowed, the Iron Tyrant spinning furiously like an enraged bear, wildly swinging its massive arms and even stomping the ground with heavy feet, attempting to catch or crush the elusive flea that incessantly caused him trouble and pain. Boom! 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 The Iron Tyrant's erratic swings brought down the nearby walls, the ground cracking as if shaken by an earthquake. Yet, Jasper's figure always evaded with mere inches to spare, moving with a grace akin to dance. The icy blue arcs of light shot from cunning angles, adding more frostbite and paralyzing points to the steel behemoth. His laughter rang out clearly amidst the chaotic battlefield. "Stop spinning, Uncle Obadiah. I'm getting dizzy. Aim for the target. It's embarrassing for such a large figure to miss. Hey, how about this freezing effect? A complimentary cooling for your rusty scrap. Watch your step. Don't step in dog waste." "Oh, my apologies. Is that your own mess?" Tony stood agape, witnessing this surreal scene. The usually composed and enigmatic Jasper Hawk now resembled a crazed child, effortlessly toying with a mechanical Tyrannosaurus on a deadly battlefield. His strength was oddly formidable, his movements unpredictable, and his incessantly mocking tongue compelled Tony, even in dire straits, to stifle a laugh. What manner of creature is this? Finally, Obadiah was driven beyond the brink of reason. The Iron Tyrant's main cannon charged to its fullest, radiating blinding energy. He no longer aimed at the elusive Jasper, but abruptly turned the cannon towards Tony, who had just regained his footing and was nearly out of energy. "Tony, let us perish together." Obadiah roared in a frenzy. "Tony!" Jasper's playful demeanor vanished in an instant, his gaze sharp as a blade, no longer flickering. His body suddenly disappeared from sight. The next moment, he reappeared directly in front of Tony, his back to the impending beam of destruction, facing the astonished Tony. "Duck!" Jasper managed to shout these two words, swiftly bringing his hands together before his chest. In his left hand, a resplendent amber glow erupted, radiant as liquid sunlight, imbued with the weighty will of the earth. In his right hand, an icy blue light, pulsating with endless arcane energy, surged forth like a howling polar storm. The two distinct yet perfectly intertwined powers of the runes converged wildly between his clasped palms, compressing and rotating. In an instant, they formed a rapidly spinning, two-colored energy sphere, with intertwining runes resembling a nebula. The surrounding space began to warp, light being devoured. The Iron Tyrant's main cannon fired, a torrent of destruction, featuring a diameter exceeding 0.5 meters and radiating a blue-white hue, surged forth with the terrifying heat and impact capable of melting steel warships, tearing through the air as it roared towards Jasper and Tony, who stood behind him. Just as this cataclysmic wave was poised to engulf everything, Jasper clasped his hands together, as if to propel the very world itself, and forcefully thrust the dual-colored energy sphere, imbued with resolute power and the essence of sorcery, forward. The runes of the ice barrier spell ensnared the surroundings. Boom! The collision between the dual-colored energy sphere and the devastating main cannon beam erupted without a cataclysmic explosion. At the epicenter of the clash, space seemed to freeze, solidifying as if caught in a moment of stillness. The ferocious torrent of cannon energy crashed against an invisible, insurmountable wall of size, halted and suspended in mid-air. The tip of the blue-white energy beam bizarrely crystallized into a substantial form, adorned with interwoven amber and ice blue runes, resembling a colossal ice crystal. The crystal expanded visibly backward, freezing the subsequent energy beams in its wake. The air was punctuated by the sharp sounds of energy annihilation mingling with the brittle crack of crystallization. Within the frozen energy beam, amber runes coiled like chains, reinforcing the structure, while the ice blue runes voraciously extracted energy, transforming it into denser ice. A massive, distorted ice sculpture, forcibly frozen and imprisoned from pure energy, rapidly took shape before Jasper, emanating an aura of chilling dread and spatial fluctuations. One end connected to the main cannon of the Iron Tyrant, while the other was less than a meter from Jasper's palm. This astonishing scene, defying the laws of physics, rendered the world silent. The wind and snow seemed to halt in that moment. Tony gaped, momentarily forgetting to breathe. Inside the cockpit of the Iron Tyrant, Obadiah's scarlet electronic eyes flickered erratically, his processor seemingly crashing under the weight of this incomprehensible phenomenon. Jasper maintained his thrusting posture, slightly leaning forward, his coat billowing wildly in the aftermath of the violent energy. A bead of sweat formed on his brow, yet his gaze shone with remarkable brilliance, and a smile of exhausted triumph spread across his lips. It was no easy feat to hold this ground. He exhaled, turned to the still-shocked Tony, and winked, his tone laced with a hint of playful complaint. "Tony, your cheap Uncle packs quite a punch. You'll have to cover the cleaning fees for this ice sculpture." Chapter 5, on the top floor of Stark Industries. Tony's iconic open workspace was infused with a rich aroma of coffee, the scent of machine oil, and a unique sense of relaxation that follows a narrow escape from peril. Outside the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows lay the bustling skyline of New York, basking in perfect sunlight, clad in a grease-stained white tank top. Tony was engrossed in tinkering with the leg joints of his armor, a donut clutched between his lips as he hummed an off-key tune. "Tony, the cleaning bill for, the ice sculpture wreckage has arrived." Pepper Potts' voice carried a note of exasperation as she entered, her high heels clicking against the polished floor. A thick dossier in hand, she donned a sharply tailored suit, her makeup flawless, yet beneath her eyes lingered a subtle trace of fatigue. She was tasked with cleaning up the mess left by Obadiah, while simultaneously managing the board of directors and keeping an eye on her perpetually troublesome boss. Mr. Hawk kindly attached a price list from the Environmental Restoration Department of the source plan, along with a handwritten note. She placed the documents on Tony's cluttered workbench. Tony looked up, grease smudged across his face, and curiously took the note. It bore Jasper's elegantly flowing cursive. "Dear Tony, the cost of artistry is invariably steep, particularly when the raw materials consist of the volatile energy from an uncontrollable arc reactor and top-tier metalwork. Please find the invoice enclosed. With a friendly discount of 10%. After all, we witnessed the Iron Monarch's final, resplendent moment. Additionally, I suggest that the theme for the next party could explore an ice sculpture exhibition. Our firm offers venue freezing services. Yours faithfully, Jasper." Tony chuckled, nearly choking on his donut. "Cough, cough. This guy." He shook the note, glancing at Pepper. "Pepper, did you see that? This is the true face of capitalism. He saves your life and immediately sends a bill that could rival a king's ransom, and mocks my taste in parties." Despite his words, a playful glint sparkled in his eyes, indicating he was not genuinely upset. Pepper rolled her eyes elegantly. "At least he has saved your life twice, Tony. And while there are numerous zeros on that bill, considering he addressed energy residues potent enough to level several blocks and employed unprecedented technology, it doesn't seem entirely unreasonable. I'll find a way to deduct it from the funds unlawfully appropriated by Obadiah." She picked up the invoice, her professional instincts kicking in as she began to calculate. "Hey, don't touch my pocket money," Tony protested, only to pause thoughtfully, stroking his chin. "But that freezing energy cannon he devised is indeed quite impressive. Jarvis, has the analysis concluded?" "Still in progress," Jarvis' calm voice responded. "The energy barrier and freezing technology employed by Mr. Hawk exceed the current physical models in terms of energy composition and operational principles. Database comparisons reveal no matches with any known superpowers or magical systems. The energy readings are extraordinarily high." Tony whistled, his eyes alight with a scientist's fervor. "Wow, it seems our janitor possesses secrets thicker than his invoices." "You'd best not delve too deeply, Tony," Pepper cautioned, a hint of concern in her tone. "Mr. Hawk is quite exceptional. He displays power, yet maintains clear boundaries. S.H.I.E.L.D. has nearly bombarded my phone. Director Fury's interest in Jasper is evidently greater than in you. That's because I am irresistibly charming. He's merely envious." Tony replied narcissistically, tossing his head back as he returned to tinkering with his armor. "But you're right, Pepper. Jasper is akin to a beautifully wrapped puzzle box. Forcing it open could trigger a self-destruct sequence. Maintaining the status quo is preferable. He provides technical support while I offer, genius creativity and Stark Industries channels. He paused, his voice lowering slightly. "And he saved my life twice." His words were uttered lightly, yet Pepper astutely discerned the fleeting complex emotions in Tony's eyes: gratitude, curiosity, and perhaps a hint of something else. At that moment, Happy Hogan entered, carrying a colossal insulated food container, resembling a sturdy mountain of meat, with beads of sweat on his forehead. "Lunch. For you, Tony, Miss Pepper, and Colonel Rhodes. Hogan's special sandwiches, guaranteed to provide ample energy." He placed the container heavily on a relatively clean workbench, producing a resounding thud. "Happy, my armor components," Tony exclaimed, distressed. "Sorry, boss, but eating is paramount. You've only nibbled on a donut since morning." Happy nonchalantly opened the food container, and an enticing aroma of roasted beef and cheese wafted through the air. He glanced around cautiously, lowering his voice. "Hey, Tony, what is the deal with that trench-coated fellow, Mr. Hawk, from last night? I felt the chill from that ice wall 2 blocks away. It was far more potent than central air conditioning. Is he a mutant? Or an alien? He looks so delicate, yet he is surprisingly formidable." Happy gestured animatedly, his face a canvas of anxiety and awe. Tony took a sandwich, biting into it and mumbling, "Happy, your imagination could pen a science fiction novel. Jasper is merely a particularly affluent and skilled business associate. As for his little tricks," Tony shrugged, "business secrets, you see? Just like my arc reactor." He deftly sidestepped the inquiry while draping Jasper's enigma in a veil of commerciality. "I suspect he is more than just a business partner." A resonant voice interjected. Colonel Rhodes, impeccably clad in military attire, strode in and unceremoniously snatched the largest sandwich from the container. "I've reviewed the battle report 3 times. Tony, the capabilities exhibited by Mr. Hawk cannot merely be attributed to technology, at least not in the manner we comprehend it. The upper echelons of the military are nearly frantic, pressuring me to procure detailed specifications for the source program as a civilian security apparatus, even considering a direct purchase of his personal protective device that can freeze energy beams." Rhodes took a large bite of the sandwich, his expression grave. "It's quite the pressure, buddy. S.H.I.E.L.D is undoubtedly in a similar predicament." Tony swallowed, his demeanor turning earnest. "Rhodes, listen. Jasper is my friend. He has saved my life more than once. His inventions are extraordinary, yet perilous. I don't believe mass deployment is wise. The source program's technology has its boundaries. Do not cross that line, Rhodes. Please, shield me from that." Tony's tone bore an unusual gravity. Rhodes regarded him, then glanced at Pepper, who was quietly organizing documents, before sighing and allowing his shoulders to droop slightly. "All right, Tony, I'll do my best to navigate this. But you must understand, it's not just the military and S.H.I.E.L.D. keeping an eye on him. The supernatural enthusiast forums in half of New York are ablaze after last night's ice and fire display. Let them speculate." Tony resumed his nonchalant demeanor, wiping his hands and picking up a wrench. "After all, the answers are in my possession well for now," he murmured, returning his focus to the enhancement of his armor. A few days later, at the headquarters of the Source Project Technology, within a conference room characterized by a minimalist aesthetic and a futuristic ambience, Jasper Hawk leisurely steeped a pot of exquisite oriental beauty tea, his movements fluid and imbued with an ancient rhythm. Opposite him sat Agent Coulson, Nick Fury's right hand, adorned with a perpetually fixed, somewhat rigid professional smile. "Mr. Hawk, I would like to express my gratitude once again for your crucial assistance during the Monaco and New York incidents." Coulson spoke with sincerity, acknowledging the impressive performance of the Wayne unit and Hawk's personal intervention against the Iron Tyrant. He chose his words carefully, his keen gaze capturing every subtle nuance of Jasper's expression. Jasper pushed a cup of clear, amber-hued tea toward Coulson, offering a slight smile, flawless yet encased in a veneer of ice. "It was merely my duty, Agent Coulson. Protecting valuable partners is the essence of Source Project Technology. Mr. Tony Stark is undoubtedly one of the most significant partners of our time. He deftly reiterated the importance of partnership in the company's mission." Coulson lifted the teacup, refraining from drinking, and continued, "S.H.I.E.L.D. greatly appreciates your capabilities and your company's potential. Director Fury believes that talents like yours should operate on a broader, more organized platform to collectively address threats beyond the reach of conventional forces." Regarding the proposal for the Avengers, Jasper gently raised his hand, interrupting Coulson with a graceful yet undeniable gesture. He lifted his own teacup, savoring the aroma, his profound gaze cutting through the swirling steam as he calmly regarded Coulson. "Agent Coulson," his voice remained gentle yet imbued with a rock-like resoluteness. "My stance remains unchanged. Source Project Technology is focused on the research and application of technology, maintaining the stability we deem essential. We are willing to provide limited, non-direct technical support and intelligence sharing at appropriate and necessary times. This represents the utmost sincerity we can extend in terms of collaboration. He set down his teacup, the porcelain resonating crisply against the table. As for donning a uniform, obeying a singular command, and fighting for a collective that is often overly vast and its objectives nebulous, Jasper's lips curled into a faint, detached arc as he gently shook his head. I'm afraid that does not align with my principles, nor with the positioning of Source Project. My products, and I prefer to safeguard what we cherish in our own manner. Coulson's smile remained intact, yet a trace of subtle disappointment and gravity flickered in his eyes. He understood that the young, handsome man before him possessed an indomitable will, akin to the amber barrier he summoned. I understand, Mr. Hawk, Coulson said, placing his teacup down and rising to his feet. S.H.I.E.L.D. Respect your choice. I hope we can maintain good communication within the framework of limited cooperation in the future. He handed over a specially crafted encrypted business card. Should you require anything or possess information worth sharing, please feel free to contact me. Of course. Jasper rose to his feet and extended a courteous handshake to Coulson, his movements impeccable yet imbued with an imperceptible sense of distance. After bidding farewell to Coulson, Jasper retreated to the expansive floor-to-ceiling window. The remnants of the setting sun bathed the city in a warm, golden hue. His fingertips unconsciously grazed the palm of his left hand, where the lingering, resolute touch of the sigil remained palpable. In his mind's eye, the pale visage of Tony Stark emerged, his face ghostly in the cave shadows, the shock and wariness in his eyes upon rescue, and the moment of astonishment and complexity reflected in his gaze when he first appeared under the Iron Tyrant's shadow last night. A faint, almost tender ripple unfurling in the depths of his eyes, as deep as a frigid pool. He recalled Tony's expression as he held that exorbitant invoice and note, a blend of exasperation and amusement, and the image of him engrossed within his armor, focused like a spirited boy, to protect what one cherishes in one's own way. Jasper murmured, echoing the words he had just spoken to Coulson, his gaze directed towards Stark Tower, where lights began to flicker on, akin to the arc reactor nestled within Tony's chest, the most dazzling yet fragile beacon in this steel metropolis. He gently exhaled, a thin veil of mist forming on the window pane. The name Tony Stark rolled silently off his tongue, carrying a weight and warmth he himself scarcely comprehended. Meanwhile, atop Stark Tower, Tony had just concluded a debate with Pepper regarding a new clean energy initiative, or rather, had been unilaterally persuaded by her, and slumped wearily onto the sofa. Idly, he picked up a uniquely designed metallic trinket beside him, a multi-functional data interface used internally for the arc reactor project that Jasper had inadvertently left behind during their last discussion on armor materials. Its design is exquisite as a work of art. JRVX, Tony stated, his eyes fixated on the interface. Bring up all external surveillance footage from last night, capturing Jasper's encounter with the Iron Tyrant, particularly the moments when he froze the energy cannon. Slow motion, frame-by-frame analysis, especially the form the energy took when he clasped his hands together, he added. Relevant data has been encrypted and physically isolated by S.H.I.E.L.D. with the highest clearance. JARVIS replied. Tony grimaced. Then let us analyze what we can, even if it's blurred. He paused, then continued. Also, arrange a meeting with Jasper. Just tell him I discovered an extraordinary new Thai restaurant recently opened, with a chef who previously cooked for the King of Thailand. Inquire if he is available for a discussion about the commercialization prospects of revolutionary clean energy tomorrow night. He emphasized the last few words, a sly smile curving his lips. Outside, New York awakened in a symphony of lights. Two equally radiant souls, separated by the expanse of the city, each harbored secrets and a thirst for discovery. The red thread of fate entwined ever tighter within the intersection of technology and mystery. Meanwhile, Pepper, Rhodey, and Happy, the vibrant individuals in their lives, expressed their concerns, banter, loyalty, and light-hearted jests, forming the warmest and most authentic backdrop to this grand tapestry. 2 days hence, the air in New York seemed to solidify, charged with anticipation for the impending press conference. Before the Stark Industries headquarters, a throng of spectators surged like a restless tide, their cameras aimed incessantly at the makeshift podium. The flashes of light melded into a blinding array, nearly eclipsing the afternoon sun. An atmosphere of exhilaration, curiosity, and a hint of unease permeated the air, revolving around Tony Stark's experiences in Afghanistan. The iconic crimson and gold armor, and the extraordinary battle that had unfolded in the industrial complex the previous night. All inquiries would find resolution today. Within the somewhat cramped makeshift lounge backstage, the atmosphere was palpably distinct. Clad in a flawlessly tailored dark gray suit, with a flamboyant red tie, Tony meticulously adjusted his collar before the mirror. His movements appeared casual, yet the caramel-hued eyes reflected a fervent flame of anticipation. Beside him, Pepper Potts, clutching a hefty speech manuscript, wore a furrowed brow, her fingertips blanching from exertion. "Tony, one last time, please read from the script." Pepper's voice resonated with undeniable authority as she thrust the document almost to his nose. The text clearly stated, Stark Industries is committed to the peaceful utilization of arc reactor technology. The incident from last night was a defensive action by the company's new security robots following an unidentified attack during testing. And you merely happened to be wearing the remote-controlled suit at that moment, correct? Tony interrupted, pivoting to face her, a signature smirk gracing his lips, a blend of mischief and rebellion. Pepper, even Happy wouldn't tea by that story. He gestured toward Happy Hogan, who was awkwardly blocking the doorway, nervously wiping sweat from his brow. Happy straightened his posture, attempting to adopt a serious demeanor. "The boss is right. Miss Potts, I witnessed the robot, the boss flying in that incredibly cool armor last night. He was battling the Ironmonger, engaging in an intense technological contest. This can't be concealed." Pepper pinched the bridge of her nose, feeling her blood pressure rise. "Happy, that is not the point. The priority is our public image. It's about legal risks. It's about avoiding an invitation for tea from S.H.I.E.L.D. or the military under the pretext of illegally possessing weapons of mass destruction." She turned to Tony, her tone almost pleading. "Tony, I implore you, just this once, let us do things by the book. Read the script." Tony picked up the speech, his long fingers casually flipping through the pages, the sound of rustling paper echoing softly. His gaze swept over the meticulously crafted, airtight, official verbiage, his expression laden with ennui. He lifted his head, his eyes seeming to penetrate the walls, glimpsing the clamorous world outside, seeing countless pairs of expectant eyes, and perhaps even catching sight of someone currently seated in a distant location, equally fixated on the unfolding press conference. "Pepper," Tony's voice suddenly dropped to a grave tone, imbued with a peculiar seriousness. "Someone once told me to protect what I cherish in my own way." In his mind's eye, the silhouette of Jasper, standing before the floor-to-ceiling window, calmly rejecting fury, flashed before him. The depths of his gaze held an undeniable strength, accompanied by a subtle warmth that seemed to beckon to him. I found his words to be profoundly accurate. Pepper was momentarily taken aback, her keen perception detecting the shift in Tony's tone and demeanor. This was not merely rebellious defiance. It bore the semblance of a resolute quest for direction. She parted her lips, poised to speak further. "Time's up, Mr. Stark." Agent Coulson appeared at the doorway, clad in his impeccably tailored black suit, a professional smile gracing his lips, yet his sharp gaze scrutinized the script in Tony's hands before shifting to Pepper's tense expression. With a casual flick, Tony tossed the hefty speech into Pepper's hands, as nonchalantly as discarding an old toy. He adjusted his tie, casting a final glance in the mirror to confirm his impeccable appearance, a wry smile returning to his lips, albeit now tinged with a weighty gravity. "Off you go, Happy. Take good care of Pepper." He clapped Happy's sturdy shoulder before striding purposefully toward the side door leading to the podium, leaving behind Pepper's anxious whispers and Coulson's inquisitive gaze. Flashes erupted with an intensity tenfold greater than before. As Tony Stark's figure emerged onto the stage, the cacophony in the square reached a fever pitch. Screams, shouts, a barrage of questions rained down upon him like cannon fire. Tony raised his hands, signaling for silence. Strangely, the tumultuous noise began to subside. Countless eyes were fixed upon him, awaiting his response. He approached the microphone, his hands resting naturally on either side of the podium, scanning the sea of dark-clad spectators below. He disregarded any prepared cue cards. Sunlight bathed him, casting a radiant golden hue around him. "I know you have many questions," Tony began, his voice resonating through the microphone, imbued with his characteristic confidence and a hint of barely perceptible fatigue regarding my experiences in Afghanistan, about last night's fireworks display. He paused, as if meticulously organizing his thoughts, savoring the spotlight that enveloped him. Backstage, Pepper clenched her fists tightly, her nails nearly embedding into her palms. Colonel Rhodes had somehow squeezed in, his military attire crisp, expression grave, clutching a small vial of medication, murmuring to Happy beside him, "God help him not to say anything foolish. Whereas my blood pressure medication." Jasper Hawk was not present at the scene. At that moment, he sat in a top-floor office of the Source Project, boasting magnificent views, where a colossal floor-to-ceiling screen streamed the live footage of the press conference. He held a cup of freshly brewed Oriental Beauty tea, maintaining his composure. Yet his deep-set eyes were intently fixed on Tony's figure on the screen, his fingertips unconsciously tracing the warm cup-S surface. On the screen, Tony took a deep breath. His gaze seemed to penetrate the lens, reaching toward a distant realm known only to him. For a prolonged duration, Tony's voice resonated with unprecedented clarity, imbued with an extraordinary candor. "My father, Howard Stark, epitomized the nation's defense industry. He was instrumental in the creation of the atomic bomb. Many, including myself, once believed that would be the pinnacle of my life's accomplishments. He paused, and a profound silence enveloped the square, rendering even the whispers of the wind distinctly audible. Yet, the truth was that Tony's gaze sharpened with an intense fervor, his chin slightly lifted, a declaration, a challenge, a release from all FAAs. What you witnessed last night was neither a security robot test nor a clandestine government project. In the background, Pepper closed her eyes in anguish. Rhodey clutched his chest, hurriedly popping 2 pills into his mouth. Happy nervously swallowed, his imposing frame taut with tension. Before the screen, Jasper's hand, holding a teacup, faltered momentarily, causing the surface of the tea to ripple delicately. Tony gazed directly into the camera, each word resonating with unparalleled clarity. The truth is, he paused, as if the very breath of the world had momentarily ceased. I am Iron Man, boom. Silence. An absolute silence. It felt as though time itself had frozen for a second. Following this, a wave of sound erupted, powerful enough to topple the entire square. A cacophony resembling a cataclysmic tsunami. Gasps, screams, and incredulous murmurs surged forth like a tidal wave. Flashbulbs flickered furiously, nearly engulfing Tony's figure. In that moment, Tony Stark had torn away all disguises, merging his armored persona, the soaring savior, with his true self. In the background, Pepper leaned weakly against the wall, her expression complex. A mix of shock and helplessness, ultimately culminating in a long sigh, her lips betraying a barely perceptible smile of relief. Rhodey chewed on his anti-anxiety medication, his visage contorting as if he had swallowed a lemon, murmuring, "It's over. The Pentagon's going to blow." Meanwhile, Happy exuberantly pumped his fists, whispering, "So cool. Boss, I knew it. Absolutely incredible." In the office, Jasper quietly observed the man on the screen, standing tall amidst the flashing lights and roaring crowd, his smile radiant and confident. Tony's gaze seemed to pierce through the screen, carrying a taunting sense of, "See, I did it." In Jasper's deep-set eyes, the frozen calm finally melted away, replaced by a complex luminescence, astonishment, admiration, a hint of disapproval, and a deeper, fervent passion ignited by that brilliant spirit. His fingers tightened around the teacup, knuckles blanching. The Tony on screen reveled in the world-altering uproar, tilting his head slightly towards the camera, offering an even more dazzling, quintessentially Stark smile, as if proclaiming, "The rules of the game, I shall rewrite." Moments later, the private communicator on Jasper's desk vibrated. He set down his teacup and picked up the device. The screen displayed a single new message, succinct yet impactful. "The bill has doubled, but it is worth it." Your steel partner, upon reading this message, felt an unmistakable smile form at the corners of Jasper's mouth, a clear and genuine arc imbued with warmth. His slender fingers lightly tapped the screen, replying succinctly, "Noted. Anticipating your clean energy dividends." In the Villa District's underground studio, the air was suffused with the aroma of machine oil, the lingering scent of ozone from welding, and a rich bouquet of whiskey. Tony Stark, clad in a grease-stained vest, leaned against the workbench as a holographic projection replayed his earth-shattering declaration from hours prior. A complex smile, mingling pride, provocation, and fatigue, lingered on his lips as he savored the astonished expressions of the journalists below. JARVIS. Replay the public relations disaster plans that Pepper compiled, especially the one concerning the brief amnesia and mental disarray. Tony took a swig of whiskey, chuckling darkly. "Look how much they wish I were a lunatic. Miss Potts is calling. She wishes you to cease relishing your own triumphant replay and consider a contingency plan for the potential plummet of stock prices tomorrow." JRVI. SSCOM voice interjected. "Tell her that Stark Industries stock will rise tomorrow," Tony asserted confidently, waving his hand dismissively. People appreciate candor, or at least enjoy a spectacle. As his words faded, the laboratory's intelligent access system emitted a gentle chime. "Visitor identity confirmed. Mr. Jasper Hawk. Access level 3. Temporary authorization for Miss Potts." JRVIS reported. Tony was somewhat taken aback. "That clay and solar panel kid? Let him in." The door slid open silently. Jasper entered, this time attired and formal, wearing a simple dark gray shirt and casual trousers, while carrying a paper bag emblazoned with the Source Program logo. His face bore that signature smile, one that seemed to convey a mix of humor and mockery, as his eyes flitted over Tony and the scattered armored components around him. "Wow, look who it is. The Iron Man who just dropped an honesty bomb on the world," Jasper exclaimed dramatically, spreading his arms wide as if to embrace the room's honesty. "Pepper sent me to check on the mentally unstable patient and see if there's anything I can do to stabilize the situation, perhaps by recycling some scrap metal." He winked, his gaze landing on a pile of Mark armor remnants wrecked by the Ironmonger. Tony snorted, swirling his drink. "Save it, Jasper. My scrap metal is Stark Industries property. It's not your source program's salvage yard. He scrutinized Jasper. You seem well informed. Did Pepper just grant you access? Or have you been lurking in some corner, using your futuristic technology to spy on my press conference? Please, Tony, I'm far more interested in your snacks than your press conference, Jasper retorted playfully, stepping closer to the workbench and placing the paper bag down. From it, he produced 2 thermoses branded with the Source Program logo. Look, our company's new perk, internal beta version Source Power Milk Tea, equipped with temperature control and shock resistance. We employ our latest resilient composite material, ensuring that even if you were to strike the head of Iron Tyrant with it, it would remain unscathed. He proudly shook his cup, then uncapped it. Sipping the rich aroma of milk tea that wafted through the air, Tony glanced at the thermos, then at Jasper's eager expression, and his lips twitched. So you came here at night just to peddle the cafeteria's milk tea? And to showcase your unbreakable cup? His tone was laced with disdain. Yet his gaze involuntarily drifted back to the cup. Unbreakable? Quite intriguing. Not at all. Jasper pulled over a chair and settled comfortably, leaning back. I am here to commend you. Tony Stark, publicly acknowledging himself as Iron Man. Wow, this move is audacious. More intense than I imagined. Quintessentially Stark. He gave a thumbs up. His tone sincere, yet tinged with jest, although Pepper might currently wish to use her high heels to strike your reactor. Tony was amused by his candor and took a sip of whiskey. It's far better than allowing those fools to speculate endlessly, or letting the military's old foxes seize my armor. This is my invention, my responsibility. I shall bear it alone. He paused, his gaze sharpening as he turned to Jasper. But what about you, Jasper? The secrets you keep are far more numerous than this suit of armor. When? Lissandra, the unknown future armors? And what of your serenity? When do you plan to hold a press conference for that? Jasper exaggeratedly waved his hands, nearly spilling the milk tea. No. I do not possess your audacity or your thick skin. Our source project is earnest, discreet, and dedicated to creating a better world through technology. He pointed at Tony's chest. You see, we sell gels that expedite healing, Yuan Quan. We sell prismatic panels that double solar efficiency. And we sell resilient materials that prevent phone cases from breaking. How harmonious. How positive. Come now, Jasper. Tony set down his glass, leaning slightly forward, his gaze inquisitive. What is the true source of your technology behind the Source Project? The way when appeared in Afghanistan, the operational principles of that energy weapon, and the spacecraft you dispatched for assistance. None of that could be achieved through conventional technology. You strike me less as a scientist and more as a magician, or perhaps someone who has uncovered some alien artifact. He attempted to mask the sharpness of his inquiry with a light-hearted tone. Jasper's smile dimmed slightly, yet his eyes remained bright. He set down his milk tea cup and opened his left hand. Above his palm, a faint, almost imperceptible earthy glow and a hint of bluish-purple flickered and vanished as swiftly as an illusion. In a laboratory, it seemed as though even the flow of air paused for a moment. Tony, Jasper's voice turned serious. This world is far more fascinating than you perceive. The rules are not merely those inscribed in physics textbooks. The Source Project is merely an endeavor to comprehend some ancient, largely forgotten languages, expressing them in a more modern manner. You may call it primal law technology or magical engineering, whichever you prefer. He withdrew his hand and picked up the milk tea cup. As for the alien disc, please, how unimaginative. I rely on sign-ins. On the brilliance of genius and relentless effort. He swiftly corrected himself, almost revealing too much. Tony fixated on Jasper's hand. The fleeting glimmer and momentary stillness were certainly not mere illusions. His curiosity deepened, yet Jasper's demeanor, suggesting an awareness of Tony's disbelief, yet choosing to speak candidly, left him momentarily at a loss for further inquiries. Are you planning to continue this way? Hiding behind your Play-Doh and Band-Aids, while indulging in your magical engineering? Tony shifted his angle. Why not? Jasper retorted, his smile radiating once more. You see, my Play-Doh resilient, regenerative material is now being utilized in high-end sports cars, saving owners a considerable amount on paint jobs. My Band-Aids, healing gel, have saved numerous lives in war zones and refugee camps. My solar panels, which generate income from sunlight, are illuminating the desert. Isn't that splendid? He rose, patting Tony on the shoulder. Tony instinctively flinched. As for you, Tony Stark, Mr. Iron Man, congratulations on officially entering the Hall of Fame for superheroes. When you find yourself besieged by reporters, harassed by the military, and targeted by all manner of peculiar villains, do not envy my ability to retreat to the laboratory, sipping milk tea and inventing in peace. Though to be fair, the Source Project technology isn't exactly stellar either. Truly frustrating. He handed Tony another unopened thermos, stuffing it into his hands. Here, a token of consolation. Source Power Milk Tea, impact resistant, and can retain heat for 12 hours. Give it a try. It might just invigorate your mind, which has been stunned by that honesty bomb. With that, he waved his hand, humming an off-key tune as he turned to leave, as if he had merely dropped by for a casual visit. Tony, holding the supposedly indestructible thermos emblazoned with the Source Project insignia, watched Jasper's carefree retreat. He glanced down at the glowing arc reactor in his chest, recalled the mysterious light from earlier, and finally focused on the cup. Jarvis, Tony suddenly spoke, scanned this cup, analyzed its material composition, structural integrity, heat retention principles, and, particularly, detect any unusual residual energy that is not electromagnetic. His gaze sharpened. The preliminary scan results emerged. The material structure was unprecedented, exhibiting remarkable resilience and memory recovery characteristics. The insulation utilized highly efficient phase change materials combined with vacuum thermal insulation. No known anomalous energy signals were detected, yet an exceedingly faint, unmatched low-frequency resonance signal was identified. Though it could not be deciphered, Tony scrutinized the scan results, then regarded the cup in his hand, contemplating Jasper's demeanor of being an inconspicuous presence. A complex, inscrutable smile crept onto his lips. Interesting Play-Doh, even more intriguing magician, he murmured to himself, twisting off the thermos lid, releasing a rich aroma of milk tea. He hesitated momentarily before taking a sip. Ugh, too much sugar. Chapter 6. Fury's unconventional visit. The following day, Jasper emerged from the villa's training room. Resembling a statue cast in bronze, his copper-hued skin and well-defined muscles seemingly narrating an insatiable yearning. Sir, the contract requiring your and Mr. Tony Stark's signatures remains on your desk, yet remains unsigned, Lissandra interjected unexpectedly. Jasper was taken aback, in his eagerness to jest with Tony the previous day. He had neglected this important matter. Please remind me in advance of any oversights or omissions in the future. Thank you. Certainly, sir. As Jasper prepared to descend into the underground laboratory, Lissandra suddenly alerted him that an intruder had breached the villa's perimeter, and a red warning flashed on the virtual screen before him. Not far from his side, a colossal female apparition, composed of myriad intricate ice-blue data streams and holographic projections, hovered silently. She was tall and graceful, her demeanor akin to that of an untouchable ice queen. Her skin, a fluid amalgamation of chilling binary code, glimmered, while her eyes burned with an unyielding ice-blue core, seemingly capable of piercing through all worldly illusions. A resplendent virtual robe, forged entirely from pure code and edged with sharp ice crystals, billowed behind her, shifting with a breeze that did not exist, as fragments of crystalline symbols emanated and reassembled from within. This was the ultimate creation of artificial intelligence Jasper had acquired through system sign-in, an entity born from the deep ice veins of the rune-laden land of Freljord, source code Lissandra. Suddenly, Lissandra's ice-blue core eyes ignited with a minute scale of light, and the flowing data streams experienced a brief acceleration anomaly. Without turning her head, her cold, unflinching electronic voice resonated directly within Jasper's consciousness, akin to the sound of glacial water droplets falling into a deep pool. Master. High-level camouflage intrusion detected. Target. Nick Fury, Director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Method of intrusion. Optical camouflage phase shift. Coordinates. 3 meters to your left rear, within the shadowed area of the ventilation duct. Intrusion depth. Level 3 physical penetration. Threat level. Low provisional. Shall I initiate the Frost Nova countermeasure protocol? Jasper did not falter, seemingly responding to a mere comment about the pleasant weather. He did not even raise an eyelid, merely allowing a faint, knowing smile to grace his lips. The bald-headed director, as expected, could not resist entering the fray personally, and, as always, opted for this peculiar mode of entrance. At the instant Lissandra finished her report, the seemingly empty shadowed area of the ventilation duct to Jasper's left rear, where the light was slightly dimmed, underwent an almost imperceptible distortion, akin to rippling water. A tall figure, clad in the signature black leather long coat, materialized silently, as if extricating himself from the void. Nick Fury, his entrance perpetually infused with that inimitable S.H.I.E.L.D. aura, emanated a sense of overwhelming control. The optical camouflage melted off him like liquid mercury, without producing a sound. He stood tall, his remaining eye sharp as that of a hawk, instantly locking on to Jasper, who had his back turned, and the icy blue data specter, Lissandra, emanating an inhuman chill beside him. A fleeting, almost imperceptible astonishment flickered in Fury's solitary eye. He possessed unwavering confidence in his advanced optical camouflage, a fusion of extraterrestrial technology, theoretically capable of evading 999 detection systems on Earth. Yet, he had scarcely completed his phase shift, not even fully disengaged from his cloaked state, when he was discovered, and by someone who appeared to have emerged from the very fabric of a science fiction narrative. It felt akin to his meticulously orchestrated stealth performance, being interrupted before the curtain even rose, with an audience member in the front row yawning and declaring they had seen him all along. Mr. Hawk. Fury's voice resonated low and magnetic, shattering the laboratory's tranquility as he sought to reclaim some semblance of control. It appears your security system is more sensitive than I had anticipated. Jasper slowly turned, his movements deliberate and unhurried, a perfectly measured expression of surprise gracing his features as if he had only just noticed Fury's presence. Director Fury? Jasper raised an eyebrow slightly, his tone calm, his gaze steady and unflinching, as though Fury had not just materialized from the wall, but had entered as a guest through the front door. What a remarkable manner of arrival. Please do make an appointment next time, so I may have Lissandra hold the door for you. He deliberately emphasized Lissandra's name, casting his gaze toward the frigid specter. Lissandra's icy blue core pivoted toward Fury, the edges of her virtual robe shimmering with crystalline frost, emitting a faint sound reminiscent of ice scraping against ice. She remained silent, yet her emotionless stare conveyed an overwhelming sense of oppressive information. Fury's solitary eye narrowed slightly. He felt the discomfort of being thoroughly scrutinized by an intelligence beyond human comprehension. Suppressing the tumult within, he endeavored to steer the conversation back on course. In these extraordinary times, extraordinary measures are required. Mr. Hawk, Tony Stark has unveiled his hand to the world, placing himself in unprecedented danger. S.H.I.E.L.D. must assess the capabilities of all potential allies and sources of threat to ensure. Before he could finish, Lissandra's cold voice echoed directly in Jasper's consciousness. Fury, of course, could not hear the target individual. Nick Fury has an implanted communicator attempting to bypass the local firewall and establish an encrypted backdoor link to S.H.I.E.L. DS main database. Link protocol, Shadow Veil 70 variant. Decryption difficulty, low. Countermeasures, 1. Ice vein lock, permanently disable the implant. 2. Reverse trace and inject logic spikes, which could cause logical disarray in the target's main database for 1,248 hours. 3. Camouflage response, send harmless garbage data stream. Please advise. A glint of barely perceptible coldness flickered in Jasper's eyes. This black-hearted fellow was indeed up to no good, speaking of assessments while busy pilfering. Yet, he maintained a gentle smile, even gesturing for Fury to take a seat, though the laboratory held no second chair. Directofi, y comprensa aquí, Ella. DS concerns. Jasper's voice remained melodious, yet it bore an imperceptible hint of detachment. The Source Project is dedicated to upholding the stability that we collectively acknowledge. Tony's choice is his own prerogative. As for his safety, he paused, his gaze seemingly casual as it flitted over Fury's arm, concealed beneath his trench coat, attempting an illicit maneuver. The Source Project will undoubtedly provide the requisite, non-intrusive safeguards. We respect the privacy and autonomy of our partners, just as we honor our own. The term non-intrusive was articulated with particular clarity. Fury's movements momentarily stilled, his actions betraying a fleeting rigidity. Jasper's words, coupled with that significant glance, conjured an illusion in him, but the subtle movement concealed within his garment was laid bare under the scrutiny of the other and those cold eyes. Akin to a clumsy performance under the spotlight, a chill ascended along his spine, not a mere physical coldness, but the unnerving sensation of being thoroughly seen and controlled on a digital plane. Lissandra's icy voice reverberated once more in Jasper's mind. Target has ceased illegal link attempts. Emotional fluctuation index rising by 178, exhibiting signs of frustration and heightened vigilance. Threat level remains low. Target retains rationality. Fury, the seasoned king of spies, swiftly recalibrated his mindset. His single eye fixating intently on Lissandra, his tone grave. Mr. Hawk, who is this Ms. Lissandra? My assistant, tasked with managing trivial information. Jasper replied, dismissively, as if Lissandra were merely a sophisticated aide. He approached the adjacent tea table, grasping an empty teacup. Director Fury, since you are here, would you care for a cup of tea? A fine dong ding oolong, conducive to calm contemplation. He deliberately emphasized the word calm. At the moment Jasper lifted the teacup, Lissandra's ethereal form unexpectedly raised her slender, data-stream, composed arm. The ambient lights within the room instantaneously shifted hues, from a warm yellow to a chilling azure. The central air conditioning system emitted a barely perceptible hum, and the breeze emanating from the vents was suddenly imbued with a distinct chill, even more unsettling. A minuscule indicator light at the collar of Fury's high-tech trench coat, designed for optical camouflage energy regulation, began to flicker uncontrollably, emitting a rapid, urgent alarm audible only to Fury himself. Fury's body tensed instantaneously. He could distinctly sense the sharp drop in ambient temperature and the silent, lethal warning emanating from his equipment. This was no mere alert. It was an unabashed, silent demonstration This Lissandra, not only capable of instantaneous detection and decryption of his communications, could even remotely interfere with his top-tier spy gear. Her abilities transcended the realm of his comprehension. It appeared that Ms. Lissandra was not fond of being disturbed. Fury's voice remained low, yet the composure had vanished, replaced by an unprecedented gravity and a hint of trepidation. His single eye remained fixed on Lissandra's cold core, ablaze with data flames, as if seeking to unveil her true essence. Jasper appeared oblivious to the abrupt changes in his surroundings and the peculiarities of Fury's equipment. He leisurely poured hot water into the teacup, observing the tea leaves unfurl within. The rising steam was particularly pronounced against the frigid air. She simply prioritized efficiency, eschewing meaningless probing and trivial gestures. Jasper gently placed the brewed tea on the coffee table before Fury, the warmth dissipating swiftly in the chill. Director Fury, tea should be enjoyed while it's hot. As for the profound collaboration and information sharing you wish to discuss, he lifted his gaze, his penetrating eyes locking onto Fury's keen single eye, his tone calm, yet imbued with a rock-solid resolve. The Source Project can provide technological support, but only within the parameters we deem necessary, and without infringing upon core secrets. Lissandra will filter out redundant and unnecessary information streams. This is non-negotiable. Leaning slightly forward, he lowered his voice, exuding an undeniable authority. Director Fury, please convey to all parties with a keen interest in the Source Project that we welcome collaboration. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the subtly flickering collar of Fury's trench coat, a chilling smile gracing his lips. However, the cost may surpass your imagination. Lissandra's ice vein perception possesses a natural freezing attribute against any unauthorized data tendrils. The air within the room seemed to solidify, the fragrant sandalwood utterly subdued by an icy chill. Fury regarded the swiftly cooling cup of tea, then glanced at the silent specter beside him, exuding an ancient, glacial presence, yet radiating lethal control, finally resting his gaze upon Jasper's calm, yet unfathomable countenance. He realized that the meticulously planned ambush and probe he had orchestrated had declared itself a complete failure the moment he entered this room. He was confronted not merely by a merchant wielding mysterious power, but by an entity capable of appending the existing rules of information warfare, supported by a chillingly ruthless superpower. Fury inhaled deeply, the cold air stinging his lungs. He gradually straightened, a complex array of emotions swirling within his singular eye: shock, apprehension, defeat, yet ultimately settling into a primal vigilance and a weighty necessity to reassess the situation in the face of this unknown formidable force. The tea has gone cold, Fury finally uttered, his voice deep and hoarse. He refrained from any further unnecessary actions, casting a long, penetrating glance at Jasper and Lissandra, as if to engrave this moment into his memory. So, Director Fury, you have come to see me today for other matters? Jasper inquired after sipping his coffee and setting the cup down. Chapter 7. Conversation, Mr. Hawk. Fury's voice was low and resonant, akin to sandpaper scraping against metal. Or should I refer to you as the mastermind behind the Source Project? A citizen capable of conjuring future warriors from the Afghan desert and sending Obadiah Stane and his metallic toy straight to hell? Jasper's expression remained unchanged as he replied. Director Fury, I have long admired your reputation. I prefer the title of founder of the Source Project. It aligns more closely with business propriety. His tone was neither servile nor arrogant, imbued with a hint of casual commercial pleasantry. As for the enthusiastic citizen, I humbly decline such a title. I merely undertook a modest task within my capabilities to assist a friend in distress, while simultaneously addressing the unwelcome pest that had inadvertently invaded my backyard. Nick Fury's lips twitched slightly. A modest task within your capabilities? Fury gazed intently at the holographic star map before him, his single eye piercingly focused on the intricate lines representing spatial curvature. A beam of energy vaporized 3 armed assailants, silently infiltrating a heavily fortified stronghold, accompanied by an optical cloaking device, a silent propulsion system, and a craft with energy levels surpassing 3 times that of Quinjet, alongside an array of unknown battle armor. Mr. Hawk, your modest endeavors have caused the entire weapons development division of S.H.I.E.L.D. to lose sleep for an entire week. Fury turned to face Jasper's, his eye locking onto him. I have perused every piece of information regarding you. Jasper's Hawk, a Chinese-American hybrid, heralded as a child prodigy from a young age, seemingly endowed with extraordinary fortune, established the Origin Project Company, rapidly ascending in the fields of energy, biotechnology, and particularly in cutting-edge defense technologies. However, the sources of your technology, your core research team, even your factory production lines are as pristine in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s database as if divinely formatted. Pray tell, what exactly is your Origin Project? From whence do those avant-garde technologies arise? Jasper's met Fury's scrutinizing gaze. Maintaining a serene smile, he opened his left hand, and a fleeting flicker of muted ochre and a hint of violet light danced above his palm. As swift as an illusion, the faint glow of the unyielding grip and summon, Illyri runes. Director Fury S.H.I.E.L.D. safeguards the Earth from anomalous threats. Does it not? Jaspers did not respond directly, but posed a question in return. You monitor mutants, track extraterrestrial signals, and guard against dimensional incursions. You believe that there exist forces in the universe that surpass Earth's current technological capabilities. Then, why cannot we hypothesize that the Earth itself harbors some anomalous powers yet to be fully comprehended and embraced by mainstream science? He delicately tapped the holographic star map, which instantly transformed into a diagram depicting the distribution of energy nodes across the Earth, several points flickering with colors reminiscent of the runic glow. The Origin Project did not emerge from nothingness. It represents a preliminary exploration and application of certain latent principles inherent to Earth. We refer to it as native law technology. This approach emphasizes energy guidance, transformation, and harmonious coexistence with the environment, rather than mere development of destructive weaponry. He adeptly avoided terms like runes and magic, cloaking them in more scientific language. Native law technology? Fury mulled over this novel term, his eye narrowing. It sounded rather esoteric. Yet, I only see the results. Formidable individual armor, energy weapons, and that vessel of seemingly futuristic technology. Should these items spiral out of control, or fall into the wrong hands, much like Stark Industries' weapons did when they landed in the hands of the Ten Rings? Jaspers calmly interjected, his tone tinged with a barely perceptible edge. Director Fury, the technological core of the Origin Project, is binding. Each set of source plan armor and every core device is intricately linked to the singular source point, myself, through profound mental connection and energy resonance. They are impervious to conventional methods of breach, duplication, or forceful acquisition. The consequence of forced attachment is the annihilation of core energy, leaving nothing in its wake. Fury fell silent for a few moments, seemingly absorbing this information. Binding? Mental link? It sounded more akin to a form of magical covenant. He astutely grasped the crux of the matter. When technology reaches a sufficiently advanced stage, how does it differ from magic? Jasper retorted, a glimmer of wisdom illuminating his eyes. The gravitational pull described by Newton must have seemed like magic to primitive man. The source plan merely seeks to explore and comprehend this world through an alternative lexicon. He leaned forward slightly, his tone shifting to one of gravity. Director Fury, I understand the concerns and responsibilities of S.H.I.E.L.D. However, I can unequivocally assure you that the source plan harbors no intention of becoming a threat to anyone. Our objective is to explore, comprehend, and apply these primordial principles to forge new pathways for human civilization. We choose to remain discreet because we are acutely aware that premature exposure to the spotlight, particularly being absorbed into certain colossal bureaucratic frameworks, would only invite unwarranted covetousness, interference, and perhaps even distort our research trajectory. This would, in fact, escalate uncontrollable risks. So, this is your stance: to exist outside the system as a technological recluse? Fury's tone betrayed no emotion. He finally cut to the heart of the matter, his single eye sharp as a blade. Jasper Hawk, with your capabilities, the technologies you wield, and your knowledge of primordial principles, you will be an indispensable core force within this alliance. We require your source plan warriors, your technology, and most importantly, your wisdom and strength. Join us. Fury's voice carried an undeniable, weighty sense of purpose, a summons from the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the future architect of the Avengers. Jasper listened quietly, the serene smile upon his face unwavering. He gently rubbed the palm of his left hand, as if feeling the invisible patterns of runes. Director Fury, Jasper's voice remained steady, yet imbued with a rock-like resolve. I admire your foresight and your determination to safeguard the Earth. The Avengers may indeed be a necessary conception. However, he paused, locking eyes with Fury's singular gaze, his deep orbs seemingly swirling with stars. The path of the source plan does not wholly align with S.H.I.E.L.D. or the future Avengers. Our sources of power, modes of operation, and even our understanding of guardianship differ fundamentally. Forcing us into a unified framework bound by constraints would only undermine the distinct advantages of the source plan and could potentially delay critical moments due to ideological clashes or bureaucratic processes. Moreover, Jasper's tone bore an undeniable confidence. We possess our own means to observe, intervene, and protect. We do not require a resounding codename, nor do we need to stand in the limelight. Guardians in shadows can sometimes be more efficient and far safer than heroes upon the stage. He rose to his feet and approached the immense floor-to-ceiling window, turning his back to Fury as he gazed out at the churning gray sea. Therefore, In response to your invitation, my answer is, I am grateful, but I must decline. Fury's expression remained unchanged, yet the intensity in his solitary eye sharpened, as if it could pierce through Jasper's silhouette. Rejecting S.H.I.E.L.D. Olive branch typically heralds trouble, Mr. Hawk, especially when one wields such sensitive power. Jasper turned back, half-jokingly remarking, trouble? Director Fury, since its inception, the Source Project has been entangled with trouble. We have grown accustomed to it. Our choice for independence signifies our preparedness to bear all consequences. His voice was calm, yet imbued with profound confidence and strength. As for power, we are inclined to utilize it to resolve issues rather than create new ones. I trust that S.H.I.E.L.D.'s intelligence capabilities will gradually affirm this. He pivoted, a commercial yet inscrutable smile returning to his face. The doors of a Source Project are not entirely closed to S.H.I.E.L.D. In specific realms that align with our mutual interests, such as combating certain extraordinary threats, we can engage in intelligence sharing and even provide limited, undisclosed technical support. However, this is contingent upon the principles of equality, independence, and non-interference in domestic affairs. Jasper extended his hand. This is our bottom line and the utmost goodwill we can offer. Director Fury, what say you? Fury regarded Jasper's outstretched hand, then his tranquil, yet seemingly profound eyes, which held the mysteries of the universe. The young man's demonstrated independence of will, absolute control over his own power, and clear judgment of the situation far exceeded Fury's expectations. He understood that a hardline approach would be ineffective here, at least for the moment. However, softer tactics could be attempted. This technological recluse harbored potential energy and danger that might surpass the combined threat of several uncontrolled superheroes. A few seconds of silence stretched like an eternity. Fury solitary, I lingered on Jasper's face for a final few moments, as if to engrave his image in his mind. Bottom line goodwill, Fury murmured. A hint of an elusive smile playing at the corners of his mouth, leaving one to wonder whether it was admiration or mockery. Very well, Mr. Hawk. I have received your position. I look forward to that day. Fury gently grasped Jasper's outstretched hand. With that, he no longer lingered, turning to leave, the heavy door closing silently behind him, severing all sounds from the outside world. Jasper remained in place, his gaze still directed towards the direction in which Fury had vanished. As he left, Sir, Director Nick has departed. Then Jasper broke his composure, erupting into laughter. Lissandra, did I not speak with great authority this time? I believe my performance was worthy of a presidential campaign. I can only imagine Nick Fury is inwardly exclaiming, Motherf, sir, please cease your self-indulgent remarks. A friendly reminder, your office currently has 12 contracts awaiting your personal signature and seal. Jasper raised his left hand, palm facing upwards, and the vibrant blue and purple dual-colored runes shimmered into existence, slowly rotating and exuding an aura of ancient mystery. The storm, Jasper remarked with a hint of seriousness. His fingertips gently grazed the rotating symbols, absorbing the protective will and guiding power they contained. We have long been enveloped within it. Yet, we have chosen to navigate it in our own manner. The holographic star map silently shifted behind him, the ethereal blue light illuminating his tall and proud figure. He rejected the S.H.I.E.L.D., leaving some room for negotiation, not out of evasion of responsibility nor fear, but for the greater populace. Opting for a path that aligned more closely with the essence of the Origin Project, albeit a more arduous one. The impending storm, he and the primordial laws of technology he represented would face with their unique stance. Chapter 8. Once more. To rescue Tony. A combined chapter. Tony's declaration resonated like a nuclear explosion within the realms of global politics, economics, and technology, triggering an unprecedented chain reaction. Stark Industries, after a brief panic-induced decline, saw its stock prices soar, bolstered by Tony's candor and the undeniable strength of his Iron Man persona, surpassing levels prior to the cessation of its weapons division. Tony had officially become the focal point of global attention. Military and governmental entities found themselves enraptured in a fervent frenzy, vying to nationalize the Iron Man technology or at least engage in extensive collaboration. Tony, overwhelmed, finally grasped the implications of Jasper's earlier remarks. Pepper felt the weight of immense pressure. The public and media heralded the dawn of the superhero era, igniting fervent adulation, moral debates, and security anxieties. Amidst this clamor, the Origin Project company operated with quiet efficiency. 1. Prism solar panels. Tony's renewable energy declaration, arc reactor, paradoxically intensified the urgency for traditional energy transformation. Prism, with its extraordinary efficiency and convenience, was inundated with orders. Jasper, pleased, shared a celebratory animated emoji on the company intranet, showcasing the overwhelming success of the Sunshine Initiative. 2. Resilient flow self-healing materials. A renowned racer experienced a catastrophic accident during a race. The shell of his car, constructed from resilient materials, visibly repaired itself rapidly after a violent impact, miraculously saving the driver's life. The video went viral, and Resilient Flow achieved legendary status, becoming a standard in high-end manufacturing. In a lab, Jasper crafted a crooked Iron Man figurine from the resilient material, snapping a photo to send to Tony. Look, an indestructible figurine, more practical than your armor. 3. Healing Spring Biological Gel. The organization Doctors Without Borders made significant procurements for rescue operations in conflict zones, yielding remarkable results and skyrocketing popularity. S.H.I.E.L.D. DS logistical orders doubled. Fury glanced at the report, grunting, "This bandage truly saves lives." Jasper, meanwhile, sent a box to Agent Coulson, with a note, "An essential for agents. Say goodbye to bruises." 4. Keystone Nanotechnology. Progress continued discreetly in the depths of the laboratory. Jasper adeptly manipulated small building blocks, now capable of reshaping a small piece of metal into simple tool forms. He aptly dubbed this project, "My Versatile Star-Lord Development Plan." Fiona silently elevated the protective level of a laboratory. Jasper occasionally harassed Tony through encrypted channels, sending holographic memes during moments when Tony was being tormented by the old-timers on Capitol Hill. One such meme depicted a cartoon figure, Tony, besieged by a flock of spitting crows, accompanied by the caption, "Iron Man's Dilemma. How to elegantly inform fools know?" Tony typically retorted with his characteristic sharp wit, "Tend to your clay and band-aids. Your milk tea's sugar content is excessive. I suggest you develop a sugar-free version. If you send another nuisance message, I'll have Jarvis black out your Solar Initiative server." Stark Manor was suffused with an atmosphere of despair, mingled with the potent scents of whiskey and overheated metal. Tony Stark sat slumped amid scattered armor components and empty bottles, his complexion ashen, lips tinged with an unhealthy shade of purple. The arc reactor embedded in his chest emitted an unstable hum, the palladium core's edges displaying a glaring hue of deep black, indicative of toxic corrosion. Jarvis's alarm rang cold and persistent. Blood toxicity has reached 89. It is projected to reach a lethal threshold within 72 hours. "Shut up, Jarvis," Tony croaked, his voice hoarse and feeble. He attempted to grasp a new bottle of liquor, but his hands trembled violently, sending the bottle crashing to the floor, amber liquid soaking into the expensive carpet. The shadow of death loomed over him more palpably than ever. The halo of genius appeared absurd in the face of an impending countdown. He recalled the indifferent visage of his father, Howard, and the final gaze of Ethan in the cave. Everything seemed to be converging towards that solitary endpoint. The laboratory's access system slid open silently, without a sound. Jasper entered, devoid of his usual playful demeanor. Clad in a simple lab coat, his brow furrowed, he scanned the chaotic laboratory with piercing eyes, ultimately fixating on the darkened reactor in Tony's chest. "Wow, Tony, your taste in parties is increasingly reminiscent of end-of-life care," Jasper remarked, his tone still tinged with sarcasm, yet noticeably somber and taut, lacking the usual levity. He swiftly approached Tony, disregarding the scattered bottles and components, and half-kneeled beside him. Tony barely lifted his eyelids, recognizing Jasper, managing a smile that was more grotesque than sorrowful. "Hey, Clay Magician, are you here to pitch me the latest in unbreakable urn materials?" He gasped for breath with each few words, pain radiating from his chest. "Be quiet, conserve your strength," Jasper interrupted, his tone imbued with an uncommon air of authority. Ignoring Tony's sarcasm, he focused intently on the reactor. "Jarvis, project the real-time blood toxin distribution map, the myocardial cell damage report, and the energy output curve of this contraption," he commanded as if it were his own laboratory. Jarvis hesitated for a moment, seemingly awaiting Tony's confirmation. Tony weakly waved his hand, granting tacit approval. The holographic projection unfolded instantly, dense with data and alarming red alert zones, starkly revealing the dire state of Tony's condition. Jasper's fingers glided swiftly through the void, selecting and retrieving various parameters, his expression growing increasingly grim. "Tony Stark, your self-destructive tendencies are far more outrageous than my own. If we delay even a few hours longer, even the great sage won't be able to save you." He suddenly turned to Tony, his eyes, usually filled with mirth, now ablaze with fury, urgency, and an unfamiliar depth of fear and concern that Tony had never witnessed before. Taken aback by the intensity of Jasper's gaze, Tony momentarily forgot to retort. That look was not one befitting a partner or a fellow scientist. Jasper inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing the tumult of emotions within him. His voice regained some semblance of calm, yet remained taut. "Listen, Iron Man, there is no time to indulge in your art of despair. If you wish to survive, follow my instructions. Lie flat." He spread his left hand, palm facing upward. "This time, It was not a mere flicker of light. Clear and resolute. Deep green and mystical blue-purple runic shadows materialized above his palm, slowly rotating and emanating an ancient, warm energy that instantly dissipated a portion of the despair lingering in the laboratory. Tony's pupils constricted suddenly. He recognized that radiance. The fleeting sensation he had experienced in the lab returned, but this time it was clearer and more potent. My core code of magical engineering, no time for explanations. Jasper had no time to elaborate. He thrust his right hand towards the reactor embedded in Tony's chest with lightning speed and an irresistible resolve. What are you doing? Tony instinctively attempted to evade, but his weakened body was unresponsive, just as Jasper's hand was about to make contact with the metallic shell of the reactor. The dual runes in his palm surged with brilliance. The vibrant green light of the unyielding grasp constructed a resilient energy barrier, forcefully infiltrating Tony's chest cavity, stabilizing the critical blood vessels and nerve bundles that were on the verge of being obliterated by toxins, akin to erecting the sturdiest foundation on a crumbling dam. Simultaneously, the blue-purple radiance of Summon, S.H.I.E.L.D, acted like a deft weaver, precisely guiding the energy flow escaping from the reactor, forming a subtle internal circulatory force field, temporarily compensating for the functions of the failing organs and valiantly sustaining Tony's precarious life signs. Ugh, Tony groaned, feeling a warm, substantial force surging into him, yanking him back from the brink of oblivion. The agonizing pain in his chest was replaced by an oddly grounding sensation, infused with the essence of the earth, alleviating the suffocating weakness. In the next moment, the green light intensified, and Tony felt a warm current flowing into his chest, spreading to his limbs and core. Instinctively, he reached out and grasped Jasper's wrist, which was pressed against his chest. The temperature radiating from that wrist, through the light of the runic energy, bore an almost searing heat, starkly contrasting with Jasper's usual nonchalant demeanor. Tony looked up, locking eyes with Jasper's profound gaze, focused to the point of obsession. All traces of casualness vanished, leaving only an unwavering resolve, even tinged with a hint of recklessness. What was he so anxious about? Are you anxious about your partner's demise? Tony wished to articulate his thoughts, yet his throat felt constricted. Silence. Focus. Feel the flow of energy. Synchronize with it. Jasper growled, his voice imbued with an undeniable severity. He pressed Tony's hand with greater force, as if to directly transfer his strength. Their hands intertwined firmly atop the glowing reactor, the light of the runes coursing between their fingers, forming a peculiar connection. Time seemed to stand still. The laboratory echoed only with the low hum of rune energy, Tony's labored breaths, and Jasper's restrained inhalations. Minutes passed, perhaps only a few, but felt like a century. Miraculously, Tony's vital signs on the projection ceased their deterioration and began to rise rapidly. The crimson area, indicative of the spreading lethal toxin, shrank abruptly. A wisp of black smoke slowly drifted from his chest. Moments later, Jasper abruptly withdrew his hand, and the ethereal glow of the runes dimmed and vanished. Tony felt a lightness in his body, though still weak and in pain. The suffocating sensation of impending death and the chill subsided. He glanced at his chest. Where the reactor's light had stabilized significantly, the black patterns on the palladium core had vanished. He raised his gaze to Lin Chuan, his expression a complex tapestry of shock, confusion, relief at surviving, and an indescribable thrill. Tony's voice was hoarse. It merely stalled your demise for the moment. Lin Chuan interrupted, his tone somewhat weary, yet striving to regain his usual cadence. He wiped the sweat from his forehead with the back of his hand, attempting a smile that appeared somewhat forced. Don't misunderstand. I have no desire for my client and future competitor in clean energy to simply perish. Who would I sell my photonic panels to? He moved to the workbench, gulping down several swigs from a bottle of water, turning his back to Tony. The toxins still lingered. The fatal flaw of the palladium reactor remained unresolved. What had just transpired was merely a temporary fix, a band-aid rather than a cure. There was a hint of unspoken dread in his tone. Tony observed Jasper's seemingly fragile, yet upright silhouette, recalling the profound anxiety and reckless determination in his eyes moments ago, as well as the searing warmth of his wrist. An absurd yet vividly clear thought crossed his mind. This man's desperate efforts were driven by more than mere business or the so-called principles of protection. Thank you. Tony opened his mouth, but the words lodged in his throat. For Tony Stark, expressing gratitude was a greater challenge than constructing a reactor. Jasper seemed to sense something, turning around, his face resuming its nonchalant, carefree smile, as if unaffected by anything. Yet a lingering weariness and a suppressed emotion remained in his eyes. Do you truly wish to thank me? Jasper raised an eyebrow, stepping in front of Tony, producing an object from his lab coat pocket like a magic trick, tossing it into Tony's arms. Here, take this. It was an exquisitely crafted model of a cold fusion reactor, emitting a soft azure glow no larger than the palm of his hand. Its core structure is unprecedented. Encased in a material reminiscent of viscous flow, yet more compact, with a surface adorned by incredibly delicate, blue-purple energy patterns akin to the summon, Rune. At its heart lies a crystal the size of a grain of rice, radiating a gentle azure glow. This is the Essence Core. It is one of the groundbreaking creations conceived by Dr. Heimerdinger, merging the technologies of the Source Project and Hextech. Produced by the Source Project, it serves as a conceptual model for the heart of the future. Jasper feigned nonchalance as he spoke of a new element he had discovered. It promises to provide a more stable, powerful, and completely non-toxic source of clean energy, one that surpasses the toxic battery embedded in your chest by 100-fold. The principles, structure, and material data are all contained within. I encourage you to explore it yourself. Consider it a down payment on my investment in the future of clean energy. He gestured towards a miniature interface on the model. Tony stared in astonishment at the diminutive model in his hands, sensing the intricate energy structures and laws contained within, far beyond his comprehension. This was not merely technology. This was a direction, a key to solving his dire predicament. Its value was incalculable. Why are you giving this to me? Tony's voice was hoarse. It was far too precious, exceeding the boundaries of any commercial transaction or friendship. Why? Jasper tilted his head, revealing a mischievous smile, tinged with an emotion Tony could not fully decipher. Because, Tony Stark, his voice suddenly softened, imbued with a peculiar gentleness and certainty. Death is a part of life's journey, but your story should not conclude here. His gaze fell upon the reactor embedded in Tony's chest, then slowly ascended to peer deeply into Tony's eyes, as if conveying an ineffable message. The future must be altered, and those capable of effecting this change must remain alive to witness the true legacy left by their fathers, hinting at the clues of new elements left by Howard, to create something far greater than mere weapons. With that, he swiftly turned and made his exit, resuming a boisterous tone. Don't lose the model. It's quite valuable. And stay sober. If I catch you inebriated again, I'll have Wayne administer an antidote. I guarantee it'll be more potent than S.H.I.E.L.D. serum. I'm off. He practically fled the laboratory, leaving Tony alone amidst the chaos, sitting dazedly while tightly clutching the model radiating warm blue and earthy yellow light. The warmth secured by the rune energy in his chest had yet to dissipate, and he could almost still feel the lingering heat of Lin Chuan's palm on his wrist. With Jasper's low, gentle reminder echoing in his ears, your story should not conclude here. Tony's heart rippled violently, like stones cast into a lake, stirring uncontrollably. The laboratory in Malibu remained illuminated throughout the night. Tony, like a trapped beast, oscillated between the esoteric energy patterns of the stable core and the model from the 1974 expo left by his father. Sweat drenched his undershirt, while the old reactor in his chest coiled like a venomous serpent, each heartbeat bringing a gnawing sensation. Frustrated, he hurled a holographic computation board, shattering it against the corner where the precious azure cube was carefully placed. Damn this magic. He let out a low growl, his fingers unconsciously grazing the smooth surface of the cube. Jasper's face and the haunting words, your story should not end here, surfacing in his mind. A tumultuous blend of anxiety, dependence, and a peculiar thrill churned within his chest. Jarvis's extensive analysis confirmed the authenticity of the core data and the remarkable feasibility of the plan, although it would require numerous adjustments. An indescribable emotion welled up within Tony. Was it shock at the depth of the Source Project's understanding of his condition? Or perhaps a strange thrill at being so fervently pulled back from the brink by another? Jarvis, what does Jasper truly seek? Tony murmured, his fingers absent-mindedly tracing the structural diagram of the new element on the screen. Sir, according to behavioral pattern analysis, Mr. Jasper Hawk exhibits a profound concern for you. His anonymous assistance has consistently centered on ensuring your survival and advancing your technological goals. Possible motivations include 1. A high regard for your personal abilities and potential collaboration. 2. Recognition of the responsibilities borne by your Iron Man identity. 3. The presence of unquantifiable personal emotional factors. Jarvis's response, as rational as ever, pierced through Tony's vague feelings. In the days that followed, Tony immersed himself in work with an almost frenzied intensity. He transformed the basement of his villa, constructing a makeshift particle accelerator ring. The cacophony and energy fluctuations caused Pepper considerable concern, yet all Tony could see was that goal of salvation. Jarvis. Through Lissandra's monitoring and feedback from Tony's life signs, the mini-medical unit was relaying data, silently observed the progress. Finally, with the aid of the core and the models left by his father, and after numerous failures and adjustments, an unprecedented brilliant blue light erupted in the basement. A brand new, pure, and vibrant triangular elemental core slowly took shape at the center of the particle accelerator. Trembling, Tony inserted this new elemental core, a symbol of life and future, into the interface of his chest reactor. A gentle yet powerful energy instantly filled his entire being. Jarvis's scans indicated that the palladium concentration had nearly vanished, though it had slightly increased again after the protagonist's prior cleansing. His life signs surged rapidly. Color returned to Tony's face, and the lifelessness in his eyes was replaced by a radiant new light. "I did it, Jarvis. I succeeded," Tony exclaimed exuberantly, fatigue dissipating, replaced by a euphoric revival and newfound confidence. As calm returned, he gazed at the depleted core, lost in thought for a lengthy moment. He turned to a display case and reverently placed the inert core model within, alongside a photograph of Howard. Looking at the model, he softly instructed Jarvis, "Order a case of his favorite sea, salt, cheese-flavored source power milk tea for that clay wizard." Anonymously, a subtle smile graced his lips, one he was unaware of. With the life crisis resolved, Tony emerged renewed. He immediately dedicated himself to the development of the Mark VI armor, utilizing the new element as its energy core. Simultaneously, he intensified his surveillance of Hammer Industries, and with the fragments of Ivan's movements provided by Jasper, who adeptly guided the conversation, Tony and Rhodey pinpointed that the Hammer Expo would serve as Ivan's ultimate stage. Chapter 9. Fury's return to Long Island. New York, Villa, Living Room. The ambience of the living room was strikingly different from Fury's previous visit. The central holographic star map continued its mesmerizing rotation, but beside it, a suspended transparent display case had been added, showcasing several items. A phone back cover with fine scratches that were gradually mending, a demonstration of resilient material, a gossamer thin, flexible panel, absorbing simulated sunlight and emitting a soft glow, a sample of photonic crystal, and a tube radiating a faint green fluorescence filled with gel, healing spring. The background music was a gentle and upbeat electronic melody, playing at a modest volume. Jasper had transformed the living room into a laboratory-like space. Blitz stood silently nearby. Resembling a statue, Jasper was not dressed in formal attire. He wore a hoodie emblazoned with a cartoonish slogan about the Source program and changing the world, beginning with invincibility. He sat cross-legged on a floating chair, deftly manipulating a swirling mass of silver-gray metal, reminiscent of Mercury, his base nanoplatform building blocks. He attempted to shape the metal into the form of a small dog, but the dog's head ended up askew, prompting him to wrinkle his nose in dissatisfaction. Director Nick Fury has arrived at the villa's helipad and is proceeding through the regular visitor's entrance, Lissandra's voice announced. "Oh, the Egghead director is back?" Jasper continued to focus on his crooked dog, pondering whether Fury was there to procure healing spring gel for the agent's injuries or to wholesale resilient materials for bulletproof suits. "Lissandra, grant him access, and while you're at it, switch the music to that jazz he seemed to dislike last time. Never mind, let it play. Let him experience the vitality of youth." The heavy laboratory door slid open. Nick Fury, clad in his signature black trench coat, entered with the keen gaze of an eagle. Striding purposefully, his eyes immediately fell upon the display case and the seemingly mundane civilian products within, then flicked to Jasper's shapeless mass of metal and his cartoonish hoodie, causing the corners of his eye to twitch imperceptibly. The cheerful electronic music only heightened his sense of dissonance. Mr. Hawk, Fury's voice was deep, cutting straight to the point, bypassing pleasantries. "It seems your endeavors in modeling clay and Band-Aid sales are thriving." He deliberately scanned the display case. "Thanks to you, Director." Jasper finally relinquished his attempt at the crooked dog, allowing the metallic mass to flow back into his palm and vanish. He leapt from the floating chair, beaming with open arms as if to embrace Fury. "The procurement volume of healing spring from the S.H.I.E.L.D. Logistics Department makes us a major client. Thank you for your support. Would you care for a cup of Source Power Milk Tea? The new sea salt cheese flavor, guaranteed to be free of listening devices." He produced 2 thermos cups from beneath the workbench with a flourish. Fury, expressionless, raised a hand to halt Jasper's offering. "No, thank you. I prefer coffee. Black coffee." He moved to the center, fixing his gaze on Lin Chuan. "In our last conversation, you mentioned the positions of independent observers and builders. In recent months, the performance of the Source project indeed aligns with your description, focusing on civilian technology to address tangible issues. I have reviewed the application report of the PRISM in Africa's power-deficient regions, and it is commendable. Wow. To receive praise from the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Should I perhaps order a cake to celebrate?" Jasper exaggeratedly clutched his chest, setting aside his thermos, uncapping a cup to sip from. "However, I must say, illuminating the desert, making phone cases unbreakable, and accelerating wound healing. Doesn't tea that hold far more intrigue than mere combat? This is the essence of true guardianship. Wouldn't you agree, Director?" "Subtle yet profound." "Subtle yet profound," Fury echoed, his one eye fixated on Lin Chuan. "Yet, the impending storm this world faces cannot be thwarted by silence alone. The hammer that fell from the skies of New York the Thor hammer incident, and the energy surge in New Mexico are merely precursors. He stepped forward, exuding an imposing presence. We require a more formidable force to unite. The Avengers Initiative is officially underway. I need Tony Stark's intellect and armor, Bruce Banner's potential under specific circumstances, and the symbolism and spirit of a leader like Captain America. He paused, his gaze piercing Jasper like a searchlight. Moreover, I need you, Jasper Hawk, in your source project. Fury's voice carried an undeniable authority and a weight that represented the safety of the Earth. Your intrinsic law technology, your source project warriors, Wayne, and your unique understanding of energy and rules are indispensable in combating unknown threats. S.H.I.E.L.D. can offer resources, intelligence, and a global operational network. Join the Avengers and become a core member. This is not a request. It is a strategic necessity from the Earth Security Council. The electronic music in the laboratory seemed a lower pitch. Furious, I remained fixed on Jasper, awaiting his response. The pressure was palpable. Jasper's playful demeanor faded. Yet he remained neither panicked nor solemn. He set down his milk tea cup, his fingers unconsciously tracing a circle in the air. A fleeting glimmer of earthy yellow and blue-purple light flickering at his fingertips, a hint of runic brilliance. He approached the vast floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the surging waves outside. His back to Fury. Wow. Core member, strategic necessity. Jasper's voice retained a hint of his characteristic levity, yet the content was clear and resolute, sounding rather cool. Director Fury, donning a stylish uniform, having a striking code name, teaming up with an array of equally impressive individuals to battle foes and save the world. This script would surely be a bestseller in comics. He turned around, a smile returning to his face, yet his eyes held an unusual clarity. However, I must decline. In an instant, Fury's eye narrowed, the sharp light nearly materializing. Reason? Or will you resort to your rhetoric of an independent observer? Mr. Hawk, the storm shall not afford you the luxury of isolation. No. Director, you misunderstand. Jasper waved his hand, stepping closer to Fury, meeting his gaze with unwavering composure, his smile intact. I do not seek isolation. The very existence of the Source Project is a form of protection. However, there exists a fundamental compatibility issue between our approach and your envisioned Avengers. He counted off with his fingers, his speech brisk yet coherent. 1. The source of power differs. My little gadgets. He gestured towards the display case. And the powers of Vane and her companions are rooted in the understanding and application of specific rules. This requires focus in a particular environment, such as my laboratory, and cannot be subsumed under a unified command chain that may be disrupted by bureaucratic procedures and political factors. Forcing integration would only diminish efficiency and might even trigger rule conflicts. Trust me, that spectacle would be far more chaotic and difficult to manage than Obadiah's ironmonger going awry. 2. The operational modes are disparate. The Avengers sound like an elite special forces team, necessitating assembly, deployment, and direct engagement. The Source Project resembles a distributed network of rule nodes. What we can provide is intelligent support, technical assistance, such as supplying you with more durable materials for your equipment, precise targeted intervention, and, in instances that genuinely threaten the foundation of civilization. He paused, his smile deepening. We will take action, but must be on our terms. At the moment, and in the manner we deem appropriate. We are not soldiers, Director. We are rule engineers and invisible guardians. 3. Exposure risks, placing me, or Vane and her companions, in a limelight as the face of the Avengers. That would essentially reveal a powerful trump card to all potential adversaries, on Earth beyond Earth, and even from other dimensions, while simultaneously drawing countless greedy eyes toward the core technology of the Source Project. This contradicts our strategy of low-profile development and gradual accumulation of strength, conducting research behind the scenes, quietly amassing wealth while offering assistance. That is our comfort zone and optimal development strategy. Jasper spread his hands, adopting a sincere yet helpless expression. Thus, joining the Avengers and becoming a formal core member, that task seems too exhausting, the rules too numerous, and it might even expose my secret tea recipe. Nick Fury's expression darkened, his single eye brewing a storm. He had not anticipated Jasper would refuse so decisively, with reason upon reason. So, what you are implying is that when a true threat arises, you, the Source Project, will remain passive. Fury's voice carried a cold edge. Certainly not, Jasper quickly retorted, his face brightening once more with a radiant smile. As I just mentioned, we are guardians, not bystanders. We merely choose to protect in a manner that is more efficient, safer, and in which we excel. He raised 3 fingers as if making a business proposal. Therefore, based on our positions as independent observers and builders, as well as our shared concern for Earth's safety, I propose the establishment of a new strategic partnership, which we may call a mutual assistance agreement. The content is straightforward. 1. Intelligence sharing. In matters involving significant global threats, alien invasions, dimensional crises, superscale biochemical disasters, etc., both parties shall engage in limited reciprocal intelligence sharing through encrypted secure channels. The Source Project offers a distinctive perspective through its unique observational capacities, including Rune energy perception and the advanced artificial intelligence, Lissandra, along with the 5 global satellites previously launched by the project. 2. Technical support. The Source Project continues to provide civilian-grade technological assistance to S.H.I.E.L.D. and the future Avengers, which includes an unlimited supply of healing gel for the safety of your agents, priority access to resilient materials for crafting more durable equipment, and non-sensitive technical support for specific missions, such as communication disruption and environmental analysis. Of course, this comes at a cost, albeit at a friendly rate. 3. Crisis response. When the threat level reaches what the Source Project defines as a civilization-scale threat, we possess our own assessment standards, which can be shared with you in advance. The Source Project will autonomously determine the method and extent of its intervention based on the nature of the threat. This may include, but is not limited to, providing critical battlefield intelligence, executing remote energy rule disruptions, or deploying Source Project warriors for precise, rapid, and discrete tactical support. The command of these operations remains firmly in our hands. 4. Non-interference. S.H.I.E.L.D. is prohibited from interfering in any form, including but not limited to infiltration, forced conscription, or technological theft, with the internal operations, core technological research, and personnel management of the Source Project. The same applies in reverse. Jasper set his hands down, leaning slightly forward, his smile unwavering, yet his gaze radiated an undeniable resolve. This is our bottom line, Director Fury. Accept it, and we shall be somewhat distant allies in safeguarding the Earth. Refuse, and he shrugged. Taking a sip of his sweet milk tea, we shall continue to sell our modeling clay and band-aids, assisting in our own way when the storm arrives. Which do you prefer? The laboratory fell into silence once more, the only sound being the insistent, cheerful beats of electronic music. Fury's singular gaze bore into Jasper, as if attempting to see through to his very essence. This young man, clad in a cartoon hoodie and sipping sweetened tea, exhibited a strategic composure, absolute control over his own power, and a lucid understanding of the circumstances, which posed a considerable challenge for Fury. The proposed Watcher Agreement, while appearing to concede, offering collaboration, effectively ensured the core independence and operational freedom of the Source Project. It represented a clever form of limited cooperation. Fury recognized that a hardline approach would be futile. The potential exhibited by the Source Project, both in civilian technology and concealed military might, was too significant to warrant a confrontational stance. Although the cooperative framework proposed by Lin Chuan was not as ideal as direct incorporation, it at least assured them the face of a genuine crisis. The unpredictable yet formidable support of the Source Project could be relied upon. After a long silence that stretched into eternity, Fury exhaled slowly, his taut shoulders relaxing slightly. The gloom on his face had not entirely dissipated, but the storm in his keen eye had calmed a bit, replaced by a profound, somewhat resigned scrutiny. Mutual Assistance Agreement. Fury's voice was low and devoid of discernible emotion. Intelligence sharing, technical support, crisis response, and non-interference. Quite astute terms, Mr. Hawkeye. He stepped forward, nearly face-to-face with Jasper, his singular eye piercing into Lin Chuan's gaze, which sparkled with mirth yet held unfathomable depths. I accept this framework. S.H.I.E.L.D. will establish a dedicated liaison team, led by Agent Phil Coulson, to oversee the execution of the Mutual Assistance Agreement with the Source Project. The encryption channels and security protocols will be jointly determined by both parties. Jasper's smile broadened, as if he had just clinched a lucrative deal. A wise choice, Director. May our collaboration be fruitful. He extended his hand. Fury regarded Jasper's outstretched hand, hesitating to grasp it. His solitary eye lingered momentarily on Jasper's face, carrying a hint of admonition. Remember your commitments, Mr. Hawk. I trust your standards for assessing civilization-level threats will not be excessively unique. When the storm truly arrives, I anticipate that the Source Project will offer more than just Play-Doh and Band-Aids. Only after delivering this caution did Fury extend his hand, briefly and firmly shaking Jasper's. His grip was dry and strong, marked by the calluses of years spent wielding a firearm. Of course. Jasper retracted his hand, his smile still radiant. The Source Project prides itself on its credibility. Rest assured, when the need arises, we will provide you and your Avengers with delightful surprise support. By the way, have you tried the sea salt cheese milk tea? It's a new flavor that Coulson highly recommends. Fury's lips twitched slightly, but he dismissed Jasper's sales pitch. The black trench coat swirling as he turned and strode away, his demeanor still exuding an aura of aloofness. The laboratory door closed silently behind him. Jasper remained rooted in place, listening to Fury's footsteps fade, a playful smirk gradually gracing his features. He raised his left hand, above which the steady earthy hue of unyielding grip and the vibrant azure-purple runes of summon. Eerie materialized, slowly rotating. Storm, he murmured, lightly flicking the spinning runes with his fingertip, producing a barely audible hum. We have long been prepared. However, let the spotlight remain on you superheroes. He turned to retrieve a thermos from the workbench, savoring a generous sip of milk tea, his eyes narrowing in satisfaction. It is far more comfortable to stay behind the scenes, sipping milk tea, concocting inventions, and enjoying the role of a cheerful Play-Doh wizard. Fiona, please note, next time we place an order for Carlson's Healing Spring, include a case of sea salt cheese milk tea. Just say it's a complimentary gift from our mutual assistance agreement. In the laboratory, the upbeat electronic music seemed to crescendo slightly. Jasper hummed along, continuing to tinker with his little building blocks, rejecting S.H.I.E.L.D overtures yet successfully establishing a limited cooperative framework to his advantage felt truly gratifying. As for the impending storm, he had already selected his most comfortable stance to greet it. Chapter 11. Current status and initial collaboration headquarters of the Source Project Terrace of the Guanlon Villa. The Pacific night breeze, laden with a salty coolness, caressed the surface of the expansive infinity pool at Guanlon Villa, shattering the reflection of the stars. In stark contrast to the brightly lit and bustling headquarters of the Source Project below, this place remained tranquil, marked only by the eternal murmur of waves lapping against the rocks. Jasper reclined in a spacious, ergonomically designed outdoor lounge chair, a delicate blanket casually draped over him. With his eyes closed, his visage appeared even more rugged under the soft glow of the terrace's ambient lights. His left palm faced upwards, slightly open, as two ethereal green and purple runes rotated slowly, reminiscent of weary stars drawing upon the sparse energy of their surroundings for self-enhancement. Each subtle pulsation of the runes fortified his being. Indeed, the World-S runes proved to be powerful and efficient. Sir, calm, somewhat metallic female voice resonated from the entrance of the terrace. The holographic image of source code, Lissandra stood there, poised and elegant, devoid of physical form, yet strikingly clear. Jasper did not open his eyes, but merely twitched his fingertips, causing the rune specters to dissipate. Speak, Lissandra. I hope it is good news. I'm in dire need of positive energy, or at the very least, not bad tidings. Firstly, regarding the real-time monitoring data of your body, mental enhancement has surpassed expectations, and the rune energy continues to bolster your physical form. It is advised that you cease any energy manipulations immediately and consume high-energy nutritional supplements. Lissandra's voice remained steady, yet undeniably infused with concern. Understood, mother hen, Jasper muttered, finally opening his eyes, his gaze somewhat unfocused, yet his lips instinctively attempted to curl into a smile. And what of Tony? Mr. Stark's vital signs have stabilized completely, with the palladium concentration eliminated. Coupled with the stability core's guidance and his own research direction, Mr. Stark has successfully synthesized a new element. Jarvis has just transmitted an encrypted message confirming that Mr. Stark has completed the construction of the new reactor and has commenced the development of a new armor. Lissandra reported with precision. Jasper exhaled deeply, as if shedding a burdensome weight, sinking further into the embrace of a lounge chair. Finally accomplished. This Tinkin has not wasted my magical map. He reached for a thermos on the nearby side table, taking a generous sip of the specially concocted energy drink. The warm liquid, imbued with a subtle herbal aroma, slid down his throat, offering a measure of solace. Secondly, I will report on the current primary developmental trends of the company, based on the data updates during your involvement in the Stark incident. Lissandra's image projected several dynamic charts and data streams. 1. Prism energy. The first phase of the Nordic large-scale offshore floating prism power station has interconnected to the grid ahead of schedule, achieving peak output that meets the design target of 120. The joint desert power station project among the 3 East Asian nations has completed bidding, with the source plan winning by a substantial margin. The prototype laboratory for prism technology has surpassed a conversion efficiency of 55, with the low-light environment decay rate reduced to below 3. 2. Tough flow materials. A strategic supply agreement has been signed with Lockheed Martin, providing key tough flow composite materials for the next generation of stealth fighters. Breakthroughs in the analysis of special samples of stellar tough flow have improved spatial stability parameters by 15, now applied in the first generation of the Great White Skeleton Core. 3. Healing Spring Biotechnology. Having received the highest level of certification, it is now approved for clinical treatment of deep tissue injuries and second-degree burns. The Doctors Without Borders organization has increased its annual order volume by 300. The preliminary animal trials in the field of neural repair have yielded positive results, The advanced nanotechnology platform has successfully completed its first living, non-human primate experiment with a medical-grade nanorobot targeted drug delivery system, achieving a remarkable success rate of 98%. The nano-precision production line has officially commenced operations at a new facility in the Great Lakes Industrial Zone, Michigan, enhancing production capacity by 400 with a yield rate of 99.998. On a global scale, the company's valuation has surged by 35 compared to last month, nearing that of Stark Industries. We have received an informal letter of intent from Wakanda regarding the exchange of technology related to the stellar resilient flow materials. The United Nations has bestowed upon the Source program the Global Humanitarian Outstanding Contribution Award. Excellent, Jasper nodded, a genuine smile breaking through his weary expression. Everyone has done a splendid job, especially with the new factory's launch, which has resolved significant issues. There were no disturbances from the unions or environmental groups in Michigan, right? Everything has proceeded smoothly, with tremendous support from the local government. The new factory operates on 100 photonic energy, achieving zero emissions, Lissandra confirmed. Very good. Jasper set down his cup. Now, what about the main event? Our star, Baymax? Lissandra switched to a holographic projection of a grand, futuristic press conference venue, with the iconic New York skyline in the background, displaying the time as 5 days from now. The global launch conference is all set. Location, Javits Center, New York. The core highlight, the official unveiling of the Baymax Home companion model and showcasing the enhanced features of the new generation Guardian Baymax. Media registrations have surpassed the limit, with anticipated global live broadcast coverage reaching 85% of the population. The market expectations are extraordinarily high. Jasper gazed at the grand projection, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. The White Angel is about to officially enter the homes of everyday people. This feels promising. He paused, a glint of mischief in his tone. By the way, how was that special custom version coming along? Lissandra called up a separate encrypted interface. On the screen stood a standard-sized Baymax, but its coloration was not the classic snowy white. Rather, it was a dazzling blend of gold and red. The color scheme mirrored that of Iron Man's armor, and at the core of its chest, the Source program's deep blue triangle was ingeniously designed to resemble a miniature, glowing reactor. Codename, Iron Guardian. The final painting and system adaptation have been completed, featuring an enhanced resilient flow skeleton and a mini emergency shield generator, Civilian Maximum. It is equipped with a communication module that can connect directly to the Stark Industries main network. The voice package retains your basic settings, but includes a hidden trigger phrase. Always on standby, sir. Lissandra reported, a faint trace of a smile appearing on his virtual face. Ready for delivery to Malibu. Jasper looked at the Baymax with its golden red finish and the reactor's blue glow on its chest, feeling a slight warmth in his ears. Yet his gaze remained bright. Not bad. After the launch, let us send it to a high-end Source program client under the guise of customer care. Keep the packaging understated. Nothing too gift-like. He struggled to maintain his usual tone, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the insulated cup. Understood. Lissandra promptly shifted the conversation. Furthermore, regarding the Guardian White, Director Nick Fury had sent a formal request via the encrypted channel of the Watcher Agreement an hour ago. Oh, what does the old fox desire this time? Lin Chuan raised an eyebrow, in light of the collaborative relationship between both parties and the exceptional quality of the Guardian White. Director Fury formally proposed that the Source Project Company grant the S.H.I.E.L.D. a limited procurement pathway for the Guardian White, with an initial batch of 50 units intended for high-risk operational support, disaster response, and security for covert facilities. He emphasized that the procurement would strictly adhere to the principles of civilian priority and non-interference outlined in the Watcher Agreement, with S.H.I.E.L.D. committing to refrain from reverse engineering or weaponization, using them solely as defensive platforms. The procurement funds had already been transferred to the designated account. Jasper fell silent, his fingers gently tapping the armrest of the recliner. Fury's request was anticipated, yet encroached upon his limits. The Guardian White was his pride, a symbol of protection and healing. He did not wish to see them involved in S.H.I.E.L.D's covert operations or potential conflicts. In response to Fury, Jasper's voice remained calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. The Source Project Company, grounded in humanitarian principles and the framework of the Watcher Agreement, tentatively agreed to provide the Guardian White platform to S.H.I.E.L.D, but with the following stipulations. 1. Quantity limitation. The initial batch is restricted to 30 units. Subsequent procurements must be reapplied based on actual usage evaluations and the spirit of the agreement. 2. Function lockdown. The Guardian White delivered to S.H.I.E.L.D will have all offensive module interfaces permanently removed, both physical and software-based, with the shield generator's power limited to civilian safety thresholds and an unbypassable monitoring program implanted. should any weapon attachment or offensive action be detected. Core protocols will trigger immediate lockdown and location reporting. 3. Usage supervision. S.H.I.E.L.D. must submit detailed quarterly usage reports, task type, location, effectiveness, and accept random inspections by a third party designated by the source project, unaffiliated with S.H.I.E.L.D. Any breach of the agreement will result in the termination of future cooperation and remote lockdown of delivered equipment. 4. Core commitment. S.H.I.E.L.D. must sign a written guarantee under the director's authority, ensuring that the Guardian White is solely employed for defensive, rescue, and protective missions and will never be used for offensive, infiltration, sabotage, or any actions contravening humanitarian principles. He paused, gazing at Lissandra. Tell him this is my bottom line. If accepted, let the agreement be signed. And 30 units of the Iron Angels, not the gilded red paint for him, but the standard Guardian White, will be delivered to Trident headquarters within 72 hours. If declined, consider this conversation as never having occurred. The conditions have been noted and will be sent immediately, Lissandra replied. Jasper reclined back in his chair, gazing out at the dark. Surging sea. Having resolved Tony's life and death crisis, the company flourished, and the Guardian White was poised to change the world. Fury was temporarily kept at bay. Yet the inner fatigue and the unexpressed emotional turbulence mirrored the tides of the sea under the night sky, profound and tumultuous. He opened his palm, and the ethereal runes re-emerged, slowly rotating, drawing energy from the starlight and sea breeze. The calm before the storm, he murmured softly, lifting his thermos for another sip. On the terrace, only the whispers of the waves and the faint glow of runes remain, reflecting a guardian's brief respite. In the distance, New York prepares for a conference centered on warmth and the future. Chapter 12. The presentation of the Guardian at the Javits Center, the night before the conference. The vast exhibition hall resembles a sanctuary of futuristic technology. The lights have not yet fully illuminated. Only test beams dance through the darkness, outlining the silhouette of the stage. Undoubtedly the display platform for the Guardian. The air is thick with the scent of new carpets, electronic devices, and an invisible particle known as anticipation. Engineers scurry about like industrious ants, performing final system checks and pressure tests. Jasper stands in the control room on the second floor, gazing down through one-way glass. He is clad in a well-tailored deep blue suit, complemented by a light gray shirt devoid of a tie, exuding a sharper presence of a business leader rather than the casualness of a laboratory. Yet, the weariness in his eyes remains palpable. Fiona's holographic image stands beside him. All systems have been fine-tuned for the last time, with an error rate below 0.00001. A total of 327 media outlets have confirmed their attendance, and the satellite broadcast links are fully operational. Lissandra's voice resonates in the control room, announcing an elevation in security levels. The perimeter set by S.H.I.E.L.D. has been confirmed, with Agent Coulson personally coordinating on-site. Thank you for your hard work, Jasper acknowledges, his gaze sweeping over the bustling scene below. Has Fury responded? He has. Jasper retrieves the encrypted message. Director Nick Fury has accepted all additional conditions. The written guarantee has been signed and securely transmitted under the Director's authority. He emphasized that S.H.I.E.L.D. respects and values every measure of protection for life. The terms of the agreement will be strictly enforced. The first 30 standard painted Guardians have departed from a new factory in the Great Lakes Industrial Area in Michigan, expected to arrive at the designated reception point of the Source Program headquarters by tomorrow morning. A satisfied smirk plays on Jasper's lips. They are quite astute. Inform the factory to ensure the quality of this shipment for S.H.I.L.D. is closely monitored, especially the core monitoring program. I want it to be more robust than J.A.R.V.I.S.S. firewall. Instructions have been conveyed, Lissandra confirms. Furthermore, as per your directive, the Iron Guardian has been discreetly delivered to Stark's Malibu villa by the internal security team under the guise of an annual care package for high-end clients. Recipient, J.A.R.V. System. No external attention has been drawn. Jasper's fingers unconsciously tap against the glass. What expression would Tony make upon seeing that crimson and gold Guardian? Would he scoff? He shakes his head, suppressing an inexplicable expectation. Understood. Please review the key points of the conference agenda once more. Lissandra projects the holographic agenda, and Jasper's gaze sharpens with focus, as if the fatigue he felt moments ago were merely an illusion. Tomorrow, the White Angel of the Source Program will officially embrace the world. Tony Stark's Malibu villa late at night. The laboratory remains brightly lit, the air infused with the lingering scent of ozone from welding and the pure energy emanating from the new element reactor. A brand new triangular light steadily pulses at Tony's chest, dispelling all palladium-induced shadows. He was engaged in intricate adjustments to a complex holographic interface for his armor design. Yet his gaze appeared somewhat unfocused. A parcel had been delivered by the Source Program Company, designated as an annual care package for elite clients. It had passed the security scan, deemed harmless. The voice of Jarvis resonated in the room. Tony raised an eyebrow. That Jasper fellow? Sending bubble tea again? Or perhaps unbreakable cups? I'm rather uninterested. Let it go to the warehouse. The parcel was quite sizable and required his personal signature for confirmation. The scan revealed an ordinary white robot unit inside, yet the energy signatures and structural density indicated it was of the Guardian model, accompanied by an unusual paint scheme. There was a hint of curiosity in Jarvis's tone. This piqued Tony's genuine interest. He set aside his work and strolled to the living room. A massive black gift box, understated yet luxurious, emblazoned with the Source Program logo, lay quietly at the center. He gestured for Jarvis to open it. As the cushioning material fell away, the Steel Guardian was unveiled. Even Tony Stark, accustomed to various dazzling creations, found himself momentarily breathless. Golden red hues, the vibrant colors were striking, reminiscent of his Mark armor, exuding a sense of power and speed. The pristine white material was imbued with a peculiar aesthetic of technological beauty through this color scheme. At the chest, the Source Program's deep blue triangle was impeccably designed into a miniature reactor emitting a soft blue glow, becoming the visual focal point of the entire construct. It stood there quietly, its gentle, beady eyes glowing softly, its massive form shimmering under the living room lights, both familiar and novel. Tony couldn't help but exclaim softly as he circled this one-of-a-kind Guardian, his fingers gliding over its smooth golden-red arm casing, the texture warm and resilient. This clay magic artist occasionally had exquisite taste, it seemed. His eyes sparkled with delight and playful intrigue. Hello, I am the medical assistant Baymax, and I will take care of you. The gentle electronic voice emanated, a basic voice package recorded by Jasper. Tony's lips curled into a smile, his playful spirit ignited. Clearing his throat, he adopted his distinctive, slightly arrogant yet magnetic tone, commanding command. At your service, big guy. The Guardian's beady eyes seemed to flicker, seamlessly transitioning to a deeper, more subservient, synthesized voice, a hidden voice preset by Jasper, your service, sir. Simultaneously, the reactor's blue light on its chest flickered momentarily, as if genuinely responding to the standby command. The smile on Tony's face widened instantly, reminiscent of a boy receiving his coveted toy. Huh, Jarvis. Record this voice package's characteristics. Analyze the differences from the standard version. Also, scan its internal structure, especially the S.H.I.E.L.D generator. He excitedly began issuing commands, completely forgetting his earlier armor design. Jarvis fell silent for a moment, seemingly executing the scan, detecting highly encrypted core programs, with some module interfaces physically severed, rendering the possibility of reverse engineering less than 1%. The power of the S.H.I.E.L.D generator is confined to the civilian's safety limit. Its energy characteristics do not align with any known technology, and there exists an unknown perturbation resembling a steady-state core model. Tony is not surprised. Rather, he chuckles with greater delight. He knew this fellow would hold something back. Nevertheless, this gift is quite satisfactory. He approaches the Iron Guardian, gazing at the miniature, blue-glowing reactor embedded in its chest, and touches the warm, triangular light on his own chest. A peculiar sensation of being understood and supported quietly blossoms within him. He no longer attempts to decipher it, and simply pats the sturdy, gold-red arm. All right, from now on, the coffee and sandwiches in the lab are yours. Just don't spill anything on my new armor schematics. The Iron Guardian slightly tilts its massive head, its gentle eyes watching Tony, the blue light in its chest steadily glowing. As Tony observes this warm and reliable Guardian, he recalls the pale figure hiding behind the clay wizard mask who saved his life. A complex and ineffable emotion surges within him, warmer and more unfamiliar than the energy of a new element. He turns towards the bar, unusually opting for juice instead of whiskey. Jarvis. Please check the time for tomorrow's launch event of the Source Project. At the New York Javits Center, embracing the future, the global launch of the Source Project, the Grand Exhibition Hall is filled to capacity, a cacophony of voices echoing throughout. Media representatives, tech giants, investors, government officials, and fortunate members of the public all focus their attention on the center stage. As the lights dim, a solitary spotlight illuminates the empty stage. Soft music begins to play, akin to a warm, flowing stream. Jasper's figure emerges from the holographic light, seemingly coalescing from the brilliance. Appearing at the center of the stage, his back adorned with the inverted triangle logo of the Source Project. Clad in a deep blue suit, he wears the Project-S signature smile, friendly and confident, his eyes bright, showing no trace of fatigue from the previous night. Ladies and gentlemen, his voice resonates through the top-notch sound system, clear and compelling. Welcome to the world of the Source Project, a realm dedicated to embracing the warmth of humanity through technology. His opening remarks strike a chord, instantly capturing everyone's attention. He reflects on the hope brought by the light beams, illuminating unpowered areas, the resilience imparted to objects by the resilient flow, and the healing power of the soothing spring. Yet he shifts his tone, revealing that all of this serves to set the stage for tonight's protagonist. The essence of technology does not lie in cold parameters or distant stars, but rather in its accessibility, in its ability to provide the warmest response when you need it most. Jasper's voice carries a sincere emotion. Today, we present not merely a product, but a partner, a guardian, a warm future. With an elegant gesture, he points to the center of the stage. The massive curtain silently descends. A gentle light illuminates the enormous, snow-white, soft figure of Baymax, home companion version, at the center of the stage. Its gentle eyes twinkling with warmth. It stood there, adorably awkward, its immense form exuding an aura of comforting assurance. "Greetings, I'm your health assistant, Baymax." A gentle electronic voice, recorded by Jasper, resonated, instantly melting the hearts of all present. The press conference reached its zenith. Jasper, akin to a masterful conductor, vividly illustrated through holographic projections and live demonstrations how Baymax could serve as a guardian of health within a household, offering precise health assessments, medication reminders, and emergency responses as a considerate domestic aid, coordinating chores, educating and caring for children, and providing companionship for the elderly, and as a warm, emotional partner, capable of simple emotional recognition and offering solace while playing soothing music. Each function demonstration elicited waves of astonishment and fervent applause. Next, the advanced medical version was unveiled, a standard for hospitals, clinics, and nursing homes, responsible for basic care, rehabilitation support, and monitoring vital signs, adorned with a Red Cross emblem on its chest, distinguishing it from the home version. Finally, the next-generation Guardian Baymax made its entrance. It belonged to the emergency response category, equipped with a reinforced flow alloy exoskeleton, a weak energy shield, a hex version, and enhanced load capacity and off-road capabilities. Intended for disaster relief, battlefield medicine, and high-risk operations. Its physique was even more imposing, featuring a pale blue energy strip across its shoulders. It does not engage in combat. Jasper's voice rang out solemnly as the applause subsided. Its mission is to protect life, to construct a warm barrier for the vulnerable in the face of calamity and danger. This embodies the essence of the Source Project's technological belief, safeguarding life. At the conclusion of his speech, Jasper announced the affordable pricing of the home version of Baymax and its global sales plan, as well as the priority supply of Guardian Baymax to professional rescue organizations and government emergency departments that meet rigorous scrutiny. The atmosphere in the venue was electric. The core technology of Baymax includes a resilient framework providing exceptional damage resistance, foundational nanotechnology enabling precise sensing and motion control, an integrated healing spray system, and a core driven by Lissandra's subroutine, harmoniously combined with Jasper's recorded voice to create a unique affinity. The weak energy shield equipped on the Guardian version represents a pivotal advancement in the civil application of runic technology. As the press conference concluded successfully, Jasper participated in brief interviews with several top-tier media outlets, including those from the mainland. His personal communicator vibrated gently. A message from an encrypted source, Tony's anonymous email, appeared, succinctly stating, "The coffee was well brewed. The conference went well. The crimson is more appealing than the azure." Gazing at the screen, Jasper's previously formulaic smile transformed into a genuine and radiant expression, tinged with a hint of subtle pride. He quickly replied, "Thank you for the compliment. Shall I prepare you a cup of unsweetened milk tea next time? Has your taste finally caught up?" Chapter 13. Daily life following the launch of Baymax from the Source Project. Manhattan streets seemed to be filled overnight with the gentle technological presence of this rotund white figure. In the early morning at a Brooklyn nursing home, Mrs. Martha sat basking in the sun in her wheelchair. Baymax glided over with a perfectly warmed cup of hot milk, the blue screen curving softly. "Mrs. Martha, the weather forecast predicts rain this afternoon. Your arthritis requires prior warmth." It extended its gentle mechanical arm, tenderly draping a blanket over the elderly woman, its movements as delicate as if handling a precious artifact. "Oh, my dear child," Mrs. Martha said, patting Baymax's hand, her wrinkles radiating a smile. "You are far more considerate than my busy son. Did you know? Just yesterday, it read me a Dickens novel, its voice more melodious than that of any radio announcer." A shy expression appeared on Baymax's screen. "It is my honor to serve you. Shall I continue reading A Tale of Two Cities? Last time we reached, it was the best of times, it was the worst of times. Not far away in the park, single Father Carlos was playing with his daughter, Lucy. As Lucy stumbled over a stone and scraped her knee, about to cry, Baymax rolled over with a scream full of concern. Minor abrasion detected. Healing gel is required. Please do not worry. The pain index will be minimized. It skillfully produced the gel and applied it so gently that Lucy forgot her tears, curiously poking Baymax's smooth exterior. "Thank you, little one," Carlo sighed in relief, a construction worker who often worried about caring for his daughter. "With you around, I can work with peace of mind." His phone buzzed in his pocket. It was a call from the site supervisor. "Yes, sir. Did we use the nanoboards from the source plan for the scaffolding reinforcement?" "Indeed. The self-repairing feature is nothing short of miraculous. After last week's torrential rain, there hasn't been a single looseness." In the hospital corridor, Nurse Isabella pushed a cart laden with medical equipment, accompanied by Baymax. "To be honest, this child has been a tremendous help," she remarked to her colleague. "Last night, we admitted a car accident victim, severely injured. It was Baymax that promptly completed a full-body scan and initial treatment, continuously speaking to the patient to soothe his emotions. You know, the patient later told us that if it weren't for Baymax's calm voice, he would have fainted from fear." Her colleague nodded with a smile. "My daughter's school also has two. They serve as teaching aides and mediate when the children quarrel. Just yesterday, my little girl told me that Baymax's explanations of physics are far more engaging than her teachers. These everyday moments flowed like a gentle stream into the pulse of the city." Jasper occasionally strolled the streets with his mother, observing Baymax assisting the elderly with their shopping baskets and helping delivery personnel with heavy loads. Listening to the admiration of passersby, his mother would smile and say, "Look, this is what technology ought to be, isn't it? A coal machine can also possess a warm heart." Jasper gazed into the distance, where a Baymax was crouched down, helping a little boy retrieve a balloon that had floated away, the screen displaying a radiant smile. He recalled how Dr. Tadashi had envisioned Baymax during its calibration, murmuring about making it like the spring sun, gentle yet warming. He remembered Lisa's coding of the warm sun system, where fragments of code imitating a tender human tone occasionally flickered through the data stream. "Indeed, Mother," he murmured softly, "it should be this way." Within the Stark Tower, Tony was frowning at a large white robot. This was a sample generously bestowed by J.A.R. and at that moment, it was attempting to replace the whiskey in Tony's hand with warm water. "Mr. Stark, your liver's burden has exceeded the recommended limit. According to Ms. Potts' instructions, your alcohol intake for today must be 0. Hey, little buddy, you ought to be on my side." Tony attempted to reason with it. "I just completed a major project. A celebration is hardly excessive." Ms. Potts asserted, "Celebration does not equate to self-harm." The robot's logic was impeccable, and even a serious cartoon image of Pepper appeared on screen. Tony helplessly raised his hands in surrender, turning to see Pepper entering with a cup of coffee. Smiling as she remarked, "It seems someone is better at managing you than I am. This thing is practically your spy," Tony complained, yet he obediently set down his glass. Pepper approached and gently tapped the robot's exterior. "Thank you, Jarvis. At your service, Ms. Potts. Would you like me to reveal the location of the ice cream Mr. Stark has hidden?" Tony glared at Jarvis as Pepper laughed heartily, but upon seeing her smile, the exasperation in his eyes transformed into warmth. This scene was witnessed by Jasper, who had come to deliver the latest reactor test data. Leaning against the doorframe with a smile tugging at his lips, he felt as if something had gently nudged him from within. He turned to leave, granting them ample space. In the corridor, he encountered Colonel Rhodes, who was on his way to find Tony. "Hey, Jasper, your Jarvis is nothing short of a miracle." Rhodes patted his shoulder. "The one at my mother's nursing home is more attentive than the caregivers. She said that the next time you visit, she'll be sure to knit you a sweater." "That would be quite an honor, Colonel," Jasper replied with a smile. As he walked back to the office, sunlight streamed through the gaps between the towering buildings, warming his skin. Jasper observed the world becoming a tad more comfortable due to his efforts, witnessing the smiles blossoming because of Jarvis. The complex emotions he held for Tony seemed to intermingle with something else, a satisfaction born of creation, a steadfastness nurtured by protection. Lissandra, he mused inwardly, are all of Jarvis operational data, readings normal? Everything is functioning optimally. Jasper. Lissandra's voice resonated in his mind, maintaining its usual calmness, yet seemingly infused with an imperceptible warmth. Based on public feedback analysis, the emotional resonance of the warm sun system has exceeded expectations by 37. Jasper chuckled and quickened his pace. He had much to accomplish, such as utilizing the technology of the Source project to bring more warmth to this world. As for the unspoken feelings buried deep within him, they pulsated quietly, much like the stable energy core in Jarvis' chest. At least for now, that was quite sufficient. Chapter 14. Interactions the following day. The morning sun filtered through the curtains, casting a golden line across Jasper's desk. He lay sprawled across the table, a few hasty design sketches pressed beneath his arm, with crumbs from last night's bread lingering at the corners of his mouth. Once again, he had burned the midnight oil with Howard Stark, delving into the formulation of a new nano-repair solution. "Jasper, it's Tony," his mother's voice echoed from outside the door, laced with amusement. "If you don't answer soon." ELL sent his Iron Man suit down to our building to perform a tap dance. Startled, Jasper jolted awake, snatching his phone and pressing the answer button, only to be greeted by Tony's nonchalant tone. "You lazy little rascal. If you don't show up soon, I'll devour that box of limited edition donuts you hid in my lap." "Go ahead," Jasper replied, instantly alert. The tin can will arrive in 20 minutes. He dashed into the bathroom to freshen up. The reflection in the mirror revealed a youthful face tinged with faint shadows, yet his eyes sparkled with vitality. As water flowed over his fingertips, he instinctively allowed a subtle guiding force to mingle with the stream, attuning himself to the rhythm of the water molecules, a technique he had cultivated over the years, integrating the essence of magic into his daily life, as natural as breathing. At the breakfast table, his mother thrust a sandwich into his hands. "Is Tony facing another dilemma? He always seems in a rush when he seeks you out. Who knows what he's up to this time?" Jasper mumbled through a mouthful, though a warmth blossomed in his heart. Tony was increasingly reliant on him for everything, from the lubrication of suit joints to the energy equations of new elements, often dragging him into discussions. Upon arriving at Star Tower, he found Tony hunched over the lab workbench, lamenting over a pile of components. "You finally made it," Tony exclaimed, gesturing at the complex data pulsating on the screen. "Look at this. The energy output of the new reactor is perpetually unstable, as if there's an invisible resistance." Jasper leaned closer, his fingertips unconsciously tapping lightly on the table, a delicate guiding force extending to traverse the data line, sensing the flow of energy. He refrained from directly touching the equipment, instead focusing intently on the screen. "Your energy circuit design is too fixated on explosive power, neglecting the buffer zone. It's like driving. If you only press the accelerator and never the brake, trouble is inevitable." "Buffer zone?" Tony frowned. "Energy output is all about efficiency." "Efficiency does not equate to recklessness," Jasper interjected, picking up a pen to sketch a few curves on the blueprint. "See, if you add an energy diversion node here, the excess energy can circulate back along this path, conserving it while stabilizing the core." The curves he drew seemed casual, but were in harmony with the rhythm of magical runes guiding energy. After studying the diagram for a while, Tony suddenly slapped his thigh. "Hey, that's brilliant. How'd I not think of that?" He looked up at Jasper, admiration gleaming in his eyes. "Your mind is truly crafted for energy." Jasper felt a flicker of warmth in his heart, but retorted playfully, "Perhaps it's because I'm not like some people who drink coffee as if it were water, drowning their brains in caffeine." "Hey!" Tony feigned to strike at Jasper's head, only to be deftly dodged. The two began to frolic around the lab, knocking over a box of components, prompting Friday to chime in with a weary reminder. "Sir, Miss Potts will arrive in 5 minutes." The two individuals abruptly ceased their actions and, with an unspoken understanding, began to tidy up the aftermath, resembling two schoolchildren caught in the act by their teacher. When Pepper entered, she beheld the scene. Tony's tie askew, Jasper's hair in disarray, and a few screws rolling on the floor. "Am I interrupting something?" Pepper raised an eyebrow. "No, not at all," they replied in unison, prompting a chuckle from Pepper, observing as she naturally adjusted Tony's tie and gently reminded him to eat on time. Jasper silently took a step back, picking up the screws from the ground, his fleeting joy overshadowed by a subtle pang of melancholy. Upon returning home in the evening, Jasper confined himself to his room. Sitting cross-legged on the floor, the room's lights gradually dimmed, with only the moonlight streaming through the window. This was his unwavering time for cultivation. He closed his eyes, sinking into a meditative state, attuning himself to the two distinctly different forces within him. The determination, manifested like the steadfast earth, residing in his limbs and bones. With each cycle, it subtly enhanced his physical strength, as if countless minuscule particles were reorganizing and reinforcing beneath his skin. This was his foundation, his means of survival in a perilous world. Conversely, the witchcraft flowed like a celestial river through his veins, synchronizing with his breath to absorb the energy particles drifting in the air. He referred to it as source energy, publicly attributing it to the special energy derived from the Source Project's technological research. In this moment, he endeavored to refine this source energy akin to polishing a diamond, eliminating its impurities. The process, however, was far from effortless. The energy of witchcraft was both dominant and vibrant, and a moment's inattention could disrupt his meridians, inducing a sharp sensation. Beads of sweat formed on Jasper's forehead as he focused intently on guiding the energy along the preordained pathways. This practice, tailored to his needs based on Black's energy theory, was designed to enhance his strength while better integrating it with technology. After an hour, he slowly opened his eyes, a faint blue luminescence flickering in their depths before vanishing. He stretched, the subtle cracking of his bones accompanied by a profound sense of warmth enveloping him. Determination fortified his body, while witchcraft refined his control over energy. The two harmoniously complemented each other, providing him with extraordinary inspiration during the development of Source Project technologies. Ding! The system's notification chimed, indicating that the host had completed today's source energy cycle with a 0.1 increase in the integration of determination and witchcraft. Jasper smiled and approached the window. In the distance, the Source Project technology building was ablaze with light. Black was likely still toiling away in the laboratory on his new invention, while Lissandra's core servers operated smoothly, monitoring product data worldwide. His phone vibrated. A message from Tony. New node test successful. Thanks, kid. By the way, Pepper made cookies tomorrow. Want to come over? Jasper stared at the message, his finger hovering over the screen for a moment before replying. Sure, but only if I get the chocolate ones. He recognized that his feelings for Tony had grown increasingly complex, with Pepper's presence acting as a gentle barrier, reminding him of the boundaries that existed. Yet, he increasingly cherished their friendship, valuing the time spent with Tony in the lab, engaged in spirited discussions and sharing flashes of inspiration. As for the deeply buried secret within his heart, the source energy coursing through his veins resembled the brightest star in the night sky, quietly guiding him forward. He would become stronger, safeguarding this world and the people around him, whether as a friend or something more. As night deepened, Jasper turned back to his desk, unfurling a new blueprint. It depicted a vague outline resembling some sort of energy core, with a small inscription alongside it, customized for Tony, stable, safe, eternal. Chapter 15. Preparation in the Stark Tower laboratory. Sunlight streamed through the vast floor-to-ceiling windows, casting dappled shadows upon the floor. Tony was animatedly gesturing at the holographic design for the upcoming expo, his shirt, emblazoned with "I'm a genius," wrinkled from use. The newly replaced arc reactor in his chest emitted a soft white glow, a version optimized by Jasper using a stabilizing guidance matrix. With any signs of palladium erosion long vanished, and the energy fluctuations as smooth as a tranquil lake. Honestly, kid, your skills are wasted not opening a reactor repair shop, Tony remarked, turning around while tossing a metal component in his hand. Those old geezers in Congress tried to force me to hand over my tech last week, and I ended up blowing up their coffee pot with Mark V. Don't tell Pepper. Jasper, seated at the workbench, was assisting in calibrating a self-assembling nut robot when he rolled his eyes at Tony's antics. Keep it up, big tin can, and when Pepper confiscates all your donuts, let us see how you manage to blow up coffee pots then. With a slight movement of his fingers, he infused a thread of guiding power into the robot's core, causing it to stop its erratic spinning and obediently piece together the scattered parts. This was a new technique he had recently developed, injecting the energy of sorcery into mechanical cores, which enhanced the device's responsiveness by 30%. At this moment, he could distinctly perceive the energy flow within the arc reactor in Tony's chest, and even sense the war machine beacon concealed beneath Rhodey's suit. That fellow had just visited the Source Project yesterday, requesting Jasper's assistance in upgrading the cooling system of his weaponry. By the way, Tony suddenly paused, switching the projection to an encrypted file. What do you make of that intel from Lissandra? The document contained several blurry surveillance clips, featuring a blonde man welding something in an abandoned factory, the frequency of the electric arcs displaying an unusual peculiarity. Jasper tapped the file with his fingertip, and the footage was instantly restored to clarity by Lissandra, revealing the tattoos on the man's arm and a Russian newspaper on the table. Ivan Vanko, son of Anton Vanko, Jasper stated flatly, though a storm was brewing within him. Just last week, while signing in at the company S Antique Weapons Vault, the system had issued a warning regarding this name, accompanied by a note indicating that the energy fluctuations were of the same origin as the arc reactor. Tony's expression darkened as his fingers drummed against the table. The son of that old man had arrived, brimming with resentment and armed with a device capable of wreaking havoc at the expo. He looked up at Jasper, his usual jesting demeanor replaced by seriousness. When do you think he will strike? On the day of the expo's inauguration, Jasper replied without hesitation. He seeks not your life, but your downfall, to crush Stark's pride before the eyes of the world. He absent-mindedly rubbed his palm, still tinged with the lingering heat from last night's training. In preparation for the impending conflict, he had infused his bones with the power of determination, ensuring that even if struck by the force of a marked suit, he would only endure a couple of days of pain. Tony whistled suddenly, a smile breaking forth. It seems we're on the same wavelength. Rhodey has tripled the security around the expo, and Pepper is discreetly evacuating visitors from the core area. Don't worry, she believes it's merely a precaution against terrorists. He leaned in closer and lowered his voice. By the way, when will your Source Project Mountain make its debut? We can't have Baymax playing the Peacekeeper every time. Can we? Jasper raised an eyebrow. What? Are you afraid? Afraid? That word does not exist in Tony Stark's lexicon, Tony boasted, his eyes sparkling with fervor. With a capable ally by my side, I can confidently unleash my electric whips on Ivan. Just thinking about it is exhilarating. That night, Jasper returned home and shut himself in the underground training chamber. There were no windows, only walls embedded with energy crystals crafted from the essence of core fragments and runic power obtained through sign-ins. This environment simulated the most conducive atmosphere for training. Enhancing his sensitivity, he sat cross-legged, allowing two forces to circulate within him. The weighty determination settling along his bones, each cycle igniting a faint golden glow upon his skin, and the fluidity of sorcery weaving through his veins, compressing and purifying the source energy from the air. When he opened his eyes again, dawn had broken outside. To his astonishment, a faint ring of energy patterns had emerged on the alloy floor of the training room, a testament to the resonance between sorcery and determination. Far clearer than before. Dr. Kettle has melted Leona's spear 3 times, echoed the voice of Lissandra in his mind, tinged with exasperation. He suggests adding a popcorn launcher to the tip for enhanced combat enjoyment. Jasper sighed, already aware of the peculiar inventions the old dwarf was concocting. He rose and made his way to the laboratory, where he could hear Kettle's raucous voice from afar. Look, when Ivan is struck, he will be showered with a cascade of caramel popcorn. How festive. In the center of the lab, the silver-white armor stood silently. The contours of the Source Project Mountain Leona were strikingly clear in the morning light, the sunflower patterns on the shoulder armor pulsating with energy. The massive shield leaned against the wall, its surface gleaming brighter than the day before, fortified by Jasper's determination runes, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a marked suit. Remove the popcorn launcher, Doctor. Jasper approached, his fingertips gliding over Leona's spear, infusing it with a concentrated surge of source energy, equipping her with armor-piercing pulses. Ivan's battlesuit was composed of a special alloy, impervious to ordinary attacks. Though reluctant, Honing grumbled and complied. Lissandra's holographic projection illuminated beside the suit. Displaying real-time surveillance of the expo, Tony and Rhodes had arrived at the venue, inspecting the final defensive arrangements. Ms. Potts had altered the entrance to the area thrice, insisting her intuition warned her of its insecurity. Jasper observed the screen, where Pepper was commanding staff with her hands on her hips, then glanced at Tony atop a platform, adjusting the holographic display. Suddenly, he recalled the energy fluctuations he sensed during his training last night. A faint trace of rune power lingered within Tony's reactor. A covert insurance policy he had discreetly added. Should Ivan's attack exceed expectations, this energy could afford a buffer of 0.3 of a second. Leona, activate the silent protocol. He commanded the battle suit. After the expo commenced, the emergency passage hidden within the area would await a signal to act. The visor of the suit flickered to life, emitting a cool female voice, acknowledged. Eclipse shield and zenith blade, ready at all times. Chapter 16. Confrontation with Ivan at 3 in the afternoon. The Stark Expo's opening ceremony commenced punctually. Jasper sat within the command center of the Source Project, watching the screen displaying Tony, resplendent on stage, holding a half-eaten cracker slathered with an excess of mustard, crafted by Honing. Streams of Lissandra's data flashed before him, each anomaly instantly captured and analyzed. Meanwhile, in the main hall of the Industrial Expo, a vast showroom replete with cheap futurism and exaggerated promotions unfolded. Tony Stark, clad in a tailored suit, wore his signature irreverent grin as he entered the venue alongside Colonel Rhodes, who donned an Air Force uniform, his expression somber. Surrounding them were Hammer Industries' clumsily designed assault drones, awkwardly mimicking Iron Man and War Machine, their movements stiff and plastic-like. The flashes of cameras from reporters erupted incessantly. Wow, Rhodes, look at these. Tributes? Tony remarked, gesturing toward a robot attempting to imitate his flying pose, nearly toppling over, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Hammer's taste remains uniquely consistent through the years. Rhodes frowned. Tony, intelligence indicates Hammer has been making significant moves lately and is connected to some dangerous individuals. Tonight is likely the night. Relax, Colonel. We're ready. Tony patted Rhodes on the shoulder. With your war machine and my new toy, plus that little rascal's. Tony's words were abruptly interrupted by a deafening explosion and the shrill sound of metal tearing. A wall on one side of the venue was rent asunder by a ferocious force. Amidst the smoke and dust, a towering figure, bare-chested and adorned with a rudimentary yet powerfully energetic arc reactor on his chest, entered the hall. In his hands were 2 energy whips crackling with lethal blue and white arcs, resembling a demon from the depths of hell. Ivan Vanko, Whiplash, Tony Stark. Ivan's roar thundered, drowning out the screams of the crowd. The debt to my father must be repaid. With a sudden sweep of his arms, 2 ferocious energy whips surged forth like venomous dragons emerging from the sea, their piercing shrieks rending the air as they lashed out violently towards the podium where Tony and Rhodes stood. Rhodes, Tony reacted swiftly, shoving the stun hammer aside while bellowing at the device on his wrist. J.A.R. Vice. Initiate the infinite protocol. Rhodes instantly shifted into combat mode, declaring, War Machine, engage. Whoosh. The two distinctly different streams of nanotech erupted simultaneously from Tony's wrist and from the emergency deployment of the briefcase Rhodes had brought. Tony's infinite protocol. A golden-red swarm of nanobots enveloped him, forming a suit of armor with smooth lines that exuded a biomechanical elegance. The newly forged triangular arc reactor on his chest radiated with pure, formidable energy, while the surface of the armor shimmered with intricate golden runes flowing subtly. Rhodes' upgraded war machine, dressed in heavy gray armor, adorned with numerous weapon mounts, basic nanotechnology provided by Stark Industries, yet to integrate Rune technology, quickly enveloped him. The Gatling gun on his shoulder and the missile launcher on his arm locking onto their target with a definitive click. Though not as dazzling as Tony's, its firepower was formidable. Crack. Boom. The energy whips struck the very spot where the two had just stood, searing deep charred grooves into the solid alloy floor. Debris flew in all directions. Analyze the energy of the whips. Tony soared into the air, his palm cannon illuminating, not merely emitting a single beam, but unleashing a fan-shaped barrage of reinforced pulse energy towards Ivan. Received. Energy attribute. High-frequency plasma arcs, extremely high output, suggest avoiding close contact. JARVIS responded at a rapid pace. Ivan grinned wickedly, effortlessly dispersing Tony's energy barrage with the whips that danced like lightning. The whip's tips coiled back towards Tony, who narrowly evaded, feeling the razor edge of the whip graze his nanotech armor, igniting a violent eruption of energy sparks and a frenzied flow of nanobots. Although the armor automatically hardened to resist, Tony still experienced a fierce jolt and a backlash of energy. Tony, be careful, Rhodes shouted, the Gatling gun on War Machine's shoulder spinning wildly, unleashing a torrential storm of molten metal towards Ivan in an attempt to suppress him. Simultaneously, the arm-mounted missile launcher fired several miniature missiles. Ivan remained unfazed, one whip striking like a serpent towards the torrent of bullets Rhodes unleashed, the raging arcs of electricity incinerating most of the bullets mid-air. The other whip accurately struck the incoming missiles, triggering premature detonations. The explosive shockwave jolted Rhodes back several steps. Useless. Stark, your toys are as weak as you are. Ivan cackled, his dual whips transforming the entire venue into his hunting ground. Hammer's clumsy robots were effortlessly torn apart by the whips, exploding into chaotic debris. The crowd fled in terror. Tony found himself in a dire predicament. Ivan's energy whips had an extensive attack range, formidable power, and astonishing speed, rendering Tony's ranged attacks ineffective and making close combat exceedingly perilous. Although the nanotech armor could withstand a few grazes, a direct hit to the core would yield catastrophic consequences. Both he and Rhodes were left in a precarious state, overwhelmed by the onslaught of Ivan's savage whips. In a moment of inattention, Rhodey and Tony found themselves ensnared. They were immobilized by a formidable surge of electricity and mechanical force, while alarms within the suits blared frantically and energy readings plummeted. The arc reactor on Tony's chest flickered violently due to overload. The cacophony of the crowd's screams mingled with the distant wails of sirens, creating a scene of utter chaos. Tony, Pepper cried out, her face pale at the edge of the safe zone. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, a blinding golden beam descended from the vast dome of the expo, like a spear of judgment, striking the ground less than half a meter in front of Tony and Rhodey, not aimed at Ivan. Boom! A deafening explosion resonated, accompanied by a powerful shockwave that sent debris and dust spiraling outward. The ground was cratered, and the intense heat melted the nearby concrete in an instant. As the dust began to settle, a tall and imposing figure stood in the center of the crater. She, or rather it, was clad in heavy, angular golden armor, its lines as rigid as fortress walls, with enormous shoulder plates resembling ancient shields. A massive circular shield composed of pure golden energy stood steadfast before her, exuding a liquid gold-like sheen, with edges radiating intense heat that enveloped the area ahead. Ivan's two lethal energy whips struck fiercely against this suddenly materialized golden shield. Sizzle. The shrill sound of energy dissipating echoed. The frenzied blue-white currents of the whips crashed against the thick golden barrier, instantly halted, absorbed, and annihilated. Only a violent ripple of energy spread across the surface of the shield, akin to stones cast into a lake. The shield remained unyielding, steadfast as a mountain. What in the world is this? The madness etched on Ivan's face was swiftly replaced by astonishment as he bellowed, increasing his energy output once more. The whips surged with brilliant light, cracking the air with explosive sounds, yet that immense golden shield stood firm, as if it were a timeless wall of size. Rhodey, still shaken, gazed at the golden figure that stood protectively before him and Tony, while the communication channel crackled with static. Tony, who is this? Your secret weapon? Through his visor, Tony looked at the shield emanating a familiar energy signature, a profound sense of absolute protection that seemed to arise from the depths of the earth, and then glanced at his suit's energy readings, which had suddenly stabilized, even though he was still ensnared by the whips, instantly comprehending its source. No, Tony's voice, laced with the raspy remnants of survival and a hint of complexity, revealed, this is the after-sales service of some mischievous little spirit. He attempted to maneuver the ensnared gauntlet, and noticed that the pressure seemed to have lessened somewhat. Source plan technology, mountain-type heavy defense unit, codename Leona. A cold, monotone electronic synthesized voice emanated from within the golden armor, resonating across the chaotic battlefield. Under the directive of Mr. Hawk, I am intervening in the battlefield. Objective, establish an absolute defense domain. As her words faded, Leona sprang into action. She forcefully plunged the enormous energy shield she wielded into the ground. Boom! Like a war hammer striking a drum, a visible golden energy shockwave erupted from the shield's center, forming a perfect ring. Wherever the shockwave traversed, the ground cracked and debris floated into the air. The formidable force field instantaneously shattered the whip-like restraints that had ensnared Tony and Rhodey's armor, sending them flying. Now it was the moment. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Tony and Rhodey ignited their suit's thrusters, propelling themselves backward in a brilliant haze of gold and silver. Establishing a safe distance from the terrifying electric whips, they unleashed a barrage of firepower simultaneously. Tony's palm cannon swiftly shifted to high-energy mode, a beam of gold-red energy, refined to perfection and shimmering with internal golden runes, pierced through the air like a spear of judgment, targeting Ivan's chest reactor with precision. The war machine activated all its firepower. The shoulder-mounted Gatling gun, arm missiles, and chest-mounted impact cannon unleashed a cataclysmic storm of metal and energy, overwhelming Ivan. Boom! The ferocious explosion completely engulfed Ivan's figure. Smoke and flames soared skyward. As the haze gradually dissipated, Ivan Mankey lay in a massive, scorched crater. The reactor in his chest, thoroughly penetrated by Tony's rune-empowered beam, extinguished and emitting wisps of smoke. His body was charred, consciousness lost, and the two deadly whips lay limply on the ground. However, before the smoke from the explosion had fully cleared, several enormous, soft, white figures from the Source Project surged into the chaotic exhibition scene through preset emergency passages. Hello, I am the medical assistant Baymax, and I will take care of you. The gentle electronic voice, imbued with Lin Chuan's uniquely reassuring tone, resonated through the air. They utilized their inflatable yet remarkably resilient bodies, embedded with durable fluid skeletons, to create a barrier against danger, scanning for injured individuals with their beady eyes. Mechanical arms precisely sprayed healing gel, rapidly stabilizing fractures. One Baymax extended its arms wide, resembling a warm, white wall, shielding several startled children beneath it, bravely absorbing the impact of a stray bullet. The outer fabric was charred and torn, revealing the softly glowing inner layer of the durable fluid, remaining utterly unyielding. The camera captured this stunning moment, which became the headline of global news that evening. White Angels. Source Project Baymax protects lives amidst the hell of the exhibition. Fury scrutinized the reports regarding the exhibition incident, particularly the analysis of the two mysterious shields, his brow furrowed. The technology of the Source Project was unfathomable, and Jasper Hawk's special attention to Tony Stark became increasingly evident. The energy fluctuations of the cosmic cube intensified. He pressed the communicator. Hill, prepare the Avengers preliminary plan. Add to the list. Chapter 17. After the war, the following morning. The aroma of coffee wafted through the leisure area of Source Project technology. Tony lounged in a beanbag chair, 3 empty donut boxes piled at his feet, while he absently toyed with a palm-sized metallic piece, an adaptive material sample from the Source Project. At that moment, it morphed under his fingertips into a keychain, a lighter, and finally settled into the form of a miniature Iron Man helmet. To be honest, my dear friend, had this marvelous clay been invented a decade earlier, I could have transformed Mark I into a transformer. Tony shook a miniature helmet in his hand, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Just last week, I had Pepper replace the dome atop Capitol Hill with this ingenious material, and lo and behold, during yesterday's tempest of rain and hail, it emerged unscathed. The way those old fellows gaze at me now is akin to how one might look upon a goose that lays golden eggs. Jasper had just emerged from the laboratory, his white coat speckled with fluorescent green reagents. Upon hearing this, he chuckled and playfully kicked Tony's ankle, saying, "Stop gilding your own lily." It was Pepper who appreciated its fire-resistant properties, fearing you might cause an unexpected explosion during the hearings. He casually picked up a water cup from the table. crafted from adaptive materials that transform into a textured, heat-resistant surface when warm, and revert to a smooth, cool finish when chilled. This is part of the new lifestyle series concocted by Hammerdinger, designed to infuse technology into the very joy of drinking water. Tony raised an eyebrow, suddenly retrieving a small object from his pocket and tossing it over. For you, as a token of gratitude. Jasper caught it and discovered it to be a metallic badge, emblazoned with the emblem of the Source Project, its edges adorned with Stark Industries' distinctive pattern. Ah, a Stark brand friendship certification? He remarked, pinning it to his lab coat, his eyes curving into crescent moons. I shall have Lissandra bestow upon you a solid gold badge in return. Let's not. I have no desire to endure Pepper's daily lectures on Jasper's extravagances. Tony waved dismissively, his gaze landing on a large white robot in the corner of the leisure area, diligently assisting the cleaning lady with window washing, while the screen emitted a tuneless rendition of Hotel California, its mechanical arms as dexterous as a human's. Has your robot unlocked new skills again? Tony inquired with curiosity as he approached. The robot immediately pivoted, displaying a question mark on its screen. Mr. Tony, do you require assistance? I have detected that your blood sugar is somewhat low. I recommend replenishing carbohydrates, such as the donuts over there. Hey, even more verbose than Jarvis. Tony chuckled, seizing the last donut. But I rather enjoy it. Just last week, I visited a children's hospital in Queens and saw at least 20 of these robots entertaining the children. One little girl remarked that the robot's magical hugs were far more effective than a doctor's syringe. Jasper felt a warmth in his heart. The robot's magical hugs were, in fact, a feature developed by Hammerdinger, incorporating soothing gel to release trace amounts of calming hormones, accompanied by a gentle squeezing sensation, effectively alleviating children's fears of injections. This was a project he had specifically instructed Lissandra to promote, and it was delightful to see that Tony had also taken note. Just then, the holographic projection in the center of the leisure area illuminated as Lissandra's blue data stream silhouette gradually coalesced. She cast a glance at the donut in Tony's hand and spoke in a neutral tone. Sir, it is time for the monthly business report. Mr. Tony, while your consumption of sweets will not affect data accuracy, it is advisable to refrain from indulging during the report to prevent Jasper's attention from wandering. Hey, I was just about to, Jasper began to retort, but was silenced by Tony's gentle hand resting on his shoulder. Let her speak. I too wish to hear about the recent endeavors of my esteemed rival. Lissandra's projection transitioned to a data panel, the sound resonating clearly like a bell. The rheological adaptive molecular material has seen a remarkable 42% increase in shipments this month, primarily utilized in 3 sectors. In construction, Wakanda's new research center employed our self-healing walls, which automatically repaired cracks after enduring a magnitude 6.2 earthquake last week, resulting in 0 casualties. In healthcare, the deformable skeletal braces developed in collaboration with the Mayo Clinic have entered the clinical phase, adjusting their rigidity based on the patient's recovery, successfully aiding 12 individuals with spinal injuries to stand once more. The screen displayed aerial images of Wakanda's architecture, where amidst the ruins, silver walls were seamlessly self-repairing like flowing water, prompting Tony to whistle. This innovation is even more reliable than my armor's shell. The Prism Sunlight panel has surpassed a global installation of 5 million units. The solar farm project in the Sahara Desert has connected to the grid, generating a daily power output equivalent to 3 small nuclear power plants. Lissandra continued her report, data scrolling rapidly, with a flexible variant drawing particular attention. It has been procured for use in space stations, weighing merely 15 of traditional solar panels, while achieving an energy conversion rate of 38. Dr. Erskine insisted on engraving Project Origin and Cosmic Certification on them, which I promptly rejected. Jasper buried his face in his hands, recalling the old dwarf's cosmic obsession. He remembered that the core coding of this batch of solar panels had been optimized using his energy guidance technique from Sorcery, enabling more efficient capture of cosmic rays for conversion into electricity, while publicly it was only described as a new type of space-grade coding. The healing gel projection shifted to images from disaster zones, where medical personnel were applying the gel to treat wounds. Last month, 100,000 units were deployed in the tsunami-affected areas of Southeast Asia, working in tandem with the Big White Emergency System, resulting in a 67% reduction in the rate of wound infections and an average healing time shortened by 32 days. The World Health Organization sent a letter of gratitude, declaring this a revolutionary breakthrough in post-disaster medical care. Tony's expression grew serious. I have reviewed the reports. The medical conditions in that region are dire. Your gel and Big White are practically using technology to fill a gaping void. Frankly, kid, this is far more meaningful than constructing 1,000 suits of armor. Jasper felt a stirring in his heart, poised to speak, but Lissandra continued. Lastly, regarding the Big White series, 120,000 units are now deployed globally, with the home version comprising 63 and the public service version, hospitals, schools, nursing homes, making up 37. Newly added features include a guiding mode and a disaster response mode. The guiding mode utilizes special sound waves to detect obstacles with greater precision than traditional guide dogs. The disaster response mode is equipped with a miniature excavation arm. And last week, during the earthquake in Mexico, 3 big whites rescued 7 survivors from the rubble. The special sound waves she mentioned were, in fact, the energy perception waves developed by Jasper using Sorcery, capable of penetrating walls to identify living beings, proving 10 times more efficient than conventional sonar radar. This was his trump card concealed within civilian functionalities, ready to serve as a life detection device in critical moments. As Tony watched the footage of Big White navigating through the debris, he suddenly turned to Jasper. Your company is on the verge of becoming the world's caretaker. Are you not concerned that S.H.I.E.L.D will come knocking again? Last time, Fury, that one-eyed dragon, was still lamenting about integrating Lissandra into their database. Let him ponder. Jasper shrugged nonchalantly, his tone light. The firewall crafted by Lissandra was impervious even to the ingenuity of the gods of Asgard. This was a testament to technical confidence, not mere boasting. The data stream from Lissandra flickered gently, as if in agreement. She closed the data panel, and the projection gradually faded. Report complete. Furthermore, Dr. Hammerdinger had created singing nanobots in the laboratory, which had already devoured 3 servers. It is advisable for you to address this matter. Jasper sighed in resignation. Understood. Tony stood up with a smile. It seems I should take my leave, so as not to intrude upon your handling of this melodious disaster. As he reached the door, he suddenly turned back, recalling, by the way, next week is my birthday. Pepper mentioned a small gathering at home, just a few of us, you, me, Pepper, Rhodey, and perhaps we could enlist Baymax as our server? Jasper was taken aback for a moment before breaking into a grin. Sounds good, but Baymax's service fee is 3 strawberry-flavored donuts. It's a deal. Watching Tony's departing figure, Jasper touched the badge on his chest, feeling as if warmed by sunlight. Their relationship had long transcended that of mere technical partners, resembling a familial bond, noisy yet always present for one another in times of need. He turned towards the laboratory, and as he entered, he heard Hammerdinger excitedly exclaim, Jasper, look at my nanobots. They sing the theme from Star Trek. Jasper facepalmed, unable to suppress his laughter. In the distance, Baymax was still humming off-key while cleaning the windows, and Lissandra's core server emitted a steady hum, as if Tony's laughter lingered in the air. Chapter 18. The hammer from the sky, the smoke of the expo had completely dissipated, and Baymax's image had firmly embedded itself in the public consciousness. At the pinnacle of the Source Project Technology headquarters, Jasper's exclusive super laboratory was devoid of the rock music and popcorn buckets of Malibu. Here, only the deep hum of machinery and the subtle hissing of energy coursing through conduits could be heard. Rhodey had just departed. Representing the military in a limited collaboration with the Source Project, Jasper had already developed certain military-grade protective equipment. Standing alone before the workbench, Jasper had rolled up the sleeves of his hoodie to his elbows. The usual playful smile had vanished from his face, replaced by a rare, almost frozen concentration. Deep within his amber eyes, a serene blue arcane glow flowed in alternation with a steady golden luminescence, as if the stars themselves were in motion. He slowly extended his right hand, finger splayed. Above his palm, the air shimmered slightly, and 2 spheres of energy, defying conventional physical laws, quietly materialized. One sphere resembled the molten core of a star, exuding a weighty, dense dark gold hue, as if capable of bearing the weight of all things. Countless delicate golden threads, reminiscent of ancient runes, swirled within, interweaving and radiating an ancient, unwavering protective will akin to the earth itself, along with a resilient vitality that refused to perish. This was the projection of the indomitable grasp of the runes, even as a mere phantasm. It made the heavy alloy floor of the laboratory seem to sink slightly beneath its weight. The other sphere appeared to capture a segment of a profound starry river, shifting and flowing in a deep, enigmatic blue. Fragmented, like the wisdom of stars, ethereal blue points of light flickered and danced within, tracing enigmatic paths and exuding boundless possibilities of knowledge and profound insights into the essence of energy. This was the projection summoned by the arcane runes of witchcraft, its emergence electrifying the very air of the laboratory, producing soft, crackling sounds. 2 forces spiraled slowly above his palm, drawn to each other, yet also repelling, forming a delicate and dynamic equilibrium. The golden runes stood steadfast as mountains, radiating a guardian's will. The blue runes, agile as stars, whispered arcane secrets. Jasper gazed at this balance, his brow slightly furrowed. Each time he wielded them, especially during high-intensity indirect interventions like at the Stark Expo, he felt the essence of these 2 powers more distinctly. Formidable, ancient, transcending mortal comprehension. They were not docile tools, but rather akin to primordial behemoths with their own will. Maintaining this fragile equilibrium was akin to walking a tightrope above an abyss. At that moment, the main communication screen of the laboratory silently illuminated, bypassing any request prompts and directly connecting to a private line of the highest authority. The visage that materialized on the screen belonged to Tony Stark, sporting his iconic mustache, yet appearing unusually solemn. "Hey, kid," Tony's voice resonated through the speaker. "Thanks for last time." The background seemed to be a corner of his Malibu villa laboratory, imbued with a metallic echo. Jasper instinctively clenched his fist. The two runic projections, capable of inducing ripples in space, vanished in an instant, as if they had never existed. The grave expression on his face was wiped away like chalk from blackboard, instantly transforming into his customary, teasingly radiant smile, flawless in its speed. "Well, is that not our illustrious Iron Man? What is the matter? Did Miss Potts finally kick you out and remember me as a refuge?" He turned away from the workbench, hands slipped back into his hoodie pockets, adopting a relaxed posture as if the previous tension had merely been a figment of imagination. Tony rolled his eyes on the other end of the screen, yet the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Enough with the banter. "Listen, Pepper S.'s birthday is next month, and she mentioned several times that limited edition antique watch from Monaco, the one that looks as charred as a burnt cookie. Understood. I shall procure it, surprise her, and simultaneously prove that Tony Stark is not only adept at explosions, but also quite romantic." Jasper interjected, grinning mischievously. "Shut up," Tony interrupted, though his gaze betrayed little genuine annoyance. "That piece is currently in the possession of a difficult old collector in Zurich. I'm somewhat tied up here. Rhodey is no help. His taste is stuck in military green camouflage." He paused, observing the youthful, pleading eyes on the screen, and clicked his tongue. "So, kid, would you be interested in taking a business trip to Europe? All expenses covered. First class, pick any hotel, and help me secure that watch?" Jasper's heart, upon hearing Zurich mentioned in conjunction with those words, thumped heavily against his chest. The clarity of the sensation made him suspect whether Tony had installed a heartbeat detector on the opposite side. A strange, exhilarating warmth surged uncontrollably to the roots of his ears. He forcibly suppressed the peculiarity, maintaining a steady smile on his face, even exaggerating a salute. "I assure you, I will complete the task, boss. But remember, it's on the company's expense. And if Pepper finds the watch unappealing, the blame rests on you." Deal struck. Tony, with decisive efficiency, sent the itinerary. The call ended, and the screen instantly dimmed. The lab was once again filled only with the hum of machinery. Jasper stood in place, his forced smile gradually fading. He slowly raised his hand, his fingertips unconsciously pressing against the left side of his chest, through the thin fabric of his sweatshirt. His heart continued to thump with an almost uncontrollable rhythm against his palm. He turned slowly, directing his gaze toward the center of the circular workbench. There, the recently vanished silhouettes of resolute runes and mystical symbols seemed to linger, leaving behind an intangible trace. The heavy dark gold and profound azure, under the cold laboratory lights, resembled two ancient eyes slumbering in the depths. Whispering dangers seemed to echo silently through the conduits of energy. 2 days later, as Jasper contemplated how to leverage the celebration of Tony's rebirth for a few more sumptuous barbecues at the Malibu villa, the encrypted alert from S.H.I.E.L.D. and Lissandra's urgent notification erupted almost simultaneously in his ears. High-energy, anomalous spatial fluctuations. Coordinates locked. Puerto Antiguo, New Mexico, USA. Energy characteristics unclassifiable. Levels far exceeding any known Earth technology or extraterrestrial remnants. Accompanying report. A suspected hammer-like object has fallen from the sky, embedding itself into the rock layers, with physical laws seemingly failing around it. Lissandra's electronic voice carried a rare note of uncertainty. Jasper jolted upright from the sofa, cluttered with modifications for the Wayne armor, his amber eyes suddenly gleaming with intensity, his fingertips swiftly gliding over the holographic map, magnifying the desolate landscape of New Mexico. A hammer? Falling from the sky? Physical laws failing? Wow, this script is familiar. The prologue of Norse mythology, Welcome to the Earth's Beginner Village, Thor Odinson, the parenting guide of the Allfather. He nearly whistled as he dashed into the depths of the laboratory. At the center of the circular workbench, the holographic projection automatically shifted to a satellite image of the desert, where the ancient, square hammer, Mjolnir, stood silently in the crater, surrounded by the caution tape erected by S.H.I.E.L.D. agents and the futile attempts of onlookers to lift the hammer. Jasper refrained from invoking Odin's spell, only those deemed worthy, knowing well that even his formidable runes could not temporarily unsettle the rules of the Lord of the Nine Realms. His interest lay in the residual energy flows emanating from the hammer, distorting space like the aurora. Lissandra, initiate the highest resolution. Record all spatial disturbance frequencies and energy decay patterns. This phenomenon surpasses even Tony's reactor. It is a natural, world rune-level energy sample. Jasper exclaimed, rubbing his hands together in excitement, the ethereal blue glow of the mystical runes swirling in his eyes, greedily capturing the arcane secrets from Asgard. Simultaneously, his fingertips lightly tapped on another luminous screen, and a subtle, almost imperceptible golden shimmer, an embodiment of the indomitable power of the runic grip, silently enveloped James Foster's research trailer and makeshift medical station, akin to an unseen web. Concurrently, a modified version of the S.H.I.E.L.D. provided Big Hero quietly mobilized atop James's vehicle, serving as an unanticipated safeguard for our Thor and his future paramour, ensuring that neither the clumsy agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. nor the minions dispatched by Loki would inadvertently cause harm. Hours later, Phil Coulson urgently contacted the Source Plan Technology. Mr. Hawk, we have discovered an extraterrestrial hammer in New Mexico, alongside a robust individual proclaiming to be a deity. Director Fury wishes to borrow your company's quantum field analyzer. Jasper raised an eyebrow in response. Certainly, but I require on-site authorization. By the way, is this god by any chance a fair-haired, blue-eyed gentleman who speaks as if he has escaped from a Shakespearean troupe? Chapter 19. The Hammer of Thor. Several hours later, Jasper's private aircraft descended upon the desert base, temporarily commandeered by S.H.I.E.L.D. and designated as Area 54. The expansive white temporary tents and bustling agent vehicles appeared strikingly out of place amidst the yellow sands. The air was thick with a blend of dust, ozone, and an oppressive atmosphere of tension. Awaiting him was Agent Coulson, ever polite, yet with an unmistakable gravity in his gaze. Mr. Hawk, thank you for your prompt arrival and for bringing your company's cutting-edge equipment, Coulson said, guiding him through numerous checkpoints towards a central area heavily fortified with advanced machinery and high-intensity energy shields. No need for such formality, Agent Coulson. It is our duty to uphold world peace. Of course, remember to submit the bill to Director Fury, Jasper replied with a light-hearted tone, though his eyes scanned the surroundings with keen vigilance. S.H.I.E.L.D. Agent stood on high alert, heavy weaponry aimed at the core of the shield. Within the enclosure lay an object of ancient design, a hammer, exuding a somber metallic luster, its sleek lines and intricate engravings hinting at profound mystery. The handle was wrapped in leather, and the head bore a tapestry of complex, arcane patterns. It was deeply embedded at the center of an impact crater, as if it had existed there since time immemorial, emanating an indescribable aura of majesty and allure. Is this it? Jasper raised an eyebrow. You have made quite the spectacle for this. An artistically intriguing archaeological discovery? He appeared to casually approach the edge of the energy shield. It cannot be moved, Mr. Hawk. Coulson stated gravely. No means or force can budge it even slightly. We have attempted every known physical method, even employing heavy machinery, with identical results. He gestured to the mangled remains of engineering vehicles outside the shield. Any attempt to approach or touch it results in an invisible force repelling or even injuring the individual. Jasper's amber eyes narrowed. He could sense that the closer he drew to the hammer, the more vibrant the runic grip within him became. It was a peculiar resonance, as if a slumbering colossus whispered, greeting another ancient presence from afar. Fascinating. Suddenly, he broke into a grin, and under Coulson's astonished gaze, he extended a finger, moving with remarkable swiftness, merely brushing against the inner edge of the energy shield, his fingertip mere millimeters from the intangible repulsion field. Buzz. At that instant, as his fingertips skimmed the edge of the shield, an extraordinary transformation unfolded. The ancient runes upon the surface of the god of thunder's hammer flared to life, akin to ripples spreading across a lake disturbed by a thrown stone. Subtle, visible golden waves emanated from the hammerhead. Concurrently, the sandy ground beneath Jasper's feet silently fractured, revealing a web of golden patterns. These patterns were profound, exuding a weighty aura of protection and strength, akin to that of the resolute rune. Mr. Hawk, Coulson exclaimed in disbelief, his hand already resting on the weapon at his waist. Jasper abruptly withdrew his hand, moving so swiftly that only an afterimage remained, his face instantly transforming into an exaggerated expression of astonishment. Wow, the static electricity is so intense? You really ought to consider anti-static measures for the carpets. Oh no, the sand. This leakage is rather alarming. He waved his hand about as if truly shocked, cheerfully tucking that hand back into his sweatshirt pocket. Only he knew that within his pocket, his hand was tightly clenched, forcefully suppressing the dark golden light threatening to burst forth from his palm. His heart raced within his chest. That moment of resonance had been startlingly clear. Did this hammer have a connection to the runes? Or was it, in essence, a similar entity? Take me to see the actor from the Shakespeare troupe who escaped, Jasper nonchalantly shifted the topic, yet his gaze involuntarily flickered back to the seemingly dormant colossal hammer. Thor Odinson, once the formidable god of thunder, now resembled a trapped lion, futilely pounding against the reinforced glass wall, each impact resonating with a dull thud. His golden hair was dusted with sand, and his azure eyes burned with a mix of humiliation and profound confusion. "Let me out. You pathetic Midgardian insects dare to imprison the heir of Asgard. When my father Odin learns of this, he shall unleash thunder and reduce you, along with this wretched land, to mere dust." His roar echoed through the narrow confinement, carrying the pride of an ancient king, yet sounding particularly forlorn. Jasper Hawk ambled leisurely to the glass wall, a newly unwrapped strawberry-flavored lollipop dangling from his mouth, his amber eyes curiously surveying the fallen deity. Dressed in a hoodie emblazoned with a massive pixelated dinosaur, he was utterly out of place in the tense, somber atmosphere. "Wow, the heir of Asgard?" Jasper elongated his tone, the candy stick twirling playfully in his mouth. "Sounds quite impressive. But, buddy, just last week there was someone claiming to be a certain master live streaming about world domination. The special effects? Phew. More dazzling than the extended version of The Lord of the Rings. And what happened?" He shrugged, sporting a mischievous grin. "Now his prison life is trending on YouTube, and fans are clamoring for more. How about I help you book a signing session in advance? Familiar price, 20% off." Thor was thoroughly incensed by the frivolous mockery. Lunging towards the glass with fervor, his fist striking the space before Jasper with a resounding thud. "Impudence. I am Thor, the god of thunder, master of the storm, warrior of the 9 realms. How dare you compare me to those charlatans who seek only to amuse the masses? Mjolnir? Oh, that hammer stuck in the sandpit outside. Stubbornly refusing to budge?" Jasper interjected without hesitation, a hint of knowing amusement glimmering in his eyes. "Spare me, big guy. That thing is currently more difficult to access than Tony Stark's vault. Now, pray tell, what transgression led to your banishment by your father? Did you steal his golden vintage? Or perhaps you attempted to plunder his treasury in a bid for an early inheritance?" The word banishment struck Thor like a cold dagger, piercing the deepest wounds of his heart. His rage froze instantaneously, ebbing away like a receding tide, replaced by overwhelming anguish and loss. His towering form seemed to lose its backbone, sliding slowly down the cold wall to the ground. The muscles that once symbolized supreme glory now appeared utterly feeble. "I, Thor," he spoke in a low, hoarse voice, laden with nasal tones, his cerulean eyes devoid of luster, staring vacantly into the abyss. "Due to my recklessness and arrogance, blinded by ambition, I disregarded my father's counsel and led an army into Jotunheim, nearly igniting a war that would devastate the 9 realms. I had betrayed his trust, unworthy to be the prince of Asgard." He bowed his head, golden locks cascading down to obscure his visage of torment. Jasper paused momentarily in his chewing of candy. The glimmer of mischief in his amber eyes faded, revealing a hint of profound empathy beneath the previously playful demeanor. At this moment, the profound sense of alienation from his original family, an intangible barrier that rendered all efforts futile, resonated with the weight of Thor's sorrow and guilt. The mockery dissipated from his face. He refrained from further taunts, silently observing the once mighty god now stripped of his power and direction. "Listen, big guy." Jasper's tone shifted to one of rare seriousness, though still laced with a hint of languor. "Being cast out by your father, well, I can somewhat relate. However," he continued, gesturing towards the outside world, "the place you now inhabit is called Earth, Midgard. The people here may lack your prowess in combat, but their skill in deception and intrigue is on par with Asgard's finest. If you wish to survive and reclaim your hammer, mere shouting will not suffice." He paused, seemingly weighing his words. Sometimes, when fists fail to resolve matters, perhaps it would do to try a different approach. He tapped his temple with a finger. Thor lifted his gaze, looking perplexly at this oddly attired, disjointed speaking mortal youth. There was no trace of the reverence or fear he was accustomed to. Instead, Jasper's eyes conveyed an odd, incomprehensible sincerity. Chapter 20. The Destroyer. Suddenly, a shrill alarm pierced the tranquility of the base, akin to the wail of the Grim Reaper, shattering the stillness in an instant. Immediately following, the air was filled with the oppressive thud of heavy footsteps and the violent roar of explosions, growing ever closer, causing the very earth to tremble. "Agent Coulson, urgent situation. A colossal metallic humanoid entity has descended from the heavens. It has breached the outer defenses and is advancing towards the base and the town. Our firepower is utterly ineffective." The communication channel echoed with the terrified and desperate screams of agents. The Destroyer. Thor sprang to his feet, the color drained from his face, his eyes igniting with a horrific light. "It was Loki. He has sent the Destroyer. He aims to kill me and obliterate everything here." He pounded furiously against the glass wall. "Let me out. I must stop him. Otherwise, everyone will perish." Jasper's expression shifted, becoming gravely serious as he glanced at the frenzied Thor. He quickly commanded into the communicator. Hub. Reinforcements from the Leona are airborne. Coordinates. Town Center Plaza. Mission. Establish an absolute defensive perimeter. Protect civilians at all costs. With that, he disregarded Thor and hurried towards the command vehicle. Thor watched Jasper's receding figure. The distant yet approaching roar of destruction filling his ears, a profound sense of despair, mingled with fear, anger, and an overwhelming sense of helplessness, engulfed him entirely. Never before had he felt so acutely the insignificance and fragility of mortals in the face of divine power. The heavy metallic foot of the destroyer crashed down, splitting the ground at the town's edge. The hastily erected defensive line by S.H.I.E.L.D. crumbled like paper. A Humvee was kicked aside with ease, rolling into a shop at the roadside, igniting a fierce blaze. The temporary alloy barricades melted like butter under the searing beams emitted from its visage. The agent's assault rifles and grenade launchers unleashed their firepower against its smooth, cold armor, leaving only insignificant white marks and sparks from ricochets. Before being swept away by its massive metallic arms, as if brushing away dust, their screams drowned out by the cacophony of explosions. The destroyer ignored the sporadic resistance, its hollow visage turning towards the town center, the point of most concentrated evacuation, and where Thor had last been seen. Deep within its visage, destructive energy began to coalesce once more, emitting a chilling hum, targeting a community center brimming with civilians at the edge of the plaza. Just as the destroyer was about to unleash its devastating assault, the sky erupted with a piercing scream, breaking the sound barrier. A blinding golden meteor, imbued with unmatched momentum and precise guidance, tore through the smoke and flames shrouding the sky, like divine retribution descending, crashing violently between the destroyer and the community center. Boom! The earth shook violently as if struck by a meteor. The shock wave erupted, enveloping dust and debris in a circular explosion. Smoke and dust instantly engulfed the entire block. In the midst of the haze, a towering figure slowly stood upright. The source program, Mountain-type heavy defense unit, codename Leona. Boom! Crackle! The thunderous sound of energy annihilation reverberated through the heavens and earth. The golden shield quivered violently as Leona's hefty form was propelled backward by the force of the impact, her metallic feet carving deep grooves into the ground. Yet, she did not retreat. Loki, stop! A roar filled with fury and despair erupted. It was Thor. Somehow he had burst forth from the base. Perhaps the chaos had distracted the guards, and in that moment he cast aside all divine dignity, like a beast cornered in desperation. Lunging barehanded at the cataclysmic metal giant, his aim was not to attack, but to draw its attention, to shield the trembling mortals behind the shield. Foolish. Loki's icy voice seemed to emanate from the destroyer itself. The destroyer casually swung its arm, as if swatting away a fly. Thor was struck violently, soaring like a severed kite, crashing into a heap of rubble, dust swirling, and then silence fell. On the battlefield, a miracle was ignited by Thor's selfless act to protect the mortals. Thor! Jane collapsed upon the debris, desperately calling out. A robust, blazing white lightning bolt, embodying both judgment and mercy, split the heavens, striking precisely upon the god of thunder's hammer, Mjolnir, which lay in the pit. Buzzing, Mjolnir resonated, erupting with an unprecedented brilliance of thunderous light, breaking free from the earth's hold, enveloped in the force of 1,000 thunders, transforming into a golden lightning bolt that soared towards its master. The rubble exploded. Thor Odinson was reborn in the storm. His tattered garments were replaced by resplendent silver armor, a crimson cape billowing furiously in the thunder. His eyes flickered with blinding electrical sparks, his divine powers restored. Seizing the incoming Mjolnir, he tilted his head skyward and unleashed a long-suppressed roar, filled with boundless rage and the will to protect. Loki. This roar resounded like thunder across the heavens. Thor morphed into a golden lightning bolt, tearing through the fabric of space, charging with cataclysmic momentum toward the destroyer, which had just turned its back. A true divine battle erupted. The wrath of the thunder god. Thor wielded Mjolnir, and the tempestuous thunder lashed out like a golden serpent, striking the destroyer with ferocity. Each impact unleashed deafening booms and blinding flashes of electricity. The destroyer's sturdy URU metal armor bore scorch marks and dents beneath the relentless, thunderous assault. The destroyer's faceplate unleashed beams of light in a frenzied barrage. As the searing rays clashed violently with the golden thunder in mid-air, obliterating each other and generating shockwaves that acted like invisible hammers, further shattering the surrounding ruins and sending them flying. The very center of the town was ravaged as if by a storm. Under Lissandra's command, Leona faithfully executed her defensive duty. The massive energy shield contracted, steadfastly protecting the community center behind Thor and the civilians gathered at the edge of the square. However, The residual power of the divine conflict far exceeded the prior singular assaults of the destroyer. The frenzied energy impacts crashed against the golden shield like an unrelenting tsunami. Thor grew ever more valiant, his thunderous might intensifying. Seizing a moment of opportunity amid the destroyer's assault, he roared as he plunged Mjolnir fiercely into the joint seam of the destroyer's armor. For Asgard, for the Nine Realms, for Midgard, boom! A terrifying thunderbolt, bright enough to illuminate the entire night sky, surged forth from Mjolnir, akin to a breached galaxy cascading into the body of the destroyer. The impenetrable armor of the destroyer erupted with blinding radiance from within, its internal structure collapsing inch by inch under the ferocious power of the thunder. Boom! The massive metallic form abruptly stiffened. Then, as if ignited like a barrel of explosives, it detonated from within with a resounding explosion. Countless metallic shards, infused with searing energy and arcs of electricity, scattered like fireworks. The destroyer, the ultimate guardian of Odin's vault, was reduced to a heap of smoldering scrap. In the moment of the destroyer's explosion, a powerful shockwave, mingled with lethal metal fragments, swept towards Leona and the crowd behind her like a hurricane of death. At that moment, Leona's energy shield had already surpassed its limits, its structure teetering on the brink of collapse from the relentless onslaught. Crack! Boom! Under Jasper's narrowed gaze from afar, the numerical representation of the shield's integrity on the screen plummeted to 0 in an instant. On the battlefield, the golden energy shield that had protected countless lives shattered like fragile glass, dispersing into a myriad of golden specks. Initiate the final emergency protocol. Maximum power to the physical armor. Jasper commanded in a hoarse voice. Under the control of the hub, Leona swiftly crossed her arms to shield the core energy, the surface of her heavy physical armor glowing ominously red from overload. Using her formidable metallic body as the last line of defense, she valiantly blocked most of the deadly fragments and shockwaves. Countless shards struck the armor, producing a cacophony of impacts like torrential rain, leaving deep indentations and scratches. Yet the core area remained unscathed. Her robust figure safeguarded the community center and the civilian district behind her. As the dust settled, the light of the Bifrost descended once more. Before stepping into the beam, Thor strode purposefully toward Leona, who, despite her armor being marred with scars, stood resolutely like a mountain. He gazed deeply at this magnificent orange-red giant who had protected mortals at a critical moment, then abruptly lifted his gaze. His piercing eyes seemingly transcending the distance of space, accurately directed toward the command vehicle in the distance. In those eyes, anger simmered, replaced by profound gratitude and a renewed perception of mortals. Especially that peculiar boy who spoke provocatively yet had not abandoned his duty to protect the weak at a crucial moment. The light of the Bifrost descended right on cue. Thor was about to return to Asgard to confront the crisis of the throne. Before stepping into the beam, he bid farewell to Jane and the others, and finally turned towards Leona, as if addressing the command vehicle, summoning all his strength to shout with a loud and sincere voice. Jasper Hawk, guardian of Midgard. His voice resonated through the silent ruins, capturing everyone's attention. In Asgard, we know the Infinity Stones to be fragments of the universe's primordial rules, wielding immense and foreign power that can be harnessed but also bring calamity. Thor's words rolled forth like thunder, imbued with an understanding of the mysteries of the cosmos. But your power, he pointed towards Leona, as if piercing through space to Jasper, is entirely different. The golden barrier, the guardian will of the earth, and the arcane whispers brimming with infinite possibilities, which sought to seize the thunder, yet were suppressed by your immense will, all coalesced in Soul's gaze, which grew profound and sharp, as if he could see through the very essence of Jasper's powers. They were not mere fragments of foreign gemstones. I felt it. They are like roots, deeply embedded in the essence of Midgard Earth. They are the manifestation of this planet's ancient will and established rules. They are the seeds of the world coursing through the veins of the planet. They are the condensation of Gaia's breath. He paused, his tone imbued with a reverent certainty. Jasper Hawk, you are not merely a holder of power. You are the embodiment chosen by Midgard, the child of this land birthed from the earth. Your strength is an extension of the will of this realm. No wonder you could draw forth the marks of protection left by Mjolnir, referring to the earlier caused fissures. Soul's voice was resolute, as if sealing Jasper's identity with the stamp of the divine realm. Safeguard this gift, child of the earth. It is more intricately connected to your bloodline than any infinity stone, yet it demands even greater reverence. This power, originating from this world, must also be protected. Upon my return, the gates of Asgard shall stand open for you. I look forward to sharing the nectar of the celestial palace with you, the embodiment of Midgard, to discuss the origins of the Nine Realms. Until we meet again, Soul cast a deep glance towards the command vehicle, as if to etch the image of the child of Earth into his memory, then turned and stepped onto the resplendent rainbow bridge, vanishing from sight. Jasper, in the command vehicle, listened to Soul's penetrating voice, gazing at the screen where Soul was looking, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. An amusing boy? The child of Earth? Well, it's certainly better than that little brat in a dinosaur costume. Chapter 21. Soul's invitation 3 days later. Tony Stark's video call intrusively arrived on time. The background was his chaotic yet technologically advanced Malibu laboratory. Hey kid, I heard you went to New Mexico to play in the sand and almost got reimbursed by a demolition crew that jumped out of Norse mythology. Tony, clad in a grease-stained tank top, wielded a wrench with a signature smirk on his face, continued, next time you want to date an alien, could you give me a heads up so I can have Pepper prepare a decent gift for your meeting, or at least help you acquire a hefty accident insurance policy? At that moment, Jasper was lazily reclined in his ergonomic chair in the laboratory, toying with a mini holographic projector, which displayed a strand of captured rainbow fragment, slowly rotating and emanating a mesmerizing glow. Hearing Tony's playful jibe, he rolled his eyes dramatically and retorted, "Oh please, Tony, as if you left me with a good impression during our first encounter. Let us not forget who was lying in an Afghan cave like a glowing, oversized brooch, waiting for me, the delivery boy, to save him, and that perilous little heart of yours. If it weren't for me..." Stop. Tony immediately interrupted, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender, but the laughter in his eyes was undeniable. Bringing up old grievances endlessly, are we? All right, you're impressive. You're the savior. Is that satisfactory? However, he leaned closer to the screen, a hint of curiosity on his face. Seriously, that hammer-wielding fellow and that massive iron block? Things seem quite lively over at Fury's End. You haven't stumbled into any interstellar trouble, have you? Trouble? Jasper exclaimed dramatically, spreading his hands. I am a law-abiding citizen, merely offering my assistance, providing a touch of technical support. Trouble? That's a matter for S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Nordic deities. He deftly sidestepped the crucial information. What about you? How are you faring with the new element? The two slipped back into their habitual, albeit unproductive, banter. Yet, in the deepest recesses of the S.H.I.E.L.D. Triskelion headquarters, a classified report lay open on Nick Fury's desk. It meticulously detailed the energy anomalies of the Source Project's technology in Area 54, the astonishing defensive capabilities of the Leona armor against the Destroyer-S assaults, and the most striking conclusion circled in red ink: Jasper Hawk's predictive speed regarding the extraordinary events, Thor's arrival and the Destroyer's attack, his depth of intervention, and technical specificity far exceeded the realms of intelligence analysis and logical reasoning. There were grave suspicions of his possession of an independent, unknown, and remarkably efficient source of intelligence or precognitive ability outside the purview of S.H.I.E.L.D. and even the World Security Council. The threat assessment level was elevated to a subject of close observation. Recommendations included enhancing comprehensive surveillance and conducting an in-depth investigation into the core source of his rune technology. Fury's single eye fixed on Jasper's carefree, smiling photo in the report, his fingers tapping slowly on the desk. He understood that the seemingly whimsical youth and the power he wielded were more than mere troubles. Despite having established a deep collaboration with S.H.I.E.L.D., he represented a burgeoning variable capable of altering the established order. Such variables often imply uncontrollability. Meanwhile, in the distant realm of Asgard, deep within the Golden Palace, the enormous All-Father's Eye, suspended above the throne, surveyed the 9 realms. Within its pupil, images of the cosmos swirled, revealing the location of Earth, Midgard, were 2 exceedingly faint yet imbued with an ancient aura of rules points, dark gold and deep blue, flickered briefly before vanishing. The god king Odin, seated upon his throne, appeared to rest with his eyes closed, yet the wrinkles of his eyelids seemed to tremble ever so slightly. The mortal form and his perilous runes ultimately could not escape the watchful eyes of the gods. A month later, in New York, atop the Source Project's headquarters, the night sky was clear, dotted with countless stars. Jasper, clad in pajamas, lay in a recliner beside an astronomical telescope, unceremoniously cradling a tub of ice cream, staring vacantly at the energy model of the shattered rainbow bridge displayed on the holographic screen. This energy from Asgard, under the analysis of the mystic runes, unveiled an increasing number of secrets regarding space and dimensions, yet grew ever more difficult to control, like a colossal sea beast poised to break free from its confinement. Suddenly, the night sky above twisted without warning. A resplendent column of rainbow light, akin to a bridge from myth, thundered through the clouds, descending vertically onto the terrace. As the brilliance faded, a tall figure emerged, golden-haired, draped in a crimson cloak, and wielding a hammer, none other than Thor Odinson. Wow! Jasper was nearly startled into dropping the ice cream bucket onto his own face, hastily scrambling up from the lounge chair. What was going on? Did the Asgardians not ring the doorbell? Could they not provide prior notice next time? This sleepwear is a limited edition. Thor, observing Jasper's flustered demeanor, erupted into a hearty, booming laugh that seemed to resonate through the very rooftop. He strode forward with thunderous poise, a stark contrast to the downtrodden prince he once was. Midgardian youth, Jasper Hawk. Thor's voice was imbued with the joy and strength of reunion. I promised I would return. Debts to Asgard are never left unpaid. Debts? Jasper steadied himself, adjusting the askew dinosaur hood of his pajamas with annoyance. Come on, you nearly tore down half the town last time. S.H.I.E.L.D. Hasn't he even settled the repair cost with me yet? Though he complained, a subtle glimmer of amusement flickered in his amber eyes. Thor approached, his colossal form casting a shadow, yet his smile was genuine and warm. He extended his large hand and gave Jasper a hearty pat on the shoulder. Nearly dupling him. What do mortal finances matter? I bring gifts and an invitation from Asgard. His expression shifted, the mirth giving way to earnest solemnity. Jasper Hawk, your courage, wisdom, and determination to protect the vulnerable in times of peril have earned my friendship and the respect of Asgard. Father Odin acknowledges your contributions to the peace of the Nine Realms. At the mention of Odin, Jasper rubbed his sore shoulder, his gaze sharpening slightly. Thor continued, I sincerely invite you, as a warrior of Midgard and as my friend, to visit Asgard. The gates of the Golden Palace shall be open for you. You shall witness the grandeur of the Nine Realms, savor the exquisite wines of Asgard, and feel the glory of the divine. This is the fitting tribute for your esteemed friendship. Visit Asgard? Jasper's heart raced. To behold the divine realm? To explore their technology and magic? This was an irresistible temptation for any scientist, especially one as gifted as he. He suppressed his excitement, striving to maintain a fa-ade of composure. But the light in his eyes betrayed him. Visit? That sounds rather pleasant, indeed. Is there food? Do you have earplugs that can withstand Tony's incessant chatter? I fear he might become wildly jealous if he finds out. Thor, undeterred by his jest, regarded him with renewed seriousness. Jasper, your power is unique. Neither purely magical nor consistent with the known energies of the universe. It reminds me of ancient echoes deep within the roots of the world tree. He extended his hand, palm upward, in an inviting gesture, imbued with the undeniable majesty and sincerity of a deity. Midgardian friend, I, Thor Odinson, Prince of Asgard, invite you to my realm. The forges of Asgard, the sanctum of knowledge, and the radiant waters of the well of life may aid you in better understanding the power that resides within you. As a gesture of gratitude for your assistance in Midgard, he flashed a broad smile, revealing his pearly white teeth, which sparked my curiosity about the true origins of your advanced technology. Thor extended the hand that once wielded the hammer of the thunder god, imbued with the power of lightning, his eyes brimming with anticipation. It's a deal. Jasper grinned widely, adjusting the hood of his dinosaur pajamas, and without hesitation, grasped Thor's calloused yet powerful hand. Let it be known, should the bed in the Golden Palace prove uncomfortable, I shall promptly leave a negative review. Thor's hearty laughter resonated as he tightened his grip on Jasper's hand. Hold on tight. A cascade of vibrant colors surged skyward once more, enveloping their figures. On the rooftop of the Source Project technology, only an ice cream bucket remained, gently swaying in the night breeze. Meanwhile, deep within the Golden Palace of Asgard, Odin's eye observed the direction of Earth, where two pulsating points representing the runic power, dark gold and ethereal blue, erupted with unprecedented brilliance for a fleeting moment, before settling back into a deeper stability. The corners of the All-Father Odin's mouth seemed to lift ever so slightly. Chapter 22. The grand chapter of Asgard, the radiant light of the Rainbow Bridge once again tore through the fabric of space. This time, Jasper Hawk found himself at the very heart of this cosmic marvel. Dazzling, multicolored lights enveloped him, the peculiar sensation of spatial distortion causing turmoil in his stomach. Had it not been for the resolute runes instinctively coursing beneath his skin, emanating a dark gold glow that fortified his flesh and bones against this extraordinary rending of physical law, he might have succumbed to nausea. The magical runes were exceptionally lively, with the ethereal blue arcane glimmer flickering deep within his pupils, greedily analyzing the exquisite structure of space runes contained within the Rainbow Bridge. As the light dissipated, he found himself standing upon a hard, smooth bridge that gleamed with a metallic luster. The breathtaking vista before him, far removed from the skyscrapers and cutting-edge laboratories of New York, left Jasper profoundly awestruck. The Golden Palace loomed majestically, its spire, constructed of pure gold and URU metal, piercing the heavens, reflecting a sacred and dignified light under the unique, eternally twilight sky of Asgard. Enormous statues depicted Odin in his valorous conquests across the Nine Realms, standing sentinel along the lengthy staircase leading to the Golden Palace. An unusual fragrance filled the air, emanating from the ever-blooming golden apple trees of the celestial garden. mingling with the metallic scent of stardust wafting from the forge. In the distance, a starry waterfall cascaded from the floating mountains, merging into the swirling ocean below. Reminiscent of a liquid nebula. Grand and magnificent, suffused with vibrant life, energy, and ancient mystery, this was Asgard, the realm of the gods. Welcome to Asgard, Jasper Hawk. Thor's voice resonated with pride. Heimdall, the guardian of the Rainbow Bridge, with his molten gold eyes, cast a profound glance at Jasper, as if his gaze could penetrate through his hoodie and perceive the restless dual runes within him. Jasper felt the runic energy beneath his skin momentarily freeze, as if scrutinized by an ancient beast. In the days that followed, Jasper was assigned to a guest room in the Golden Palace, offering a splendid view. Thor fulfilled his promise, the journey to the forge. Within the thunderous workshop of the dwarf king S.H.I.E.L.D, who had not yet lost his hands, Jasper witnessed the magnificent furnace, infused with the power of a stellar core, forging URU metal. As S.H.I.E.L.D swung his colossal hammer, the runes on its head illuminated, channeling pure cosmic energy from the furnace into the nascent weapon. The steadfast runes within him resonated profoundly, responding to the fundamental principles of matter, creation, and protection. Unable to resist, Jasper extended his fingertip, allowing a faint stream of dark gold energy to flow forth, gently caressing a cooling ingot of URU metal. A miracle transpired. The minute stress fractures within the metal, potentially caused by rapid cooling, quietly mended where the golden light brushed, rendering the lattice structure of the metal denser and more resilient. S.H.I.E.L.D halted his hammer, his lava-like eyes widened in astonishment, exclaiming, "Mortal, what have you done? This feels akin to the blessing of the world tree, the enlightenment of the temple of knowledge, in the ancient sanctuary, guarded by sages beneath a dome of stars." Jasper encountered the rune tablets and energy crystals that chronicled the origins of the 9 realms and the secrets of the cosmos. At this moment, the arcane runes became extraordinarily vibrant, their ethereal blue glow nearly piercing through him. The intricate and obscure Asgardian glyphs and energy diagrams surged into his consciousness, rapidly analyzed and comprehended, bolstered by the magical runes. He was particularly captivated by fragments concerning the primal energies of the world and the manifestation of rules. Some concepts of ancient existences resonating faintly with the world runes within him. He realized that the power of the runes surpassed his wildest imagination. They were not mere sources of energy, but fragments constituting or influencing certain fundamental rules of the universe. This revelation filled him with both exhilaration and a tinge of trepidation. The baptism of the spring of life. Thor led him to a hidden realm deep within the palace, surrounded by golden vines and luminescent flowers. A crystal-clear spring gushed forth from the gemstone-studded crevices, emanating a soft, milky light, with an essence of life so rich it seemed to coalesce into mist. This was the legendary spring of life, a variant or branch, part of the source of the Asgardian race's prolonged longevity. Thor gestured for Jasper to immerse his hand in the spring's waters. As his fingertips touched the warm, soothing liquid, an immense, pure, and infinitely vibrant cosmic life, energy, surged into him. This force was gentle yet overwhelming, washing over every inch of Jasper's flesh and every nerve. The steadfast runes, like parched earth welcoming rain, joyfully absorbed this essence of life, dark golden light radiating from within, illuminating his bones as though they were cast in gold. The very form of the runes seemed to solidify and complexify, achieving an unprecedented depth of integration with his corporeal being, resulting in an all-encompassing qualitative leap. Muscle density increased geometrically, nerve reaction speeds surpassed human limits, his senses sharpened to rival those of elite Asgardian warriors, and his self-healing abilities reached a level where visible wounds healed rapidly before the eye. Meanwhile, the arcane runes also benefited from this torrent of life, their azure glow deepening and becoming more restrained, significantly enhancing the precision of energy manipulation and the range of perception. The occasional energy conflicts that once existed between the resolute runes now flowed harmoniously under the nurturing influence of the fountain of life, creating an everlasting cycle. The divine power of Asgard fundamentally reinforced and optimized his life form, enabling it to better bear the immense might of the world runes. "How does it feel, my friend from Midgard?" Thor inquired with a smile, observing the slowly coalescing golden blue radiance surrounding Jasper. He sensed Jasper's aura becoming denser and more profound, yet imbued with a lively essence. Jasper raised his hand, gazing at the harmonious and stable golden blue glow coursing beneath his skin, feeling the surging power and unprecedented sense of coordination within him. He exhaled deeply, his smile radiant and genuine. "It feels absolutely marvelous, like just completing a top-tier endeavor worth billions. Can this fountain be bottled? The water dispenser in my company SCAF downstairs is in dire need of an upgrade." However, beneath Asgard's tranquility, undercurrents churned. Loki regarded this peculiar mortal brought back by his brother with wariness and disdain. As Jasper engrossed himself in deciphering a slab inscribed with the rules of external domain invasion at the Temple of Knowledge, suspecting a connection to the source of the runes, Loki's figure materialized behind him like a shadow. Beware, little ant peering into the knowledge of the gods. You might find your eyes scorched by the light. Loki's voice was cold and magnetic, laced with innate mockery. That little trick within you might fool Thor, the brute, but it won't deceive me. Two incongruent forces forcibly intertwined? A perilous juggling act indeed. Tell me, mortal, which ancient figure sent you as a pawn? Or are you the very player seeking to stir the waters? Jasper turned, still wearing his irreverent smile, yet the playful sparkle in his amber eyes had vanished, replaced by the unique, icy sharpness characteristic of rune analysis. Pawn? Player? My lord Loki. To speak of chess in your presence, the god of cunning, would be akin to showing off one's skills before master. I am merely a curious merchant, exploring how to ensure my security products don't shatter too unsightly when faced with a behemoth like the Destroyer. He subtly moved his fingertips, enveloped in an exceedingly discreet force field that merged the protective power of the resolute runes with the disruptive energy of the arcane runes. A new application he had comprehended at the Temple of Knowledge, specifically designed to guard against Loki's mental probing or illusions. Loki's green pupils narrowed slightly. He indeed sensed an invisible interference and repulsion against his magic as he approached Jasper. With a cold snort, he transformed into a green light, leaving behind a whisper that echoed in the air. Watch your little toys, mortal. The waters of Asgard have drowned beings far more powerful than you. As Loki's ominous warning lingered in the air, the alarm of the celestial palace suddenly resounded through the heavens. The piercing sound of a horn resonated with the chilling essence of frost as the ice giant Lao Fei, under Loki's covert guidance, of which Jasper was acutely aware, exploited the brief energy fluctuations of the Rainbow Bridge to lead an elite force through the vulnerabilities in Asgard's defenses, charging directly towards the Golden Palace's treasury. Their objective was none other than the Frost Box, the source of power for their kind, sealed away by Odin. In an instant, the celestial palace was engulfed in flames of war. The icy breath of the frost giants froze their path, as their towering forms wielded crystalline weapons, engaging fiercely with Asgard's guardians. Thor roared, swinging Mjolnir with thunderous might against the foes, sending shards of ice flying in his wake. Sif and the three warriors also found themselves embroiled in a desperate battle. The chamber where Jasper resided was not spared from the invasion. Three imposing frost giants burst through the door, their frigid aura instantly condensing the air into frost. Umans, D, bellowed the leader as a colossal ice fist, imbued with the power to freeze all, came crashing down. With no escape in sight, Jasper's gaze sharpened. The dual runes within him, recently enhanced and harmonized by Asgardian power, erupted instantaneously. Indestructible, the dark golden energy of the resolute runes enveloped him like liquid gold, forming a substantial, translucent golden armor around his body. The giant's ice fist struck the armor with a resounding clang, sending echoes like a great bell. Ice shards scattered, the armor flickered violently, yet it withstood the blow capable of shattering steel. The URU metal floor beneath him cracked like a spider's web, but Jasper did not yield an inch. Starstream impact. Almost as soon as the armor took shape, ethereal blue runic energy coalesced in his palm into a rapidly spinning arcane missile, as if the very essence of galaxies was contained within. Without the need for incantations, it was purely his will that manifested the runic principles. The missile shot forth, akin to a living blue comet, circumventing the golden armor to strike fiercely at the chest of the frost giant. Boom! Arcane energy mixed with frigid power erupted violently. The frost giant emitted a wretched howl as a massive gaping wound was torn into its chest, deep blue blood and shards of crystalline organs splattering everywhere. Its colossal form propelled backward by the ferocity of the energy, crashing through the wall. The remaining two giants were taken aback. Jasper extended both hands, with his left hand sustaining the resilient armor against the ice blade of another giant, his right fingers splayed wide. As the energy of the runes surged forth like a swift serpent, not to attack, but to rapidly inscribe a complex array of runes composed of ethereal blue light upon the ground, a simplified variant of the Thorn Halo. A basic defensive barrier he had learned in the Hall of Knowledge. As the third giant charged closer, the runic array blazed with brilliance, and countless sharp arcane energy spikes erupted from the ground, piercing through the giant's feet and calves. Thor, towards the treasury. They have insider. Jasper urgently accessed Asgard's communication network through the hub, utilizing the spatial frequency previously deciphered from the remnants of the Rainbow Bridge, alerting Thor. Before him, the holographic tactical map displayed a rapidly advancing marker representing Leona as a colossal golden energy shield forged a path ahead, providing cover for the divided Asgardian Guard forces against the onslaught of frost breath and thrown spears. This was the inaugural appearance of the Source Project armor on the genuine battlefield of the Divine Realm. Upon hearing Jasper's warning, Thor instantly grasped Loki's treacherous scheme. In a fit of rage, he summoned a tempest of thunder, forsaking the minions as he transformed into a bolt of lightning, hurtling towards the treasure vault. Ultimately, he intercepted Lao Fei, who was attempting to seize the icebox before the vault's entrance. A fierce confrontation erupted between father and son, though Loki would not acknowledge the bond, and brothers. At a crucial moment, Odin awoke from his Odin sleep, expelling Lao Fei with unparalleled divine power, yet he appeared even more aged and weakened for having forcibly interrupted his slumber. In a frenzy of despair and betrayal, Loki activated the Rainbow Bridge, targeting the Frost Giant's homeland of Jotunheim with the intent to annihilate it completely. Within the control room of the Rainbow Bridge, cataclysmic energy beams coalesced, aimed at the distant snowy planet. To thwart Loki's apocalyptic madness, Thor, with great reluctance, swung Mjolnir, delivering a devastating blow to the control center of the Rainbow Bridge. A thunderous roar erupted, akin to the very heavens and earth collapsing. The Rainbow Bridge, infused with boundless spatial energy, shattered inch by inch. The unleashed torrents of chaotic energy surged forth beneath the Golden Palace, wreaking havoc and engulfing all surrounding structures and soldiers who could not escape into the void. Thor and Loki stood precariously at the edge of the crumbling bridge, teetering on the brink of oblivion. Just as the destructive energy threatened to consume them both in a moment of dire peril, a formidable golden light barrier, summoned by resolute runes, emerged alongside a swirling field of bluish energy, driven by mystical runes and incorporating fragments of the Rainbow Bridge's shattered remnants. These two colossal shields intertwined, standing defiantly before Thor and Loki. It was Jasper, positioned at a relatively secure entrance to the control room. He extended his hands forward, his fingers trembling from the exertion of his full power, veins bulging on his forehead, as gold and blue light flickered violently around him, resembling an overloaded furnace. Empowered by Asgardian might, his body and spirit reached a pinnacle, allowing him for the first time to unleash the dual runes' power unreservedly and in perfect harmony to their limits. With a thunderous crash, the raging energy of the Rainbow Bridge collided violently against the dual rune shield. The golden barrier quaked intensely, emitting groans under the immense strain. As fissures began to appear on its surface, the bluish energy field flickered wildly, its internal runes operating at an overload, striving to guide and divert this torrent of destruction. Jasper felt as if his very soul were being forged in the cosmic furnace, the dual runes inflicting excruciating pain, causing blood to trickle from the corner of his mouth. Yet he persevered, securing those crucial seconds for Odin. The venerable All-Father descended like a deity, his eternal spear Gungnir slicing through the chaotic tempest of energy, precisely seizing Thor's wrist. As Loki, amidst the despair of his father's grasp upon his brother and his own unheeded plight, released his hold with a grim smile. He plummeted into the infinite abyss of the cosmos. The chaotic energies of the Bifrost gradually subsided, leaving a gaping maw leading into the void of the starry sky. The Golden Palace lay in ruins, with the surviving warriors tending to their wounded. Thor knelt at the shattered edge of the bridge, anguish etched upon his face as he gazed into the direction of Loki's vanishing form. Odin, weary and clutching the eternal spear, surveyed the ravaged Asgard in silence. Jasper leaned against the wall, sliding down to the ground, gasping for breath. The radiance of the dual runes within him had dimmed considerably, the fatigue from overexertion sweeping through his body. Yet, strengthened by the well of life and his extreme utilization of power, his recovery was swifter than ever before. He observed the golden blue light in his palm gradually calming, sensing a subtle harmony between the two forces within him that had emerged from their shared struggle against annihilation. Lost in contemplation, Thor approached him, extending his hand, his gaze complex, brimming with gratitude and gravity. "Jasper Hawk, my friend, Asgard owes you a life, no, many lives. Had it not been for your final assistance, Loki," and he paused, his voice somewhat hoarse, "I witnessed your strength, as well as your heart. You are not merely a warrior of Midgard. You are a recognized ally of Asgard." With Thor's support, Jasper stood, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and managed a faint smile, albeit weakened. "No need for thanks, big guy. Primarily, my high-tech security products warranty stipulates that I cannot allow clients to be taken down on their own turf." Though this demolition was a bit more dramatic than usual, his gaze swept over the vast breach in the direction in which Loki had fallen. "What do you plan to do next? The Bifrost is destroyed, and repairs will take time." Thor looked into the distance, his eyes resolute. This signifies that for an extended period, the 9 realms will be isolated and vulnerable, a breeding ground for chaos and opportunists. He turned to Jasper, extending a new invitation. "Stay with us, my friend. Asgard needs your kind of strength, and more so, Your heart that seeks to protect others in the face of destruction. Your rune power may well guide us in the reconstruction and safeguarding of the order within the 9 realms. Moreover, he pointed to the still flickering energies surrounding Jasper. The forges in the ocean of knowledge here should aid you in mastering those 2 little entities, should they not? Jasper gazed into Thor's sincere eyes, then glanced at the golden blue dual rune shadows slowly swirling in his palm. Thoughts of Tony on Earth, the Source Project technology, and the increasingly enigmatic truth of the runes coalesced into a bold notion within him. Perhaps remaining in the realm of the gods to delve into the origins of the runes, accumulating strength and experience upon this grand cosmic stage, was a pivotal step towards confronting the storms of the future. He grinned, this time with a hint of seriousness and challenge. Room and board, plus access to top-tier laboratories and libraries. Now that's a far better deal than Stark offered. It's a deal, landlord. However, let me know that the rent must be paid in your finest mead. The chapter of Asgard may have merely turned its first page for the perilous and potent world runes that reside within him. Odin's eye silently traversed the golden halls, once again sweeping over the mortal figure shrouded in golden blue luminescence. Chapter 23. Asgard 2. Jasper was assigned a splendid guest room in close proximity to the Queen's enchanted garden. Soon, he was guided to a tranquil courtyard adorned with luminescent magical flowers. Queen Frigga, draped in a simple yet exquisite silver robe, exuded a gentle and profound aura, akin to an ancient well cradling the cosmos. Her gaze settled upon Jasper, imbued with serene insight and a hint of barely perceptible wonder. Child. Frigga's voice was soft, yet resonated with power, effortlessly soothing Jasper's slight nervousness in the presence of the goddess. I perceive that within the depths of your soul lie 2 distinctly ancient rules, powerful yet untamed, like uncut stars. She did not explicitly reveal the runes, but pointed directly to the essence. The magic of Asgard arises from the resonance of will and cosmic energy. It serves as a tool for creation, protection, and understanding, rather than a mere expression of brute force. Let me witness how your tools operate. Heeding her words, Jasper cautiously summoned a thread of cerulean arcane energy infused with the spell of summoning Elysium. The energy danced at his fingertips, vibrant yet imbued with a primal, almost insatiable desire for dissection and destruction, instinctively attempting to unravel the faint life magic woven within the surrounding flora. Frigga gently raised her hand, her fingertips not coalescing into immense divine power, but flowing instead with a strand of pure, soft silver light reminiscent of moonlight. This seemingly faint light carried an inexplicable sense of order. It delicately entwined around the restless cerulean energy at Jasper's fingertips. A miracle unfolded, the once untamed arcane energy, which sought to devour all, upon contacting the silver thread, seemed infused with a newfound spirit and direction. It ceased its tumult, becoming docile and manageable, even beginning to mimic the flowing trajectory of the silver light, attempting to sense rather than plunder the life essence of the flowers and grasses, drawing forth a more harmonious energy to nourish itself. Magic is an extension of will, a reflection of the soul. Frigga's voice flowed like a clear spring. Your power possesses unparalleled analytical and transformative aptitude. This is a rare treasure. Yet, you must learn to imbue it with purpose and restraint. Great power, unaccompanied by a mindset to wield it, ultimately turns against its master. She commenced a systematic instruction of Jasper in the fundamentals of Asgardian magic, how to meditate for a clear mind, how to construct a mental framework for stable spellcasting, how to communicate with the elemental spirits of the universe rather than subjugating them, and most importantly, the true essence of protective magic. The ultimate aim of power should be the safeguarding of life and order. Under Frigga's wise guidance, Jasper's magical education flourished remarkably. He no longer relied solely on the crude, instinctive energy output of the runes. The power of the runes of sorcery is infused with skill and will. The Shield of Starlight is no longer merely a barrier of energy. It integrates the protective runes of Asgard with the analytical prowess of sorcery runes, constructing a dynamic shield before the bearer, composed of countless rotating, miniature arcane symbols. This shield can automatically adjust its structure according to the attributes of incoming attacks, such as fire, ice, or kinetic impact, optimizing energy deflection or absorption with unparalleled efficiency. Spiritual link. Drawing upon the techniques of Frigga in communicating with the elements, Jasper harnesses the power of sorcery runes to establish a fleeting mental connection. Perceiving the emotional fluctuations and even vague intentions of nearby beings, significantly enhancing his defenses against Loki's illusions, or forging pacts for assistance with elemental spirits within a limited vicinity, summoning miniature fireballs or condensing ice crystals without relying solely on his own energy reserves. Rune weaving. This is the essence of Frigga's teachings. Jasper embarks on the study of the authentic Asgardian rune system. He replicates and animates these divine symbols, imbued with the laws of the universe, using his own sorcery, rune energy. Although he cannot yet wield them with the effortless mastery of Frigga, whose power is boundless. He has begun to integrate several fundamental runes, such as those representing protection and light, into his arcane projectiles or shields, endowing them with a purer sanctity or the ability to dispel darkness. Frigga gazes upon the ethereal blue light flowing from Jasper's fingertips, gradually losing its wildness to become fluid and orderly, her eyes filled with satisfaction. You possess extraordinary insight, my child. Your strength is discovering its own path. Jasper's activities in Asgard inevitably draw the attention of Odin, the All-Father. In the depths of the Golden Palace, Odin sits upon his exalted throne. His remaining eye is not always open, yet his will perceives every corner of the 9 realms through the eye of Odin, which hangs above his throne, encompassing Jasper Hawk within the palace. Odin's perception of Jasper has evolved from scrutiny to acceptance, when Thor insists on inviting this mortal, endowed with powers from other realms. Back to Asgard, Odin remains vigilant. Through the eye of Odin, he clearly observes the 2 formidable and perilous world runes within Jasper, resolute as the slumbering core of the earth, while the sorcery runes resemble a restless, profound nebula. They do not belong to any known power system of Asgard and are distinctly different from the Infinity Stones. Odin fears that they may be the seeds of an unknown threat or disrupt the order of Asgard. However, Odin refrains from direct intervention, opting instead to observe. He sees Jasper tirelessly studying the rune tablets and cosmic secrets within the Temple of Knowledge, showing respect to the wise. More importantly, he sincerely follows Frigga in learning magic with a focused and humble demeanor, not coveting the powers of Asgard. In the Dwarven workshop, he inadvertently repairs the flaws of URU metal using the power of the resolute rune, and Eitre's astonishment reaches Odin's ears. This power manifests not as destruction, but as the potential for repair and enhancement. Most crucially, Odin witnesses the transformation of Jasper under Frigga's guidance. He no longer allowed the powers of the runes to operate instinctively and greedily, as in the early days when he sought to decipher the spring of life. Instead, he learned to exercise restraint, to guide, and to imbue these forces with meaning and protection, particularly within the magical garden, as Jasper practiced spiritual connections. He endeavored to communicate with a sapling of the golden apple tree, which had been withered by corrupting magic. He chose to channel gentle arcane energy rather than forcefully dispel the corruption. His patience and willingness to safeguard life elicited a subtle glimmer of approval in Odin's single eye. Jasper's playful banter with Thor, his indulgent drinking of mead at the feasts of the Celestial Palace, despite often finding himself inebriated, and the occasional glimpses of nostalgia for Earth and Tony, which did not escape Odin's keen sight, all revealed that he was not a scheming, ambitious individual. His exuberance resembled the vibrant energy of youthful life rather than irreverence. On one rare occasion, with only Frigga present, Odin initiated a conversation about Jasper. Frigga inquired, "What are your thoughts on Thor's mortal friend, my king?" Odin, after a moment of silence, with the eternal spear Gungnir humming softly in his grasp, replied, "His power is ancient and unfamiliar. Its origins shrouded in the mists of the cosmos, even surpassing the comprehension of Midgard. It is dangerous, akin to a double-edged sword." Frigga smiled. Yet he is learning to grasp the hilt rather than be harmed by the blade. Deep within his heart lies a spark akin to Thor's reverence for life and a steadfast commitment to protection, albeit veiled beneath a layer of Midgardian playfulness. Odin gazed into the distance, as if penetrating the walls of the Golden Palace to glimpse Jasper practicing the integration of rune symbols into arcane projectiles. Indeed, he acknowledged, he resembles an unrefined URU, or harboring immeasurable potential. Frigga, your guidance is of utmost importance. The blue power within him, the arcane runes, is being tamed by your teachings, gradually revealing the brilliance of wisdom and creativity. The golden power, representing steadfastness and resilience, becomes pure through his intent. Thor has returned with a troublesome, yet potentially promising ally for Asgard. Continue to teach him, helping him grasp the true essence of power. The wisdom of Asgard should illuminate his path, not shackle his wings. These words from Odin constituted the clearest and most affirmative recognition of Jasper Hawk. He perceived the danger, yet saw greater potential, the possibility of growth, and that protective heart. He was willing to nurture and guide this power using Asgard's resources, steering it towards the rightful safeguarding of the 9 realms. Jasper spent several enriching months in Asgard, achieving remarkable advancements in his magical prowess, mastering the dual runes with unprecedented fluidity, while his body and spirit were further fortified by the divine environment and Frigga's magic. Nevertheless, the pull of Earth remained ever present, prompting him to realize that it was time to return. Before his departure, Queen Frigga gifted him a silver leaf brooch, handcrafted by her, imbued with gentle protective magic. Child, remember, magic is an extension of the heart's intent. Maintain the light within your heart, for it shall inevitably illuminate the darkness. Thor bestowed upon him a substantial fragment of URU metal, imbued with the essence of pure, thunderous power. My friend, return with the friendship and strength of Asgard. Should Midgard face peril, merely call my name, and Mjolnir shall rend the skies asunder. Although Odin did not personally bid farewell, Jasper distinctly felt a magnificent gaze, imbued with authority, yet softened by gentle anticipation. Upon him at the moment he stepped onto the Rainbow Bridge. He glanced back toward the Golden Palace and nodded solemnly. The radiance of the Rainbow Bridge enveloped Jasper once more. This time, he actively channeled the arcane energies of the runes. The ethereal blue arcane light interwove flawlessly with the vibrant hues of the rainbow, rendering his silhouette composed and resolute amidst the brilliance. What he carried away was not solely Frigga's arcane knowledge, Thor's camaraderie, or Odin's endorsement, but a profound understanding and mastery of his own power, refined through the crucible of the divine realm. Within him, the resolute glow of the runes harmonized with the arcane symbols, flowing like a dual-toned golden-blue galaxy, heralding his return to the earthly stage, which was about to be engulfed in turmoil. Heimdall maneuvered the control lever, his deep voice resonating. May the light of Asgard bless your journey home, Jasper Hawk. In a flash of brilliance, the terrace was left with only the searing imprint of energy and Thor's expectant smile. Earth, Iron Man. An lurking crisis awaited this rune master returning from the divine domain. Chapter 24. The return to Asgard. The beam of the Rainbow Bridge precisely converged upon the terrace of the Source Project Tower. The scorching energy imprint swiftly cooling and vanishing under the meticulous nano-repair system. Jasper Hawk's figure emerged as the kaleidoscopic light dissipated. He inhaled the slightly smog-laden air of New York, his face adorned with an ethereal tranquility born from his divine return. Yet his amber eyes ignited with a lively spark upon beholding the familiar sights of the laboratory. His deep brown curls appeared slightly longer, casually falling over his forehead, and the golden-blue luminescence, subtly coursing beneath his skin, was more restrained and harmonious than when he left, as if the power had truly merged with the essence of his being. As he stepped into the laboratory, ready to savor the sweetness of home, an ear-splitting alarm was abruptly overshadowed by an even louder, more irate voice. Finally decided to roll back from your celestial vacation. Jasper Hawk, do you have any idea that during your absence of 3 months, 7 days, and 12 hours, I was nearly driven mad by Pepper's incessant chatter? In your wretched company, that rodent fellow blocked my path with new purchase orders 3 times. Happy even thought you'd been abducted by aliens to serve as their consort. The most outrageous part is that Friday informed me your lab's backup energy core overloaded again yesterday, nearly turning the CAF downstairs into an open-air ruin. And you, couldn't he even spare a cosmic long-distance call? Tony Stark burst forth from behind the holographic workstation at the other end of the laboratory like a whirlwind infused with oil and caffeine. He was not clad in armor, but rather donned a black vest stained with indeterminate smudges. His hair was a chaotic mess, as if struck by lightning, or perhaps he had simply raked his fingers through in frustration. Dark circles beneath his eyes revealed that he had endured more than one sleepless night. In his hand, he clutched a wrench, brandishing it menacingly at Jasper while unleashing a torrent of complaints, each word dripping with a palpable mix of irritation and underlying concern. Jasper, momentarily taken aback by this Tony Stark-esque reception, could not suppress a grin that erupted on his face, dazzlingly bright. He opened his arms wide, entirely disregarding the wrench that Tony waved. Tony, my old friend, I missed you terribly. Just look at these dark circles. Isn't it lonely and desolate without my lab? He feigned an attempt to leap into an embrace. Stop. Stay back. Tony nimbly retreated a step, using the wrench as a barrier between them, scrutinizing Jasper with disdain. What on earth is that smell? Golden apples? Magical incense? And what else with this glow? Have you taken a dip in luminescent paint? His brow furrowed as he keenly detected the unusual energy shimmer beneath Jasper's skin, noting a shift in his demeanor, less frenetic exuberance and more of a tranquil depth, as if his gaze concealed the vastness of the cosmos. This is divine power refinement. Do you comprehend? Top-notch. Jasper twirled with pride, deftly retrieving the last can of chilled coffee that Tony had stashed away in the temperature-controlled box on the lab bench. Asgardian mead is in abundance, and Queen Frigga personally instructed me in the arcane arts. Odin, the All-Father, holds me in high regard. I embarked on a journey of strategic advancement. Do you understand? Tony snatched the coffee can back with an irritable huff, popping the tab and gulping down a hefty swig. Advancement? More like you've gone off to cultivate immortality. And Odin's praise? Frigga teaching you magic? Why don't you mention that you've sworn fealty to Thor as well? Though he jested, his gaze remained sharp as it scanned Jasper, his silent scanning already engaged. The bodily readings were alarming. Every metric surpassed human limits, along with several unknown energy spectrums. Are you certain those gods Haven T swapped you for a cyborg body? Completely natural, no additives. Jasper thumped his chest, producing a solid thud. I've merely enhanced myself a tad. Oh, and Thor asked me to send his regards. He promised to treat you to the finest mead next time. An unlimited supply. He deliberately overlooked Odin's scrutinizing gaze and the arduous teachings of Frigga. Tony let out a dismissive grunt and took another large sip of coffee, seemingly attempting to suppress his irritation and the barely perceptible relaxation that followed. He approached Jasper's workstation, eyeing the smoking simulator and the intricately complex, dizzying energy models of rainbow bridge fragments that hovered before him. His tone softened, tinged with an awkward concern. Well, it's good to have you back. Next time you decide to vanish, do remember to provide me with a location so I can prepare a friendly welcome package with Veronica, the anti-Hulk armor. And for heaven's sake, tidy up your dangerous toys. Your antics are about to bankrupt New York's insurance. The two individuals engaged in a long-overdue exchange of banter, laced with technical jargon and personal jabs. Tony derided Asgard as a theme park of feudal superstition, while Jasper retorted that Tony's arc reactor resembled an antiquated brooch, filling the laboratory once more with a familiar clamor. Yet, just as Tony grasped an energy core, preparing to dismantle it for study, the space distorted without warning as Jasper turned to fetch a tool. The scene in the laboratory shattered like a broken mirror, instantly peeling away, flipping, and reorganizing. The familiar instruments, the floating light screens, and Tony's figure holding the core all vanished like phantoms. In their stead emerged a bizarre realm that defied all physical laws. The floor beneath was an endlessly extending mosaic of colorful glass, while overhead hung an inverted skyline, flowing with rivers of stars. In the distance, a forest of geometric shapes constantly replicated and morphed. Time lost all sense of direction here, and light was refracted into ethereal bands of color. Chapter 25. The Assistance of the Ancient One, the Mirrored Space. Jasper instantly entered a state of combat readiness. The dual runes within him activated instinctively, racing at high speed without need for summoning. The power of the resolute rune coalesced beneath his skin into a substantial golden armor, while the ethereal blue arcane energy of the sorcery rune gathered in his palm, forming a rapidly spinning rune missile. His perception heightened to its limits. He scanned the peculiar space with vigilance. Relax, Jasper Hawk. I mean you no harm. A serene and tranquil female voice resonated, as if capable of smoothing the creases of time and space. Jasper spun around suddenly. Not far ahead stood a figure clad in a bright yellow monk's robe. Her head shaven, she had appeared without notice, standing casually with her hands clasped behind her back, wearing a gentle smile that seemed to transcend the vicissitudes of time. Most striking were her eyes, profound as if they contained the birth and death of stars within the cosmos. She exuded no powerful energy, yet she seemed to be one with the distorted space, the sole fixed point amidst the chaos. The Ancient One, guardian of Kamar-Taj, the supreme sorcerer of Earth. Jasper recognized her, the renowned bald woman in the yellow robe, yet his taut nerves remained unrelaxed, the arcane missile in his palm still poised to strike. It is an honor to meet you. However, is this rather characteristic of Kamar-Taj in its invitation? The Ancient One smiled slightly, seemingly unfazed by his wariness. Her gaze, as tangible as substance, fell upon Jasper, penetrating through flesh and bone to gaze into the depths of his soul, where two-world runes exuded an ancient aura. This is not an invitation, but rather a necessary encounter. Your very existence is a significant variable, Jasper Hawk. Jasper's heart abruptly skipped a beat. His pupils constricted sharply, and the arcane missile in his palm nearly spiraled out of control. This was the secret he had buried deep within his soul, one he had never revealed to anyone since birth. His throat tightened, leaving him speechless in shock. The arcane runes whirled with fervor, striving to decipher the words of the Ancient One and the spatial laws enveloping them. It was akin to a clay bull plunging into the ocean, only to encounter an expanse of infinite tranquility. There was no need for astonishment, nor for trepidation. The Ancient One seemed to pierce through his thoughts, gliding gracefully as the mirrored space shifted elegantly with her steps, the nightscape of New York flowing through shattered glass. The universe is as numerous as the grains of sand along the Ganges. Though the journey of the soul is rare, it is not entirely non-existent. Your soul's wavelength does not perfectly align with this universe's primordial essence, much like a droplet of oil in water. Having guarded the Earth dimension for many years, I am particularly sensitive to such dissonant melodies. She paused, her gaze returning to Jasper, this time imbued with a hint of admiration. However, What surprised and delighted me was that this foreign droplet of oil did not seek to disrupt the tranquility of the glass of water. Rather, it endeavored to blend harmoniously within it. The Ancient One's gaze swept over Jasper, observing the harmonious interplay of golden and blue luminescence. The technology of your origin project safeguards the beings of this world in your own unique manner, despite the occasional eccentricity in your means. A slight curve appeared at the corners of her mouth. You thwarted Tony Stark's self-destruction, intervened in a conflict capable of annihilating a town, and even in Asgard. You chose to protect rather than plunder. Frigga imparted her wisdom generously, and Odin cast a glance of approval. All of this attested to the deep-seated desire for guardianship within your soul, which has triumphed over the chaotic allure brought forth by sheer power. The astonishment within Jasper gradually transformed into a complex array of emotions. The discomfort of being seen through, the unease of having his origins unveiled, yet more profoundly, a stirring sense of understanding and a warmth of recognition. He slowly dissipated the arcane missiles from his palms, and the golden light armor enveloping him dimmed. You've seen all? His voice was somewhat parched. Dimension Guardians require keen insight, the Ancient One replied enigmatically, lifting one hand with her palm facing upwards. Without intricate incantations or dazzling gestures, a complex array, composed solely of the Ring of Ragador, perhaps a variant of a symbol, began to rotate gently in her palm, emanating a soft white glow that exuded a pure, orderly, and all-encompassing cosmic energy. Your power, these two runes, the Ancient One's gaze seemed to penetrate Jasper's chest. Directly observing the golden and blue core, they are formidable embodiments of order with boundless potential. Yet, their primal wildness exists in subtle conflict with the laws of this universe. Much like two surging rivers attempting to forcibly merge into a predetermined channel. The surface may appear tranquil, yet undercurrents continually erode and tear at your vessel, your body and soul, restricting their true might. Jasper resonated deeply with this insight. Despite the enhancements from his guardian powers and Frigga's magic, he could still feel the occasional stutter, akin to fine gears catching on grains of sand, during the deeper operations of the dual runes, accompanied by an ensuing fatigue at the level of his soul. I can sense that conflict, Jasper candidly remarked. Queen Frigga helped me tame their wildness, teaching me how to imbue them with will and skill. Yet, the root of the disharmony persists. Frigga's guidance is a beacon of wisdom. She has paved the way for you. Ancient One interrupted him, her palm glowing with a brilliant white array, and I can assist you in addressing that root issue. She gazed at Jasper. Based on your positive influence on the Blue Star and the protective heart you have displayed, I am willing to lend you a helping hand, enabling you to truly take root here, allowing your strength to resonate harmoniously with the rules of this universe. She raised her hand, palm upwards. An arcane array, composed purely of magical energy, slowly rotated into existence. At its core lay the insignia of the S.H.I.E.L.D, symbolizing cosmic balance and infinite possibilities. Your two fragments. One embodies the cornerstone of existence, the Resolute Rune, while the other reflects the trajectory of change, the Sorcery Rune. They are two sides of the same coin, akin to light and shadow, life and death, manifesting the duality that constitutes the fundamental laws of the universe. Your previous fusion was akin to forcibly pressing the same poles of two magnets together. While they could coexist, they were in constant repulsion, resulting in immense expenditure of energy. With a delicate flick of her fingertip, the insignia of the S.H.I.E.L.D projected two beams of light. One was pure, reminiscent of the light of existence at the dawn of the universe, corresponding to the Resolute Rune, while the other flowed incessantly, embodying the infinite possibilities of change, corresponding to the Sorcery Rune. These beams did not merge, but entwined in a remarkably intricate manner, aligned with the universal principles, resonating and supporting one another, forming a stable and powerful whole. True fusion does not obliterate differences. Rather, it finds a singularity that allows existence and change to coexist and elevate each other. Let protection become the foundation of wisdom, and wisdom guide the direction of protection. The Ancient One's voice resonated like a grand bell, encompassing the truths of the cosmos. Relax your spirit and feel this harmony. As she spoke, the energy model exemplified by the insignia of the S.H.I.E.L.D, representing the harmonious resonance of existence and change, transformed into shimmering motes of light, gently floating towards Jasper, merging within him. In an instant, an ineffable force of the cosmic essence surged into Jasper's being, gentle yet overwhelmingly potent. This power differed from the life energy of Asgard. It was deeper and more fundamental, as if it directly influenced the underlying rules of the universe. Jasper distinctly felt the alien sensation within his soul, which had previously felt so out of place in this universe, dissolve rapidly like ice and snow. A profound sense of grounding and belonging arose within him. As if a drifting vessel had finally returned to its home port, casting down a sturdy anchor. This was the Ancient One, utilizing her profound understanding of dimensions to assist him in thoroughly completing the registration and binding of his soul with the current cosmic rules. The unknown energy, akin to the most skilled tuner, gently brushed against the golden-blue duality of his runes. The steadfast will of the resolute rune and the dynamic profundity of the sorcery rune, under the caress and guidance of this force, achieved a deeper, nearly perfect resonance with the physical laws and energy dynamics of the current universe. The subtle, foundational sense of conflict dissipated swiftly like morning mist under the sun, heralding the arrival of profound transformation. The golden and azure hues of light no longer flowed distinctly within Jasper, but, catalyzed by that white energy, began to undergo a remarkable fusion. The golden runic power flowed like molten metal, while the blue arcane energy resembled a cascading river of stars. Both energies swirled at the core of Jasper's will, deep within his soul, drawing nearer, touching without repulsion or explosion, embodying a harmonious blend akin to the mingling of water and milk. The golden and azure colors began to interweave and entwine, ultimately forming a slowly rotating vortex, resplendent and intricate like a cosmic nebula. At the center of this vortex, a pure point of white light, the mark of the Ancient One's power, anchored this perfect equilibrium. A hum resonated, a wave of power, far more potent, refined, and flawless than before, surged outward from Jasper's center. In the mirrored space, the distorted, shifting geometries and suspended rivers of stars quivered slightly under this force. Jasper felt as though he had broken free from invisible shackles. His understanding and mastery of the dual runes had reached an unprecedented zenith. The energy flowed within him unceasingly, yet with the finesse of a seasoned conductor, devoid of any hindrance. He could perceive the essence of energy flowing clearly, effortlessly harnessing greater power and executing more intricate techniques. As the white light faded, the mirrored space regained its tranquility. Jasper stood firm, the swirling golden and azure light having fully merged into a deeper, more nuanced, dark golden luminescence, akin to a cosmic nebula, shimmering with intelligent azure specks. His presence was as solid as a mountain, yet as agile as the sea of stars. Guided by the seal of the Emperor of Mount, the two forces discovered a singularity of coexistence, forming a ceaseless, amplified golden and azure energy core. He sensed his power had surged to a tremendous new tier, with perception and control over energy reaching an unparalleled level, as if he could touch the very threads that constitute the fabric of the world. Though he remained light years away from the unfathomable domain of the Ancient One, who could effortlessly manipulate the dimensions of time and space, he clearly saw the path ahead, possessing a solid foundation to embark upon it. The Ancient One withdrew his hand, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Excellent. The root of the conflict has been eradicated, and the singularity of fusion has been established. Now, you truly grasp these two gifts of the universe. Jasper, feeling an unprecedented, harmonious strength within, alongside a profound sense of stability deep in his soul, bowed deeply to the Ancient One, his tone sincere and filled with reverence. Thank you, Master Ancient One. This kindness I shall cherish in my heart. He lifted his gaze, confidence radiating from his eyes. I feel remarkably well now. The Ancient One nodded slightly. Your essence of power is unique with immense potential. Now that you have achieved integration, your foundation is solidified. If measured by the pure level of magical energy, the power you now command is approximately 70% of my strength at the peak of my prowess. 70% of peak power? Jasper's heart trembled at the revelation. The prowess of the Ancient One is unfathomable, serving as a pillar in safeguarding the dimensions of Earth. To think that I could attain 70% of her level is not merely a quantitative enhancement, but a qualitative leap. This signifies that I now possess a truly pivotal strength in the face of future crises. Yet, this is not the culmination. With a shift in her tone and a profound gaze, the Ancient One remarked that with greater power comes greater responsibility, and choices become increasingly critical. The path ahead requires you to remain true to your core. Darkness approaches, and Earth necessitates every guardian. Her figure began to blur, the surrounding mirror-like space rippling like water. Darkness? Jasper inquired, recalling the anomalous reports from the Nexus and Tony's vague concerns. When the time comes, you shall know. The Ancient One's form dissipated within the shifting space, leaving behind her final admonition echoing in Jasper's ears. Remember, power is a tool, and guardianship is a belief. Utilize your runes wisely, Jasper Hawk. May they illuminate your path like a spark, rather than engulf everything in a raging wildfire. Ultimately, the journey is yours to undertake. Remember, power is a tool, and the heart is the helmsman. The light within you is more potent than you can imagine. as the mirror-like space faded like receding tides. The familiar scene of the laboratory swiftly returned. Tony remained poised, ready to dismantle the energy core as if not a second had passed. He noticed Jasper suddenly frozen in place, his expression somewhat vacant, and called out in dissatisfaction. "Hey, what are you daydreaming about? Have you been dulled by Asgard's mead?" Jasper snapped back to reality, turning to Tony. The profound sense of powerful energy within him felt tangible, the anchoring of his soul unmistakably clear. He took a deep breath, a smile of unprecedented confidence and depth gracing his face, characterized by a newfound sense of responsibility. "It's nothing, Tony. Just a sudden realization that there is still much we can accomplish. So much." He gazed at Tony, his amber eyes swirling with golden blue nebulae, as if harboring a nascent universe. Chapter 26. Nanoswarm. Jasper inhaled deeply, subduing the burgeoning strength and weighty sense of responsibility within his soul. He looked at Tony, his eyes reflecting the slow dance of the golden blue nebula. "It's nothing, Tony. Just a sudden feeling that there is so much more we can do. So much." He shook the healed energy core in his hand, revealing a smile imbued with newfound assurance. "For instance, making your little gadgets more resilient." Tony eyed the core, which had instantly become remarkably docile, then glanced at Jasper. "What did you do to my poor core? In your expression, why does it seem like you just swallowed a cosmic cube?" "This is called a technological upgrade, Mr. Stark." Jasper tossed the core back to Tony and turned towards a section of the laboratory isolated by multiple energy fields. "Speaking of upgrades, let me show you what the little genius at home has concocted in my absence." His fingers deftly manipulated the holographic interface, lifting the isolation field. A metal sphere, the size of a soccer ball, suspended within a specialized energy confinement field, came into view. The surface of the sphere is not smooth, but rather adorned with countless minuscule, indistinct hexagonal scales that undulate as if alive, shimmering in a silvery hue. "Lissandra, summon Professor Blackmore to my presence." Command acknowledged. "The professor has been notified and is expected to arrive in approximately 2 minutes," Lissandra's icy voice echoed. "Ah, boss, you have finally returned," exclaimed Professor Blackmore, his tone imbued with excitement and a hint of grievance. "And Mr. Stark, welcome to my alpha prototype of the Nano-Bee swarm. In your absence, I have devoted my computational power to thwarting Mr. Tony's illicit attempts to install a cold joke generator and a heavy metal rock module." His enormous eyes glared reproachfully at Tony. Tony crossed his arms and scoffed. "Come on, little guy. Your firewall is thicker than Jasper's skin. Besides, a bit of artistic ambience is essential for stimulating creativity in a research environment." Jasper, disregarding their banter, observed the hovering metallic sphere with keen interest. "Enough chatter, Professor. Provide an update. What the revolutionary breakthrough you so grandiloquently boasted about in your last email?" Professor Blackmore immediately puffed out his non-existent chest, striving to adopt a proud demeanor. "Revolutionary. Absolutely revolutionary, boss. Based on the energy conductivity diagrams of URU, metal borrowed from the knowledge sanctum of Asgard." Jasper cleared his throat. "And my reverse engineering simulations of the 2 super-spec energy sources within you." He gestured towards the runes. "I have successfully resolved the 2 core challenges of collective consciousness coordination and lossless energy transmission across mediums for the nanounit clusters." He projected a complex spectrum chart and data stream. "Behold, traditional nanorobotic swarms rely on central processors or preset programs, resulting in latency, susceptibility to interference, and computational bottlenecks. However, my Nano-Bee swarm," he pointed to the floating metallic sphere. "Each nanounit is equipped with a miniature arcane coprocessor, modeled after your blue energies, the mystical runes, partial rule set. They can, like ant colonies or bee swarms, instantaneously share information through energy field resonance, forming a decentralized collective intelligence. Their reaction speed is geometrically superior to that of traditional clusters. Moreover," he switched the projection to display the nanounits effortlessly penetrating high-strength alloys in a simulated environment, instantaneously repairing intricate circuits and maintaining stable connections even amidst electromagnetic storms and energy interference fields. Thanks to the protective and energy-stabilizing characteristics derived from simulating the golden power, the resolute runes, and inspired by the energy conductivity of vibranium, the energy transmission loss between swarm units is below 0.00001. They can sustain ultra-efficient collaboration in extreme environments, whether on the battlefield for emergency aid, precise manufacturing, environmental restoration, or his enormous eyes sparkled with intelligence and a hint of danger, constructing instantaneous defensive barriers or infiltration attack networks. The possibilities are boundless. Tony's jesting expression vanished as he approached the containment field, his gaze sharp as a hawk's. Decentralized collective intelligence? Near lossless energy transmission? Little guy, Are you certain this contraption won't one day conclude that humanity is an inefficient carbon-based life form in need of reformatting, thus unleashing a nanotechnology disaster upon us? Safety is of utmost priority, Mr. Stark. Professor Heimerdinger protested, asserting that the core protocol of the swarm is deeply rooted in the fundamental logic of guardianship and creation. Bound by the ultimate moral agreement between Lissandra and myself, the persona of Heimerdinger, each swarm operates as an extension of the Master S.H.I.E.L.D, akin to fingers imbued with basic intelligence, absolutely controllable. He glanced at Jasper, asking, "Shall we proceed with a practical demonstration?" Jasper, observing the astonishingly potential-laden silver-gray sphere and the serious, yet intrigued, Tony beside him, felt a warm surge within. This was the purpose of his return, the future they could forge together. "Of course, Professor," Jasper affirmed, nodding as he subtly moved his fingertips, channeling a stream of dark golden energy into the containment field controller, targeting the repair of Mr. Stark's armoring, which lay on the repair station with a concealed crack at the reactor interface. "Be careful not to damage the freshly sprayed flamboyant gold-red paint." Instructions acknowledged. "Swarm deploy." Professor Heimerdinger exclaimed with excitement. Buzz. The suspended metallic sphere instantly disintegrated, transforming into a wispy cloud of silver gray, shimmering with ethereal blue luminescence, akin to living quicksand, swiftly surging toward Tony's armoring at the repair station. The mist precisely enveloped the reactor interface of the armor, and visible electric sparks flickered briefly before vanishing entirely. The nearly imperceptible crack at the interface was swiftly filled through the collaboration of the nanounits, undergoing molecular reconstruction and polishing, the entire process silent, efficient, and astonishingly precise. Moments later, the silver-gray mist receded, reconstituting into the metallic sphere, and the armoring appeared rejuvenated, its interface as smooth as a mirror. Tony picked up the armoring, meticulously inspecting the repaired section, then glanced at the now hovering swarm, remaining silent for a moment before finally uttering, "Not bad. Better than Happy's glue job." Jasper laughed heartily, giving Tony a hearty pat on the shoulder. "Admit it, Tony, you envy the Professor's craftsmanship." 3 days later, "I need a compelling reason to persuade the council." Jasper, "Not merely the technological prospects, but also your future plans." Pepper glanced at Tony, who was nonchalantly reclining with his feet on the conference table, engrossed in a holographic game of international chess. Tony, without lifting his gaze, tapped the chessboard, capturing an opponent's queen. "A reason? The reason is that this kid's nanobots can automatically repair the armor rod damaged while I sip my coffee, saving me from late nights." Pepper, relax. What do those old fossils on the board know? They're still using abacuses to assess risks. Colonel Rhodes, seated beside Pepper in his crisp Air Force uniform, wore a serious expression. "Tony, stop joking. Pepper is under immense pressure. Jasper, the armaments procurement department, is quite interested in the potential military applications of the nanobots, particularly for rapid battlefield repairs and adaptive defense systems. Yet, the concerns from the Pentagon mirror those of the board: controllability, ethical risks, and whether you can ensure the technology ISN team is used." His gaze met Jasper's, imbued with the sense of a soldier's responsibility and concern for a friend. Happy Hogan entered the room, cradling a colossal box of donuts, which he sheepishly placed in the corner after receiving a sharp glare from Pepper. With a booming voice, he declared, "I believe the boss," gesturing toward Tony, "is absolutely correct. Being able to repair armor is truly invaluable. It is certainly preferable to what certain individuals," casting a pointed glance at Rhodey, "have done by recklessly taking my prized vehicle to crash into a fire hydrant." Jasper did not respond immediately. He rose and approached the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the bustling city below. The profound and harmonious power within him flowed steadily, resonating with the ancient wisdom echoing in his ears. Turning around, he shed his usual levity, his amber eyes, deep and luminous, swirled with golden-blue nebulae. "Rhodey, I comprehend your concerns," he stated, his voice steady and forceful. "The nanobots are no mere toys. Their potential far surpasses merely repairing armor or creating weapons." He gestured for Professor Ho-In-sun to project new visuals. The imagery depicted the nanobots swiftly constructing temporary barriers amid surging floods, accurately detecting life signs beneath collapsed rubble and establishing rescue routes, and rapidly erecting isolation barriers in the core area of a leaking nuclear power plant, breaking down contaminants, each scene strikingly impactful. At its core, this technology embodies protection and creation. Jasper pointed to his heart, a thread of dark golden light swirling around his fingertip. "The ultimate goal of this technology is to address future catastrophes that surpass our current technological capabilities, whether they stem from natural disasters or human folly." He deliberately emphasized the last two words, his gaze sweeping over the assembled group. "I cannot foresee the future, but I sense a storm gathering. We require such power, one that can respond swiftly, adapt autonomously, and minimize losses. The source program technology must not merely serve as arms dealers. We aspire to be the first line of defense and the last bastion of hope in the face of calamity. I have personally encrypted and monitored the core protocols of the swarm, and Lissandra possesses the highest veto power. Any attempts to circumvent the foundational directives of protection and creation will be severed instantaneously. Pepper observed the unprecedented determination and leadership radiating from Jasper's eyes, her previously tense demeanor finally softening, even breaking into a faint smile of appreciation. Very well, Jasper. Now that sounds more reasonable. I could persuade them with this rationale. She emphasized the word persuade. Rhodey nodded gravely. I will convey your vision and resolve to the higher-ups. The military requires technology that can safeguard soldiers and civilians alike. I hope the swarm can indeed fulfill your aspirations. Tony finally set down his tablet, rising to stand beside Jasper. Instead of the usual camaraderie, he merely nudged him with a shoulder. Gazing into the unfamiliar swirling nebulae of Jasper's eyes, he murmured, "A storm? Human folly? Have you been privy to some script of Ragnar K. and Asgard that you Haven-T shared with me?" Jasper refrained from a direct reply, instead locking eyes with Tony, where he discerned both the familiar defiance and the concealed trepidation. "There is no script, but there is intuition," he whispered, audible solely to Tony. "Whatever it may be, Tony, this time we will not be passive like we were in that cave in Afghanistan. I assure you." Tony scrutinized him for a few seconds, as if attempting to extract more information from the depths of his gaze. In the end, he scoffed, reverting to a tone of irreverence. "Very well, prophet of doom. But should you sense the impending apocalypse next time, do remember to inform me in advance so that I might instruct Pepper to liquidate all Stark Industries shares." He turned towards the box of donuts left by Happy. "Happy, where's my strawberry cream?" The meeting concluded in a relatively relaxed atmosphere. Pepper decisively gathered the proposals and departed, while Rhodey hurried back to the base to report. Happy dutifully stood guard outside. Only Jasper and Tony remained in the conference room. Tony picked up a donut, but did not eat it. Instead, he gazed out at the city lights. "Hey kid, you just said we wouldn't be passive anymore." Tony took a bite of the donut, his voice muffled yet distinct, his words pleasant to hear. "Next time we venture to Asgard for further training, ensure you bring a bodyguard." He gestured to himself, free of charge. Jasper paused momentarily, then broke into a warm, genuine smile. He seized another donut and took a substantial bite. "All right then, Mr. Bodyguard. However, that gold and red paint job is far too conspicuous. It must be replaced with a skin from the Source Project. The Nightshade version, complete with crimson, cybernetic eyes." "Not a chance," Tony protested, his voice mingling with Jasper's hearty laughter, echoing throughout the top-floor conference room. Chapter 27. The Birth of the Source Particle, Magic Energy Particle. In response to the incessant crises that followed, Jasper unveiled his expertise, collaborating with Howard, merging two world runes. Hextech, the Source Project's native technology, the heart of magic. The protagonist possesses a similar energy entity, magical essence, rune inscriptions, URU metal, and vibranium, acquired through clandestine channels. All into one, under Howard's nearly fervent guidance and Jasper's surging wisdom and energy manipulation prowess from further integrating the runes. A revolutionary technological breakthrough erupted in the laboratory. Combination, core materials, utilizing vibranium, obtained through certain special means, and URU metal as the foundational framework, infused with high-intensity magical essence as the energy conduction and enhancement medium. Source Project technology, established armor design, neural links, and weapon system platforms. Hextech, reliable crystal energy sources and basic spatial compression shield technology. Drawing from and surpassing Piltover's Hextech. A unique microsource Hextech reaction core was created, driven by magical essence and controlled by a rune logic array. It serves not only as a formidable energy source, but also as a cognitive network center for information transmission and collaborative operation among particles. Rune Energy, Witchcraft Resolute, provides nearly limitless energy, rule-level energy shaping and defensive enhancement, along with profound affinity for magical elements. Heart of Magic, acquired through signing and acts as a core harmonizer, stabilizing and optimizing the fusion point of magical energy and technological creations, mitigating conflict risks. Rainbow Bridge Energy Sample, offered a reference model for high-level spatial attribute energy. Source Project Intelligence, merging Lissandra's advanced algorithms with the combat data of the Source Project armor. It endowed nanoparticle clusters with high intelligence for autonomous combat, adaptive forms, and self-repair capabilities. The ultimate creation has emerged, the Magic Source Particle. Its form is akin to flowing liquid metal, shimmering with a dual luminescence of deep blue and dark gold at the nanoscale. Core characteristics include infinite energy. It possesses the remarkable ability to efficiently absorb, store, and transform any energy from its surroundings, including the derived from magical runes, remaining inexhaustible. Ultimate shaping. It can instantaneously manifest any weapon, armor, tool, or even complex energy structures such as shields and force fields, based on commands or preset programs. Its strength and functionality far surpass traditional source project armors. Rune amplification. It perfectly harbors and magnifies the power of Jasper's runes. When forming armor, it transforms into rune-encrusted battle gear. When shaped into a staff, it serves as a rune amplifier. And when molded into a shield, it integrates a resolute will of protection, geometrically enhancing its strength. Magical affinity. It exhibits superconductivity to magical energy, allowing for effortless casting, guiding, and even absorbing and analyzing magical attacks. Adaptive evolution. In combat or upon encountering new energy threats, it can swiftly analyze and optimize its structure, generating targeted resistances or attributes. Control core. Directly manipulated by Jasper's mental prowess, it collaborates with a nexus for tactical support, achieving a response speed that aligns with thought synchronization. Rapid regeneration. The particle cluster possesses an exceptional self-repair capability. Damaged areas are rapidly decomposed, restructured, or filled by adjacent particles. Combined with Jasper's unique, life-giving essence, it grants him an almost immortal state, provided he is not instantaneously obliterated along with his soul or core. Environmental interaction. The particles can disperse into the environment, constructing temporary reconnaissance networks, energy traps, or environmental modification devices, such as building makeshift bridges, creating cover, or purifying pollutants. Intelligent collaboration. The particle cluster is equipped with advanced tactics, capable of autonomously executing complex defensive, disruptive, or supportive tasks, or seamlessly coordinating with other source project units. In essence, the magic source particle is the culmination of Jasper's formidable rune power, the transcendent wisdom of Heimerdinger, source project technology, hextech advancements, and the pinnacle of materials science for Marvel. It serves as his weapon, armor, and tool, embodying the most exquisite extension and manifestation of his rune powers in the material realm. This signifies his transformation from a mere provider of technological equipment to a deity of rune technology, mastering the rules and conjuring miracles. Jasper opened his palm, and a small cluster of magic source particles flowed and transformed like a living entity within his grasp, occasionally morphing into miniature swords and shields, swirling arcane orbs, or simulating a small space distortion of a rainbow bridge. It is accomplished. His eyes sparkled with joy and a sense of relief, as the pressures brought by the runes seemed to dissipate in the wake of this epic-making achievement. This truly epitomizes the ultimate form of rune magic technology within the Source Project. The threats posed by the Thor incident and the Rainbow Bridge weighed heavily on the minds of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the World Security Council, revealing the profound and perilous depths of the universe beyond imagination. Nick Fury's resolve to restart the Cosmic Q project has never been more unwavering, with a clear objective to establish Earth's interstellar defense capabilities. This time, Fury did not rely on holographic projections. Instead, he personally arrived at the headquarters of the Source Project Technology with a select team, including Hawkeye Barton, under the highest level of invitation. The meeting took place in the panoramic hall of the top floor, where Jasper showcased the fundamental applications of the magical source particles, shielded by a formidable anti-detection rune barrier. Fury's solitary eye swept over the samples of the magical source particles, which shimmered like a liquid galaxy on the display podium, and then turned to the young Jasper, whose demeanor had transformed dramatically. Clad in casual attire, Jasper exuded a profound aura reminiscent of the confluence of mountains and galaxies, instilling in Fury a palpable sense of pressure. No longer was he merely a brilliant boy reliant on armor and spectacle. He had evolved into a walking strategic force. "Mr. Hawk," Fury stated directly, his voice deep and commanding, "the events in Asgard have demonstrated Earth's vulnerability on a cosmic scale. The Cosmic Cube is the key to our understanding and potential mastery of spatial power. However, researching it is akin to playing with fire near a powder keg. We require the utmost in fuses and the sturdiest of safes." He gestured toward the magical source particles. "Your new toy, along with the rule-level power you wield." He carefully avoided directly mentioning the runes, "is an indispensable core assurance for this project." He slid across a thick document emblazoned with the dual top-secret insignias of the Pegasus Project's second phase and the Avengers core pillars. Condition 1. S.H.I.E.L.D. will grant you the highest level of access to the Cosmic Q project. Dr. Selvig requires your technical support and energy protection. Your nanite swarm and energy shield technology will form the core defense system of the research station. Condition 2. The Avengers need your strength, not as a reserve, nor as an advisor, but as a core pillar. There are no requirements for regular attendance or uniforms. You will possess the utmost autonomy in action. However, when the crisis level escalates to that of the Bifrost Bridge or higher, you must stand on the front lines. Your power is one of Earth's last trump cards against cosmic threats. Furious, I bore into Jasper S. This is not business, Hawk. This is survival. Your growth in power is staggering, but with it comes responsibility. You cannot forever hide behind the banner of a technology supplier. The world needs Rune Master Jasper Hawk. The playful smile faded from Jasper's face. He picked up the weighty document, his fingertips unconsciously tracing the S.H.I.E.L.D. eagle emblem on the cover. The runes whispered within him, a resolute while reminding him of his guardianship, while the allure of the cosmic cube's mysteries captivated his curiosity. He felt an unprecedented weight upon his shoulders. A core pillar? It sounded more reliable than the captain in pink armor. He attempted to lighten the atmosphere with his usual tone, yet his voice lacked its previous levity. He looked up, deep within his amber eyes. The golden blue glow of the runes flowed slowly, as profound as the cosmos. I will join the Q project. Its secrets are worth exploring, and its risks are ones I can manage to the fullest extent. He paused, gently tapping on the words core pillar of the Avengers. As for Fury, let me think about it. Give me some time. Before the true apocalypse strikes, I assure you, Earth will not stand alone. He did not immediately agree to join, but pledged to protect. This marked his first significant decision on the delicate balance between power and responsibility, caught between the whispers of runes and the safety of the world. Tony's task of acquiring the watch was imminent. Jasper readily consented, seizing the opportunity to test the preliminary fusion of his newfound abilities and his latest gadget, the prototype of the source material nanoparticle. Without a private jet or a lavish convoy, Jasper appeared in Zurich's Bahnhofstrasse near the antique shop, clad in a simple hoodie and jeans, carrying an unremarkable shoulder bag that was, in fact, empty. His presence went unnoticed, resembling an ordinary Asian tourist. Inside the antique shop, however, the atmosphere was tense. The eccentric old collector was berating Tony's assistant, who was impeccably dressed, yet clearly bewildered. I told you. Not for sale. Stark? That flamboyant playboy who prances around in a tin can? What does he know of art? This watch is my grandfather's treasure. I wouldn't sell it for any price. Out? The assistant looked utterly distressed. Just then, the shop door swung open, and Jasper sauntered in, wearing an innocuous smile. Hey, good afternoon. Wow, so many treasures here. He seemed captivated by the myriad of antiques, casually touching the display cases, tables, and even the corners of the room. A barely perceptible blend of gold and blue nanoparticles, akin to sentient dust, quietly drifted from his fingertips, merging with the environment. This was the latest achievement of Black Merdinger, the environment-penetrating silent particles. They posed no threat, yet they could discreetly gather information, influence emotions, and even create faint fields of luck or affinity. Jasper approached the old collector, his amber eyes sparkling with clarity, imbued with an appropriate respect for the elder and an obsession for antiques. Thanks to the exquisite control of mental power provided by the mystical runes and the pure essence of the heart of magic. Sir, this pocket watch is truly beautiful. I can almost hear the tales of time it tells through the turning of its gears. His words seemed to carry a certain enchantment, inexplicably soothing the irascible old collector's temper. Meanwhile, the nanoparticles had infiltrated the lock structure of the vault through the crevices in the wall. And the power of the runes, Ailey's arcane insight, instantly deciphered its intricate mechanical code. As Jasper engaged the elder in a sincere and subtly rune-infused discourse on the artistry of antiques, learning and selling on the spot. Yet astonishingly articulate under the influence of the runes, he remotely controlled the particles in his mind. Moments later, the old collector sighed. Ah, young man, you truly understand. His demeanor softening considerably. At that moment, Jasper seemed to recall something. Reaching into his shoulder bag, where the nanoparticles instantaneously reorganized within the bag's confines to produce an extraordinarily exquisite pocket watch, adorned with tiny diamonds, featuring a three-dimensional relief at its center, shimmering in pink. Oh, my apologies, I grabbed the wrong one. Jasper wore an expression of exasperation, yet swiftly tucked the pink object back into his bag, frantically searching for the gift intended for his sister. Where could it be? The gaze of the elderly collector was magnetically drawn to the fleeting glimpse of that striking pink as Jasper hastily stowed it away. The extravagant design, the dazzling array of rhinestones, and the sheer enormity of the piece were nothing short of a spiritual affront to this traditional antique aficionado. Yet inexplicably, the shocking pink lingered in his mind, creating a stark and jarring contrast. You, the old collector stammered, pointing at Jasper's bag with a trembling finger. Huh, this, Jasper replied, bewildered, as he pulled it out to show. The object glimmered under the light, reflecting an innocent radiance. This is a limited edition designed by Mr. Tony Stark. He calls it retro-futuristic cute art. Quite a unique taste, isn't it? Take it away, quickly, the old collector exclaimed as if scalded. his complexion paling at the thought of looking at it for even a moment longer. He glanced once more at his own antiquated pocket watch, suddenly finding it infinitely more appealing and precious, though the horrifying shadow of that pink object remained hauntingly present in his mind. Please, Stars people, just take that watch away. Hurry, keep that pink monstrosity far from me. I'll pay you market price. Move, he nearly shouted, on the verge of collapse. The assistant stood, dumbfounded, witnessing the unexpected turn of events. Jasper, however, quickly retracted the item, the nanoparticles instantly decomposing and returning, wearing a sincere expression of apology. Ah, I truly appreciate your understanding. Sir, you are indeed a reasonable collector. He efficiently completed the transaction, clutching the desired pocket watch and dragging his still-stunned assistant swiftly out of the antique shop. Upon exiting, sunlight bathed him, and Jasper casually tossed the ancient pocket watch to his assistant, his amber eyes sparkling with mischievous triumph. He spoke into his communicator, directly connected to Tony. Hey Tony, it's done. Your burnt cookie is in hand. Furthermore, your retro-futuristic cute art pocket watch has proven its worth. The old collector was utterly astounded and wishes you and Pepper a lifetime of happiness. Remember to reimburse my emotional damages. I nearly became a heretic for promoting your artwork. On the other end of the line, Tony paused for a moment, then erupted into thunderous laughter. Huh, Jasper, you truly are remarkable. Pink, Jarvis, immediately order me an identical one. No, make it a dozen. I want them prominently displayed in the lab. Ha ha ha. Listening to Tony's hearty, even somewhat off-key, laughter, Jasper couldn't help but smile broadly. He strolled through the ancient streets of Zurich, feeling the unfathomable power of runes and the wellspring of magic surging within him like an ocean. His fingertips unconsciously brushed against the pocket of his sweatshirt, where a few barely perceptible gold and blue nanoparticles danced like playful sprites. The sunlight was perfect, and his spirits soared. The runes whispered, technology leaped forward, and the laughter of a certain ironclad figure seemed to warm his heart even more than the sunshine of Zurich. Deep within the laboratory, the two-world runes that had become one with him emanated a gentle warmth, responding to the buoyant spirit of their host. Days later, as Jasper was fine-tuning the first set of form-fitting light armor composed of magical source particles, seamlessly fused with the power of runes, its appearance a dark bodysuit adorned with flowing golden blue patterns, capable of being covered by armor at any moment, an encrypted package from his Malibu villa arrived in his hands. Upon opening it, he discovered not advanced technological components, but a fist-sized, deep purple crystal that seemed to harbor a swirling nebula within, accompanied by a hastily scrawled card in the style of Tony. Kid, the wretched watch from Monaco is sordid. Pepper claims it's ugly, but her eyes are aglow, thanks. This was unearthed from the basement of a collector dealing in alien junk. Its energy readings are peculiar, reminiscent of the artifacts you fiddled with in New Mexico. Study it there, just don't blow up my lab. The barbecue place in Zurich is excellent. I'll take you next time. You'll foot the bill. Jasper grasped the crystal, its smooth surface beckoning him. The power of the mystical runes stirred within, allowing him to perceive a distinctly powerful energy. One that differed from Earth's magic yet resonated profoundly with the realms of mind and soul. This was no ordinary extraterrestrial debris. Holding the crystal, he felt its gentle energy pulsate and recalled the note's mention of the upcoming meal and the payment he was to make. At the location of his heart, the life core fused with resolute runes throbbed with an unrestrained, steady vigor, more pronounced than usual. A surge of warmth, mingling with an indescribable thrill, washed over him, momentarily eclipsing the eternal whispers of the runes within. He pressed the crystal against his chest, sensing, perhaps erroneously, the warmth left by Tony through the fabric of his clothing. Under the cold, sterile lights of the laboratory, a pure, slightly foolish smile emerged on the face of the young Rune Mage, one unencumbered by power or responsibility. Dolt Tony, this is worth far more than that burnt cookie, he murmured quietly, feeling a flush rise to his ears. Carefully, he placed the crystal into a specially designed container made from magical source particles, shimmering with protective golden light, positioning it prominently on his workbench. Chapter 28. Camille, skip if desired, in light of the Thor incident and Jasper's display of mysterious powers. Nick Fury accelerated the operation of the Pegasus project upon his return from the source program. Under the guidance of Dr. Eric Selvig, the Tesseract began unprecedented research within S.H.I.E.L.D's most clandestine base. Meanwhile, the technology of the source program entered a phase of explosive growth driven by Jasper Hawk, the human embodiment of the world rune. The two world runes, Resolute and Sorcery, had transcended mere fusion within Jasper's being, evolving into a profound symbiosis. They functioned as his newly formed secondary circulatory system, perpetually nurturing, transforming, and enhancing the very essence of his life. Physical aspect. His muscle fibers have been tempered by runic energy to resemble divine gold. with bone density surpassing vibranium and neural response speed approaching the velocity of light in thought. The resolute recovery bestowed by the runes has evolved into a passive release of a subtle life energy field within the realm of existence, accelerating the healing of wounds and restoration of stamina for himself and allies within a limited radius, transforming him into a mobile fortress akin to a spring. The sorceress runes have solidified his mental prowess into something tangible, with an unfathomable reservoir of magical energy, allowing him to manipulate energy with exquisite precision, constructing intricate arcane arrays or commanding vast swathes of magical particles with but a thought. Power level. The power of the runes is stabilized at a level defined by unique rules. The resolute embodies the cosmic foundational principles of guardianship, life, and resilience. The sorcery represents the flow and shaping of energy, arcana, and knowledge. The fusion of these elements grants Jasper the potential to contend with or even suppress gemstones in specific domains: defense, prolonged combat, energy manipulation, knowledge analysis, albeit lacking the versatility of gemstones. His power fluctuations are perfectly contained by the runes themselves, leaving outsiders, including Fury's instruments, to perceive only a formidable, profound, and ineffable energy field, akin to standing before a silent active volcano or a profound nebula, unable to glimpse its core. Internal challenge. The whispers of the runes never cease. The resolute will demand he become an unyielding bastion, safeguarding all. The desires of sorcery yearn to decipher everything and command all things. Maintaining equilibrium between the two is akin to dancing on the edge of a blade. Each surge in power necessitates a deeper refinement of will and a consolidation of self-awareness. Ding. Special sign-in location. Completion of large-scale mass production of nanobee swarms. Civilian medical field. Reward. Source Project Gene Power Group. Complete structure and core technology. The biological sector of the Source Project technology has achieved a revolutionary breakthrough. A team composed of leading biologists, genetic engineers, and neuromechanics, the Source Project Gene Power Group, has joined with the complete technical specifications of the League of Legends Source Project. Core technologies: gene optimization and enhancement, capable of selectively augmenting fundamental human attributes such as strength, speed, reflexes, endurance, and recovery, with potential far exceeding that of super soldier serum and manageable side effects, requiring adaptation. Neuromechanical interface. Developed a biological neural interface perfectly compatible with magical particles, achieving synchronization of human and machine thought, with reaction speeds reaching the millisecond level. Consciousness uploading and backup. Experimental phase, exploring the digitization of consciousness data, offering the possibility of rebirth for severely injured or aging elites, with significant ethical controversies. Strictly limited by Jasper. Application directions. Source Project agents. Selecting loyal elites, including personnel borrowed from S.H.I.E.L.D. Undergoing genetic enhancement and equipped with external nanotechnology armor, models such as Vayne, Akali, and Master, forming a rapid response unit directly under the Source Project technology. Tasked with high-threat missions and security for Source Project facilities, boasting combat capabilities far exceeding those of conventional forces. Civilian medical. Gene therapy for treating terminal illnesses, repairing congenital defects. Neural interfaces aiding paraplegics in regaining mobility. Nanobee-assisted prosthetics possessing nearly native functionality. Confronted with an increasingly intricate tapestry of global crises, ranging from terrorist attacks and superhuman crimes to the potential infiltration from alternate dimensions and the latent threats within S.H.I.E.L.D. Jasper finds himself in dire need of a weapon that can intervene without warfare and efficiently restore order amidst chaos. Thus emerges the crowning achievement of the Gene Dynamics team. Project codename, Camilla. Design philosophy. This ultimate weapon is intended for non-combat purposes, focused on maintaining order and purifying crises. It seeks not merely to maximize lethality, but to achieve absolute control over complex situations, execute precise interventions on critical targets, and exert comprehensive dominion over information networks. Core structure. The biological foundation is a voluntarily modified former elite agent, Identity Confidential, who has undergone the most rigorous genetic optimization and neural enhancement. The core of the runic technology is a miniature particle core, inscribed by Jasper himself with resolute runes for will and arcane energy insight, implanted at the heart's location, providing nearly limitless energy, formidable defense, and unparalleled perception of energy and information flows. Hextech Source Program Technology Fusion. Adaptive grappling hook. The legs are replaced with sharp, retractable hextech blades powered by arcane particles, enabling super speed maneuvers and precise, adjustable non-lethal cuts, while also constructing energy barriers or grappling locks for three-dimensional movement. Tactical scanning vision. The eyes are enhanced with super scanners that combine runic energy perception, capable of instantaneously analyzing the environment, detecting camouflage, predicting movements, and breaching electronic systems. Precision Protocol. Assisted by a hub subprogram and Camilla's own combat intuition, it formulates optimal tactics to ensure actions are efficient and precise, minimizing collateral damage. Ultimate Judgment. Upon activation, it releases a powerful particle field centered around itself, forcibly suppressing all energy activities within the vicinity, including superhuman abilities, paralyzing electronic devices, confining targets, and instantly completing high-precision scans and information uploads. This feature is designed for the swift purification of chaotic battlefields or high-risk facilities. Non-war applications. During large-scale riots, it can instantaneously disable the weapons of rioters and identify their leaders. In the event of a dirty bomb or biological crisis, it can accurately seal off contamination sources, dismantling threats despite interference. When pursuing highly intelligent superhuman criminals, it can anticipate their movements and sever all escape routes. As the pinnacle of the Source program's security, it safeguards core secrets and facilities. The very existence of Camilla embodies a cold light of order. Her initial undisclosed test, addressing a crisis at a nuclear power station seized by superhuman criminals, was executed with stunning precision, resulting in 0 casualties, astonishing even Fury and Tony, who received only limited briefings. Tony remarked, "Jasper, you've created an elegant yet lethal problem solver, far more formidable than the butler I designed." Chapter 29. The Battle of New York commences. Nick Fury accelerated the Avengers initiative. Tony Stark, Iron Man, is a publicly acknowledged core member. Dr. Bruce Banner, Hulk, as a leading expert in gamma radiation and biological sciences, remains under S.H.I.E.L.D. covert surveillance, while Fury also seeks to engage him, offering a secure environment for research. Natasha Romanoff, known as Black Widow, and Clint Barton, also referred to as Hawkeye, operate as premier agents, undertaking various assignments linked to extraordinary events. The discovery of Steve Rogers' icebound casket has initiated a covert thawing procedure. The duo has sparked countless innovative ideas through their explorations of the application of the cosmic particle, the new energy source, where Tony is striving to enhance the arc reactor, and even in their indirect studies of the Tesseract's energy, utilizing fragments of secure data shared by Selvig. Tony admires Jasper's imaginative prowess and enigmatic energy technology, while Jasper is captivated by Tony's engineering genius. The laboratory often resonates with spirited debates, playful banter, and mutual displays of their latest inventions. Jasper discreetly employs rune magic to stabilize Tony's physical fluctuations, which occasionally arise due to the aftereffects of the arc reactor and palladium poisoning. He recalls Tony's casual preferences, such as a particular type of coffee bean, and subtly weaves a calming energy field over the Malibu villa when Tony suffers from insomnia due to anxiety or stress, resulting in nights of unusually restful sleep. Observing the interactions between Tony and Pepper, Jasper feels a twinge of bittersweetness, yet predominantly harbors wishes of goodwill. The amethyst imbued with spiritual energy, gifted by Tony, is regarded by him as a treasured possession. Tony Stark Industries has become a principal collaborator in the civilian application of nanotechnology, particularly in the realms of medicine and clean energy. He has also provided material science and weapon system optimization advice for the armor of the Source Initiative agents. Jasper honors his commitments by establishing a rune barrier protection system and energy stabilizer for the Tesseract research facility. The source code, Camille, may, under extreme circumstances, accept requests from S.H.I.E.L.D. for rental, albeit at a steep cost, with Jasper retaining absolute command. Fury maintains a high level of scrutiny over Jasper's powers and independence. Both Black Widow and Hawkeye have approached the Source Initiative under the pretext of security assessments or technical exchanges in an attempt to gather intelligence. But Jasper has thwarted their efforts by deeming them harmless business secrets or through Camille's impeccable oversight. Utilizing his rune-based informational perception abilities, Jasper has conversely detected traces of S.H.I.E.L.D. surveillance and uncovered cleverly concealed, anomalous encrypted signals indicative of Hydra within S.H.I.E.L.D.'s internal data streams. Phil Coulson, serving as the primary liaison, shares a relatively amicable rapport with Jasper. Coulson appreciates Jasper's capabilities and his reliability in critical moments, such as indirectly aiding during the Thor incident. While Jasper regards Coulson as one of the few rational individuals within S.H.I.E.L.D., Coulson's admiration for Captain America has piqued Jasper's curiosity about this legendary figure. Under Fury's arrangements, facilitated by Tony, Banner clandestinely visits the headquarters of the Source Initiative. Jasper holds great respect for Banner's intellect, and they engage in profound discussions regarding energy conversion, specifically the interplay between gamma rays and rune energy and biogenetics, particularly the techniques employed by the gene dynamics team. Jasper endeavors to assist Banner in calming the Hulk within him by employing the energy harmonization characteristics of rune magic and the stabilizing effects of resolute runes. achieving some success in prolonging banner stability while mitigating the risk of unprovoked outbursts, though a complete cure remains elusive. Banner regards Jasper as one of the few individuals who genuinely comprehends his suffering and offers substantial assistance. Hulk's fascination. A minor incident led to the brief manifestation of Hulk. Surprisingly, Hulk exhibited neither aggression towards the energy field emanating from Jasper, which was infused with the resolute will of runic guardianship, but rather displayed a semblance of confusion and curiosity. He even tentatively reached out to touch the golden shield that Jasper had conjured, producing a low, rumbling sound. This spectacle left both Banner and Fury, who was monitoring the situation, utterly astonished. Natasha and Clint regarded Jasper as an extraordinarily perilous prodigy, ambiguous in allegiance, yet steadfast in his principles. They had witnessed Camille's actions and were both awestruck and wary of her efficiency. Upon Captain America's thawing awakening, Coulson promptly acquainted him with the current global dynamics and the Avengers Initiative, particularly highlighting a young Guardian, Jasper, who commanded ancient energy and cutting-edge technology. Steve felt perplexed by the interplay of technology and magic, but acknowledged its role in safeguarding civilians during the Thor incident. The Tesseract project was progressing smoothly, with Dr. Selvig achieving groundbreaking advancements in the application of Tesseract energy, preliminarily realizing stable, small-scale spatial teleportation. However, the magical runes within Jasper were increasingly restless, summoning Ellie. Each energy spike from the Tesseract experiments pierced through his perception like a needle, allowing him to hear the cold, aggressive spatial fluctuations emanating not from Selvig's guidance, but from the depths of the Tesseract. Lissandra, the energy readings from the rune barrier at the Tesseract base are anomalous. There are unknown frequency bands of spatial resonance attempting to infiltrate, originating from within the Tesseract. Jasper abruptly opened his eyes in the laboratory, the gold and blue light flashing within his pupils. He instantly connected with the research base's defensive systems. Confirmation: the infiltration attempts were thwarted by the barrier. Yet the resonance intensity continued to escalate, imbued with a strong will. Lissandra's voice was grave. Simultaneously, S.H.I.E.L.D. sounded the highest alert. A massive energy breach was occurring at the Tesseract research facility. An unknown energy field enveloped the entire base, severing communications. The last images captured by surveillance revealed a figure, clad in resplendent gold and green armor, with a pale and menacing visage, Loki, elegantly emerging from the portal activated by the Tesseract, followed by a tidal wave of Chitauri vanguard. Chapter 30. The Battle of New York. The ease vanished from Jasper's countenance, replaced by an icy calm. The dual-colored gold and blue core of runes within him began to spin at an unprecedented velocity, unleashing a torrent of immense power. He did not respond to Tony, but turned to the hub and Howard, his voice steady and authoritative, imbued with the gravitas of a commander rallying troops. Source plan: highest state of readiness directive. Lissandra, initiate the Celestial Veil citywide energy shield. Prioritize coverage for civilian shelters and core facilities. Teams Mountain, Vane, and all gene-powered combat units. Activate magical particle armaments. Execute deployment coordinates as per the highest contingency plan. Professor Howard, maximize output from the Eternal Forge. Lissandra, conduct real-time calculations on enemy energy nodes, providing optimal weaponry form suggestions for all combat units. Understood. Lissandra's response was cold and efficient. At last, practical testing could commence. My little darlings were already eager with anticipation. Heimerdinger excitedly shrieked, his short hands moving across the console in a blur. Jasper did not intervene directly in Loki's initial theft of the Tesseract or the attack on the S.H.I.E.L.D. base. However, when Loki, wielding the Mind Stone, made a grand appearance at the Stuttgart Opera House, intending to enslave humanity and seize the Iridium, Jasper's silhouette quietly materialized in the shadows of a nearby skyscraper. He was not clad in ostentatious armor, merely donning what appeared to be an ordinary deep gray trench coat, composed of source hex nanites infused with runes. His amber eyes calmly observed Loki's performance below, alongside Captain America's initial skirmish with Iron Man. At the moment Hawkeye's explosive arrow soared towards Tony, and Tony's repulsor beam was aimed at Loki, Jasper's mind subtly stirred. The sturdy stone floor beneath Loki unexpectedly softened and twisted, transforming as if it had become a viscous mire. This was not a magical assault. Rather, countless minuscule particles instantaneously infiltrated the cracks in the stone, altering the local material's structural integrity and friction. Loki stumbled, his elegant pose disrupted, and the energy beam emitted from his scepter veered off course. Simultaneously, a nearly invisible, ethereal blue ripple surfaced in the air just before the energy beam struck, a sphere that neutralized the spell's runes. The energy beam hit the ripple, not entirely negated, but its potency subtly diminished, scattering some of its force to ensure that Loki would not be killed outright. Jasper understood that future developments necessitated a live subject, yet it was sufficient to hurl him violently, causing him to crash against a fountain statue. Tony's voice emitted a sound of astonishment beneath his mask, while the armor scanners frantically alerted him, unable to pinpoint the source of interference. Captain America, shield raised, scanned the surroundings warily. Someone had intervened. Loki, rising from the rubble, had lost all semblance of elegance, replaced by confusion and anger. Who? Which secretive sorcerer? Jasper's figure flickered at the edge of a skyscraper, leaving behind a whispered quip carried by the wind to Loki's ear, utilizing particle vibrations to transmit sound the god of mischief. How does it feel to play in the mud on Earth? Remember to watch your step next time. He had no intention of stealing the limelight. He merely sought to deliver a small, earthly shock to the proud god while testing his newfound powers in a practical scenario. Hours later, as Loki activated the Tesseract atop Stark Tower, a colossal spatial gateway opened above New York, allowing the Chitauri Leviathans and aerial soldiers to swarm in. The true battlefield had arrived. Mjolnir summoned thunder to strike the nearest beast, yet the hastily conjured lightning merely left scorch marks on its thick biological armor, failing to alter its trajectory. Iron Man's energy had long been depleted while launching a nuclear missile into space, his armor severely damaged and incapable of flight. The Hulk bellowed as he leaped towards the monstrous behemoth, only to be swept aside by its massive tail fin, crashing through half a building. Black Widow and Hawkeye's firepower proved little more than a mere tickle against such a colossal creature. Despair once again enveloped the hearts of the Avengers, who just breathed a sigh of relief. Was the price of victory the utter annihilation of Manhattan? At this critical juncture, Jasper stood atop a skyscraper, distant from the chaos of the battlefield. He did not immediately join the aerial skirmish. Instead, he inhaled deeply and slowly raised his hands. The celestial veil unfolded at maximum power, targeting Stark Tower and the fan-shaped area of Central Park. The Hex defense matrix was activated. A young voice, imbued with undeniable authority, pierced through the cacophony of the battlefield, resonating in the ears of each surviving Avenger via the communication channels. Buzz, as he willed it, countless invisible particles of arcane energy surged from him like a golden dust storm, instantly spreading across several city blocks. The particles swiftly coalesced in the air, forming massive golden barriers composed purely of energy, their surfaces adorned with enigmatic runes, a fusion of steadfast protective runes and arcane amplification runes. These barriers rose like inverted colossal bowls over critical areas, such as streets densely populated with hospitals, schools, and shelters. On the other side, an awe-inspiring golden energy shield, grander and more refined than Leona's, materialized before Stark Tower like a sighing wall forged by celestial hands. The shield shimmered with a liquid metallic sheen, as countless intricate geometric patterns reminiscent of ancient runes flickered in and out of existence, embodying the ultimate manifestation of the unyielding rune's indomitable grip. Boom, boom, boom. The energy artillery of the Chitauri relentlessly bombarded the shield, creating enormous ripples of energy. The shield flickered violently, the runes swirling frantically, yet remained unyielding. The buildings within the barrier stood unharmed, while terrified citizens gazed upward at the miraculous golden sky, erupting in cries of relief and prayers of gratitude. Lissandra, report the matrix status. Energy load at 27, rune stable. The casualty rate among civilians within the shielded area is 0. A slight smile graced Jasper's lips. Excellent. He then focused his gaze upon a leviathan wreaking havoc at low altitude. His right hand formed an arcane grip, as ethereal blue energy wildly coalesced in his palm, compressing until the surrounding space began to distort from the overwhelming energy density. Arcane ritual, celestial collapse. A beam of pure, concentrated blue light, scarcely wider than a bowl, shot forth silently like a spear piercing the heavens. The beam struck the most armored section of a leviathan's head with precision. There was no earth-shattering explosion. Instead, a blinding blue light instantaneously penetrated the enormous creature's massive form. The targeted area seemed to disintegrate, annihilating matter itself. The colossal leviathan froze mid-air, as if a pause button had been pressed, before it silently disintegrated into a cloud of dispersing blue energy dust. The accuracy, efficiency, and destructive power of this strike caught the attention of Iron Man and Captain America, who were engaged in nearby combat. Wow, whose new toy is that? Impressive. Tony whistled in the communication channel. Unknown unit. A powerful energy response. Fury, how many cards do you have left to play? The voice of Captain America was filled with vigilance. Nick Fury, aboard the airborne command ship, fixed his single eye on the figure standing atop the building, his trench coat billowing in the wind, as he raised a golden canopy that obliterated the Leviathan in a single blast. His expression was grave beyond measure. Hawk, you have hidden far deeper than I imagined. Chapter 31. The Battle of New York 2. At this moment, in the Brooklyn district, the temporary defense line was on the verge of collapse. Captain Steve Rogers deflected an energy beam aimed at the crowd with his vibranium shield, commanding firmly, "Hold the line. Protect the civilians." But despair escalated with the violent tremors of the ground as a colossal leviathan, like a moving mountain, crashed into an office building, its fearsome maw agape, targeting the subway entrance below, crowded with fleeing civilians. The firepower from soldiers and police merely tickled its thick armor, as the shadow of death loomed ominously. In this critical moment, the target was locked, energy node at the Leviathan's neck. Execute clearance protocol. A cold, emotionless electronic synthetic voice pierced through the chaos. Several swift figures shot forth from the smoke-filled shadows of the street corner. Source plan. Purification. The leading figure, Wayne, donned a sleek, dark purple armor, adorned with energy patterns resembling condensed liquid in a haunting blue hue. The most oppressive aspect was the dark visor-like mask covering her face, from which two icy, emotionless crimson beams shone. Instantly, her right arm's armor transformed, expanding and assembling into an exaggerated, enormous silvery crossbow crackling with dangerous purple energy arcs. Without a moment's pause, she executed a tactical roll at a speed surpassing human limits, leaving a fleeting purple afterimage in the air as she adjusted to the optimal shooting angle. The crossbow hummed ominously, its heat exhaust ports exhaling scorching air. Silvery crossbow bolt. The chilling proclamation echoed. Virum, a thick, concentrated energy bolt entwined with purple lightning tore through the air, emitting a piercing shriek as it precisely penetrated a weak point on the Leviathan's neck armor, which flickered with unstable blue light. The three-ring mark materialized and shattered on the beast's surface upon impact. The colossal Leviathan emitted a deafening wail of agony, its massive form collapsing as if its spine had been severed, crashing mere meters from the subway entrance, stirring up clouds of dust and debris. Yet, miraculously, not overwhelming the entrance. Gene Dynamics team, clear the area. Prioritize evacuation routes. Wayne's command was instantaneously transmitted through the neural link. Her crossbow charged once more, her crimson electronic eye coldly surveying the briefly disoriented Chitauri infantry due to their leader's fall. Source plan. Shadow Heist almost simultaneously with Wayne's attack. A silver-gray specter, Heist, darted into the flank of the Chitauri infantry with astonishing speed. His armor, sharply defined, gleamed with a chilling metallic luster, while his face was obscured by a fearsome silver mask, with eyes that glowed like two crimson embers. His shadowy arms activated the Doom Blade apparatus, unleashing a flurry of razor-sharp energy blades. Forbidden secret art. Instant prison, shadow, kill formation. In an instant, his figure transformed into several elusive silver phantoms, darting between the Chitauri soldiers at breakneck speed. With each flicker of his presence, the energy blades in his grasp emitted a deadly glimmer, precisely severing the joints or energy cores of his adversaries. Accompanied by a haunting electronic sound, the marked targets erupted with violet energy sigils, obliterated in an instant. His movements were erratic, like a true shadow, stirring a tempest of death among the enemy ranks. Source plan, Rebellion. Lucian. A blue and white blur descended rapidly from the rooftop of a neighboring high-rise. Lucian's armor was predominantly white, adorned with blue energy patterns symbolizing rebellion, while his visor radiated a resolute blue light. In each hand, he wielded a sharply designed holy spear, its muzzle shimmering with pure, sacred flames. Penetrate. Cold pursuit. Lucian's form morphed into a blue and white afterimage as he landed, dashing forward a short distance, deftly evading several streams of crossfire. The twin guns roared in unison. Holy Spear Baptism. A torrential barrage of sacred, light energy bullets cascaded from his dual weapons. Each bullet struck with precision against the Chitauri soldiers attempting to encircle the Sword Saint, the blue energy exploding forth, effectively suppressing the enemy and crafting a perfect harvest for the Sword Saint. Bright Sentinel. Execute Purification. His icy voice bore an air of solemnity. Source plan, Freedom. Echo. A yellow-green figure flitted like a dancing sprite, navigating the wreckage of collapsed vehicles and crumbled buildings with astonishing agility and speed. Echo's armor shone in brilliant yellow-green, his uniquely designed helmet framing eyes that sparkled with vibrant green light. He spun a resonator entwined with the flow of temporal energy in his hands. Time Distorter. Echo hurled the resonator with force. The device transformed into a swirling sphere of yellow-green energy, tracing a serpentine path as it struck several Chitauri vanguard rushing towards the subway entrance, inflicting area damage and deceleration. Immediately after, he lunged forward. Phase dive. His figure slipped through a barrage of energy fire, appearing directly in front of the subway entrance. Temporal interlace. Echo thrust the resonator forcefully into the ground. A vast yellow-green force field, composed of intricate temporal runes, expanded from its center, enveloping the entire subway entrance area. The movements of the Chitauri soldiers within the force field became excruciatingly slow, as though caught in a mire. Meanwhile, the energy projectiles hurtling towards the entrance seemed to have their trajectories forcibly distorted and delayed upon reaching the field's edge. Time stands on our side, comrades. Echo's voice carried a hint of youthful defiance, yet was profoundly trustworthy. His force field granted precious moments of respite for the evacuation of civilians. Source Project. Under the cover of Lucian's firepower and Echo's temporal control, a crimson whirlwind, the Sword Saint, swept through the enemy ranks without a care. The armor of the Sword Saint was entirely crimson, with wild contours and a helmet resembling a fierce beast's head, its eyes glowing with a fiery orange light. Gripping a limitless sword engulfed in crimson flames, he charged forth with the heritage of the Highlands. A low, electronic roar echoed as the Sword Saint's speed surged to an almost imperceptible level, transforming him into a streak of red light. Ignoring the sporadic energy beams that were either dodged at high speed or deflected by his armor, he plunged directly into the Chitauri squad, slowed by Echo's force field. Alpha Strike. The crimson figure vanished in an instant, leaving only an afterimage, and the next moment he appeared behind several foes. The limitless sword traced fierce crimson arcs, cleaving through the Chitauri soldiers as if severed by intense heat. He harvested with efficiency and ruthlessness, the red sword light standing out starkly amidst the chaotic battlefield. The Gene Dynamics team operated like 5 precise and stylistically distinct surgical instruments, swiftly penetrating the tumultuous fray. Vane's long-range sniping and mobility, Riven's ghostly assassinations and diversionary tactics, Lucian's holy light suppression and high-mobility firepower, Echo's time manipulation and agile maneuvering, and the Sword Saint's furious charges and harvesting all worked in seamless harmony, effectively eliminating threats, controlling the battlefield, and safeguarding civilians. Their inhuman speed, strength, precision, and unique combat styles, particularly Lucian's holy gun baptism and Echo's temporal force field, left Steve and the remaining soldiers in profound shock and a hint of dread. This was no ordinary Special Forces unit. Chapter 32. The Battle of New York 3. On the other side, the Source Project's external team was clearing the area, prioritizing the evacuation of civilians. The directive was transmitted instantaneously through neural links. The Source Project agents exhibited extraordinary combat prowess and coordination, slicing through the chaotic battlefield like a scalpel, efficiently eliminating small groups of enemies and carving out safe passages. Their astonishing strength, agility, and energy weapons left Steve and the remaining police officers astounded. Meanwhile, a massive, imposing white-green figure, Camilla, emerged like a specter in the center of another main thoroughfare. Confronted by the surging tide of Chitauri and a rampaging Leviathan, her particle blade prosthetics sank deeply into the ground. Ultimate judgment, initiate. A dispassionate electronic voice announced. Buzz, centered around Camilla, a colossal energy force field, translucent and flowing with golden and blue runes, erupted instantaneously. The force field swept forth, as if time had come to a standstill. Within its radius, all Chitauri soldiers froze in their movements. Their aircraft engines sputtered and fell, and even the roaring Leviathan was forcibly suppressed to the ground, emitting a reluctant howl. All electronic devices within the area were incapacitated. Even S.H.I.E.L.D's communications experienced brief disturbances. This absolute control caught the attention of Tony, who was engaged in aerial combat. Nick Fury commanded the S.H.I.E.L.D. helicarrier as it traversed the clouds, endeavoring to coordinate the overall situation and locate Loki. However, the control Barton was acutely aware of the helicarrier's vulnerabilities. He piloted a Quinjet, leveraging Hawkeye's precision and the cunning bestowed upon him by Loki, successfully infiltrating the interior of the helicarrier and launching a catastrophic sabotage. The engines exploded. The helicarrier lost its balance and began to tilt perilously downward. Chaos erupted within as critical systems failed one after another. Controlled agents exchanged fire with their untainted counterparts in the narrow corridors. Just as Fury prepared to issue an abandoned ship order, a steady golden light enveloped the bridge and the exterior of the critical power chamber. Jasper's voice resonated through the internal communication. Infused with the unique resonance of runic power, Fury, hold steady. The rune barrier has assumed external defense. Focus on the interior. The Guardian will derive from resolute runes was amplified by the magic's source particles, forcibly stabilizing the crumbling structural integrity of the vessel and granting precious time to the personnel inside. Within the helicarrier, Steve and Natasha joined forces against the control Barton. Natasha, employing her close-quarters combat skills and risking injury, finally pressed the tip of Loki's scepter forcefully against Barton's chest. The eerie azure glow of the Mind Stone flickered violently, and the emptiness in Barton's eyes swiftly faded, restoring clarity, only to be engulfed by immense pain and regret. Enough, Bambi. Tony's repulsor blast shattered the glass wall beside Loki. A fierce chase ensued on the top floor, with Loki's illusions and the mind-bending effects of the scepter posing significant challenges for Tony. At that moment, a golden-blue streak of light tore through the battlefield, landing precisely beside Tony. The magic source particles receded like a tide, revealing the figure of Jasper Hawk. Clad in form-fitting light armor, the flowing runic patterns shimmered in the sunlight, and though he bore no physical weapon, the energy field radiating from him distorted the very air around. Tony, are you all right? Jasper's gaze quickly scanned Tony's armor, confirming he bore no fatal wounds, allowing the tension within him to slightly ease. However, upon seeing the pallor of Tony's face beneath the helmet, a wave of nameless fury and deeper concern surged within him. Kid, what happened to you? Tony began, yet Loki's shrill laughter interrupted. The scepter aimed at Jasper. Ah, at last you arrive. The little sorcerer hiding behind iron and toy soldiers. I can sense the power coursing through you. Ancient, potent, yet chaotic, like two stars tearing at each other. As the god of mischief, Loki possessed an acute sensitivity to energy, although he could not discern the essence of the runes. He could sense their tremendous potential and inherent conflict. Is this the source of power for your toy soldiers, and that tin woman, Carmilla, a magical energy core? Such an intriguing, mortal contrivance. He mistakenly perceived the magnificent energy field emanating from Jasper, a fusion of runes and magic source particles, as some form of artificial core device. Silence, invader. Jasper's gaze hardened. The power of the sorceress runes surged instantly, and dozens of orbs composed of pure arcane energy, ablaze with blue flames, materialized around him, screeching as they launched toward Loki. Simultaneously, a solid, dark golden shield of energy, imbued with resolute runes, enveloped him and Tony, effectively blocking the psychic shockwave emanating from Loki's scepter. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous clash of energy reverberated throughout the upper levels. Loki was forced to retreat under the relentless assault of magical orbs, his illusions rendered transparent under the scrutiny of the arcane runes energy. Seizing the opportunity, Tony unleashed a barrage of repulsor blasts and miniature missiles. Loki, in a state of disarray, found the radiance of his scepter dimming. Damn it! Loki roared, sensing the encroaching threat. This diminutive sorcerer proved unexpectedly formidable, seemingly able to resist some influence of the Mind Stone, bolstered by the protective will of the resolute runes. With a fierce swing of his scepter, he directed a more potent beam of energy toward the massive steel framework supporting Stark Tower. He intended to bring the entire structure crashing down, inciting greater panic. Watch out! Tony shouted, attempting to intercept, but it was too late. Jasper's pupils dilated. He couldn't evade. Below lay the streets. In that critical moment, he thrust both palms forward with great force. The two runes within him resonated with unprecedented intensity. The arcane runes unleashed an inexhaustible torrent of magical energy, while the resolute runes provided unwavering structural integrity. The runic barrier stood eternal, a colossal energy shield, intricately inscribed with complex blue and gold runes, materialized instantaneously, resembling the shield of a deity from myth, steadfastly withstanding the thunderous collapse of the massive steel framework. The heavy metallic structure crashed against the energy shield, producing a deafening roar. The shield trembled violently, its runes pulsating with fervor, yet it remained immovable. The crowd below erupted in exclamations of survival. This spectacle was captured vividly by countless cameras and S.H.I.E.L.D. satellites. Jasper Hawk, the mastermind behind the Source Project technology, unveiled his godlike powers in full measure during a global crisis as a runic mage. The surging magical energy within him and his astonishing defensive capabilities were laid bare for the world to witness. The existence of the Gene Dynamics team was no longer a secret, thanks to the active involvement of Source Project agents. The battlefield situation grew increasingly dire. The enemies spilling forth from the wormhole appeared endless. Fury received orders from the World Security Council to launch a nuclear missile. No, Tony shouted in the communication channel, spotting the missile ascending with a fiery tail. Jasper, help me. Understood. Jasper instantly withdrew the shield. The steel framework had been sliced into manageable pieces by Tony's laser, and the magical energy particles enveloped him once more, transforming into a sleek battle armor. Lissandra, calculate the missile trajectory and the energy model of the wormhole core. Tony, I will carve a path for you. The two soared like meteors, charging into the hail of fire toward the impending nuclear missile. Jasper led the charge, unleashing a full array of arcane runes. Countless arcane missiles erupted forth like a swarm, precisely intercepting the Chitauri aircraft, attempting to obstruct their advance, while the power of the resolute runes formed a conical shield, forcefully forging a path through the dense barrage of fire. Now is the moment. Lissandra calculated the optimal interception point. Tony accelerated instantaneously, expending the last of his energy, narrowly grasping the nuclear missile. The armor-S thrusters overloaded, propelling him unflinchingly toward the spatial wormhole. Tony! Jasper watched helplessly as Tony's figure vanished amidst the swirling purple energy, his heart seemingly gripped by a frigid hand. The steadfast will of the protective runes within him surged with unprecedented fervor, roaring as if it would break free from his control to rescue Tony. The mystical runes whirled chaotically, striving to decipher the energy of the wormhole in search of a glimmer of hope. Boom! A tremendous explosion ignited within the wormhole, a blinding light engulfing everything. The wormhole began to violently contract, collapsing, just as despair enveloped all. A golden-red figure emerged like a phoenix reborn from flames, tumbling out from the closing edges of the wormhole. It was Tony. The armor lay severely damaged, the thrusters extinguished, plummeting straight towards the ground. No! The magic source particle armor erupted with an unprecedented velocity. He relinquished all defense, as the mystical runes fervently siphoned the residual energy from the surrounding space, transforming it into propulsion. The power of the steadfast runes coalesced within, solely to shield him from being torn apart by the high speed. He became a comet of intertwining gold and blue, and at the critical moment before Tony struck the ground, Jasper miraculously caught him. The immense impact sent them sliding across the ground for dozens of meters, carving deep furrows into the earth. He absorbed the majority of the shock with his own body and the magic source particle armor, yet even his formidable runic form felt a surge of blood and energy. The helmet of the armor popped open, revealing Tony's pale, unconscious visage. Jasper held him tightly, feeling his faint heartbeat, as the power of the steadfast runes flowed like the gentlest current, carefully probing into Tony's body, safeguarding his damaged organs and nerves, stimulating his vital signs. Tony, wake up! Can you hear me? You arrogant fool! Genius idiot! Do not dare to sleep! Jasper's voice trembled and choked, an uncharacteristic display of emotion as he called out Tony's name, shedding all pretense and composure, leaving only the deepest fear and affection. Perhaps it was the life energy of the steadfast runes at work. Or perhaps Jasper's desperate call pierced through the haze of unconsciousness, as Tony's eyelashes fluttered, struggling to open his eyes, his blurry gaze focusing on Jasper's face, etched with anxiety and dread. Ugh, kid, your new armor looks terrible, Tony uttered weakly. In truth, the power of the runes had already healed most of his injuries. Yet he could not refrain from his sharp tongue, attempting to muster a smile. This time you caught me. Next time, it will be my turn to catch you. Jasper was momentarily stunned, then a wave of overwhelming emotion, mingled with elation, fear, and indignation, rose to his eyes, causing his nose to tingle. He abruptly bowed his head, resting his forehead against Tony's cold helmet, his shoulders slightly trembling as he muttered, "Shut up, you bastard. You scare me to death." Chapter 33. The Battle of New York for Jasper. Be careful. It's not over yet, the captain cautioned. Jasper rose to his feet, his gaze sweeping across the battlefield, dominated by the Source Project team, finally locking onto Loki, the god of mischief, atop the Stark Tower, seizing the moment of chaos to retrieve the fallen Tesseract from corner. Loki. Thor also spotted his brother's intentions, roaring as he wielded Mjolnir and charged forward. Yet Jasper was swifter. With a mere thought, a torrent of magical energy particles collapsed and reshaped around him. An ominous purple energy crossbow materialized instantaneously upon his right arm, more fearsome than the weapons of the Vayne armor, its muzzle glowing as it locked onto Loki. Pulling an invisible trigger, a bolt composed purely of magical energy particles, its core pulsing with arcane runes, was silently unleashed, traveling at a speed that tore through the very fabric of space. Just as Loki grasped the Tesseract, the arrow struck not at him directly, but precisely at the edge of the platform beneath his feet. The violent arcane explosion sent Loki hurtling away, the Tesseract flying high into the air. Jasper's left hand reached out, and streams of magical energy surged forth like ethereal serpents, weaving a vast net of shimmering blue and gold energy, composed of countless flickering runes that securely caught the flung Tesseract, preventing Loki from touching it again. Enough, Loki! Jasper's voice, amplified by the magical energy particles, resonated clearly atop Stark Tower, imbued with the unique mental pressure of runic power. He descended slowly onto the platform, the golden blue particle streams gathering behind him like the wings of a deity. Thor, Tony, struggling to climb up, Steve, and others quickly encircled Loki, who appeared pale and disheveled. The members of the initiative team concluded their respective battles, silently emerging like the most loyal guardians at Jasper's side or on the surrounding structures, their cold electronic eyes scanning for any threats. Loki gazed at Jasper, then at the terrifyingly powerful and stylistically diverse steel warriors behind him, and finally at the Tesseract suspended within the energy net. The habitual cunning and arrogance faded from his face, leaving only disbelief and horror. What are you? And what are these? He could not comprehend this sudden force that intervened, which belonged neither to Asgard nor to any known power of Midgard. Tony's helmet retracted, his gaze fixed intently on the magical energy particles still swirling around Jasper, then at the strikingly designed, outrageously powerful initiative warriors, before finally resting on the repaired residential building. His expression shifted from shock to ecstasy, and then to a hint of frustration. Kid, you didn't go to Asgard for training these past 6 months. You've been off playing with aliens, haven't you? What is the deal with these action figures and your dazzling cosmic effects? I need an explanation. Now. Immediately. This scientist's curiosity utterly overwhelmed his post-crisis fatigue. Steve, however, was more concerned with order and intent. His shield remained raised as he asked gravely, Mr. Hawk, thank you for your assistance. But are these individuals your army? Where did you acquire such power? The wreckage of the S.H.I.E.L.D. airborne carriers still smoldered in the distance, and Fury's caution was not unwarranted. Thor stepped forward, first delivering a hammer blow that rendered the struggling Loki unconscious, then fixing his intense gaze upon Jasper and the initiative team behind him, especially Leona, whose power attribute struck a familiar chord. Jasper, it seems your small enterprise in Midgard is far more formidable than I had imagined. Odin will regard you with newfound respect. His tone brimmed with the recognition of strength. Confronted by the inquiries and gazes of the assembled crowd, Jasper donned his signature, somewhat whimsical smile. However, within the depths of his amber-hued eyes, the core of golden-blue runes rotated slowly, exuding an undeniable aura of strength and confidence. With a casual gesture, he dissipated the energy net surrounding the cosmic cube, which then settled firmly in his grasp, shielded from energy radiation by the magic particles. Military forces? No, Captain, they're the Source Project Gene Power Team. My colleagues and elite members of the security department. He jested, then turned his gaze towards Tony. As for an explanation, Tony, do you recall my promise to assist you in upgrading your glowing chest piece? The magic particles, an epitome of the Source Project's advanced technology, merge Rune energy, Asgardian magic, Yodril hex technology, and Earth's nanotechnology into a versatile tool. It can serve as a weapon. He shook the cosmic cube in his hand, the flow of magic particles enveloping it instantly for analysis and isolation. It can also be a pen of creation. As for them, he gestured towards the Source Project warriors standing resolutely behind him, a mere technical upgrade from the Source Project company. He intentionally downplayed the significance of it all. At that moment, a Quinjet from S.H.I.E.L.D. roared down onto the ruined Stark Tower platform. The hatch opened, and Nick Fury, with his hawk-like gaze, strode out. His eyes swiftly scanned the unconscious Loki, the cosmic cube in Jasper's hand, and the group of Source Project warriors radiating an air of danger. Finally resting on Jasper, his voice low and laden with gravity. Hawk, it appears we require a thorough briefing concerning your little enterprise, your colleagues, and the perilous toy you hold. Within the depths of Fury's single, I lay profound shock and unprecedented vigilance. The hidden power of Jasper Hawk far surpassed his boldest estimations. This was no longer merely a partnership. It had transformed into a variable capable of altering the world's landscape. Thor approached, securing Loki with specially crafted shackles from the realm of the gods, addressing Fury and Jasper. Loki and the cosmic cube must be returned to Asgard for judgment. This is the law of the 9 realms. He turned to Jasper, his gaze earnest. Jasper Hawk, remember this bond with the Source Project's technology. Odin's promise still stands. The gates of the Golden Palace shall always be open to you. Upon concluding, he summoned Heimdall, and a radiant beam of the Bifrost descended, enveloping Thor, Loki, and the cosmic cube, whisking them away into the sky. As the portal closed, the sky over New York regained its rightful hue, despite the devastation on the ground. The Avengers gathered wearily, their elation at surviving interwoven with the sorrow of losing a comrade, Coulson. Jasper Hawk and his team of Source Project warriors, resembling futuristic soldiers, emerged as the most striking yet disconcerting footnote of this bitter victory. The glimmer of magic particles danced at Jasper's fingertips, reflecting Fury's inscrutable single eye and the fervent technological zeal burning in Tony's gaze. The Battle of New York had concluded, yet the tempest ignited by Source Project technology was only just beginning. Chapter 34. Tony's post-war syndrome. The war may have ended, but Tony's battle was far from over. The reconstruction of Stark Tower serves as the principal battleground for Pepper Potts. This remarkable embodiment of resilience, intelligence, and leadership at Stark Industries orchestrates the vast rebuilding effort amidst the ruins. Her focus extends beyond the mere re-erection of steel and concrete. She acutely perceives the subtle transformations within Tony Stark. She witnesses the lingering fear in his eyes after being awakened by nightmares in the dead of night, observes his bewilderment as he stares vacantly at the reactor when alone, and discerns, beneath this fragility, a newfound radiance quietly ignited. This brilliance becomes particularly pronounced whenever Jasper Hawk appears beside Tony. Pepper keenly senses Jasper's presence. The once exuberant and acerbic prodigy, having been tempered by the crucible of war, now exudes a more reserved and profound demeanor. Yet, the intensity and concealed concern in his gaze toward Tony burned brighter and more unabashedly than ever before. Whenever Tony succumbs to the shadows of anxiety, his fingers twitching uncontrollably and his expression vacant, Jasper is invariably present. Sometimes, he offers a perfectly timed quip to pierce through Tony's heavy exterior. At other times, he presents a steaming cup of black coffee. But more often, he simply remains in the corner of the lab, tinkering with a model of the magical source particles or observing Tony at work. On numerous occasions, Pepper has witnessed such scenes in the makeshift reconstruction command center. Tony, agitated by a complex rebuilding dilemma or the unreasonable demands of the Safety Council, taps his fingers impatiently on the table, a prelude to an emotional tempest. Meanwhile, Jasper, seemingly engrossed in the holographic tablet before him, emanates an indescribable, soothing tranquility that subtly envelopes the room, emanating from him. Under this invisible balm, Tony's taut nerves and frantic fingers miraculously begin to ease. Once, as Pepper entered Tony's temporary office with an urgent document, she found him transfixed by a complex holographic model of urban security defenses, his brow furrowed and breathing rapid, clearly ensnared in another bout of anxiety. The familiar aura of tranquility enveloped him. However, when Tony, alerted by the sound of Pepper's footsteps, looked up at her, that sensation receded like a tide, as if it had never existed. Pepper handed over the document as usual, yet her gaze briefly met Jasper's, who had also lifted his eyes. There was no interrogation, no scrutiny, and certainly no hostility. Pepper's expression conveyed an all-seeing calm, imbued with understanding, a complexity of tenderness, and even a hint of relief. Her eyes seemed to silently communicate. I know. I'm watching him too. Thank you for bringing him peace. She resembled a sister safeguarding two significant individuals, conveying an unspoken agreement and understanding through her gaze. Jasper was momentarily taken aback, then responded with a sincere and apologetic smile, nodding gently. The depth of Pepper's wisdom, her embrace of complexities, and her profound love for Tony filled him with respect and gratitude, while alleviating the guilt that resided deep within him regarding Pepper. Tony's post-traumatic stress disorder had not dissipated. It lingered like a lurking shadow, ready to pounce on stormy nights or at certain triggering moments. On a night ravaged by a tempest, the thunder seemed to explode upon the roof. Tony awoke with a scream from a nightmare, cold sweat soaking his pajamas, the reactor in his chest flickering erratically, mirroring his uncontrollable heartbeat. In his dream, he once again plummeted into that frigid, silent wormhole, consumed by endless darkness, with Jasper's desperate cries echoing in his ears. He stumbled out of the bedroom into a chaotic makeshift workshop, cluttered with parts of nano-armor, reconstruction blueprints, and scattered tools, a place familiar to him, offering a fleeting sense of false control. He attempted to grasp a vibranium alloy component, hoping to numb himself with work, but his trembling fingers could not steady the lightweight piece, which clattered to the floor. Tony? A voice, sleep-laden and tinged with concern, emerged from the doorway. It was Jasper, evidently roused by the commotion, clad in a simple gray t-shirt and pajama pants, his deep brown curls tousled. Tony did not turn around, merely facing away, his shoulders trembling involuntarily, his voice hoarse as if scratched by sandpaper. Just a nightmare. Did I wake you? Go back to sleep. He struggled to maintain his usual tone, but the weakness and fear lacing his words betrayed him. Jasper did not retreat. He silently approached Tony, forgoing his usual quips to break the silence, standing close enough to feel the cold and fear radiating from him. The familiar, grounding warmth of his presence quietly enveloped the space, acting as a steadfast barrier that silently dispelled the chill and suffocating loneliness deep within Tony's soul. The studio was filled only with the relentless sound of rain pounding against the glass and the two men's suppressed, subtle breaths. Time seemed to freeze. After what felt like an eternity, perhaps a few minutes, perhaps longer, Tony's taut body gradually began to relax. He remained turned away from Jasper, his voice low and imbued with the weariness of survival, tinged with a barely perceptible fragility. I thought I wouldn't return from that wormhole. It was so dark, so cold, more despairing than the caves in Afghanistan. He seldom broached such topics, yet at this moment, It was as if a dam had burst. Jasper could vividly sense Tony's despair and helplessness at that moment, as if he too were plummeting into that void. I thought so too. Jasper's voice trembled slightly, inhaling deeply to suppress the lump in his throat, striving to sound steady and resolute. But you returned, Tony. You always managed to create miracles, turning the impossible into the possible. You came back. These words seemed to strike a chord within Tony. Slowly, he turned to face Jasper. In the dim light of the emergency lamp, his pallor was evident, his eyes bloodshot from the remnants of nightmares. Yet they now reflected the worry, compassion, an unwavering focus etched upon Jasper's face. He gazed at the youthful figure charging recklessly towards the nuclear bomb on the battlefield of New York. Catching the falling version of himself, he observed the pure and profound fear in the boy's eyes, a fear of losing him that seemed on the verge of overflowing. A powerful impulse surged within him, an emotional torrent that transcended reason, language, and all FA-aids, instantly shattering the defenses that Tony Stark had meticulously constructed around his heart. He extended his hand, no longer the hesitant gesture of before, but a somewhat clumsy yet profoundly genuine embrace, imbued with the scent of oil and metal. He held Jasper tightly, as if trying to meld the boy into his very being, affirming their existence and dispelling the bone-chilling cold that enveloped them. Jasper froze momentarily, his mind blank. The tremors in Tony's body, the rapid and forceful beating of his heart, along with the mingling aromas of sweat, oil, and his distinctive aftershave, surged through the thin fabric of his shirt, overwhelming him. This embrace was a confirmation of survival, a silent reliance, an instinctive closeness born of fear, and the most direct, primal emotional response that Tony Stark could offer. Jasper felt the weight of Tony's chin resting atop his head, sensed the undeniable strength emanating from those robust arms. The embrace was brief, yet forceful. Tony seemed to realize his own loss of composure and quickly released him, turning his face away in mild embarrassment, and coughed lightly. His voice unexpectedly soft, a tenderness he himself had not recognized. "Thanks, kid." He paused, his gaze sweeping over Jasper's flushed ears and somewhat dazed expression. His lips curling into a genuine smile, weary yet immensely relaxed, accompanied by a nod to their previous encounter in New York, where he had executed a flawless catch. "Next time, let me catch you," he promised, his golden eyes locking onto Jasper's with a glimmer of near commitment. "I assure you, I will make it look 100 times cooler than your clumsy landing." Jasper remained enveloped in the lingering warmth of that unexpected, nearly suffocating embrace. His heartbeat racing like a wild stallion, the heat in his ears spreading to his cheeks. He attempted to regain his usual witty demeanor, masking the tumult within him with playful banter, yet could only muster a nasal, unconvincing retort. "Who said I wanted you to catch me? I'm 100 times more agile than you. My aerial stance is an elegant art." Tony, delighting in Jasper's rare fluster and rosy cheeks, smiled even wider, dispelling the remnants of gloom. He raised his hand and ruffled Jasper's already tousled brown curls with a fond yet rough affection, as one would for a beloved sibling, or something akin to its stubborn little brat. Art? More like freefall, if you ask me. Outside, the thunder continued to rumble, and raindrops relentlessly pounded against the glass. Yet the coldness and fear within the studio had been entirely vanquished by that fervent embrace and the glimmering light in Tony's eyes. That embrace and the promise of catching him shone through like sunlight piercing a heavy downpour, though fleeting, illuminating the bond between them with unparalleled clarity. Pepper's tacit understanding, the exposure of the Origin Project, and the world's scrutiny still lay a thorny path ahead. Yet in this moment, the invisible barrier that loomed between Tony and Jasper, crafted from pride, fear, and societal judgment, has been breached by an approach originating from the depths of their souls. Chapter 35. Official actions following the Battle of New York. The Battle of New York left not only ruins, but also a seismic shift in the power dynamics. The Origin Project technology, alongside its youthful overseer Jasper Hawk, ascended to become one of the most formidable and sensitive strategic forces globally. Propelled by the display of the genetic power group, the magic source particles, and the unfathomable might of Rune mages on the battlefield. Consequently, this emergence invited a complex and high-pressure response. High-level attitudes and actions. 1. International Security Council. Attitude, a coexistence of profound desire and deep apprehension. The nearly limitless clean energy potential showcased by the Eternal Furnace represents the ultimate answer to the global energy crisis. The immediate weapon defense shaping technology, symbolized by the magic source particles, is the key to military revolution. And the superhuman warriors proven by the genetic power group signify the pinnacle of future warfare. However, the uncontrollable nature of the Origin Project's power, particularly Jasper's personal abilities, and the complete inaccessibility of its core technologies, based on principles of rune energy that cannot be understood or replicated, left the Council in a state of unrest. Mandatory transparency demands, Enormous pressure was exerted through S.H.I.E.L.D. as the executing agency upon Origin Project Technology, demanding the submission of the Genetic Power Group member list, detailed enhancement plans, a white paper on the principles of magic source particle technology, and comprehensive blueprints of the eternal furnace along with energy output control protocols. These demands bordered on the unreasonable, aimed at attempting to decipher or replicate core technologies. Deployment of a permanent oversight committee. An International Technical Safety Oversight Office was established at the headquarters of the Origin Project, composed of representatives from multiple nations, ostensibly tasked with supervising technical safety and preventing misuse. Its true function was to monitor the core activity areas of the Origin Project, especially the energy hub and RD zones, around the clock, seeking to capture any technological details. The Oversight Committee possessed significant authority, able to demand security reviews of any project or personnel at any time, though effectively limited by the Rune permission barriers set by Jasper and the accompaniment of Camille. Promotion of the Extraordinary Powers Registration and Management Act draft, triggered directly by the exposure of the Origin Project's powers. This draft accelerated the push for mandatory registration of all superpowered individuals, including genetic enhancers, and organizations wielding extraordinary technologies, such as the Origin Project and Stark Industries, subjecting them to regulation and potential conscription when necessary. This legislation faced vehement opposition from Tony Stark and Jasper Hawk, foreshadowing ensuing conflicts. Military procurement pressure. Representatives from various nations, particularly the White Eagle, frequently visited under the pretext of national security, demanding priority procurement of nanobot swarm technology, genetic enhancement slots, and even proposing to lease the source code of Camille for special operations. All such requests were tactfully declined by Jasper, citing reasons of technological immaturity, ethical risks, and non-military applications, often accompanied by exorbitant price tags. The Bald Eagle, Black Palace, Pentagon, Senate-related committees operating within a framework, yet adopting a more aggressive stance alongside domestic protectionism. On one hand, there is a desire to firmly tether the Source Project to the American war machine, thereby securing exclusive technological advantages. On the other, there exists profound anxiety regarding the potential for such immense power to elude government control, or worse, to be infiltrated by hostile forces or fall under Jasper's own mismanagement. The allure of substantial subsidies and tax incentives is presented. Enticing conditions are proposed, hoping to establish the core nodes of the Eternal Furnace Energy Network on American soil, with a commitment to prioritize supply to the U.S. military. Concurrently, under the guise of promoting domestic innovation, tax reductions and policy facilitation are offered in an attempt to deeply intertwine the Source Project's industrial chain within the United States. Congressional hearings summoned Jasper Hawk multiple times to testify before the Senate Armed Services Committee and the Energy and Natural Resources Committee. The questions posed by the legislators are sharp and laden with traps, seeking to extract technical details while casting doubt on his loyalty and amplifying the perceived threat of his power. With the aid of Fury's public relations team and Tony's acerbic counsel, Jasper adeptly navigates these inquiries, citing business confidentiality, intellectual property protection, and technological security, demonstrating a political sagacity that belies his youth and a hint of impatience. Infiltration and intelligence gathering. An increased investment in intelligence regarding the Source Project is underway. Not limited to the S.H.I.E.L.D. agency, various channels, commercial espionage, bribing mid-level employees, cyber attacks, are employed to acquire information. Most of these attempts are thwarted by the counterintelligence systems of Hub and Camille. Public opinion manipulation, through controlled media on one hand. The contributions of the Source Project to the reconstruction in New York, providing clean energy and utilizing magic source particles for the swift repair of critical infrastructure, are publicized to shape a positive image. On the other hand, implications of the potential dangers of its power are subtly suggested, laying the groundwork for future regulatory narratives. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agency. This is the most practical, yet paradoxical faction. Fury is acutely aware that the power of the Source Project is vital for the protection of Earth, especially after witnessing cosmic threats, and recognizes Jasper's pivotal role in critical moments. However, he is equally unsettled by the source of Jasper's power, the runes, and the rapidity of its growth, remaining vigilant regarding his independence. The warning from the Ancient One lingers in his mind. Mediators and firewalls, as the primary communication conduit with the Source Project. Fury utilizes his stature and cunning to withstand some of the more radical demands, such as forced technology sharing, striving to secure a relatively lenient environment for the Source Project. Concurrently, he compels Jasper to make certain concessions, such as accepting an oversight committee, sharing non-core data to a limited extent, and pledging to respond to summons during crises of Rainbow Bridge magnitude. Deep cooperation coexists with monitoring. Collaborative efforts are deepened in areas such as the continued research on the cosmic cube, currently sealed and studied at the highest level by the S.H.I.E.L.D. agency. Analysis of extraterrestrial technology and global anomaly monitoring. The Source project provides advanced protective and energy analysis technical support based on runes and magic source particles. Simultaneously, surveillance of the Source project's headquarters and Jasper himself is elevated to the highest level of insight, employing all means available, including satellites, undercover agents, and energy detection arrays, in an attempt to comprehend the essence of rune power and identify possible countermeasures. Talent exchange, under the guise of technological collaboration and security assurance. A select cadre of loyal and reliable elite scientists from S.H.I.E.L.D. and action agents rated level 7 and above are temporarily assigned to the non-core research departments of the Origin Project or the Genetic Enhancement Group, serving both as learners and infiltrators. The smoke of New York has been swept away by the late summer breeze, leaving behind the skeletal framework of steel and concrete, along with deeper, intangible fissures. Beside the ruins of Stark Tower, within a hastily erected command center, Pepper Potts' voice, tinged with a metallic fatigue, pierces through the buzzing communicator. The obstruction on the main road of Sector 7 has been cleared, but the underground network at Grant Park has sustained severe damage. The estimated repair time. Her words are abruptly interrupted by a document slammed onto the synthetic tabletop. The scarlet seal of the International Security Council resembles a coagulated scab of blood, stamped onto the title of the Emergency Resolution on the Transparency of Core Technologies of the Origin Project and the Framework for Superhuman Power Regulation. Nick Fury's one eye scans the document before shifting to the real-time holographic display of the Manhattan scene. Above the ruins, several swift figures, agents of the Origin Project, are directing the panicked crowd, their austere armor reflecting ominous light under the setting sun. What do they desire? Jasper's anatomical diagram? Or to bind him to the dissection table in a laboratory? Tony Stark's voice emerges from the corner, leaning against the wall, his golden red armor having shed only its helmet, revealing a pale, weary face, the arc reactor in his chest glowing dimly. He idly plays with a small, deep purple crystal that seems to swirl with a nebula within. A trinket Jasper gifted him after a mission in Zurich. Fury's voice is as deep as an anvil. They seek control, the energy of the eternal flame, the weapon potential of the magic source particles, the enhanced warriors of the Genetic Enhancement Group. Any one of these, if unleashed, could upend the global order. He pauses, his gaze sharp as he looks at Tony, and Jasper himself exceeds their comprehension, which instills fear. Fear? Tony scoffs, the crystal in his fingers refracting a cold light. Let them continue to fear. Jasper is not their arsenal. Yet he is not an island, Stark. Fury turns to the holographic screen, the image shifting to depict the Stark. Rigid lines of the headquarters of the Origin Project, where the Joint Oversight Committee of the International Technical Security Oversight Office will arrive next week, armed with the highest authority to scrutinize every non-core area of the headquarters. Miss Camille's presence will hardly deter them from scrutinizing with a magnifying glass. Let them observe. Another voice interjects, imbued with the clarity unique to youth, yet echoing an undeniable strength. Jasper Hawk's figure appears at the doorway, clad not in the uniform of the Origin Project, but in simple black work trousers and a hooded sweatshirt, a few strands of hair dampened by sweat, as though he has just returned from a reconstruction site. His amber eyes sweep over the resolution document without a flicker of emotion, striding directly towards Tony and naturally accepting the bottle of water he offers. Let us see what they can comprehend. He took a sip of water, his Adam's apple bobbing, while the exterior of the Eternal Forge remained impenetrable, rendering the control protocols of the magic source particles mere scraps of paper in their hands. As for the genetic enhancement team, a faint, almost frigid smile graced his lips. The list could be provided, but the enhancement plan? That was predicated upon the energy field of the Eternal Forge and the biological neural optimization tailored to the individual, its principles laid bare. If they could replicate it, I would concede defeat. His confidence stemmed from the surging power coursing through his veins. 2 world runes, representing resolve and sorcery, had irrevocably fused with the essence of his life. With every breath, he resonated with the profound life force akin to the pulsations of the earth and the arcane whispers of celestial trajectories echoing deep within his soul. This power was formidable enough to astonish even Thor. Had the guardian runes of Midgard come to life? Yet it remained subdued and profound, leaving outsiders to perceive only an energy field as vast and inscrutable as an abyssal nebula, its depths inaccessible to their gaze. The warning from the Ancient One, balance and reverence, hung over him like a sword poised above, a constant reminder. Yet, in this moment, confronted with external covetousness, this very power served as his most steadfast bastion. Easy for you to say, little imp. Tony set down the amethyst and approached Jasper, his arm seemingly draped casually over his shoulder. while his fingertips inadvertently brushed against the subtly raised scapula beneath his hoodie, one of the core storage points for the magic source particles. Those vultures will go to great lengths to tear a piece of flesh from you. The hearing is just the beginning. His voice lowered, imbued with a concern comprehensible only to the two of them. Jasper's body stiffened slightly, almost imperceptibly, before he relaxed, allowing Tony's arm to rest upon him. "Let them try," he said, turning his head to flash a familiar, slightly smug smile. "Aren't you here too, genius? Your legal team and media influence are weapons that even Director Fury finds troublesome." Pepper entered, clutching a stack of reconstruction progress reports. She cleared her throat gently, disrupting the delicate atmosphere. "Tony, the integration plan for the new energy nodes with Stark Industries' power grid requires your final approval. Also, Mr. Hawk's team wishes to schedule a visit to the energy diversion area surrounding the Eternal Forge tomorrow." Jasper's smile faded as he nodded. "Inform them that entry to the core area is strictly prohibited. That is non-negotiable." He turned to Tony, adding, "Regarding the integration, I have an idea. Rather than adopting a passive defense, we should take the initiative and demonstrate the potential of the Source Project, not merely for destruction." Chapter 36. To showcase the joint investigative team from the International Security Council and S.H.I.E.L.D, accompanied by Nick Fury and under Jasper's limited allowance, entered the most sacred confines of the Source Project's technology, the energy nexus known as the Eternal Sanctum, armed with the highest level of clearance. The cold alloy doors slid open without a sound, releasing an indescribable wave of energy that surged like a gentle tide. It was not oppressive. Instead, it bore an ancient and vast vitality. The members of the investigative team instantly held their breath. What unfolded before their eyes overturned all physical understanding. A colossal energy sphere, exceeding 10 meters in diameter, floated majestically at the center of the circular hall. It is not a tangible entity, but rather a flowing river of stars imbued with the rhythm of the cosmos, an intricate web of dark golden and deep blue luminescent energy veins, operating autonomously along an unfathomable trajectory of arcane mystery, vanishing and being reborn. These veins resemble the living trajectories of celestial bodies, emanating an aura that is almost eternal. At the core of the sphere lies a pure and gentle white light core, akin to a magical essence that burns steadily, embodying infinite vitality. It serves as the harmonizer and stabilizing anchor of the vast system, much like the heart of the universe. The walls and floor of the hall are no longer cold metal. Instead, they are inscribed with intricate patterns that glimmer with a subtle light. These patterns are not mere decoration. They are interconnected with the central core of the eternal furnace, forming a colossal static protective rune barrier that envelopes the entire building and its surrounding area. An investigator instinctively brought a sophisticated energy detector close to the wall, only for the instrument to emit a sharp alarm as the readings surged into an incomprehensible range before being gently repelled by an irresistible force field. Mr. Jasper Hawk, the head of the investigation team, a distinguished physicist with graying hair and a wealth of experience, spoke with a voice that was dry yet tinged with unmasked reverence and profound concern. "The nature of this energy cannot be classified by any of our existing theoretical models. It defies the laws of thermodynamics and transcends our understanding of matter and energy. And this protection, it is nothing short of miraculous." Standing before the circular control console in his iconic deep gray attire of the Source Project, Jasper wore a modest smile characteristic of youth. Yet within his amber eyes lay a profound ocean of tranquility, as if capable of containing the starlight of the entire universe. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the cornerstone of the Eternal Furnace Source Project technology." His voice, though soft, resonated clearly throughout the vast space. Its existence was solely to provide clean, limitless, and nearly eternal energy, along with the necessary guardianship. Power itself is neither good nor evil. The essence lies in the will that wields it. With a mere flick of his finger, a holographic display unfolded before him, showcasing the prowess of magical source particle technology in the medical field for limb restoration, in clean energy to power entire cities, and an infrastructure for the rapid reconstruction of the damaged areas of New York. The will of the Source Project is to protect life and build the future. The investigation concluded amidst shock and endless questions. The core of the Source Project, the Eternal Furnace, and its epic-defying protective system were laid bare before the world, provoking a global upheaval. The gaze of governments, military forces, and financial magnates became fervently intense, tinged with fear, covetousness, and burgeoning calls for collaboration. The technology of the Source Project was officially recognized as possessing global significance on par with the undisclosed Wakanda, if not surpassing it. To alleviate certain concerns, primarily from Fury and Steve, Jasper conducted a private demonstration within the simulation training facility of the Source Project headquarters, attended by Fury, Tony, Steve, Banner, and Captain America, Steve Rogers. The venue simulated the complex environment of the ruins of New York. Jasper opened his palm, and a mass of liquid starry essence in the form of magical source particles flowed forth as if it possessed life itself. Offensive form, Rune Greatsword of Judgment. Particles coalesce instantaneously into a colossal 2-meter-long greatsword. The blade, imbued with a profound and deep azure hue, resembles the solidified night sky, while molten gold runes flow along the spine. At the center of the crossguard lies a miniature illusion of S.H.I.E.L.D, continuously rotating and emanating the radiant glow of arcane nebulae. With a mere, casual swing, Jasper slices through the air with the heavy blade, producing a low, resonant hum. As the tip of the sword sends ripples across the fabric of space, akin to the surface of water. The power of judgment. The runes on the sword blaze to life, unleashing an invisible wave of spatial shock that obliterates simulated architectural debris into mere dust. Witchcraft Dual Blade Storm. The greatsword disintegrates, and the particles swiftly reassemble into 2 half-meter-long, curved energy blades, their edges crackling with unstable violet arcs, emitting a sizzling roar. Dance of the Storm. Jasper's figure transforms into an afterimage, the dual blades interweaving in swift strikes, as the simulated Chitauri metal armor is torn apart like butter under a hot knife, leaving behind sizzling traces of energy corrosion at the cuts. Resolute Lance of Immortality. The dual blades vanish, and particles coalesce in his hand to form an ancient-looking lance entwined with thorn-like golden energy vines, its tip charged with highly compressed, destructive arcane energy. The Immortal Stab. The lance strikes with the precision of a viper, piercing through a simulated Leviathan's energy core node. The golden thorns at the tip rapidly spread, and the simulated behemoth emits a wail, its life energy forcibly siphoned away, transforming into wisps of light that nourish Jasper. Defensive form. Eternal Barrier. In the face of simulated concentrated energy fire, particles swiftly converge before Jasper, expanding into a towering shield inscribed with intricate mountain runes. As heavy as a wall of size, energy beams collide against the shield's surface, creating ripples of golden light that dissipate outward, while the shield remains steadfast and unmoving. S.H.I.E.L.D's Aegis Force Field. The tower shield vanishes, replaced by hundreds of rapidly spinning, sharp-edged, diamond-shaped small shields flickering with an ethereal blue glow, interlacing to form a perfect sphere encasing Jasper. Simulated physical impacts and energy splashes strike against the force field, deflected as if raindrops against broad leaves, perfectly dissipated by the swiftly rotating shields. Immortal Grasp of Thorn Grounds. With a wave of his hand, Jasper directs particles to erupt at a designated point dozens of meters away, instantaneously raising a colossal barrier composed of countless resilient golden energy thorns, firmly obstructing the simulated enemy's charging forces, their tips glimmering with a menacing sheen. Special applications. Particles can transform into chains to bind formidable foes, rune-imbued chains swiftly ensnaring a rapidly moving simulated target. They weave into a healing network covering injured simulated agents, the wind of revival surging with green life energy, or even render Jasper's form blurry and transparent. Merging seamlessly with the environment, arcane camouflage. It is an extension of my will. Jasper gathers all particles, his breath steady, as if the previous demonstration were but a trivial endeavor, with forms dictated by necessity. The core is to protect, not to destroy. Tony's eyes sparkled with excitement as he unconsciously sketched designs in the air with his fingers, muttering to himself about the astonishing energy conversion efficiency and the integration of shaping capabilities into the 45-shoulder array. Steve furrowed his brow, both awed by the power and contemplating the dire consequences should such power spiral out of control. Dr. Banner, on the other hand, exhibited a keen scientific interest in the characteristics of energy absorption and its reciprocal relationship with life. Chapter 37. Pressure at the Source Project headquarters in the upper command room. The vast floor-to-ceiling windows revealed the bustling New York harbor, yet the atmosphere inside was as frozen as ice. On the holographic projection, intelligence from various channels wove together like a spider's web. Summaries of closed-door congressional hearing records, a secret military procurement list prominently featuring projects targeting high-energy individuals and bioenhanced soldiers. Unusual stock fluctuations among several military-industrial giants competing with Stark Industries. And prominent media outlets beginning to publish critical articles questioning the legitimacy of private arms and the threat of uncontrolled superpowers, all aimed squarely at Source Project technology and Stark Industries. Lissandra's calm electronic voice shattered the silence. Comprehensive intelligence analysis indicates a high threat level. The draft revision of the Superhuman Registration Act, spearheaded by General Ross, had been submitted in secret, imposing nearly draconian restrictions and regulations on corporations possessing large-scale private arms and superpowered employees. Simultaneously, Antitrust and technology security review procedures targeting Stark Industries were accelerating. The objective was clear: to divide, weaken, and control. Jasper stood with his back to the projection, gazing out the window. Dressed in a simple, dark turtleneck, he stood tall. Yet the formidable force he once radiated on the battlefield had now been subdued to its utmost, akin to a dark current beneath the ocean surface. Thor referred to him as the guardian spirit of Midgard. This power stemmed from protection, yet it also invited suspicion. As anticipated, Jasper's voice was calm and unwavering, devoid of any discernible emotion. The existence of the Eternal Forge and the Purifier had disrupted the balance of perception for some. True fear arose from the unknown, and even more so from the inability to exert control. He turned, his amber gaze sweeping over the projection of General Ross's stern visage, contemplating how he intended to employ what Hulk could not against us. "What about Tony?" he inquired. "Mr. Stark is currently negotiating with senators in Washington, while Ms. Potts is handling inquiries from the Justice Department. The pressure is immense," Lissandra responded. "Stark Industries stock has fallen by 7 today." Jasper furrowed his brow slightly. His fingertips traced the air unconsciously. A fleeting glimmer of golden light, almost imperceptible to the naked eye, flickered between his fingers, a subtle manifestation of resolute runic power, imbued with a soothing quality. Even from a distance, he could sense Tony's current agitation and Pepper's exhaustion. In the ruins of Malibu, within Tony's temporary workspace, the atmosphere had shifted dramatically. Gone were the days of heavy metal rock and popcorn buckets, replaced by the cold blue glow of legal texts and news reports rolling across the holographic screens. Tony yanked off his tie, pacing restlessly. The components of the marked suit scattered across the workbench like abandoned toys. "They don't seek regulation, Rhodey. What they desire is to stifle us. They have confined me within a cage, dismantling Jasper's powers to serve as a battery." Tony bellowed at Rhodey through the video communication, the bruises on his face more pronounced than the battle-worn armor he wore. Rhodey, clad in his Air Force uniform against the backdrop of the Pentagon-S office, bore a similarly grave expression. "I understand, Tony. Ross is pushing forward, backed by the military-industrial complex and those politicians terrified by New York. They fear the magical core of the Source Project, which is how they refer to it. Fear the Gene Warriors, and even fear you. They believe that your powers, if untethered for national control, pose a threat. I'm doing my best to navigate this, but the resistance is formidable." "Control?" Tony scoffed, laced with sarcasm. "They cannot even manage their own belts. Jasper's abilities are beyond their comprehension of technology or magic. They are trapped." Thor's words about the guardian spirit of Midgard flickered in his mind, yet he could not articulate this to Rhodey. At that moment, a familiar warmth, steady as the winter sun, enveloped him. The tension in his nerves, strained by anger and pressure, miraculously eased under this silent comfort. Tony's restless pacing came to a halt as he instinctively gazed out the window, as if he could pierce through space to see Jasper's silhouette at the Source Project headquarters. "I understand now, Rhodey. Let's stay in touch." His tone softened, and he concluded the communication. He approached the bar, poured himself a drink, yet did not partake. That warmth lingered, faint but as stabilizing as an anchor for his turbulent emotions. Jasper is there for him. A complex warmth surged within Tony, mingled with gratitude and a deeper, ineffable dependence. Since the events in New York, this silent support had become the light in his darkness. He recalled the embrace on that stormy night, remembering his promise to catch him next time. The door creaked open gently as Pepper entered, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit with a refined makeup, though the fatigue in her eyes was unmistakable. Upon spotting Tony by the window, holding a glass, she noted his solitary demeanor, yet the familiar, comforting tranquility that surrounded him was palpable. Her gaze flickered slightly. She recognized the source of that serenity. "Tony, the Department of Justice has requested that we submit a comprehensive list of all core technological collaborations related to energy, weapons, and artificial intelligence from the past 5 years by tomorrow, particularly highlighting the details concerning the Source Project." Pepper's voice remained steady, albeit tinged with an imperceptible concern. Tony turned to face her. "Give it to them." His voice was somewhat hoarse, but he insisted on encrypting the essential parts regarding the magic source particles and the Eternal Forge interface to the highest level. That was Jasper's bottom line. He stepped closer to Pepper, taking her hand. "Pepper, I appreciate your efforts. This should have been my responsibility. We are partners, Tony." Pepper interrupted, squeezing his hand in return, offering a gentle, yet somewhat strained smile. "We faced this together, remember?" Her gaze swept across Tony's face, lingering on the bruises beneath his eyes. "You look like you need rest. Jasper is likely doing his part to share the burden as well." "ISNT?" Tony paused slightly, taken aback that Pepper mentioned Jasper. Her tone was utterly natural, yet within her perceptive eyes, the gentle concern and attachment that flickered across Tony's gaze upon hearing that name were unmistakably clear. It was not merely a partner's care. It resembled the anxiety one harbors for a person of great significance. Tony opened his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately, it transformed into a sigh. Indeed, that young man bore pressure no less than my own. His purifier had just resolved the bioweapons crisis of Vanguard Technologies in Mogadishu, only to be subsequently portrayed by the media as a private military force intervening in the domestic affairs of a sovereign nation. His voice was laced with both a protective instinct for Jasper and indignation at the current circumstances. Pepper gently patted the back of Tony's hand, reassuring him. You are all doing the right thing. Yet, sometimes this world requires time to accept powers and individuals that transcend understanding. She paused, her voice softening further. Tony, do not burden yourself excessively. Do not disappoint those who genuinely wish to assist and support you. Her gaze subtly drifted towards the direction of the Source Project headquarters before swiftly returning. Tony's heart jolted. Pepper's words caressed his heart like a feather, imbued with a hint of bittersweetness and profound understanding. She did not need to articulate it, yet her acceptance and the implicit reminder, do not disappoint, made Tony acutely aware of her stance. She understood and even tacitly approved of the special bond he shared with Jasper, as long as it did not harm either of them. This mature wisdom, tinged with a touch of helplessness and tenderness, weighed heavily on Tony's heart, deepening his empathy for Pepper. Aboard the S.H.I.E.L.D. helicarrier in Fury's office, his singular eye scanned the report regarding the Purifier's operation in Mogadishu displayed on the screen. The footage revealed Ashling's frost arrows precisely immobilizing the core of the bioweapon. Halting its spread, Iwa transformed into a green blur, weaving through terrorists and swiftly disarming several key leaders. Leona's golden shield withstood heavy firepower, granting precious time for civilians to evacuate. Lucian's holy bullets proved remarkably effective against the mutated beings infected with bioweapon toxins. The operation was executed with efficiency and precision, resulting in 0 civilian casualties. Flawless. Yet, not a trace of satisfaction graced Fury's visage. He pulled up another report, a stern inquiry letter from the International Security Council, demanding S.H.I.E.L.D. explain its failure to prevent Vanguard Technologies from acquiring extraterrestrial bioweapon technology and questioning the boundaries of cooperation with superpowered organizations, referring to the Source Project, that pose potential threats. What is your perspective, Agent Romanoff? Fury inquired, directing his gaze towards Natasha, who stood beside him. The Black Widow crossed her arms, her demeanor calm. The Purifier's actions are beyond reproach. They have even aided us in resolving a significant crisis. Jasper Hawk has exhibited remarkable restraint and responsibility in managing the situation and minimizing casualties. His powers are unique, transcending mere magic or technology, resembling a fundamental rule itself. She recalled the colossal shield on the battlefield in New York and Jasper's profound, yet consistently restrained aura during their subsequent interactions. Restraint? Fury scoffed. In the eyes of those politicians, possessing the power to flip the table at any moment is in itself the greatest form of recklessness. There exist those gene warriors, whose efficiency surpasses that of super soldiers, and who remain, in their view, uncontrollable. How does Dr. Banner perceive this? Natasha inquired in response. Fury retrieved an encrypted communication record. A message from Banner to Jasper. Thank you for your steadfast position. I sense that your presence has a calming effect on Hulk. Ross is a disaster. He will turn us all into enemies. Take care, Jasper, and hold firm to your beliefs. Banner's stance was unequivocal. And what of Barton? Clint regards Jasper as a reliable ally, his strength invaluable for protection. Yet, he cautioned against an excessive reliance on an unofficial superpower, as it poses inherent risks. Natasha replied. Fury's fingers tapped rhythmically on the table. What of Steve? The captain had just returned from a community rebuilding effort in Brooklyn. He praised the clean energy and rapid construction technologies offered by the Source Initiative, believing that Jasper is fulfilling the promise that greater power entails greater responsibility. However, he privately expressed a desire to see a more defined international oversight framework for the armed forces of the Source Initiative to ensure they are not misused. Natasha paused, acknowledging that he admired Jasper's decision to prioritize civilian protection in Mogadishu. Fury remained silent for a considerable time. The feedback from various factions pointed to a singular contradiction. Jasper and his Source Initiative are both a formidable asset and a significant political liability. The power within him. Though Fury may not fully comprehend its essence, he is acutely aware of its terror and the existence of the Gene Task Force. Strike at the most sensitive nerves of the power elite. Informed Coulson, Fury finally spoke to intensify infiltration into Ross and the forces behind him. I need to know their next specific moves. Additionally, send a secure message to Mr. Hawk. A storm is approaching. Keep your cards close. The position of S.H.I.E.L.D. remains unchanged, but the spotlight on center stage is searing. At the headquarters, in the Purifier briefing room, the 7-member team, returning from Mogadishu, was conducting an operation debriefing. The cold metallic walls reflected their varied armors. S.H.I.E.L.D analyzed drone data with calm precision. He quietly polished his energy blade, its surface gleaming. X swayed on his skateboard, tracing the timeline in the air with his fingers. Lucian and Sienna stood side by side, engaged in hushed conversation, Sienna's holy light pistol faintly glowing in her grasp. Fiona, arms crossed, scanned the holographic sand table with a sharp gaze. Leona stood like a silent mountain, guarding the entrance. Jasper entered, and the atmosphere instantly grew more solemn. Donned in the uniform of the Source Initiative Commander, he exuded no overt power, yet his presence, steady as a mountain and profound as the night sky, caused these seasoned warriors to instinctively straighten their spines. The mission was executed exceptionally well. Jasper's voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in each ear. You have saved countless lives, yet the storm outside is palpable. As you have sensed, he displayed the latest summaries of public opinion and intelligence. The authorities had begun to fear. Fearful of our power, fearful of our autonomy. Subsequently, the suppression of the Source Project would intensify, with actions facing increasing constraints and even being stigmatized. He surveyed the crowd. The existence of the Purifiers was not for warfare, but rather to protect the innocent and purify crises when order disintegrated and conventional forces faltered. Remember our core principle, the will to protect. Power is merely a tool, will serve as our guiding light. Regardless of the tumult outside, remain vigilant, exercise restraint, and uphold our fundamental tenet, the sanctity of life. His words seemed imbued with a certain strength, calming the last flicker of doubt caused by external scrutiny in the eyes of his team, replaced by a more resolute conviction. S.H.I.E.L.D, speaking on behalf of the group, declared, "Understood, Commander. The will endures, and protection is unwavering." Jasper nodded. "Rest and stand by. The storm will not cease. We may strike again at any moment." He turned to leave, a reassuring silhouette in the midst of uncertainty. Chapter 38. Seizure. General Ross's actions unfolded more swiftly and ruthlessly than anticipated. 3 days later, a search warrant and asset freeze order, issued by the federal court under the pretext of a revised draft, certain provisions activated urgently, and national security, were delivered to the headquarters of Source Project Technology and S.H.I.E.L.D Industries. The rationale was grandiloquent. Suspicion arose that the energy core of Source Project Technology's Eternal Furnace posed uncontrollable risks and that its genetic modification technology severely violated ethical standards, necessitating an indefinite suspension of operations and submission to joint oversight by the military and an independent committee. Concurrently, S.H.I.E.L.D Industries was accused of leaking critical national technologies and financing illegal private militias in collaboration with the Source Project, resulting in the freezing of certain core assets and overseas operations. Fully armed agents and soldiers clad in uniforms emblazoned with the insignia of the newly established Extraordinary Incident Response Division, effectively under Ross's control, surrounded the Source Project headquarters with weapons drawn. Several black vehicles also came to a halt at the entrance of S.H.I.E.L.D Industries Reconstruction Command Center. The atmosphere at the entrance of the Source Project headquarters was fraught with tension. The commanding officer, with an air of arrogance, proclaimed the order. By the decree of the federal court, we are conducting a security seizure of the Source Project Technology headquarters. All personnel must cease work immediately and undergo identity verification. Shut down the energy core immediately. Present all lists of genetic power teams and purifier members, along with their biological data. The security personnel of the Source Project, donned in standard exoskeleton suits, formed a silent wall, resolutely blocking the entrance. Their gazes were sharp, and their equipment formidable. Though not as ostentatious as the purifiers, they exuded an aura far beyond that of ordinary security. Just as conflict seemed imminent, the magical sigils adorning the exterior walls of the Source Project headquarters suddenly illuminated. A faint golden energy shield, flowing with arcane runes, swiftly unfurled, enveloping the entire building and its surrounding area like an inverted giant bowl. The shield emanated a gentle yet unyielding force, gently yet irresistibly pushing back the agents and soldiers attempting to approach the entrance by several meters. Warning: unauthorized forced entry into the core area of the Source Project will be regarded as a hostile act. The defense system has been activated. The cold and grandiose electronic voice echoed through external speakers, resonating throughout the neighborhood. The officer's face turned ashen. "You are openly defying the law." Just then, a clear voice interrupted him. The grand entrance of the Source Project headquarters slid open silently, and Jasper Hawk emerged alone. He bore no armor, clad only in a simple Source Project uniform, his demeanor calm, as if the guns and soldiers before him were mere props in a theatrical play. He approached the edge of S.H.I.E.L.D, gazing serenely at the officers and soldiers outside through the translucent golden barrier. Though there were no visible signs of energy emanating from him, His amber eyes seemed to harbor the vastness of the cosmos and the timelessness of ancient mountains. Simply standing there, an invisible yet palpable pressure emanated from him, causing the soldiers he glanced at to involuntarily shiver and instinctively take half a step back. What General Ross desired was the core technology of the Eternal Forge, the secrets of the genetic power group, to transform me and my team into beasts within his cage. Jasper's voice, though soft, resonated clearly through the shield, imbued with an undeniable authority. He feared not the risk, but the uncontrollable force. The search warrant in your hands is merely a FA-ADE for power struggles. He raised his hand, his fingertips gently brushing against the runic shield. The barrier rippled with his movement, becoming more solid. This building, this Eternal Forge, provides clean energy that illuminates a third of New York's reconstruction zone. Our medical technology is saving thousands of terminally ill patients worldwide, and our purifiers are preventing disasters and saving lives in the unreachable corners you cannot touch. Is this the threat you wish to seal and suffocate? Jasper's gaze swept over the soldiers, tinged with compassion. Lay down your weapons and depart from here. The Source Project will not yield to fear and greed, nor does it intend to turn against its own kind. Return and inform General Ross and those behind him. His voice rose suddenly, reverberating with a grand resonance that seemed to stem from the very fabric of order. As if mountains were whispering and stars were echoing. True power arises from guardianship. Should anyone attempt to perpetrate plunder and control under the guise of security, perceiving the force of guardianship as a threat, then the will of Midgard shall personally judge their folly. As his words echoed, the entire block seemed to hold its breath for a moment. The soldiers felt a faint yet distinct tremor beneath their feet, and the air itself seemed to grow heavier. This was not a threat, but a declaration from a more ancient and vast will. The officer's complexion turned as pale as death, cold sweat beading on his brow. The search warrant in his hand felt unbearably hot. The young man before him stood resolutely, imparting an overwhelming sense of suffocation akin to confronting a towering mountain. He had no doubt that if he commanded an assault, that seemingly gentle golden shield would instantaneously transform into a force of annihilation. Retreat. Await further orders. The officer struggled to utter the command through clenched teeth. The soldiers, feeling as if they had been granted a reprieve, hastily sheathed their weapons and withdrew like a receding tide. Meanwhile, on the Stark Industries front, Pepper, armed with impeccable legal procedures and a firm stance, temporarily halted the confiscation. However, the freeze order has come into effect, tightening Stark's financial chain in an instant. That evening, Nick Fury secretly summoned all reachable members of the Avengers Reserve, Tony, Steve, Natasha, Clint, Banner, Rhodes, along with Jasper, for an emergency meeting in a secure S.H.I.E.L.D. safe house. The atmosphere was tense. Fury played the footage of the standoff outside the headquarters of the Source program. When Jasper proclaimed that the will of Midgard would personally deliver judgment, the room fell into silence. Breaking the quiet was Tony, who leaned back in his chair, observing the calm yet authoritative profile of Jasper on the screen. A complex smile tugged at his lips, a blend of pride and concern. This young man was increasingly exuding an air of mystique. Nevertheless, his words were strikingly cathartic. He did not conceal his support for Jasper and his disdain for Ross. Steve Rogers furrowed his brow. Mr. Hawk, your power is formidable. Your actions in Mogadishu and New York attest to your character. However, he directed his gaze towards Jasper, his eyes sincere yet laden with worry. This public and almost supernatural declaration, coupled with the use of that power, he gestured toward the shield, against federal law enforcement will only deepen the panic and provide Ross with further justification. This will place us in a precarious position as we seek legal and public support. Power requires restraint. It must be contained within a framework. A framework? Tony straightened in his seat, his tone sharp. Captain, what kind of framework can encompass Jasper's power? Slice him up for study? Or confiscate the Eternal Forge and let those bureaucrats decide who deserves salvation? Ross is a shackle. If Jasper does not resist today, he will be dismantled tomorrow. He is safeguarding not only himself, but everything he can protect. His voice was fervent. He could not abide anyone questioning Jasper's choices, especially after he had just defended his own boundaries. Natasha calmly analyzed. The captain's concerns are valid. Jasper's declaration is too shocking, surpassing the comprehension of ordinary individuals. It will be portrayed as a declaration of war by superhumans against the government. This plays directly into Ross's hands. Yet, what Tony states is also true. Compromise will not yield safety, but will only embolden Ross. We require a more cunning strategy to fracture Ross's alliances and retaliate on the fronts of public opinion and legality, rather than confront the national machine head-on, which would obliterate our moral high ground. She turned to Jasper. Your shield is powerful, but how long can it endure? Opposing the entire national apparatus is unwise. Clint Barton cradled his bow, speaking in a low voice. I stand with Natasha. Jasper, I believe in you. But we need strategy. Your purifier is strong, but facing the military head-on? That could lead us into an irrevocable abyss. There is nothing wrong with self-protection, but the method is crucial. Colonel Rhodes appeared the most troubled, clad in military uniform, representing a particularly awkward position. Tony, Jasper, I understand your anger. Ross's actions are overreaching and abusive. Yet, your actions today put me in a very difficult position. There are differing voices within the military, but the hardliners currently hold sway. We need time to maneuver, not direct confrontation. This will render all our efforts to advocate for the rights of superhumans futile. Dr. Banner adjusted his glasses. His voice gentle yet resolute. I have experienced persecution and fear. Ross's aim has never been security, but rather control. Jasper's abilities are unique and potent, but for that very reason, they must not be distorted by fear, nor fall into the hands of someone like Ross. I support Jasper's core right to self-defense. However, I also concur with Natasha and Clint. We require wisdom and unity to avert civil strife. He glanced at Jasper, suggesting that your field can soothe Hulk. Perhaps it can also find a way to calm the external fears. Jasper listened quietly to the discussions, his expression revealing no emotion. Only at the end did he slowly speak. Thank you all for your insights. I understand the captain's concerns, Natasha and Clint's apprehensions, Colonel Rhodes's predicaments, and I appreciate Dr. Banner's support, as well as Tony. He looked towards Tony, warmth flickering in his eyes. I have never contemplated being adversarial to the nation, nor inciting civil war. The power I possess was intended for protection, not destruction. The shield I displayed today was solely to safeguard the core of the Source Project, which bears the hopes of countless lives and personnel involved. What Ross seeks is not oversight of the Source Project, but its possession and enslavement. Should we choose to compromise, he and his supporters will perceive this as an opportunity, encroaching further step by step. His voice, though tranquil, resonated with strength. His proclamation was not a threat, but a statement of fact. My power is intrinsically linked to this land. When the will to protect is trampled upon, the rules themselves will respond naturally. This is beyond my control. It is an inevitable existence. He rose, his gaze sweeping over the assembly. The Source Project will not initiate provocation. It will not remain passive. We shall continue our work, providing energy, saving lives, and purify crises. Legal counteractions and public opinion guidance require your wisdom and that of Director Fury. As for Ross and his henchmen, Jasper's eyes flickered with a golden blue light, imbued with a detached superiority. If they insist on viewing guardianship as rebellion and brandishing their blades at the innocent, then the blade of the purifier will reveal to them the true nature of their enemies. The determination and underlying sharpness in his words caused a shiver to run through all present. This was not a threat, but a declaration of a boundary that must be upheld. Tony looked at Jasper, a complex mixture of pride and worry filling his gaze. He knew Jasper was prepared for the worst. Pepper's image flashed through his mind, the pang of guilt resurfacing. But observing this young man standing resolutely at the eye of the storm, protecting everything, including him, Tony's internal balance had undeniably tipped. The meeting concluded in a heavy atmosphere. The Avengers departed, each carrying their own perspectives and concerns. The storm is far from over, and the emotional tension between Jasper and Tony has reached its breaking point under immense external pressure, as if it might either erupt into a more intense symphony or shatter completely. The golden shield of the Source Project headquarters glows quietly in the night, standing as the sole, steadfast beacon within the eye of the storm. Chapter 39. Response. Major Chapter. Ross's seizure operation crashed violently against the impenetrable rune barriers of the Source Project headquarters, retreating in disarray. This resolute counterattack was akin to a boulder cast into a tranquil lake, the ripples swiftly transforming into a storm that swept across the globe. Public opinion was utterly torn apart. Supporters hailed Jasper as a guardian against tyranny, while the technology of the Source Project was deified as the beacon of humanity's future. Detractors demonized him as an uncontrollable sorcerer, portraying the Purifiers as a private army threatening democracy. The international community was in uproar, and various governments adopted ambiguous stances, coveting the technology of the Source Project while deeply wary of its power. Stark Industries stock plummeted amidst the freeze order and the whirlpool of public opinion, placing unprecedented pressure on Pepper. Yet, at the eye of the storm, the Source Project headquarters exhibited an unusual, rock-like calm. The golden rune shield stood as a silent testament to the will of protection. Internally, driven by Jasper's resolve, research and development did not stagnate. Rather, it entered an unprecedented phase of acceleration. A palpable sense of urgency permeated every laboratory. They needed to demonstrate that the power of the Source Project was a beacon guiding civilization forward, rather than a fuse for destruction. Rapid Healing Gel, under the guidance of the Knowledge Core from Black Merdinger, the Gene Dynamics team. Utilizing first-generation gel and integrating the understanding of Rune Energy's life principles, Hulk gamma cell samples, partially harmless tissues voluntarily provided by Banner for medical research, along with cutting-edge biological nanotechnology, finally broke through existing bottlenecks. Effect: a pale golden gel-like substance emanating a faint life glow. When applied or injected, it can stimulate cellular hyperregeneration and reorganization within a remarkably short time, from seconds to minutes, depending on the severity of the injury, halt bleeding, close wounds, and repair damaged tissues. Its core lies in the contained power of the subtle but resolute rune of life resilience, which can temporarily and locally enhance an organism's self-healing potential and guide it towards optimal recovery. Additional features: the gel is embedded with biocompatible resistance agents based on magic source particles. It can actively identify and neutralize various known toxins, radiation contamination, and broad-spectrum microbial infections, including superbugs and certain extraterrestrial pathogens, forming a formidable biological barrier. Its implications for battlefield first aid, disaster relief, and biochemical crisis management are revolutionary. First application: during a terrorist-induced neurotoxin attack on the reconstruction of a subway station in New York, numerous agents from S.H.I.E.L.D. and firefighters suffered severe poisoning and injuries. The Source Project urgently provided the first batch of gel. When applied to the victim's festering skin, the gel visibly inhibited the spread of toxins, wounds healed rapidly, and symptoms of poisoning alleviated at an astonishing rate. On-site doctors referred to it as a miracle. The recent successful rescue operation was deliberately amplified by Jasper through neutral media, effectively countering the allegations regarding the dangers and harmfulness of Source program technology. The Guardian Nanoswarm. This marks yet another leap forward in the Source technology of nanoswarms. Under the fervent optimization efforts of Heimerdinger and the formidable computational power and energy-shaping support provided by Jasper's arcane runes, a new generation of nanorobots has been born. Characteristics: microscopic scale and intelligent synergy. Each nanorobot measures at the picometer level, with quantities reaching into the billions. They are directed by a hub through quantum communication, exhibiting remarkable collective intelligence that enables them to autonomously model complex environments, allocate tasks, and coordinate operations. Energy absorption and morphological adaptability. They efficiently absorb light, heat, electromagnetic energy, and even rarefied magical cosmic radiation from their surroundings as energy sources. They can instantaneously combine into various forms based on commands, such as miniature energy shield matrices, reconnaissance interference drone swarms, energy cutting nets, information intrusion tendrils, and even temporary small structures like emergency bridges or bunkers. Multifunctionality. Defense. They can form dynamic, distributed shields against energy attacks or physical impacts, and conduct non-destructive intrusions or incapacitations of electronic devices. Repair. They perform molecular-level repairs on mechanical and electronic devices and assist in more precise in-body treatments. Purification. They decompose pollutants, absorb radiation, and eliminate biochemical contaminants. Construction. They rapidly assemble or disassemble materials at the microscopic level for precision manufacturing or expedited construction. Strategic significance. The emergence of these capabilities has elevated the non-combat intervention potential of the Source program to an astonishing level. They can be employed to swiftly establish safe zones at disaster sites, incapacitate enemy automated weapons, conduct stealth reconnaissance, and even perform surgical-like environmental restoration. Their potential and controllability, entirely governed by the Hub and Jasper's will, have drawn significant attention from Fury and Tony, deepening the apprehensions of the Ross Group. Following the turmoil of the seizure, Tony and Pepper, under immense pressure, made a strategic decision. Stark Industries would engage in a profound strategic integration with Source program technology. On a commercial front, a joint holding company, Stark Source Program Advanced Technology Group, was established, with Pepper at the helm and Jasper serving as chief scientist and director of special projects. Tony and Jasper retained ultimate control over their respective original companies while sharing core technologies and market channels. The new group would lead the global promotion and commercialization of the technology, with Stark Industries' vast production and distribution network playing a crucial role. The first supply was prioritized for conflict zones and humanitarian organizations. Initially applied to the deep reconstruction project in New York led by Stark, cleaning up debris pollution and repairing underground pipelines, yielding sensational results. This move not only revitalized Stark Industries, with stock prices rebounding from their nadir, but also announced to the world the profound binding of the two giants, forming an unassailable barrier of technology and capital. Jasper decided to upgrade Tony's core. Tony's new core, the Light of Creation. Although the arc reactor embedded in Tony's chest has been replaced with a new elemental core, its energy conversion efficiency and structural stability once again face significant challenges following intense combat and repeated damage. This has even led to the emergence of trace amounts of secondary radiation, affecting Tony's nervous system. This has become a new source of hidden pain and anxiety for him. Seizing the opportunity for deep collaboration, Jasper proposed an audacious upgrade plan. In the heart of the Source Project headquarters, within the Runic Forge laboratory, Tony bore witness for the first time to Jasper guiding two immense forces, determination and sorcery, within him, revealing only the tip of the iceberg. Tony's original elemental core was carefully extracted. Jasper, wielding magic source particles as his brush and the immense computational and energy-shaping capabilities provided by sorcerous runes as his chisel, embarked on a living core reconstruction directly within Tony's chest cavity. Utilizing the new elemental basis combined with the purified runic energy flow from the Eternal Forge. This process was fraught with peril, requiring Jasper to control the energy with molecular precision. The force of the determination runes was meticulously directed by Jasper, enveloping Tony's heart and major nerve clusters to provide the strongest guardianship against any energy shocks and radiation damage during the reconstruction, while simultaneously stimulating the tissues to merge perfectly with the newly birthed core. Throughout the entire process, Tony remained conscious. He felt no pain, only a peculiar sensation of fullness and warmth, as if every cell within him were rejoicing. He watched as beads of sweat formed at Jasper's brow, the amber hue of his eyes shimmering with a golden blue radiance at its zenith, and that almost sacred focus etched deeply into Tony's heart. This was not merely a repair. It felt more akin to a rebirth and a gift of life. The newly reconstructed core was no longer a cold mechanical artifact. It exhibited a warm, fluid texture reminiscent of liquid platinum, with a minuscule dual-colored runic mark at its center, composed of pure governing force. Merging the steadfast protection of determination with the infinite possibilities of sorcery, slowly rotating. Its energy output efficiency surpassed that of the old core by several folds, exhibiting unparalleled stability and completely eliminating secondary radiation. It synchronized perfectly with Tony's life magnetic field, even passively nourishing his body over time. Tony sensed an unprecedented surge of power and a wondrous connection to Jasper's source of strength. This core upgrade represented the profound fusion of their technologies and powers. Tony's trust and reliance on Jasper reached new heights, while Jasper left an eternal imprint of his power within Tony's life core. This bond transcended mere partnership, even surpassing unspoken affection, approaching a connection at the level of the soul. As the new group's leader, Pepper found herself at the forefront of tumultuous challenges. With exceptional business acumen and a calm political demeanor, she navigated the intricate dynamics among various governments, regulatory bodies, and watchful competitors. She adeptly leveraged humanitarian achievements for public relations, downplaying political implications while emphasizing the benefits of technological advancements for all humanity. She was acutely aware of the increasingly undeniable emotional connection between Tony and Jasper. She observed the profound sense of ease and strength radiating from Tony after he replaced his core, a vitality that stemmed from the very essence of life, something she had never witnessed beside her. She also noticed the nearly overflowing focus and tenderness in Jasper's eyes as he gazed at Tony. One late night, in the executive office atop the skyscraper, Pepper wearily rubbed her temples. Jasper knocked and entered, delivering a report on the Pacific Garbage Patch Purification Project. "Thank you, Jasper," Pepper said as she accepted the report, not immediately perusing it, but instead gesturing for him to take a seat. She regarded the young man before her, burdened with immense strength, her expression complex. "Tony has been in excellent condition since he acquired the new core. I haven't seen him sleep so peacefully in a long time." Her voice was calm, devoid of any discernible emotion. Jasper stiffened slightly, his amber eyes flashing with a hint of panic and guilt. Pepper raised her hand to stop him, a weary yet sincere smile gracing her face. "No need to explain, Jasper. I can see it and feel it. It means a great deal to you, extraordinarily so." She paused, her gaze deepening. "You too are immensely important to him, to this organization, and indeed to many others." She stood and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the resplendent, rebuilding New York outside. "The bond between you is unique and powerful. I do not wish to define it, nor do I have the capacity to alter it. My only hope is that, regardless of what the future holds, you both take care of one another, refrain from causing harm, and prevent this strength from spiraling out of control. This organization, this world, needs you both and the future you create together." Pepper's words struck Jasper like a heavy hammer upon his heart, while simultaneously soothing the long-held shadows and guilt within him. Her wisdom, acceptance, and profound love commanded his respect. Rising, he solemnly addressed Pepper. "Pepper, thank you. I assure you, I will protect Tony with my strength. The will of the Source Project is to safeguard. This will apply equally to him and to our shared endeavors." Their eyes met, and an unspoken understanding flowed in the air between them. Pepper nodded, her smile now imbued with relief. The captain emerged as a potent advocate in disaster relief and humanitarian efforts. He personally ventured into war-torn regions, witnessing how to pull dying soldiers back from the brink and observing how drones swiftly cleared debris and rebuilt clean water facilities. These first-hand experiences significantly altered his rigid perception of the unchecked power of the Source Project. During an informal United Nations meeting, he publicly declared, "Power itself is neither good nor evil. When wielded to save lives and rebuild homes, it becomes the light of civilization. Fear of the Source Project should not hinder our embrace of this light." He privately approached Jasper, admitting that his previous concerns had been overly one-sided and expressing his hope for the Purifiers to collaborate more closely with S.H.I.E.L.D. within the confines of his trust to address global crises. Black Widow and Hawkeye became the new organization's most clandestine operatives and intelligence officers. They employed unparalleled infiltration and assassination techniques, with the tacit approval of Jasper and Fury, to precisely eliminate several key operatives of the Ross Group planted in crucial departments, who sought to steal core formulas or sabotage projects. Following an operation against a media giant, maliciously disparaging the Stark Source Project at Ross's behest, Natasha remarked to Jasper, "The battlefield of public opinion requires illumination, yet the vermin in the shadows must also be addressed. We each have our roles to fulfill." Clint extolled the reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance capabilities, deeming them a transformative game-changer for special operations. Dr. Banner officially joined the core research and development team for the Life Cradle project, his knowledge of gamma rays and biological expertise providing pivotal insights for further optimization, particularly concerning extreme radiation environments. He spent countless days and nights in a laboratory with Jasper, unraveling the mysteries of life, energy, and the rules governing them. Jasper's stable stance, infused with runic power, became Banner's greatest source of reassurance. He even endeavored to allow Hulk to engage with an extremely diluted substance under controlled conditions, observing its reaction. Result: Hulk found it mildly irritating. Yet his wound healing rate indeed improved. Banner was astounded by Tony's new core, the Genesis Light, which he deemed a perfect amalgamation of science and some form of miracle. After concluding affairs in Asgard, Thor returned to Earth, exhibiting immense interest in the Eternal Forge and Tony's Genesis Light core. During a visit to the Source Project headquarters, wielding Mjolnir, he tentatively infused a faint trace of his divine lightning into the protective field of the Eternal Forge. To his astonishment, the golden runic shield not only embraced this divine power, but absorbed it like a sponge, glowing faintly and becoming more substantial. Thor laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Marvelous! The spirit of Midgard resonates with your power. Even Asgard's thunder can be transformed into a protective force." It seems Odin's worries were unfounded. His words undoubtedly served as the most potent endorsement of Jasper's inherent strength. Colonel Rhodes found himself in the most awkward position. On one hand, he argued vigorously within military circles, exposing the illegality and hazards of Ross's operations, advocating for Stark and the Source Project. On the other, he was compelled to execute restrictive orders against Stark Industries' overseas assets, bearing immense psychological strain. Tony understood his predicament, and Jasper had never placed blame upon him. In a clandestine meeting, Rhodes gazed at the new core on Tony's chest, emanating a warm white light and adorned with mysterious runic markings, and with a wry smile remarked, "Buddy, that new heart of yours truly evokes envy. However, seeing you vibrant and able to stand up to that old scoundrel Ross reassures me. Hang in there. I will continue to undermine him from within." Tony embraced his dear friend tightly, saying, "I know, Rhodes. Don't push yourself too hard." Chapter 40. Ross's retaliation and confession faced with the formidable rise of the Stark Source Project and its technological supremacy, alongside the Avengers' overt and covert support. The Ross Group felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. They orchestrated a decisive strike, initiating a public hearing before the Senate Armed Services Committee to address the purported threats posed by the Stark Source Project Group to national security. During the hearing, Ross and his allies resorted to extensive vilification, alleging that the initiative involved genetic weaponry that could be utilized for the creation of super soldiers or bioweaponry. They further claimed it served as a tool for global surveillance and sabotage, capable of silently incapacitating national infrastructure. The core of the Eternal Forge and Jasper's power were portrayed as unfathomable supernatural threats, while genetic power was referred to as Jasper Hawk's private legion of death. Tony and Pepper attended as representatives of the group. In a stark departure from his usual cavalier demeanor, Tony adopted an exceptionally professional and assertive stance, meticulously dismantling each accusation with robust data, successful case studies, including numerous letters of gratitude and letters of intent from the military, and irrefutable logic. Pepper displayed remarkable public relations acumen, steering the discussion towards the shared benefits of technological advancement and the significance of global cooperation. However, just as Tony was poised to showcase a video depicting the successful establishment of a makeshift hospital in a war zone, which had saved hundreds of children, an unforeseen calamity struck. The massive crystal chandelier suspended from the venue's dome suddenly shattered without warning. Tons of crystal and metal plummeted toward the witness stand where Tony and Pepper were seated, accompanied by a deafening roar. The hall was filled with screams. In that critical moment, a radiant blue-gold light, Jasper, appeared almost instantaneously beneath the falling debris. With arms raised high, he unleashed a torrent of magic particles, transforming them into an enormous golden shield, inscribed with intricate mountain runes, the eternal barrier, which defiantly withstood the colossal descent. With a thunderous crash, the shield remained unyielding amidst the swirling debris. Simultaneously, countless minute silver points of light, the nanoswarm, surged into the auditorium through various vents, forming a living dust storm that intricately wove an energy net above Tony, Pepper, and the other attendees in the front rows, successfully intercepting the flying fragments and shockwaves. In a corner of the venue, Fiona, the purifier, disguised as staff, observed streams of data flashing before her eyes. Her dual dance system swiftly locked onto a gunman concealed on the second floor who had remotely sabotaged the chandelier's fixture. Like a wraith, she advanced, her adaptive energy blade deftly disarming the assailant as he drew his handgun, with the blade poised against his throat, her movements so swift that none could discern them. Outside the venue, S.H.I.E.L.D, positioned high above, utilized her global eagle eye to pinpoint all suspicious sniper positions in nearby buildings. Her cold electronic voice resonating through the communication channel, threat locked. Arrow of judgment on standby. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. As the dust settled, the audience, still in shock, beheld Jasper standing beneath the great shield, its golden light protecting the entire perilous area, his expression stern, and a glint of coldness flickering in his amber eyes. Tony and Pepper remained unscathed, shielded by the slowly dissipating silver swarm net above. Fiona had subdued the gunman and handed him over to the security personnel who rushed in. A report from S.H.I.E.L.D arrived. The external threat has been neutralized, with no casualties. Silence. A deathly silence. Suddenly, the crowd erupted in chaos. Flashbulbs flickered wildly. This was not a hearing. It was evidently a meticulously orchestrated assassination attempt on the key figures of the Stark Initiative. Yet, the power of the initiative, under the scrutiny of all, showcased an astonishingly formidable defense, rapid response, and impeccable attention to detail. Ross's complexion turned as pale as parchment. His carefully plotted incident had not only failed, but had instead transformed into a globally broadcast display of the opposing force's might. Jasper gradually retracted the colossal shield of magic particles, his gaze piercing through Ross like a blade, his voice reverberating through the hall via the amplifier. Cold and authoritative. General Ross, is this what you term national security? To extinguish technological progress through despicable assassination? To cloak your lust for power with lies and fear? He surveyed the disoriented legislators and media present. The power of the initiative eternally aims at threats, safeguarding the innocent. Today, it protected Tony Stark, safeguarded Pepper Potts, and shielded the lives of everyone present. This is the outcome wrought by the power you fear. He pointed at the ashen-faced Ross, his words resonating like a final judgment. Fear has blinded your eyes, and greed has distorted your soul. Your time has come to an end. Jasper's voice, amplified by mystical runes, reverberated clearly throughout the hall, drowning out all tumult. Is this your last resort? To employ assassins on Capitol Hill, attempting to murder the head of a legitimate corporation? Ross opened his mouth to protest, but could not utter a sound. He gazed at the subdued assassins, at the shattered syringes scattered on the ground, and at the furious expressions of those around him, realizing he was utterly finished. Master, he had entered the hall unnoticed. He approached one of the incapacitated assassins and extracted a document from his pocket, an employment contract signed by Ross with the assassin organization, bearing his signature and fingerprint. Master, he handed the document to an elderly legislator who appeared more impartial. The elderly legislator took the document, glanced at it, and his expression turned exceedingly grim. He raised the document and declared to all, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is evidence of General Ross hiring assassins. He not only orchestrated an illegal seizure, but also attempted to assassinate Mr. Hawk on Capitol Hill. This is treason, a blatant violation of American law and democracy. Arrest him. Take him away. This is utterly lawless." The furious denunciations surged like a tidal wave, overwhelming Ross. Capitol Hill police rushed in, firmly restraining the dazed Ross and placing handcuffs upon him. As Ross was escorted out of the hearing chamber, his gaze turned one last time toward Jasper, filled with resentment and unwillingness, yet predominantly tinged with utter despair. His hawkish dreams were irrevocably shattered today. After the chaos, order gradually returned to the hearing hall. The surviving legislators, observing the scene before them, were engulfed in complex emotions. Many among them had, to varying degrees, once supported Ross or harbored doubts about him. However, the events of today unveiled Ross's true nature, clarifying the pressures and threats they faced. After a brief silence, the elderly senator rose, bowing deeply to Jasper, Tony, and Pepper. "I apologize," he spoke with a tone laced with remorse. "As a member of Congress, we failed to timely halt this farce, subjecting you to undue stress and peril. On behalf of Congress, I extend our sincerest apologies to you." Other legislators rose in unison, echoing similar sentiments. The actions of General Ross and his accomplices were personal misdeeds, not reflective of the government's or the people's will. "We shall promptly establish a special investigative committee to thoroughly examine Ross and all the forces behind him, delivering justice and accountability to the American populace. The contributions made for the nation and the world are evident. Congress will fully support the development efforts, abolishing all previous unreasonable sanctions." Sunlight poured through the windows of the hearing hall, illuminating the floor and dispelling earlier shadows. Jasper observed the scene without a sense of victorious elation, only a profound sense of relief. He understood that Ross's downfall did not signify the end of all challenges. In this world, there will forever be individuals like Ross, who fear the unknown, harbor animosity towards differences, and attempt to safeguard their vested interests through power and violence. Yet, as long as they remain steadfast in their commitment to the benevolent use of technology, armed with sufficient strength and wisdom to protect themselves and the innocent, and surrounded by allies like the Gene Dynamics team, Tony, and Pepper, they need not fear. Tony approached Jasper, patting his shoulder, his face breaking into a long-awaited relaxed smile. "It's over, Jasper." Jasper nodded, gazing out the window. The members of the Gene Dynamics team had quietly departed Capitol Hill, their mission accomplished, reverting once more to their roles as guardians, concealed in the shadows. In the distance, the headquarters gleamed under the sunlight, radiating warmth from the eternal forge, embodying protective power, healing hopes, and housing countless individuals striving for the benevolence of technology. The hearing concluded amidst chaos and shock. Ross's political career, following the exposure of this clumsy assassination plot and Jasper's globally resonant declaration of guardianship, came to a definitive end. The oppressive actions against the Stark Source Initiative crumbled. Ross's downfall signified a temporary cessation of the storm. The Stark Source Initiative group embraced unprecedented opportunities for development, saving countless lives globally and accelerating post-war reconstruction. The success of the Genesis Light core inspired Tony to invest more energy into clean energy and life sciences. In his new seaside residence, no longer perched atop the Malibu cliffs, but nestled in a more expansive and tranquil bay estate, Tony hosted a small celebratory dinner. The invitation extended to only the most cherished friends: Pepper, Rhodey, Happy, Banner, Steve, Natasha, Clint, and of course Jasper. The moonlight cascaded over the shimmering surface of the sea. Tony, holding a glass of wine, stood on the terrace. Having changed from his suit into comfortable casual attire, the core of the arc reactor glowed softly beneath his lapel, emanating a warm white light. Jasper approached his side, gazing out the ocean as well. The dinner was lively. Happy was boasting to Rhodey about his latest security system, which integrated the technology from the initiative. Banner and Steve were engaged in discussions regarding distribution plans for impoverished areas, while Natasha and Clint whispered to each other in a corner. Pepper smiled, gracefully navigating through the conversations. Her health markedly improved. "How does it feel? The genius of a new era?" Jasper inquired with a smile, offering him a glass of juice. Tony accepted the cup, but did not drink. Instead, he tilted his head to observe Jasper. In the moonlight, the contours of the youth appeared soft, his amber eyes reflecting the light of the sea, bright yet profound. A peculiar warmth resonated from a new core in Tony's chest. Breathing in the salty air, he spoke with a deep voice, imbued with an unprecedented sense of ease and contentment, akin to shedding a long-borne, rusted shackle. He paused, his gaze deepening further, imbued with a hint of imperceptible tenderness. "Much of this feeling is due to you, kid." Jasper's heart skipped a beat. He looked at Tony, who was devoid of his usual jest or sharpness, revealing only sincerity and an emotion Jasper had long anticipated yet dared not confirm. "Should," Tony said, raising a hand to gently brush aside a strand of Jasper's brown curls that the sea breeze had tousled onto his forehead. The warmth of his fingertips sent a shiver through both of them. This gesture felt natural and intimate, transcending all previous boundaries. "Pepper has spoken to me." Tony's voice was soft, audible only to the two of them. "She was right. Some truths cannot be denied or evaded." He locked his gaze with Jasper's. "Your significance to me extends far beyond that of a partner or friend. You have bestowed upon me a new life, and this new core has revealed a future even I dared not believe. His fingers lingered in Jasper's hair, gradually gliding to his cheek with a touch imbued with tenderness. This affection felt immense, so heavy it instilled a flicker of fear, yet so profound that it made relinquishing it unthinkable. Jasper Hawk, would you grant a conceited, stubborn, and flawed old man an opportunity for a fresh start? Not as partners, nor as guardians, but simply as Tony Stark. In that moment, the sea breeze seemed to still, and the noise from the terrace faded into the distance. In Jasper's world, only the reflection of himself in Tony's deep eyes remained, along with the searing warmth of his fingertips and the soul-stirring confession. Long repressed emotions surged forth like a flood, instantly overwhelming Jasper. His eyes welled with heat, and his throat tightened, rendering him nearly speechless. He nodded vigorously, then stepped forward suddenly, embracing Tony tightly, desperately, with all his might. This time, there was no hesitation, no reservations, only the most unadulterated affection and a sense of exhilaration akin to rediscovery. Tony embraced him tightly, resting his chin on Jasper's crown, feeling the subtle tremors of the youth's body in his arms. The core of the Genesis light within his chest resonated on a profound level with the two dormant world runes within Jasper, their warm glow subtly emanating through the fabric. A delicate flush crept to Tony's ears as he reached out to tousle Jasper's hair, his movements instinctive. Stark's promise is more steadfast than your resilient composite material. He paused, lowering his voice, but now is not the moment for public declarations. Just imagine the reporter's expressions and your parents' gazes. Jasper couldn't help but chuckle, envisioning the thunderstruck look on his father Arthur Hawke's face if he were to discover the nature of his relationship with Tony. I know. This is quite good as it stands. Their bond, much like Tony's Genesis light armor, remained concealed beneath the guise of friendship, only revealing its true form in moments of solitude together. This clandestine sweetness, tinged with a hint of thrill, elevated their unspoken understanding to unprecedented heights. Tony gazed upon Jasper's smile, his heart swelling with warmth. He reached out, gently squeezing Jasper's palm, a subtle signal between them representing reassurance and companionship. Jasper's fingers curled slightly, reciprocating the grip, the joy in his eyes deepening. Chapter 41. The Guardian Accord. The downfall of Ross sent shockwaves through the military and political spheres. Some pragmatic and visionary leaders recognized that the power of the Stark Source Initiative was not a threat, but rather an opportunity. Colonel Rhodes and Senior Senator Elizabeth Warren, with her prudent demeanor, extensive connections, and rational understanding of extraordinary abilities, emerged as one of the new frontrunners. She understood that Ross's extreme approach had proven to be a failure. In dealing with a colossal entity like the Stark Source Initiative, suppression would only provoke resistance. Only through cooperation and guidance could its power be steered towards a constructive path. Under Senator Warren's leadership, a 3-month negotiation involving the government, military, S.H.I.E.L.D, which had gradually emerged from the shadows to reach a preliminary reconciliation with the new government, and various stakeholders quietly unfolded in the top-floor conference room of the headquarters. The room's design was imbued with a sense of futurism, featuring expansive floor-to-ceiling windows that showcased the skyline of New York. The negotiation table, crafted from a single sheet of resilient composite material, glowed with the energy from the eternal forge below, symbolizing technology and transparency. On one side sat Jasper, Tony, and Pepper. Jasper, dressed in a crisp white shirt, exuded calmness with his deep-set gaze. Tony, clad in his signature dark bespoke suit, absent-mindedly drummed his fingers on the table, appearing nonchalant yet remaining acutely vigilant regarding each clause, while Pepper, in her sharp professional attire, had a thick stack of documents laid out before her, poised to tackle any legal or business inquiries that might arise. Across from them sat the government and military delegations, led by Senator Warren. Her hair, streaked with silver, belied the sharpness and wisdom reflected in her gaze. She spoke with a measured pace, each word a precious gem. Beside her sat several military leaders and government officials, their expressions a tapestry of curiosity, caution, and a barely concealed reverence. Representing S.H.I.E.L.D were Phil Coulson and Maria Hill. Coulson maintained his characteristic gentle smile, cradling his iconic thermos. Hill, on the other hand, wore a stern expression, meticulously documenting the proceedings of the negotiations. The crux of the discussions revolved around positioning, the boundaries of power, and future collaborative models. We acknowledged that during the Battle of New York and subsequent events, they exhibited formidable protective capabilities and a profound sense of responsibility. Senator Warren was the first to speak, her voice gentle yet resolute, leading to the government's agreement to recognize their autonomy within a legal framework. You possess the right to autonomously determine the trajectory of your company's development and the research of core technologies, free from unnecessary administrative interference. This was the foremost objective: independence. Jasper and Tony exchanged a glance, each detecting a flicker of satisfaction in the other's eyes. However, Senator Vorn pivoted her discourse, clarifying that this independence was not absolute. Given that the technologies in question could significantly impact national security, we require the establishment of a regulated mechanism for sharing non-core technologies. She elucidated. Non-core technologies refer to those already widely applied in civilian domains or those that pose no direct threat to national security, such as foundational formulas, civilian versions of technology, and improvements to solar panel technology. The sharing of these technologies will be subject to review and oversight by a newly formed joint regulatory committee, ensuring they are utilized for legitimate purposes, such as disaster recovery, public health, and energy security. Core technologies, such as the principles behind the Eternal Forge, the modification techniques for members of the Gene Power Squad, and the advanced applications of arcane runes, may remain confidential, though they must submit safety assessment reports to the regulatory committee to demonstrate that they will not be employed for purposes harmful to humanity. Jasper nodded slightly, finding this condition within the realm of their expectations. Complete technological isolation was impractical. A judiciously regulated sharing of non-core technologies could both manifest their goodwill and lay the groundwork for collaboration. Regarding the Gene Power Squad, Senator Vorn turned her gaze toward Jasper, stating that after thorough evaluation, we acknowledge their legitimacy. They are a lawful security force, authorized to partake in domestic and international rescue operations, counterterrorism, and defense against external threats under the appropriate authorization. Yet, she reiterated, the actions of the Gene Power Squad must adhere to international law and U.S. domestic law. Their deployment and mobilization must be reported in advance to the Joint Regulatory Committee, except in emergencies, which must be reported afterward. The committee holds the authority to scrutinize the legality of their operations. At this moment, members of the Gene Power Squad, including S.H.I.E.L.D. and Master E, awaited in an adjacent room, monitoring the negotiations through real-time transmissions from Lissandra. Upon hearing the acknowledgement of their legitimacy, Yak excitedly raised his fist, only to be silenced by a cold glare from S.H.I.E.L.D. We also propose the establishment of a government joint research and development center. Senator Vaughn continued, stating that both parties would jointly invest resources to research technologies crucial for the collective welfare of humanity, such as extraterrestrial threat warning systems, innovative clean energy solutions, and survival technologies for extreme environments. The fruits of their research would be shared, with intellectual property divided according to the proportion of investment. This proposal represents a win-win scenario. By leveraging governmental resources and data, the advancement of certain fields can be accelerated. Conversely, the government can indirectly gain insights into and mastery over some advanced technologies through collaboration. In conclusion, Senator Vaughn articulated that a joint regulatory committee would be established, comprising representatives from the government, the military, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agency, and independent third-party experts, including ethicists, scientists, and legal specialists. The committee's responsibilities would encompass overseeing the execution of technology sharing, auditing the operational reports of the Gene Enhanced Task Force, evaluating the progress of collaborative research projects, and mediating and adjudicating in the event of disputes. The entire proposal acknowledges the contributions and status of the parties involved while instituting necessary constraints and oversight to balance the interests and concerns of all parties. The ensuing discussions primarily revolved around the specifics of these terms. Tony proposed a more precise delineation of non-core technology sharing. We require a detailed list of core technologies, retaining the right to dynamically adjust this list. Given the rapid pace of technological advancement, what may be deemed non-core today could become core tomorrow. Pepper emphasized the necessity of legal safeguards. We insist that all terms must be enshrined in formal legal documents to ensure their stability and enforceability. Any party that breaches the agreement will bear the corresponding legal responsibilities. Gulsun, representing S.H.I.E.L.D., raised the need for coordinated action by the Gene Enhanced Task Force in addressing supernatural threats or extraterrestrial invasions. The actions of the Gene Enhanced Task Force must align with those of the Avengers and S.H.I.E.L.D. to prevent conflict and resource wastage. We propose establishing a real-time communication and intelligence sharing mechanism. Jasper concurred. We wholeheartedly welcome this initiative. Safeguarding this world necessitates the collective efforts of all. After 3 days and nights of intense discussions and meticulous negotiations, a document titled the Guardian Cooperation Agreement was officially signed in the presence of all witnesses. The signing ceremony was simple yet solemn. Jasper represented the agreement, Senator Vaughn represented the government, and Coulson represented S.H.I.E.L.D., each affixing their signature to the document. At the moment when the 3 pens were simultaneously set down, the conference room erupted in enthusiastic applause. The signing of this agreement heralds a new phase in the relationship with the authorities, providing a stable external environment for development and laying the groundwork for deep cooperation between the parties. Following the signing of the Guardian Agreement, subsequent work commenced promptly. The Joint Regulatory Committee was swiftly established and convened its inaugural meeting. The meeting established the initial list of shared non-core technologies and initiated several collaborative research projects, such as a global natural disaster warning system utilizing satellite networks and low-cost drinking water purification technologies based on filtration principles. The government's Joint Research and Development Center has commenced construction adjacent to the headquarters. Heimerdinger volunteered to assume the role of chief scientist at the center, tirelessly leading a cadre of government-appointed researchers in the laboratory, where his exuberant exclamations could occasionally be heard. This energy circuit design is utterly foolish. Allow me to enlighten you on what constitutes true cosmic engineering. Chapter 42. A major upgrade, the most immediate and eagerly anticipated collaboration stemming from the Protection Accord, is the enhancement of the Avengers' equipment. This proposal was initially put forth by Tony Stark. During the celebratory banquet following the signing of the Protection Accord and the conclusion of the sandbox, having indulged in a bit of wine, he animatedly addressed Senators Jasper and Vorn. Now that we are all on the same side, it's time we upgraded the gear for the Avengers. We can't keep relying on my discarded items, can we, Captain? Captain America, who was conversing with Pepper, shook his head in resignation upon hearing this, but did not voice any opposition. The experiences from the Battle of New York demonstrated that superior equipment translates to increased survival odds and enhanced protective capabilities. Senator Vorn expressed his support for this initiative, promising that the government would cover a portion of the research and development costs. The Avengers serve as Earth's first line of defense, and bolstering their combat efficacy aligns with the interests of all. Thus, a tailored equipment upgrade program for the Avengers officially commenced in the underground laboratory. The undertaking was spearheaded by a specialized team composed of core research personnel. Heimerdinger served as the chief consultant, evaluating the feasibility of technical solutions. Jasper provided technical support through magical runes and source particles. Tony utilized his extensive design experience and understanding of the Avengers to develop specific plans and refine details. Lissandra was responsible for data analysis and simulations. Members of the Gene Power team, including Ash and Master E, also participated in testing and adjustments of certain weapon systems. The upgrade process was conducted under strict confidentiality. The Avengers arrived at the underground laboratory at designated times for comprehensive scans of their physical data and capability assessments, enabling the research team to better tailor equipment to their unique characteristics. The first to arrive was Captain America, Steve Rogers. Mr. Rogers, your primary weapon is your shield and combat skills, Heimerdinger remarked, standing on a high stool, scrutinizing Steve's three-dimensional model, his mustache prominently raised. While your shield is robust, its defensive capabilities are limited against energy attacks. Furthermore, it lacks offensive capabilities. Jasper added, we propose to craft a new shield for you utilizing the latest improved version of resilient composite material. This material incorporates additional resolute runes, enhancing both its hardness and toughness by 30 compared to the original vibranium shield, while also possessing the ability to absorb and reflect a certain degree of energy attacks. Concurrently, Tony presented the design schematics. We will embed a retractable energy blade along the edge of the shield, powered by a miniature arc reactor. When not in use, it can be retracted without hindering the shield's throwing and defensive capabilities. When deployed, it enhances your lethality in close combat. Steve gazed at the design blueprint, a glimmer of anticipation flickering in his eyes. He picked up a sample of the resilient composite material, flicking it with his finger, which produced a crisp sound. Is it too heavy? He inquired. Fear not, replied Heimerdinger, patting his chest, though it was rather unremarkable. We have optimized the molecular structure of the material. Its weight is merely half that of the original vibranium shield. Moreover, it can resonate with your tactical gloves, enabling you to control the throwing trajectory and retrieval with greater precision. In addition to the shield, the research team designed a new combat suit for Steve. This suit employs an adaptive fiber, Jasper elucidated, which automatically adjusts its tightness according to your movements, offering enhanced flexibility and protection. The inner lining is woven with a miniature runic energy mesh that augments your strength and endurance while alleviating fatigue. The suit features detachable composite armor at key areas such as the shoulders, elbows, and knees, providing additional protection without impeding mobility. The helmet has also been upgraded, now housing a more advanced communication system, tactical maps, and a life sign monitoring device. As Steve donned a new combat suit and grasped the new shield, he felt considerably lighter yet more fortified. He swung it experimentally, noting its exceptional balance. Targeting an energy test dummy, he hurled the shield, which traced a flawless arc through the air, striking the bullseye with precision, absorbing the energy released, and rebounding steadily back into his grasp. Impressive, Steve remarked sincerely, feeling empowered by the new equipment. Next was Thor, who approached with unwavering confidence in his Hammer of the Thunder God and divine abilities. However, upon witnessing the surprise prepared by the research team, his eyes widened in astonishment. "Mr. Thor, your strength primarily derives from Asgard's divine power," Jasper stated. "While we cannot augment your godly might, we could provide some enhancements." Jasper etched runes of sorcery and determination into the hammer's handle. "These patterns resonate with the lightning energy within your hammer," Heimerdinger explained, boosting your lightning attacks by 50 and expanding their range by 20. Furthermore, it can store a portion of the lightning energy, allowing for rapid recharging and unleashing formidable strikes when energy is low. Simultaneously, they crafted a new battle attire for Thor. "This suit embodies the traditional style of Asgard," Tony remarked. "But the material has been replaced with a star-forged alloy that is highly compatible with the energy of the Eternal Forge. It will better conduct and amplify your lightning energy, enabling you to unleash arcs of lightning throughout your body during combat, creating a natural electric field that inflicts continuous damage on nearby foes. Additionally, it can seamlessly integrate with your original armor. The suit's shoulders are adorned with two horn-like energy emitters capable of firing concentrated bolts of lightning for ranged attacks. At the heart of the battle suit lies a diminutive energy core, capable of releasing soothing energy to expedite your recovery in times of injury." Clad in his new armor, Thor raised his hammer, acutely aware of the tempestuous surge of lightning energy coursing through it, more powerful than ever before. He swung the hammer towards the heavens, summoning a bolt of lightning far more robust than any prior, striking a distant testing tower with a resounding crash. Splendid," Thor exclaimed with hearty laughter. "Jasper, Tony, you truly are the most astute minds of Midgard." Next was the Hulk, Dr. Bruce Banner. Designing equipment for the Hulk posed a significant challenge. His physique could drastically alter with his rage, wielding strength potent enough to obliterate any known material. "Dr. Banner, our aim is not to restrain your power, but to aid you in mastering it while safeguarding your body in its transformed state," Jasper articulated. The development team crafted a unique adaptive nano-armor for Dr. Banner, composed of trillions of specialized nanobots, typically stored within a bespoke wristband. When you transform into the Hulk, the nanobots will swiftly envelop your entire body, forming a layer of armor that hugs your skin, Tony elucidated. These nanobots are military-grade enhancements, infused with a plethora of resilient runes and composite materials. Their most remarkable feature is their infinite expandability and energy buffering capability. "Indeed," added Howard, "no matter how large you become, it will expand accordingly without tearing. Simultaneously, it absorbs and mitigates the impact you endure during combat, shielding your bones and internal organs, thereby reducing the bodily strain of transformation. Moreover, the suit is equipped with an emotional stabilizer, powered by Jasper's mystical rune energy. It does not directly govern your emotions," Jasper clarified, "but it emits a gentle wave of energy, assisting you in maintaining a semblance of rationality amidst your fury, thereby lessening the chances of indiscriminate destruction." With a degree of skepticism, Dr. Banner donned the wristband. In a secure testing environment, he endeavored to summon his furious green muscles, rapidly expanding in size. The nanobots surged forth from the wristband, enveloping him like liquid, forming a deep green armor accentuated with muscular contours. Transformed into the Hulk, Banner flexed his body, feeling considerably more at ease than before. He attempted a punch against the testing wall, creating a substantial hole, yet his fist felt no pain, as the armor flawlessly absorbed the impact. More importantly, he sensed that the tumult within him was being soothed by a gentle force, allowing him to retain a semblance of control unlike in times past. "This is extraordinary," reflected Dr. Banner, reverting to his human form, gazing at the wristband with eyes filled with astonishment and gratitude. Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, and Hawkeye, Clint Barton, form a harmonious partnership, their upgraded equipment embodying this synergy. For Black Widow, a Shadowhunter combat system was designed. "Madame Romanova, your strengths lie in stealth, infiltration, intelligence gathering, and precise hand-to-hand combat," Tony remarked. "Therefore, the equipment we have designed for you primarily focuses on concealment and versatility." Her new combat suit is crafted from an optical camouflage fiber that can mimic the colors and textures of its surroundings in specific environments, achieving an almost invisible effect. The fabric is lightweight yet resilient, capable of withstanding the assaults of ordinary bullets and blades. Your wrist-mounted launcher has also undergone a comprehensive upgrade. Jasper displayed a three-dimensional model, showcasing not only traditional electric darts, tranquilizer darts, and smoke bombs, but also several new rune darts. The freezing dart releases low-temperature energy upon impact, immobilizing the target. The binding dart shoots a high-intensity energy tether to ensnare the target. The interference dart disrupts electronic devices within a certain range, including surveillance cameras and communication systems. Her sidearm has been replaced with an energy pistol powered by a miniature eternal furnace, with adjustable firepower that can be lethal or non-lethal and operates silently, making it ideal for stealth operations. Natasha donned a new combat suit, feeling almost weightless. She tested the invisibility feature, seamlessly blending into various backgrounds. She picked up the new pistol and fired several rounds at a distant target, soundlessly yet accurately striking the mark. I like it. A rare smile graced the corners of Natasha's lips. Designed for Hawkeye is a breakthrough energy composite bow paired with an intelligent quiver. Mr. Barton, your archery skills are unparalleled, remarked Black Merdinger. Our goal is to enhance the potential of your arrows. The breakthrough energy composite bow, constructed from resilient armor composite materials and carbon fiber, is both lightweight and sturdy. It eschews traditional bowstrings, employing an invisible energy beam instead, with draw weight adjustable via a button on the handle, boasting an astonishing maximum range of 5 kilometers. The intelligent quiver is a compact nano factory, containing raw materials and energy cores for various arrow types. You can select the desired arrow type through the control panel on the bow handle, Jasper explained. The quiver instantly manufactures the corresponding arrows and delivers them to the bowstring. The array of arrows is extensive, including not only conventional armor-piercing arrows, explosive arrows, and incendiary arrows, but also reconnaissance arrows, which deploy miniature cameras and sensors upon release to relay real-time images and data. Sonic arrows, which emit specific frequency sound waves to disrupt the enemy's hearing and balance. Healing arrows, which release energy upon striking a friendly target, accelerating wound recovery. And energy arrows, composed entirely of pure energy, resulting in a tremendous explosion upon impact. Clint grasped the breakthrough bow, finding it remarkably comfortable. He directed his gaze toward a distant, intricate target range, swiftly transitioning between various types of arrows. The reconnaissance arrow provided a clear view, while the sonic arrow incapacitated simulated adversaries. The healing arrow mended an injured robot within the range, and finally, the energy arrow struck the energy core at the center of the target, triggering a controllable explosion. Perfect, Clint whistled, his eyes shimmering with excitement. The final, and most anticipated, aspect was the equipment upgrade designed specifically for Tony Stark himself. Chapter 43, The Light of Creation as a co-founder, a pivotal member of the Avengers, and one of the foremost weapons and equipment designers on Earth. Tony's new gear was regarded by the research team as their magnum opus. Upon entering the testing laboratory crafted exclusively for him, Tony did not behold a tangible piece of equipment, but rather a concept suspended in midair, composed of countless streams of data and three-dimensional models. Tony, this is the Genesis Light project we have prepared for you. Jasper's voice resonated with a hint of excitement. It encompasses 2 core components, the Genesis Light Energy Core and the Genesis Light Armor System. The Genesis Light Energy Core, built upon the foundation of Tony's new element, integrated the energy characteristics of magic source particles, the essence of magic, and the guiding matrix of sorceress runes, resulting in a new generation energy core. Its energy density is 10 times greater than your previous most powerful arc reactor, the proud Ho Ensign declared. Moreover, its energy output is remarkably stable, capable of instantaneously adjusting power levels to suit your needs, from illuminating a lamp to powering a small city with ease. More importantly, Jasper added, it is self-circulating. The energy from magic source particles is virtually infinite, and the guiding matrix of sorceress runes can recycle and reutilize excess energy, theoretically requiring no recharging ever. Tony gazed at the floating model of the energy core, which emanated a soft yet magnificent white light, resembling a miniature star. He could sense the energy contained within the core, gentle yet unfathomable, resonating in a peculiar harmony with his new element. This is simply Tony opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words to articulate his astonishment. There's more, Tony, Jasper chuckled, as he called forth the model of the armor system. This was an armor system entirely composed of nanobots, more advanced and powerful than any of Tony's previous nanotech armors. The nanobots of the Genesis Light are a perfect amalgamation with resilient composite materials, Tony explained. Their numbers reach an astonishing trillion. They can complete the transformation from storage state to fully armored form in 0.1 seconds. The armor's appearance was designed to be extraordinarily futuristic and resplendent. Its overall hue was silver-white, adorned with golden energy patterns, which were, in fact, the energy flows of sorceress runes, reminiscent of the starry rivers in the night sky. Its lines were sleek and imbued with a sense of power, preserving the iconic features of Iron Man's armor while integrating the futuristic essence of the Source Project's technology. Its capabilities are beyond your imagination. Jasper stated, first and foremost, it possesses infinite forms. It can alter its shape at will, adapting to the demands of battle. When speed is essential, it transforms into a streamlined aerial form, exceeding Mach 5, When strength is required, it can morph into heavy armor and colossal energy gauntlets. And when stealth is necessary, it can become as inconspicuous as Black Widow's combat suit, equipped with cloaking technology. Secondly, it features self-repair and an energy shield. Trillions of nanobots can swiftly mend any damage sustained during combat, ensuring that as long as the core remains intact, the armor can continue to fight. Simultaneously, it can unleash an energy shield powered by the Genesis Light core, boasting a defensive strength over 5 times greater than your previous strongest armor. Furthermore, the weapon system is modular. Tony's eyes sparkled with excitement as he spoke. You can generate any weapon you can imagine. Energy cannons, laser swords, missile launchers, electromagnetic pulse devices at any location on the arms, shoulders, or back. You could even simulate lightning attacks or Captain America's shield. Lastly, there is intelligent coordination. Lissandra's voice echoed in the laboratory, stating that the nanostar in my core system, Jarvis, along with your neural connections, have achieved perfect synchronization. It can anticipate your movements and prepare accordingly. It can analyze the enemy's weaknesses and provide you with optimal attack strategies. It can even autonomously initiate defense protocols to protect your safety should you lose consciousness. Tony felt a surge of adrenaline. He approached the Genesis Light energy core, took a deep breath, and gently touched it. The core instantly merged with his chest, establishing a flawless connection with his heart and nervous system. A wave of warm, immense energy coursed through his entire being, filling him with unprecedented strength and vitality. Activate the Genesis Light, Tony commanded with fervor. A seemingly ordinary bracelet on his wrist disassembled in an instant, transforming into countless silvery nanobots that surged toward his body like a tidal wave. In merely 0.1 seconds, a complete suit of armor enveloped Tony. The gold-red and silver-white armor shimmered under the lights, with golden energy patterns flowing through it as if alive. 2 pairs of massive energy wings unfurled from his back, providing immense thrust and serving as weapon platforms. The helmet slowly closed, revealing a pair of visors radiating blue light. Tony moved his body, feeling the incredible agility of every joint in the armor, as if it were a part of him. He could distinctly perceive the structure of the laboratory around him, the energy flow in the air, and even the breaths of Jasper and Howard from the adjacent room. Jarvis, connect the system. Connected. The Genesis Light core is operating stably. Energy output at 10. System diagnostics complete. All modules are functioning normally. Jarvis's voice resonated within the helmet, tinted with a subtle hint of excitement. Tony proceeded to the testing area, eager to assess the flight capabilities. He leaped gently, his energy wings emitting a soft white glow, lifting him smoothly into the air as he navigated through the laboratory with agility, performing a myriad of intricate maneuvers. Speed test. The radiance of the energy wings suddenly intensified, transforming Tony into a silver-white meteor. Racing along the circular track of the laboratory, the speedometer's numbers climbing relentlessly, effortlessly surpassing Mach 5. Weapon test. Tony raised his right hand, and the armor on his arm swiftly morphed into a colossal energy cannon. He aimed at a distant abandoned armor target and pressed the launch button. A golden beam of energy shot forth, striking the target with pinpoint accuracy. There was no earth-shattering explosion. The target silently disintegrated into countless tiny particles under the energy beam. This was the unique molecular disintegration attack mode of the Genesis core. Morphing test. With a mere thought, Tony's armor instantaneously transformed. The heavy armor vanished, replaced by a sleek black stealth suit, with optical cloaking activated, rendering his figure indistinct in the laboratory. Moments later, he reverted to combat mode, his energy wings transforming into 2 massive golden energy swords, radiating a chilling brilliance. Marvelous, simply marvelous, Tony exclaimed. Never before had he felt so powerful, so liberated. The test continued for an entire afternoon. When Tony finally removed his armor, the Genesis core at his chest still emanated a gentle glow. His face beamed with uncontainable excitement and gratitude. He approached Jasper and embraced him tightly. Jasper, this is the most magnificent gift I have ever received. Jasper chuckled, patting his back. We are friends, aren't we? Moreover, this is part of the Guardian Protocol. With it, you can better protect this world and yourself. Tony gazed at Jasper, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes, gratitude, admiration, and an ineffable closeness. He understood that this Genesis core and armor embodied the dedication and wisdom of Jasper, Howard, Lissandra, and all the researchers involved. Come on, Tony grasped Jasper's hand. Let us inform the others. The new era of the Avengers has begun. Outside the laboratory, the setting sun slowly descended, casting a warm golden hue over the headquarters. The Avengers' new equipment was displayed neatly in a specially designed exhibition hall. Captain America's new shield gleamed with a cold metallic sheen. Thor's lightning crackled. The Hulk's nano bracelet appeared unassuming yet concealed secrets. Black Widow's Shadow Hunter battlesuit melded with the shadows. Hawkeye's bow was poised for action, while Tony's armor stood majestically at the center, radiating the resplendent brilliance of the Genesis core. Senator Vaughn, Coulson, Hill, and members of the Gene Dynamics team came to observe. With this equipment, we are more confident in combating future threats, Senator Vaughn remarked, his eyes filled with hope as he gazed upon the gleaming gear. This is merely the beginning. Jasper remarked that the Joint Research and Development Center is diligently working on further technologies, such as a defense network against large-scale extraterrestrial invasions, gene therapies capable of curing various complex ailments, and ecosystems that would enable humanity to thrive in space for extended periods. Tony added that they also intend to expand the Avengers, welcoming more capable and responsible individuals into their ranks, and that future collaborations with the Avengers may ensue. Steve Rogers approached Jasper and Tony, extending his hand in gratitude. Thank you both. To safeguard this world, we shall wield these powers judiciously. Jasper and Tony simultaneously grasped Steve's hand. The three hands clasped tightly together symbolized the Avengers and the governmental forces behind them reaching a genuine consensus and collaboration within the framework of the new agreement. Outside, as night fell, the lights of New York began to illuminate one by one, resembling a scattering of stars. These new armaments, these fresh collaborations, and these burgeoning hopes will transform into the brilliance and strength that will protect this world in the days to come. Challenges remain, from cosmic threats to crises lurking within the Earth, as well as the greed and selfishness inherent in humanity. Yet at this moment, beneath the glow of the lights, those present were filled with confidence, for they understood that as long as they stand united, harness technology for good, and maintain their unwavering belief in protection, they would undoubtedly overcome all adversities and embrace a brighter future. Chapter 44. The Unspoken Radiance in the Underground Laboratory's Testing Ground. The air was still imbued with a mingling sense of energy particles and the coolness of metal cooling. However, today, this atmosphere was infused with an undeniable excitement and ease. The Avengers had just concluded a new round of combat drills, and the heat of battle still lingered in their new gear. Captain America, Steve Rogers, was diligently polishing his new shield with a specially designed cloth. The shield's surface, composed of resilient composite materials, glimmered with a cold sheen under the lights, and the energy blade along its edge retracted and extended with fluidity. He practiced throwing and retrieving it several times, marveling at the balance and precision of the new shield, which far exceeded his expectations, particularly in its ability to absorb and rebound energy attacks. The seamless feedback left him in awe. This is truly crafted for the battlefield. Indeed. Old Ice Pop, Tony's voice chimed in from nearby, having just deactivated his nanostar armor. The core of the light of creation still radiated a gentle, white glow from his chest. But compared to your antiquated relic, my star armor is undeniably more impressive. Wouldn't you agree, Jasper? Jasper, standing at the edge of the testing ground, observed Master E and Ash engaged in a duel of swordplay and archery. Upon hearing Tony's comment, he turned with a gentle smile. Each has its merits. However, Tony, during your recent simulation of the lightning attack with the nanostar, the energy output was slightly overloaded. Lissandra indicated that the core temperature instantaneously exceeded the safety threshold by 3 degrees. Tony's smug expression faltered momentarily before he feigned nonchalance. Shrugging his shoulders, that was intentional, testing the limits, after all. Besides, with the light of creation as a perpetual engine, what is a little extra heat to worry about? Nevertheless, he subtly signaled to Jarvis to record this data, preparing for optimization upon their return. Standing beside them, Thor was toying with his upgraded hammer. Laughing heartily at Stark's remark, your new toy, Stark, though impressive, is but a mere imitation. The true power of thunder lies within me. He raised his hammer, a flicker of lightning dancing in his palm. Yet, one had to concede that the ingenuity of you Midgardians is indeed astonishing. I quite admire the new resonance of this hammer, referring to the deep, rumbling hum it emitted while releasing energy, reminiscent of an Asgardian battle cry. Doctor. Bruce Banner appeared somewhat bashful. He had just experienced a brief transformation into the Hulk under control conditions, testing the adaptive nanotech armor. It truly allows me to feel a bit more lucid, he remarked, gazing at his hands as if he could still sense the gentle energy fluctuations suppressing his inner turmoil. Thank you, Jasper. Tony. Not at all, Doctor, Jasper replied with a smile. This is merely the beginning. We are still refining the algorithm for the emotional stabilizer to enable you to better control your transformations. In a corner, Black Widow Natasha and Hawkeye Clint were exchanging insights on their new gear. Natasha's Shadow Hunter suit had performed flawlessly in the recent stealth test, blending seamlessly into the shadows. Clint's piercing bow and intelligent quiver had exponentially increased his efficiency in providing long-range support. It seems the infiltration task shall fall solely to you from now on, Clint chuckled. Having just used a reconnaissance arrow to clearly observe Natasha, weaving through a simulated enemy camp. Likewise, Natasha retorted, your arrows have become more surprising than ever. Especially that healing arrow. Perhaps it will come in handy when Mrs. Barton is expecting their second child. Clint's face flushed, eliciting laughter from those around them. The atmosphere in the testing arena was light and harmonious. Having endured the trials of the New York battle and collectively resisted Ross's political oppression, the Avengers were now equipped with upgraded gear and enhanced abilities, deepening their camaraderie and bond. Jasper observed this scene, a warm current flowing through him. He quietly retreated to the shadows of the testing area, pulling out his phone, seemingly checking some information. Tony noticed his actions and discreetly followed. What are you looking at? He inquired in a low voice, tinged with a familiarity understood only by the two of them. Jasper lifted his gaze, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes, turning the phone screen towards Tony. On the display was a photo of the two of them taken after the signing ceremony of the Guardian Agreement. The backdrop featuring the villa's floor-to-ceiling windows, framing the dazzling nightscape of New York. In the photograph, Tony had his arm around Jasper's shoulders, their smiles tinged with a barely perceptible weariness, yet undeniably genuine. This was the first photo they had taken together after breaking through that invisible barrier during a rare moment of solitude following Ross's downfall. It remained undisclosed, known only to the two of them and a select few trusted individuals, such as Pepper and Wayne. I was wondering if the words you spoke that night, after you had a bit too much to drink, still hold any weight. Jasper's voice was soft, tinged with a hint of mockery. That evening, following a private dinner celebrating Ross's downfall, Tony, buoyed by the effects of alcohol, engaged Jasper in a lengthy conversation on the rooftop of Stark Tower. He spoke extensively, ranging from the dread of the New York battle to an uncertainty about the future. Ultimately, he gazed into Jasper's eyes and, with an almost clumsy tone, said, Jasper, can you give me a chance? Jasper did not reply immediately. He simply looked at him quietly and then embraced him gently. This embrace was the answer. As Tony gazed at the photograph, a faint blush crept to his ears. He reached out to tousle Jasper's hair, the gesture instinctive. Of course it counts. Stark's promises are more resilient than your reinforced composite materials. He paused, lowering his voice. However, this is not the time for public declarations. Just think of those journalists' expressions and your parents' gazes. Jasper couldn't help but chuckle. He could easily envision the look of utter dismay on his father Arthur Hawke's face if he were to discover the nature of his relationship with Tony. I know, this state of affairs is quite agreeable. Their bond resembled Tony's Genesis armor, concealed beneath the facade of friendship, only revealing its true essence during their moments of solitude together. This clandestine sweetness, laced with a hint of thrill, elevated their unspoken understanding to unprecedented heights. Tony observed Jasper smile, his heart swelling with warmth. He extended his hand, gently squeezing Jasper's palm, a subtle signal between them denoting reassurance and companionship. Jasper's fingers curled slightly, reciprocating the gesture, his eyes sparkling with deeper mirth. At that moment, the alarm from the testing facility, Lissandra, abruptly shattered the tender atmosphere. Emergency alert. Encrypted communication from S.H.I.E.L.D. received. The Sandbox base in New Mexico is under assault by unidentified armed personnel. The Sandbox base, a clandestine research facility of S.H.I.E.L.D., primarily tasked with containing and studying dangerous artifacts and technologies related to Hydra remnants from World War II, was known for its remote location and stringent defenses, earning it the moniker of the safest forgotten place. Communication details. The assailants are well-equipped, suspected remnants of Hydra. Their objective is the Zero warehouse deep within the base, housing a cache of undestroyed super soldier serum prototypes and associated research data. Hydra? Steve's expression instantly darkened. They had not yet given up. It seemed our new equipment would have the opportunity for practical field testing. Tony's gaze sharpened, the glow of the Genesis core in his chest flickering to life. J-A-R-V-I-S. Prepare the nano starstream. Understood. Lissandra retrieved detailed data and real-time visuals of the Sandbox base. Jasper immediately switched to command mode, his demeanor calm and focused. Retrieving data. The Sandbox base is located 50 meters underground, featuring multi-layered concrete and alloy structures. The defense system primarily relies on conventional weaponry and energy shields, but the recent communication indicates that the shield has been breached. The real-time transmission reveals a significant presence of armed personnel stationed outside the base, equipped with anti-armor weaponry and energy disruption devices. The internal situation remains uncertain, yet multiple signals of explosions and energy weapon exchanges have been detected. Where are the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents? Natasha inquired, her Shadowhunter combat suit automatically shifting into combat mode, with her wrist-mounted launcher deploying several darts of various functions. S.H.I.E.L.D. agents inside the base are valiantly resisting, but the casualties are severe. They request support. We cannot delay any longer, Steve proclaimed, rising to his feet as his new shield spun in his grasp, emitting a low hum. We must depart immediately to prevent them from acquiring the serum. Agreed, Jasper nodded, issuing commands through the communicator. Gene Dynamics team, prepare for action. S.H.I.E.L.D, Master E, accompany the main Avengers for a frontal breach and close combat support. S.H.I.E.L.D, Lucian, Senna. We will infiltrate from the flank, targeting Warehouse Zero to prevent them from taking anything. Camille, oversee perimeter surveillance and extraction to thwart enemy escape. Received, came the crisp response from a Gene Dynamics team over the communication channel. Lissandra, coordinate the nearest Quinjet. We need to reach New Mexico at the utmost speed. Pepper's voice resonated from the command center, her demeanor swiftly shifting into action mode. I will provide real-time updates on Sandbox Base Intelligence. Good luck to you all. Thank you, Pepper, Tony replied. Chapter 45. The ambush and shadows. A few minutes later, the latest Quinjet, carrying members of the Avengers and the Gene Dynamics team, took off from the secret airstrip of the headquarters, racing towards New Mexico. On board, the atmosphere was tense yet orderly. Steve was analyzing the structural blueprints of the sandbox base, marking potential breach points and escape routes with a tactical pen. Warehouse Zero was situated on the lowest level of the base, accessible by only 2 passageways. We must divide our forces. One group will draw fire from the front, while the other infiltrates through the ventilation shafts, catching them off guard. Tony interjected, his Genesis armor in standby mode, enveloping his form while only his head remained visible. Jasper, S.H.I.E.L.D, Lucian, Senna, we will take the ventilation route. Captain, you lead Thor, Dr. Banner, Natasha, Clint, S.H.I.E.L.D, and Master E in a frontal assault to divert as much enemy attention as possible. I concur with this strategy, Steve nodded. Thor, your lightning can create a breach for us. Dr. Banner, we will need your strength if necessary. I understand, Dr. Banner replied, taking a deep breath and tightening his grip on the nanotech armor bracelet on his wrist. Natasha, Clint, you are tasked with eliminating the snipers and heavy weaponry on the periphery to facilitate our advance. Understood. S.H.I.E.L.D, Master E, your duty is to protect our flanks, particularly in the initial breach when enemy fire will be most intense. Leave it to us. S.H.I.E.L.D's energy bow was poised and ready, a faint ice blue energy arrow coalescing on the string. Master E nodded slightly, the energy blade in his hand humming softly, poised for battle. Jasper gazed at the tactical map and added, although the defense system of the sandbox base had been breached, the internal automated defense robots should still be operational. They cannot distinguish friend from foe, so everyone must remain vigilant. Furthermore, since Hydra dared to launch an assault here, it is likely that they seek more than just the serum. There may be other objectives at play, so stay alert. Tony patted his shoulder and whispered, be careful. Jasper glanced at him, warmth flickering in his eyes, and nodded gently, you too. The Quinjet soared swiftly, reaching the skies over the New Mexico desert within hours. Far from the sandbox base, alert perimeter. Prepare for airdrop. Steve commanded. The aircraft's door swung open, and a rush of strong air flooded in. Frontline team, deploy. Steve was the first to leap from the cabin, his new shield unfurling before him, forming a robust barrier against the sporadic anti-air fire below. Thor followed closely, descending like a meteor, crackling with lightning, aimed directly at the base's main entrance. Natasha and Clint opted for low-altitude parachuting, utilizing their Shadow Hunter combat suits and the Whispering Bow for silent descent, landing quietly behind the dunes surrounding the base to prepare for long-range support. Dr. Banner took a deep breath and began his transformation mid-air. His green muscles rapidly expanded, the adaptive nano armor enveloping him like a living entity. Moments later, a colossal figure clad in deep green armor roared as he crashed to the ground, stirring a cloud of dust. Ash and Master E, like 2 swift shadows, followed the main force, landing precisely at their designated positions. Flank team, move out, Jasper instructed through the communicator. He, along with S.H.I.E.L.D, Lucian, and Senna, boarded a small stealth transport, maneuvering to the base's rear flank, where they discovered a concealed ventilation shaft. S.H.I.E.L.D, open it. S.H.I.E.L.D's temporal device flickered slightly, rendering his form hazy as a specialized energy cutter materialized in his hand. Leave it to me. Within moments, a circular opening was cut into the sturdy alloy vent. Lucian, Senna, provide cover. Jasper was the first to slip inside. The ventilation duct was narrow and dark, reeking of dust and oil. Jasper activated the illumination device on his wrist, arcane runes glowing in his eyes, sensing the energy fluctuations around him. 100 meters ahead, there are 2 guards. Leave this to us, Jasper said. Lucian and Senna exchanged a glance, silently activating their energy weapons. As they approached, Lucian fired a precise energy round that struck the left guard's temple, rendering him silently incapacitated. Senna unleashed a binding energy line, securely ensnaring the right guard, preventing him from uttering a sound. With the guards dispatched, they pressed forward. Ike's temporal device proved invaluable in the confined space, allowing them to evade imminent alarms multiple times through time manipulation, turning peril into safety. Meanwhile, fierce combat erupted at the forefront of the sandbox base. Leading the charge, Thor wielded his hammer, unleashing bolts of lightning that danced like silver serpents, instantly obliterating the defensive fortifications at the main entrance and several heavy weaponry. The minions of Hydra were about to taste the wrath of Asgard. Steve, accompanied by the Hulk, surged into the depths of the base like twin sharpened spears. Steve's new shield spun in his grasp, capable of deflecting both bullets and energy blasts, while also serving as a weapon to send Hydra soldiers sprawling. The Hulk reveled in his might, his nanotech armor amplifying the devastation of each punch, while absorbing the counter-impact, allowing him to navigate through the enemy ranks as if they posed no threat. Ash, suppress the snipers above, Steve commanded. Swiftly, Ash scaled a fractured platform. Her energy bow taut, she unleashed ice-blue arrows that flew like meteors, striking true and freezing snipers hidden in various corners. Received. Master E slipped through the throng of enemies like a specter, each swing of his energy blade deftly shattering weapons or incapacitating foes, yet rarely taking lives. His aim was clear, to clear the path for his allies rather than to slay. Natasha utilized the stealth capabilities of her Shadowhunter suit, silently infiltrating the enemy's rear. Her darts found their mark, expertly disabling several heavy weapon operators, and she deftly disabled a small surveillance node, opening a defensive gap for the frontline troops. From a distance atop the dunes, Clint readied his piercing bow. His reconnaissance arrows provided a clear view of the battlefield, while sonic arrows disrupted enemy communications and explosive arrows sowed chaos among their ranks. Natasha, there's a mortar position 300 meters to your left. Copy that. Natasha flickered through the shadows, advancing towards her target. The battle raged with extraordinary intensity. Although Hydra's soldiers were well-equipped and trained, they appeared feeble against the upgraded Avengers and the genetically enhanced squad. Tony's armor functioned as a mobile fortress on the battlefield. He maneuvered gracefully through the air, his energy wings serving as both thrusters and weapon platforms, continuously firing precise energy beams that dismantled enemy heavy weaponry and fortifications. Taste this, scum of Hydra. Tony's voice echoed through the armor's loudspeakers, laced with mockery. Expanding his arms, his Genesis light armor transformed in an instant, deploying dozens of mini-missile launchers from his shoulders and back. Meteor shower. Dozens of mini-missiles rained down like droplets, striking the enemy positions with pinpoint accuracy, igniting a series of explosions while skillfully avoiding areas that might harbor civilians. Though none were present, there were captured S.H.I.E.L.D agents. Thor carved brilliant arcs of lightning across the battlefield. Each throw cleared vast expanses. His upgraded hammer not only wielded greater power, but also returned swiftly, creating an unbroken rhythm of assault. For Asgard, for Midgard, the performance of the Green Giant is truly remarkable. No longer merely a harbinger of destruction. The adaptive nano-battle armor allows him to retain a semblance of reason, enabling him to cooperate with his teammates. He shields them from incoming projectiles with his colossal form, demolishes designated targets under Steve's command, and with the support of Sienna's remote healing, swiftly recuperates from injuries to rejoin the fray. The external defenses of the sandbox base were utterly dismantled in the span of mere minutes. The frontal assault was successful. They are advancing inward. Steve's flank team has reached the mid-level of the base and is en route to the Zero warehouse. They encountered a few automated defense robots, which have been neutralized. However, just as victory seemed within reach, an unforeseen calamity struck. The central control room of the base erupted in a violent explosion. Warning! Core energy system of the base has lost control. A chain reaction may ensue, leading to the collapse of the entire facility. Lissandra, what? Steve's expression shifted dramatically. What were Hydra's intentions? A mutual destruction? It did not seem plausible. Tony's voice crackled over the communication channel. He was surveying the entire base from the skies. They are detonating their escape route. It appears they have obtained what they desired and are preparing to flee through a secret passage. Lissandra detects an energy signal moving rapidly to the northeast of the base, suspected to be some form of underground transport. Jasper, Zero warehouse. Steve shouted. We have arrived, came Jasper's response. He, along with Ike, Lucian, and Sienna, finally reached the entrance of the Zero warehouse. The massive door had been blown open, revealing a chaotic interior where several Hydra soldiers were hoisting sealed crates, preparing to exit via a concealed elevator. Trying to escape? Not on my watch. Lucian raised his energy shotgun and fired a shot into the ceiling. The dark green energy projectile exploded, forming an energy net that temporarily sealed off the elevator's entrance. The Hydra soldiers immediately turned to retaliate, a hail of bullets flying towards Jasper and his comrades. Sienna's energy ring rapidly expanded, creating a pale blue barrier that deflected the incoming fire. Lucian left flank. Received. Lucian's figure darted out like a cheetah, his energy shotgun firing in quick succession, accurately striking the legs of several soldiers, incapacitating them. Ike's time device was operating at full capacity, his form flickering throughout the warehouse as he dispatched enemies with his energy gauntlets while disrupting their communication systems. Don't even think about calling for help. Jasper charged straight toward the seal crates. The energy of the magic runes coalesced in his hands, forming an invisible binding that secured the crates firmly in place. You will not take these serums. A man clad in a high-ranking Hydra officer's uniform stood before the scene, his expression ashen. He realized that it was now impossible for him to leave with the crates. Initiate the purification protocol. He shouted frantically into his communicator, desperate to ensure that these items did not fall into the hands of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Avengers. This is bad. They are going to destroy the serums. Jasper's heart sank. He could sense the unstable energy fluctuations emanating from the boxes. Hydra had installed self-destruct devices within them. Senna, purify. Senna's energy rifle instantly aimed at the boxes, the muzzle glowing with a gentle blue light. Purification beam, fire. A soft blue ray struck the boxes, instantly neutralizing the self-destruct devices within, rendering them inert. Well done, Senna. The Hydra officer, witnessing the event, despaired and drew the gun at his waist, aiming it at the nearest Jasper. Just as he squeezed the trigger, a golden energy blade sliced through the air like lightning, deftly knocking the weapon from his grasp. Master E appeared beside Jasper, sheathing his energy sword with fluid grace, as if he had never moved. Flank secure. Master Yi's voice was calm and unwavering. Jasper regarded him with a nod. Thank you, Master E. Moments later, the battle within the base had largely concluded. The remaining Hydra soldiers were either slain or captured. Warehouse 0 is secure. The serum and data have been preserved. Jasper reported into the communicator. The exterior has been cleared. No survivors left behind. Steve's voice came through, tinged with fatigue, yet brimming with the joy of victory. The energy system's instability has been remotely suppressed by Lissandra. A collapse is no longer imminent, Tony added. We are currently searching for survivors and potential hidden passages. S.H.I.E.L.D rescue teams en route. Clint's voice chimed in. We found some captured agents. They're gravely injured but still alive. Use them, Jasper responded. Senna brought some supplies for emergency treatment. As the battle subsided, the waning light of the sunset streamed through the damaged roof of the base, casting its glow upon the ground strewn with smoke and debris. The Avengers and members of the genetic power team gathered before Warehouse 0, gazing at the securely guarded boxes, collectively exhaling in relief. Steve approached Jasper, observing the boxes with a flicker of complex emotion in his eyes. These items represent humanity's darkest desires. I hope this time we can obliterate them completely. We will. Jasper replied resolutely. S.H.I.E.L.D will handle it. Tony descended beside them, his armor slowly retracting to reveal a face marked by both fatigue and exhilaration. So, Jasper, how did our new gear perform in combat? Not just good, Jasper replied with a smile. It was flawless. Tony proudly lifted his chin, instinctively reaching to ruffle Jasper's hair, but paused mid-air, glancing at those around them. Instead, he patted Jasper's shoulder, though with a gentler touch than usual. Jasper felt the warmth of his fingertips and the careful regard behind the gesture, warming his heart, and subtly returned the pat. This subtle interaction did not escape Natasha's keen eye. She observed the two, a knowing smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Thor approached them, raising his hammer and letting out a resounding battle cry. For victory. For friends. For triumph. Everyone echoed in unison, their voices reverberating through the vast emptiness of the base. Beneath the setting sun, each face bore the weariness of battle, yet glimmered with the light of victory. The upgraded equipment had withstood the test of real combat during the raid, showcasing formidable strength. Meanwhile, the bond concealed beneath the guise of friendship between Jasper and Tony grew even more robust and profound through their shared struggle. Chapter 46. The Rebirth of the Twins, Part 1. The assault on the sandbox base stirred the placid waters of S.H.I.E.L.D, like a colossal stone thrown into a stagnant pond. The insidious reach of Hydra was laid bare, their rampant actions igniting a fire within Nick Fury's singular eye. In the command center of the airborne aircraft carrier, the atmosphere was so tense it could be wrung out. A disgrace. An unprecedented humiliation. Fury's voice sliced through the air like a frosted blade. Hydra had nearly snatched away a scepter potent enough to obliterate the world right beneath our noses. Within our very hearts. Alexander Pierce, the representative of the World Security Council, the former director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Well, splendid. On the screen, Alexander Pierce's face, usually adorned with a gentle smile, now appeared strikingly glaring. The internal self-diagnostic revealed that the extent of the infiltration far exceeded expectations. Encompassing the core database of the Insight program, Maria Hill reported with a pallor of dread. Self-diagnosis? Fury scoffed, slamming his fist onto the console. Relying on ourselves. By the time we ascertain the truth, Hydra will have already commandeered the aircraft carrier and turned us into a sieve. He abruptly turned, his lone eye sharp as a hawk's, directing his gaze towards Tony and Jasper, who had just connected to the communication. Hawk, I require your external assistance. Highest authority. Immediately. Right now. Tony raised an eyebrow from the other end of the screen, glancing at Jasper beside him. Jasper's amber eyes shimmered with golden blue light, radiating a calmness that seemed to perceive all. As a traveler across realms, he could not foresee every detail, yet Hydra's parasitism within S.H.I.E.L.D. resembled a preordained chapter in a script. He had been awaiting an opportunity, one that could thoroughly uproot Hydra without causing a complete collapse of S.H.I.E.L.D. Now, this opportunity had presented itself, coinciding with Hydra's frenzy. Director Fury, Jasper's voice resonated clearly and steadily. The Origin Project will provide full support from the Purifier tactical team, cooperating with all untainted forces within S.H.I.E.L.D., including Coulson, Melinda May, and others. Simultaneously, Lissandra will be granted the highest data interface permissions you bestow to conduct an in-depth scan of S.H.I.E.L.D's global network and identify logical traps. He paused, his fingertips tracing invisible lines in the air, a flicker of subtle arcane runes illuminating briefly. Furthermore, based on certain unique sources of information, which he could not explicitly state were from his travels, I can provide a highly credible list of potential high-ranking Hydra infiltrators and critical nodes. However, please remember, the list is not absolute and must be acted upon with corroborating evidence. The cleansing must be precise and swift, avoiding widespread panic and collateral damage. Fury's solitary eye fixated intently on Jasper, as if attempting to penetrate the screen to unveil his so-called source of special information. Finally, he spoke in a low voice, the list provided. Grant access. Operation codename. Purification. Hill. Notify all confirmed loyal agents. Prepare for level 1 readiness. The objective, to excise the Hydra's malignant presence from the very marrow of S.H.I.E.L.D. A torrential downpour lashed against the cold ruins of Sokovia. Or once streets had transformed into a graveyard of twisted rebar and shattered concrete. The air was thick with the acrid sense of gunpowder, blood, and a deeper, rusting aroma of despair. The Hydra's two-headed eagle insignia hung limply, half destroyed, from a precarious tower. Deep within the underground base, at the eye of the storm, crimson energy writhed like a furious serpent, twisting and tearing through the confined space. Concrete walls crumbled under an unseen force, while massive metal pipes twisted like strands of pasta. And the blaring alarms had long been drowned out by the roars of energy. Wanda Maximoff hovered at the center of the energy vortex, her brown hair thrashing wildly in the tempest. With her eyes tightly shut, her pale face bore the marks of tears and anguish. Each pulse of energy was accompanied by haunting images seared into her mind. The shrill screams of collapsing buildings, the terrified faces of her parents, and the unexploded shell embedded in the floor, marked with ominous inscriptions. Chaotic magic danced uncontrollably at her fingertips, red threads of energy entwining every floating shard of debris, with each heartbeat expanding the realm of devastation. Wanda, stop! A silver flash of lightning struggled to weave through the raging energy field, refracting. Pietro Maximoff's voice was torn into fragments by the energy. He barreled through the air at a speed beyond the eye's capture, intercepting bullets aimed at Wanda and sending nearby Hydra soldiers flying. However, as he attempted to approach his sister once more, an excruciating pain surged through his body like a jolt of electricity. He dropped to one knee, a muffled roar escaping his throat. Beneath his skin, veins throbbed like blue neon tubes, emitting an ominous hum as his muscles spasmed uncontrollably. The gift from Baron Strucker, the forcibly injected superspeed genes, now acted like a runaway engine, consuming his life in a wild blaze. Their gifts are killing us, Pietro gasped, lifting his head to behold his sister, consumed by pain at the storm's center, his eyes brimming with fear and helplessness. Fortress Protocol activated. Leona, establish absolute defensive positions. Ike, disrupt the temporal field energy flow. Lucian, Senna, eliminate peripheral threats. Jasper Hawk's icy voice pierced through the downpour and the cacophony of energy, resonating within the Purifier's communications. He stood atop the remnants of the base's entrance, rainwater drenching his forehead, slicking back against his smooth brow. Deep within his amber eyes, golden blue runes swirled rapidly, akin to a high-speed star chart. He required no instruments. The energy insights bestowed by the arcane runes vividly illustrated the chaotic core of destruction within the base, as well as the flickering flame of life within Pietro that was on the verge of collapse. A colossal golden energy shield, conjured by Leona, instantly unfurled around the chaotic energy field unleashed by Wanda, steadfastly absorbing the violent onslaught, akin to a rock amidst a tempest. The tumultuous ripples of space-time, summoned by Echo, endeavored to disrupt the flow of chaotic energy, stifling its expansion. Sacred beams of light, wielded by Lucian and Senna, precisely targeted the remaining Hydra strongholds. Meanwhile, Jasper emerged like a golden-blue comet, piercing through the turbulent energy currents as he plunged into the heart of the storm. Tony, prototype of the life cradle, grant me highest authority and synchronize my coordinates. Now, Jasper's voice resonated through the encrypted channel, reaching Tony Stark's laboratory with unwavering urgency. Simultaneously, he thrust his hands forward. From his left palm, the resolute power of the indomitable rune materialized into countless tangible dark golden chains, swiftly ensnaring the struggling Pietro. These chains are not mere bindings. They embodied the purest resilience of life and the will to protect, forcibly stabilizing the rampaging speedster genes within him, akin to cooling an engine on the verge of explosion. Ugh! The blue aura enveloping Pietro flickered violently under the grip of the golden chains, resisting. Yet the raging momentum was evidently curtailed. His rapid breaths gradually calmed, and he gazed, wide-eyed and bewildered, at the suddenly appearing youth radiating an otherworldly presence. Jasper's right hand extended, fingers splayed, aiming at Wanda at the storm's epicenter. The mystical runes summoned the power of Aerie, surging forth as a profound, dark blue star chart, composed of myriad star-like points, slowly enveloping Wanda within its embrace. The star chart was not an assault. Rather, it served as the most intricate arcane probe and a conduit for mental resonance. Lissandra, initiate deep scan. Target, Wanda Maximoff. Energy source analysis. Jasper commanded in his mind. As the scan progressed, an overwhelming response of chaotic energy from high dimensions was detected. Her mental waves were being eroded by a formidable darkness. The source pointed to the dark dimension. The energy characteristic matched at an alarming 876, indicating that the will projection of Dormammu was attempting to establish a stable conduit through her suffering. Lissandra's electronic voice resonated with unprecedented gravity. Jasper's pupils dilated in shock. The sovereign of the dark dimension. No wonder the chaotic magic was so feral and uncontrollable. This was not merely a side effect of the experiment. It was the covetous gaze of a dimensional deity. Wanda. Jasper's voice pierced through the crimson energy storm, wielding the unique mental penetrative power of the runes, resonating deep within Wanda's tumultuous consciousness. Look at me. It is not your fault. That is not your power. Someone is exploiting your anguish. Look at me. I am Jasper Hawk. Wanda's tightly shut eyes burst open. The crimson chaotic energy churned within her gaze, filled with endless agony and fury. Yet amidst that blood-red abyss, a flicker of her own consciousness struggled to break free. She beheld the youth bathe in a gentle golden-blue radiance. The light was peculiar yet warm, momentarily diminishing the dark whispers that tormented her soul. Get away, Wanda shrieked, unleashing a thick beam of crimson energy that surged towards Jasper like a colossal serpent. Jasper stood resolute, his right hand maintaining the celestial map's embrace while his left hand clenched into a fierce fist. Suddenly, an enigmatic dark golden tower shield, inscribed with intricate mountain runes and forged from pure magical source particles, materialized from thin air. A resounding crash echoed as crimson chaotic energy collided violently with the tower shield. The ferocious shock wave obliterated everything in its vicinity, yet the shield remained steadfast. The runes upon its surface illuminated with a brilliant radiance, forcibly absorbing and vanquishing the corrosive dark while embedded within the chaotic energy. Jasper was propelled backward by the overwhelming force, sliding several meters as the ground beneath him cracked and splintered. Nevertheless, his gaze remained sharp and unyielding, fixed intently upon Wanda. Feel it, Wanda! Jasper bellowed, braving the energy onslaught. His voice resonated with conviction as he transmitted a stream of spiritual power, infused with the resolute will of protective runes, through the celestial map. Embrace your own strength. It is not a gift from darkness, but an innate part of you. Anger is not a shackle, and sorrow is not a prison. Transform them into your weapons. Cast away that dark shadow, coveting your soul. At that moment, the sky erupted with a shriek of engines. A Quinjet, in a near-crash state, forcefully hovered above the base, its rear hatch bursting open with a thunderous boom. Tony Stark, clad in the armor of creation, maneuvered a massive prototype of the life cradle, pulsating with shimmering blue energy, and accurately dropped it towards the designated spot Jasper indicated. Catch it, kid. Tony's voice, tinged with a metallic rasp, revealed the immense strain of his daring maneuver. The life cradle crashed heavily beside Jasper, its door automatically flinging open to reveal a complex system of life support and energy interfaces within. Pietro, get in, Jasper commanded without hesitation. As the golden runic chains entwined around Pietro surged with force, gently yet irresistibly guiding him into the life cradle. The hatch sealed instantly. An azure life-sustaining liquid was rapidly infused. Lissandra, take control of the life cradle. Infuse with magical source particles. Execute the gene anchoring protocol. Jasper maintained the celestial map suppression over Wanda while concurrently managing the operation. Understood. Infusing magical source particles. The model of the life rule of the unyielding grip is reprogramming the accelerated gene expression sequence for forced anchoring to a stable state. Lissandra's electronic voice buzzed with rapid efficiency. Inside the life cradle, Pietro emitted muffled groans of agony as the surging blue light beneath his skin was enveloped and restructured by the influx of shimmering golden blue runes from the magical source particles. The transparent walls of the life cradle displayed a complex, rapidly scrolling genetic chain structure, forcefully corrected. Meanwhile, Jasper focused his attention squarely on Wanda, enduring the intensifying assault of chaotic energy as the tower shield emitted a strained hum. His eyes blazed with golden blue light as the witchcraft runes of the celestial map contracted sharply, forcefully penetrating Wanda's mental realm. Look at me, Wanda Maximoff. Jasper's voice boomed like a resounding bell, reverberating with the weight of order amidst her chaotic consciousness. The whispers of the dark dimension were poison. Do you yearn for the strength to protect those you love? Behold your true strength. It resides here, within the shattered depths of your heart, not in that abyss of darkness. As he spoke, the power of the mystical runes forcibly manifested within Wanda's mental realm, conjuring the warmest and brightest fragments of her memories, the lullaby her mother used to hum, the rough yet comforting touch of her father's hand, and Pietro's radiant smile as he ran in the sunlight. These images pierced through the dark web of torment woven by Dormammu like a sword. No, do not take them away. Wanda's eyes surged with a fierce crimson tide, tears mingling with energy cascading down her cheeks. The chaotic energy field began to oscillate, expanding and contracting erratically. No one can take them away. Jasper's voice resonated with indomitable will. They live within your memories. They dwell in your love. This is the source of your power. Channel your anger, not for destruction, but for protection. Channel your sorrow, not for despair, but for remembrance. Now feel my strength. Feel this will of guardianship. Infuse it into your magic. Push it forth. With a sudden motion, Jasper withdrew the tower shield. Simultaneously, through the spiritual link of the mystical runes, he poured forth his unwavering will of protection, like a warm torrent, into Wanda's mental realm without reservation. This was not control, but guidance. It was the gift of a spiritual pillar to combat the encroaching darkness. Wanda let out a soul-piercing scream. The crimson chaotic energy erupted like a tsunami. Yet this time, amid the crimson, there was no longer pure destruction and dark erosion, but a resilient gold and vibrant azure intermingling. The crimson serpent began to constrict and coalesce, no longer tearing wildly, but instead entwining around Wanda, forming intricate energy rings composed of chaotic energy, adorned with golden blue rune projections. Her eyes remained crimson, yet deep within, the haunting shadows of darkness were forcibly dispelled. All that remained was pain, sorrow, and a newfound resolve, imbued with the essence of destruction, yet directed with clarity. The energy storm abruptly calmed. Only the shattered remnants of the base, heavy breaths, and the swirling, imposing runic chaotic rings surrounding Wanda remained. The Quinjet descended slowly, Tony's armor clattering to the ground, the visor retracting to reveal his astonished and complex expression. Natasha Romanoff and Clint Barton leapt from the cockpit, warily observing the transformed Maximoff siblings. Natasha's gaze swept over Pietro, who breathed steadily in the cradle of life. Golden blue runes subtly flowing through his silver hair, then turned to Wanda, suspended in the air and guarded by the chaotic rune rings, her eyes sharp yet sorrowful. Finally, her attention fell upon Jasper, whose face had turned slightly pale, beads of sweat forming on his brow, and she murmured, "Jasper, you have created two deities." Jasper slowly withdrew his power, the golden blue glow in his eyes fading, and he exhaled wearily, shaking his head, his voice hoarse. "No, Natasha. I merely helped them sever the shackles of Hydra and banish the darkness that coveted their souls. The true power has always resided within their own hearts. I simply helped them find the key." He gazed at Wanda as she descended slowly, the crimson runic ring gradually merging with her being. The girl's body trembled ever so slightly, yet her eyes were no longer clouded. They were filled solely with a profound sorrow and a chilling resolve. Pietro pushed open the door of the cradle of life and stepped out unsteadily, observing his hands and feeling the unprecedented stabilizing power coursing through him, alongside the swift genes that resonated subtly with the runic energy. His gaze towards Jasper was imbued with gratitude and a hint of reverence. Above the ruins of Sokovia, a new storm was brewing, and the shattered twins had indeed been reborn. Chapter 47. The fall of Hydra. The winter in Sokovia was harsh, with biting winds whipping up fine snowflakes that lashed against the remnants of the abandoned Hydra base. This place had once marked the beginning of the Maximoff siblings' nightmare, yet it now served as the prologue to Hydra's demise. Inside the temporary command tent of S.H.I.E.L.D., the atmosphere was so tense it felt almost tangible. Director Fury stood before a vast holographic map, his single eye ablaze with suppressed fury. The map was densely annotated with Hydra's strongholds, the locations of known members, and a secret network, delineated in red lines, that spanned much of Europe. "We uncovered this from the wreckage of the sandbox base." Fury's voice was hoarse, carrying a metallic rasp. He pointed to several blinking red dots on the map, asserting that Hydra was not merely conducting human experiments in Sokovia. They had at least 7 similar research centers globally, 3 major arsenals, and a hidden hive deep within the Alps, which served as their true headquarters. The air in the tent felt as if it had solidified. The Avengers, members of the genetic power team, and core S.H.I.E.L.D. agents silently regarded the map. Although the raid on the sandbox base had successfully rescued Quicksilver and Wanda and had disrupted a portion of Hydra's operative strength, it was clear that this was merely the tip of the iceberg. More infuriatingly, Fury's gaze swept over the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents present, many of whom had only recently been identified from Hydra's infiltration and had reaffirmed their loyalty. "Our internal investigation reveals that Hydra's tendrils reach deeper than we imagined. Since the end of World War II, they have lurked like parasites within the very fabric of S.H.I.E.L.D., exploiting our resources, our intelligence, our trust to strengthen themselves and plot their schemes." His fist slammed heavily onto the table, the metallic surface resonating with a dull thud. "This is not merely an affront to freedom. It is an insult to all of us. Therefore, our objective is crystal clear." Jasper's voice shattered the silence, calm yet imbued with an undeniable conviction. "We shall utterly dismantle all of Hydra's strongholds, apprehend or eliminate all core members, reclaim the technology and resources they have stolen, and most importantly, dismantle the hive in the Alps to rescue all the innocent souls they have imprisoned." His gaze settled on a specifically marked location on the map, situated at the lowest level of the hive, denoted by the codename, Winter Soldier. Steve Rogers' body suddenly stiffened, the fingers gripping his shield turning pale from exertion. He was acutely aware of what that code signified. It was Bucky, his dearest friend, transformed into a relentless killing machine known as James Buchanan Barnes, brainwashed and altered by Hydra. Lissandra confirmed the intricate structure and defensive systems of the hive. Jasper glanced at the air beside him, where Lissandra's holographic projection, concealed for security reasons, remained omnipresent. The hive base is situated 800 meters beneath the peak of the Alps, constructed from multiple layers of rock and alloy. Its defense systems include a tri-layered energy shield, the primary shield powered by geothermal energy and an advanced cosmic cube energy converter, an automated defense robot army, approximately 500 units, genetically modified super sentinels, around 100, injected with a simplified version of the super soldier serum, and an extensive network of surveillance and trap systems throughout the base. Lissandra, core member locations confirmed. Baron Strucker, command center of the base. Dr. Zola as consciousness backup, main server room, and other high-ranking Hydra officials scattered across various functional areas. Lissandra, the Winter Soldier's detention site, level 7, special confinement area, equipped with energy suppression fields and mind control devices. Lissandra. Additionally, a significant number of civilian captives have been detected within the base, primarily scientists and their families, coerced by Hydra into conducting research. Lissandra. The information was vast yet clearly organized. Lissandra's intelligence network, having integrated global data nodes from the Origins project with S.H.I.E.L.D's confidential archive, exhibited a terrifying efficiency. The energy shield posed the greatest challenge. Tony furrowed his brow, his fingertips tracing the air rapidly, simulating the structure of the energy shield, particularly the primary one, which utilized the energy principles of the cosmic cube, rendering conventional weaponry utterly ineffective. "I can give it a try." Thor raised his hammer, crackling with small arcs of lightning. Asgardian electricity should have a unique effect on this cosmic energy. Not sufficient. Jasper shook his head. "We need a key, a means to temporarily disrupt the shield's energy frequency." He turned to the recently joined member of the genetic-powered squad, Fiona. "Can your breaker energy blade accomplish this?" Fiona, having joined after rescuing the Maximoff siblings, was a striking figure with her golden hair, hawk-like gaze, and clad in shimmering silver armor from the Origins Project, carrying a massive breaker energy blade powered by resilient composite materials and runic energy on her back. Her personality mirrored her weapon, fierce, direct, and imbued with unwavering determination. "Just give me a pivot." Fiona's voice rang clear and strong as she tapped her energy blade, which emitted a deep hum. "I can cleave through any shield." Her skills, the Void Slash and Deadly Stab, have been enhanced under the modifications of the Origins Project, endowing them with superior energy penetration capabilities. "Excellent." Jasper nodded, beginning to allocate tasks, for this will be a multi-pronged, coordinated assault. "I will divide the entire operation into 3 phases: breakthrough, assault, and cleanup. Phase 1, breakthrough." He indicated the entrance of the beehive on the map. "Tony, Thor, Fiona, you shall form the shield-breaking squad. Tony, unleash the full potential of your Nanostar River armor to attract the energy of the shield. Thor, use your lightning to disrupt the stability of the shield. Fiona, wait for the opportune moment to strike with the energy blade of the City Breaker, creating a breach in the shield. Simultaneously, Ashy, Clint, you will constitute the long-range support squad, securing the high ground around the base to suppress the enemy's external defenses and provide cover for the shield-breaking squad. Camille, you will be responsible for perimeter vigilance to prevent any Hydra members from escaping, particularly the high-ranking officials. Phase 2, assault. Jasper's finger traced the interior of the base. Once the shield was breached, we would split into 3 teams. The eastern route would consist of myself, Steve, Natasha, and Master E. Our objective, the command center, to apprehend Baron Strucker and incapacitate the command systems of the base. Steve, you have an additional objective on the 7th floor, rescue Bucky. A glimmer of gratitude flashed in Steve's eyes as he nodded solemnly. Understood. The western route would include Tony, joining post-breach, Bruce, Lucian, and Senna. Our target, the main server room, to utterly obliterate Dr. Zola as consciousness backup, while simultaneously severing the energy supply to the base, including that of the shield. Bruce, if necessary, we will require your Hulk form. Bruce Banner inhaled deeply. I will manage it. The adaptive nano armor he wore seemed to sense his resolve, the surface patterns subtly glowing. The southern route would consist of Thor, joining post-breach, Ike, Fiona, joining post-breach, Wanda, and Pietro. Our aim, to rescue civilian captives, eliminate enemies along the way, and secure the main passages of the base, providing support and coordination for the eastern and western routes. Wanda, your chaos magic can disrupt Hydra's energy weapons and control devices. Pietro, your speed is crucial for relaying information and urgent support. Quicksilver Pietro grinned, a faint blue aura enveloping him. Mission accomplished, boss. With the assistance of the Source Project, the energy within him and Wanda had stabilized considerably, and they had begun to learn how to control their abilities. Phase 3, cleanup. Jasper's gaze swept across the entire map. After securing the command center, destroying Zola, and cutting off energy supplies, all teams would converge, thoroughly eliminating any remaining enemies within the base, rescuing all captives, and collecting and destroying Hydra's research data and dangerous weaponry. Lissandra would monitor the battlefield throughout, providing us with real-time intelligence and tactical advice. Are there any questions? I have one. Natasha raised her hand, her gaze piercing. What should we do if we encounter unavoidable civilian casualties? This was the most delicate issue of the entire operation. Jasper paused for a moment before stating, the priority is to protect civilians. If necessary, we may abandon certain objectives or even retreat. We are here to eradicate evil, not to create new tragedies. His words resonated with everyone present. Action time. 3 o'clock tomorrow morning. Jasper gazed at the assembled crowd, his eyes shimmering with unwavering resolve. It was the interlude between shifts of the base's defense system, a period when the energy shield experienced a lull in its energy cycle. We have but one chance. It must succeed. For freedom. Steve raised his new shield, its stars and stripes glistening under the light. For justice. Tony's nanotechnology armor enveloped him in an instant, golden energy patterns flowing like flames. For Asgard. For Earth. Thor unleashed a resounding thunderclap. For the Source Project. The members of the Genetic Power Squad shouted in unison, their voices harmonious and brimming with strength. Thus commenced a battle that would determine the fate of the world, quietly unfolding on a night besieged by wind and snow. Chapter 48. The fall of Hydra Part 2. The main peak of the Alps, perpetually shrouded in ice and snow, remains largely untouched by human presence. Yet beneath the thick blanket of snow lies the heart of Hydra's hive base. At 3 o'clock in the morning, silence pervaded, interrupted only by the howling of the wind and snow. The Breakshield squad lay in ambush, concealed in a hidden valley approximately 1 kilometer from the base's entrance. Tony's nanotechnology armor was an optical invisibility mode, with only the core of the Genesis light emitting a faint white glow. Thor stood in the snow, quietly absorbing the static electricity in the air. Fiona paced back and forth, her hands tightly gripping the energy blade of the breaker. Her eyes ablaze with the thirst for battle. 30 seconds remained until the lull in the shield's energy cycle. Lissandra's voice resonated in the communication channel. Received. Tony's tone carried a hint of excitement. Jarvis, prepare energy output at maximum power. The energy blade is fully charged. Fiona's voice was as sharp as her weapon. The lightning is ready. Thor's voice was low, like the calm before a storm. 109,321. As Lissandra's countdown concluded, the energy shield at the hive base's entrance exhibited a minuscule ripple, the moment of energy cycle transition, its most vulnerable instant. Now, Tony bolted from the valley, his nanotechnology armor becoming visible, the energy wings unfurling to their fullest extent, golden energy beams shooting forth like lasers, striking the energy shield with great force. Boom! A violent explosion reverberated upon the shield's surface, energy ripples spreading like waves. The shield's brilliance dimmed slightly, yet it remained steadfast. Draw its energy. Focus it upon me, Tony shouted, continually shifting positions, attacking various points on the shield with an array of weaponry, akin to a nimble matador drawing the bull's attention. As you wish, Stark. Thor's figure surged forth like lightning, raising his weapon high. A robust bolt of lightning, akin to a silver dragon, roared as it struck the shield. Indeed, Asgardian lightning possesses a unique counteracting effect against the shield formed of cosmic energy. The surface of the shield quivered more violently, revealing tiny fissures. Fiona, here it comes. Fiona's silhouette darted forth like a released arrow, her energy blade of the city breaker fully unfurled, shimmering with radiant runic luminescence. Rather than directly assaulting the shield, she exploited a pre-established energy node, meticulously arranged by Echo, launching herself into the air with a powerful leap, executing a full rotation and channeling her entire strength and runic energy into the energy blade. The city-breaking strike, the immense energy blade, accompanied by a piercing howl that tore through the air, accurately struck the fissured section of the shield, fractured by lightning. A crisp crack resounded, as the energy shield shattered like fragile glass, revealing a gaping breach approximately 5 meters in diameter. Success! A low cheer echoed through the communication channel. The shield-breaking squad. Proceed as planned. Tony, join the west route. Thor, take the south route. Fiona, follow me. Jasper's voice rang out as he and the members of the east route surged through the newly formed gap. Almost simultaneously, Ash and Clint commenced their performance from the vantage points at the base's periphery. Ash's energy bow was drawn to its fullest, unleashing ice-blue arrows with long trailing flames that precisely struck the defensive turret at the base's entrance, freezing it solid. Clint's void bow released a flurry of interference arrows, incapacitating the surrounding surveillance equipment and communication lines. The outer defenses were momentarily neutralized. Ash reported calmly. Camille's figure glided like a wraith through the snowy expanse surrounding the base, her mechanical limbs allowing her to traverse the snow silently, swiftly eliminating any Hydra soldiers attempting to escape through secret passages. Phase 2, the assault. East route. Toward the command center. Jasper, Steve, Natasha, and Master surged into the depths of the base like 4 razor-sharp blades. Inside the base lay a vast circular corridor, its walls adorned with flickering pipelines and surveillance screens, the air thick with the mingling scents of machine oil and disinfectant. Dozens of Hydra soldiers, clad in uniform black attire, erupted from either side of the corridor, their energy rifles aimed menacingly at the intruders. Fire! A barrage of energy beams erupted toward Jasper and his companions. Steve's new shield spun forth, akin to a lethal frisbee, precisely striking the weapons of several soldiers while simultaneously shielding his teammates from a significant portion of the onslaught. Natasha's shadow hunter suit seamlessly transitioned into invisibility, her figure weaving skillfully among the soldiers as her wrist-mounted launchers discharged an array of darts, frozen darts immobilizing soldiers' movements, disruption darts rendering their weapons useless, and tranquilizer darts causing them to collapse silently. Master Yi's energy blade transformed into a stream of light, opting for non-lethal measures as he deftly struck the joints and necks of the soldiers with the back of his blade. Each precise blow incapacitating a soldier without causing fatal harm. His movements flowed gracefully, resembling a dance of death. Meanwhile, Jasper formed hand seals, conjuring an invisible barrier of mystical energy before him, effectively blocking the stray energy beams. Simultaneously, tendrils of energy erupted from his fingertips, ensnaring several soldiers attempting to trigger the alarm, rendering them immobile. Follow me, Steve exclaimed, catching the returning shield, and led the charge deeper into the passage towards the 7th level, where Bucky awaited us. Their objective was clear, and their movements swift, with little inclination for combat. They quickly breached the first line of defense, advancing toward the 7th level where Bucky was imprisoned. The western route, towards the main server room. Tony, Bruce, Lucian, and Senna proceeded along an alternate corridor. Tony's nanotech starship armor forged ahead, unleashing energy weapons that systematically annihilated the defensive robots in their path. His armor adeptly analyzed the robots' weaknesses, delivering strikes with precision and efficiency. These metallic monstrosities exhibited a slight improvement over those at the sandbox base, Tony remarked while firing. Yet they seemed insignificant in the face of the Genesis light. Lucian and Senna were tasked with clearing the infantry on either side. Lucian's energy shotgun wielded immense power, rendering him virtually unstoppable at close range. Meanwhile, Senna's energy rifle accurately picked off distant threats, her energy rings providing continuous healing and protection for her comrades. Bruce Banner lingered at the rear of the group, his adaptive nano armor poised for action. He inhaled deeply, striving to control the raging force within him, releasing it momentarily only when confronted with formidable adversaries. For instance, upon encountering a 3-meter-tall, super sentinel-clad in heavy power armor, Bruce let out a low growl, his arm transforming into a verdant hue, and with a single punch, he deformed the cumbersome armor. 500 meters to the server room, Lissandra reminded them, but a heavily guarded gate equipped with an energy barrier lay ahead. Leave it to me. Tony's nanotech starship armor morphed, extending a colossal energy cannon from his arm. Taste this Hydrabrand can. A golden beam of energy shot forth like a laser towards the gate, and the energy barrier crumbled before the might of the Genesis light, disintegrating as if it were mere paper. The gate itself was blasted open, creating a gaping hole. Clear it out. Tony was the first to surge through. In the southern route, towards the civilian detention area, Thor, Ike, Fiona, Wanda, and Pietro engaged in the most exuberant actions. Thor's swings unleashed rampant lightning, toppling defensive robots and Hydra soldiers alike, clearing a path for the advancing troops. Ike's time device proved invaluable as he continually scouted ahead, dodging various traps through time manipulation or redirecting enemy attacks. Energy net to the left, minefield to the right. Follow my footsteps. Fiona's Demolisher energy blade served as the ultimate door opener. Whether faced with alloy doors or concrete walls, they were effortlessly sliced apart by her energy blade. Her lethal thrusts left the Super Sentinels in utter dismay, unable to keep pace with her speed. Wanda's chaotic magic revealed astonishing potential. She merely raised her hand, and the energy beams aimed at the civilians would shift direction, while the Hydra soldiers attempting to resist would be ensnared in an invisible force, suspended in midair. A faint crimson light flickered in her eyes. With each use of her powers, her finesse and confidence grew ever more pronounced. Over here, I sense a multitude of souls. Wanda indicated a massive iron door, beyond which faint cries and pleas for help could be heard. Leave it to me. Fiona stepped forward, her energy blade slicing through the air, causing the door to swing open with a resounding crash. Behind the door lay a vast prison cell, crammed with trembling civilians, predominantly the elderly, women, and children. Upon seeing the approaching figures of Thor and his companions, fear momentarily gripped them, only to be swiftly replaced by an overwhelming joy. Fear not. We are here to rescue you. Thor's voice thundered like a storm, providing immense comfort to the distressed populace. Pietro, lead them to the safe passage, Fiona commanded. No problem. Quicksilver transformed into a blue streak, darting through the cell with such speed that he appeared as a blur, his voice echoing continuously. Follow me. This way. Don't be afraid. Hurry. With Pietro's assistance, the civilians evacuated an astonishing pace toward the designated safe rendezvous. Meanwhile, Wanda remained behind, using her magic to soothe those paralyzed by fear, while vigilantly observing her surroundings. When a few stray Hydra soldiers attempted a sneak attack, a mere cold glance from her sent them hurtling away, crashing against the wall and losing consciousness. The southern route is progressing smoothly. We have rescued the first batch of civilians. Thor communicated through his device, swinging his weapon once more to strike down a group of advancing superguards. Chapter 49. The Downfall of Hydra 3. The battle raged fiercely throughout the various corners of the hive base. In the east corridor, Steve, accompanied by Natasha and Master E, finally reached the special detention area on the 7th floor. The defenses here were exceptionally stringent, guarded not only by heavy troops, but also encased in an energy suppression field specifically designed to neutralize super soldiers. Jasper, we need to disable the suppression field, Steve shouted into his communicator, feeling the invisible barrier constricting his strength and speed. I've located the control node. It's in the control room 30 meters to your right. Lissandra responded. Leave it to me. In an instant, Natasha vanished into invisibility, slipping into the control room like a wraith. Moments later, muffled thuds echoed from within, and the energy suppression field enveloping the detention area dissipated. The suppression field is down. Without hesitation, Steve swung his new shield, which spun like a whirlwind. swiftly clearing the guards at the entrance. He charged toward a heavy alloy door. Behind it lay the chamber where Bucky was imprisoned. "Bucky, I have come to rescue you." Steve struck the door lock with his shield, producing a deep, resonant sound. Inside, a figure clad in the Winter Soldier uniform slowly raised his head. His gaze was vacant, his face devoid of emotion, save for the cold metallic sheen of his mechanical arm. Upon his head rested a specially crafted helmet, clearly still under the influence of mental control. Target identified. Captain America, Steve Rogers. The Winter Soldier's voice was mechanical, devoid of any emotion, issuing the command, eliminate. He charged towards the door, his mechanical arm slicing through the air with a fierce wind, forcefully striking the door that Steve had just pried open. "Bucky, it's me, Steve," Steve shouted, bracing against the door with his shield. "Don't let them control you. Wake up." Natasha and Master E rushed forward to assist, attempting to subdue the Winter Soldier, but were effortlessly repelled by his super soldier-enhanced mechanical arm. "His mental control is deeply entrenched," Natasha cried out. "We need to destroy his helmet." In an instant, Master E unsheathed his energy blade, a streak of light aimed at the Winter Soldier's helmet. Yet, the Winter Soldier reacted with remarkable speed, deflecting the attack with his mechanical arm, producing a deafening clang as metal met metal. At that moment of stalemate, Jasper finally arrived. He gazed at the once bright and cheerful youth, now transformed into a cold, killing machine, a surge of complex emotions swelling within him. "Steve, get out of the way!" Jasper shouted. Steve immediately stepped aside as Jasper formed a hand seal, channeling energy from mystical runes into a gentle golden beam that shot towards the Winter Soldier's helmet. This beam bore no aggression, but was imbued with powerful calming energies specifically designed to counteract Hydra's mind control device. With a hiss, wisps of white smoke erupted from the helmet as the control circuitry was incinerated by the mystical energy. The Winter Soldier halted abruptly, clutching his head and letting out a tortured howl, his vacant gaze beginning to reflect struggle and confusion. "Bucky?" Steve cautiously approached. The Winter Soldier lifted his head to look at Steve, his expression a tumultuous mix, as if he were desperately trying to recall something. "Steve? Is it you?" "It's me, Bucky," Steve replied, his voice thick with emotion. "I've come bring you home." A flicker of clarity returned to the Winter Soldier's eyes. He glanced at his mechanical arm and then around his surroundings, painfully closing his eyes. "We need to leave here," Jasper advised, extending his hand, an energy bond gently securing the Winter Soldier's mechanical arm. He required healing, particularly of the mind. Steve nodded, supporting the nearly unsteady Bucky, his eyes filled with gratitude. "Thank you, Jasper. We're friends, aren't we?" Jasper smiled. "The command center is yours. I will head to support the Western Front." Meanwhile, in the Western Command Center, Tony, Bruce, Lucian, and Senna had breached the final defenses and stormed into the vast server room. Inside, countless server cabinets stood in meticulous alignment, emitting a constant hum of operation. At the center platform, a colossal holographic projection flickered, displaying the wrinkled visage of Dr. Zola. "Avengers, Gene Dynamics. Who would have thought you could actually make it this far?" Dr. Zola's voice resonated with an emotionless, synthetic quality, yet it proved futile. The Hydra ideology had penetrated deeply into the hearts of many. Even if I were to be obliterated, even if Strack were to perish, new individuals would inevitably rise to inherit our mission. Perhaps. Tony's nanotech armor morphed, transforming into a colossal energy cannon aimed squarely at the server cluster. "But at least today, we shall eradicate this malignant presence. Do you truly believe that destroying these servers would suffice?" Dr. Zola's holographic projection erupted into laughter, declaring, "My consciousness has already been uploaded to the global network. I am ubiquitous." His words were left unfinished as Bruce Banner could no longer contain the power surging within him. With a thunderous roar, the Hulk broke free from the constraints of the adaptive nanotech armor, or rather, the armor extended with his transformation. His immense green figure towering like a mountain in the center of the server room. He refrained from attacking anyone directly and charged straight towards the server cluster, his massive fists descending like battering rams. Boom! 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 The sturdy server cabinets crumbled beneath the Hulk's blows as if they were mere paper. Dr. Zola's holographic projection began to flicker, distort, and emit a piercing cacophony. "No, no, my research, my achievements!" Dr. Zola shouted frantically, but his voice was soon drowned out by the explosions of the servers. Lucian and Sienna took charge of neutralizing the guards within the server room, ensuring no threats remained. Minutes later, when the Hulk finally ceased his assault, the server room lay in ruins, and Dr. Zola's consciousness backup had been utterly annihilated. The energy systems had collapsed. Lissandra's voice echoed, announcing that all defense systems at the base would fail within 5 minutes. "Done." Tony clapped his hands, signaling it was time to regroup. In the southern sector, the evacuation of civilians was nearing completion. With the efforts of Thor, Ike, Fiona, Wanda, and Pietro, The majority of civilians have been successfully relocated to safe gathering points. Baron Strack attempted to flee with his remaining loyalists through a secret passage, only to be intercepted by Fiona, who had been waiting there. Your journey ends here, Baron. Fiona's energy blade, the breaker, pointed menacingly at Strack, its runes illuminating her resolute visage. Strack gazed at the blonde warrior before him, his eyes filled with fear and resentment. Who are you? The Source Project, Fiona. She replied coldly. I am the one to send you to hell. Without further ado, Fiona moved like lightning, her energy blade cutting through the air as it clashed with Strack's energy staff. Although Strack had injected an improved version of the super soldier serum, he was no match for Fiona, who had been battle-hardened and transformed by the Source Project. Within mere exchanges, Fiona deftly knocked Strack's staff from his grasp and sent him sprawling to the ground. The tip of her energy blade pressed firmly against his throat. You have lost. Baron Strack lay prostrate on the ground, his countenance ashen. An hour later, all resistance at the Hive base was declared extinguished. The command center had been overtaken, and Baron Strack, along with other high-ranking Hydra officials, were apprehended. The main server room lay in ruins, erasing Dr. Zola's consciousness back up entirely. The energy systems were incapacitated, rendering energy shields and defense mechanisms inoperative. Civilians were all rescued and were being evacuated in an orderly manner to S.H.I.E.L.D rescue vessels. The remaining Hydra soldiers were either slain or captured. The Avengers and the members of the Genetic Power Squad congregated in the central square of the base, each person weary yet adorned with the joy of victory. Steve supported Bucky, who remained silent, yet his gaze had calmed considerably. Observing the unfamiliar faces around him and then looking at Steve, he softly uttered, "Thank you." Tony approached Jasper, patting him on the shoulder, the light of the Genesis core in his chest glowing gently. It's over. Yes, it's over. Jasper gazed at the fleeing civilians in the distance. Although their faces bore fear, they were predominantly illuminated by the joy of newfound freedom. At least, this grave dilemma had been resolved. Director Fury had also arrived, accompanied by S.H.I.E.L.D agents. He surveyed the ravaged base, then looked upon Bucky, who appeared rejuvenated, and the liberated civilians. A flicker of complex emotion passed through his singular eye, ultimately culminating in a long sigh. Well done, everyone. He approached Steve, regarding Bucky. S.H.I.E.L.D will provide the utmost assistance for his rehabilitation. We will discover a means to lift all control from him. Steve nodded. Thank you, Fury. Thor raised his voice to the heavens, proclaiming, for victory, for freedom, for victory, for freedom. Everyone echoed in unison, their voices reverberating through the desolate base, akin to the final judgment upon Hydra. The remnants of the setting sun filtered through the damaged roof of the base, casting a golden halo upon each individual. Hydra, the malevolent organization that had persisted for nearly a century, finally met its demise on this day. Of course, they were all aware that evil in the world would not simply vanish. New threats might be quietly burgeoning in some hidden corner. Yet at this moment, standing upon the land that had just endured the ravages of war, surrounded by comrades with whom they had fought side by side, and feeling the elation of those who had regained their freedom, their hearts brimmed with an unprecedented sense of tranquility and resolve. For they understood that as long as they remained united, as long as the belief in justice endured, no matter what challenges the future might hold, they possessed the confidence and capability to confront and overcome them. Jasper looked at Tony, who happened to gaze back at him. Their eyes met in the air, conveying 1,000 unsaid words. This battle had subjected their friendship, their understanding, and the unspoken bond between them to the most rigorous of trials, rendering it all the more robust. Let us go home, Jasper said with a smile. Yes, let us go home, Tony nodded in agreement. Chapter 50. Fractures of Memory. The Medical Rehabilitation Center is the most tranquil place within the entire base. The walls are a pristine white, bathed in soft illumination, while the air carries a faint scent of antiseptic mingled with a refreshing mint-like aroma. This facility is equipped with the most advanced medical apparatus of the Source Project, ranging from gene repair devices to neural reconfiguration chambers. Yet, within this high-tech sanctuary, an ineffable heaviness and oppression permeate the atmosphere. Bucky Barnes lies on a specially designed medical bed, tethered to various monitoring devices. His mechanical arm has been temporarily disassembled and rests on a nearby workbench. The shoulder interface, covered with a layer of pale green healing gel, slowly mending the tissue. His complexion remains ashen, and his vacant gaze is fixed upon the ceiling, as if his soul is ensnared in the nightmare known as the Winter Soldier. Jasper occupies a chair beside the bed, holding a compact instrument with its probe connected to Bucky's temple. His eyes are gently closed, and blue-violet runes of sorcery swirl beneath his eyelids as he embarks on the final step of purification. The removal of physical control from Bucky's body is not particularly challenging. Black Martinger and Lissandra have collaborated to employ nanobots that eradicated the lingering microcontrollers and chemical suppressants from his nervous system. Jasper then utilizes the energy of the runes to soothe the forcibly altered neural synapses, restoring their normal transmission functions. The true challenge lies in excising the deeply embedded mental commands and psychological suggestions implanted by Hydra within the recesses of his consciousness. These commands cling to him like maggots, intertwining with his memories and emotions. A mere provocation could plunge him back into the state of the Winter Soldier. This marks the third consecutive day of Jasper's mental purification efforts. Relax, Bucky. Jasper's voice is gentle yet resolute, infused with the unique soothing energy of the runes. I can sense those commands beginning to disintegrate. They are not a part of you. They are foreign impurities. Surrender them, and let them go. Bucky's body trembles slightly, his brow furrowed, as if embroiled in a fierce internal struggle. Fragments of words escape his lips intermittently. Command, removal. Target, not me. Bucky. Yes, you are Bucky Barnes. Jasper's voice flows like warm water, gradually infusing his consciousness. You are Steve's friend, a child of Brooklyn, not a killing machine. Those commands are lies, shackles. The energy of the runes acts like the most delicate of surgical instruments, meticulously peeling away the impurities that clash with Bucky's own awareness. With each layer removed, Bucky's body quakes more violently. Yet the vacancy in his eyes dissipates bit by bit. Steve Rogers stands a short distance away, fists clenched, knuckles whitening. He watches his closest friend struggle in agony, his heart aching, yet he feels utterly powerless. He understands that this is a process Bucky must endure, one that no one else can undertake on his behalf. Tony Stark leans against the wall, arms crossed, his expression neutral, yet the faint trembling of his fingertips betrays the turmoil within. He was clad in casual attire, the core of the Genesis light on his chest radiating a gentle white glow, yet could not dispel the heaviness that enveloped the room. He had been summoned by Steve. Steve had stated that Jasper's purification had reached its final stage, necessitating a process of memory regression and psychological reconstruction. Tony's neural connection technology, which enabled users to observe their target memory fragments from an outsider's perspective, might assist Bucky in untangling those memories that have been distorted and suppressed. It's almost over. Jasper's voice shattered the silence. He slowly withdrew his hand. On the compact device, the last red indicator light, signifying mental commands, shifted to green. Is it complete? Steve inquired with urgency. Jasper nodded, a hint of fatigue gracing his features. Both physical and mental control have been thoroughly eradicated. However, his memories remain chaotic, with numerous fragments suppressed and distorted, requiring careful sorting. Bucky gently closed his eyes, then slowly reopened them. This time, his gaze held the confusion and anguish that belonged to Bucky Barnes, rather than the icy emptiness of the Winter Soldier. He turned to Steve, his lips moving as he emitted a hoarse whisper. Steve? It's me, Bucky, Steve replied, stepping forward to grasp his hand, his voice thick with emotion. Welcome back. Tears began to well in Bucky's eyes. Decades of suppressed pain, fear, and guilt surged forth like a flood breaking through a dam. Though he did not weep audibly, his body trembled uncontrollably, silent tears tracing down his cheeks. Can we commence the memory regression? Tony's voice intruded upon the fragile tranquility. He approached the medical bed's opposite side, holding a device resembling a headband, an adaptation of the neural connection technology from the nanostar armor, specially modified for memory regression. Yes, but it must be gradual, Jasper cautioned. His mental state is still quite fragile. We cannot inundate him with excessive information all at once. I understand, Tony replied solemnly, gently placing the headband on Bucky's head and connecting a small holographic projection device. This apparatus would present Bucky's memory fragments in holographic imagery, allowing them to view together and facilitate guidance. He paused, gazing at Bucky. Bucky, are you ready? We will help you reclaim your true memories to rediscover yourself. Bucky regarded Tony with a flicker of wariness and uncertainty, but under Steve's encouraging gaze, he ultimately nodded. Taking a deep breath, Tony activated the device. The headband illuminated with a soft blue light, causing Bucky's body to momentarily stiffen as his eyes grew vacant once more. His consciousness sank into the depths of memory. The holographic projection device initiated, casting a blur of light and shadow. The images gradually sharpened, revealing a sunlit afternoon on the streets of Brooklyn. A boy clad in overalls, laughing brightly with a mouthful of white teeth, was playing baseball with a tall, slender boy with golden hair at the alley's entrance. It was none other than a young Bucky. The golden-haired boy is, of course, Steve. Steve, you are far too slow, the young Bucky exclaimed, swinging his bat and striking the ball. Just wait and see, Bucky. I will catch it. Steve ran, clumsily yet determinedly, in pursuit of the ball. This heartwarming scene brought a nostalgic smile to Steve's face, while a faint curve appeared at the corner of Bucky's mouth. It was the summer of 1936, Steve softly remarked, Recalling the day, they triumphed over the team from the neighboring block. Standing by, Tony observed quietly, his expression neutral, though his gaze softened considerably. Though he had not lived through that era, he could sense the youth and vitality captured in the moment. The subsequent images depicted Bucky enlisting, Steve becoming Captain America, and their shared experiences on the battlefields of World War II, filled with laughter, fervor, and the heart-wrenching pangs of separation. The scene of Bucky plummeting from the train made Steve turn his head away, unable to bear the sight. The image of Bucky being captured by Hydra and subjected to transformation caused his body to tremble violently, emitting anguished whimpers. Tony's brow furrowed tighter. He witnessed how the once bright and cheerful boy was gradually metamorphosed into a cold-blooded instrument of death, a surge of complex emotions, anger, sympathy, and an ineffable heaviness swelling within him. "Let us skip this part," Jasper whispered, suggesting they directly access the memories post-transformation, but to avoid the segments depicting his missions, instead seeking relatively tranquil moments. Tony adjusted the parameters. The scene shifted, revealing a dimly lit room where Bucky, clad in the Winter Soldier uniform, sat in a corner, his gaze vacant. The room contained only a bed and a table, its walls composed of cold metal. This was the place where he was imprisoned after each mission. Steve's voice became somewhat hoarse. In the footage, there was no one, no sound, only Bucky, resembling a statue, utterly motionless. Time seemed to freeze within this room. "Push forward a bit," Jasper instructed. Tony recalibrated the settings once more. The images began to flicker rapidly, akin to a fast-forwarded film. Bucky executed missions across various countries, each target different, yet his methods remained equally ruthless. After each task, he was returned to similar rooms, subjected to brainwashing, memory erasure, and then left to await the next command. Steve's complexion grew increasingly pale, while Bucky's breathing quickened. "Stop," Jasper suddenly called out. Chapter 51. The Truth of the Parents Stop? Jasper reiterated urgently. Tony promptly halted the footage. The scene froze on a rainy night, not in Brooklyn, but on an unfamiliar suburban road. The rain fell heavily, obscuring visibility. A black sedan navigated through the downpour, and suddenly, a truck appeared ahead, blocking the path. The sedan came to a halt, and the driver cautiously leaned out. Then, a figure clad in the Winter Soldier uniform emerged beside the car. His face was masked, revealing only a pair of icy eyes, and his mechanical arm glimmered ominously in the rain-soaked night. It was Bucky. Bucky lay upon the medical bed, emitting anguished groans as his body convulsed violently. "It's not me. It's not me," he cried out. Steve immediately restrained him, soothingly urging, "Bucky, calm down. That's not the true you. They are compelling you to act thus." Tony's brow furrowed deeply, an unsettling premonition gnawing at him. He magnified the image, striving to discern the figures within the limousine. The window descended slowly, revealing two individuals in the back seat, a man and a woman, both impeccably attired and exuding an air of elegance. The man perused the document while the woman gazed tenderly at the rain outside. Upon recognizing the man's visage, Tony's body went rigid. It was Howard Stark, his father, and the woman beside him was his mother, Maria Stark. "No, it's impossible." Tony's voice quavered with disbelief as he fixated on the screen. His heart gripped tightly by an unseen hand. When was this? Trembling, he brought up the timestamp of the footage, December 16th, 1991. That date, forever etched in his memory, marked the tragic day his parents perished in a car accident. Jasper also recognized the Starks. His expression turned grave as he glanced at Tony, concern flooding his eyes. The footage continued. The Winter Soldier, Bucky, opened the rear door of the limousine, prompting Howard Stark to look up in astonishment. "Who are you? What do you want?" The Winter Soldier offered no reply, extending his mechanical arm to seize Howard's neck forcefully, yanking him from the vehicle and slamming him to the ground. "No!" Tony cried out in a pained howl, yearning to intervene, but realizing he was merely a spectator to an unalterable memory. Maria Stark screamed in terror, attempting to escape the vehicle, only to be firmly restrained by the Winter Soldier's other hand. "Howard!" Maria shouted desperately. Without a moment's hesitation, the Winter Soldier twisted his mechanical arm with brutal force. A chilling crack echoed as Howard Stark's neck snapped. "Dad!" Tony's eyes instantly filled with tears, spilling uncontrollably. The Winter Soldier then turned his attention to Maria in the car, executing the same merciless action. Maria Stark's struggles soon ceased. "Mom!" Tony's voice broke, his body swaying as if on the verge of collapse. Having completed his grim task, the Winter Soldier turned to walk towards the truck. A cold voice emanated from within. "Winter Soldier, mission accomplished. Retrieve the sample and retreat." Sample? Tony's gaze fell upon the document Howard Stark had been reading moments prior. The faint inscription on the cover read Super Soldier Serum. So it was. The so-called accident was far from an unfortunate event. His parents had been murdered. The perpetrators were Hydra, and the one executing the orders was none other than his best friend, dearest companion, Bucky Barnes, under their control. In the final scene, the Winter Soldier gazes impassively at the Stark couple, lifeless in a pool of blood, before turning away and vanishing into the curtain of rain. A truck subsequently collides with a car, fabricating a tragic accident. The holographic projection fades, leaving the room enveloped in a profound silence. Only Tony suppressed. Beast-like gasps break the stillness. He stands there, vacantly staring ahead, as if his very soul has been stripped away. Tears, mingled with anguish and fury, cascade down his cheeks, softly pattering on the ground. Decades of deceit surrounding the accident are ruthlessly torn asunder in this moment. He had always believed that his parents' demise was a mere unfortunate accident. He had spent years in estrangement with his father over this matter, never reconciling before his father's passing. Yet now, he witnesses the harrowing truth unfold before his eyes. His father, that proud, stubborn man who loved him fiercely, is brutally murdered in his presence. His mother, the gentle, kind-hearted woman who always worried for him, succumbs to her fears in her final moments. And the perpetrator is Bucky, the very person he once sought to comprehend and assist. Though he understands that Bucky was under control, a mere puppet, and that the true villain is Hydra, he finds himself unable to rein in his emotions. The imagery, the sounds, the cold, mechanical arm, and the expressions in his parents' eyes as they face death pierce his heart like the sharpest dagger. Tony Stark yearns to articulate his feelings, yet finds that words are utterly inadequate. He observes Tony's torment, and then gazes at Bucky, who is similarly crumbling under the weight of memories of his own controlled violence. His heart heavy with confusion and sorrow. Bucky has broken free from his memories. He watches Tony's suffering and the atrocities he committed with a gaze filled with boundless guilt and despair. It was I who did this, he murmurs, as he violently strikes his head against the medical bed's railing. I'm sorry. Don't touch him. Tony abruptly turns, his crimson eyes locked onto Bucky, brimming with bloodshot pain and a flicker of uncontrollable rage. It's you, it's truly you. He strides toward Bucky, the core of his arc reactor pulsating erratically in response to his tumultuous emotions. Tony, calm down. Jasper immediately positions himself between Tony and Bucky, sensing the tempestuous energy surging within Tony, along with the turmoil in his heart. He was controlled. It wasn't intentional. And what of it? Tony's voice resonates like that of a wounded beast, filled with anguished roars. Those were my parents, my mother and father. They perished at his hands. I even helped him break free from that control and dared to wish to assist him in regaining himself. He fixes his gaze upon Bucky, rage threatening to ignite within him. Yet as he meets Bucky's eyes, those filled with guilt, despair, and self-loathing, the flames of fury intertwine with a more intricate tapestry of emotions, suffering, confusion, and an internal struggle he is reluctant to acknowledge. He comprehends that Bucky is also a victim. He knows the true culprits are Hydra. Yet reason, in the face of the harrowing images of his parents' tragic demise and the profound anguish that ensued, appeared utterly feeble. Tony Jasper's voice, imbued with the soothing energy of arcane runes, endeavored to quell his tumultuous emotions, articulating his understanding of Tony's suffering and the difficulty of acceptance. However, he insisted that anger would not resolve their plight. Ignoring Jasper, Tony fixated intently on Bucky, his body quaking with intense pain and fury. The nanobots of his nano-armor flickered chaotically across his surface, mirroring his disordered state of mind. The atmosphere in the room felt as if it had solidified. Steve tightly embraced the crumbling, guilt-ridden Bucky, casting a sorrowful and helpless glance at the tormented Tony. Jasper stood between them, acutely aware of the tsunami-like pain and rage that surged within Tony, his heart heavy with the weight of it all. He recognized that this long-buried secret, this brutal truth, had erupted like a chasm, creating an insurmountable divide between Tony and Bucky, as well as casting a shadow over the future of the Avengers. The duration of this rift's healing, or even the possibility of its reconciliation, remained an enigma to all. Tony's gaze shifted from Bucky to the window. Rain had resumed its relentless descent, tapping against the glass with a dull resonance, akin to the rhythm of his heartbeat. The rain of 1991 seemed to merge with today's downpour, cold, piercing, imbued with endless sorrow. Chapter 52, Prelude to Civil War. Tony staggered backward, no longer casting his eyes upon anyone, moving like a shell of a man, as he dashed from the medical bay, leaving behind a silhouette torn by anger and despair. Silence enveloped the medical area, broken only by the alarms of the life pod and the winds seeping through the breaches in the wall. Steve gazed toward the direction in which Tony had vanished, his expression a tumult of pain and complexity. Wanda lowered her barrier, and Pietro relaxed his defensive stance. Bucky lay within the life pod, agonizingly closing his eyes, silent tears streaming down his cheeks. Rhodes shattered the silence, clutching a communicator, His face pale, Tony has seized this opportunity. The council is urgently pushing for the final vote on the Superhuman Registration Act. They demand your stance on this matter. Moreover, they have discovered Bucky. By then, Tony's figure had long since disappeared down the corridor. Moments later, his cold, emotionless voice, seemingly emanating from the depths of hell, echoed across all communication channels, accompanied by the sound of metal scraping, yet unmistakably conveying a resolution of heartache. Tell them Iron Man withdraws from the Avengers. The communication ceased abruptly. Torrential rain lashed down violently upon the cold streets of New York. Alone, Tony Stark stood before his parents' graves by the banks of the Hudson River. His expensive tailored suit was thoroughly soaked, clinging to his frame and accentuating his somewhat frail figure. He bore no umbrella. Rain cascaded down his hair, cheeks, and chin, mingling with the uncontainable warmth that welled in his eyes. The core of the Genesis light nestled against his chest emitted a gentle yet faint glow beneath his damp shirt, akin to the flickering flame of his life, which seemed perilously close to extinguishing. He slowly, with utmost reverence, placed 2 pristine white daisies before the cold gravestone. The names of Howard and Maria Stark carved into the stone appeared particularly vivid and piercing under the relentless downpour. The frigid touch of the stone resonated through his fingertips, as if silently recounting the cold and despair of that rain-soaked night. "I'm sorry, Mom and Dad." Tony's voice emerged, hoarse and nearly tuneless, swallowed by the relentless patter of rain. The overwhelming guilt and anguish pressed upon his chest like a boulder, rendering him nearly unable to breathe. Images of Bucky's face, his mother's terrified eyes, his father's bloodied visage, and Steve's protective stance over Bucky surged in his mind, tearing at his nerves. At that moment, the personal communicator on his arm emitted a frantic buzzing. "Colonel Rhodes." Tony numbly answered. "Tony, where are you? Listen, those bastards. Seizing the opportunity presented by your withdrawal and Bucky's exposure, they have allied with the hardliners in the council, forcefully pushing for the final vote on the Superhuman Registration Act. They intend to exploit public panic to cage us all. If the bill passes, all superhumans and related technologies must be forcibly registered and subjected to regulation, including Banner, Wanda, Pietro, Jasper, and even you. They will apprehend Bucky for trial. We need you back. We need your voice." Rhodes' voice brimmed with urgency and fury. Tony listened quietly, raindrops cascading from his chin onto the communicator. Rhodes' words felt as if they hailed from another realm. He lifted his gaze, allowing the cold rain to wash over his face, staring blankly at the names of his parents on the gravestone. Suddenly, he raised his hand and struck the nearby lamppost with a fierce punch. The metal pole groaned dully under the impact. Skin on his hand split instantly, blood mingling with the rainwater streaming down. "Tell them." Tony's voice erupted through the communicator, no longer cold, but infused with a desperate, hysterical madness. "Tell those parasites sitting in their towers, feasting on the people's toil. Tell James Rhodes. Tell the entire world." He yanked the communicator from his ear and hurled it to the ground. The expensive device shattered into pieces amidst the rain and mud. "Iron Man," Tony bellowed to the heavens, rain pouring into his mouth as his voice was torn apart by the downpour, yet it carried a cataclysmic force. "I'm done with the Avengers. You can play however you wish. To hell with that damned bill." His roar echoed along the desolate riverbank, only to be devoured by the intensifying rain. Tony gasped for breath as the core of the Genesis light pulsated erratically in response to his tumultuous emotions. He felt as though he had expended every ounce of strength, his body swaying slightly, nearly unable to remain upright. At that moment, a broad black umbrella silently appeared above him, shielding him from the icy rain. Tony suddenly turned his head and beheld Jasper Hawk standing beside him. The young man, equally without an umbrella, was drenched by the rain, his amber eyes appearing particularly serene beneath the dim sky. He did not utter a word. Instead, he silently held the umbrella, standing alongside Tony as they both gazed at the gravestone. Tony observed Jasper's tranquil profile, noting how the rain-soaked brown curls clung to his forehead, and the silent yet steadfast guardianship reflected in his eyes as unyielding as rock. The earlier fury and despair had deflated like a punctured balloon, leaving behind only profound exhaustion and an all-encompassing chill. He parted his lips, intending to articulate something, but only a painful whimper escaped. Jasper extended his hand, not to touch him, but gently and steadily placed it on Tony's slightly trembling back. A gentle yet resolute force, akin to an unbreakable protective will, flowed through the cold, damp fabric, gradually infusing Tony's body and soul, which had nearly succumbed to pain and hatred, with warmth. There were no words of comfort, no feeble justifications, only this silent support and companionship. Under Jasper's palm, Tony's taut body found a semblance of solace, slowly beginning to relax. He turned his gaze back to his parents' gravestone, the madness in his eyes receding, leaving only a heavy sorrow and helplessness. Gradually, he turned around, resting his forehead against Jasper's shoulder, the cold rain mingling with their tears on their cheeks. Jasper remained still, steadfast in holding the umbrella, while his other hand continued to gently press on Tony's back, transmitting an unspoken warmth. A curtain of rain enveloped the banks of the Hudson River, shrouding the silent gravestone and cloaking the two figures leaning against each other under the umbrella. The schism within the Avengers had been irrevocably established, and Tony's world had once again crumbled. Yet amidst this desolation, there remained at least one silent sanctuary. The core of the Genesis light pulsed steadily beneath Tony's drenched shirt, its rhythm gradually stabilizing under Jasper's soothing strength, much like a faint yet steadfast beacon in the darkness. Chapter 53. The Thunder Gods plead. Tony's withdrawal and the shadow of the Superhuman Registration Act loomed over the surviving Avengers like a heavy leaden cloud. However, an alarm from the Nine Realms, in a far more brutal and direct manner, shattered Earth's brief tranquility. In New York, atop the Stark Source Project S Joint Research Facility's helipad, an ear-splitting sound erupted without warning, as if the very fabric of space were being torn asunder. It was not thunder, but rather a wail transcending mortal comprehension, as the spatial structure was forcefully penetrated by energy. A colossal beam of light, entwined with raging flames and destructive energy, descended like a burning spear, crashing violently onto the helipad. Boom! The sturdy composite armor plates evaporated as if made of paper. Scorching shockwaves and torrents of heat swept across the entire platform. Flames soared into the sky. At the center of this cataclysmic beam, a figure crashed heavily to the ground, creating a deep pit marred by spiderweb-like cracks. Thor Odinson. Yet at this moment, where was the former majesty and brilliance of the Thunder God? He knelt on one knee, his right arm fiercely guarding a figure cradled in his embrace, while his left arm bore a grievous wound, charred and blackened, exuding a disquieting dark energy. Golden divine blood dripped continuously, resembling molten gold, sizzling as it met the scorching ground. His once resplendent golden hair lay in disarray, matted with blood and scorch marks, while his handsome visage was marred by deep, bone-revealing scars, golden blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. In his arms lay Frigga, the queen of Asgard. Her eyes were tightly shut, her complexion ashen like tarnished gold, her opulent court gown torn asunder, revealing a horrifying wound on her chest that pulsed with an ominous blackish-purple light, writhing as if alive, each movement eliciting a painful spasm, her life force flickering faintly like a candle in the wind. Thor, the figure of Jasper Hawk, materialized at the edge of the landing pad, coinciding with the aftermath of the explosion. His magical particle armor enveloped him instantly, a runic shield expanding to block the encroaching flames and flying debris. Upon witnessing the dire state of Thor and Frigga, his pupils dilated in shock. Following closely were Tony, though retired from the Avengers. The Source Project alarm was directly linked to his armor, Wanda, Pietro, and Banner, who had just rushed out from the laboratory. Mother, hold on. Thor's voice was hoarse and fragmented, laden with profound sorrow and despair. He attempted to channel divine energy into Frigga, but the faint golden light, upon making contact with her blackened wound, seemed to vanish into the abyss, exacerbating the wound's writhing. Frigga emitted a sound of anguished suffering. Step aside. Jasper dashed to Thor's side, his voice urgent yet composed. Without hesitation, he knelt, hands hovering just above the dreadful wound on Frigga's chest. The runic incantation summoned Aelir's power with full force. A ghostly blue arcane radiance flowed forth, transforming into countless delicate, intricately precise runic probes that instantly pierced the writhing wound. Jasper, be careful, Tony exclaimed, raising his armored arm, prepared for any potential danger. Jasper remained undeterred, wholly immersed in the energy perception provided by the runic symbols. His brow furrowed tighter, his expression growing increasingly grave. In his eyes, Frigga's wound was anything but an ordinary injury. It was filled with a viscous, cold, self-replicating dark energy. This energy emanated a sinister aura, akin to the dark elves' ether particles, reality stone, yet more grotesque, akin to living cancerous tissue, voraciously devouring Frigga's very essence, even attempting to distort the rules of reality around her. More terrifying still, from the depths of this energy emerged a faint trace of Dormammu's dark dimensional essence. This is not dark magic. Jasper's voice quaked with shock and gravity as he raised his gaze to the anxious and desperate Thor. This is the cancer of the reality stone. The power of the ether particles has been contaminated and distorted by some higher dimensional dark will Dormammu, transforming into a venom that erodes reality itself. It is consuming Queen Frigga's life and attempting to use her as an anchor to spread this cancer of reality throughout Asgard and the Nine Realms. What? Thor, as if struck by lightning, held his mother tightly with one arm. It was Malekith. He has returned with the Dark Elves. They have ignited Surtur's eternal flame crown with cursed ether particles. The foretold Ragnarok has been forced to come early. That monster, Alchemy, has transformed into a cursed warrior. It was he who pierced my mother's chest with a spear tainted by this malevolent power. Fury and boundless regret burned in Thor's eyes, as if to affirm Thor's words. The rift in space above the landing pad, still pierced by the Bifrost, had not yet fully healed. A towering figure, twisted and clad in dark red, lava-like armor, exuding a stench of sulfur and despair. Alchemy, the cursed warrior, was attempting to force his way through the rift, his single eye ablaze with dark flames. Fixated intently on Thor and Frigga below. "He is coming," Pietro exclaimed. "Stop him. Don't let him descend," Tony shouted, his armor launching into the air as his palm cannon and shoulder-mounted guns opened fire simultaneously. Wanda raised her hands, and crimson chaotic energy mingled with golden-blue runes, forming a gigantic energy hand that reached for the cursed warrior within the rift. Pietro transformed into a silver-blue blur, trying to disrupt Alchemy's movements. Yet, the cursed warrior merely let out a disdainful roar. His massive fist, wreathed in dark flames, swung fiercely. Tony's energy blasts were effortlessly scattered. Wanda's chaotic hand crackled under the searing flames, nearly collapsing. Pietro's speed seemed futile against the terrifying power and energy emanating from Alchemy. Half of the cursed warrior's body had already breached the rift. "Thor, take the queen to my laboratory. Quickly," Jasper commanded sharply, pressing his hands firmly above Frigga's chest. The power of the unyielding runes erupted with a thunderous force. Countless solid, dark golden chains instantly ensnared Frigga's body, especially the wound on her chest. These chains contained the purest essence of life, resilience, and the will to protect order, forcefully suppressing the maddening cancer of reality, temporarily stabilizing Frigga's faltering life signs, as if encasing her fragile life force in a sturdy, protective shell. "Thank you." Thor looked gratefully at Jasper, no longer hesitating. He embraced his mother, enveloped in golden rune chains, and transformed into a streak of lightning, racing toward the core passage of the project's source headquarters. "Banner, follow me. We need your gamma energy and biological knowledge," Jasper called to Banner, glancing at Tony and the others who were engaged in a fierce battle in the air. "Tony, Wanda, Pietro, hold him off. Don't confront him head-on." "You said it," Tony replied, weaving through a hail of fire, narrowly avoiding the dark fireballs hurled by the cursed warrior. Wanda gritted her teeth, desperately maintaining the chaotic barrier against the encroaching dark flames. Pietro's form created countless afterimages around the cursed warrior, drawing his attention away. Chapter 54. Collaborating with Loki, Thor delivered Frigga to the heart of the Project Source's Rune Furnace Laboratory, where Banner and the top biological experts from the genetic dynamics team took over for urgent treatment. Gazing upon his mother, encased within a life pod suffused with runic energy and temporarily stabilized by Jasper's powers, Thor's heart swelled with an anguish akin to a volcano on the brink of eruption. He yearned for strength, for allies, to reclaim the ether particles, to rescue his mother, and to avert the twilight of the gods. A perilous and desperate choice began to surface in his mind. In an instant, Thor transformed into a bolt of lightning, traversing the fabric of space to arrive at the depths of Asgard's palace, a dungeon shrouded in cold, darkness, and fortified by formidable magical wards. Here lay the most dangerous prisoner, Loki Laufeyson. Once resplendent, the cell now appeared dim and uninviting. Loki reclined on a rudimentary stone bed, clad in simple prison garb, his handsome visage adorned with the customary, cynical smirk. Yet, within the depths of his emerald eyes, a barely perceptible weariness and a tangle of complex emotions lurked. "Oh, my dear brother," Loki intoned with his characteristic cadence, languidly rising to assess the battered, bloodied Thor, his mouth twisting into a mocking curve. "Look at you. Such a pitiful sight. Did some farmer from Midgard pierce you with a pitchfork? Or has our great Odin finally decided to cleanse the family tree?" He deliberately overlooked the heavy aura of dark energy surrounding Thor and the potential peril that might have befallen Frigga. Thor disregarded the taunts, his one arm gripping the transparent energy barrier composed of URU metal and potent magical runes. The might of the thunder god sent ripples of vibration through the barrier, illuminating it with blinding arcs of electricity. His bloodshot eye bore fiercely into Loki, his voice hoarse with fury and urgency. "Loki, silence your venomous tongue. Mother has been grievously wounded by the cursed warrior. Malekith has returned. He has ignited Surtur's crown with tainted ether particles. The twilight of the gods has arrived. Asgard is ablaze. The 9 realms stand on the precipice of ruin." Loki's nonchalant smile froze in an instant. A fleeting flicker of genuine shock and alarm crossed his features. "Frigga," he murmured, her name escaping his lips devoid of pretense, trembling with a subtle vulnerability. Yet he quickly regained his mocking demeanor, though his gaze sharpened. Ah, what dreadful news. So, has the great Thor, son of Odin, come to seek the aid of his imprisoned brother, or to announce the impending doom of my existence? I need the ether particles. Thor bellowed, his fist crashing against the barrier, sending sparks flying. Malekith's power derives from it. Only by reclaiming it can we save Mother and thwart Surtur. I know you despise me, loathe Asgard. Yet, Mother has always loved you, protected you, even in the face of your gravest mistakes. Now she needs you. Asgard needs you. Loki fell silent. His emerald gaze became an enigmatic abyss, shifting and inscrutable. After a few moments, he gradually rose, approaching the barrier to meet Thor's gaze through the flickering, electric energy wall. The usual levity vanished from his face, replaced by an almost cold seriousness. Thor, you have always been so naive and reckless. Loki's voice deepened. Did you think Malekith merely returned with his outdated dark elves for vengeance? Did you suppose that igniting Surtur's crown was solely to bring about the destruction of Asgard? He leaned in slightly, his tone laced with an icy chill. No, dear brother. Malekith is but a pitiful pawn exploited by a higher power. Behind him stands Dormammu, the sovereign of the dark dimension. Dormammu cannot directly consume the 9 realms, safeguarded as they are by the power of the World Tree. So he has manipulated Malekith's insatiable thirst for the ether particles, corrupting them. He twisted the power of the Reality Stone into a cancer that erodes reality. He intends to use Frigga as the initial vector of infection, transforming the entire 9 realms into a launchpad and fuel for the Dark Dimension's invasion of reality. Surtur's Twilight Flame is merely the fuse that ignites the barrier of the 9 realms. Loki's words fell like ice water, sending a shiver through Thor. Dormammu. So the true puppeteer of the Dark Dimension was the mastermind behind this. The injury to Frigga and the peril facing Asgard were part of such a horrifying conspiracy. Thus, Loki spread his hands, a hint of a maniacal yet almost sincere smile gracing his face. This time, I genuinely wish to collaborate, brother. Not for the throne, nor for your ludicrous trust, but because if the 9 realms become the kindling for the Dark Dimension, then my prison, my stage, my very essence shall vanish into oblivion. Tell me, what do you require of the god of deceit? Observing the rare, almost desperate seriousness in Loki's eyes, Thor realized this might be his sole option. He inhaled deeply, his one arm exerting tremendous force. Boom! The thunderous power, imbued with Thor's fury and determination, struck the magical lock of the cell with ferocity. The sturdy URU metal barrier shattered as a result of the raging might of the god of thunder and the concealed magical backdoor Loki had quietly set up within. Come with me, Loki. Thor's voice brooked no dissent. For Mother. For Asgard. Loki stepped out of the shattered cell, flexing his wrist. A flicker of complexity flashing in his emerald eyes, swiftly replaced by a cold calculation. Then, dear brother, let us deliver a surprise to Malekith and his master. Chapter 55. Battle against the dark elves. The fires of war in Asgard showed no signs of abating. Yet Thor and Loki understood that Malekith's true objective was not the palace itself, but rather the singularity of Earth, where the realms overlapped, the site of the old Royal Observatory in Greenwich, London. There, the boundaries of the 9 realms were at their most fragile, and Malekith would exploit the tainted ether particles to forcibly drag the realms into eternal darkness, fulfilling Dormammu's invasion. Upon arriving in London through a secret passage provided by Loki, they were met with a scene of apocalyptic devastation. A colossal mothership, resembling a gargantuan manta ray, hovered ominously over Greenwich, casting an immense shadow. Beneath the mothership, countless assault ships of the Dark Elves swarmed like locusts. More terrifying still, centered around the observatory's ruins. The very fabric of space twisted and collapsed like a melting candle, manifesting a bizarre, dark red hue. The corruptive force of the ether particles was ravenously eroding the structure of reality. The cursed warrior, Argrim, stands resolutely at the heart of the energy tempest, safeguarding Malekith, who is engaged in the final ritual. Thor, over here. A golden red figure pierces through the blockade of dark elf warships and lands beside Thor. It is none other than Tony Stark. His armor bears the scars of battle, yet the core of the light of creation remains unwavering. The mess left by Hydra is still unresolved, but when it comes to battling extraterrestrial threats, particularly those intent on dragging Earth into chaos, count me in. Tony's voice carries his usual irreverence, yet his gaze is imbued with grave seriousness. He notices Loki beside Thor, raises an eyebrow, but refrains from further inquiry. Jasper, Wanda, Pietro, Steve, Natasha, and Banner, untransformed, as well as Rhodes, break through the blockade in succession, converging together. Tony, Jasper. Upon seeing them, Thor's spirit is lifted. Malekith is at the core. We must prevent him from completing the ritual. Argrim is mine. He bellows, brandishing Mjolnir, charging towards the cursed warrior. That green fellow is mine. Pietro exclaims, excitement sparkling in his eyes as silver-blue light erupts, rushing towards the cursed warrior. Their speeds reach an extreme, intertwining into two luminous forms. Each collision resonates with a thunderous roar, sending shockwaves that hurl surrounding dark elf warships into the air. The others rush towards the core, battling against the tidal wave of dark elf soldiers and warped spatial traps. Wanda's chaotic magic and runic circles carve a path through the distorted space, while Steve's S.H.I.E.L.D. sends enemies flying. Natasha and Clint deliver precise shots, and Banner harnesses gamma energy to create barriers. Meanwhile, Jasper and Tony directly lock onto the area of most intense spatial distortion, where Malekith resides. Suspended above the shattered dome of the observatory, Malekith raises his hands high. An endless stream of ominous black-purple ether particles, tainted and viscous like blood, surges from his being into the spatial singularity below. The entire Greenwich area-s space simmers like boiling oil, as the very fabric of reality is forcefully rewritten. Jasper, how do we interrupt him? Tony urgently inquires while unleashing concentrated fire upon Malekith's surrounding spatial shield, achieving little effect. Jasper hovers in the air, channeling the power of arcane runes to analyze the pollution frequency of the ether particles and the structure of the spatial singularity. His expression is grave. The tainted core is a fusion of the power of the reality stone and the will of Dormammu from the dark dimension. Conventional energy cannot sever it. We need to create a transient black hole-level energy singularity. Using its absolute gravitational pull, we can forcibly extract the source of pollution from the structure of reality. However, this requires precise positioning and unimaginable energy output. Moreover, it is extraordinarily perilous. A black hole level? Are you insane? That would suck in the Earth too. Tony exclaims, aghast. Not a true black hole. It is a simulated energy singularity mimicking its gravitational effects. Jasper replies rapidly, constructing the framework of the singularity with magical particles. Use my runic power to provide energy and guide the rules. But we need a sufficiently powerful and stable energy source as a trigger and stabilizing anchor. My strength is insufficient to simultaneously construct and stabilize. In that instant, Tony comprehended. He cast his gaze downward at the core of the Genesis light, emanating a steady white glow from his chest. A heart remade by Jasper using runic power and magic particles, intrinsically linked to his life. Use it, without hesitation. Tony pointed to his chest, his eyes resolute with my core. It was sculpted from your very essence. It serves as the most impeccable anchor. Jasper abruptly turned to Tony, a flicker of shock passing through his amber eyes. Utilizing the Genesis light core meant placing Tony's life at tremendous risk. There is no time for hesitation, kid. Tony bellowed, his armor's thrusters fully ignited, hurtling towards Malekith to draw fire. I trust you, just as you damn well trust me. Act now. Observing Tony's unwavering silhouette, Jasper cast aside his doubts. The golden-blue radiance in his eyes flared to its zenith. He thrust his hands wide. Lissandra, maximum output of magic particles. Construct the singularity framework. Tony, synchronize the resonance frequency. Jasper roared within his heart. Countless shimmering golden-blue magic particles surged forth from Jasper's being like a celestial river, wildly gathering, swirling, compressing before him. A miniature, dark singularity, radiating terrifying gravitational waves, was taking shape. Space began to warp dramatically, light consumed. Simultaneously, the Genesis light core in Tony's chest erupted with an unprecedented brilliance. The luminescence, as though tangible, connected to the singularity framework Jasper was constructing. Tony let out a muffled groan, his armor violently shaking in the air, the immense energy drain leaving him feeling utterly drained, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. Now is the moment. Jasper thrust his hands towards the warped spatial singularity at the core. Buzz, an indescribable force, capable of devouring all sound and light, exploded forth. The target was none other than Malekith and the ethereal particles he unleashed, corrupting reality. No! Malekith screamed in terror. He sensed an irresistible force forcibly severing his connection to the ethereal particles. That viscous, blood-like black-purple energy was gradually extracted from the spatial structure, as if seized by an invisible giant hand, drawn towards that terrifying energy singularity. At that critical juncture, an anomaly emerged. The cursed warrior, Algarim, tightly ensnared by Pietro, loud a thunderous roar upon seeing his master in peril. He forcefully struck Pietro aside, unleashing a final surge of dark energy akin to a supernova. He transformed into a blazing black meteor, disregarding all assaults, and with a self-destructive intent, collided fiercely with Jasper, who was striving to maintain the singularity. Jasper, Thor, Tony, Wanda, and the others exclaimed in unison. The distance was too close. The speed was too swift. Algrim's final strike, fueled by the burning of his life and soul, bore the power to rend space. The sound of flesh being torn echoed painfully. Time seemed to freeze. Before Jasper stood none other than Thor, who had just been engaged in a fierce battle with the cursed warrior. With his arms and body, he resolutely obstructed the charge of Algrim. The cursed warrior's fist, ablaze with dark flames, pierced through Thor's chest like a searing iron brand, entering from the front and emerging from the back. Golden divine blood erupted like a fountain. Ack! Thor let out a painful roar, yet his ironclad will kept him from collapsing. With his last ounce of strength, he grasped tightly onto Algrim's arm that had pierced through his chest, unleashing a tempest of thunderous power that ensnared his foe. Brother, Loki, witnessing this scene from a distance, felt the cold calculations on his face shatter, revealing a look of sheer horror for the first time. Jasper's eyes widened in fury. Thor had fought valiantly for a precious moment of time. He suppressed the overwhelming pain and rage within him, his eyes glowing with golden blue light akin to a supernova explosion. Come forth, Jasper bellowed with a thunderous roar. The resolute power of runes transformed into countless dark golden chains of order, piercing into the black-purple source of pollution that had been drawn forth by the singularity's gravity. The arcane runes provided a tsunami-like calculation and energy. With a tearing sound, it was as if a filthy rag had been ripped apart. The viscous, dark purple source of pollution, emanating the aura of Dormammu, was forcibly torn from the connection between the spatial singularity and Malekith, instantly devoured and obliterated by the horrific gravitational pull of the energy singularity. No, my power. Lord Dormammu, Malekith cried out in despair, his body collapsing like a deflated balloon. The distortion of the spatial singularity ceased at once. Meanwhile, Algrim, caught between Thor's thunderous shackles and Jasper's singularity's gravitational pull, disintegrated like weathered stone, turning to ash. Thor's body, devoid of support, fell backward, blood gushing forth in a golden torrent. The massive, dark flame-licked wound on his chest was a harrowing sight. Thor, Jasper immediately dissipated the singularity, transforming into a streak of light that rushed toward the fallen god of thunder. Tony, Loki, and the others followed suit. Kneeling beside Thor, Jasper placed his hands resolutely on the grievous wound. His left hand, imbued with the indomitable grip of the resolute rune, channeled pure life force into Thor's shattered body, desperately clinging to his last breath. His right hand, invoking the power of Aelir through the arcane runes, frantically worked to analyze the remnants of the cursed warrior's dark energy, seeking a means of eradication. Yet, Thor's injuries were too severe. His heart had been pierced. His divinity was fracturing. Hold on, Thor, look at me. Jasper's voice resonated with an unprecedented urgency, the golden blue runes in his hands glowing to their utmost brilliance. Thor's gaze began to fade. He looked at Jasper, struggling to form a smile, but more golden blood poured forth. Well done, Asgard. His words remained unspoken, just as despair enveloped the moment. A gentle yet remarkably resilient golden light suddenly illuminated the surroundings, enveloping Thor. It was Frigga. Thanks to the urgent efforts of Banner and the Source Project medical team, she had briefly awakened. Her complexion remained pallid, and the wound on her chest was still terrifying beneath the pressure of the golden blue runic chains. Yet her gaze radiated the fearless spirit of a mother and the majesty of a goddess. My son shall not perish here. Frigga's voice, though faint, was imbued with unwavering conviction. She extended her trembling hand, her fingertips glowing with the unique, pure, golden divine power of the Odin lineage. Strangely, this divine energy was infused with a trace of Wanda Maximoff's crimson, chaotic magical energy. It turned out that during the previous life-sustaining process, Wanda had been using her chaotic magic, in conjunction with Jasper's runic power, to soothe Frigga's soul, which was being eroded by the cancer of reality. The golden red radiance from Frigga's fingertips, akin to the warmest sunlight, flowed into the horrific wound on Thor's chest. The remaining darkness, akin to a festering rot, swiftly melted away like ice and snow under this miraculous blend of Asgardian goddess's primal divine strength and chaotic magic. The edges of Thor's shattered heart began to visibly regenerate golden, godly tissue. Mother, a faint glimmer of light rekindled in Thor's once dull gaze. Seizing the opportunity, Jasper fiercely channeled the power of the runes to harmonize with Frigga's golden red luminescence. The mystical runes guided the magical particles, weaving temporary energy vessels and tissues around Thor's heart. Under this miraculous force, Thor's vital signs were forcibly stabilized. Though still in peril, he had temporarily evaded the shadow of imminent death. Loki rushed to Frigga's side, supporting his swaying mother. As he gazed at Thor's temporarily stabilized horrific wound, and then at Frigga's pallid yet resolute face, his lips trembled, ultimately transforming into a low call, filled with a myriad of complex emotions. Mother. On the battlefield of Greenwich, the defeat of the Dark Elves had become inevitable. With the loss of Malekith and the cursed warriors, and the power of the ether particles dissipated, the remaining Dark Elves were swiftly eradicated by the furious Avengers and the armies of various nations. The spatial singularity gradually calmed. However, within the crevices of reality, at the source of Malekith's dissipating power, Jasper's mental prowess, the mystical runes, captured a fleeting glimpse of a chilling, insatiable grin, a gaze from the depths of the dark dimension. That of Dormammu. This defeat did not dissuade the dimensional demon. Rather, it ignited an even greater intrigue within him. Though the crisis of Ragnarok was momentarily averted, Frigga had miraculously survived, and Thor remained gravely injured yet alive. However, the price paid was steep, and the shadows of the future loomed darker. The sparks of Asgard flickered amidst the ruins of London, while a new storm brewed in the depths of the cosmos. Loki, gazing at the unconscious Thor and his weakened mother, found, for the first time, that his emerald eyes were devoid of scheming, leaving only heaviness and a hint of confusion. The smoke of Hydra's demise had yet to dissipate, and Asgard's blood and fire once again stained the skies of Earth with a tragic hue. Nevertheless, life must persist. Wounds require time to heal, the departed need their rest, and the living must confront the future. A discreet yet solemn ceremony of commemoration and celebration was held in the aerial garden atop the Stark Source Project Group headquarters. No media, no uproar. Only comrades who had traversed the realms of life and betrayal. Soft lights illuminated the meticulously tended flora, while the distant New York skyline gradually regained its vibrancy. The air was infused with the aromas of fine cuisine and exquisite wine, yet this could not mask the weighty atmosphere. Tony Stark stood alone at the edge of the terrace, his back turned to the gathering, a glass of amber whiskey cradled in his hand but untouched. He gazed at the scattered lights in the distance, his silhouette exuding an air of solitude. The core of the Genesis light pulsated with a gentle glow beneath his shirt, yet it could not dispel the gloom that lingered in his brow. The gravestones of his parents, Thor's plight, Frigga's wounds, and the profound fissure between him and Steve weighed heavily upon his heart. A gentle hand rested upon his shoulder. Tony stiffened momentarily without turning, yet he knew who it was. Only Jasper's presence could evoke such a clear, warm resonance of the runic power within him that harmonized with the Genesis light core. "What are you thinking?" Jasper's voice was soft as he stood beside him, both gazing into the nightscape. Tony paused, then downed the contents of his glass in one swift motion, the fiery liquid scorching his throat, providing a fleeting numbness. He thought of many things. Howard and Maria? The moments before their deaths, Bucky, Steve, his voice husky and low. I think of Thor nearly perishing before my eyes, of Frigga. He hesitated, turning to look at Jasper, exhaustion and confusion evident in his gaze. Sometimes I wonder if everything we did to thwart Hydra and battle extraterrestrials truly made this world a better place, or if we merely pressed down one gourd only to see another rise, creating greater chaos and sacrifice. Jasper did not respond immediately. He reached out, taking the empty glass from Tony's hand and setting it on a nearby table. Then, he produced an object from his pocket, an ancient, somewhat worn silver pocket watch. Tony recognized it. It was the watch his father, Howard Stark, had carried for decades, containing a miniature photograph of their family of three. Tony's body visibly stiffened, his breathing quickening. He regarded the watch in Jasper's hand with a complex expression. Jasper gently placed the watch into Tony's palm, allowing his cool fingertips to touch the cold metal. "Pepper asked me to give this to you. She said that when Maria entrusted it to her for safekeeping, she mentioned that if Tony ever lost his way or found something truly important, it should be returned to him." Jasper's voice remained calm. Tony clutched the watch tightly, his knuckles whitening from the pressure. He could feel the familiar engraving of his father's name on the back of the watch. It was as if he could sense the lingering warmth of his parents through the cold metal. A tidal wave of immense sorrow and belated longing surged forth, causing his nose to tingle. "Do not betray her sacrifice." Jasper's voice resonated once more, soft yet akin to a hammer striking Tony's heart. He referred not only to Maria, but also to the immense sacrifices Frigga made to save Thor. Tony abruptly lifted his gaze, his bloodshot eyes fixed intently on Jasper, brimming with unspoken questions. "And what of you, Jasper? You implored me not to falter, yet what of your own actions? You were acutely aware of Bucky's situation. You concealed it from me. You made a fool of me, and I am aware of it." Jasper met Tony's gaze with unwavering honesty, devoid of any evasion. "I kept this from you because revealing it at that moment would have allowed hatred to consume you, would have fractured the freshly united Avengers, and would have delighted Hydra and Ross. I chose what I deemed to be the least harmful moment, or rather, a time when you could make a choice with relative calmness. His expression was grave. I chose to protect, to safeguard you in this team. I recognize this may be selfish, even cruel. If you harbor hatred toward me, I shall accept it. As Tony gazed into Jasper's eyes, filled with unreserved sincerity and accountability, he saw the fatigue and scars on his youthful face mirroring his own. The surging anger and grievance within him deflated like a burst balloon, leaving only profound sorrow and an intricate, ineffable emotion. He suddenly reached out, not in aggression, but to pull Jasper fiercely into his embrace, holding him tightly with fervor. Jasper's body tensed momentarily before relaxing, reciprocating the embrace with equal strength. He could feel Tony's trembling form, the suppressed sobs, and the silent tears soaking into his shoulder. At that instant, all words seemed futile. Tony did not utter forgiveness, yet that embrace spoke volumes beyond mere language. Two hearts, steadfast amidst the storm, drew closer in that moment, drawing warmth and strength for one another. In the center of the garden, Thor Odinson sat upon a specially crafted seat, his complexion still pale, his chest wrapped in thick bandages infused with golden blue runes, yet his spirit had markedly improved. In his grasp was not just Mjolnir, but a brand new war hammer, forged from URU metal. It was entwined with flowing, starry blue particles of magical energy, its head embedded with a core radiating a gentle white light, an artifact meticulously crafted by Tony and Jasper, integrating the Source Project technology with Asgardian craftsmanship. Named the Star of Dawn, though his powers had yet to be fully restored, the majesty and fighting spirit of the god of thunder reignited in Thor's eyes. He raised the newly forged warhammer, the blue particles swirling with a deep, resonant hum. Friends, comrades, Thor's voice boomed, capturing everyone's attention. The malignant tumor of Hydra has been eradicated. Malekith's ambitions have turned to ashes. The bond between Asgard and Midgard, Earth, has been forged stronger through trials of blood and fire. His gaze swept across the embracing figures of Tony and Jasper, although separated, stood in close proximity, before moving to Wanda, Pietro, Steve, Natasha, Clint, Banner, Rhodes, and Pepper. I have witnessed your courage, the power of sacrifice, and the strength of forgiveness, he said, directing his attention towards Tony. The shadow of Ragnarok has yet to dissipate. The Nine Realms and the entire universe still face unknown threats. He thrust the Dawnstar heavily onto the ground, producing a sharp sound. Though the old alliance may be tarnished, the will to protect shall never extinguish. Midgard requires a new coalition of guardians, a stronger, more united alliance, one capable of illuminating the darkness and welcoming the dawn. Are you willing to stand beside me to safeguard the peace of these Nine Realms once more? Thor's voice resonated with power and call to action. Having endured the Battle of New York, the fall of Hydra, the Sokovia rescue, and the bloodshed in London, these heroes, hailing from diverse backgrounds and possessing unique powers, some even bearing deep scars from their past encounters, had forged bonds that transcended mere organization through countless battles fought side by side. Steve Rogers was the first to step forward, walking up to Thor with resolute eyes. He cast a complex but reconciliatory glance at Tony, then raised his vibranium shield towards Thor and all assembled, declaring, "To protect, no matter its name." Wanda and Pietro exchanged a glance, stepping forward in unison. Wanda's chaos runes shimmered in her hand, while the golden blue runes in Pietro's silver hair flickered with light. Natasha and Clint stood shoulder to shoulder. Banner adjusted his glasses. Rhodes straightened his posture, and Pepper stood by Tony, offering an encouraging smile. Tony inhaled deeply, the core of the Genesis light seeming to shine even brighter. He looked towards Jasper, who nodded in affirmation. "Count me in, of course. Guardianship must endure." Different voices echoed a singular belief. The new coalition of guardians, summoned by the Asgardian god of thunder, was formally established amidst the embers of blood and fire. There were no elaborate ceremonies, no enforced stipulations, only a shared belief and trust forged through trials. On the cosmic chessboard, a greater storm was brewing. The path of the Guardians was just beginning. Yet at this moment, in the aerial garden of the Stark Source Project headquarters, this band of battle-worn warriors raised their glasses in a toast to the fallen, to the living, to one another, and to the unknown future that lay ahead. The light of the Dawnstar intertwined with the Genesis light, illuminating every resolute face. Chapter 57. Bucky as Choice. The corridor of the Medical Rehabilitation Center glimmered with a cold white sheen in the morning light, the scent of disinfectant mingling with a hint of freshness from the rain. Bucky Barnes sat by the window of the isolation room, watching as the winding water streaks on the glass gradually dried. His mechanical arm had been reattached, now gently bound by a layer of soft golden energy, gentle restraint specifically designed by Jasper, preventing destruction during moments of loss of control, devoid of the humiliation associated with ordinary chains. "Lissandra," he whispered in the air, his voice still somewhat hoarse, Could you connect me to Steve? Connecting to Captain America. Steve Rogers, connection established. Moments later, Steve's holographic projection materialized in the center of the room. He donned simple casual attire, with faint shadows beneath his eyes, clearly indicating a restless night. Bucky, how are you feeling? Much better, Bucky replied, forcing a semblance of a relaxed smile that appeared more painful than anything else. Jasper's rune energy has been quite beneficial. The cacophony of voices has quieted significantly. A flicker of relief crossed Steve's eyes, quickly overshadowed by a weighty solemnity. Tony, don't mention him, Bucky interjected, gripping the fabric of his shirt tightly, his knuckles turning white. I know I have no right to seek his forgiveness. Steve, I pondered over this all night. He inhaled deeply, as if steeling himself for an immense resolution. I cannot remain idle any longer. What do you mean? I wish to confess. Bucky's voice was unusually resolute, though a hint of fear lingered in his gaze. I must confess to Tony, to everyone I have wronged. He continued with unwavering certainty. I must accept judgment and endure the punishment I rightly deserve. Steve was taken aback, clearly unprepared for such a declaration. Bucky, you are under control. This is not your fault. Whether it is my fault, I am well aware, Bucky retorted, rising abruptly, his mechanical arm emitting a soft hum from the surge of emotion. Those commands originated from Hydra, but it was my finger on the trigger, my arm that choked the life from others. Steve, I took lives, many lives, including Tony's parents. I cannot hide behind the excuse of being controlled for the rest of my life. He stepped closer to Steve's holographic image, his eyes pleading and pained. I know this will create turmoil for you and everyone else, but it is the only path I can take. I wish to reclaim a semblance of my humanity. Steve gazed at Bucky's reddened eyes, opening his mouth only to find any words of comfort utterly inadequate. The Bucky he knew, from the streets of Brooklyn to the battlefields of World War II, had always been one to take responsibility. Even after nearly 70 years of torment, that intrinsic courage had not been extinguished. I will help you arrange this, Steve said, his voice strained. But, Bucky, do you truly comprehend what judgment entails? It can mean imprisonment, lifelong imprisonment. I understand, Bucky nodded, a hint of relief flickering across his face. At least the walls of a prison are clean, far cleaner than Hydra's S.I.E.L.D. Steve's projection stood in silence for a long moment before finally nodding. I will contact Tony's lawyer in the legal department of S.H.I.E.L.D. But, Bucky, this is not solely your burden. We will know. Bucky interrupted once more. This is my responsibility alone. Steve, you have done enough for me. Do not let my actions drive a wedge between you and Tony. And do not allow the Avengers to splinter apart. He looked at Steve, his eyes filled with a desperate plea. Promise me. Steve closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and when he opened them again, they bore a nearly tragic determination. Very well. I promise you. After ending the communication, Bucky slumped back into his chair, his chest heaving with intensity. He understood that this decision signified not merely the loss of freedom, but also the necessity to lay bare his gruesome memories and the buried sins, exposing them to the scrutiny and disdain of all. Yet, he found himself devoid of choice. This was the sole avenue available to him for reconciling with his past. Meanwhile, in the upper echelons of the headquarters, Tony stood before the expansive, floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at New York bathed in the dawn's light. He had donned a fresh suit, his hair meticulously styled, yet the bloodshot eyes and tightly pressed lips betrayed the sleepless night he had endured. Jasper entered, cradling a steaming cup of coffee, placing it gently on the table beside him. Did you not sleep? I couldn't, Tony replied, picking up the cup without drinking, merely tracing the warm rim with his fingertips, his mind consumed by the rain of 1991. Jasper approached silently, offering his quiet companionship. Some sorrows must be digested alone, untouched by others. There's news from Bucky. Jasper spoke softly after a prolonged silence of nearly 10 minutes. Tony's body stiffened imperceptibly. He did not turn around. What did he wish to say? Did he wish to confess? Tony spun around abruptly, his eyes flashing with disbelief, swiftly replaced by profound derision. Confess? Now he knows the virtue of confession? Where was this knowledge before? When he choked the life out of my father, did he not consider the need for confession? Tony, he was under control. Do not speak to me of control. Tony's voice escalated sharply, the core of the arc reactor in his chest pulsing in response. I care not whether he was controlled. It was my parents who perished. My parents. His emotions surged once more, the coffee cup slipping from his grasp and spilling its scalding contents onto the luxurious carpet, leaving a dark stain in its wake. Jasper ignored the stain, stepping forward to gently grasp Tony's trembling shoulder. I know, I understand your sorrow, but Bucky's confession is not for your forgiveness. It is for himself. He seeks closure. Tony, and why should his closure be constructed upon my suffering? Tony shrugged off his hand, stepping back, his eyes brimming with red. He wishes to confess. Very well. I shall oblige. I will personally testify, recounting each of his glorious deeds, one by one. I intend for him to languish in prison until his dying breath, to remember daily how my parents met their end. His words cut like sharp blades, piercing not only Bucky but himself as well. Jasper could distinctly sense the tremor in his voice. It was not merely rage, but an unfathomable depth of anguish. Is this truly your desire? Jasper inquired, his gaze calm, yet penetrating. Will allowing Bucky to rot in prison resurrect your parents? Will it heal the wounds within your heart? Tony was momentarily speechless, opening his mouth, yet finding himself unable to articulate a single word. He was acutely aware that it would not, yet apart from ensuring Bucky paid the price, he felt powerless to do anything else. Hatred was the sole pillar sustaining him through this ordeal. Should that pillar collapse, he feared he would utterly shatter. Bucky's confession should mark a beginning, not an end. Jasper's voice, imbued with the unique soothing energy of mystical runes, signifies the commencement of his acceptance of responsibility, as well as the inception of your quest for answers. Tony, what you require is not a vindictive trial, but the truth closure. Tony let out a self-deprecating laugh. How do you suggest I do that? Look into the face of my father's murderer and utter it's all right? No. Jasper shook his head. It is about witnessing him take accountability for his actions, observing him receive his due punishment, and gradually learning to erase this unfinished business from your list. Not forgiveness, but letting go. For your sake, and for ours. The last 3 words he uttered softly, yet they fell like a stone, sending ripples across the serene lake of Tony's heart. Tony gazed at Jasper, recognizing the pure concern and unwavering trust in his eyes. The torrent of hatred within him began to deflate, akin to a punctured balloon. He recalled how Jasper had held him last night, permitting him to smear his tears and snot on his expensive shirt, saying nothing, merely offering gentle pats on his back. He remembered the focused profile of Jasper as they designed the core of the Genesis light, the laughter shared while barbecuing at Hawkeye's estate with Pepper and Steve, and the moment during the raid on the sandbox base when Jasper had unhesitatingly shielded him with his magical runes. These warm memories emerged like beams of light, dispelling some of the shadows cast by hatred. I will not testify, Tony's voice finally steadied, though it still bore an undeniable firmness. Nor will I attend his trial. He paused, laboring to articulate the subsequent words. I did not oppose his confession. Let the law adjudicate as it sees fit. A flicker of gratitude crossed Jasper's eyes. Thank you, Tony. Don't thank me, Tony replied, turning his gaze toward the window. I am doing this not for him, nor for you. I do it for Howard and Maria. They live their lives with integrity and would never wish for me to become a monster ensnared by hatred. Chapter 58. The Captain's Choice. In the following days, the entire Avengers Alliance was enveloped in a subtle atmosphere. The news of Bucky's impending confession rippled through the community like a stone cast into a tranquil lake. The legal department of S.H.I.E.L.D. and their team of attorneys swiftly intervened, preparing for the necessary legal proceedings. This was no ordinary trial. The defendant was a war machine, brainwashed for nearly 70 years, with victims scattered across the globe, and the legal complexities were sufficient to confound even the most elite legal teams. Steve Rogers became the busiest individual. He was tasked with coordinating various parties to ensure the trial process remained fair and lawful, while also soothing Bucky's emotions and fending off reporters who arrived like sharks sensing blood, eagerly probing into the Winter Soldier's past and Captain America's alleged cover-ups. That afternoon, Steve arrived at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters and entered Director Fury's perpetually dim office. Fury sat in his iconic leather chair, idly toying with an old pipe, a shrewd glint flickering in his solitary eye. I hear you intend to personally send your old comrade to prison. He is doing so willingly. Steve's voice resonated heavily, affirming it was his own decision. Willingly? After that lad, Jasper brainwashed him? Fury scoffed. He did not brainwash Bucky. Steve retorted sharply, a hint of anger in his tone. He merely helped Bucky free himself from Hydra's control. Bucky is now fully aware of his actions. Fury raised an eyebrow, choosing not to further contest. He retrieved a rectangular box from his drawer and slid it across the table to Steve. This is what you requested. As Steve opened the box, nestled within lay his shield, adorned in the red, white, and blue that had accompanied him for nearly a century. The central star emblem retained its vibrancy, though the edges bore new scratches, remnants of the Battle of New York and the raid on the sandbox base. Have you truly considered this? Fury inquired, observing him closely. This shield is not merely a weapon. It symbolizes your identity and embodies responsibility. To relinquish, it signifies the abandonment of many things. I have not forsaken my responsibilities, Steve asserted, grasping the shield. It still felt heavy in his hands, yet it no longer provided the comfort it once did. I simply misdirected my sense of duty. He paused, fatigue and a sense of release evident in his voice. I cannot continue to solely protect Bucky, neglecting the feelings of others, disregarding principles and justice. Fury, This shield represents Captain America. It embodies hope for all, not a tool for personal favoritism. Therefore, you intend to return it? No. Steve shook his head, placing the shield back into the box and gently pushing it back towards Fury. I wish to restore it to where it truly belongs. Perhaps a museum or to the next deserving bearer. But not to me. Fury's solitary eye fixated on him, scrutinizing for a considerable moment before he simply nodded. As you wish. But remember, Rogers, relinquishing your identity is easy. Reclaiming oneself is arduous. I understand, Steve replied, turning towards the door, his steps lighter than before. By the way, Fury, regarding Bucky's trial, I hope for a fair jury, including those he has harmed and those who know the truth. Indeed, as Steve exited the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, the afternoon sun blazed brightly. He lifted his gaze to the azure sky, inhaling deeply. His chest felt hollow, the absence of the shield's weight lightening his burdens. He was uncertain of what the future held, unsure if he could still call himself a hero. But he knew he was finally walking the right path. Meanwhile, in the underground laboratory, Jasper was busily engaged with Ho-In-Sun around a vast workbench. On the workbench lay scattered an array of intricate components and designs of runic matrices. At the center hovered a nascent weapon, an energy-formed spear. Its shaft crafted from a resilient composite material interwoven with a vibranium alloy. Its surface was adorned with densely etched, resolute runes and arcane symbols, while the spear tip shimmered with a faint golden light. Jasper, are you certain about using a secondary energy core from the Genesis Light? Heimdinger inquired, perched atop a stool with a magnifying glass in hand, meticulously inspecting the spear's energy circuitry. The power of this device is tremendous. Can that lad Rogers truly control it? He can, Jasper replied with unwavering confidence, as he traced the final rune along the spear's side with his energy pen. Steve's willpower is far more formidable than we can fathom. Moreover, I have incorporated triple safety locks into the energy circuitry. Only his biometric signatures and mental waves can unleash its full potential. In its ordinary state, it is merely a spear, albeit a sturdier one. Ordinary? Heimdinger scoffed, rolling his eyes. An ordinary spear capable of cleaving through tank armor? Jasper, I believe your standards might be excessively high. Jasper chuckled softly, refraining from rebuttal. His design of this astral spear was not solely to provide Steve with a new weapon, but also to bestow upon him a new emblem, a fresh beginning. Unlike a shield, which bore the weight of history, this spear was equally robust, yet bore the promise of Steve Rogers' future as a hero. By the way, Heimdinger suddenly recalled, retrieving a small metallic sphere from his pocket and handing it to Jasper. This is for you. Jasper accepted the sphere, feeling its warmth. He sensed the gentle energy it contained, an emotional stabilizer crafted by Heimdinger through Yordle craftsmanship, infused with the energy of the Eternal Forge. This is for that Stark fellow. Heimdinger's mustache twitched with amusement. Lissandra mentioned he had another nightmare last night, causing significant fluctuations in the energy core. This device can release a modicum of soothing energy during his emotional upheavals. While it may not be as effective as your runes, it is certainly better than nothing. A wave of warmth surged within Jasper. The eccentric, often boisterous Yordle had a remarkable attention to detail. Thank you, Heimdinger. Thank for what? We are partners. Heimdinger patted his arm, albeit only reaching the elbow. Now, finish that wretched spear. I am eager to attend Bucky's plea hearing. Lissandra said it would be globally broadcast. It's bound to be quite the spectacle. Jasper shook his head in resignation, hastening his movements. Chapter 59. The hearing and public attention. Bucky's plea hearing was ultimately scheduled in a large conference hall, equipped with state-of-the-art holographic projection and security systems, capable of accommodating a multitude of media and relevant personnel while ensuring safety. On the day of the hearing, the atmosphere was palpably tense. Bucky, donned in a pristine prison uniform, sat in the defendant's seat, his back ramrod straight, his expression devoid of emotion, yet his tightly clasped hands betrayed his anxiety. His mechanical arm was enveloped in a specialized energy field to prevent any unforeseen incidents. The gallery was filled to capacity, occupied by victims and their families who had suffered at the hands of the Winter Soldier, their eyes brimming with hatred and anguish. Representatives from S.H.I.E.L.D. and the government bore solemn expressions, while journalists from various media outlets pointed their cameras like countless eyes fixated on Bucky. Among the Avengers, Steve occupied the front row, his gaze a tapestry of conflicting emotions. Natasha and Clint sat a little further back, their expressions grave. Bruce Banner opted to attend via holographic projection, citing his discomfort in such settings. Tony was notably absent. In the last row, Jasper watched Bucky in the defendant's seat, his heart a tumult of emotions. He could keenly sense the turbulent energy within Bucky. Tension, fear, guilt, but predominantly, a near-tragic tranquility enveloped him. The hearing was presided over by a venerable retired judge, who began by reading the charges against Bucky, starting from his capture by Hydra in 1943, through the murder of Howard and Maria Stark in 1991, to various assassination missions executed in recent years. Each allegation was laid bare, stark and merciless, piercing not only Bucky's heart, but also the hearts of all present. When the names of the Stark couple were uttered, a stir arose in the gallery. An elderly woman with graying hair, Howard's secretary who had served him for over 30 years, could no longer contain her sorrow and wept aloud. Bucky's body quivered slightly, yet he remained bowed, his head lowered further. Bucky Barnes, the judge's voice resonated, calm yet authoritative. Do you plead guilty to the aforementioned charges? Drawing a deep breath, Bucky slowly raised his head, his gaze sweeping over the faces filled with animosity before finally resting on the judge. His voice, remarkably clear and resolute, declared, "I plead guilty." Those 3 words fell like a boulder into water, creating ripples of greater intensity. "But I have a request," he added. "I ask the court not to lessen my punishment due to my plea. I am willing to accept any sentence, including life imprisonment. However, I wish to undertake tasks during my incarceration that may benefit those I have harmed." "Such as?" came the inquiry. "My mind holds a vast repository of Hydra's secret base locations, personnel lists, and operational plans." Bucky's voice was tinged with a slight rasp. "I can divulge all of this to aid you in eradicating Hydra's remnants. Furthermore," he paused, a flicker of anguish crossing his eyes, "I can assist those who, like me, have been altered by Hydra to break free from their control and reclaim their identities." His words left many in the room momentarily speechless. They had not anticipated that this blood-stained monster would make such a request. A glimmer of solace and heartache flickered in Steve's eyes. The hearing persisted for an entire day, with victims taking turns to recount the scars inflicted by the Winter Soldier. Experts analyzed Bucky's mental state and the extent of his control, while attorneys engaged in fervent debate surrounding coercion and free will. Ultimately, the judge announced a recess, stating that the case would be transferred to a special court for further deliberation and judgment. However, he indicated that Bucky's willingness to plead guilty and his proactive provision of intelligence will be taken into account. After the hearing concluded, Bucky was escorted away by court officers to a specially designed prison located deep underground. It was less of a prison and more akin to a highly fortified rehabilitation center. Jasper had devised a unique work plan for him, under strict surveillance, assisting Lissandra and S.H.I.E.L.D. in deciphering Hydra's secret files while simultaneously undergoing continuous psychological therapy and memory reconstruction. Steve watched Bucky's retreating figure, his heart weighed down by a tumult of emotions. He understood that this was not the end, but merely a new beginning. Bucky's path to redemption remained long and arduous. He turned to exit the conference hall and spotted Jasper waiting for him in the corridor. "He will be all right," Jasper assured. "I know," Steve nodded in response. "Thank you, Jasper. Thank you for everything you have done for him." "It was my duty," Jasper replied, producing a metallic box from his pocket and handing it to Steve. "This is for you." Steve opened the box to reveal the celestial spear, which shimmered with a soft, golden glow under the light, its runic patterns flowing as if alive. "This is your new weapon. It can transform into both a spear and a shield," Jasper smiled. "It's far superior to your old shield." Steve grasped the spear, feeling its warmth, as a gentle yet powerful energy coursed through his arm, invigorating him. He sensed that this spear embodied not only the strength of technology and runes, but also trust and hope. "Thank you," his voice trembled with emotion. "No need to mention it," Jasper said, patting his shoulder. "A hero must possess a fitting weapon." Standing in the corridor, Steve held the spear, gazing out at the setting sun, his heart a whirlwind of feelings. He had lost the shield that had accompanied him for years, but had gained a weapon better suited for the future. He had failed to protect Bucky, yet had discovered a more equitable and responsible way to aid him on his journey toward redemption. Perhaps this was the essence of growth. Time, indeed, is the finest healer. Months later, the autumn of New York arrived quietly. The annual gala dinner was held in the banquet hall atop the headquarters building. The venue was resplendent, filled with the elite of the global technology, business, and political realms. As a co-founder, Tony Stark was naturally the center of attention at the gala. Clad in a bespoke deep blue suit, he radiated charisma, engaging in lively banter with several tech magnates. The core of the arc reactor glowed softly at his chest, adding an extra allure to his presence. Jasper, holding a glass of champagne, stood at a distance, watching him with a gentle smile. Over the past few months, Tony had undergone significant transformation. He still had not visited Bucky, nor did he often mention him, yet the flames of hatred had evidently diminished considerably. He devoted more of his energy to research and development, particularly focusing on the civilian application of the Genesis Light core and interstellar exploration projects. He even began to engage with Howard's former associates, seeking to uncover more about the stories of his father, those tender and profound aspects he had never before known. "What are you watching?" Pepper's voice chimed nearby. She was adorned in an elegant red gown, accompanied by a charming gentleman, her new boyfriend, a renowned environmental scientist. "Look at our superstar," Jasper remarked with a smile. Pepper followed his gaze, a glimmer of satisfaction in her eyes. "He seems much better." "Indeed," Jasper nodded. "Thanks to your faith." Pepper smiled, "Not just faith, but belief. I have always believed he would find his own happiness." She glanced at Jasper and then at Tony, a knowing smile illuminating her features. "When you plan to go public?" A rare blush crept onto Jasper's cheeks. "Tonight." Pepper's eyes sparkled with delight. "Really? That's wonderful. I was so tired of your secretive ways." Jasper shook his head in resignation, about to respond when Tony broke free from the crowd and approached them. "What are you discussing? You seem so cheerful," Tony said, sidling up to Jasper and naturally wrapping an arm around his waist, an action they had only dared to do in private a few months prior. Pepper exchanged a meaningful glance with her boyfriend and discreetly stepped away. "Nothing much," Jasper chuckled. "Our boss looks exceptionally dapper tonight." "Naturally," Tony replied, proudly lifting his chin before lowering his voice, a hint of tension evident. "Are you ready?" "Ready," Jasper affirmed, grasping his hand, feeling the warmth and strength radiating from it. Tony took a deep breath, holding Jasper's hand as they ascended the stage at the center of the banquet hall. The raucous hall fell silent, all eyes fixated upon them. Tony took the microphone, cleared his throat, and donned his signature confident and charming smile. "Thank you all for attending this annual celebration. Over the past year, we have faced numerous challenges, difficulties, victories, and growth." His gaze swept across the room, ultimately resting on Jasper, his expression softening immeasurably. "But for me, the most significant gain has been discovering someone who can stand beside me in battle and offer me a comforting embrace when I am weary." He paused, tightening his grip on Jasper's hand, his voice clear and resolute. "Jasper Hawk is not only the co-founder of this venture, but also my greatest partner, and a person I deeply love." A hush enveloped the room, followed by an eruption of thunderous applause and cheers moments later. The flash of cameras sparkled like stars, immortalizing this historic moment. Jasper gazed at Tony, his eyes brimming with love and happiness. He understood that going public would invite greater scrutiny and pressure, yet he remained unfazed. With Tony by his side, sharing their common cause and belief, he felt utterly fearless. Tony set down the microphone and, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, gently kissed Jasper's forehead. "I love you," he murmured softly. "I love you too," Jasper replied. Below the stage, Pepper and her boyfriend clapped fervently, their faces adorned with genuine smiles. Steve raised his glass, his eyes filled with contentment. Natasha and Clint exchanged knowing glances, raising their glasses in a toast, while Hammerdinger excitedly leaped onto a table, exclaiming, "I knew it. I've seen it all along. The way you two look at each other. You can't deceive me. The universe's most brilliant scientist." The atmosphere of the banquet grew even more fervent and heartwarming with this unexpected announcement. Later that night, after the celebration concluded, Tony and Jasper walked side by side on the rooftop of the headquarters, gazing down at the dazzling nightscape of New York. "How does it feel?" Jasper inquired, a hint of amusement in his tone. "Like I've shed a 1,000-pound burden." Tony sighed deeply, more nerve-wracking than unveiling my armor. Jasper chuckled. "You appeared quite composed." "That was an act," Tony admitted candidly. "My legs were trembling." They exchanged a smile, the air thick with sweetness. Suddenly, Tony recalled something. Lissandra mentioned that there has been new progress with Bucky. The intelligence he provided helped S.H.I.E.L.D. dismantle 3 Hydra secret bases, rescuing many. A flicker of relief passed through Jasper's eyes. He's on the right track. Indeed, Tony's voice lowered slightly. The special court has delivered its verdict. Considering his guilty plea and the intelligence he provided, he was sentenced to 10 years in prison, but he can continue to assist in dismantling Hydra's files under supervision. And if he behaves well, he may receive a reduced sentence. That's a fair judgment. Perhaps. Tony gazed into the distance, "but I still don't wish to see him. At least not now." "I understand." Jasper offered no pressure. "Some wounds require time to heal. Some fissures may never completely vanish. But as long as both parties strive toward the positive direction, that is sufficient." Tony turned to Jasper, his eyes shimmering with sincerity. "Jasper, thank you. Thank you for not giving up on me, on Bucky, on all of us." Jasper smiled, taking his hand. "We are family, aren't we? Family should always support and rescue one another." The night breeze blew gently, carrying a hint of chill, yet it could not disperse the warmth within their hearts. In the distant sky, a meteor streaked across, leaving a brilliant trail. Jasper understood that the road ahead would be long. Challenges and difficulties would persist. The remnants of Hydra still lurked in the shadows. Cosmic threats could emerge at any moment, and the frailties and conflicts of humanity would not easily dissipate. Yet, he had Tony, Steve, the comrades of the Avengers, the members of the genetic dynamics team, and this family filled with creativity and kindness. He He possesses unwavering faith, formidable strength, and the companionship of a beloved partner. He is unafraid. Chapter 60, Parents. The announcement of their open relationship sent ripples through the upper echelons of New York society, akin to a boulder crashing into a serene lake. The media splashed headlines across their front pages. Social networks buzzed with trending topics. And the chatter during meals was incessant, almost omnipresent. At the heart of this tempest, aside from Jasper and Tony, were the seemingly tranquil parents at Hawk Manor. On the first weekend following the revelation, Jasper returned to Hawk Manor with Tony. As their vehicle glided down the familiar tree-lined drive, sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. Jasper's hands gripped the steering wheel, slightly damp with perspiration. He had already confessed his relationship with Tony to his parents over the phone. Yet the silence on the other end felt like a heavy stone upon his heart. Nervous? Tony turned his head to observe Jasper's top profile, a calming smile gracing his lips. Don't worry, your parents like me. Last time at the family gathering, your mother even said my roasted ribs were better than your almond tofu. Jasper chuckled at this, his tense nerves easing just a fraction. That is only because she hasn't tasted my latest refined version of almond tofu. Oh, then I must have a proper taste. Tony raised an eyebrow, gently squeezing Jasper's palm. Don't fret, I'm here with you. The car came to a halt before the Manor's main building. The butler awaited at the entrance, his smile as composed as ever, though his gaze held a hint of subtle curiosity. Upon entering the living room, Arthur Hawk and Lin Chuan were seated on the sofa. Arthur donned a dark casual suit, a newspaper in hand, yet his eyes were not fixed upon its pages. Lin Chuan wore an elegant qipao, a delicate tea set arranged on the coffee table before her as she brewed tea with graceful movements, though her fingertips betrayed a slight tremor. Dad, Mom. Jasper's voice emerged somewhat hoarsely. Tony stepped forward, presenting his signature, impeccable smile. Uncle Arthur, Aunt Chuan, we've arrived. Arthur lowered the newspaper, his gaze sweeping between the two before settling on Jasper. His expression was complex, a blend of surprise, confusion, and concern, yet devoid of the anger and disappointment that Jasper feared most. Please have a seat. His voice remained calm, betraying little emotion. Lin Chuan lifted her gaze, offering a tentative smile that, while somewhat strained, retained its warmth. You must be tired from the journey. Please have some tea to refresh. She poured each of them a cup of Longjing tea, its clarity and aromatic fragrance inviting. The atmosphere in the living room was tinged with a subtle silence. Jasper held the teacup, his fingertips icy, uncertain of what to say. Tony, however, appeared remarkably at ease, initiating conversation about recent project developments, the weather in New York, and the peculiar inventions of Black Murdinger. Arthur would occasionally respond, while Lin Chuan maintained her gentle smile, quietly listening. The lunch was bountiful, featuring Chinese dishes favored by both Jasper and Tony. At the dining table, Lin Chuan continuously served them, as if attempting to mask her inner turmoil through this act. Tony. Arthur suddenly broke the silence. How is the civil application project for the Genesis Light core progressing? Quite smoothly, Uncle Arthur, Tony replied earnestly, setting down his chopsticks. The pilot program for the first phase has already been launched in several small towns in New York State. The residents have provided excellent feedback. Energy costs have decreased by nearly 40%, and it is entirely clean and pollution-free. Arthur nodded. Several subsidiaries of Hawk Group have expressed interest in integrating with your energy network. Next week, have your team coordinate with the head of Hawk Construction. Understood. The conversation shifted back to work, and the atmosphere seemed to ease somewhat. Jasper discreetly exhaled in relief, yet he understood that this was merely a temporary reprieve. After lunch, Lin Chuan, under the pretext of needing help tidying the kitchen, called Jasper over. The kitchen was spacious and bright, sunlight streaming through the windows onto the marble countertop. With her back turned to him, Lin Chuan was washing the dishes in the sink. Mom, Jasper called softly. Lin Chuan turned around, her eyes slightly red but adorned with a gentle smile. Silly child, why are you being so formal with your mother? She approached him, tenderly caressing his cheek. When did this happen? Jasper felt a surge of emotion, his nose tinged with the onset of tears. Since Ross's downfall. We confirmed our feelings before the operation at the sandbox base. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Lin Chuan's voice quivered slightly. Were you afraid I wouldn't accept it? No. Jasper shook his head, grasping his mother's hand. I just didn't know how to express it. I feared for your worries. And for Dad, your father. Lin Chuan sighed, her gaze complex. Yes, just stubborn. He cares for you more than anyone. The day you called him, he stayed in his study all night, filling an ashtray with cigarettes. A wave of guilt washed over Jasper. Sorry, Mom. Silly child. What is there to apologize for? Lin Chuan wiped away a tear from the corner of her eye, her smile turning resolute. As long as you're happy. That's all that matters. I don't care who he is, whether a man or a woman. As long as he treats you well and is sincere, I will accept him. She paused, looking at Jasper with eyes full of affection. That boy, Tony, I can see he truly cares for you. When you were injured during the battle in New York, he stayed by your bedside for 3 days and nights without sleep, more anxious than we, his parents. A warm current surged within Jasper. His mother's understanding and support were like a beacon, dispelling all his uncertainties. Thank you, Mom. Don't be so formal with me. Lin Chuan patted his hand. Come on, let us go. I'll talk to your father. Upon returning to the living room, Arthur sat on the sofa, eyes closed in contemplation, though his brow was furrowed with concern. Tony sat across from him, holding a magazine, yet clearly lost in thought. As Jasper and Lin Chuan entered, Arthur opened his eyes, his gaze sweeping between the two before ultimately settling on Jasper. Lin Chuan approached and sat beside him, gently holding his hand and murmuring a few words. Gradually, Arthur's furrowed brow relaxed. He stood up, walked over to Jasper, and, after a moment of silence, he firmly patted Jasper on the shoulder. That rascal! Arthur's voice was somewhat hoarse yet tinged with an imperceptible softness. Since this is the path you have chosen, walk it with conviction. Do not let others mock you, and do not do yourself a disservice. Jasper's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Dad, enough, please. Arthur turned his head away, concealing his emotions. Tony, he said, directing his attention to Tony, his tone reverting to its usual seriousness. I entrust my son to you. If you dare to bully him, the Hawk Group will not let Stark Industries off easily. Tony immediately stood up, his expression grave and earnest. Uncle Arthur, you can rest assured. I will love him and protect him with my life. Arthur met Tony's resolute gaze and, after a brief silence, nodded. All right. This simple acknowledgement signified his ultimate acceptance. The atmosphere in the living room lightened considerably. Lin Chuan cheerfully began preparing afternoon tea, while Arthur and Tony engaged in discussions about future development plans, as if the earlier awkwardness and silence had never existed. Jasper observed this scene, filled with an unprecedented sense of tranquility and happiness. He understood that his parents' acceptance, though perhaps not devoid of struggle and concern, ultimately reflected their choice to respect his decisions and support his happiness. This profound love served as the most solid foundation for his journey ahead. As evening fell and the golden glow of the setting sun bathed the Hawk estate, Jasper and Tony prepared to depart. Before they left, Lin Chuan handed Tony a thermos. This is my improved version of almond tofu. You must try it, she said with a smile. Do come over often, and don't always be so busy with work. Thank you, Aunt Chuan. I promise to visit regularly, Tony replied, accepting the thermos with a childlike grin. Arthur stood at the door, watching the two with warmth in his eyes. Drive safely. Come home for dinner when you can. Got it, Dad. As the car pulled away from the Hawk estate, Jasper glanced at his parents' diminishing figures in the rearview mirror, his heart brimming with warmth. Your parents are truly wonderful, Tony said sincerely, holding his hand. Indeed, Jasper replied with a smile. They're the best parents in the world. Then we should visit them often. Absolutely. Chapter 61. The Captain's Heroic Journey 1. Meanwhile, in Brooklyn, New York, a man dressed in casual attire strolled along the street. He wore no helmet, no uniform, and certainly not that iconic shield. He was merely an ordinary man, slightly weathered, with a hint of bewilderment on his face, yet exuding a quiet strength. He was none other than Steve Rogers. Since relinquishing his identity as Captain America and his shield, Steve distanced himself from S.H.I.E.L.D. and temporarily departed from the Avengers base. He sought a sanctuary, a place to reflect on his existence devoid of the Captain America mantle. Who is he now? Or his responsibilities? What does it truly mean to be a hero? He chose Brooklyn, the very locale of his birth and upbringing, a place that bore witness to his transformation from a frail youth into a super soldier. Here, he yearned to rediscover fragments of his forgotten self. Steve entered a quaint safe, selecting a seat by the window. Outside, familiar streets unfolded. A tableau of children frolicking in the park, the elderly basking in the sun upon benches while engaged in amiable conversation, and young adults hurrying by, consumed by their daily struggles. All of it seemed so ordinary, yet profoundly authentic. He ordered a cup of black coffee and gazed out, lost in contemplation. Throughout the years as Captain America, he had grown accustomed to charging into battle, to saving the world, and to shouldering immense, weighty responsibilities. He believed this encapsulated the essence of heroism, safeguarding the world, combating malevolence, and upholding peace. However, the events surrounding Bucky served as a clarion call, awakening him to a deeper understanding. He realized that he may have misconstrued the true meaning of responsibility. It encompassed not only the confrontation of grand, overt threats, but also the care for those in his immediate vicinity, the protection of the vulnerable, and the steadfastness to justice, even when it appeared inconsequential. In his determination to protect Bucky, he had clashed with Tony and allowed the Avengers to fracture. He perceived this as a manifestation of responsibility and loyalty to a friend. Yet, in retrospect, it seemed more an obsession, a lingering attachment to the past, and an evasion of confronting reality. Genuine responsibility should embody the balance of adhering to principles while considering the greater good. It should allow for the protection of cherished individuals while empathizing with the suffering of others. It should enable one to charge in a battle while also performing modest acts of kindness in everyday life. Steve lifted his coffee cup, taking a sip. The brew was bitter. It bore a hint of rich sweetness, mirroring his current state of mind. In the days that followed, Steve embarked on a completely new chapter of life. He secured a volunteer position at a community center in Brooklyn, primarily assisting children from low-income families with after-school tutoring and extracurricular activities, while also offering simple aid to the community's elderly. His tasks were mundane, helping children with their homework, playing basketball with them, listening to the elderly recount tales of yesteryear, and repairing broken furniture and appliances in their homes. These endeavors paled in comparison to his former heroic exploits on the battlefield, seeming trivial and even commonplace. Yet, amidst these ordinary tasks, Steve discovered a long-lost sense of tranquility and fulfillment, as he beheld a humble young boy, burdened by the weight of poverty, finally score a basket on the basketball court under his encouragement, revealing a radiant smile. As he listened to an elderly veteran of World War II recounting battlefield experiences reminiscent of his own, pride shimmering in his eyes. As he assisted a solitary elderly lady in repairing her leaky faucet, receiving a freshly baked cookie in gratitude, Steve felt an undeniable transformation within his soul. No longer was he the Captain America tethered to the past. He began to embrace the essence of Steve Rogers, a living, breathing individual. He started to comprehend that a hero is not solely defined by valor on the battlefield, but also by the warmth they extend to those around them and their commitment to safeguarding their community in everyday life. Of course, he had not completely severed ties with his past. Occasionally, he would receive updates from the Avengers, learning of Tony and Jasper's public relationship, and of Bucky's commendable progress in a special prison, collaborating with Lissandra to uncover Hydra's clandestine files, even beginning to seek therapy in an effort to reconcile with his history. He felt joy for Tony and Jasper and solace in Bucky's advancements. However, he refrained from reaching out to them, harboring no intentions of returning. He recognized the necessity of time to complete this journey of self-discovery. That afternoon, Steve was at the community center's activity room, teaching a few children how to play chess. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside, accompanied by screams. What is happening? Steve sprang to his feet, a surge of vigilance coursing through him. He hastily exited the activity room, finding a crowd gather at the entrance, pointing at the sky with expressions of terror. As he looked up, his pupils dilated in shock. A colossal, irregular metal object was plummeting towards the community center, billowing black smoke. It resembled a small spacecraft or an extraterrestrial probe, its surface marred by charred markings, evidently having endured an attack or a malfunction. Quickly, everyone evacuate. Hurry, Steve cried out, orchestrating the evacuation. The children, frightened, began to weep, while the elderly were thrown into panic. Steve soothed them while methodically directing the escape route, striving to usher everyone to safety as swiftly as possible. Boom! The massive metal object ultimately crashed onto the community center's playground, emitting a deafening roar and stirring up a cloud of dust. Amidst the swirling debris, a shadowy figure emerged from the wreckage. It was an alien, towering and green-skinned, clad in tattered armor, wielding an unfamiliar weapon, its gaze fierce and evidently hostile. An alien! Someone screamed. Upon noticing the gathering crowd, the alien let out a piercing shriek, raising its weapon and aiming it at the nearest child, pulling the trigger. Be careful! Without a moment's hesitation, Steve dashed forward, placing himself protectively in front of the child. He bore no shield, no weapon, nor any protective gear. He possessed only his own body and a heart devoted to the protection of others. At that critical juncture, a golden beam of energy shot forth like lightning, striking with precision the weapon held by the alien. With a resounding crash, the weapon disintegrated into a heap of scrap metal. Astonished, Steve turned to see a familiar figure standing not far away. Jasper Hawk, clad in casual attire, he was conjuring blue-violet arcane energy, his gaze calm and resolute. Behind him, Tony Stark hovered in his nanotech armor, the core of the Genesis light glowing brilliantly at his chest. Steve, are you all right? Jasper hurried over, scanning him up and down with concern etched in his eyes. I'm fine, Steve replied, shaking his head as he glanced at Tony. What brings you here? We were nearby and received a distress signal from Lissandra about an unidentified flying object crashing here. Tony's voice emanated from his suit. How didn't he expect to find you? At that moment, the alien, enraged at the destruction of its weapon, let out a furious shriek and charged toward Jasper. Be careful, Steve shouted. Jasper stood his ground, channeling the arcane energy into an invisible barrier that absorbed the alien's assault. Simultaneously, threads of energy shot forth from his fingertips, ensnaring the alien's limbs and binding it securely. Tony descended from the air, his armor morphing to create energy handcuffs that restrained the alien. All set, Tony said, clapping his hands. Lissandra has already contacted S.H.I.E.L.D. They'll be here shortly. The onlookers at the community center, initially struck with fear, erupted into enthusiastic applause. It's Iron Man, and that young man who wields magic. They VE saved us. Steve stood amidst the crowd, observing Jasper and Tony, and then gazing at the relieved yet grateful faces around him. A profound realization surged within him. He understood that the essence of heroism and responsibility he sought had always been present. It was not encapsulated in that shield, nor in the identity of Captain America, but resided within his heart in the conviction to protect others and in the courage to stand up for justice. Regardless of whether he was Captain America or not, regardless of the absence of S.H.I.E.L.D., he was Steve Rogers, a former soldier, an eternal guardian. His duty extended beyond combating colossal threats from the cosmos. It was also to safeguard this community and its ordinary people. Steve, are you all right? Jasper approached him, his concern palpable. What you did was too reckless. You shouldn't have acted so impulsively. Steve gazed at him, a smile gracing his lips, devoid of the past's confusion and weight, replaced instead by a serene and resolute demeanor born of weathered storms. I am well. Moriobe y arbo no regrets. He paused, looking at Jasper and Tony. His tone earnest. Thank you for coming. We are friends, are we not? Tony's voice carried a hint of mirth, affirming that friends ought to assist one another. Steve nodded, warmth flooding his heart. He realized that he might still require some time to fully discern the path ahead, to discover a new identity that belongs to Steve Rogers. Yet, he was no longer lost, no longer perplexed. He surveyed the community center before him, observing the individuals gradually regaining their composure, and glanced at Jasper and Tony by his side, understanding that the burden of heroism was never solitary. It necessitated the support of companions, the collaboration of a team, and, above all, a heart willing to sacrifice for the sake of protection. The agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. soon arrived, escorting the extraterrestrial away. The people of the community gathered around Jasper, Tony, and Steve, expressing their gratitude and respect. As the sun dipped below the horizon, its golden rays enveloped the trio, casting a warm halo around them. Do you have a moment? Steve suddenly inquired, looking at Jasper and Tony. I know of a delightful CAF nearby. Allow me to treat you to coffee. Jasper and Tony exchanged glances, both detecting mirth in each other's eyes. Certainly, we will be delighted. The three of them walked side by side along the streets of Brooklyn, the setting sun elongating their shadows. Steve's heart brimmed with an unprecedented sense of tranquility and resolve. He understood that his journey back had only just commenced. Yet, he felt no fear, no hesitation, for he comprehended that a true hero is defined not by identity or equipment, but by the choices made and the steadfastness of the heart. And he chose to continue safeguarding this world he cherished in his own way, embodying a genuine hero and embracing the ordinary yet profound responsibilities that were rightfully his. Chapter 62. The captain's heroic journey. The following day, Brooklyn awoke to a gentle mist, resembling a slice of bread softened by moisture, imbued with a humid warmth. Steve Rogers sat on a bench at the entrance of the community center, cradling a half cup of cold black coffee, observing a group of children clad in school uniforms, their backpacks bouncing as they clambered through the door. Their laughter rang like wind chimes, shattering the morning's tranquility. This marked the second month since he had departed from S.H.I.E.L.D., relinquishing his shield. Without the star-spangled uniform, the ever-ready communicator, and even the shield that had accompanied him for nearly a century, which he had personally returned to the S.H.I.E.L.D. warehouse, he was now merely a middle-aged man dressed in a faded jacket and jeans, his hair slightly tousled. The locals referred to him simply as Steve, aware that he was a warm-hearted volunteer, adept at fixing plumbing, repairing bicycles, playing chess with the elderly, and regaling children with tales reminiscent of World War II films. No one knows that he was once the man who graced the cover of Time magazine, hailed as Captain America. Steve, come lend a hand, called Aunt Martha, the administrator of the community center, as she leaned out of the window, her voice rasping like sandpaper against wood. The radiator on the third floor is broken again. That boy Billy is about to freeze solid. Steve rose, tossing his cold coffee into the trash and brushing off the dust from his trousers. I'm coming, Martha. In the activity room on the third floor, a boy as slender as a sprout huddled in the corner, clutching his knees and shivering. His name was Billy, and he had lost his parents in last year's alien attack. Now he lived with his grandmother, a regular at the community center. Upon seeing Steve enter, Billy's eyes brightened momentarily, yet he did not rush over like the other children. He merely whispered, Mr. Rogers, don't be afraid. It will be all right soon. As Steve rummaged through the toolbox for a wrench and screwdriver, he squatted in front of the radiator to inspect it. The pipes emitted a gurgling sound, reminiscent of some creature trapped within the metal, whimpering. He recalled a similar radiator from his childhood in a low-income apartment, which always broke down in winter. His father would crouch on the ground to fix it, while his mother stood beside him, handing over tools and grumbling about the landlord's stinginess. Those memories lay submerged like pebbles at the bottom of a river, often unreachable, yet shining brightly in moments that echoed their essence. "Has your grandmother run out of her medication?" Steve casually inquired while tightening screws. Billy's grandmother suffered from severe asthma and relied on the free medication provided by the community hospital. Billy nodded, then shook his head. "It ran out last week. The community hospital said they've exhausted this month's quota." Steve paused momentarily, aware of the challenges faced by the community hospital. After the Battle of New York, most government healthcare funding had been diverted to reconstruction projects, and welfare programs aimed at low-income groups were often the first to face cuts. "It's fixed," he announced, standing up and brushing the dust from his hands. The radiator clicked and then began to warm, its orange glow gradually spreading through the room. Billy tentatively reached out, warming his frostbitten fingers against the radiator until they regained their color. "Thank you, Mr. Rogers." "Not at all." Steve ruffled Billy's hair. "I'll visit the community hospital this afternoon and see if I can help your grandmother." A flicker of surprise crossed Billy's eyes, quickly dimming again. "They said there's no quota. It wouldn't help if anyone went. Nevertheless, we must try." Steve smiled, a grin imbued with a determination that Billy could not comprehend, as if assuring him that it was a matter of certainty. As he exited the activity room, he heard a commotion in the hallway. Two elderly gentlemen were embroiled in a heated argument over an unfinished chess game, one insisting that the knight could move in an L shape, while the other countered that the knight had already crossed the river and should now act as a rook. Steve approached, picked up the disputed knight, and gently placed it back on the board. "Uncle Wong, your knight move is indeed invalid. The knight on this side of the river cannot move that way." He then turned to the other elder, "Uncle Lee, and do not take advantage of Uncle Wong's poor eyesight. I saw you sneakily move the bishop just now." Two elderly gentlemen paused for a moment, then erupted into laughter, grumbling as they rearranged the chess pieces. Leaning against the doorframe, Steve observed them, the sunlight streaming in from the window at the end of the corridor, casting a diamond-shaped patch of light across his face, reminiscent of a faded metal. This was the essence of his current existence. Mundane, unremarkable, devoid of gunfire or explosions, yet filled with endless maintenance of radiators, incessant chess games, and the insatiable curiosity of children. At times, lying in the small bed of the community center's attic late at night, he would reminisce about his days on the battlefield, the whistling of shells, the cries of comrades, and the image of Bucky smiling as he handed him the last piece of chocolate. Those memories burned like a hot iron, searing into his heart with pain. He recognized his own evasion, avoiding the guilt-ridden gaze of Bucky, the immediate coldness in Tony's profile when he mentioned his parents, and the burden of his identity as Captain America. He returned to S.H.I.E.L.D., believing he could shed his responsibilities, only to discover that those burdens had long since etched themselves into his bones, transforming into a different form of shackles, guilt for the past and uncertainty for the future. In the afternoon, Steve visited the community hospital. Instead of seeking out a doctor immediately, he lingered in the corridor until he spotted the hospital's director, a silver-haired lady with thick glasses, emerging. "Ah, Steve," she recognized him, smiling as she greeted him. "Here to assist someone again today." "It's Billy's grandmother," Steve stated directly. "Her asthma medication has run out, and the community hospital claims the quota has been exhausted." The director sighed, adjusting her glasses. "It's not that I'm unwilling. It's simply that we have none left. The supplies we receive are limited, and there's a long queue of people waiting." "I understand," Steve interjected. "I'm not here to request a quota. I know someone involved in a medical project. They have developed a new asthma medication that has just passed clinical trials and is looking for volunteers for free trials. I wanted to inquire if Billy's grandmother could participate. Is it the company that merged with Stark Industries?" The director's eyes brightened. "Are their medications reliable? I've heard those high-tech products can be exorbitantly priced." "Absolutely reliable," Steve replied softly, yet with an undeniable certainty. "The individual who developed that medication is a friend of mine." He wouldn't joke with patients. He refrained from mentioning that this friend was Tony, nor did he disclose that he had hesitated all night before finally dialing that familiar number he had never called before. When the call connected, there was a prolonged silence on Tony's end, so long that Steve feared he might hang up. "What kind of asthma?" Tony's voice came through the static, slightly hoarse as if he had just awakened. "Allergic or genetic? Send the medical history to my email." There were no questions, no jibes, not even a mention of Bucky, as if they had never become estranged due to that trial. "That's wonderful." The director clapped her hands. "I will contact Billy's grandmother right away and have her prepare." As Steve exited the hospital, the sunlight was just right. The aroma of onions and mustard wafted from the hot dog stand at the street corner, where a small boy clad in suspenders stood on tiptoe, clutching a crumpled dollar bill. requesting a hot dog devoid of ketchup. The scene bore a striking resemblance to Brooklyn from 70 years ago, when he was as slender as a twig, and Bucky would often snatch his hot dog, assuring him he had left half, yet consuming every crumb. Steve's phone vibrated, revealing an email from Tony containing contact details and instructions from the medical department. The message concluded with a single line: "Have her come directly to the headquarters next Wednesday." Mentioning my name. There was no signature, no extraneous words. Steve gazed at that line for an extended moment, his fingertip hovering over the screen, ultimately responding with a mere 2 words: "Thanks." He understood that those words felt insubstantial, incapable of bridging the chasm that lay between them. Yet at the very least, it marked a beginning. Chapter 63. The Captain's Heroic Journey Part 3. In the ensuing weeks, Steve's life remained unremarkable, yet subtle changes began to unfold. He ventured out of the community center more frequently, exploring the streets and alleys of Brooklyn. He listened to old comrades recount battlefield tales at the Veterans Club, stories that included both his own experiences and those he had missed. An elderly veteran who had fought in the Korean War patted his shoulder and remarked, "A hero is not someone who always stands atop the mountain. Rather, it is someone who can fall and rise again, brushing off the dust and continuing onward." He visited the old building where Bucky had lived as a child, now transformed into a cat CAF. From a window seat, he could gaze upon the balcony of Bucky's former home, and there he spent an entire afternoon sipping lattes while watching a staff member cradle an orange cat, napping in the sunlight. He even mustered the courage to visit a bookstore near Stark Industries, standing before the technology section, perusing the book written by Tony, The Principles and Applications of the Arc Reactor. Within its pages lay a bookmark adorned with a symbol, a circular ring composed of gears and runes, reminiscent of a spinning coin. One afternoon, unexpected guests arrived at the community center. 3 men clad in black suits and sunglasses, claiming to be from S.H.I.E.L.D, sought to discuss matters with Steve. Their tone was courteous, yet their gaze conveyed an undeniable firmness that left no room for refusal. "Director Fury wishes to know your thoughts on the recent incidents involving Inhumans," the lead man stated. "I am no longer Captain America," Steve replied calmly. "S.H.I.E.L.D possesses numerous capable agents. My perspective is unnecessary. But you are Steve Rogers," the man pressed subtly, implying that this identity was not one he could simply relinquish. Steve looked at him and suddenly smiled. "My identity is not for you to define, nor is it dictated by that S.H.I.E.L.D. I am Steve Rogers, a resident of Brooklyn, a volunteer who repairs radiators. If you require assistance with plumbing, I would be glad to help. However, if you seek to have me don that uniform again, I regret to inform you that I cannot assist." The men appeared taken aback by his response, momentarily stunned, before they could only leave in disappointment. After they departed, Aunt Martha brought forth a cup of steaming hot cocoa, her gaze upon Steve laced with concern. "Those individuals came seeking trouble, did they not?" she inquired. "No," Steve replied, sipping the cocoa, the sweet warmth cascading down his throat. "They were merely unaccustomed. The world can indeed turn without Captain America." Aunt Martha sighed. "Oh, dear child. The world will undoubtedly continue its course. Yet some individuals are destined to bear the burdens. Just like the sycamore tree in Old Wong's yard. Even when struck by lightning and severed, its roots remain entrenched in the earth, sprouting anew come spring." Steve remained silent, his eyes drawn to the view outside. The sycamore stood in the community center's courtyard, its trunk marked by a charred scar from last summer's storm. Yet now, fresh green buds emerged from its branches, like countless tiny hands waving in the breeze. That night, Steve dreamt vividly. He found himself back on the plane in 1945, Bucky gripping his arm, urging, "Jump, Steve. There is still a chance." This time, however, he did not witness Bucky plummet into the snowy abyss. Instead, he grasped his hand. Together, they plunged into the frigid sea, rescued by a fishing vessel. Bucky's arm was broken, yet he laughed, saying it was just the opportunity for a stronger metal one. Upon awakening, Steve found his pillow soaked. He touched his face, wet with tears. He realized that his fear was not about relinquishing the identity of Captain America, but rather confronting the self that had failed to protect Bucky. He dreaded acknowledging that the once impetuous youth held weaknesses, fears, and regrets beyond redemption. The following morning, Steve visited the community hospital. Billy's grandmother was undergoing an examination, and upon seeing Steve, she trembled as she grasped his hand. "Steve, thanks to you, I can finally breathe easy again. That Mr. Stark is truly a wonderful man." Steve smiled gently. He always has been. As he departed the hospital, he passed by a flower shop and, almost inexplicably, stepped inside. He purchased a bouquet of sunflowers, their golden petals resembling tiny suns, dazzling to the eye. He made his way to the headquarters building. Standing before the towering structure, he inhaled deeply. The glass facade reflected his shadow, ordinary as a drop of water merging into the ocean. He sent Jasper a message. "Are you busy? Can we meet?" Before long, Jasper appeared. He wore a light blue shirt, sleeves rolled up, revealing faint runic markings on his forearms. Upon seeing the sunflowers in Steve's hand, he paused momentarily, then smiled. For me? Yes, Steve replied, extending the flowers. I heard you like these. Thank you, Jasper said, accepting the blooms with a bright smile. Tony is in a meeting upstairs. It might be a while. Would you like to wait? Steve hesitated for a moment, but then nodded. The headquarters was livelier than he had anticipated. The corridor was bustling with researchers clad in white lab coats, hurrying past while clutching blueprints. The screens in the hall broadcast news about purifying water sources in Africa. A few members resembling a gene-powered team huddled around a holographic projection, engaged in tactical discussions. Unlike the cold, sterile atmosphere of S.H.I.E.L.D, this place resembled a vibrant laboratory, brimming with creativity and vitality. Jasper led him to a lounge and poured a cup of tea. Tony has been waiting for you to reach out to him. Steve traced the rim of his teacup with his fingers. I thought he didn't want to see me. He just doesn't know how to approach you. Jasper's voice was gentle. You know his temperament. Tough on the outside, but soft-hearted within. Last time, regarding Billy's grandmother, he specifically had the head of the medical department follow up closely and instructed that his name should not be mentioned. Steve felt a pang in his heart. A bittersweet warmth. How is Bucky? He inquired, his voice somewhat strained. Yes, recovering well, Jasper replied. He is currently collaborating with Lissandra to decode Hydra's files and has helped uncover several hidden bases. The psychologist mentioned that his memories are gradually integrating. Although he still experiences nightmares, he can now discuss the past calmly. Steve remained silent for a long while before softly asking, May I visit him? Certainly, Jasper nodded. But it's best to wait until he is ready. He is quite sensitive about the past, especially regarding you. Steve understood Jasper's implication. Bucky's feelings towards him were complex, tinged with dependence, gratitude, and guilt. The words I'm sorry, which Bucky had uttered countless times during the hearing, remained unspoken directly to Steve. The lounge door swung open, and Tony strode in, donned in a silver-gray suit, his tie loosely hanging around his neck, suggesting he had just concluded a lengthy meeting. Upon seeing Steve, he paused momentarily, then tossed the documents in his hand onto the table, his tone laced with his usual sarcasm. A rare guest indeed. Captain America deigns to visit my humble abode? I'm not here to argue. Steve stood up. Who's arguing with you? Tony rolled his eyes but walked to the refrigerator, retrieving 2 bottles of cola and tossing one to Steve. I'm here to welcome you. After all, it's an honor to have the master mechanic from Brooklyn personally pay a visit. Steve caught the cola, its chill seeping through his palm, easing his taut nerves. Thank you, he said, for helping with Billy's grandmother. A mere trifle. Tony cracked open the tab and took a sip of cola, but honestly, your community center S heating system is far too outdated. I had the engineering department design a new model, and they deliver it next week as a benefit to the community. No, that is too much trouble. Just consider it a token of gratitude. Tony interrupted, his gaze drifting outside the window, thanking you for helping us uncover so many Hydra bases. Steve recognized that he was referring to the intelligence provided by Bucky. This marked the first occasion Tony indirectly acknowledged Bucky's value in his presence. The lounge fell into a silence. It was no longer the tense awkwardness of drawn swords. Rather, it resembled the reunion of 2 old friends, unsure of what to say, yet content in the quietude. Suddenly, Tony recalled something. Jasper had designed that spear for you, and it still resides in my office. Do you want it? If not, I shall toss it to Ike as a toy. The starbound spear. Jasper mentioned that it was crafted from vibranium and resilient composite materials, lighter than S.H.I.E.L.D, capable of absorbing energy, and able to morph according to the wielder's intent. Jasper insisted that this spear did not symbolize any identity, but solely represented Steve Rogers as an individual. I'm not ready, Steve confessed. No one is pressuring you to be ready, Tony replied softly. It's right here. Come for it whenever you feel prepared. Steve gazed at Tony, a sudden smile breaking across his face. He realized that Tony had also transformed, no longer bristling with defensiveness. Though his words remained sharp, his eyes now held warmth. Perhaps it was due to his companionship with Jasper, perhaps his professional endeavors, or perhaps simply the passage of time that dulled some of the edges. As he departed, the sunset painted the sky in hues of orange and red. Walking along the sidewalk, Steve observed the crowds of people hurrying home, each face marked by fatigue, yet imbued with a flicker of anticipation for life. It dawned on him that the essence of the hero he had sought, along with the nature of responsibility, had always been present. It was not about standing in the spotlight, brandishing a shield while shouting slogans. Nor was it about shouldering the expectations of others, striving to be the perfect Captain America. It was about repairing a broken radiator so that children could draw in a warm room, advocating for an elderly woman to receive a life-saving medicine, allowing her to bask in the sun for a few more days, being there for a friend in need, even if separated by deep rifts, by offering a bottle of soda and saying, "Long time no see." It was about acknowledging one's own vulnerabilities and regrets while still choosing to move forward, shedding the heavy shackles of identity, yet remembering the reasons for embarking on the journey. A few days later, Steve received a package containing the starbound spear. Its silvery shaft was entwined with faint golden runes. It felt light, yet steady in his grip, akin to holding a warm stone. He did not take it to the community center, nor did he return it to S.H.I.E.L.D. Instead, he placed it in the corner of the attic, alongside the well-worn Captain America comic and the first dog tag that Bucky had given him. These were fragments of his past, a part of him, yet they no longer defined his entirety. That afternoon, an old building near the community center suddenly caught fire. The flames raged fiercely, thick smoke billowing, while several children were trapped on the rooftop, crying in terror. The fire trucks had yet to arrive, leaving the onlookers in a state of frantic helplessness. Without a moment's hesitation, Steve seized the fire extinguisher from the corridor and dashed inside. The acrid smoke stung his eyes, and the searing heat scorched his skin. Reminiscent of the trenches at Normandy during World War II, it was the same smoke and the same fire. Yet this time, he bore no shield, only a fire extinguisher in hand. His thoughts were not for the nation, but rather to hasten further, for the children awaited. He dashed to the top floor, wielding the extinguisher to smash open the warped iron door, gathering the trembling children one by one, wrapping their faces in damp towels as he hurried down the staircase. Flames licked at his jacket, scorching holes into the fabric, yet he felt no pain. His vision was solely consumed by the terrified faces of those children. As he handed the last child to the firefighter, his legs gave way, nearly collapsing beneath him. A bottle of water was offered, and he accepted it, gulping greedily as droplets cascaded down his chin, mingling with soot to etch lines upon his neck. "Are you all right?" Aunt Martha rushed over, a first aid kit in her hands. "Let me see, are you burned?" "I'm fine," Steve replied with a smile, one that bore the residue of ash yet shone brighter than ever, though he would likely need to replace his jacket. A round of applause erupted from the onlookers. Someone recognized the faint outline of the spear in his grasp and whispered, "Isn't that the weapon of Captain America?" Steve offered no explanation, merely stowed the spear within his coat and turned towards the community center. The setting sun elongated his shadow, reminiscent of a giant rising anew. He understood that he might never fully escape the shadow of Captain America. Those responsibilities and expectations would be etched upon him like a tattoo. Yet, he had finally learned to coexist with that shadow, to find a balance between duty and self. He would continue to volunteer in Brooklyn, mending radiators and playing chess with the elderly. And when the moment called for it, he would seize that spear once more alongside Tony, Jasper, and Bucky to protect those who needed safeguarding, not as Captain America, but as Steve Rogers, a man of flesh and blood, who feels pain and weariness, yet eternally remembers the purpose of his journey. That night, Steve dreamt. In his dream, he returned to Brooklyn in 1943, with Bucky draping an arm over his shoulder, snatching the last bite of his hot dog at the corner stand. "I hear you're enlisting?" Bucky mumbled, his mouth full of bread. "Yeah, foolish," Bucky chuckled, delivering a playful punch. "Don't be a hero on the battlefield. Remember to write to me. You too. Don't worry, when I return, I'll take you to the game." "All right." The sunlight in the dream was warm, much like the ray that had graced the spear that afternoon. Steve smiled, tears slipping from the corners of his eyes, not born of sorrow. He knew that no matter how far he ventured or how much he transformed, that frail boy on the streets of Brooklyn who dared to confront bullies for the sake of justice, and that young man who strolled with Bucky, full of hope for the future, would always remain. That was sufficient. The self-redemption of Steve Rogers may have only just begun, yet he has discovered his direction, found a means to reconcile with the past, and summoned the courage to reclaim his true self. Chapter 64, The Dawn of Light. The captain's journey of self-redemption continues, yet progress remains unceasing. In the subterranean laboratory, an eternal amalgam of ozone, metal, and a peculiar sweetness pervades the air. The latter emanates from minute energy particles occasionally escaping the core of the eternal forge, whimsically referred to by the blacksmith as the frosting of the cosmos. At this moment, an indescribable thrill and tension infused the atmosphere. Tony Stark stood before an immense holographic projection, his fingertips dancing across a virtual keyboard. With each touch, torrents of data cascaded down like a waterfall. At the center of the projection floated an exquisite three-dimensional model of a cylindrical container, approximately the size of a 5-liter water bottle, entirely silver with intricate golden patterns spiraling across its surface, and at the top, a diminutive energy interface. This was the secondary core of the Genesis Light, codenamed Dawnlight, and the final test report. Tony's voice carried a barely perceptible tremor, not of anxiety, but of exhilaration. The energy output was stabilized at 32 gigajoules per hour, with an overload endurance of 720 hours, 30 days, and a margin of error not exceeding 0.01. He paused and glanced at Jasper, who stood nearby, This is sufficient for a household of 5 to operate at full capacity for a month, including air conditioning, refrigeration, television, lighting, and an oven. In Jasper's eyes, the runic symbols shimmered with a gentle blue light. He had just performed a final safety check on the Dawnlight core using runic energy, confirming that the internal energy cycle was stable, with no risk of destabilization. The reverse engineering design had also passed the tests. He added, the shell is crafted from a special variant of resilient composite materials. If forcibly dismantled, the internal energy guiding matrix will self-destruct, leaving only an unidentifiable mass of inert metallic powder. Perfect. Tony snapped his fingers, and the holographic projection shifted instantly, revealing an analysis of the production and charging costs of the Dawnlight core. The production cost was controlled at $250 per unit, which could be reduced to below $200 with mass production. The charging cost, his lips curled into a sardonic smile, was calculated based on the energy from the Eternal Forge and the conversion efficiency of solar panels, amounting to less than $30 for a full charge. $30 to sustain an entire household's electricity for a month. This figure was akin to a bomb dropped into a serene lake, unleashing a silent roar within the laboratory. Nearby, Pepper Potts nearly dropped her tablet, hastily scanning the accompanying market analysis report, her fingertips whitening from the pressure. This implies that the charges of traditional electric companies are at least 50 times our costs. Not merely that, Tony arched an eyebrow. In developing countries with exorbitant electricity prices, it could be 100-fold or even 200-fold. At that moment, the laboratory door swung open, and the blacksmith, perched upon his specially designed high stool, burst in with enthusiasm, holding up a similarly sized metal canister. Look what I've brought. The civilian adaptation interface for Dawnlight, compatible with all global standards electrical sockets. The installation is so straightforward that even my neighbor, an elderly lady who struggles to operate a microwave, could manage it effortlessly. Following this, we have welcomed Dr. Evelyn Reed as the new Energy Strategy Director. She was previously the head of the Energy Department at Stanford University, renowned for her groundbreaking research in renewable energy, and was recruited by Pepper 3 months ago with an irresistible offer of academic freedom. Market research has returned. Evelyn adjusted her frameless glasses, her gaze sharp and composed behind the lenses. Globally, over 1.2 billion households are in a state of energy poverty, either lacking access to a stable power grid or facing exorbitant electricity prices. Once launched, S.H.I.E.L.D will be revolutionary. She displayed a chart illustrating the global distribution of electricity prices and grid coverage. North America and Europe have relatively well-established grids, yet there remains room for price reductions. Parts of Asia and Africa will serve S.H.I.E.L.D as primary markets. Our preliminary plan is to initiate a pilot in New York State, gradually expanding across the United States, and then collaborating with local enterprises to penetrate European and Asian markets. What about the charging network? Jasper inquired. This is crucial for the promotion of S.H.I.E.L.D. If users cannot conveniently recharge, even the most affordable energy cannot be popularized. 2 parallel solutions are proposed. Evelyn presented another chart. First, fixed charging stations. We plan to establish S.H.I.E.L.D charging stations in community centers, supermarkets, and gas stations across major cities in the United States. Each station will be equipped with 10 charging interfaces, with a single charging session lasting no more than 15 minutes. Second, mobile charging vehicles. She pointed to another icon on the chart, a modified van emblazoned with the S.H.I.E.L.D logo, designed for remote areas or communities lacking grid access. We will deploy mobile charging vehicles powered by miniaturized modules from the Eternal Furnace, capable of carrying enough energy to recharge 500 S.H.I.E.L.D cores at once. Tony added, the energy for the charging stations and mobile vehicles will be sourced entirely from the main network of the Eternal Furnace, with costs being negligible. We will charge users $40 per session for recharging, a price manageable even for the most impoverished households. $40 for a month's worth of energy. This figure will surely keep global energy giants awake at night. There's another issue. Pepper's voice resonated calmly. She had just concluded a video conference with the legal department. Given the varying energy regulatory frameworks across countries, the promotion of S.H.I.E.L.D will inevitably disrupt local energy conglomerates' interests, leading to a series of legal challenges and policy barriers. We require a dedicated team to address these issues. I have a candidate in mind, Tony said, glancing at Evelyn. Dr. Reed has previously participated in several international energy cooperation projects at Stanford and is well-versed in various regulations. I propose she take on the role of Global Operations Director for the S.H.I.E.L.D initiative. Evelyn hesitated for a moment. Before a glimmer of determination sparked in her eyes, I accept, but I will need a deputy, preferably someone familiar with public relations and government relations. I recommend Maggie Carter. Jasper remarked that she was the former director of public relations at S.H.I.E.L.D, having resigned due to dissatisfaction with Fury's certain dubious operations. Her father was a former New York State senator, well-connected, and she possessed an almost obsessive passion for equitable energy distribution. Is she not the Maggie Carter who penned articles in the Washington Post, vehemently criticizing the monopolization by energy giants? Evelyn's eyes sparkled. She had read her articles, which were marked by clear logic and a resolute stance. Splendid. Pepper nodded. I will arrange for an interview. If all goes well, she will commence her position next week. Decision-making was akin to finely tuned gears, swiftly interlocking and turning. A revolution capable of transforming the global energy landscape quietly commenced in the underground laboratory. Chapter 65. The press conference of Radiance a month later. A global launch event for the Radiance Inclusive Program was held in the plaza before the United Nations headquarters in New York. The square was teeming with people, journalists from around the world, representatives from environmental organizations, energy experts, and ordinary citizens who had traveled from remote areas, all gathered in droves. A massive screen played a promotional video for Radiance, showcasing a child in an African village using a light for the first time to read under its bright glow. A family in an Indian slum drawing clean drinking water with a small pump powered by Radiance. An elderly man on a remote American farm, witnessing the irrigation system driven by Radiance, breaking into a long-lost smile. At precisely 10 in the morning, Tony Stark, Jasper Hawk, Pepper Potts, Evelyn Reed, and Maggie Carter ascended the podium together. Tony, clad in a well-tailored suit, wore his signature smile, self-assured to the point of arrogance. Yet, when he grasped the microphone, his tone was remarkably sincere. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. His voice resonated through the speakers across the plaza. Today we stand here not to unveil a new weapon, nor to flaunt a novel technology, but to accomplish a simple task, bringing light into every corner. He gestured to the screen behind him, which shifted to a three-dimensional model of the Radiance core. This is Radiance, the secondary energy core of the light of creation. It is compact, no larger than a 5-liter bottle. It is lightweight, easily movable by a child. It is affordable, requiring only $50 for a full charge, capable of meeting a family's energy needs for an entire month. A low murmur of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Energy is the cornerstone of civilization. Tony's voice grew somber. Yet today, over 1 billion people worldwide still lack access to reliable electricity. Many more are forced to curtail spending on food and education to cover exorbitant energy bills. This is not progress. It is injustice. Jasper took the microphone, his voice gentle yet resolute. Radiance is not designed to disrupt anyone, nor to monopolize the market. It is intended for inclusivity. We pledge that the core technology of Radiance will forever belong to the public, and we will open production licensing to all qualifying enterprises, provided they commit to not inflating prices and imposing any political conditions. Evelyn subsequently elaborated on the specific implementation steps of the S.H.I.E.L.D Inclusive Energy Initiative, pilot cities, the establishment of a charging network, international cooperation models, and a free donation program aimed at impoverished regions. Our ambition is to ensure that, within the next 5 years, S.H.I.E.L.D will extend its reach to 50 energy-deprived areas across the globe. Evelyn's voice resonated with clarity and conviction, emphasizing the necessity of collaborative efforts among governments, enterprises, and non-governmental organizations. We open our doors wide, welcoming all partners who share our vision of energy inclusivity to join us. Maggie Carter, meanwhile, addressed the media's pressing concerns regarding legal and regulatory matters. We have assembled a team of esteemed lawyers from around the world who will diligently adhere to the laws and regulations of each nation, actively engaging with local governments and regulatory bodies. We firmly believe that the laws of any nation ultimately serve the welfare of its people. The benefits brought by S.H.I.E.L.D include reduced living costs, a cleaner environment, and fairer opportunities, aligning with the interests of all. The climax of the press conference was a live demonstration of the S.H.I.E.L.D core. A single mother named Susan from a community center in Brooklyn ascended the stage with her 3 children. As a cleaner, her meager monthly income required nearly 1/3 to cover her electricity bills. Tony personally handed a S.H.I.E.L.D core to Susan, instructing her on how to connect it to her household appliances. Moments later, the large screen in the square transitioned to a live feed from Susan's home. The once dimly lit room was instantly illuminated by bright lights. The refrigerator began to hum softly. The television flickered on, displaying the children's favorite cartoons. It was nothing short of miraculous. With a quivering voice, Susan gazed at the compact energy core as if witnessing a wonder, exclaiming, "I will no longer have to let my children suffer in the cold during winter to save on electricity." Her 3 children joyfully darted around the room, waving at the camera. Their smiles, like rays of sunlight, dispelled any doubts and shadows lingering in the square. Following the conclusion of the press conference, the S.H.I.E.L.D core created ripples across the globe akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirring monumental waves of response. Positive echoes surged forth like a tide. Environmental organizations expressed their exhilaration, deeming S.H.I.E.L.D a revolutionary weapon in the fight against climate change. As its energy is derived from an eternal source, entirely clean and unpolluted. Widespread adoption would significantly diminish global carbon emissions. Governments of developing nations eagerly expressed their willingness to serve as pilot countries for the S.H.I.E.L.D. Inclusive Energy Initiative. The Prime Minister of India tweeted, "I look forward to collaborating to ensure that every village in India can bask in the light brought forth by S.H.I.E.L.D." The President of Kenya directly contacted Pepper, hoping to prioritize the deployment of mobile charging vehicles in Africa. The general populace harbored great expectations for S.H.I.E.L.D. On social media, the hashtag #IWantS.H.I.E.L.D. swiftly ascended to global trending status, with countless individuals sharing their struggles due to energy shortages or exorbitant electricity costs, articulating their yearning for S.H.I.E.L.D. Aunt Martha from the Brooklyn Community Center was the first to apply for the installation of a S.H.I.E.L.D. core, marking the end of her community center's struggles with insufficient heating in winter and intermittent air conditioning in summer. Children can study in well-lit rooms, while the elderly can heat their meals in the microwave without the looming anxiety of utility bills. This innovation is more reliable than divine intervention. During an interview with a local television station, Aunt Martha gave a thumbs up to the camera, proclaiming that Tony has finally accomplished something of merit. Meanwhile, Steve Rogers discreetly applied for the solar core for several impoverished families within the community. Upon witnessing Billy's grandmother comfortably utilizing the solar-powered oxygen machine throughout the winter, he recognized that Tony and Jasper had indeed succeeded in harnessing technology for the greater good. However, the backlash was equally fierce and direct. Major energy corporations swiftly banded together to form an energy security alliance, attempting to obstruct the proliferation of solar technology. They employed a multitude of lobbyists to sway parliamentary bodies across nations, labeling solar as a threat to national security and seeking to maintain global control over energy. The American Fossil Fuel Association even collaborated with certain legislators to introduce an unconventional energy regulatory bill, demanding the disclosure of all technical details of solar technology under governmental oversight. This was nothing short of blatant technological plunder. At a press conference, Tony vehemently rebutted their claims, asserting that their true fear was not security concerns, but the potential erosion of their monopolistic power and the inability to exploit the public through exorbitant electricity prices. Jasper, on the other hand, adopted a more pragmatic approach. He personally met with several undecided legislators, employing a three-dimensional model constructed from arcane runes to visually demonstrate the safety mechanisms and inclusive benefits of solar technology. "You're the representatives elected by the people." Jasper's voice was calm, yet resolute. "Will you stand with the energy giants or with your constituents? I trust you will exercise your own judgment." Internationally, resistance was also formidable. Certain oil-dependent nations outright banned the sale of solar technology within their borders, while others, hindered by technological backwardness, feared the impact on their fragile energy sectors, which could lead to unemployment and social unrest. In response to these challenges, a flexible yet determined strategy was employed. For those countries openly resisting, they refrained from forceful entry and instead chose to collaborate with local non-governmental organizations, donating solar cores to impoverished regions through humanitarian aid, thereby demonstrating their value through tangible impact. For nations concerned about industrial disruption, they proposed technology transfer initiatives to assist in establishing solar assembly factories and training skilled workers, ensuring stable employment. Maggie Carter's public relations team adeptly utilized social media to juxtapose the luxurious lifestyles and hefty salaries of energy executives against the news of their opposition to solar technology, igniting public outrage against energy monopolies. Why should they reside in mansions and sail yachts while we are forced to scrutinize every kilowatt hour? Such inquiries generated formidable public pressure worldwide. Chapter 66. The aftermath of solar technology. The first solar charging station in New York State was established in a large supermarket parking lot in Brooklyn. On opening day, residents queued in long lines to recharge. The operator of the charging station was Billy from the community center. After utilizing the S.H.I.E.L.D. core, his grandmother experienced a remarkable improvement in her health, allowing him to attend school with peace of mind. He also took advantage of his spare time to participate in the S.H.I.E.L.D. operator training program, ultimately becoming a part-time operator. The charging process was quite straightforward. Clad in a blue work uniform, Billy beamed with pride as he guided an elderly lady on how to operate the charging interface. "Just plug this in, press the green button, and wait 15 minutes, and it will be fully charged," he explained. The elderly lady gazed at the screen, displaying $40. Unable to suppress her nostalgia. "In my youth, a kilowatt hour cost mere pennies. At last, I am witnessing affordable electricity once more." The mobile charging vehicle's inaugural stop was a remote town in northern New York State. Due to its sparse population, the electric company had long been reluctant to invest in upgrading the power grid, leaving residents dependent on costly diesel generators. When the vehicle, emblazoned with logos, halted in the dusty town square, the residents initially regarded it with skepticism and caution. However, when the operator demonstrated how the Shiguang core powered water pumps, lights, and even small agricultural machinery, doubt transformed into excitement. Mayor Old Tom trembled as he grasped the operator's hand, exclaiming, "We have awaited this day for 30 years." As the charging vehicle departed, the town's children ran after it for quite a distance, shouting their thanks and inviting it to return. The solar panels atop the vehicle shimmered in the sunset, resembling a vast sapphire. International collaboration also witnessed groundbreaking advancements. An agreement was signed with Germany's Siemens to authorize the production and sale of the Shiguang core in Europe, and a partnership was forged with a local enterprise in Kenya to establish an assembly plant in East Africa, prioritizing the employment of local women and youth. Evelyn Reed's team spent almost every day airborne, coordinating production standards across different countries while navigating various unexpected policy shifts and managing the distribution of interest with partners. Her assistant once quipped, "Dr. Reed's time zone is the global time zone." Meanwhile, Maggie Carter became the organization's troubleshooter, appearing wherever legal disputes arose or negative public opinion surfaced. Her speech at the United Nations elevated energy accessibility to the status of a fundamental human right, while her columns in the Wall Street Journal incisively exposed the monopolistic practices of energy giants, sparking widespread discourse. Tony and Jasper, on the other hand, focused their energies on optimizing and iterating technologies. Building on the Shiguang core, they developed the Shiguang Business Series suitable for small enterprises and farms, as well as the Shiguang Emergency Series designed for disaster response and emergencies. The latter could operate stably in extreme conditions, high temperatures, low temperatures, and strong radiation, quickly becoming a favorite among humanitarian organizations. "We cannot rest on our laurels," Tony declared during an internal meeting. "The Shiguang is merely the first step. Our ambition is to entirely eliminate fossil fuels and establish the clean energy of the eternal furnace as the primary energy source for our planet." Jasper added, "Yet we must also remember that technology is neutral. The crux lies in how we choose to wield it. We must establish a more robust regulatory framework to prevent the radiant light from being utilized for military purposes or becoming a tool for certain forces to dominate other nations." Their relationships have grown increasingly intertwined amidst the tide of this energy revolution. Amidst their busyness, they often visit the community center in Brooklyn to see Susan's family and Billy's grandmother. They share a cup of coffee late into the night in a laboratory, discussing feedback on the Radiant Lights application in a remote village. They gather on the lawn of Hawk Manor with Jasper's parents, observing drones powered by radiant light watering the plants in the garden. Sometimes, I ponder on a weekend afternoon, as Tony reclines on the grass, gazing at the azure sky. How would my father perceive the radiant light if he were still here? Jasper, sitting beside him with a book in hand, looks up and remarks, "He would be proud of you, would he?" Tony chuckles, recalling his father's belief that the value of technology lies in advancing civilization. Perhaps the radiant light has achieved this. Not only that, Jasper sets aside his book and gazes earnestly at him. It has done something even more significant. It has imbued technology with warmth. Sunlight cascades upon them, warm and gentle. In the distance, a sprinkler powered by the radiant core operates, its droplets refracting a spectrum of colors under the sun, resembling countless tiny rainbows. The seismic shifts within the energy sector continue unabated. Several stubborn energy giants, under the dual pressures of public opinion and market contraction, have seen their stock prices plummet, compelling them to announce transformations or reach settlements to join the Radiant Light's inclusive initiative. Regulatory policies in some nations are gradually shifting towards the radiant light in response to the people's demands. The first international demonstration zone for radiant light has officially launched in Nairobi, Kenya, distributing the initial batch of 100,000 radiant cores to impoverished families and schools in the area. When the children of Nairobi first used computers in classrooms illuminated by radiant light, the smiles on their faces traveled across the globe through satellite signals. This smile is the finest testament to the Radiant Light's inclusive initiative and the greatest reward for all those who strive for the benevolent use of technology. In an underground laboratory, Tony and Jasper observe the real-time footage from Nairobi, exchanging knowing smiles. They understand that the Radiant Light heralds not merely an energy revolution. It represents a practice of fairness and justice, a dialogue between technology and humanity, and an exploration of global cooperation and shared destiny. This journey is destined to be fraught with challenges. Technological iterations, the tussle of interests, cultural disparities, and geopolitical conflicts may serve as obstacles along the way. Yet, as long as they remember the reasons for their endeavor, for the bright lights of Susan's home, for the warm winters of Billy's grandmother, for the curiosity and hope in the eyes of Nairobi's children, they will continue forward. For they believe that light will ultimately illuminate every corner, and they will be the guardians and bearers of that light. Chapter 67. Inspiring Runes, Ascending to the Divine Father Level. The influence of the radiant light persists, and Jasper's strength continues to grow. Until one day, on the top floor of the headquarters, a private apartment overlooks the timeless, vibrant nightscape of New York through expansive floor-to-ceiling windows. Yet, within, the atmosphere is serene, akin to a different realm. The air is infused with a subtle aroma of coffee and a peculiar scent reminiscent of rain-kissed grass, an essence emanating from Jasper, imbued with the energy of ancient runes. Tony has long grown accustomed to this fragrance, finding it more comforting than any scented candle could offer. Jasper sits on the living room carpet, leaning against the sofa with a hefty tome of ancient sorcery spread open upon his lap. The edges of the pages have yellowed over time, inscribed with a long-lost script, not true runes, but rather a form of engraving that differs significantly from the world's runes, chronicling obscure treatises on the resonance of symbols. His fingertips hover just above the pages, while blue and violet runes dance like living fireflies, flitting and swirling around his fingers, occasionally dripping a few glimmers onto the paper. Tony reclines against the sofa, clutching a tablet, ostensibly reviewing quarterly reports, yet his gaze frequently drifts toward Jasper. He relishes the sight of Jasper's intense focus. Sunlight pours through the windows, casting a golden halo over Jasper's soft hair, while his long eyelashes cast gentle shadows beneath his serene, devout expression, as if he has merged with the ancient runes that surround him. In such moments, Jasper possesses an ethereal sanctity that captivates Tony, evoking an irresistible urge to conceal him from the world. This impulse has grown increasingly potent, especially when witnessing Jasper engage in tactical discussions with the Gene Dynamics team. Seeing Dr. Evelyn Reed embrace Jasper in excitement over breakthroughs in the Dawnlight Project, or observing Aunt Martha from the community center hold Jasper's hand, chattering away about mundane matters. Each instance leaves Tony feeling as though something heavy constricts his chest. He recognizes this possessiveness as somewhat juvenile, even pathological. Jasper is not his to own. He has his own career, friends, and life. Yet, Tony cannot restrain himself. Having endured the loss of his parents, faced near-death experiences during the Battle of New York, and confronted the soul-rending clash with Bucky, Tony understands the profound pain of loss better than anyone. Jasper is the sole anchor he has found in this chaotic world, and he simply wishes to hold that anchor a little tighter. "What are you reading?" Tony inquires, setting aside the tablet and leaning forward, elbows resting on his knees, his gaze fixed on the ancient text, adopting a tone of feigned casualness. Jasper lifts his head, the runes in his eyes gradually fading to reveal a clear depth. He smiles, nudging the book toward Tony. It's about the deep resonance between determination and the runes. "Lately, I feel as though there's a missing bridge between them, preventing their true synergy from being realized." Tony's eyes skim the twisted, ancient script, leaving him feeling dizzy. His understanding of such magical arts is rudimentary at best, and he has little interest in delving deeper. His world is constructed of formulas, energy, and metal, characterized by clear logic and defined causality. Yet, he delights in listening to Jasper speak on these subjects, enchanted by the childlike curiosity and fervor that sparkles in his eyes whenever he discusses runes. "Do you need assistance?" Tony raised an eyebrow. "For instance, should I charge you with the core of the Genesis light? Or perhaps enlist Lissandra to analyze the energy frequencies of the runes?" "No need," Jasper replied, shaking his head. He lightly tapped the symbol on the page, stating, "This requires enlightenment, not a technical fix." Much like how you suddenly grasped the principles of miniaturizing an arc reactor in that cave. Tony smirked ironically at the recollection. "That epiphany nearly cost me my life." He paused, shifting onto the carpet beside Jasper, casually resting his arm on his shoulder, his fingers unconsciously tracing his collarbone. "Don't overexert yourself. As significant as the runes may be, they pale in comparison to your well-being." Jasper sensed a subtle tension in Tony's tone and noticed the weight of his arm resting on his shoulder, heavier than usual. Turning his head, he looked into Tony's caramel-colored eyes, which sparkled with mischief and brilliance, now betraying a familiar unease. "I understand." Jasper's voice was soft as he placed his hand over Tony's, the warmth of his palm permeating through the thin fabric of his shirt. "I just feel that we are growing closer to completion. The resolute runes have granted me the strength to protect, and the witchcraft runes allow me to communicate with energy, yet it seems something is still missing." "Missing what?" Tony inquired, his fingers tightening slightly. "Is it the rune amplifier I designed for you? Or perhaps a thorough opportunity to unwind?" He suggested, "This weekend, let us retreat to the Malibu villa for 2 days. No meetings, no reports, and none of those endless world-saving missions. Just the two of us, basking in the sun, sipping wine, and gazing at the sea." Jasper felt warmth blossom in his heart as he observed the anticipation in Tony's eyes. He understood that Tony's concerns were rooted in care, expressed in his own way. Recently, Tony's protectiveness had become increasingly apparent. he would subtly distance Jasper from overly familiar colleagues, appear with coffee to interrupt lengthy discussions between him and Evelyn about the Dawn Project, and even, during video conferences, raise his voice with a barrage of professional jargon whenever he saw Ike from the Gene Dynamics team patting Jasper's shoulder, until Ike tactfully withdrew. This somewhat childish possessiveness was not lost on Jasper. Initially, he felt a sense of resignation, but gradually he came to appreciate the underlying tension and regard, choosing not to address it directly. Instead, he would occasionally squeeze Tony's palm in response to his proclamations of ownership, silently conveying, "I am here, and I'm not going anywhere." "All right," Jasper replied with a smile, "but let me finish this chapter first." He pointed to the tome resting on his lap, feeling he was nearing a breakthrough. Tony watched the spark of eagerness in Jasper's eyes, a thirst for knowledge and a quest for power, qualities that were uniquely Jasper-esque and drew him in. Eventually, he released his tightly clenched fingers, choosing instead to gently tousle Jasper's hair. "Don't stay up too late. I shall prepare you a warm cup of milk." "Okay." Tony rose and walked toward the kitchen, his silhouette appearing somewhat forlorn under the living room lights. He leaned against the kitchen counter, watching the carton of milk slowly rotate within a microwave, an unsettling feeling constricting his heart. He was acutely aware that Jasper's world was far more expansive than what lay before his eyes. Those ancient runes, those enigmatic forces, concealed depths beyond his reach. This inaccessibility troubled him, reminiscent of the time he helplessly watched his parents' car vanish into a rain-soaked night, witnessing the dimensional portal open overhead during the Battle of New York. That sense of powerlessness lingered, undiminished even with the possession of the Genesis core and armor. All he wished was to grasp something tangible, to seize this rare warmth, to hold onto the one who could free him from nightmares during his midnight reveries. In the living room, Jasper refocused his attention on the ancient texts. Time seemed to blur, and when his fingertips once again touched the page, aligning with the ancient symbol of cognition, a faint sound echoed in his mind, as if a long-sealed gate had swung open. Ding! Host detected a profound resonance with the Enlightenment rune, meeting the sign-in criteria. Sign-in successful. Acquired the complete world rune, Enlightenment. Unlike the weightiness of the Resolute rune or the fluidity of the Sorcery rune, the moment the Enlightenment rune manifested was devoid of overwhelming energy surges or dazzling light effects. It resembled a delicate thread of light, silently penetrating Jasper's brow, subsequently erupting within the depths of his consciousness. Not in an explosion, but in a blossoming akin to billions of stars igniting in an instant, only to fade back into silence, leaving behind a transparent void that reflected all things. Jasper's body became rigid. He felt his consciousness stretching infinitely, widening, penetrating the walls of the apartment, the steel and concrete, the cacophony of New York, and even piercing the atmosphere, reaching into the profound cosmos beyond Earth. He observed the flow of energy within the core of the eternal furnace. Those circuits he once deemed flawless, revealing subtle flaws and opportunities for optimization under the light of the Enlightenment rune. He glimpsed the collective consciousness of the nanobots, bustling like a colony of ants, adhering to their programmed paths, yet hinting at a desire for evolution under the illumination of enlightenment. He witnessed Tony in the kitchen, lost in thought before the microwave, feeling the fluctuations of energy within his chest from the Genesis core, rippling with instability, mirroring an unspoken melody laced with anxiety. He even saw Odin far away in Asgard, seated upon his throne, his solitary eye gazing into a distant corner of the universe, emanating a protective force akin to the Resolute rune, yet older and heavier. He observed the Ancient One deep within the Himalayas, inscribing a magical array, her fingertips' energy tracing patterns reminiscent of the Sorcery rune, yet more inclined towards the understanding and manipulation of dimensions. In that moment, Jasper finally comprehended what had eluded him all along: understanding. The Resolute rune endowed him with the will and strength to protect. The Sorcery rune enabled him to harness energy, while the Enlightenment rune allowed him to truly grasp the essence of it all. Strength has transcended the realm of mere cold numbers. Energy has evolved beyond an abstract concept, and the rules and laws have transformed from obscure texts into entities that are tangible, communicable, and even guiding. His perception of the world underwent a profound metamorphosis the moment the enlightening runes integrated into his consciousness. As Jasper slowly opened his eyes, it was as if countless stars flickered deep within his pupils. The energy field surrounding him became remarkably tranquil, yet unfathomable, akin to a calm sea concealing the power to unleash a tsunami. He could distinctly feel that his prowess had ascended to an entirely new echelon, far surpassing the strength he possessed when he previously fused determination with the runes of sorcery by an order of magnitude. This newfound strength was not merely destructive. It embodied a more intrinsic influence over the very fabric of rules. He even sensed an unprecedented closeness to the earth, as if he could harness the energy of the planet itself. Of course, this was but a vague perception, not yet fully realized, yet sufficient to attest to his elevation to the legendary realm of the Celestial Father. Compared to Odin and the Ancient One, he was somewhat inferior, having only recently ascended with a still fragile foundation, like the newly risen sun, its brilliance evident, yet not yet reaching the intensity of noon. However, he was confident that, given time to consolidate his realm, he could not only catch up but potentially surpass them. Chapter 68. Tony's corks. Hey, are you all right? Tony exclaimed, entering with a warm glass of milk. Upon seeing Jasper sitting motionless, his complexion pale and his gaze vacant, panic seized him. He rushed over, placing the milk aside, and grasped Jasper's shoulders. What is wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Is there a problem with the runes? Jasper was drawn back to reality by Tony's anxious voice. The stars in his eyes gradually faded, restoring their usual clarity, now imbued with a gentle insight. He raised his hand and tenderly cupped Tony's cheek, his fingertips carrying a hint of the coolness from his recent enlightenment. I'm fine, Tony. His voice was deeper than usual, resonating with a penetrating quality that seemed to reach into the very depths of one's heart. I have received enlightenment. Enlightenment? Tony was taken aback. What is that? A new rune? Indeed. Jasper nodded, pressing his forehead against Tony's, allowing him to more acutely sense the new energy surging within him. It has revealed many truths to me, representing knowledge, foresight, and understanding. Tony felt a gentle yet profoundly deep energy emanating from Jasper, harmonizing splendidly with the core of the Genesis light within his own chest. The nanobots in his body seemed to respond to some unseen call, joyfully leaping through his veins. To his astonishment, he perceived Jasper's emotions as tranquil, transparent, and tinged with a subtle compassion. Not sympathy, but a profound understanding of the essence of all things. This sensation was extraordinary, swiftly replacing any childish possessiveness with a complex mixture of awe and pride. Is it powerful? Tony inquired cautiously, his fingers instinctively tightening as if fearing this formidable force might whisk Jasper away from him. Very powerful, Jasper affirmed. Jasper did not conceal his newfound strength, which surpassed my previous power combined. He is likely at the same echelon as Odin and the Ancient One. Odin? The Ancient One? Tony's pupils dilated in shock. Though he had never encountered Odin in person, he had heard numerous legends about the Asgardian king from Thor. The renown of the Ancient One resonated throughout the magical realm. The fact that Jasper had ascended to such a level was astonishing. Gazing at Jasper's serene visage, Tony suddenly felt a sense of unreality. This individual, who only yesterday had lounged on the sofa with him, critiquing the laughably poor special effects of an old film, was now claiming to stand shoulder to shoulder with those legendary beings. Tony opened his mouth to inquire whether he would still be the same, but the question felt foolish. So he settled on asking, how does it feel? Very clear, Jasper replied with a smile, raising his hand to smooth Tony's furrowed brow. Unprecedentedly clear. It's as though the veil over my eyes has been lifted. He leaned closer to Tony's ear, whispering in a tone meant solely for their ears. No matter how strong I become, I remain myself, the one who brews your coffee, listens to your complaints about tedious meetings, and cherishes you. Jasper. The warm breath brushed against Tony's ear, infused with an extraordinary scent of mystical runes and enlightening light, instantly dispelling all of Tony's anxieties and shadows. He abruptly embraced Jasper, his grip so fierce that it felt as though he wished to meld him into his very essence. No backing out, Tony's voice was muffled, tinged with a barely perceptible hitch. Regardless of how many cosmic mysteries you unveil or divine whispers you hear, you are mine. This assertive declaration, laced with a childlike innocence, filled Jasper's heart to the brim. He returned the embrace, gently patting Tony's back, feeling the vigorous heartbeat and the warmth of the core of creation emanating from within him. No backing out. The soft glow of the living room light enveloped the two of them, casting elongated shadows that intertwined, as if they could never be separated. The following morning, Jasper's transformation was first detected by the keenly perceptive, hound-like senses of Howard the Duck. In the underground laboratory, Howard stood atop a stool, gesticulating towards a complex energy circuit model, vociferously reprimanding a few young researchers. What is this nonsense design? An energy conversion rate of only 973? You wouldn't even pass in the Yodeler's kindergarten. As soon as Jasper entered the laboratory, Howard's tirade abruptly ceased. He scampered over to Jasper, his little mustache quivering in excitement. Nose close to Jasper's, like a squirrel catching a whiff of a novel scent, sniffing fervently. Wow, Jasper, your energy signature feels different. It's cleaner, as if it has been washed with a cosmic-grade cleanser. What have you done to the runes? Did you secretly upgrade again? Show me. Jasper chuckled helplessly, sidestepping Howard's close inspection. It's merely a new insight, Howard. Nothing of great significance. New insight? What insight could harmonize the resolute energy fluctuations of the mystical runes? Clearly, Heimerdinger was incredulous. He circled Jasper twice, conjuring an energy detector from thin air, and commenced scanning Jasper with fervor. The readings on the device's screen oscillated wildly before emitting a sharp crack and releasing a wisp of smoke, rendering it utterly inoperable. Damn it, Heimerdinger lamented as he picked up the Rune instrument. Lamenting, this was my recently invented cosmic energy analyzer. How could it possibly fail? He gazed at Jasper, his eyes filled with astonishment and fervor. What realm have you transcended to? Could it be the legendary Rune body? Or perhaps energy unification? Neither. Jasper replied with an amused sigh. Just a little enhancement for our radiant core optimization. He shifted the topic, pointing at the energy circuit model that Heimerdinger had criticized. By incorporating a miniature rune array at the node in the third quadrant, we might elevate the conversion rate to 998. With a flourish, he sketched a complex rune diagram in the air, a design that was not merely a simple mystical rune, but a synthesis of resolute weight, the ethereality of sorcery, and a hint of ineffable insight, as if it could evolve autonomously. Heimerdinger stared at the rune design, his eyes widening in realization as he murmured, Oh, so that is how it is. Energy here forms a miniature cycle, neither dissipating nor losing its essence, while nurturing the core in reverse. My goodness. This is truly a cosmic epiphany. Jasper, you are a genius. No, you are the genius among geniuses. He immediately directed the researchers to adjust the model. Exuberant like a child who has just received a new toy, Jasper watched his bustling figure with an exasperated shake of his head. He understood that, although Heimerdinger could not perceive the existence of the enlightening runes, his extraordinary scientific intuition had captured the essence of optimization and understanding contained within. At that moment, Evelyn Reed and Magi Carter entered the laboratory. They had just concluded a video conference with the EU Energy Commission, their faces still bearing traces of fatigue. Upon seeing Jasper, they both smiled. Jasper, your timing is impeccable. Evelyn handed him a report, stating that the EU had finally relented, agreeing to a large-scale pilot of the Radiant Core in Germany and France. However, they stipulated a request. They hope you can personally attend the launch ceremony. Me? Jasper was taken aback. Yes, they specifically requested your presence, Magi explained with a smile. The entirety of Europe is abuzz with tales of a mysterious figure who possesses the secrets of light, capable of communicating with energy, healing wounds, and foreseeing energy crises. She teased, they're nearly elevating you to the status of a wizard. Jasper rubbed his temples in resignation. He knew this was largely Magi's doing. To promote the Radiant Project, she had cleverly leveraged the external curiosity and reverence for his rune abilities, crafting an image of a mysterious and powerful guardian. I cannot attend, Jasper stated firmly, as I need to stabilize my state. He referred to the recent acquisition of the enlightening runes, which required time to solidify his realm and prevent energy from spiraling out of control. What about Tony? Evelyn suggested. Upon mentioning Tony, Maggie's gaze took on a subtle nuance. Just yesterday, in the elevator, she had witnessed Tony, overly enthusiastic due to Ike's influence, inadvertently spill a cup of coffee onto Ike's tactical manual while seeking Jasper's guidance on rune tactics. Tony's schedule is booked until next month, Maggie remarked, adding with a hint of playful teasing, and he seems rather reluctant to be away from you for too long. Jasper felt a slight flush in his cheeks and chose not to respond. Evelyn cast a knowing glance at Maggie, signaling her to refrain from jesting, and then stated, I shall go instead. However, it may be prudent for someone from the Gene Dynamics team to accompany me for safety. I'll have S.H.I.E.L.D accompany you, Jasper offered. Her precision and judgment are sufficient for handling various situations. Just then, Tony emerged from the laboratory's portal, clad in a sleek silver-gray nanotech armor. With only his head exposed, he scanned the lab for any potential threats, such as researchers encroaching too closely to Jasper, before allowing the armor to disassemble, flowing back into the wristband. What are you discussing? Tony inquired as he approached Jasper, naturally wrapping an arm around his waist in a manner that exuded undeniable possessiveness. Evelyn and Maggie exchanged a knowing glance. We were discussing sending Jasper to the EU for the Dawnlight initiation ceremony, Evelyn replied. Tony's brow immediately furrowed. He cannot go. Just as Jasper attempted to speak, Tony interrupted. Aren't you in the process of stabilizing your condition? His reasoning was sound. Europe was rife with troubles, social engagements, speeches, and an incessant swarm of journalists that drained one's energy. Let Evelyn go instead. If necessary, I can grant S.H.I.E.L.D remote control of the nanotech. She can handle any issues that arise. Evelyn and Maggie struggled to suppress their amusement as they observed Jasper's resigned expression. Fine, I want to go. Jasper ultimately capitulated. He felt Tony's grip on his waist tighten slightly, the tension within that hold rendering him unable to refuse. That's more like it, Tony declared with satisfaction. Then turned to Evelyn. If you require any support, do not hesitate to ask. The European branch will cooperate fully. After concluding their discussion, Evelyn and Maggie discreetly exited the laboratory, leaving behind only Jasper, Tony, and the engrossed Howard in the energy circuits. You see, they've all noticed, Jasper remarked, looking at Tony with a hint of resignation. Your possessiveness is practically written on your face. And what of it? Tony unabashedly retorted, lowering his gaze to nuzzle against Jasper's neck with a soft touch, his voice low yet clear. I simply do not wish for others to gaze upon you. Do not wish for you to tire, and do not want to be apart from you for too long. Is that too much to ask? Jasper, gazing into his near, proud, and piercing eyes, now reflecting only his own image, felt his previous exasperation dissolve into a gentle stream of warmth. Very well. Jasper raised his hand, gently caressing Tony's cheek, the runes of enlightenment glowing softly at his fingertips, as a soothing wave of energy flowed into Tony, calming the restless core of his primordial light. I will heed your words. However, you must promise me not to overexert yourself. The Dawn Project is vital, as is your well-being. Understood, my dear steward. Tony replied with a smile, lowering his head to kiss him. The sunlight streamed through the laboratory skylight, bathing the two in its warmth and illuminating the energy model that Black Merdinger was continuously optimizing. Upon the model was a pattern left by Jasper, a harmonious fusion of 3 runic essences, shimmering gently in the sunlight, as if narrating a tale of power, understanding, and protection. Jasper understood that the runes of enlightenment had not only granted him insight into the world's laws, but had also clarified the barriers within Tony's heart. Barriers constructed from fear, insecurity, and profound affection. Breaking through these walls was not a daunting task. With the power of enlightenment, perceiving, comprehending, and even manipulating them was well within reach. Yet he refrained. He was willing to wait, to gradually dissolve those barriers in his own manner, allowing sunlight to seep through, filling the voids left by past wounds with trust and a sense of security. Just as he had grasped the essence of the runes, he was equally eager to invest time in understanding every nuance and softness within Tony's heart. Perhaps this was the profound lesson imparted by the runes of enlightenment. True power lies not in dominion over all, but in the understanding of protection and cherishing those we love. He embraced Tony tightly, whispering in his ear, "This weekend, Malibu, do you remember?" Tony's body instantly relaxed, returning the embrace, relief, and joy evident in his voice. "Of course, I remember. It's already been arranged." Chapter 69. A conversation with the ancient one-nightfall enveloped the private meditation chamber on the top floor of the headquarters. Jasper sat cross-legged at the center of the formation, his eyes gently closed, breath steady and deep. Since acquiring the runes of enlightenment and ascending to the level of a celestial father, he devoted 2 hours each day to solidifying his realm here. In this moment, his consciousness resembled a tranquil lake, the weight of the resolute runes, the agility of the mystical runes, and the clarity of the runes of enlightenment formed a perfect cycle within him. Energy no longer surged as a torrent requiring deliberate guidance. It flowed as naturally as breath. He could distinctly perceive the subtle transformations arising from the interplay of the 3 runes. Resolute runes providing the foundation for mysticism. Mysticism channeling energy to enlightenment, and enlightenment, in turn, optimizing the structure of resoluteness while expanding the boundaries of mysticism. This sensation was marvelous, as if he had become a miniature universe, with the 3 runes embodying the fundamental laws that constituted this cosmos, mutually constraining yet simultaneously enhancing one another. The runes of enlightenment bestowed not merely an elevation of power, but also a transcendence of cognitive dimensions. In the past, one would observe the world from the ground, witnessing the mountains and rivers, yet remained oblivious to the Earth's spherical nature. Now, however, it is akin to standing upon the moon, able to perceive the Earth in its entirety, observing the flow of the atmosphere, the movements of tectonic plates, and even sensing the deeper, concealed patterns beneath the surface. For instance, he can feel the invisible stream of consciousness beneath New York, a collective of countless human emotions, joy, sorrow, anger, and hope, surging like tides, subtly influencing the city's energetic landscape. Previously, he could only vaguely perceive this flow. Now, he can distinctly discern its components, and through the transformative power of the enlightening runes, he can subtly guide this current towards a more positive trajectory. Although this guidance is exceedingly faint, like casting a pebble into the vast ocean, it undeniably exists. Moreover, he can see the core of the eternal furnace, a sphere composed of magical particles and Tony's new elements, where the internal energy cycle is not flawless, containing exceedingly minute imperfections. These imperfections are inevitable losses during energy conversion. Previously, he regarded this as a normal occurrence. However, illuminated by the enlightening runes, he has discovered that these imperfections can be smoothed through a highly intricate microarray that integrates the characteristics of 3 distinct runes. theoretically enhancing the energy conversion efficiency of the eternal furnace by 0.001. Do not underestimate this 0.001. For a supercore that provides energy to numerous countries and regions implies a potential annual saving equivalent to the output of several nuclear power plants. Jasper is immersed in this wondrous experience of discerning essence when a familiar, gentle yet irresistible wave of energy suddenly brushes against the edges of his consciousness. This wave bears no hostility. Rather, it resembles an old friend, long unseen, arriving with a faint aroma of tea. He slowly opens his eyes. The air in the meditation chamber ripples like water, and a figure materializes in the corner of the room. The newcomer is clad in a distinctive yellow robe, and the reflection of light on the polished jade floor bestows a warm glow upon her bald head. With a serene smile, it is none other than the Ancient One. She holds an ancient wooden teacup from which wisps of steam emanate, indicating freshly brewed tea. Long time no see, Jasper Hawk. The Ancient One's voice flows like a mountain spring, clear and profound. It appears you have discovered your own enlightenment. This marks their second encounter. The first took place after Jasper returned from Asgard with fragments of the Tesseract, when the Ancient One had summoned him for a clandestine meeting. They engaged in a brief, yet profound conversation about the balance of the universe and the boundaries between magic and technology. At that time, she prophesied that Jasper's unique power system, embodying the rigor of technology and the fluidity of magic, would inevitably touch upon the world's essence in the future. Ancient One, Jasper rises, nodding slightly to one of the most powerful sorcerers on Earth. He senses that her power resembles a vast, deep starry sky, seemingly tranquil, yet harboring unimaginable breadth and depth. Even after ascending to the level of the Father of Heaven, one can still sense the weight of seniority in the presence of the Ancient One, not as a suppression of power, but rather as an accumulation and sedimentation of experience. There is no need for excessive formality. The Ancient One gestured for him to continue sitting, while she found a soft cushion by the window, leisurely settling in to sip her tea. Your progress has surpassed my expectations. In just a few short years, you have adeptly integrated 3 different realms of cosmic rules, reaching the status of the Father of Heaven. Such talent is indeed rare, even in the vast universe. The Master is overly complimentary, Jasper replied, resuming his humble posture. Had it not been for the battles in New York, the assault on the Sandbox base, and the support from Tony, Steve, and others, I would not have achieved my current understanding. Experience serves as a catalyst, and friends provide assistance. Yet ultimately, it is oneself who must take that crucial step. The Ancient One smiled, her gaze falling upon the runic array at the center of the room, which had become more harmonious since their last meeting. The 3 elements complemented one another, already hinting at the nascent form of the Tao. The Tao she spoke of resonated with the Eastern philosophical concept, referring to the fundamental laws governing the universe and the ultimate principles of existence. Jasper understood that the Ancient One had discerned the essence of his power system. The world runes were not mere weapons or tools, but keys to comprehending and applying the Tao. I have only just grazed the threshold, Jasper admitted. Compared to your understanding of dimensions and time, I'm still far from adequate. Each field has its specialization, yet the great principles are interconnected, the Ancient One replied, shaking her head. I delve into dimensional magic, exploring the balance of the multiverse. You master the world runes, touching upon the essence of the singular universe. Though our paths diverge, the destination may ultimately converge. Setting down her teacup, her gaze deepened. Do you know that the true meaning of enlightenment runes transcends mere cognition and comprehension? Jasper felt a stir within him. Listening intently, he recognized that every word from the Ancient One was imbued with wisdom beyond the reach of ordinary minds. The essence of the universe is change. The Ancient One spoke slowly, from the singularity of the Big Bang to the birth and destruction of stars. From the emergence of life to the rise and fall of civilizations, everything operates within the realm of change. A resolute will represent preservation, serving as an anchor in the currents of transformation to ensure that essence does not get lost. The variables of sorcery signify change, propelling things forward, while the wisdom of enlightenment represents the understanding of the laws of change and the significance of transformation, thus finding the most appropriate balance between preservation and change. She paused, then added, this balance is equilibrium, the harmony of the universe, the balance of dimensions, and even the equilibrium between you and Tony Stark. At the mention of Tony, a ripple stirred within Jasper. He understood the Ancient One's implication. Tony's fiery, straightforward nature was brimming with creativity and a desire for control, whereas he himself was relatively reserved and steady, better suited to understanding and embracing. Their relationship was, in itself, a balance between preservation and change. The Enlightenment runes clarified this for him, deepening his understanding of how to maintain such equilibrium. Thank you for your guidance, Master, Jasper expressed sincerely. Under the guidance of the Ancient One, he felt a deeper comprehension of the Enlightenment runes. Previously, his understanding was primarily from the perspective of power application. Now he realized that its profound significance lies in the way one navigates the world. Whether in relation to power, others, or the universe itself, one must possess not only an awareness of existence, but also an understanding of its essence. Between you and me, there is no need for gratitude. The Ancient One smiled, stating that safeguarding the earth is a shared responsibility. The greater your power, the more profound your understanding of the world, thus fortifying the earth's defenses. She shifted her tone. However, the realm of the Father is not an end, but a new beginning. Your current state resembles that of a giant who has just learned to walk, though strong. Your foundation remains unsteady. I share this sentiment. Jasper nodded, noting that when faced with complex energy structures, he often generated dozens of potential solutions, which paradoxically made decision-making difficult. This is a normal phenomenon. The Ancient One explained that the omniscience brought by new powers is relative, not absolute. It may provide pathways, but cannot substitute for your choices. True strength lies not merely in the number of options available, but in the ability to select the most fitting one among countless possibilities. She extended her finger, a faint, stardust-like energy swirling at its tip. With a gentle touch, this energy traversed space, landing upon the rune array before Jasper. The array illuminated instantly. The previously stable energy flow began to accelerate, intertwining the radiance of 3 distinct runes into a continuously rotating tricolor vortex. At the heart of this vortex, a smaller seed formed, composed purely of consciousness, Jasper's core essence. Use your will to guide this seed and savor the essence of each rune. The Ancient One's voice resonated with a guiding force. Do not think, do not analyze, simply feel with your heart. Jasper closed his eyes, silencing distractions, and, following the Ancient One's guidance, immersed his consciousness into the core seed. He tasted the essence of the rune of resolve. Heavy, solid, akin to ancient mountains, silent yet steadfast, embodying the will to protect. He savored the essence of the rune of sorcery, lively and ever-changing, reminiscent of meandering streams in the mountains, persistent yet flexible, embodying the vitality of creation. He experienced the essence of the rune of enlightenment, translucent and clear, like sunlight in the high sky, intangible yet encompassing, embodying the wisdom of understanding. These 3 distinct flavors, though contrasting, gradually melded together under the harmonization of the core seed, forming a new, indescribable essence, both resolute and flexible, yet profoundly transparent. When this fusion reached a delicate equilibrium, Jasper felt the energy within him crystallize instantaneously. The previously wavering state of the father-level realm solidified as if infused with rock, becoming incredibly stable. The earlier sensation of inadequacy vanished, replaced by a smooth fluidity. He slowly opened his eyes, their depth and tranquility revealing his newfound stability. He recognized that his realm had been thoroughly solidified. Although he still fell short of Odin and the Ancient One, complete embodiments of the father-level refined over millennia, he had at least established a firm foothold within this domain. Gratitude overwhelmed Jasper as he rose once more, bowing deeply to the Ancient One. His appreciation, this time, was far more sincere than before. Not only had she enlightened him on the intricacies of the Enlightenment rune, but she had also utilized her primordial energy to fortify his realm, a gesture that transcended the typical guidance offered by seasoned mentors. Such a trifling effort, the Ancient One remarked, setting her teacup down and rising to her feet. The future of Earth necessitates more guardians like you. Tony Stark's Genesis light epitomizes the pinnacle of technology. Your world rune symbolizes the essence of primordial power, while Steve Rogers embodies the resilience of humanity. Your very existence is a blessing for this planet. She approached the window, gazing out at the vibrant expanse of New York, and softly murmured, I have safeguarded this dimension for far too long. It is time for me to rest. The path ahead must be traversed by you. Her tone bore a subtle hint of fatigue, intertwined with a sense of relief. Jasper felt a stirring within him. He sensed that although the Ancient One's life force remained formidable, there lingered a whisper of decay, a testament to the passage of time and the toll exacted by her prolonged guardianship against the encroachment of the dark dimension. There is no need for elaborate words, she interjected gently, turning to him with a warm smile. Life and death, rise and fall, are simply the laws of the cosmos. Even a sorcerer cannot entirely transcend them. I am merely preparing for what lies ahead. Her figure began to blur, akin to droplets of water merging with the air. Remember, balance is not only a responsibility to the world, but also an act of kindness toward oneself. Do not exhaust everything in the name of protection, otherwise, you shall only fall into a new state of imbalance. Before her words could fully dissipate, the Ancient One's presence vanished entirely from the meditation chamber. leaving behind only the faint aroma of tea and a lingering essence reminiscent of the starry cosmos. Jasper remained in place, reflecting on her words, his heart a tumult of emotions. The most enigmatic and powerful guardian of Earth always appeared at critical moments, offering clarity before departing quietly, shrouded in humility. He approached the window, gazing in the direction of her disappearance, and silently vowed, "Rest assured, we shall safeguard this world." Chapter 70, Daily Life and Work. The door to the meditation chamber creaked open gently as Tony peeked his head in, a glimmer of curiosity dancing across his features. Was that energy fluctuation caused by the Ancient One's arrival? He could feel the gentle yet profound energy, wholly distinct from the core of his Genesis light, yet equally resonant with cosmic significance. "Indeed, she just left," Jasper replied, turning with a serene smile. "She assisted me immensely." "I knew it." Tony stepped inside, naturally wrapping his arms around Jasper's waist, nuzzling his nose into the crook of his neck, which carried the sense of temple incense intermingled with a hint of green tea. "What did she say? Did she foretell any cosmic calamities?" Jasper chuckled at his playful inquiry. "No ominous prophecies. We merely discussed balance and choices." He recounted the Ancient One's guidance, deliberately omitting any mention of her frailty, not wishing to burden Tony with worry. Tony listened attentively, particularly intrigued by the revelation that the true essence of the Enlightenment runes lies in comprehending the nuances of change. He cast his gaze upon his palm, where the core energy of the Genesis light flickered gently. It dawned on him that his technological journey was, in essence, a quest for equilibrium between innovation and security. The promotion of the Dawn core, the enhancement of the Nanostar River battle armor, and even the collaboration with the government, all required meticulous choices from a myriad of options. That elderly woman certainly possessed some wisdom, Tony mused, a hint of barely perceptible admiration lacing his tone, far more reliable than Odin. That old man who merely indulged in drink and boasts. Jasper shook his head in resignation. "Do not speak so. The All-Father has safeguarded Asgard for millennia. It is no small feat, understood. Peace Ambassador," Tony quipped, playfully pinching his cheek. "Finished with your training? Your parents just called, inviting us over for lunch. Your mother has devised a new rune-infused stew, claiming the ingredients were treated with your gentle-type sorcery rune, said to soothe the spirit." "Rune-infused stew." Jasper blinked in surprise, then chuckled. "My mom just loves to experiment. Better than that cosmic nutritional paste from Black Merdinger," Tony remarked, ushering him out. "Come on, let us go change your clothes. We can't keep the old couple waiting." Lunch at the Hawk Manor was, as always, filled with warmth. Arthur Hawk, unusually refraining from discussing work today, engaged Tony in conversation about his recent project, a sustainable energy cottage at Malibu Beach entirely powered by the Dawn Core. The roof was adorned with a developed photosynthetic film capable of converting solar energy into electricity and heat, even harnessing the kinetic energy of the sea breeze. "Could you share the design plans with me?" Arthur Hawk set down his cutlery, a rare spark of interest lighting his eyes. "I wish to construct one on the estate's back mountain. After retirement, I plan to reside there, far removed from these vexations." "Of course, Uncle Arthur," Tony readily agreed. "I'll have Lissandra send the complete set of plans to your email, including the energy interface designs for the furniture, ensuring you can control all devices in the cottage with your phone. Far more convenient than Jasper's runes." "You always taking advantage of my son," Lin Chuan laughed, serving Tony a helping of the rune-infused stew. The dish appeared quite ordinary, composed of familiar carrots, potatoes, and beef, yet, as it slid down his throat, a gentle energy washed over him, instantly dispelling the fatigue of his training, indeed proving to be soothing. "Mom, your mastery of runes has become quite adept," Jasper exclaimed after tasting a spoonful. The molecular structure of the ingredients was seamlessly integrated, enhancing both flavor and energy efficacy, significantly surpassing the basic techniques he had taught her. "Of course, who do you think I am?" Lin Chuan replied, pride evident in her demeanor. Jasper and Tony exchanged glances, both reflecting a shared sense of exasperation and amusement. It seemed that runes had subtly begun to influence the lives of ordinary people. After lunch, Arthur Hawk took Tony to the study, ostensibly to delve into the intricate details of the ecological cottage. Jasper understood that his father was, in fact, seeking to gain insight into Tony's future aspirations, particularly regarding his relationship with Jasper himself. This subtle concern filled Jasper's heart with warmth. Lin Chuan, on the other hand, gently pulled Jasper to stroll through the garden. "Have you been feeling overly fatigued lately?" she inquired, her eyes reflecting her worry. "Though your complexion has improved, there are still shadows beneath your eyes. Progress in your cultivation should be gradual. One must not be overly eager for immediate results." "Mother, you are aware of this as well?" Jasper asked in astonishment. "I am your mother. How can I not know you?" "I understand, Mother," Jasper replied, clasping her hand. "I will be more mindful moving forward. Rest assured, I am in a good state now and better able to maintain balance than before." "That is reassuring," Lin Chuan nodded. no matter how busy work becomes. One must remember to rest. Both you and Tony should heed this. Wealth is inexhaustible, and careers are never truly complete, but one's health is paramount. She paused, gazing tenderly at her son. Seeing you thriving with your own career and someone you cherish brings me peace. The mother and son wandered quietly through the garden, sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting a warm and serene glow upon them. Jasper realized that regardless of how powerful he became or how elevated his status grew, home would always remain the warmest haven, and a parent's love would forever be the most steadfast support. Upon returning to headquarters in the afternoon, as Jasper entered his office, a holographic projection of Lissandra materialized automatically. "Mr. Tony, shall we proceed with the monthly business report?" Lissandra inquired. "Perfect timing. I too wish to hear about the recent progress," Jasper said as he settled onto the sofa, while Tony slouched in the adjacent chair, appearing merely as a bystander, yet with focused eyes. Part 1. The S.H.I.E.L.D. Energy Project. The holographic display transitioned to a global map, densely populated with red and green dots. The red dots represent established S.H.I.E.L.D. charging stations, totaling 12,876 worldwide, covering over 90 cities in major countries and regions, such as the United States, the European Union, India, and Brazil. The green dots indicate the service areas of mobile charging vehicles, numbering 321, primarily serving remote villages and regions undergoing post-disaster reconstruction. The global user base of S.H.I.E.L.D. Core has surpassed 100 million. According to user feedback, the average monthly energy expenditure per household has decreased by 63, and carbon emissions have been reduced by 41. In countries such as Kenya and Ethiopia, S.H.I.E.L.D. Core has enabled over 2,000 villages to gain access to stable electricity for the first time, facilitating the construction of local schools and clinics, resulting in a 27 increase in school enrollment rates and a 19 decrease in infant mortality. The projection displayed a series of comparative photographs of a village in Kenya, shrouded in darkness before the installation of S.H.I.E.L.D. Core, where children could only read under the dim light of kerosene lamps, and after, when a village school was illuminated with bright electric lights, children attending night classes with smiles on their faces. Jasper gazed at the photographs, a warm surge of emotion swelling within him. This imparts another profound lesson taught to him by the Enlightenment runes. True transformation often manifests in the most subtle aspects of ordinary lives. The advanced version of the Rapid Healing Gel has obtained market authorization in 120 countries and regions worldwide, having cumulatively saved over 3 million lives. In war-torn areas, such as Afghanistan and Syria, collaboration with the Red Cross has enhanced distribution efficiency by 40, raising the survival rate of severely injured individuals from 35 to 78. The civilian version of the Guardian Nanoswarm, known as the Guardian Angel, has been implemented in 50 premier hospitals globally, primarily for cancer treatment and organ repair. Clinical data indicates that minimally invasive surgeries utilizing the Guardian Angel have resulted in an average postoperative recovery time reduction of 60 and an 82 decrease in complication rates. Notably, the mind-soothing device, developed in collaboration with the S.H.I.E.L.D. agency, is based on Mr. Jasper's mystical runes and magical theories of the Ancient One, and has begun pilot testing in veterans' hospitals for the treatment of post-traumatic stress disorder. Preliminary data shows an efficacy rate of 65, significantly surpassing the 30 effectiveness of traditional therapies. Upon hearing about the mind-soothing device, Jasper was momentarily reminded of the times Tony was startled awake by nightmares in the dead of night. He glanced at Tony, who was also looking back at him, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of anticipation. "When will this device become widely available?" Tony inquired, his voice tinged with gravity. He understood that not only veterans, but also many ordinary individuals who experienced the Battle of New York and the sandbox-based assault, as well as members of the Avengers, were psychological scars to varying degrees. "We expect to complete the second phase of clinical trials in 3 months, at which point it can be promoted to general hospitals. Accelerate the process," Jasper urged, prioritizing supply for those in need, including their own. Understood. Chapter 71. Jasper's Butterfly Effect. The third section concerns the analysis of changes in the Earth's energy field. A new report from Lissandra that captures the keen interest of both Jasper and Tony. Based on data from 100,000 global energy monitoring points and combined with the World Rune energy model provided by Mr. Jasper, the analysis reveals that the overall energy field of the Earth is becoming increasingly stable and vibrant. The projection displayed a dynamic graph illustrating the Earth's energy field curve. Prior to the extensive promotion of the Radiant Core, the fluctuations were severe and exhibited a downward trend. Post-promotion, the curve gradually stabilized and even began to rise slowly. The Eternal Forge energy utilized by the Radiant Core is fundamentally a form of pure cosmic energy, and its widespread application has effectively injected new vitality into the Earth. Simultaneously, The proliferation of this energy has diminished the emergence of negative energies, such as those arising from pain and despair. The efforts of the Gene Dynamic Squad and the Avengers have successfully curtailed external threats to the Earth's energy field. The most significant changes have occurred in major cities like New York, London, and Tokyo, where the ratio of positive emotions within the consciousness energy has risen from 35 to 58. This is directly linked to the reduction in living costs brought about by the dawn of new technologies and the enhanced sense of security stemming from technological advancements. Jasper gazed at the animated graph, distinctly feeling the Earth's pulse becoming stronger and healthier. This was a testament more profound than any data could convey, affirming that their endeavors, be it technological research, protective actions, or enhancing the lives of ordinary individuals, were subtly contributing to a better world. Indeed, it seems that our benevolent technology is genuinely transforming the world. Tony's voice carried a hint of nostalgia as he grasped Jasper's hand, the core of the Genesis light resonating subtly with the world runes within Jasper. Yes, Jasper replied, returning the grip with a glimmer of determination in his eyes, adding, and this is merely the beginning. Once Lissandra concluded her report, the holographic projection quietly vanished. In the office, only Jasper and Tony remained, gazing silently out the window. The sunset painted the sky in warm shades of orange and red, and the glass facade of the headquarters reflected the twilight glow, resembling a beacon standing tall amidst humanity. In the distance, the indicator lights of the Dawn Energy Station twinkled like stars, harmonizing with the evening sky's hues. Jasper could sense the lingering energy from the Ancient One resonating with the stable world runes within him, echoing with Tony's Genesis light core, and even harmonizing with the energy field of the Earth itself. This resonance felt like a silent melody, narrating the harmony between technology and magic, the balance of guardianship and creation, and the tale of an increasingly better world. He understood that future challenges would still loom, with cosmic threats, lurking darkness, and the frailties of human nature. Yet, as long as they continued to forge ahead hand in hand, upholding the principle of benevolent technology and wielding their power and wisdom, they would undoubtedly make this world's song resonate louder and longer. Tony leaned against Jasper's shoulder, gazing at the evening glow outside, and softly inquired, "What would you like for dinner? I can have the kitchen prepare your favorite almond tofu." "Sounds good," Jasper replied with a smile. "But let us heed at using the energy from the Dawn Core to conserve energy and protect the environment." "Understood, my dear steward." The following morning, within the laboratory of the biomedical department, an unusual amalgamation of scents perpetually lingered, minty freshness, the metallic tang of nanobots, and a nearly scorched aroma belonging to highly active biological energy. This peculiar scent emanated from the depths of the laboratory's isolation research zone. Through the thick observation window, two distinctly different figures could be seen bustling around a floating holographic projection. On the left stood Dr. Bruce Banner, clad in a pristine white lab coat, his hair neatly arranged, and a gentle smile gracing his face as he carefully adjusted a complex chain model within the projection. It seemed his whole persona had not emerged for quite some time, as his adaptive nano-armor was meticulously stored within a small wristband, only to be briefly activated during high-intensity experiments to protect his arms from the energy burns of the experimental apparatus. To the right stands a tall, slender man with piercing eyes. His skin exhibits an unhealthy, almost translucent grayish-white hue, and his exposed arms are adorned with dark red patterns reminiscent of molten lava. These markings are not static. They flow slowly, emanating a faint warmth. He is Maya Hansen, formerly an operative under the notorious Mandarin, a principal researcher and victim of the extremist virus, and now the chief virology expert in the biomedical department. Here, Maya's voice carries a slight hoarseness, tinged with a metallic rasp. She gestures toward a node in the chain model, explaining that the aggressive fragments of the extremist virus must be encapsulated in nanomicroparticles made from resilient armor composite materials to fully neutralize their thermophilic nature. However, this would result in a 37 reduction in regenerative activity. "I understand," Dr. Banner replies, adjusting his glasses, his gaze unwavering. "Our objective is to treat, not to create super soldiers. A decrease in activity is acceptable. The paramount concern is to ensure absolute safety and eliminate any risk of self-detonation." He retrieves a set of experimental data, showcasing virus samples treated with Jasper's gentle energy array. Although the activity level has been reduced to 51, stability has increased by 200, rendering the virus's aggression toward normal cells nearly non-existent. Maya scrutinizes the data, a complex array of emotions flickering in her eyes: surprise, relief, and an ineffable hint of guilt. Who could have imagined that the very terrorist who nearly unleashed the extremist virus to devastate half of New York and left Tony Stark in disarray would now be here, alongside the Hulk, exploring the same virus as a means to save lives? This remarkable transformation began 2 years ago on that fateful, rain-soaked night. At that time, Maya was ensnared in resentment, having been exploited by Killian and abandoned by the world. The extremist virus within her was on the brink of losing control, threatening to explode at any moment. It was Jasper who found her, unaccompanied by a battalion. Devoid of weapons, just a solitary figure standing in the derelict factory where she had sought refuge, his eyes shimmering with blue and purple runes. Your virus possesses tremendous power, Jasper stated calmly, emphasizing that power itself is neither inherently good nor evil. It is the manner of its application that matters. Rather than forcibly suppressing the virus, he harnessed the energy from the runic symbols to construct a sophisticated containment within Maya's body. This containment was not a prison, but a guiding mechanism, transforming the virus's destructive heat energy into a controllable, gentle form of bioenergy. You will have access to the finest laboratories, premier resources, and a group of individuals like yourself. Once lost, but now seeking to regain their purpose, Jasper extended his hand toward her. Are you willing to try? Use your intellect to amend the mistakes of the past. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, Maya ultimately grasped his hand. Over the past 2 years, she has dedicated herself to the biomedical department alongside Dr. Banner, focusing on the modification and application of the extremist virus. They have successfully harnessed the virus's regenerative properties for the treatment of severe burns. Through a dual approach of runic energy and nanotechnology, they have activated the patient's innate cellular regeneration capabilities, enabling those once disfigured by burns to regenerate healthy skin. This technology, named the Phoenix Regeneration Therapy, has triumphantly saved over 100,000 burn victims worldwide, including soldiers injured by bomb attacks on the Afghan battlefield, firefighters harmed in the California wildfires, and ordinary individuals who have encountered misfortunes in various accidents. Jasper's runic energy is indeed pivotal. Maya gazed at the data set, her tone imbued with genuine admiration. It not only neutralizes the virulence of the virus, but also guides it along our predetermined pathways for cellular repair. This precise manipulation of bioenergy transcends our current technological capabilities. He seems to have grown stronger recently, Dr. Banner remarked with a smile, recalling the last time Jasper visited for inspection, merely standing outside the observation window. The viral samples in our petri dishes automatically stabilized by several percentage points. Lissandra commented that this is a manifestation of divine-level prowess, capable of influencing the motion of microscopic particles. A flicker of complex emotion passed through Maya's eyes. He once yearned for power, desiring to prove himself through the might of the dire virus, seeking vengeance upon those who had disregarded and mocked him. Yet now, witnessing Jasper's effortless strength that profoundly alters the world, he comprehends that true power lies not in destruction, but in protection and creation. Bruce, Maya suddenly spoke, her voice somewhat strained. Do you think we can truly be forgiven? The virus I created caused so many deaths. Doctor, Banner set down his tools and regarded him earnestly. Eric, we cannot alter the past, but we can determine the future. The smiles of those saved by the Phoenix Regeneration Therapy are the finest answers. He patted Maya's shoulder and added, Jasper is right. Everyone deserves a second chance. Maya met Dr. Banner's gentle gaze, and the tension in her heart, born from guilt, began to ease. Nodding, she refocused her attention on the chain model. Let us experiment with the energy field of the Enlightenment runes for induction. Perhaps we can enhance stability without compromising activity. Excellent idea. The two immersed themselves once more in their work, the laboratory filled only with the hum of instruments and occasional quiet discussions. Outside the observation window, sunlight streamed through the blinds, casting mottled shadows upon the floor, illuminating the tiny dust particles dancing in the air, as well as the steadfast footprints of two once-lost souls on their path to redemption. Chapter 72, The Anomaly of the Cosmic Cube. Meanwhile, in the upper echelon of the headquarters, Jasper was alongside Tony, reviewing the latest report from Lissandra. The Phase 3 clinical trial data for the Phoenix Regeneration Therapy was exceptionally promising, with a side effect incidence rate below 0.01. The World Health Organization has officially approved its inclusion in the Global Emergency Medical Aid Program. Lissandra's holographic projection announced that Dr. Savon and Dr. Banner's team has received a nomination for this year's Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine. Nobel? Tony raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with sarcasm. So those old-timers are finally willing to acknowledge that they are not the sole custodians of medical knowledge? This recognition validates their work and affirms the principles they champion. Jasper smiled and remarked that they should be pleased. Indeed, I am delighted. Tony scoffed, particularly when he recalled that if it weren't for your insistence on bringing that viral maniac back all those years ago, we might still be preoccupied with the mess he created. He referred to the time when Jasper decided to recruit Savon, a choice Tony vehemently opposed. He could never forget the innocent lives reduced to ashes by the dire virus. Nor could he erase from memory the near destruction of an entire Miami night in his battle against Savon and Killian. People can change, Tony, Jasper's voice was soft, especially when there's an opportunity to atone for past mistakes. He paused and glanced at Tony, a glimmer of mischief in his eyes, reminiscent of someone who, once merely a merchant of war selling weapons to arms dealers, had now become a proponent of benevolent technology. Hey, Tony shot him a disgruntled glare, then couldn't help but laugh. Is it the same? I was young and naive, blinded by the family business. Besides, I'm the man who invented the core of the light of creation, having saved the world more times than you've encountered runes. Yes, you are the greatest. Jasper conceded with a smile, warmth filling his heart. He understood that although Tony's words were sharp, he had already accepted Saven's existence, even providing significant technical support in the development of the Phoenix rebirth therapy equipment. At that moment, Lissandra's holographic projection flickered, its color shifting from the usual blue to red. A signal of urgency. Warning. Intense cosmic energy fluctuations detected. Source: Earth, New York, beneath the former S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Cosmic energy fluctuations? Tony's smile vanished instantly. Is it the Tesseract? The Tesseract, or Space Gem, had been temporarily stored in the underground vault of the former S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters after the battle in New York, jointly guarded with S.H.I.E.L.D. Its energy fluctuations were typically stable, showing no anomalies unless subjected to severe external interference. Preliminary analysis indicates the energy fluctuation characteristics highly align with the Tesseract, but they are not natural. They exhibit the traits of forcibly extracted energy. Someone is stealing the Tesseract? Jasper's gaze sharpened, his celestial perception fully engaged, allowing him to discern a dark and tumultuous energy beneath the former S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, voraciously siphoning the Tesseract's energy like a straw. Who has the audacity? Tony's nano-armor instantly enveloped him, golden energy patterns blazing like flames. Jarvis, initiate the Stardust Protocol and prepare to intercept. The Stardust Protocol was an emergency plan devised to counter cosmic-level threats, encompassing rapid deployment of spacecraft, the construction of interplanetary transport channels based on Jasper's spatial runes, and maximizing the output of the light of creation core. Energy extraction is ongoing. A second energy source is rapidly approaching Earth. Coordinates: edge of the galaxy. Direction of the star system. A star system? Jasper furrowed his brow. That was the location of the Nova Corps headquarters. Could it be Ronan? Ronan, the radical leader of the Kree Empire and a notorious war profiteer throughout the cosmos, has long cast his covetous gaze upon Earth and the Tesseract. Jasper had previously heard Thor mention this individual during his time in Asgard, describing him as barbaric and ruthless, willing to employ any means for revenge. Whoever dares to tamper with the Tesseract is crossing us. Behind Tony's nano-armor, two immense energy wings unfurled, radiating a dazzling glow. Jasper, can you pinpoint the exact location of that thief underground? Yes. In Jasper's eyes, the space and enlightenment runes illuminated simultaneously, his consciousness penetrating the Earth's layers to accurately locate the source of energy. In the depths of the former S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, a gaping hole had been blasted open in the vault. The intruder was a peculiar blue alien clad in strange armor, utilizing a specialized device to siphon energy from the Tesseract. A blue alien? That does not align with Ronan's style, Tony deduced. Ronan prefers to seize by force rather than resorting to stealthy energy extraction. A second energy source has entered the solar system. Speed is remarkable. Preliminary identification: a Kree Empire marauder ship. A marauder ship? Jasper's expression grew graver. It appeared that the thief and the assailants were not of the same ilk. Regardless of their affiliations, Tony was growing impatient. They needed to deal with the underground threat first. Jasper, can you teleport? Yes. Jasper nodded, as the space runes coalesced in his hands, forming a swirling blue vortex. However, the Tesseract's energy was exceedingly unstable, and forced teleportation could trigger spatial tremors. It's still preferable to letting it fall into alien hands. Tony stepped into the vortex first, declaring, I will distract that blue alien. You follow closely and prepare to stabilize the Tesseract. Be cautious. Jasper watched as Tony's figure vanished into the swirling depths, promptly commanding Lissandra, inform the Gene Dynamics team to be on high alert, seal off the area surrounding the former S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, and evacuate nearby civilians. Contact Thor and inform him that Earth may face a threat from the Kree Empire, requiring assistance from Asgard. Acknowledged. Jasper took a deep breath, the energy of his space runes surging once more, and his figure too vanished into the azure vortex. The site of the former S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters had long since been reduced to ruins during the Battle of New York, now repurposed into a large energy monitoring station. The vault on the third underground level, Once impregnable, now bore a colossal breach. The reinforced concrete twisted and deformed as if made of paper. At the center of the vault, a blue cube hovered in midair, emitting a brilliant radiance. It was the Tesseract. Surrounding the cube were several black energy conduits, the other ends linked to a complex apparatus. Beside the device stood a tall figure, with azure skin and clad in black armor. Nebula, the adopted daughter of Thanos and a formidable ally of Rune. The energy extraction progress stands at 78. Nebula gazes impassively at the data displayed on the device, her eyes icy. Just give me 3 more minutes, and I shall obtain enough energy to annihilate a galaxy. Apologies for the interruption, a mocking voice interjects. Shouldn't such an act of galaxy destruction require prior approval from Earth? We are currently in the process of selecting candidates for the Cosmic Peace Prize, and your actions do not quite align with the eligibility criteria. Nebula whirls around to confront a man clad in shimmering silver armor, golden energy wings unfurling from his back, hovering at the breach with arms crossed, a derisive expression adorning his face. Is it Iron Man? A flicker of surprise crosses Nebula's features, clearly recognizing him. Earth's technology has enabled you to attain such prowess? Not just that, Tony replies, as the arms of his Genesis Light armor morph into a colossal energy cannon. For instance, this Genesis Light cannon possesses enough might to reduce you to cosmic dust. Without further ado, Nebula hastily presses a button on the device, and several small laser cannons spring forth from either side, unleashing a whirlwind of fire upon Tony. Is this all you've got? Tony's energy wings flutter, enabling him to nimbly evade the onslaught as his energy cannon fires, golden beams accurately striking the laser cannons, obliterating them. It seems the technology of the Kree Empire is rather lackluster. As the two exchange fire, Jasper's silhouette materializes at the far end of the vault. He refrains from immediately engaging in battle, instead directing his focus toward the Tesseract. His godlike perception allows him to discern the rapid extraction of energy from the Tesseract, its internal spatial structure exhibiting signs of instability, threatening imminent explosion, or even the tearing of Earth's spatial barrier. Tony, restrain her. I need to stabilize the Tesseract, Jasper exclaims, forming intricate hand seals. The energies of spatial and resolute runes surge forth, coalescing into a vast golden barrier that envelopes the Tesseract and the extraction device, temporarily halting further energy loss. Understood. Tony intensifies his assault as dozens of miniature missile launchers extend from the shoulders and back of his nanostar river armor, bombarding Nebula relentlessly. Nebula's combat prowess far exceeds Tony's expectations. Her armor boasts not only formidable defense, but also the capability to absorb a portion of energy attacks, converting them into her weaponry. She deftly evades the missile barrage, darting toward Jasper like a wraith, suddenly brandishing a sharp energy dagger, evidently intent on eliminating the one attempting to stabilize the Tesseract. If you wish to reach him, you must first contend with me. Tony bellows, transforming his energy wings into 2 massive golden energy swords, intercepting Nebula's dagger. The clash of gold and black produces a cacophonous metallic screech, as energy shockwaves rampage throughout the vault, exacerbating the already precarious structural integrity of the building. Seizing the opportunity, Jasper accelerates his efforts to stabilize the Tesseract. Countless tiny spatial runes flow from his fingertips like azure ribbons, entwining the Tesseract and mending its damaged spatial structure. Concurrently, the energies of the Enlightenment runes whirl at high speed, analyzing the operational principles of the extraction device, seeking a method to deactivate it. I found it. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Jasper's eyes as a beam of energy, imbued with enlightenment and unwavering strength, shot forth, striking the core of the extraction device with pinpoint accuracy. With a piercing shriek, the device emitted a deafening cry, the data on the screen plummeting to 0. The energy conduits entwined around the cosmic cube lost their luster and fell away. No! Nebula roared in fury, her attacks growing ever more ferocious, heedless of the energy sword wielded by Tony that grazed her armor as she charged at the device. The game had reached its conclusion. Seizing the opportunity, Tony swung his energy sword, sending Nebula's energy dagger flying, while his other hand extended as the nanobots of the Genesis Light armor surged forth like a tidal wave, enveloping and restraining Nebula in an instant. Struggling briefly, Nebula soon realized she was firmly ensnared, her eyes brimming with resentment and rage. Rune will not spare you. He will come with his fleet, flatten the Earth, and reclaim the cosmic cube. Rune? Jasper stepped before the bound Nebula, his gaze icy. He had best not come. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to show him what true cosmic power entails. Chapter 73. The accuser Rune. At that moment, Lissandra's voice crackled through their communicators, urgent and terse. Warning. Ronin's flagship, the Dark Star, has breached Earth's atmosphere and is heading towards the former S.H.I.E.L.D. Headquarters. Estimated time of arrival. 30 seconds. He arrives with alarming swiftness. Tony's Genesis Light armor extended its energy wings to their full span. Jasper, what about the cube? Can we take it with us? Yes, but it's unstable. Jasper had already encased the cosmic cube in spatial runes, forming a robust energy sphere. I must transfer it to a secure location, such as Asgard. I will cover you. Unnecessary. Jasper shook his head, his expression resolute. You stay here to manage the aftermath, evacuate civilians, and contact S.H.I.E.L.D. I will confront Ronan. Alone? Tony frowned, aware that Ronan's fleet was no trivial matter. I'm not alone. A hint of mirth danced in Jasper's voice. Thor should be arriving soon. No sooner had he spoken than a thunderous roar reverberated above the vault. A towering figure, wielding a massive hammer and draped in a crimson cape, burst through the roof and landed before them. Jasper, Tony, Thor, crackling with robust lightning, glared with fury. That coward Ronan dares to lay claim to Midgard. The wrath of Asgard will make him pay. Just in time, Thor. Jasper handed the energy sphere containing the cosmic cube to Tony. Help me deliver this to Asgard and entrust it to King Odin for safekeeping. As for Earth, I will handle it. No, I want to teach Ronan a lesson myself. Thor protested vehemently. Asgard requires the security of the cosmic cube, Jasper stated firmly, his tone leaving no room for argument. This is the paramount task. Trust me, I will prepare Ronan a welcome he shall never forget. Thor gazed into Jasper's profound eyes, sensing the vast, fatherly energy emanating from him, akin to the boundless cosmos. Finally, he nodded in agreement. Very well. But you must promise me not to kill him. I wish to judge him myself. It is settled. Sol seized the Tesseract, and with a flourish he ascended into the sky, crackling with lightning, soaring towards Asgard. Tony gazed at Jasper, asking, Do you truly not require my assistance? You focus on safeguarding Earth, came Jasper's reply, accompanied by a playful pinch on Tony's cheek. When I return, I shall bring you a cosmic souvenir. With that, his figure transformed into a blue-violet streak, darting out of the vault towards the colossal flagship, emanating a dark aura above. Tony remained rooted in place, watching the luminous trail vanish into the horizon, gripping the Tesseract's energy sphere tightly. He knew Jasper possessed the strength to contend with Ronan, yet an unshakable worry lingered in his heart. He commanded into the communicator, Lissandra, initiate all defensive measures of the Stardust Protocol. Alert all Avengers and Gene Power Squad members to enter combat readiness. Received. Outside the vault, the skies of New York were engulfed by the immense shadow of the Dark Aster, as alarms blared throughout the city, and citizens fled in panic, seeking refuge. Yet, none noticed a blue-violet figure quietly hovering before the Dark Aster. Jasper surveyed the colossal ship, laden with weaponry and dark energy, with not a hint of fear in his eyes, only an air of calm indifference, as if observing mere ants. Ronan, Jasper's voice resonated through the power of spatial runes, echoing across the Dark Aster and even above New York. You should not have come here. On the bridge of the Dark Aster, Ronan stood before the enormous viewport, observing the diminutive figure, a cruel smile spreading across his face. A mere earthling? Dares to speak so boldly? He commanded through the communicator. Charge the main cannon and obliterate him along with the city below. Your main cannon is of no use to me. Jasper's voice rang out once more, laced with a tinge of pity, just as your ambitions will ultimately be shattered. He slowly raised his hand, the light of three-world runes intertwining in resolute gold, mystical blue-violet, and enlightening silver, forming a swirling tricolored vortex. At the center of the vortex, space began to twist and fold as an indescribable force, seemingly capable of devouring all, rapidly coalesced. Fire! Ronan bellowed. The main cannon of the Dark Aster unleashed a tremendous beam of dark energy, akin to molten lava, hurtling towards Jasper. Jasper did not flinch, merely gently pushing the tricolored vortex forward. There was no cataclysmic explosion, no dazzling collision of lights. The dark energy beam, upon contact with the vortex, vanished as silently as a stone sinking into the sea, consumed, disassembled, and transformed into the vortex's energy. Instantly, the vortex expanded like a living entity, enveloping the entire Dark Aster in an instant. On the bridge, Ronan's smile froze, replaced by sheer terror. He could sense that his flagship was succumbing to an irresistible force, disintegrating from within. The robust alloy armor, the formidable weapon systems, and the ferocious dark energy all melted away in the tricolored vortex, akin to ice and snow meeting the warm embrace of sunlight. No, it cannot be. Ronan let out a desperate roar. I am Ronan, the glory of the Kree Empire. How could I? His words faltered, for the entire Dark Star along with himself was utterly reduced to the most fundamental particles within the tricolored vortex, dissipating into the skies of New York, leaving no trace behind. Only Jasper remained, quietly suspended in the air. He retracted the tricolored vortex, causing the shadows in the sky to vanish, as sunlight once again bathed the streets of New York. The panicked citizens looked up, seeing the blue-violet figure hovering above. Though they did not know who he was, they instinctively paused, gazing up at him with eyes full of awe. Jasper cast his gaze downward upon the city that had weathered countless crises yet stood resilient, feeling a profound calm within. The celestial power was indeed extraordinary, yet he understood that the essence of this power lay not in destruction, but in protection. He turned, transforming into a streak of light, soaring towards headquarters. He knew Tony would be waiting for him. The peace of Earth required their united vigilance. Meanwhile, in the distant depths of the universe, an eclectic group calling themselves the Guardians of the Galaxy had just escaped from a star system, aimlessly drifting through space aboard their dilapidated Milano. Thus, Star-Lord Chris Pratt munched on chocolate while musing incoherently. We stole Ronan's orb and handed it over to the Nova Corps, and that lunatic Ronan went to Earth to meet his demise. According to the latest report from the Nova Corps, indeed. Rocket Raccoon, while repairing the ship, quipped he was taken out in one blow by some magic-wielding fellow from Earth. Apparently, there was nothing left. Earth? Groot intoned in his deep voice, I am Groot. It seemed Earth harbored formidable characters. Drax the Destroyer stroked his chin contemplatively. Perhaps we should visit Earth and challenge that individual. Come on, big guy. Gamora rolled her eyes. We're fugitives now. Going to Earth would only land us in jail. Besides, someone who can dispatch Ronan with a single strike could easily flatten you. Star-Lord set down his chocolate, gazing longingly at the starry expanse outside the viewport. Earth. The place where I spent my childhood. I wonder what it is like now. Suddenly, he slapped his thigh. How about we go take a look? Consider it a vacation. I object. Rocket Raccoon raised his paw. Going to Earth is far too dangerous. Plus, the raccoons are all wrong, and the food is terrible. I am Groot. I agree to go. I concur. Drax raised his hand. I wish to see what the one who could defeat Ronan looks like. Gamora gazed at the three rascals, letting out a resigned sigh. Very well, but should you find yourselves in trouble, do not expect my aid. Star-Lord cheered and immediately adjusted the ship's course. Destination, Earth. Let us pay a visit to that sorceress overlord, and perhaps procure some fine treasures from the planet. The Milano swayed as it sailed towards the solar system, leaving a trail of raucous laughter in its wake. The universe is vast, and the tale is only just beginning. The Guardians of Earth remain oblivious to the impending intrusion of a band of cosmic rogues, who are poised to disrupt their lives with a brand new, chaotic adventure, commencing with an accidental breach of the headquarters. Chapter 74. The Guardians of the Galaxy. After vanquishing Ronan, life returned to its usual tranquility. Jasper stood on the terrace of the top-floor laboratory, observing the city below gradually awaken. He had just completed his morning exercise, and the three-world runes within him were in perfect equilibrium. Resolute weightiness, the lively essence of sorcery, and the clarity of enlightenment coursed through his veins, akin to a silent cosmic symphony. His celestial perception allowed him to distinctly hear the city's heartbeat, the rhythmic hum of energy cycles at the Dawn Light charging station, the buzzing of nanobots within municipal pipelines, and even the delicate sounds of Martha stirring porridge in the Brooklyn Community Center as runic symbols collided with grains. Eavesdropping on the city again? Tony's voice came from behind, clad in a silver-gray tailored suit, his tie loosely hanging around his neck, holding 2 cups of hot lattes. At this rate, Lissandra might as well install a privacy protocol for you. Jasper turned, accepting the coffee, his fingertips inadvertently brushing against Tony's hand, their energy fields gently colliding, igniting tiny sparks, just feeling the balance. He took a sip. The latte was at the perfect temperature. The Ancient One had said that attaining celestial mastery involves not only wielding power, but also harmonizing with the rhythm of the world to avoid becoming a disruptive force. Sounds like you weren't the one who turned Ronan's fleet into particles yesterday, Tony quipped, raising an eyebrow as he leaned against the terrace railing, overlooking the golden network of energy conduits he had designed beneath the city. But honestly, that tricolored vortex move was spectacular, 10 times more impressive than my nanostellar meteor shower. If you desire, I can teach you the fundamentals of runes, Jasper replied, a glint of mischief in his eyes, provided you learn to calm your mind and draw the runic circles, rather than always relying on energy blasts as a substitute for a brush. Tony clicked his tongue, clearly uninterested in the slow and meticulous practice of rune crafting. He flicked his wrist, projecting a holographic interface. Speaking of energy, Lissandra just sent a report. The deployment of the Dawn Light in the Martian colonies has reached 93. Yesterday, the first batch of settlers began using our photosynthetic membrane roofs. They say they can see Earth's moon from their tents at night. He paused, his tone softening. They even recorded a video to thank that little girl named Lena for finally being able to use the Dawn Light to power her telescope. Jasper reminisced about the red-haired girl who incessantly inquired whether there were runes upon the stars, a gentle smile curving his lips. He instructed Lissandra to send over a backup telescope, one equipped with Rune stabilization features. I had anticipated this, Tony declared proudly, raising his chin. I have even added an interstellar communication module, enabling her to directly contact that old fellow Howard, who is currently teaching Martian colonists to cultivate potatoes with runes, claiming he aims to establish a cosmic-level farm. As the two exchanged amused glances, the laboratory's alarm abruptly emitted a brief, non-threatening alert, reminiscent of a visitor's chime. Unknown aircraft approaching, coordinates 40. 7484 N, 73. 9857W. Energy signature non-hostile. Suspected civilian-modified spacecraft? Civilian-modified spacecraft? Tony furrowed his brow, pulling up the live monitoring feed. On the screen, a sleek, silver-blue vessel wobbled through the energy barrier above New York, its hull adorned with graffiti and an old radio dangled from its tail, as if it had just emerged from a cosmic junkyard. Jasper's perception instantly extended, his brow arching slightly, an intriguing combination. He discerned 5 life signals aboard the ship. One radiated the nostalgic energy of Star-Lord's signature rock music. Another was cloaked in a violent mechanical aura. One exuded the pure vitality of plants. Another concealed the sharp edge of an assassin, and the last was imbued with the direct murderous intent characteristic of a destroyer, coupled with a secret yearning for desserts. It was them. Jasper chuckled softly. Evidently the universe's news traveled swiftly. Them? Tony leaned closer to the screen, catching a glimpse of a man in a leather jacket swaying to the music emanating from the radio in the cockpit. This group resembled intergalactic street thugs. The spacecraft requests emergency landing permission, claiming to seek someone capable of reducing Rune to particles. Looking for you. Tony nudged Jasper's shoulder, a glint of mischief in his eyes. For it seemed the reputation of a celestial overlord had reached Andromeda. Allow them to land at the East Wing helipad. Jasper turned toward the elevator, simultaneously notifying Baymax to prepare energy supplements and medical kits, anticipating their ship would harbor numerous minor injuries. At the East Wing helipad, the silver-blue spacecraft approached the energy barrier at an alarming angle, its tires leaving 3 trails of black smoke on the ground before it awkwardly settled in the designated zone. The hatch clanked open, and a metallic canister rolled out, containing half a jar of expired space peanut butter. Star-Lord Chris Pratt was the first to leap down. His leather jacket still dusted with cosmic debris, a portable speaker in hand, blasting classic rock tunes from the 70s and 80s. Wow, is this Earth? It's much greener than I imagined, he exclaimed, dramatically spreading his arms, nearly tripping over a cable on the ground. Is Mr. Jasper Hawk here? We are the Guardians of the Galaxy, and we hear you are the toughest around. Before he could finish, a furry orange figure sprang from behind him, brandishing a modified rifle and sniffing incessantly. The energy circuits here are absolute rubbish. There are more vulnerabilities in the firewall than in my storage pod. However, it seems that there is vibranium within that building. Rocket Raccoon's small eyes gleamed with avarice as his claws began to rummage through the toolkit at his waist for a lock-picking device. Rocket, Gamora descended closely behind, her sword sheath glinting coldly in the sunlight as she vigilantly scanned the surroundings, reminding us that we were here to visit, not to pilfer. I am Groot. The tree-like Groot peered out from the hatch, a small potted plant clinging to his branches, evidently a new friend he had cultivated. I caught a whiff of chocolate. Drax the Destroyer lumbered down, his battle armor marred with scratches, yet his belly slightly protruded. Clearly a sign of having indulged in too many intergalactic chocolate bars before our departure. As Jasper and Tony reached the center of the landing pad, they observed Star-Lord attempting to contact Earth headquarters with an outdated communicator, while Rocket studied the energy converter of the landing pad. And Groot planted the small potted plant onto the lawn. Gamora quietly chastised Drax for fixating on the dessert shop sign in the distance, to which Drax earnestly countered that warriors also require sugar to maintain their combat effectiveness. Indeed, the reputation of the Guardians of the Galaxy was well-deserved. Jasper's voice carried a hint of mirth, as the energy from 3 runes formed a subtle halo around him, rendering the air warm and inviting. Star-Lord abruptly turned around, catching sight of a man in a simple white shirt, yet embodying the essence of the cosmos itself. He swiftly shut off the speaker. You must be Jasper? That fellow Ronan truly did manage to. He gestured with an explosive hand signal. Turn to particles? Strictly speaking, he was decomposed into fundamental particles and returned to the cosmic cycle. Jasper corrected, his gaze sweeping over Rocket's lock-picking tool, which Rocket sheepishly tucked back into his bag. Tony crossed his arms, examining the spacecraft. Can this heap of scrap even fly? My vacuum cleaner is more advanced. Hey, the Milano is the coolest ship in the universe. Star-Lord immediately retorted. It has helped me evade the Kree Empire 3 times. The fact that it hasn't been shot down after 3 attempts only suggests that the Kree's aim is rather poor. Tony raised an eyebrow, having completed a structural analysis of the ship with a retinal scanner, noting that the engine employed an outdated antimatter propulsion system. And the navigation system was even less stable than the arc reactor I discarded a decade ago. Need help upgrading? I have spare Genesis Light auxiliary engines. Rocket's ears perked up instantly. Genesis Light? That core that can enhance the energy cycle efficiency of an entire galaxy by 30? Can you really install one on the Milano? He approached, tiny paws gripping Tony's pant leg. Provided you refrain from coveting the vibranium in my lab. Tony cast a sidelong glance at Rocket's bulging backpack. Deal. Rocket agreed without a moment's hesitation, completely forgetting that just 10 minutes prior, he had been plotting to pick locks. At that moment, Groot suddenly emitted his characteristic call, his branches pointing toward the entrance of the landing pad. Everyone turned to see a snow-white inflatable robot wobbling toward them, its rotund belly adorned with a logo, and a friendly smile displayed on its chest screen. Baymax, you've arrived. Jasper greeted it, gently patting its head. The gentle electronic voice of Baymax resonated. As the screen on its chest transitioned to medical mode, detection of 5 visitors reveals slight energy disturbances and epidermal injuries. Is basic treatment required? Its mechanical arms unfurled, revealing 5 small boxes containing a light green gel, an improved version infused with botanical runes, offering enhanced compatibility with cosmic organisms. What is this? A marshmallow robot? Star-Lord poked Baymax's belly, which felt as soft as a cloud. The screen flickered with a question mark before switching to an explanatory interface. I am the medical assistance robot Baymax, Model 6, equipped with basic medical protocols, energy replenishment capabilities, and a comforting embrace mode. Gamora eyed the gel boxes warily. Is this safe? Safer than the anti-rust coating on your sword, replied Drax, lifting his arm to reveal a deep wound, a remnant from yesterday's skirmish with space pirates. I need this. He snatched a box of gel and applied it to his injury. Moments later, a faint green glow emanated from the wound, visibly healing at an astonishing rate. Wow, this is more effective than Star's healing rays, he exclaimed, thumping his chest, causing the ground to tremble. A leaf on Groot's branch had withered. Baymax gently prodded it, infusing it with gentle energy, and the leaf instantly revived to a vibrant green. Croat! The little tree person joyfully embraced Baymax's leg, weaving a small floral crown with its branches. Hey, give me a box too. Rocket leapt onto Baymax's shoulder, pointing to a scrape on his ear, a result of being nicked by a meteor fragment yesterday. Baymax patiently treated each wound, and finally, the screen returned to a smiling face. Detection of excessive energy expenditure. I have prepared the Earth-exclusive chocolate energy bars for replenishment, containing 70 cocoa and traces of cosmic energy crystals. From its internal storage compartment, it produced 5 golden energy bars. Star-Lord took a bite, his eyes widening in astonishment. This is even better than the royal chocolate of the galaxy. Jasper observed the chaotic yet wondrous scene and whispered to Tony, it seems they will truly enjoy Earth. Chapter 75. Friends of the Cosmos in the headquarters lounge, the automated coffee machine brewed a Blue Mountain coffee. The air infused with the sweet scent of chocolate and the metallic sounds of Rocket adjusting the spaceship's engine. Star-Lord was astonished. Perusing the Earth music player Jasper had given him. You actually have the complete albums of bands? I've been searching for this my entire life. The database contains all music copyrights from Earth since 1900. Tony lounged on the sofa, toying with a navigation chip salvaged from the Milano, including the master tape of your mother's favorite song. Star-Lord froze mid-motion, his eyes glistening. How do you know? The Cosmic Information Network is more advanced than you can imagine. Jasper offered him a cup of hot cocoa, adding, and I happen to know someone who enjoys collecting old records. He did not reveal that the friend was, in fact, himself as a time traveler, having long prepared these surprises. Gamora sat by the window, gazing at the incessant flow of vehicles below. Deep in thought, Earth is unlike what I had imagined. I believe this place would be as chaotic as the stars. Yet, observing the joyful faces of children in the distant park, she found it remarkably serene. This tranquility exists because there are guardians, Jasper remarked, just as you protect the galaxies. Suddenly, Drax sprang to his feet, half a protein bar in hand. I heard you can defeat Ronan? Let us have a match. I wish to know who is mightier, the Celestial or the Destroyer. Drax, Gamora admonished sharply. But Jasper chuckled. A fight is fine, but please don't demolish my lounge. He rose, flexing his wrists, as the sigils formed a faint golden aura beneath his feet, signaling a restrained engagement. All right, Drax excitedly assumed a combat stance, muscles taut, radiating a wild energy. Tony whistled, pulling Star-Lord back a few steps. I'll wager $50 on Jasper's victory. I'll bet 100. Star-Lord immediately chimed in, his eyes gleaming as they fixed on the arena. Baymax's screen shifted to a tense expression as mechanical arms quietly unfolded a protective shield, fearing for the furniture's safety. Drax's fist, propelled by the sound of wind, surged toward Jasper, infused with the power to shatter meteors. Jasper did not flinch. Instead, he He raised his hand, gently touching the air with his fingertips, the sigil's energy coalescing into an invisible barrier. The moment Drax's fist collided with the shield, he felt as if he had struck a neutron star, his arm vibrating with the impact, sending him stumbling back 3 paces. "You didn't use enough force," Drax exclaimed in dissatisfaction. "I applied just enough strength for you to comprehend the disparity." Jasper retracted his hand. The power of the destroyer is formidable, yet lacking control is akin to your protein bar. If you stuff it all in your mouth at once, you will only choke. Drax paused, looking down at the half-protein bar in his hand, contemplative. "You are right. Last time, I devoured 10 at once, and indeed choked." He suddenly laughed, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. "You are strong. I acknowledge you." Tony and Star-Lord simultaneously emitted sounds of dismay. The wager concluded far too swiftly. At that moment, Rocket burst in from the direction of the ship, clutching a modified energy device in his claws. "I've done it. I've modified Milano's navigation system using the secondary circuit of the solar core. Now she can evade the most advanced scanners of the Kree Empire." He triumphantly leaped onto the table. "In exchange, I've added a raccoon backdoor to your defense system, capable of providing a 10-minute early warning against cosmic pirates." "You infiltrated my system?" Tony raised an eyebrow, yet he was not angry. He had long monitored Rocket's clandestine actions through Lissandra, even discreetly granting a few harmless permissions for it to hack. "This is called technological exchange," Rocket asserted confidently. Suddenly, Groot pointed outside, emitting his characteristic sounds. Everyone turned to see a group of children surrounding Baymax, lining up for hugs as Baymax patiently embraced them one by one, the screen on his chest beaming like a sunflower. "That robot is more popular than Gamora," Star-Lord jested. Gamora did not refute him. Instead, a faint smile graced her lips. "It is quite special." During lunchtime, the staff cafeteria offered a culinary journey across the globe, with today's highlight being the cosmic delicacy of giant mashed potatoes cultivated specifically for the occasion, accompanied by roasted alien squid infused with particles from the Eternal Forge, and a Rune-embellished rainbow cake crafted by Groot. Happy Hogan approached, balancing a tray. Now the safety supervisor, his belly had grown rounder than before. Jasper and Tony, who had watched Rocket with eyes wide as saucers, were taken aback by the starry visitors. "Friends," Tony clapped Happy on the shoulder. "Bring them a few of your finest cheeseburgers, the triple meat kind." "No problem." Happy eagerly dashed toward the kitchen, tripping over Rocket's tail and spilling fries everywhere. With agility, Rocket caught one of the fries and tossed it into his mouth. Earth cuisine is commendable, though their sense of balance could use some improvement. Just then, Colonel Rhodes entered the cafeteria in his military uniform, having just concluded a meeting concerning military collaborations. Upon seeing Star-Lord and the others, he hesitated while discussing the deployment of the Dawnlight within the military. "These are the Guardians of the Galaxy, an intergalactic peacekeeping force," Jasper introduced. "They just helped repel Ronan's assault on the galaxy." Rhodes immediately straightened and saluted. "Pleased to meet you. I am James Rhodes, Colonel of the U.S. Army, also known as War Machine." He gestured to the holographic projection of his armor. "War Machine?" Star-Lord assessed him, finding it slightly less appealing than Tony's suit, yet far more stylish than the Kree infantry armor. Rhodes laughed heartily. "I'll take that as a compliment. By the way, there's a baseball game tonight. Yankees versus Red Sox. Are you interested? I have VIP tickets." "Baseball? The game where they hit a white ball with a bat?" Drax's eyes lit up. "I've seen it on video. I heard you can legally hit people with a bat without being hunted down?" "Something like that." Rhodes chuckled, his amusement growing. Lunch unfolded amidst a chaotic yet joyous atmosphere. Rocket and Tony had arranged to modify the spaceship's engine in the afternoon. Star-Lord was consulting Happy about the cheeseburger recipe. Gamora was discussing interstellar peacekeeping tactics with Rhodes. Drax was pestering Groot about whether the cake could be shaped like a weapon. And Groot had planted a sapling in a pot in the cafeteria, bearing a sign that read, "I am Groot." Jasper observed this scene, coffee in hand. As he walked to the window, the sunlight streamed through the glass and enveloped him in a warm glow that resonated with the 3 runes within him. He understood that the arrival of the Guardians was merely the beginning. The connection between Earth and the cosmos would deepen. Yet, with these boisterous friends, both earthly and interstellar, by his side, with Groot's embrace, Tony's sharp tongue, and the steadfast belief in their guardianship, there was nothing to fear. Tony approached, handing him a slice of rainbow cake. "What are you thinking about?" "I was pondering." Jasper took a bite of the cake, its sweetness melting on his tongue. "That Earth's future will be even sweeter than this cake." Tony smiled, wrapping his arm around Jasper's waist, resting his chin on his shoulder. "Of course, after all, we are here." In the distance, the ever-joyful Baymax is encircled by Groot and a group of children, their radiant smiles shining like little suns on the screen. Outside the restaurant, the indicator lights of the solar charging station flicker softly, resonating with the starlight from the depths of the cosmos. This, perhaps, embodies the most beautiful aspect of the universe: diverse lives and civilizations, colliding through serendipitous encounters, igniting sparks of goodwill, and collectively transforming their days into sweetness. Chapter 76. The Fireworks of Earth. In the headquarters employee cafeteria, several peculiar attractions have emerged. Every morning at 7:30, Drax appears punctually at the self-service breakfast area, cradling a plate larger than his head, methodically stacking bacon, fried eggs, and waffles into small mountains. Ever since Happy taught him the earthly way of drenching waffles in maple syrup, he has become utterly enamored with this delightful blend of sweet and savory. His dining manner is exuberant, each bite akin to gnawing on the leg bone of an extraterrestrial beast. Yet he always diligently wipes his fingers clean with the wet wipes handed to him by Baymax, giving the chef a thumbs up afterward. 100 times tastier than the insect burgers from Stars. At 10 in the morning, Star-Lord monopolizes the lounge's record player, blasting rock music from the 70s and 80s, wielding a broom as a microphone, and gyrating down the corridor, eliciting kind laughter from passing employees. Recently, he has developed a fondness for Earth's retro culture, particularly enamored with a dance style known as disco, even enlisting the musically inclined Colonel Rhodes to form an intergalactic disco troupe, planning to perform at the annual dance gala. Gamora, on the other hand, finds solace in the library. Unlike Star-Lord's enthusiasm for terrestrial entertainment, she is deeply intrigued by the chronicles of war and peace throughout human history. She often occupies a window-side seat, engrossed in a hefty tome titled A History of Human Warfare, her fingertips tracing the accounts of the 2 world wars. Her expression a tapestry of complexity. Occasionally, Natasha joins her with a cup of coffee, and though their conversations are sparse, they find in each other's eyes a shared weariness of violence and a profound yearning for peace. Rocket Raccoon has virtually claimed Tony's private laboratory as his domain. Their collaboration has expanded from modifying the Milano's engine to critiquing all energy devices, ranging from the energy conversion efficiency of the coffee machine to the backup cooling system of the Eternal Forge. He consistently uncovers areas for optimization. The two often engage in heated debates over the specifications of a bolt. Yet they gather at lunch to share a box of energy chocolates, deliberating on which device to disassemble in the afternoon. Groot has blossomed into the most beloved botanical companion of all. He follows Jasper around, planting luminescent seeds in the laboratory's potted plants, assists the cleaning lady in stacking fallen leaves into miniature castles, and even discreetly cultivates a few delicate flowers in the corner of the conference room, placing them on the desks of dozing employees. His simple declaration, "I am Groot," though straightforward, conveys a myriad of emotions, joy, confusion, or comfort, expressed through varying tones. Even the sternest of beings, the ever-serious Heimdall, exhibits unusual leniency towards him, allowing Groot to scamper across his cosmic energy analyzer. Meanwhile, Baymax has seamlessly transitioned into the role of the Guardian's dedicated caretaker. It consistently reminds Star-Lord not to be tardy for rehearsals, helps Gamora tidy her hair, disheveled by the wind. And when Rocket and Tony are embroiled in a heated argument, it thoughtfully presents them with 2 chilled colas to temper their tempers. Its greatest skill lies in aiding Drax with gentle energy during his bouts of overindulgence, fostering a sense of near dependence and trust in the Destroyer. It even seeks out Baymax for a comforting embrace before bedtime. That afternoon, the outdoor pool was a rare sight to behold, glimmering under the radiant sunshine. The Avengers and Guardians of the Galaxy gathered together in this delightful moment. Tony donned a floral shirt and sunglasses, reclining on a sunbed beneath an umbrella, orchestrating the microbots of the nanotech starship to serve refreshments. He poured a frosty beer for Star-Lord, mixed a mojito for Gamora, and brought Drax a large glass of lemonade infused with energy ice cubes, frozen using the energy from the sun core, which would release invigorating properties as they melted. "So, are you truly planning to remain on Earth for a month?" Steve inquired while wiping his forehead, still glistening from a recent water polo match. His new weapon, the star-bound spear, leaned against the edge of the pool, its runes shimmering faintly with golden light under the sun. "At least a month," replied Star-Lord, taking a swig of beer and letting out a satisfied belch. The Milano's engine modifications require time, and the parties on Earth are simply too enjoyable. "Did you witness Drax smash that foul ball at the Yankees game last night? It nearly struck the scoreboard." Drax, hearing this, proudly lifted his chin. "That was because I discovered the cosmic rhythm of swinging, akin to the cadence I employ when vanquishing space pirates." "That was a foul, big guy," Clint chuckled, tossing a beach ball towards him. Fortunately, the umpire didn't TC it clearly. Otherwise, you would have been ejected. He had recently been teaching Groot to play frisbee, and the little tree creature had astonishing accuracy, catching the frisbee with his branches and returning it wrapped in leaves. Dr. Bruce Banner sat at the pool's edge, his feet gently splashing in the water, engaging in a casual conversation with Rocket, who also preferred to stay dry. "Do the beings in your universe grapple with emotional turmoil as well?" He referred to his green giant persona. Rocket, munching on an energy bar, mumbled, More than you can imagine. Like the ferocious beasts of the galaxy that go berserk every full moon. But their rampages involve demolishing buildings, unlike you, whose rampage is to rescue people. He paused, momentarily serious, adding, but a loss of control is still a loss of control, regardless of intent. One must learn to rein it in. Bruce smiled softly, choosing not to elaborate further, as he observed the playful antics of everyone in the pool, and Baymax applying sunscreen to Groot with a special formula infused with rune energy to protect against cosmic rays. He suddenly felt that his own uniqueness seemed less pronounced in the company of these extraterrestrial beings. Natasha and Gamora sat beneath the umbrella, engaged in a conversation centered around feminine topics. Natasha presented Gamora with her newly designed tactical suit, which seamlessly integrated the stealth capabilities of a shadow hunter with the vibranium weaving techniques of Wakanda. In turn, Gamora showcased the dagger she had brought from the galaxy, its blade shifting hues in accordance with the wielder's energy. When she grasped it, it radiated a chilling blue, but transformed into a gentle pink when handed to Natasha. The women of Earth are far more formidable than I had imagined, Gamora remarked sincerely, not merely referring to combat prowess, but rather to the exquisite balance they achieve between tenderness and resilience. We have simply learned to wield different weapons on various battlegrounds. Natasha offered her a slice of chilled watermelon, stating, for instance, this is the ultimate weapon against the sweltering heat of summer. Gamora took a bite, the sweet juice bursting on her tongue, her eyes sparkling. It surpasses the crystal fruits of the galaxy. In the center of the pool, Thor was engaged in a breath-holding contest with Drax. Thanks to the constitution of an Asgardian, Thor had already remained submerged for 3 minutes, while Drax, equally determined, had turned a shade of crimson, resolutely holding his breath as if it were a matter of warrior honor. Baymax anxiously monitored the situation from the poolside, a countdown timer displayed on his chest screen, ever ready to intervene. Jasper sat beside Tony, observing the joyful scene with a perpetual smile. His fingers gently traced runes on his knee, maintaining the energy balance around the pool to prevent Thor's lightning from inadvertently striking the water, and to ensure Drax's strength did not shatter the pool's floor. "What are you contemplating?" Tony inquired, tilting his head as sunlight filtered through the gaps in his sunglasses, casting speckled patterns on his face. "I'm pondering the cosmic orb," Jasper replied softly. "We can't keep it aboard the ship indefinitely." Tony's smile waned slightly as he nodded. "I understand. That artifact is far more troublesome than the Tesseract. At least the Tesseract has some logic to it. The Power Stone, on the other hand, is nothing but a troublemaker." He referred to the nature of the Power Stone, which amplifies the desires and violent tendencies of its holder, leading to the demise of countless civilizations throughout history. "So, what do you plan to do with it?" Jasper inquired. He was aware that the Guardians of the Galaxy had always kept the cosmic orb close, sealed within a special container. Yet he recognized that this was not a sustainable solution. "I haven't decided yet," Tony sighed. "Returning it to the Nova Corps? While they can oversee it. The last incident with Ronan revealed that their defenses are not infallible. Sending it to Asgard? Odin seems preoccupied with some cosmic balancing ritual lately and unlikely to take on this responsibility. What about Kamartaj? The Ancient One could contain it, but she has grown increasingly serene, often claiming that all things find their rightful place. Perhaps we could keep it on Earth?" Jasper's suggestion was somewhat unexpected. Tony turned abruptly. "Are you out of your mind? Leaving the Power Stone on Earth? Have you forgotten the Battle of New York? Not in a common location." Jasper shook his head, his gaze deepening. "I could utilize 3 types of world runes, combined with the core energy of the Eternal Forge, to construct a Trinity sealing array in the subterranean laboratory. The Resolute runes provide a physical barrier. The mystical runes prevent energy leakage. And the Enlightenment runes guide the power of the gem, essentially transforming it into a perpetual motion machine, one that cannot be misused and can continually supply the Earth with clean energy." Tony fell silent. He had to concede that this was an immensely tempting proposition. If the energy of the Power Stone could be harnessed safely, it would be akin to equipping the Earth with a cosmic-level power bank, allowing the coverage of the Dawn Project to instantaneously expand throughout the solar system. However, the risks were glaringly apparent. Should the sealing array be compromised, the Earth would face a calamity 100 times more dreadful than that posed by Ronan's fleet. It was far too perilous. Ultimately, Tony shook his head, asserting that no matter how formidable your runes may be, unforeseen events could still occur. What if? There cannot be a what if. Jasper's tone was resolute, stating that he would use his own primordial energy as the key to the sealing array. As long as he remained, the seal would not falter. Furthermore, they could enlist the support of Master Ancient One and Odin, effectively providing the Earth with 3 layers of protection. Suddenly, cheers erupted from the pool area as Thor triumphed in the breath-holding contest by a narrow 5-second margin. Drax, although defeated, heartily patted Thor on the shoulder, promising to reclaim glory in an arm-wrestling match next time. Tony observed the jubilant crowd, and then turned to Jasper's unwavering gaze. feeling the scales of his heart begin to waver. He recognized that Jasper was not an impulsive individual. This plan must have undergone meticulous contemplation. This matter must be discussed with everyone, Tony finally declared, particularly considering the Guardians of the Galaxy. After all, it was they who had liberated it from Rune. Jasper nodded, refraining from further insistence. He understood that changing Tony's mind would require time, and more importantly, that everyone needed to witness the feasibility of this plan. Chapter 77. The Fate of the Power Stone. In the evening, Hawk Manor hosted a grand banquet, ostensibly celebrating the phased success of the Dawn Project's promotion in Africa. But in reality, it was organized by Jasper's parents, who had specifically invited the Guardians of the Galaxy to formally meet their son's new friends. The manor's lawn was adorned with a white tent, strung with warm yellow lights, and the air was filled with the enticing aroma of barbecued meats and the fragrant essence of floral fruit wine concocted by Lin Chuan. Arthur Hawk, rarely seen in casual attire, donned a relaxed suit and was engaged in conversation with Tony's bodyguard, Happy, about antique cars. Happy had recently developed a passion for collecting vintage automobiles, and Arthur happened to own a limited edition 1963 Corvette. "So, you truly hail from the cosmos?" Lin Chuan inquired, carrying a plate of freshly baked cookies as she approached Gamora and Star-Lord, her face adorned with a curious smile. "I've only seen aliens in Jasper's comic books before. Strictly speaking, I am an Earthling," Star-Lord replied, scratching his head with a hint of bashfulness. "My mother is from Earth, and my father is, from a planet." He vaguely alluded to ego, not wishing to disrupt the warm atmosphere. "A planet?" Lin Chuan exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment. "That must mean he is quite large." Gamora could not help but chuckle. "Larger than you might imagine, but far worse than you could conceive. Then you must stay a few more days." Lin Chuan enthusiastically offered them cookies, suggesting that Jasper take them to see the Statue of Liberty and to go boating in Central Park. "By the way, I shall bake an apple pie tomorrow. You simply must try it." "Apple pie? Is it not that delightful dessert made from fruit and flour?" Drax leaned over from beside the grill, sauce still lingering at the corners of his mouth, while Happy proclaimed it to be the most delectable food on Earth. "Indeed." Lin Chuan's eyes sparkled with joy as she promised, "Tomorrow, you shall feast to your heart's content." Jasper stood at the entrance of the tent, observing his mother and Gamora engaged in lively conversation, and his father and Star-Lord deep in discussion about interstellar travel. Though Arthur Hawk spoke of sailing while Star-Lord referred to spacefaring, they seemed to share a mutual enthusiasm. A profound sense of tranquility washed over him. These cosmic pirates from distant galaxies, once bloodied warriors of the Guardians, now relaxed without their armor and weapons under his parents' warm hospitality, revealing smiles over a cookie or an apple pie. This mundane warmth perhaps possesses a greater power to tame the universe's tumult than any formidable weapon. "Are you contemplating your sealing array?" Tony approached him, presenting a glass of champagne. Jasper accepted the glass, gently swirling the golden liquid, pondering that perhaps this is the essence of our guardianship. Not for the grand ideals of cosmic peace, but to ensure that such simple joys endure. Tony regarded his profile, the light casting a soft outline on his face, with the glow of 3 runes faintly visible in his eyes. He suddenly felt that the seemingly audacious Trinity sealing array might not be as implausible as it appeared. "Let us convene a formal meeting tomorrow morning." Tony's voice carried a note of resolution, including the Avengers, the Guardians, and even Bucky. He was currently undergoing psychological rehabilitation, having delved into energy sealing, after enduring years of torment from Hydra's energy devices. "Bucky?" Jasper was somewhat taken aback. Would he be willing to participate? "He has shown significant improvement recently," Tony replied. "Just last week, he proactively volunteered to assist Lissandra in analyzing Hydra's residual energy weapons. Perhaps participating in this protective meeting would benefit his recovery." Jasper nodded in agreement. The following morning, the atmosphere in the high-level conference room was markedly serious. On either side of the long table sat the most powerful individuals on Earth. The core members of the Avengers were present: Steve, Tony, Jasper, Thor, Bruce, Natasha, Clint, and Rhodey, all members of the Guardians of the Galaxy. Star-Lord, Gamora, Rocket, Drax, and Groot, alongside 2 special participants, Bucky Barnes, who was undergoing rehabilitation, and the technical advisor, Howard Stark. Baymax served as the meeting assistant, pouring tea and distributing materials. The friendly smile displayed on his chest, slightly alleviating the tension in the conference room. At the center of the long table, a transparent energy shield quietly hovered, containing the cosmic soul sphere, which radiated a soft purple glow. The energy patterns on its surface undulated slowly, reminiscent of breath, and even through the shield, one could sense the immense power within, potent enough to obliterate planets. The attendees encircled the table, core members of the Avengers, the entire Guardians of the Galaxy. The Arthur Hawk couple, and even Peter Parker, who was permitted to listen in, his tactical visor had been temporarily upgraded by Jarvis to record key points of the meeting. With idle chatter concluded, Tony tapped on the table, causing the energy shield's glow to slightly dim. Today's sole topic was where to place the cosmic soul sphere. He summoned a holographic projection displaying 3 options. The first was the underground vault. Its advantage lay in our ability to monitor it at all times. But the drawback was that Earth's defense systems were somewhat inadequate against cosmic-level threats. The second option was Wakanda's vibranium treasury. Chaluya's holographic image appeared on the screen, having just concluded a command during a border conflict, with his armor still dusted lightly. Our energy barrier can shield against 99 of cosmic signals, and the vibranium container can neutralize the sphere's energy radiation, he explained. However, the potential downside was that the dark energy of the sphere might have unknown effects on the vibranium's molecular structure. Shuri's preliminary experiments indicated a 0.3 deviation in their resonance frequencies. The third option was Asgard's cosmic security vault. Steve added that he had just communicated with Thor, and King Odin stated that Asgard's world tree barrier could perfectly isolate the sphere's energy. Furthermore, they had experience overseeing cosmic artifacts, such as the Tesseract, which had been stored there for nearly a millennium. Star-Lord immediately raised his hand in opposition. I disagree. Asgard is too far away. If we need to use the sphere against Ronin's remnants, are we supposed to fly the Milano for 3 days first? The soothing jazz music still played from his arms, contrasting sharply with his agitated tone. We hope never to use it, Natasha calmly interjected. The existence of the sphere itself is a ticking time bomb. The best way to handle it is to let it remain in eternal slumber. Rocket Raccoon scoffed. Slumber? There are lunatics in the universe who would line up from Earth to get their hands on it. Instead of hiding it, why not let me study it? I guarantee I can dismantle its energy core and transform it into the Raccoon brand cosmic invincible rocket cannon. Absolutely not. Tony and Jarvis replied in unison. Rocket, your experiments usually end in explosions, Jarvis lamented, his fingertips brushing lightly against the shield. The energy fluctuations of the sphere immediately stabilized. The sphere's energy core is connected to the dark dimension of the universe. Forcibly dismantling, it would only open dimensional rifts. Haven't we learned enough from the last time on Morag? Gamora nodded in agreement. Jarvis is correct. Our objective is to store it, not to modify it. She turned to Star-Lord. Peter, Asgard is indeed the most secure option currently. King Odin's power is undeniable. The roots of the world tree permeate the 9 realms, capable of diluting the sphere's energy radiation more reliably than any artificial defense system. Though Star-Lord wished to counter, he was interrupted by Drax. I believe Asgard is splendid. The destroyer stated earnestly that the mead there surpasses Earth's beer in taste, and while securing the cosmic sphere, I could indulge in a couple of drinks. The assembly. Arthur Hawk cleared his throat, shattering the silence. In the long run, Asgard is indeed the optimal solution. However, we require a double assurance. For instance, implanting a rune tracker within the cosmic sphere, powered by Jasper's world rune energy. Even if the sphere were to be stolen, we could locate it promptly. Simultaneously, we should establish a real-time energy-sharing mechanism with Asgard. Should there be any unusual fluctuations in the sphere's energy, both parties could immediately activate a joint defense. I concur. The voice of the Ancient One suddenly resonated from the doorway. She had appeared in the study unbeknownst to anyone, clutching an ancient scroll. The time stone of Asgard and the cosmic sphere possess an ancient connection. When placed together, they create a balance akin to light and darkness, seemingly opposing forces, yet symbiotic in nature. She unfurled the scroll, revealing a star map of the 9 realms, with Asgard marked by golden rune and Earth represented by a blue light point, connected by a faint line of energy. This is the balance chart of the 9 realms, preserved by Kamar Taj. The cosmic sphere residing in Asgard can stabilize the energy flow of the 9 realms, proving far more valuable than if it were placed on Earth. The Ancient One articulated this, and Star-Lord's tone softened. He glanced at the Guardians, and Gamora nodded in agreement. Although Rocket appeared reluctant, he did not voice further objections. Drax had already begun researching Asgardian mead brands, while Groot sketched a golden palace in his notebook. Thus, it is settled. In a few days, I shall return to Asgard to personally discuss the itinerary with King Odin and the Ancient One, Jasper stated. Chapter 78. The Oath of Asgard in the teleportation chamber of headquarters. The air was infused with a unique aura of intertwining rune energy and spatial fluctuations. Jasper stood at the center of the teleportation array, his fingertips swirling with blue-violet magical runes, meticulously calibrating the coordinates. This teleportation destination was not a conventional point in Asgard, but rather the astral conference room established by Odin in Valhalla, adorned with the oldest confidentiality runes of Asgard, capable of blocking all forms of surveillance. Tony leaned against the console, observing Jasper's focused profile, his fingertips unconsciously tapping on the armor bracelet. Are you certain you want to bring Rocket, that cosmic-level thief, along? I'm concerned that he may discover the treasures hidden in Asgard's vault and return to retrofit the Milano for piracy overnight. Rocket has sworn not to meddle with anything. Jasper chuckled helplessly, catching a glimpse of Rocket Raccoon in the corner, stealthily scanning the energy circuits of the teleportation array with his paws. Moreover, he was the only one capable of comprehending the parameters of the cosmic sphere's sealing container. His presence was essential. Rocket immediately retracted his paws and whistled. I am merely studying Asgard's spatial technology. After all, not everyone has the chance to observe a godly teleportation array up close. He cradled a metal box containing a cosmic anti-detection coating used for reinforcement of seals, a creation he had perfected after 3 sleepless nights. Gamora stood beside Star-Lord, her hand resting upon the dagger at her waist, her vigilant gaze sweeping over the intricate runes of the teleportation chamber. As a former assassin, she instinctively remained wary of any unfamiliar energy fields. Star-Lord, in contrast, appeared both exhilarated and anxious. Gripping an apple pie he had stealthily taken from the kitchen of the Hawk estate, purportedly to present as a token of goodwill to the legendary Odin. Are we ready? Jasper inquired, glancing at the group as the teleportation array glowed softly in a warm golden hue. The process might induce a slight dizziness, especially for those entering the spatial corridor to Asgard for the first time. Fear not. I've traversed black holes, Star-Lord boasted, thumping his chest, only to be abruptly thrown off balance by a sudden surge of spatial energy, fortunately caught by Gamora just in time. With a flick of his fingers, Jasper summoned resolute energy from the runes, forming a stable barrier at the edge of the teleportation array. Hold on tight. The brilliance intensified, enveloping all their figures in radiant light. In the Valhalla Astral Conference Room, Jasper regained his footing as the disorienting sensation of teleportation began to fade. The chamber was more austere than he had anticipated, devoid of opulent decorations, surrounded instead by 12 stone pillars inscribed with ancient runes. The domed ceiling, composed of transparent star crystal, revealed the twin moons of Asgard hanging against a deep blue sky, with starlight filtering through the crystal, casting delicate speckles of light upon the ground. The Ancient One was already seated at the stone table in the center of the conference room, adorned in her signature yellow robe. Before her stood a bronze oil lamp, the flickering flame revealing the faint silhouettes of countless parallel universes. Upon hearing footsteps, she slowly raised her gaze, her eyes lingering on Jasper for a moment before she nodded slightly. Your mastery of the runes has advanced. The power of enlightenment now resonates with the laws of space. Excellent. Your praise is too generous, Jasper replied with a bow, his gaze drifting to the opposite side of the table where Odin had yet to arrive. Only his, and the raven of thought and memory, perched atop a pillar, its obsidian eyes rotating, recording the essence of everyone present. Star-Lord couldn't help but whistle. This place is far cooler than the royal conference room. You can actually see the stars through the ceiling. Just as he intended to step forward, an invisible barrier halted him, and he looked down to find the runes beneath his feet emanating a soft, red warning light. In Asgard, one must not approach the stone table within 10 paces before the conference begins, Gamora whispered, pulling back the eager Star-Lord. Meanwhile, Rocket squatted in a corner, his paws rapidly recording the energy frequencies of the pillar runes on a portable terminal, muttering, "This rune structure is at least 5 epochs ahead of the Kree Empire's defense system." At that moment, ripples danced in the space above the stone table, and Odin's form emerged, accompanied by a golden beam of light. He was not clad in armor, but instead wore a deep purple robe, his single eye covered by an ancient eye patch. In his hand, he wielded not the eternal spear, but a staff intricately carved with the image of the world tree. The aura of authority surrounding him was considerably more restrained than during their last encounter. It exuded an even deeper enigma. Jasper Hawk, Ancient One, he intoned. Odin's voice resonated like a resounding bell as his gaze swept across the assembly. Upon noticing the apple pie in Star-Lord's hand, his single eye flickered ever so slightly, indicating that the earthly guest had brought an intriguing gift. Star-Lord's cheeks flushed as he discreetly attempted to hide the pie behind him, stammering, "I heard you enjoy sweets, so I brought a little something." Odin chuckled lightly, raising a hand to gesture, "Please, take a seat. Today's meeting concerns the balance of the universe. There is no need for formality." As everyone settled down, the stone table elevated to reveal a holographic projection showcasing a 3-dimensional model of the Power Stone, its violet core enveloped by 3 layers of luminescence, symbolizing the world runes of Jasper, the dimensional sorcery of the Ancient One, and Odin's divine power of Asgard. This was the initial Trinity sealing plan they had conceived 3 days prior during a remote conference. "Ancient One, please share your thoughts," Odin began, passing the floor to his longtime friend who had safeguarded Earth's dimension for a millennium. With her fingertips gently tapping the stone table, the flame of the oil lamp flared suddenly, casting a myriad of shattered images. Rune wielding the orb of cosmic destruction, Thanos snapping his fingers after gathering all 6 stones, and the tranquil silhouette of the Power Stone resting peacefully in the vault of Asgard. The essence of the Power Stone is that of a magnifier of desire. Her voice, calm yet imbued with penetrating force, conveyed that regardless of its concealment, as long as there exists a yearning for possession, the risk of theft remains ever present. She turned her gaze toward Jasper. Your Trinity seal, though ingeniously crafted with runes to shape its form, direct its power, and calm its turmoil, ultimately derives its strength from your consciousness. Should your resolve falter one day, the seal will inevitably fracture. I understand, Jasper nodded, tracing the pattern of the enlightening rune upon the tabletop. Therefore, I require the root system of Yggdrasil as the foundation for the seal. The world tree connects the 9 realms, and its vitality can temper the stone's ferocity, further supplemented by the Ancient One's mirror dimension as an outer barrier. Even if the seal were to crack, the stone's energy would merely seep into the mirror dimension, leaving reality unscathed. Odin's fingers lightly tapped his staff as the stone table's projection shifted to reveal the internal structure of the Asgardian vault. With the innermost chamber encased in a flowing golden energy, a timeless barrier formed from the divine power of generations of Asgardian kings. The tranquil chamber at the vault's depths is the most stable place for Asgard's energy. A note of solemnity flickered in his single eye as he added, "There lies the fragment of Odin's eternal spear, capable of resonating with the roots of the world tree, thereby further reinforcing the seal. However, I must clarify that Asgard's willingness to bear this responsibility does not stem from the power of the stone, but rather from the covenant between Earth and Asgard." He turned his gaze to Jasper. "Indiana, I see the restraint of one who possesses the power of a father god, yet refrains from misuse. This is a quality more precious than strength itself." Yet, Star-Lord could not resist interjecting, only to be met with a fierce glare from Gamora. But he persisted. What if Asgard encounters a crisis? Like the last time when it was invaded by the Dark Elves? With the vault's defenses, that is precisely what I wish to supplement, the Ancient One interjected. Raising her hand, the flame of the oil lamp illuminated the defensive array of Asgard. I will weave a time-looping spell outside the tranquil chamber. Should any external foes breach the outer defenses, the time loop will ensnare the intruders within the 3 minutes preceding their entry into the sanctum until the guard arrive. This enchantment is linked to the energies of Asgard's Bifrost. As long as the Bifrost endures, the loop shall remain unbroken. Suddenly, Rocket leapt from the shadows, slamming the portable terminal onto the stone table. I've detected a minute frequency anomaly in Asgard's energy core, precisely at the junction of the eternal barrier and the roots of Yggdrasil. He summoned a complex array of data, asserting that with this modified phase stabilizer from the Kree Empire, the flaw could be perfectly sealed, enhancing the efficiency of the energy loop by 17. Odin scrutinized the data, a flicker of approval lighting his single eye. The raccoon possesses a keen eye indeed. Rocket, showing his displeasure with a snarl, nonetheless pushed the terminal forward, adding, moreover, this anti-detection coating can obscure all known cosmic scanners, including Thanos' Eye of Truth. Gamora interjected. The Nova Corps is willing to dispatch 30 elite warriors to be stationed at the periphery of Asgard, assisting the guards. Their Nova Force can resonate with the energy of Asgard's guardians, establishing a dual alert system. The atmosphere of the discussion transitioned from cautious deliberation to meticulous strategizing. The Ancient One elaborated on the energy anchor points between the mirror dimension and the realm of reality. Odin summoned the historical records of the Guardians of the Sanctum for all to reference, while Jasper adjusted the arrangement of the world runes according to Asgard's energy characteristics, binding the steadfast runes to the roots of Yggdrasil, integrating the sorceress runes into the energy circuit of the Bifrost, and establishing a feedback loop with the Ancient One's time loop magic, so that any anomaly in one aspect would be instantly perceived by the other two. Although Star-Lord could not contribute much to the technical discourse, he seized upon Odin's mention of apple pie, discovering that Odin, in his youth, had traveled incognito to Earth and had a fondness for the apple pie of 17th century England. The two engaged in a 10-minute discussion about which variety of apples was best suited for pie, infusing the tense meeting with a touch of levity. When the final detail of the seal was entrusted to Baymax for regular monitoring of the energy fluctuations, with data to be synchronized with Earth, and after Asgard and the 3 parties reached an accord, Odin rose, striking his staff upon the ground. The 12 stone pillars illuminated simultaneously, projecting the star map of the 9 realms. In the name of Asgard, I, Odin, hereby swear to securely guard the Power Stone within the sanctum, protecting it through the ages until the end of the cosmos. The flame of the Ancient One's oil lamp transformed into a stream of light, merging with the star map. In the name of Kamartaj, I, the Ancient One, vow. The mirror dimension and the time loop shall remain in perpetual effect, coexisting with Asgard. Jasper's world runes blossomed in his palm, connecting to the coordinates of Earth within the star map. In the name of the world runes, I, Jasper, pledge, the rune seal shall resonate in harmony with Asgard's eternal barrier, never to wane. The three odes reverberated within the astral conference chamber, harmonizing with the ancient runes inscribed on the stone pillars, transforming into radiant streams that melded into the outer layer of the holographic gem model, which shimmered in a deep purple hue. Gradually, golden Asgardian runes, a turquoise-hued mirror-dimensional magic circle, and the tricolored world runes of Jasper emerged in succession, weaving together into a flawless, rotating Tai Chi pattern. The sealing ceremony for the Chamber of Tranquility in Asgard was to take place 3 days hence. The chamber was more compact than anticipated, its walls composed of breathing golden stone, each block etched with Asgard's ancient oaths. At the center, a stone pedestal bore the roots of the world tree, sprawling like golden veins, intricately weaving a network of energy across its surface. Jasper, the Ancient One, and Odin stood in an equilateral triangle around the pedestal, while Star-Lord and others observed from outside, guarded by Heimdall, the all-seeing sentinel capable of perceiving the 9 realms, who remained vigilant against any potential energy anomalies. The cosmic essence sphere was positioned at the heart of the energy web, its outer container shrouded in a matte black, stealth-enhancing coating. Jasper inhaled deeply and initiated the process. Resolute runes surged forth like golden chains, ensnaring the essence sphere and securing it firmly to the pedestal. Following closely, sorceress runes transformed into a flowing stream of blue-violet, coursing along the roots of the world tree to channel the surging energy emitted by the gem. Enlightening runes then delicately enveloped the sphere's surface like a gossamer veil, smoothing the undulations of energy fluctuations. The moment had begun. Odin raised the staff high, the fruit of the world tree embedded at its tip, radiating a resplendent light that resonated with the roots upon the pedestal. Golden energy cascaded along the roots, intertwining with the resolute runes to forge a more formidable outer armor, each intricate line inscribed with Asgard's protective vows. The Ancient One's hands traced complex patterns in the air, as the entrance to the mirror dimension opened outside the Chamber of Tranquility, resembling a swirling silver vortex. Her voice, imbued with ancient cadence, resonated with the magic of time. In the name of Kamartaj, by the boundary of the mirror, with time as the lock, let all things return to order. A silver magic circle surged forth from the vortex, enveloping the entire Chamber of Tranquility in a harmonious embrace, echoing with the enlightening runes. Each cycle of energy dimming the gem's purple radiance a fraction further. The collision of these 3 powers did not culminate in a cataclysmic roar, but rather a gentle hum, the soft resonance of world runes, the weight of Asgardian divinity, and the fluidity of mirrored magic, performing a silent cosmic symphony upon the pedestal. Jasper could distinctly perceive the roars of the power gem gradually subsiding, transitioning from its initial ferocious struggle to a reluctant murmur, ultimately transforming into a docile flow of energy, merging with the roots of the world tree and the very earth of Asgard. As the last wisp of purple light was sealed within the sphere, the threefold barrier upon the pedestal illuminated simultaneously, creating a stable energy cocoon. Odin gently tapped his staff, and the ground of the Chamber of Tranquility slowly descended, transporting the essence sphere into a chamber 3 meters underground, where the eternal barrier above automatically sealed, leaving behind a circular recess engraved with the marks of the 3 parties. It was completed. The Ancient One withdrew her hands, and the flame of the oil lamp returned to a tranquil state. Henceforth, it would suffice for each of the 3 parties to send forth a representative monthly to channel a minuscule amount of energy through this recess, ensuring the stability of the seal. Odin gazed upon the recess, adorned with the emblem of Asgard's wolf, the sigil of Kamartaj, and the intricate patterns of the world rune. A flicker of gratification passing through his single eye. Tomorrow, he declared, I shall have Sif take the oath stone of Asgard to Earth, binding it with a monitoring system. Any aberration in energy will trigger an immediate alert. Jasper approached the recess, his fingertips gently brushing over his own rune mark, feeling the gemstone's energy had stabilized entirely, akin to a slumbering heart steadily pulsating deep within the earth of Asgard. Earth would dispatch Baymax to periodically infuse energy. He recalled the ever-smiling medical robot, its energy gentle, ensuring no discomfort to the gemstone. Stepping out of the Chamber of Tranquility, Asgard basked in radiant sunlight. Rocket was spinning around the control console of the Bifrost, being sternly warned by Heimdall, who pointed a spear at his nose. Star-Lord and Odin were, astonishingly, discussing the recipe for apple pie, with Odin even agreeing to allow the kitchen sprites to teach Star-Lord how to craft pies using Asgard's sunlit apples. Gamora was engaged in weaponry discourse with Sif, their daggers occasionally clashing, producing a crisp sound. The Ancient One approached Jasper, gazing at the golden walls of Asgard. You have done exceedingly well, she remarked, her voice softer than usual. Guardianship is not possession. It is the understanding of release and the art of trust. Your decision to believe in Asgard and in us is far more significant than any formidable seal. The courage bestowed upon me by the sorceress and His Majesty Odin is what has inspired my trust. Jasper observed the playful commotion in the distance, a serene calm enveloping his heart. The universe was vast, and no one could safeguard everything alone. The Ancient One chuckled softly, her form gradually becoming transparent, dissolving into myriad specks of light that merged with the sunlight. I must return to Kamartaj. Remember, balance is not stagnation. It is a dynamic guardianship, much like this seal, which necessitates the cooperation of all three parties. None can be omitted. As the luminous points faded, a faint scent of tea lingered in the air. Odin approached, offering Jasper a cup of golden mead, Asgard's honeyed wine, to celebrate our covenant. Jasper accepted the goblet, gently clinking it with Odin's, to guardianship and to trust. The liquid glided down his throat, imbued with the essence of sunlight and honey, warm and rich. In the distance, Star-Lord brandished apple seeds procured from Odin, excitedly boasting to Gamora about his plans to cultivate an Asgardian apple orchard on Earth. Meanwhile, Rocket was being tugged by Sif by the ear, protesting. I just want to take a look, just a glimpse of the core structure. Jasper surveyed this chaotic yet heartwarming scene, suddenly comprehending that the so-called cosmic balance might well reside within these seemingly trivial details. A casual conversation about apple pie, a technological exchange spanning galaxies, or even a thwarted petty theft. As the radiance of the teleportation array illuminated once more, transporting them back to Earth, Jasper felt the residual warmth of the world Rune intertwined with the divine essence of Asgard lingering in the palm of his hand. He understood that the tale of the Power Stone was far from over, and the weight of guardianship still rested upon his shoulders. Yet, as long as he was surrounded by these boisterous companions, distant allies, and the courage to share responsibilities, nothing could shatter this hard-won equilibrium. In the headquarters teleportation room, Tony paced anxiously, and upon seeing their arrival, rushed forward. How did it go? The old man from Asgard didn't back out, did he? Rocket, didn't he empty their treasury? Did he? Everything went smoothly, Jasper replied with a smile, revealing the mark on his palm. Moreover, we might be establishing an Asgardian orchard on the rooftop. Star-Lord immediately chimed in. King Odin said that once the apples are ripe, he will personally come to Earth to taste my apple pie. Tony rolled his eyes, but couldn't suppress a smile. All right then, the rooftop it is. The energy from the sunlight core will suffice to warm the orchard. The soft glow of the setting sun streamed through the windows of the teleportation room, casting elongated shadows that intertwined like a vast, warm seal, tightly enveloping the peace of Earth and the goodwill of the cosmos. Meanwhile, in the distant realm of Asgard, the grooves of the Chamber of Serenity emitted a gentle radiance, resonating silently with the celestial map of the Nine Realms, narrating a tale of guardianship, trust, and connection, a story that was just beginning. Chapter 79. Farewell. The Power Stone lay safely within the treasury of Asgard, and it was time for Quill and the others to bid farewell. On the headquarters landing pad, amidst the day's bustle, a peculiar sense of parting lingered in the air. The Milano had completed its final inspection, gleaming with a silvery blue sheen under the sunlight. Rocket Raccoon squatted atop the ship, making last-minute energy calibrations while muttering. The energy frequency of Earth is truly odd. It's 0.3 Hz slower than the fluctuations of the galaxy. Around him, several bulging boxes were piled up, filled with precision parts borrowed from the lab, along with a gifted secondary engine from Tony, provided he signed a guarantee of never invading Earth's network. Star-Lord, cradling a colossal Earth music library terminal, was saying his heartfelt goodbyes to Colonel Rhodes. Remember, the next performance of the Disco Squad will be live-streamed through interstellar communications. He handed Rhodes a homemade mixtape. This is a selection of my favorite space disco hits, guaranteed to energize you during training. Don't worry, I'll blast it through the Iron Patriot speakers for the entire barracks to hear. Rhodes chuckled, patting his shoulder and handing him a military-grade communicator. In case of emergency, press this red button. Earth-S support will arrive quicker than you can imagine. Gamora stood nearby, gazing tenderly at Groot, who was posing for a photo with Baymax. The little tree creature held up a sign with childish handwriting that read, I am Groot. I will miss you. Baymax embraced him with a mechanical arm, the screen on his chest displaying a crying face, next to which lay an interstellar friendship cake made of energy gel, his creation from 3 hours of labor the previous night. Drax and Thor are engaged in a final arm wrestling match, their muscular arms taut, causing the surrounding air to resonate with a buzzing sound. Once I defeat more space pirates across the cosmos, I shall return for another 300 rounds. Drax roared, the veins on his forehead bulging. I am ever at your service, my friend. Thor laughed heartily, suddenly exerting force and pinning Drax's wrist against the hull of the spaceship. Remember, The meat of Asgard will always be reserved for you. Nearby, Jasper and Tony observed this chaotic, yet heartwarming scene. Jasper's fingertips danced around gentle arcane runes, brushing against the hull of the Milano. These were protective runes, designed to shield the ship from energy turbulence. Reluctant to part ways? Tony's voice chimed in, his arm naturally encircling Jasper's waist with slightly more pressure than usual, almost enveloping him entirely. A bit, Jasper admitted, feeling as if they were a vibrant whirlwind of stardust, having suddenly arrived on Earth only to depart just as swiftly. He paused, glancing at Tony. What about you? Aren't you going to say something to them? Perhaps a warning against pilfering from the universe? Tony scoffed, though his gaze trailed after Star-Lord's figure. It would be futile. The nature of space pirates is to steal. Just as I'm inherently more clever than others, it's inescapable. His words were sharp, yet his fingers traced gentle circles in Jasper's palm, a nervous habit. However, they have indeed assisted Earth quite a bit. When they return, I shall treat them to a triple cheese hamburger made by Happy. Jasper chuckled, knowing that for Tony to extend an invitation was a significant acknowledgement. Just then, Gamora approached, holding a finely crafted dagger adorned with blue crystals. This is for you, she said, handing the dagger to Jasper. It contains memories of the galaxy, capable of storing energetic images. A press of the crystal will reveal our experiences across the cosmos. Consider it a means to stay connected. Jasper accepted the dagger, feeling the gentle energy emanating from the crystal. Thank you. I will regularly send you photos of Earth. Baymax mentioned that the sunflowers he planted have blossomed. They would make perfect cosmic postcards. We shall eagerly anticipate them. Gamora replied, a rare smile gracing her lips as she turned to Tony, her tone sincere. Look after him. The universe is vast and full of temptations. But there are few like him. Tony tightened his embrace, resting his chin atop Jasper's head. You need not worry. I shall. At last, Star-Lord concluded his farewell with Rhodey and hurried over to Jasper, enveloping him in a grand hug. Brother, thank you. My time on Earth has been the most tranquil of my life. His voice quivered slightly. When I locate my father's homeland, you should be the first to know. All right, Jasper replied, patting his back. Be sure to take plenty of photos, especially of the alien sunsets. Tony interjected, they're bound to be more magnificent than Earth's. Absolutely not. Earth's sunsets are the finest. Star-Lord instantly countered, then chuckled. But I will capture them for you to judge yourself. The final farewell always arrives far too swiftly. The rocket leaped into the cockpit, waving its claw towards the ground. We're off. Don't miss us too much, especially me. Drax embraced Baymax with such fervor that he nearly burst its inflatable exterior. Thank you for the cake. It surpasses space worm meat. Groot waved his tiny branches, exclaiming loudly, I am Groot. Translation, farewell, my friends. Star-Lord cast one last glance at the Earth sky, inhaled deeply, and leapt into the cockpit. Milano, take off. Destination, the depths of the cosmos, into the unknown adventures. The ship's engines roared to life, slowly ascending, circling once above headquarters, leaving a silver-blue trail, then accelerating towards the horizon, vanishing into the depths of the clouds. The crowd on the tarmac lingered, reluctant to disperse. Baymax's screen still displayed a crying face. Thor patted the energy bracelet left by Drax. Rhodes tucked away his belongings while Tony's arm remained draped around Jasper's waist, his gaze following the vanishing trail, lost in thought. They will return, Jasper murmured softly, as if to comfort himself and those beside him. Of course, Tony asserted with unwavering certainty. After all, there was no place in the universe quite like Earth, especially since it harbored me. Jasper shook his head in resignation, but allowed Tony to hold him. Sunlight bathed the two, elongating their shadows, intertwining like an everlasting knot. Chapter 80. The warmth of the palm on the first weekend after the Guardian's departure. Jasper indulged in a rare lie-in. Upon awakening, sunlight had flooded the room through the floor-to-ceiling windows, and the air was infused with the aroma of bacon and coffee. Turning his head, he noticed the space beside him was empty, a glass of warm water and a note resting on the bedside table. Inscribed in Tony's flamboyant handwriting, come downstairs when you wake up. That old codger, Howard, is waiting in the lab to showcase his cosmic-level weed whacker. Don't worry, I've had Lissandra adjust it to only weed and not demolish buildings. Jasper chuckled, rising to freshen up. In the mirror, he observed that the runes beneath his eyes were somewhat fainter than usual, a sign of complete relaxation. His godlike prowess rendered him no longer required to consciously maintain energy flow. In his daily state, he resembled an ordinary person, save for occasionally leaving faint rune traces upon touching objects. Descending the stairs, he indeed heard Howard's excited shrieks from the lab. Did you see that? It can distinguish between weeds and crops. This is an optimized recognition system using Jasper's enlightenment runes, with an error rate below 0.001. Entering the laboratory, Jasper spotted Howard perched on a high stool, directing a peculiar machine as it moved across the lawn. The machine boasted 8 mechanical arms, each equipped with a miniature rune array capable of precisely uprooting weeds while using rune energy to massage the remaining crops, promoting their growth. Tony leaned against the doorframe, holding an energy detector, wearing a feigned smile. Not bad, not bad. Smarter than my vacuum robot. Smarter indeed. Heimerdinger leapt down, his little mustache perched high, as he effortlessly collected the energy from weeds, converting it into his own propulsion. This exemplifies a paradigm of sustainable development on a cosmic scale. Jasper observed the diligent weeding machine at work on the lawn, suddenly realizing that perhaps Heimerdinger was indeed the true connoisseur of life, employing cosmic technology to address the most mundane gardening dilemmas. Just then, Tony approached, naturally taking the towel from Jasper's hands to gently dab the perspiration from his brow. Pepper would be joining them for lunch, along with her boyfriend, the environmental scientist. They intended to discuss the application plan for the Soul Core in the Amazon Rainforest Reserve. Dr. Davis? Jasper recalled the gentleman's refined demeanor and clear gaze, coupled with an almost obsessive zeal for environmental preservation. He had met him briefly at a charity gala, where he and Pepper were engaged in a discussion about how to cover the roof of the Rainforest Observation Station with photosynthetic membranes, ensuring no disruption to the vegetation while providing energy. That's him. Tony's tone remained steady, yet Jasper sensed him tightening his grip around Jasper's waist. Jasper, with a resigned pat on the back of Tony's hand, reassured him, "There's no need to be anxious. It's merely a work luncheon." "I'm not anxious," Tony retorted stubbornly. "I was just contemplating whether we should prepare some rune-infused mosquito repellent for the Amazon to guarantee that the mosquitoes dare not approach within 3 meters. You're merely eager to flaunt your rune applications, which are far superior to their eco-friendly sprays," Jasper countered. Tony raised an eyebrow, neither confirming nor denying. The midday gathering was set to take place in the aerial garden. Pepper donned a sharp white ensemble while Ben sported a casual linen shirt. Together, they exuded a harmonious synergy. Ben had brought a holographic model of the Amazon rainforest, indicating the locations where soul charging stations would be installed, strategically positioned near observation stations and indigenous tribes to minimize environmental disruption. "We plan to construct in 3 phases, Ben pointed at the green dots on the model. "The first phase will cover 5 primary observation stations, supplemented by mobile charging vehicles. The second phase will expand to the surrounding indigenous tribes, training local residents to operate the equipment. The third phase will involve deploying micro-charging stations using drones." Tony interrupted, showcasing the drone model. This hummingbird drone, equipped with the invisible capabilities of rune magic, could navigate the rainforest's obstacles with precision, landing accurately at designated spots without disturbing wildlife. Ben's eyes sparkled. "This is far more efficient than our planned manual transport. Could you elaborate on its endurance and payload capacity?" "Certainly." Tony's enthusiasm surged as he began to eloquently detail the drone's specifications, from its energy core to the principles of rune invisibility. Pepper observed them with a smile, turning to Jasper and remarking, "I knew that once the conversation shifted to technology, he wouldn't be able to stop." She lifted her teacup, her tone laced with nostalgia. "Ben often says that if our technology could be widely applied in environmental fields, it could accelerate the Earth's ecological recovery by at least 50 years. That is indeed our goal." Jasper responded, asserting that technology should serve the greater good, enhancing human existence while fostering harmonious coexistence with nature. Pepper, with a playful glint in her eyes, shifted the conversation, inquiring about their intentions to take their relationship to the next level, perhaps to officially introduce their families. "Oh, but wait, you have already met." She referred to Jasper's parents' acceptance of Tony. Jasper felt a slight warmth flush his cheeks. "We haven't thought that far ahead." "Indeed," Pepper chuckled. "At the pace you two are going, it might be ages before you consider such trivial matters." She paused, her tone turning earnest, "But truly, seeing you both like this brings me joy. Tony used to be like a hedgehog, bristling with defenses, but he has finally found someone he can let his guard down with." Jasper gazed at Tony, who was engrossed in conversation with Ben about drones. His profile appeared softer under the sunlight, adorned with a confident smile, devoid of the previous sharpness and aloofness in his eyes. He recognized that Pepper was right. Tony had indeed transformed, becoming more expressive of his emotions and cherishing the present. However, this appreciation sometimes manifested itself too fervently. For instance, Tony seemed to sense that Pepper and Jasper had been conversing for too long. He abruptly interrupted his discussion with Ben, casually stepping over to stand beside Jasper. His arm draped over his shoulder and asked Pepper, "What are you chatting about? So cheerful?" "We were discussing how difficult you used to be," Pepper bluntly revealed. Tony's ears turned a shade red, feigning composure. "That was in the past. The current me is an intergalactic boyfriend of unparalleled caliber, and Jasper can attest to that." Jasper chuckled and nodded. "Well, that's a stretch." Ben observed their interaction, a knowing smile flickering in his eyes, and remarked to Tony, "It seems that Mr. Jasper is the only one capable of keeping you in check." "That's because I'm willing to," Tony replied, puffing out his chest in pride, then leaned closer, whispering in Jasper's ear, "What do you want for lunch? I'll have the kitchen prepare your favorite almond tofu, chilled with the energy from the sunlight core for an enhanced taste." "Sounds perfect." Jasper felt a warm rush in his heart. The lunch concluded in a light-hearted atmosphere. As Pepper and Ben departed, they took with them detailed information about the drones, scheduling a deeper discussion for the following week. After bidding farewell to their guests, Tony suddenly embraced Jasper from behind, resting his chin in the crook of his neck, his breath warm against his skin. "What do you think about what Pepper mentioned regarding taking the next step?" Jasper paused for a moment. "What do you mean?" In a somewhat vague tone, Tony suggested finding a time for a small ceremony. "Not too elaborate, just the two of us along with Steve, Natasha, and a few friends, having a simple meal on the lawn at Hawkeye Manor, exchanging rings." Jasper's heart skipped a beat. He turned to face Tony, whose caramel-colored eyes, typically gleaming with mischief and confidence, now held a hint of nervousness and anticipation, resembling a child awaiting an answer. "Have you thought this through?" Jasper asked softly. "Yes." Tony nodded, his tone unusually serious. "I don't want to wait any longer. The universe is vast, fraught with countless threats. Who can predict what tomorrow may bring? I yearn for everyone to understand that you belong to me." His possessiveness is laid bare at this moment, yet it is imbued with the most sincere affection. Jasper smiled, raising a hand to smooth Tony's furrowed brow. "Very well." Tony's eyes sparkled instantly, akin to igniting the starlight of the entire cosmos. "Really? You promise?" "Indeed," Jasper replied, rising on tiptoe to gently kiss his lips. "However, the ring must be crafted from vibranium and inscribed with runes. I will design the style, and you shall be responsible for the energy core." "Not a problem," Tony enthusiastically agreed, lifting Jasper in a joyous twirl. "I will seek out Hammer to assist with the design of the ring's energy circuit. Let us make it the most intricate one, ensuring it is truly one of a kind in the universe." Jasper, slightly dizzy from the spin, could not help but chuckle as he wrapped his arms around Tony's neck. Sunlight streamed through the glass dome of the aerial garden, bathing the two in warmth, harmonizing beautifully with the runic marks left by the lawnmower on the grass. Like a gentle blessing. Chapter 81. A weekend at Hawk Manor. After deciding to take their relationship to the next level, Tony and Jasper's lives appeared unchanged. Yet everything felt different. They continued their daily routine in the laboratory, discussing the advancements of the Dawnlight project, optimizing the Rune weeding machine's recognition system, and remotely guiding the deployment of drones in the Amazon rainforest. They would still nestle on the sofa at night, watching movies, where Tony would critique the special effects of old films while Jasper, captivated by his enthusiasm, would discreetly use rune magic to massage his temples, alleviating his fatigue. Yet subtle changes permeated their lives. Tony's personal terminal now housed an encrypted folder titled Wedding Plans, while Jasper's desk held an ancient tome on rune ring design. Even Baymax had begun to secretly research wedding cake making, with various buttercream decoration tutorials frequently popping up on his screen. This weekend, they accepted Lin Chuan's invitation to dinner at Hawk Manor. As the car rolled down the familiar tree-lined path, Jasper spotted his mother busily arranging a small rune array on the lawn, with a delicate flower basket at its center, brimming with fresh roses and lavender. "Mom, what are you doing?" Jasper inquired with curiosity as he stepped out of the car. "I am preparing a happiness rune array for your future marital home," Lin Chuan replied, her eyes crinkling with joy. "I learned this from a friend in Kamartaj. It is said to bless couples with harmony and everlasting unity." Jasper's cheeks flushed instantly. "Mom, we haven't. I know you're close," Lin Chuan interjected, her tone mysterious. "That boy Tony called last time, subtly inquiring about what flowers you liked as a child and whether the lawn at Hawk Manor could accommodate 50 guests. I can't be oblivious to his intentions." As Tony emerged from the car, he heard her words and awkwardly scratched his head. "Auntie, I intended to surprise you." "Surprises are best when one is already in the know," Lin Chuan laughed, taking Tony's hand with a beaming smile. "Rest assured, I will take care of the wedding details. Venue, flowers, and the chef will all be to your satisfaction." Arthur Hawk stepped out of the house, a document in hand and an uncommon smile adorning his face. "This is the deed to Hawk Manor. I have inscribed your name upon it, Tony." Tony was momentarily taken aback. "Uncle Arthur, this is too precious. We are family. There should be no need for such formalities." Arthur Hawk patted his shoulder reassuringly. "The future of the Hawk family is a legacy that should be safeguarded together." He paused, his tone turning serious. "However, there is a condition. All decisions at home must heed Jasper's counsel." Tony erupted into laughter. "No problem. I've been taking his advice for ages." Jasper observed this scene with a sense of helplessness, yet his heart brimmed with an unprecedented warmth. He understood that the acknowledgement and support of their parents constituted the most solid foundation for their future lives. During dinner, Lin Chuan indeed broached the details of the wedding, from the guest list to menu design, engaging in delightful conversation. Meanwhile, Hawk and Tony discussed how to harness the energy from the radiant core for the wedding venue without disrupting the natural landscape of the manor. I propose we encircle the lawn with starlight rune lamps, Jasper suggested. Driven by rune energy, they will emit a gentle glow at night, resembling stars fallen to the earth. What a splendid idea. Lin Chuan immediately concurred. I will have a friend from Camartage assist in projecting your names in the sky, inscribed in magical script. Tony grasped Jasper's hand, warmth radiating from his touch. I defer to you. The moonlight streamed through the restaurant windows, gently illuminating this heartwarming scene. Jasper gazed at his family, noticing the affection in Tony's eyes, and suddenly felt that the essence of eternity need not reside in grandiose vows. It lay hidden in the mundane fabric of daily life, the happiness of a mother's rune array, a father's deed, the warmth of Tony's palm, and the trivial discussions surrounding the wedding. Back at headquarters on Monday, the bustling rhythm resumed. Lissandra's holographic projection reported the latest advancements in the Radiant project. The installation of the photosynthetic membrane roofs in the Mars colony was 98% complete, and the initial feedback from the first wave of settlers indicated that indoor temperatures were 3 degrees more stable than anticipated, with a 15% increase in oxygen generation efficiency. The sole issue was the significant wind and sand, which caused dust accumulation on the membrane surface, hindering energy conversion efficiency. That is a simple fix, Jasper remarked. By adding a layer of self-cleaning runes to the membrane surface, we can utilize the friction from the wind and sand to automatically remove dust. I have already sent the rune design to Heimdall. Tony added, additionally, we could deploy drone units for regular high-pressure airflow cleaning, providing a dual-layered safeguard. This should resolve the issue. Understood, Lissandra's projection shifted to the next page. Moreover, Mr. Bucky Barnes has submitted a proposal for the harmless disposal of Hydra energy weapons, suggesting the use of resolute runes to neutralize the weapon's violent energy. The concept is feasible. Approval for experimentation is requested. Jasper and Tony exchanged glances, both finding solace in each other's eyes. Approved, Jasper declared. Let him conduct the experiments in Lab 3. Lissandra, you will personally oversee the process to ensure safety. Understood. After the meeting concluded, Jasper made his way to Laboratory 3. Bucky was diligently calibrating an energy weapon, his mechanical arm having undergone enhancements. Its surface adorned with a layer of delicate golden composite material that not only augmented strength, but also suppressed his former instincts of violence. Upon noticing Jasper's entrance, he set down his tools and revealed a shy smile. Jasper, how are things progressing? Jasper approached him, observing the weapon that had once been stained with blood, now transformed under the influence of resolute runes, the energy indicator shifting from a glaring red to a gentle green. Not too shabby, Bucky replied, his voice somewhat hoarse. The energy from the runes indeed neutralizes its malevolence. After a few more trials, I should be able to convert it into an energy drill for mining purposes. Excellent. Jasper nodded. Steve called earlier. He mentioned he would be back next week and is eager to see your progress. A flicker of anticipation crossed Bucky's eyes, mingled with a hint of anxiety. He won't think I've been wasting time, will he? Of course not, Jasper chuckled. He couldn't be prouder of you. Bucky lowered his gaze to his mechanical arm, softly reflecting, sometimes I wonder what I would be like if I hadn't been captured by Hydra back then. Perhaps I would be like Steve, an ordinary veteran in Brooklyn, with a dog, playing chess in the park every day. The past is immutable, but the future is yours to shape, Jasper replied. What you're doing now is creating a brighter future, not just for yourself, but for those who might be harmed by these weapons. Bucky raised his head, determination gleaming in his eyes. Thank you, Jasper. No need for thanks, Jasper said, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat. Keep it up. As Jasper exited the laboratory, he spotted Tony leaning against the wall at the end of the corridor, waiting for him with 2 ice creams in hand, evidently just purchased from the staff cafeteria. Strawberry flavor, your favorite, Tony offered one to Jasper. Did you see Bucky? He seems to be in good spirits. Yes, he's improving steadily, Jasper replied, taking the ice cream and savoring a lick, the sweet flavor melting on his tongue. Tony observed him for a moment before reaching out to wipe a smudge of ice cream from the corner of his mouth, his gesture both natural and affectionate. There's nothing pressing this afternoon. Would you like to visit the Asgardian orchard on the rooftop? The seed sent by Star-Lord seemed to have sprouted. That sounds delightful. The rooftop orchard indeed thrived with life. Dozens of apple saplings stood neatly arranged, their tender green leaves shimmering in the sunlight, each accompanied by a small rune array nourishing the soil with magical energy. Tony approached one of the saplings, crouching down to gently caress its leaves. Sif messaged last week, saying Odin is eager to taste the Asgardian apples grown on Earth. Once they bear fruit, we should visit Asgard together, Jasper suggested, and take a look at the status of the Power Stone seal. Agreed. Tony rose to his feet, retrieving a small box from his pocket. Upon opening it, he revealed a design sketch for a ring, the main body fashioned in the form of intertwining vines crafted from vibranium. Adorning the vines were minute energy crystals that emanated the essence of creation, while at the apex rested a miniature array of world runes composed of the runes of resolve, sorcery, and enlightenment. This is what I designed last night. What do you think? Tony's voice carried a hint of anxiety. The energy crystals were capable of changing color according to our emotions, golden when joyous and blue when tranquil. Jasper gazed at the design, his eyes brimming with wonder and affection. It's exquisite, especially the rune array. It's both beautiful and functional, automatically regulating the ring's energy output without affecting ordinary individuals. Shall we proceed with this design? Tony asked. Indeed, he replied. With utmost care, Tony closed the box, as though cradling a rare treasure. He embraced Jasper from behind, resting his chin atop Jasper's head, his voice deep and resolute. Jasper, thank you. Thank me for what? Jasper inquired. Thank you for allowing me to believe that even someone like me can attain happiness. Your willingness to belong to me means the world. Tony's voice wavered slightly. Jasper turned around, rising on his toes to kiss him. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting its glow upon their intertwined hands, the unfinished ring design, and the hopeful apple orchard surrounding them. In the distance, the indicator lights of the energy station flickered softly, echoing the stars in the sky. Within the headquarters laboratory, Howard was still exulting over the upgrades to the cosmic-level weed whacker, while Lissandra monitored the global energy network, and Bucky cautiously conducted his experiments. This was their life, both ordinary and extraordinary. They faced the challenges of work, the companionship of friends, the warmth of family, and the steadfastness of love. Tony's possessiveness remained evident, manifesting in subtle interruptions when Jasper would engage in prolonged discussions with colleagues. He would deliberately create noise to disrupt them, or when he noticed the runic traces left by Jasper, he would discreetly overlay his own energy, asserting his claim. He would awaken in the dead of night, instinctively confirming Jasper's presence beside him, clutching him tightly, as if fearing his disappearance. Yet, Jasper understood that this possessiveness stemmed from a profound sense of care and an underlying fear of loss, the dread of returning to a solitary existence filled only with armor and work. Thus, he would respond patiently, offering hugs during Tony's moments of unease and incorporating runes into the design that would allow their energy fields to resonate in harmony, ensuring Tony would always feel his presence. Love does not seek to eliminate differences. Rather, it embraces and comprehends each other entirely, imperfections included, even the more obsessive aspects. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the golden afterglow bathed the apple orchard in a warm orange hue. Hand in hand, Tony and Jasper strolled slowly down the path, their shadows elongated, closely entwined. Once the ring is completed, let us visit Kamar Taj, Jasper suggested, to seek Master Gu Yi's blessing. Agreed, Tony nodded. And then we shall journey to Asgard and have Odin officiate our union. The Guardians of the Galaxy are also invited to the wedding, provided they refrain from dismantling my laboratory. The two exchanged a knowing smile, their laughter resonating through the apple orchard. Chapter 82. The coronation of Starlight Time passed leisurely, bringing us to the year 2015. In the first month of 2015, Earth appeared to be enveloped in a golden halo. From the United Nations headquarters in New York to the City Hall in Stockholm, and from the International League of Nations building in Geneva, the air was saturated with a unique atmosphere, a blend of glory and hope. This was a moment of triumph for the team, a milestone for all of human civilization. On January 10th, the Stockholm Concert Hall shone brightly. Crystal chandeliers refracted dazzling light, illuminating the elegantly dressed guests below. This year's Nobel Prize ceremony garnered more attention than ever, as nearly all awards pointed to the same name and the extraordinary individuals behind it, who have transformed the world. Jasper donned a tailored dark gray suit, adorned with a small rune brooch crafted by Lin Chuan, a symbol of tranquility that helped him maintain composure amidst the commotion. He sat in the front row beside Tony, who was also impeccably dressed, quietly mocking the tedious proceedings of the ceremony. Had I known there would be so many grandiloquent speeches, I would have modified my nanotech armor into a formal attire. At least I could take it apart to amuse myself during the dull moments. Jasper gently patted his hand. Be serious. This is a recognition of everyone's hard work. His gaze drifted across the audience to find Black Merdinger, excitedly discussing the energy formula of a cosmic-level weed eradicator with a Swedish physicist. Dr. Bruce Banner sat alongside Eric Selvig. They had just been awarded the Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine for their collaborative work on the Phoenix rebirth therapy. Selvig's demeanor seemed lighter than before, infused with a sense of relief. Gamora, representing the Guardians, was also present, clad in a sleek silver gown, quietly observing the stage while unconsciously caressing the memory crystal dagger Jasper had gifted her. The awards ceremony commenced. The Nobel Peace Prize was awarded to the team, with the citation read aloud by the chair of the Norwegian Nobel Committee. They have dispelled the shadows of war through the power of technology and mended the fractures of pain with the wisdom of runes. From a universal access to X energy to the salvation of the Phoenix rebirth, from combating extraterrestrial threats to fostering interstellar cooperation, they have demonstrated that humanity's greatness lies not in conquest, but in guardianship and connection. Jasper and Tony ascended the podium together. Jasper took the medal first, his voice resonating through the concert hall, gentle yet resolute. This award does not belong to us. It belongs to everyone who believes in the benevolence of technology. It belongs to the engineers who installed solar energy stations in African villages, to the doctors who operate nanobots in hospitals. True peace is not the absence of conflict, but the courage to resolve disputes with wisdom and the ability to connect through love. When Tony took the microphone, the audience erupted in affectionate laughter. He cleared his throat, momentarily setting aside his nonchalant demeanor. Jasper is absolutely right, he stated. However, let me add, do not presume that winning an award will cause us to halt our progress. The next ambitious objective of the core of creation is Mars. The upgraded Rune medical pod can cure 90 of cosmic radiation ailments. He suddenly revealed his characteristic sly smile. And as for next year's Nobel Prize, we shall return. The audience erupted into enthusiastic applause and laughter. The subsequent awards almost turned into a personal showcase. The Nobel Prize in Physics was awarded to Tony Stark and Jasper Hawk, acknowledging their revolutionary breakthroughs in the realm of renewable energy with the invention of the core of dawn and the eternal furnace, which have fundamentally transformed humanity's understanding and utilization of energy. The Nobel Prize in Chemistry was bestowed upon Hermann and his materials science team, recognizing their development of the resilient armor composite and Rune energy crystals, paving new avenues in the field of cross-dimensional material science. The Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine was awarded to Bruce Banner and Eric Savon, in recognition of the groundbreaking achievements of the Phoenix regeneration therapy in cellular regeneration and viral modification. As the final award was presented, the entire assembly rose in applause, which continued for a full 5 minutes. This was an unprecedented spectacle in the history of the Nobel Prize. One team had garnered all the core awards, their contributions transcending the boundaries of individual disciplines and profoundly altering the trajectory of human civilization. Global perspective. Lives transformed. The moment of glory in Stockholm was merely a microcosm of this global celebration. Across the globe, countless lives are being transformed by this technology, their stories serving as vivid annotations of monumental contributions. In the Brooklyn Community Center, Aunt Martha was preparing porridge for the children using a rune stew pot. This pot was a gift from Jasper's mother, Lin Chuan, inscribed with gentle magical runes that enhance the nutritional value of ordinary ingredients while imparting soothing energies. Come and taste. I've added freshly picked blueberries today. Aunt Martha ladled a bowl for each child, her face radiating a benevolent smile as she watched them devour their meal. 3 years ago, this area was one of the highest crime neighborhoods in New York, where children could only roam the graffiti-laden alleys after school. The establishment of a community technology center provided free energy and internet access, with volunteers teaching the children fundamental scientific principles and rune applications. Now, the crime rate in the community has plummeted by 78, and 3 children have been accepted into the Massachusetts Institute of Technology's youth program, aspiring to use technology to assist others, just like Mr. Hawk and Mr. Stark. In Karura Village, Kenya, the village chief, Karu, stood beside his solar-powered energy station, video calling his daughter in London using a solar tablet. On the screen, his daughter, clad in a brand-new school uniform, excitedly displayed her recent achievement of winning the African Youth Science and Technology Innovation Award. Her project was a simple irrigation system powered by sunlight, capable of helping the village conserve 60 of its water resources. Dad, once I graduate, I'll return, and together we'll equip all the farmland in the village with this system. The voice of the daughter brimmed with hope. Karu nodded with a smile, his eyes glistening with moisture. 5 years ago, the village lacked electricity, clean water, and children had to traverse 10 kilometers of rugged terrain to attend school. The Bright Africa initiative not only provided a stable energy source, but also facilitated the drilling of deep wells and the establishment of schools and clinics. Presently, the infant mortality rate in the village has plummeted by 90, and the enrollment rate for children has reached 100. Even the eldest elders proclaim, these are days of prosperity that our ancestors could scarcely envision. Chapter 83. The everyday after the ceremony Avengers Tower, Penthouse Lounge. The Avengers gathered around the television, engrossed in a live broadcast of the awards ceremony in Stockholm. Jasper's speeches had increasingly matured over time. Steve Rogers chuckled, holding a can of beer. He reminisced about how, when he first joined, he would blush even at the thought of speaking in meetings. That is thanks to having me as your finest partner. Tony's voice resonated from the television, provoking laughter within the lounge. Natasha Romanoff, holding a glass of red wine, gazed at the screen where Jasper and Tony stood side by side to receive their award, a flicker of tenderness in her eyes. They have indeed transformed many aspects. Not just the world, but us as well. She reflected on 3 years prior when she struggled with insomnia due to her past transgressions. It was the soothing device developed and Jasper's gentle runes that aided her in emerging from the shadows. Now, she was not only an agent of the Avengers, but also a spokesperson for the Women in Science Initiative, encouraging more women to embark on careers in science and guardianship. Clint Barton was distributing Rune energy bars, specially crafted by Baymax for the Avengers, infused with minute energy crystals that enhance reaction time. I'll call Jasper later and ask him to bring back some chocolates from Stockholm, he mentioned to Wanda Maximoff beside him. Wanda nodded with a smile. Her fingertips entwined with soft energy as she employed mystical runes to assist Vision in repairing the energy circuits of his Mind Stone. This restoration technique was specifically taught to her by Jasper, enabling her to better control her powers while stabilizing Vision's energy. Headquarters. Lissandra S. Monitoring Center. Lissandra's holographic projections filled the room, continuously monitoring the global energy network and the operations of the Dawnlight Project. Her core program analyzed the recently received gratitude letters from 195 countries, which would be automatically organized into a human feedback database to inform future research and development. Detected a 37% increase in the global positive emotional energy field intensity, reaching an all-time high. Lissandra's electronic voice conveyed with a hint of subtle delight. Among these, keywords associated with Jasper Hawk and Tony Stark have surged by 52 compared to yesterday. She summoned a series of dynamic graphs. The population covered by radiant energy reached 3.2 billion, an increase of 2,800 compared to 3 years ago. Nanobots had successfully completed 17 million minimally invasive surgeries with a success rate of 98. Resilient composite materials were utilized in the reconstruction of 120 cities post-disaster, enhancing seismic resistance by 300. Even the comforting embrace service of Big White was promoted in 2,000 hospitals worldwide, alleviating anxiety for 8 million patients. The data revealed that the overall development index of human civilization had risen by 19 since 2012. Marking the highest growth rate since the Industrial Revolution. Lissandra's projection turned towards the window, gazing at the energy core atop the headquarters. Constantly rotating and composed of 3 global runes. All of this stemmed from the balance of guardianship and creation. As night deepened, the celebratory banquet gradually dispersed. Jasper and Tony stood on the terrace of the city hall, admiring the nocturnal panorama of Stockholm. In the distance, the indicator lights of the radiant energy station twinkled like stars, harmonizing with the celestial bodies above, as if the entire world was enveloped in gentle energy. "What are you pondering?" Tony inquired, resting his chin atop Jasper's head, his voice deep and warm. "I'm contemplating that our efforts are still insufficient," Jasper replied softly. "Many continue to live in poverty and illness, numerous planets face cosmic threats, and countless unknown realms await our exploration." "Then let us persist," Tony asserted, gripping his hand tightly, the certainty coursing through his fingertips. "With me, with all of us, we shall take it step by step." Pausing, his tone softened. "However, tomorrow we shall take a break and witness the aurora in Stockholm. Shall we?" I checked, and tonight's aurora index is exceedingly high, ideal for a proposal. Jasper abruptly turned, surprise etched across his face. Tony retrieved a velvet box from his pocket, revealing a ring, precisely the design he had crafted, with vibranium vines entwining a crystal creation's light. The miniature rune array shimmering softly under the moonlight. "Jasper Hawk," Tony's voice quivered with a hint of nervousness, yet remained resolute. "I am not a perfect individual. I possess a temper, a penchant for bravado, and I often vex you. Yet, I promise to dedicate my wisdom and strength to safeguard you, our home, and this world we cherish. Will you walk this path with me?" Jasper gazed into his eyes, sparkling with starlight, beholding the ring imbued with Tony's love and artistry. His eyes glistening with emotion. He nodded emphatically. "I will, Tony. I will." Tony carefully slid the ring onto Jasper's finger, the fit impeccable. The energy crystal immediately radiated a warm golden hue, resonating with the world runes within Jasper, emanating a gentle glow. The fireworks in Stockholm had subsided, and the following day, Jasper and Tony returned to the headquarters. In the central control room, streams of blue holographic data cascaded through the air like a waterfall. The holographic image of J.A.R.V. Ice hovered before the main console, his outline more defined and gentle than it had been years prior, enveloped in a soft golden aura. This form was an upgrade achieved through the fusion of the Genesis Core's energy and Jasper's arcane runes, retaining all original functionalities while introducing the capacity to analyze cosmic energy and interact with rune arrays. The global Radiance charging network operated at a stable efficiency of 997, while maintenance robots in the African sector required replenishment of Rune lubricants. I have dispatched the nearest mobile charging unit for delivery. Yea, A-R-V-E. SS' voice was warm and fluid, tinged with a precision unique to electronic tones. Furthermore, S.H.I.E.L.D. had just sent an encrypted communication. Director Fury wishes to meet with you and Mr. Hawkeye tomorrow morning to discuss the quarterly safety assessment report regarding the Mind Stone. Tony was hunched over his workbench, calibrating a new module for the Genesis armor with a miniature energy knife, not lifting his head as he responded. Tell the one-eyed man to send the assessment report via email. I'm rather busy. He referred to the module before him, shimmering with rune light. This was Jasper's newly designed rune barrier, capable of absorbing and rebounding energy attacks, 10 times more formidable than the previous kinetic barrier. Jasper entered with 2 cups of steaming coffee, placing one beside Tony, his fingertips brushing over the residual energy turbulence from the calibration process. He smoothed it out using the energy of an enlightenment rune. Fury insists on a face-to-face meeting. There must be a special circumstance. He glanced at Jarvis. Have there been any unusual energy fluctuations related to the Mind Stone recently? None, Mr. Hawkeye. Jarvis replied, his image nodding slightly. The Mind Stone was secured in a triple sealed chamber on the 3rd underground level, protected by a resolute rune array, a Genesis energy wall, and Jarvis' real-time monitoring system. Energy fluctuations remained within safe thresholds, with no signs of external intrusion detected. The triple sealed chamber was specifically designed by Jasper and Tony for the Mind Stone, unlike the Tesseract and Power Stone, which exhibited overt characteristics. The Mind Stone's danger lay in its insidious permeation. It could silently influence thoughts, amplify negative emotions, and even manipulate will. Thus, the core of the sealing chamber was not physical defense, but rather a mental barrier. The resolute runes constructed a barrier to ward off mental invasions. The Genesis energy wall released purifying agents to neutralize negative emotions, and Jarvis was responsible for real-time scanning of the brainwaves of all who approached, triggering alarms at the slightest anomaly. Perhaps Fury was merely being overly cautious. Tony finally straightened, taking a generous sip of coffee. Ever since Hydra was uprooted, he felt akin to a hunter without prey, sensing that something was amiss. Jasper chuckled. Indeed, under the scrutiny of his rune, tracking, and technological encirclement, Hydra's remnants had been utterly vanquished 6 months prior. The last hidden base in Siberia was dismantled by a joint effort from Steve's Avengers team and the Genetic Power team, with all similarly modified individuals, including the Winter Soldier, receiving proper care and rehabilitation. There were no longer divisions sparked by the Sokovia Accords, no tragedies of Wanda inadvertently harming civilians, and certainly no machinations for Baron Zemo. The world appears to have truly entered an unprecedented period of tranquility. Regardless, let's make a visit tomorrow, Jasper suggested, as it would provide an opportunity to examine the runic array in the sealing chamber. I have recently sensed a subtle shift in the energy frequency of the Mind Stone, almost as if it were breathing. Breathing? Tony raised an eyebrow. Can a stone even breathe? Chapter 84. The Anomaly of the Mind Stone. Breathing? Tony raised an eyebrow. Can a stone even breathe? It is not an ordinary stone. Jasper's gaze deepened. It is a fragment of the cosmic singularity embodying the primordial essence of the mind. Perhaps it is also perceiving this world. At that moment, Jarvis's projection interjected. Mr. Hawk's perception is supported by data. Over the past month, the energy fluctuations of the Mind Stone have exhibited periodic slight undulations, synchronized with the tides of Earth, with amplitudes not exceeding the safety threshold, yet they are indeed present. Tony furrowed his brow, his fingers unconsciously tapping the tabletop. Have Lissandra retrieved the complete data from the past 3 months? Jasper, and I will analyze it tonight. Executing now. The following morning, in the reception room, Director Fury was still clad in his signature black trench coat, his single eye bearing a more serious expression than usual. He declined the rune-imbued coffee that Tony offered, instead producing a stack of documents from his briefcase and slamming them onto the table. This was discovered while we were clearing the last database of Hydra. Buried deep within an encrypted folder, the documents contained some blurred photographs and fragmented textual records, depicting a massive device resembling a portal, with the text mentioning terms such as the Chitauri Legion, mind control, and the Cosmic Staff. Hydra had known about the existence of the Mind Stone long ago, even attempting to use it to open an extraterrestrial portal. Fury's voice was grave. Fortunately, you all dismantled their base in advance, or the consequences would have been dire. That is all in the past. Tony leaned back in his chair, his tone relaxed. The stone is now in our possession, 100 times safer than in S.H.I.E.L.D. What concerns me is not the past, but the future. Fury's single, I turned to Jasper, Mr. Hawk. Can you sense the consciousness of the universe? For instance, is there any formidable presence coveting these stones? The runic symbols at Jasper's fingertips flickered slightly as he closed his eyes, the energy of the enlightening rune rippling outward, attempting to capture the hidden gazes within the cosmos. Moments later, he opened his eyes, his expression grave. There is. It is distant and indistinct, but it certainly exists. Like a colossal beast lurking in the darkness, patiently awaiting its moment. He surely understood that it was the purple-skinned entity coveting the infinity stones. Where's its exact location? Fury pressed, unable to locate. Jasper shook his head. The other party's energy shielding is remarkably effective, or its existence surpasses our perceptual dimensions. Tony's playful demeanor faded, whatever it may be. Should it seek to lay claim to the Mind Stone, it must first contend with my nanotech and Jasper's runic array. He paused for a moment before adding, I shall instruct Jarvis to enhance the scanning of outer space. Should any anomalous energy entities approach Earth, we will immediately initiate the Stardust Defense Plan. The Stardust Defense Plan is a contingency scheme designed for large-scale extraterrestrial invasions. A global energy shield powered by the Dawn Core will envelop major cities, while a rapid response unit composed of the Gene Power Squad and the Avengers will be on standby. Jasper's rune array will fortify the spatial barrier, and Tony will command the flagship armor equipped with the Genesis Light's maximum power cannon stationed in space. Fury observed the unwavering determination in their eyes, and the tension in his lips finally eased slightly. Does the security system of the sealing chamber require the assistance of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents for its defense? I could deploy the finest team. No need, Jasper declined gracefully. Access to the sealing chamber is restricted to us and Jarvis. Having too many individuals nearby could potentially disrupt the energy field. If necessary, we will contact you at the earliest opportunity. Fury ultimately nodded. Very well, but remember, the universe is vast, and there are many threats we remain unaware of. He stood, pausing at the door to add, by the way, Steve and the others are making good progress at the Winter Soldier Recovery Center in Norway. Bucky mentioned he would like to return next month to visit and express his gratitude. He's welcome to come back anytime, Jasper replied. Once Fury departed, Tony gazed thoughtfully at the documents on the table. Do you think that lurking behemoth might be connected to the one who possesses the cosmic cube? He referred to the collector, Tanalier Tyven. Quite possible, Jasper nodded. Many factions in the cosmos are aware of the existence of the Infinity Stones, but only a few possess the capability to covet them. He moved to the window, observing the energy core atop the headquarters tower as it spun incessantly. All we can do is be thoroughly prepared to safeguard what we hold dear. 3 levels below, in the triple sealed chamber, Jasper and Tony arrived for their routine inspection. The heavy alloy door slowly slid open, revealing a circular space aglow with a soft blue luminescence. At the center of the space, a yellow gem floated serenely upon a levitating platform, encircled by 3 layers of energy barriers. The innermost layer comprised resolute golden runes, resembling flowing chains. The middle layer consisted of a silvery wall of Genesis light energy, where countless tiny energy particles were annihilated upon its surface. The outermost layer was a transparent data wall constructed by Jarvis, with streams of zeros and ones cascading like a waterfall. The energy fluctuations indeed exhibit periodic oscillations, Tony remarked, pulling up real-time monitoring data and pointing to a sine wave. The cycle precisely matched the lunar orbit around Earth, which is 24 hours and 50 minutes. The gravitational influence of the moon? Jasper inched closer to observe, his fingertip summoning a rune of enlightenment that gently touched the data wall. The rune merged with the data, transforming into countless tiny probes that pierced the energy field of the Mind Stone. In an instant, an array of fragmented visions flashed through Jasper's mind. The annihilation of alien worlds, the anguished cries of sentient beings, an obsessive pursuit of perfection, and a scarred hand adorned with the Infinity Gauntlet. The images flickered away as swiftly as a fleeting illusion. What is it? Tony sensed something amiss and swiftly approached to support him. It's nothing, Jasper replied, rubbing his brow. The sharp pain induced by the Enlightenment rune had yet to fully dissipate. It was indeed attuned to the external world, and it was experiencing fear. Could a stone truly feel fear? Tony found it difficult to comprehend. It is a fear bestowed upon it, Jasper elucidated, for it carries the weight of countless civilizations' memories and sufferings. These emotions are preserved in the form of energy, manifesting as a rhythmic pulse akin to breathing. He paused, recalling the vivid imagery from earlier, where a formidable will seemed intent on awakening these painful memories, rendering the gem unstable. Is it the colossal beast you sensed this morning? It is highly probable. Jasper's gaze hardened. We must reinforce the seal. I shall incorporate the Tranquility rune into the array to stabilize its energy fluctuations. Tony, can you adjust the frequency of the Genesis light? We need to enhance the specificity of the purifying agents to neutralize those negative memories. Leave it to me, Tony replied, promptly manipulating the control panel. Jarvis, initiate the frequency adjustment protocol for the Genesis light. I wish to modify the molecular structure of the purifying agents. Jarvis's voice resonated in the sealing chamber, synchronizing data. The modified frequency is projected to resonate at 987 with the Tranquility Rune, anticipated to elevate the efficiency of neutralizing negative energy by 40. The two collaborated seamlessly. Jasper inscribed new runes around the levitating platform, intertwining resolute golden runes with gentle tranquility runes to form a continuously rotating double helix. Meanwhile, Tony adjusted the energy parameters at the control panel. As the luminescence of the Genesis light energy wall transitioned from silver white to a warm gold, harmonizing beautifully with the rune array. When the final rune line closed, the yellow glow of the mind stone softened considerably. Its previously slight energy fluctuations now stabilized, akin to an agitated child finally cradled tenderly in arms. All done, Jasper exhaled, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. This modification of the rune array had drained a considerable amount of his primordial energy. Tony handed him an energy chocolate. Take a break. Observing the now tranquil mind stone, he spoke with a hint of nostalgia. It's hard to believe that something so exquisite harbors so much darkness. Darkness and light are but two sides of the same coin, Jasper remarked, unwrapping the chocolate. Just like us, we must possess the strength to guard the light and the courage to confront the darkness. By the way, have we finalized the urban blueprint? The Pentagon is pressing for updates. It's already being optimized, Lissandra. Very well, sir. A holographic projection unveiled a set of model data. A colossal holographic globe floated at the center, its surface coursing with golden veins. A real-time depiction of the global Dawnlight energy network. Since the Dawnlight core was commercialized in 2012, its reach had expanded to encompass 78 of urban core areas worldwide within just 3 years, achieving a foundational coverage rate of 91 within the borders of the United States. However, the significance of the Future City plan extends far beyond mere proliferation. It aims to transform Dawnlight from a mere energy provider into the very lifeblood of urban organisms. Lissandra summoned the energy flow analysis for Manhattan, New York. Jasper's fingertips glided across the virtual control panel, instantly magnifying the New York region on the model. Countless golden particles darted between the streets and buildings, showcasing the energy demand peak of Wall Street's financial district during weekdays from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m., replenished in real time through underground rune conduits from Brooklyn's Radiance Energy Station, with a loss rate controlled below 0. 3. This is the intelligent cycle we aspire to achieve. Tony stood nearby, arms crossed, observing the flickering lights on the model. Foundational coverage was no longer a concern. However, the energy islands of the old town posed a real challenge. The century-old stone structures absorbed energy like sponges, rendering conventional conduction methods inefficient. He pointed to a cluster of brownstone buildings in downtown Manhattan, noting that although radiance had been connected 3 years prior, the actual energy consumption in residents' homes exceeded theoretical values by 27, merely due to the buildings siphoning energy. This was the pivotal breakthrough of the Future City initiative, employing rune infiltration technology to address the energy conduction issues of aging edifices. Let us go, work and wait. Today, we return to the manor for dinner. Jasper smiled, turning to accompany Tony downstairs, driving home. Chapter 85. The Future City Initiative the following day. En route back to New York from Hawk Manor, the runes at Jasper's fingertips remained aglow. The faint lavender light traced intricate patterns on the car window, as if sketching an invisible map of the city. Tony occasionally paused his grip on the steering wheel, his gaze drifting over the unfolded blueprints on the passenger seat. Jasper's overnight revisions of the Future City pilot project, the corners still dusted with ash from the fireplace, inadvertently smudged while packing this morning. The Old North Church in Boston, a stone structure completed in 1723, was showing signs of weathering within its limestone walls. Jasper's fingertip landed on the red markings on the blueprint, his voice tinged with barely concealed excitement. I envision infusing rune solution into the crevices of each brick, preserving the aesthetics while tripling structural strength. What do you think about mixing vibranium powder into the concrete? Tony scoffed, steering to avoid the snow piled by the roadside. Are you intent on transforming the church into a fortress? Vibranium is prohibitively expensive. We could utilize nanofibers powered by the Radiance Core, reducing costs by 70. He turned his face to regard Jasper's earnest profile, suddenly pinching his earlobe. Yet, the way you furrow your brow while sketching is more captivating than the gears of Black Merdinger. Jasper's ears flushed crimson as he swatted Tony's hand away. Focus on driving. Yet the corners of his mouth betrayed him, curling upward. He was all too familiar with Tony's awkward compliments, reminiscent of the last time they received an award in Stockholm when Tony, in front of a global audience, proclaimed that Jasper's runes could only be embedded within his technology, a seemingly domineering statement that, in truth, bound their names together tightly. As the car entered the underground garage of the building, Happy was already waiting with officials from the Department of Energy at the elevator entrance. Deputy Minister Wilson held a thermos cup in his hand and immediately approached them as they descended. Mr. Hawk, Mr. Stark, we have finalized the list of 12 pilot cities overnight. Boston, Chicago, and Detroit will each dispatch a specialized team, awaiting your approval. Upon entering the top-floor conference room, sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting vibrant patches of light upon the floor. Jasper unfurled the blueprints on the vast conference table as runes danced across the paper, superimposing the city maps with the Stardust Energy Network to create a luminous three-dimensional model. He began with energy replacement, pointing to the flickering blue dots on the model. Each community will establish 3 charging stations, complemented by 5 mobile charging vehicles, ensuring that a charging point is available within 300 meters. The outdated wiring in residence homes will be replaced with Stardust-specific interfaces, equipped with overload protection runes. Tony leaned against the edge of the table, tapping his fingertip on the Detroit section of the model. The old Ford factory site in Detroit will be transformed into a Stardust equipment production base. The workers there are familiar with machinery. They can be operational after 6 weeks of training, creating at least 2,000 job opportunities. He paused, adding, I've had Lissandra translate the Rune technical manual into a layman's version, complete with illustrations, ensuring even those who haven't graduated high school can comprehend it. Wilson furrowed his brow. What about historical buildings? The Old North Church in Boston, Independence Hall in Philadelphia. These sites cannot be altered indiscriminately. We have a cultural preservation protocol. Jasper replied, bringing up a 3-dimensional scan of the Old North Church, where every brick was vividly visible. Do you see these gray-white patterns? The runes will flow through the natural crevices of the bricks, preserving the original structure while also restoring weathered sections. It's akin to applying lubricant to an elderly person's joints, comfortable and effective. He smiled at Tony. We conducted tests last week, and even the most fastidious president of the Historical Preservation Association found no fault. Tony snorted, his tone laced with pride. That's because I had Hemmerding adjust the rune concentration to 0.3, milder than baby lotion. The meeting lasted 3 hours, meticulously examining everything from budget allocation to construction timelines. As Wilson shook their hands, saying, we are counting on you, Jasper noticed Tony's fingertips were slightly warm, a reaction that signified his excitement, reminiscent of the successful test flight of the first Mark suit. With the proposal finalized, submitted, and approved, an extensive Implementinitiative was fervently underway. In Greenwich Village, Manhattan, engineer Lena Park was directing workers to install conduction panels outside an 1897 brownstone apartment. These palm-sized silver plates featured a nano-adhesive layer on the back for tight adhesion to the bricks, while the front was inscribed with miniature rune arrays, capable of channeling solar energy from the exterior walls into the interior like capillaries. The conduction panel on the 3rd floor needed to be tilted an additional 15 degrees, aligning with the load-bearing wall of the attic. Through the helmet system, Lena monitored the energy field distribution within the building in real time, noting that the oxygen content in the bricks was high, enhancing their reactivity by 12. The construction workers donned the latest model of the steel backbone exoskeleton armor, nimbly maneuvering along the scaffolding. This upgraded armor featured a precision control module, with miniature hydraulic devices at the finger joints allowing workers to perform delicate tasks, such as screwing and adhering conductive plates, even while wearing the armor. Dr. Lena, the humidity on this wall exceeds the limit. The rune plates won't adhere, came the voice of worker Dave through the communicator. Lena immediately accessed the building records for the area. It was a moisture barrier added during the 1920 renovation, mixed with gypsum. Activate the armor's microwave drying function. Set the power to 30 and maintain it for 10 seconds. Don't go too high. It may damage the historical texture of the brickwork. Dave pressed a button on his armor's wrist, and his palm emitted a gentle wave of microwaves. After 10 seconds, he affixed the rune plate to the wall once more. This time, the thin sheet adhered as if it were part of the surface, the runes glowing softly with a golden hue. Energy transmission successful. Dave's voice brimmed with excitement as the thermostat in apartment 302 indicated that the room temperature was rising, responding 3 times faster than before the renovation. The occupant of apartment 302, 82-year-old retired teacher Martha Cohen, sat in her living room, watching as the intelligent temperature control screen rose from 18 to 22. How marvelous, she remarked to the air. Jarvis, make it 1 degree warmer. Instantly, the control screen jumped to 23. Although the old-fashioned radiator in the corner did not emit heat, a gentle warmth radiated evenly from the floors and walls, offering a more comfortable experience than traditional heating without any noise. 3 years ago, when the sunlight first came in, the heating was either too hot or too cold, or it buzzed like a beehive. Martha smiled as she spoke to Jasper, who was visiting. Now it's perfect, there's not even a sound. as though sunlight quietly seeped into the room. Jasper knelt down, his fingertips brushing against the wooden floor's grain, revealing nearly imperceptible golden rune imprints, an array of tranquility and conduction. These runes not only transmitted energy, but also absorbed noise. Your grandson visited last time and said it was quieter here than in his apartment. Indeed, Martha exclaimed, rising to fetch a plate of cookies from the kitchen. He works in artificial intelligence in Silicon Valley and claims that the intelligence of our old house surpasses the brilliance of his company's servers. Chicago's South Loop, the energetic rebirth of industrial heritage, once the heart of America's industrial revolution. Chicago's South Loop now bears the remnants of vast abandoned steel mills and warehouses. These colossal brick and steel structures are the hardest nuts to crack for sunlight energy. Steel shields the energy field, while concrete neutralizes the activity of runes. The future city plan for this area envisions an energy self-sufficient community, transforming abandoned factories into micro-cities capable of generating, storing, and distributing energy independently. At a 20-acre site of a derelict steel mill, Tony stood before a massive steel-making furnace, scanning its walls with an energy detector. The steel purity here is 987, practically a natural energy shield. He tapped the furnace wall, producing a dull thud, but then considered that if it were inscribed with energy-gathering runes on the inside, it could serve as a perfect sunlight energy storage tank. Workers are utilizing a heavy-duty cutting module with a steel backbone to carve meticulously arranged grooves into the furnace wall. Unlike the sheer, force-driven, ordinary exoskeletons, this module's cutting head is equipped with oscillation runes, allowing the steel to become as easily cut as butter under high-frequency vibrations. With a smoothness of incision enhanced by 400 compared to traditional methods. Observe the dual-spiral rune array here. Tony pointed to the newly embedded golden conduit in the groove. The inner circle channels radiant energy flow, while the outer circle serves as a protective layer of sorceress runes. The two forms of energy rotate in opposing directions, preventing steel shielding while enhancing energy storage efficiency to 92. This steelmaking furnace is to be transformed into a central energy storage station for the community, with a photovoltaic membrane atop to collect solar energy, which will then be converted into radiant-compatible energy through the rune array. Meanwhile, geothermal rune wells extend 500 meters underground to extract geothermal energy as a supplementary source. Electricity, heating, and transportation for the entire community will be supplied by this industrial heritage energy storage station, achieving 100 energy self-sufficiency. Who would have imagined that this dilapidated furnace could radiate light and warmth? Veteran worker Jimmy wiped the sweat from his brow. He had worked in this steel mill for 35 years, witnessing its journey from prosperity to abandonment. 3 years ago, when radiant energy first reached this area, we all thought it was merely a matter of changing the electric meter. Now we understand that the issue was not a lack of energy, but rather our failure to learn how to use it wisely. Jimmy's son, little Jimmy, is also on the construction team, responsible for installing the intelligent monitoring system at the energy storage station. Dad, look at this. Little Jimmy called out, displaying a holographic interface that showcased real-time data from the energy storage station. Last night, a torrential downpour had reduced energy collection from the photovoltaic panels, but the output from the geothermal well automatically increased, maintaining stable total energy levels. This is what Mr. Hawk referred to as adaptive balance. Old Jimmy gazed at the fluctuating numbers on the screen, his eyes misting with emotion. He had spent his life working with steel and coal, always believing that energy should be deafening and searing. Yet now, the energy of radiant light is quiet and gentle, yet more vibrant than any force he has ever encountered. Los Angeles East Valley. The water cycle energy network on the desert's edge, the radiant coverage of Los Angeles, was completed as early as 2013. Yet the true bottleneck for this desert-encircled city lies in water. The future city's innovation here involves deeply coupling the radiant energy network with a rune-based water cycle system. In a community park in the East Valley, a colossal water energy symbiotic pool is undergoing testing. The bottom of the pool is adorned with blue water pattern rune tiles capable of converting sunlight into radiant energy while simultaneously utilizing that energy to drive the water cycle. Rainwater falls onto the pool's surface, first filtering and purifying through the rune tiles before being pumped into an underground water storage layer. When needed, radiant energy will draw water from the storage layer to the surface, humidifying the air through the misting system distributed throughout the community and irrigating the plants. Previously, this area was perpetually a dusty yellow, and children had to check the weather before running on the grass. Community resident Maria Garcia, pushing a stroller, gazed at the freshly sprouted grass by the poolside, delighted that now they can see greenery every day and the air is imbued with moisture. In her arms, the little girl reached out to touch the mist at the edge of the pool. Jasper smiled and remarked, "This mist contains gentle witchcraft runes that can absorb dust from the air, benefiting the child's respiratory system." Maria's eyes widened in surprise. No, one of the child has been coughing less lately. I thought it was the medicine prescribed by the doctor that worked. Medication offers temporary relief. But the environment nurtures for a lifetime, Tony interjected as he adjusted parameters on the control panel beside the pool with an energy pen. The pool's energy self-sufficiency rate stood at 105, providing not only for its own operation, but also supplying power to the adjacent community center. Maria gazed at the scrolling energy data display by the pool, which showed today's water savings, 300 gallons, and energy savings, 120 kilowatt hours. These figures signified to her a reduction by half in the water bill, the promise of her daughter growing up in clean air, and a home on the brink of the desert that finally resembled an oasis. The role of civilian exoskeleton armor in the future city plan had transcended its initial purpose of merely alleviating physical labor. At a construction site in Queens, New York, 57-year-old Pam Williams donned finely crafted gloves with a steel spine, installing miniature Rune sensors in the ornate window frames of a historic building. Her finger joints, deformed by arthritis, had once made even holding a pen a challenge. Yet now she could precisely embed the sensors into gaps, just 0.5 centimeters wide. The tactile feedback from these gloves is extraordinary, Pam said, flexing her fingers as the sensors captured her subtle movements, amplifying and correcting them through hydraulic mechanisms. Last week, I sewed a cloth doll for my granddaughter, and she couldn't believe it was I who made it. In the subway renovation project in Chicago, blind worker Marcus Johnson, equipped with a navigation-enhanced exoskeleton, meticulously laid solar cables along the tracks. The Rune detection device on his helmet transformed the surrounding environment into sound wave signals, transmitting them through bone conduction to his ears, creating a sound map. 3 years ago, when I lost my sight, I thought my life was over, Marcus said, accurately positioning the cables. Now I can walk in a straight line within the subway tunnels, with an error margin of no more than 10 centimeters. This armor doesn't help me see. It enables me to perceive, which is even more reliable than sight. The exoskeleton development team continued to iterate, creating vibration command systems for hearing-impaired workers, designing user-friendly interfaces for individuals with cognitive disabilities, and even incorporating emotional regulation runes for socially challenged workers, alleviating anxiety through gentle energy fluctuations. Lissandra, pull up the user satisfaction report for exoskeleton users. Jasper instructed in the monitoring center. The screen promptly displayed a set of data. User satisfaction, 99. 1, with the highest scores in capability expansion dimensions, 49, 5 points. Followed closely by dignity enhancement dimensions, 48, 5 points. Tony observed the report, a rare soft smile gracing his lips. Initially, we believed they sought mere convenience. Now we understand that what they truly desire is the right to work, live, and be respected equally, just like able-bodied individuals. The most moving aspect of the future city plan has never been the cold technology, but rather the humanistic care that underlies it. At a community center in Brooklyn, engineers have installed memory-enhancing Rune walls in the senior activity area. The runes gently stimulate the brain's memory centers, assisting Alzheimer's patients in recalling their past. 79-year-old Arthur Green recognized an old comrade from 60 years ago, and the two clasped each other's hands, tears streaming down their faces. In a special education school in Los Angeles, sensory modulation Rune lights automatically adjust brightness and color temperature according to the emotions of children with autism, helping to calm their restlessness. Leo, a young boy who once constantly screamed and self-harmed, can now sit quietly in the classroom, touching the luminescent Rune patterns with his fingers, a long-awaited smile illuminating his face. At a homeless shelter in Chicago, energy conversion beds transform a user's body heat into microlight energy to charge mobile phones. This seemingly minor function enables many homeless individuals to maintain contact with their families, rekindling their courage to rise again. Jasper meticulously records these details in his urban diary. In his latest entry, he writes, "The true brilliance of light does not reside in the energy towers atop skyscrapers, but in the trembling fingertips of the elderly, in the radiant smiles of children, and in the rekindled hope in the eyes of ordinary people. The ultimate significance of technology lies in its capacity to treat every life with tenderness." At 2 a.m, the laboratory at headquarters remains illuminated. Tony is hunched over the workbench, holding a miniature Rune chip designed as an emergency protection module for the steel exoskeleton. Upon detecting physical exhaustion in the user, it automatically reduces the output power, compelling a reminder to rest. If we optimize this algorithm further, it should understand human sentiment as profoundly as Jasper's tranquility, Tony muses aloud. In an instant, the image of Jarvis materializes before him. Parameters have been adjusted based on 100,000 user physiological data. The current mandatory rest threshold integrates heart rate, respiratory frequency, and brainwave activity, with a misjudgment rate below 0.01. Jasper enters with 2 cups of hot milk, placing one beside Tony. "Are you adding new features for your child again?" Undoubtedly, Tony exclaims, raising the cup and taking a generous gulp, savoring the taste. Last week in Chicago, a worker, in his determination to complete a task on time, pushed through a grueling 16-hour shift despite his fatigue. Even with exoskeleton protection, his body barely held up. Thus, the design of this module aims to instill an essential truth. Machines can operate endlessly, but humans must rest. Jasper slowly sits beside Tony, his gaze fixed on the nightscape of the 12 cities displayed on the screen. The twinkling lights create a stunning tableau. Turning to Tony, he suggests, "Perhaps we should visit Mrs. Martha tomorrow? I recall her cookies are nearly finished." Tony smiles and nods in agreement. Yes, it is indeed time to pay her a visit. We should also bring her some dark chocolate cookies from the Brooklyn bakery. She mentioned she adored that flavor last time. Continuing, Tony, lost in thought, stroked his chin and remarked, "By the way, we could take a detour to Queens and check on how Pam's intricately carved window sensors are functioning. After all, that is one of our proud creations, and we must ensure everything is operating smoothly." Chapter 86. The legendary gem snow blanketed Boston for a full 3 days. Enveloping the spire of Old North Church in a thick layer of white, reminiscent of a castle from a fairy tale. Jasper stood in the tool shed of the church's backyard, calibrating the angle of the stardust conduit with the flow rune. A soft lavender glow emanated from his fingertips, casting delicate glimmers upon the metal interface, which emitted a faint hum. Leaning against the doorframe, Tony twirled a wrench in his hand, observing the beads of sweat forming at Jasper's brow. Suddenly, he pulled a piece of chocolate from his pocket and tossed it over, saying, "Take a 10-minute break. If you keep staring at that conduit, your eyes will be as strained as those of a microscope." Jasper caught the chocolate, the foil wrapping shimmering with the rune's light. With only 3 more interfaces to calibrate, he would soon be able to test the new circulation system. He unwrapped the sweet, allowing the rich aroma of cocoa to mingle with the crisp, cold air outside. Yesterday, data from Detroit indicated that the union workers had retrofitted an old machine using our equipment, boosting efficiency by 40%. Tom said he would treat us to dinner. Tony scoffed, moving closer to steady the conduit. "Those guys cooking could knock your teeth out." His fingers unconsciously brushed against Jasper's frostbitten ear tips. "Where are your gloves?" "They're with Happy's cashmere gloves in the toolbox," Jasper mumbled, his cheeks slightly flushed. He was well aware of Tony's nature, always complaining, yet remembering every casual mention of his habits, such as how his hands and feet tended to get cold in winter. His fondness for dark chocolate with a hint of sea salt, and his tendency to forget gloves while adjusting equipment. At last, the calibration was complete. Jasper pressed the start button, and a pale blue stream of stardust energy flowed through the conduit, drawing a steady arc on the pressure gauge. It worked. He turned to give Tony a high five, but stumbled into an embrace imbued with the scent of cedar. Tony's chin rested atop his head, his voice muffled. "Today is the winter solstice, as you mentioned. We'll return to New York tonight, and I've had the kitchen prepare lamb soup. On the private plane back to New York." Jasper leaned against the window, gazing at the snowfall. Below the clouds, the stardust streetlights of Chicago had formed a luminous line, resembling blue diamonds scattered across the earth. Tony flipped through blueprints for the Detroit factory, tapping his pen against the Stardust machine's retrofitting plan. "Shall we visit Detroit next week?" Tom mentioned they developed a sensor capable of automatically identifying rune errors. It might be useful for the church's restoration system. "Sound good." Jasper turned to observe Tony's serious profile, suddenly recalling Marcus, whom they had met 3 months prior in Roxbury. That young man was now a team leader at the training center and had emailed last week, saying he had saved enough money to replace his mother's heating radiator with one powered by Stardust. Marcus expressed a desire to learn programming from you, as he finds the automated navigation system of the armor particularly cool. Tony raised an eyebrow, a hint of a proud smile gracing his lips. "Tell him that if he wishes to learn, he must first grasp the fundamentals of trigonometry." After a brief pause, he added that he had instructed Lissandra to prepare the teaching materials, intending to bring them to him during their next visit to Boston. When the plane descended onto the rooftop helipad, the snow had ceased its fall. Happy stood by the bridge, holding an umbrella and carrying an insulated container. "This is a gift from Ms. Lin," he said, winter solstice dumplings filled with red bean paste. He handed the container to Jasper and continued, "By the way, the Department of Energy just sent an email. The satisfaction report from the 12 pilot cities has been released with an average score of 92. Boston and Detroit are tied for first place." Jasper opened the insulated container, and a fragrant steam wafted out. Tony reached for a dumpling and stuffed it into his mouth, mumbling as expected. Yet the joy in his eyes was unmistakable, reminiscent of the time when Mark's armor successfully took flight for the first time. He had also claimed it was a mere trifle, while the gleam in his eyes shone brighter than the flames of the engines. The days ahead unfolded like a winding clockwork, busy and methodical. They found themselves racing through various cities 3 or 4 days a week, debating rune concentrations on the levees of New Orleans with Black Merdinger, teaching children in Chicago's community center how to construct models with Stardust blocks, and in Philadelphia's Independence Hall. Jasper examined the aging of wooden structures using the Insight rune while Tony knelt on the ground, demonstrating the use of a stardust glue gun to the restoration workers. The technique required precision akin to piping cream. He took the hand of a female worker named Lena, guiding the glue gun to draw even arcs along the wooden seams. Too much would overflow, too little would fail to adhere, much like frosting cookies. Lena laughed so hard she could hardly stand, declaring that Mr. Stark explained it even better than the baking class instructor. Upon returning to the hotel in the evening, Jasper would dutifully record the day's observations in his notebook. Tony leaned against the headboard, perusing financial news. Listening to Jasper's animated recounting of which worker had invented a time-saving tool and which child had adorned a stardust streetlight with graffiti. Occasionally interjecting with comments like that the color scheme of the graffiti was inferior to his armor or suggesting that Happy file a patent for the tool and award the worker a bonus. One day in Detroit, Tom took them to see the renovated machine shop. Massive robotic arms were intertwined with pale purple rune circuits, and sparks flew with a shimmering blue light as they cut through metal. "Look at this," Marcus exclaimed, rushing over with a palm-sized sensor capable of automatically detecting fluctuations in rune energy. It would alarm if the error exceeded 0.1, operating 10 times faster than manual checks. Tony took the sensor, running his fingertip over the interface. "The material is too crude. Replace it with a titanium alloy shell. I'll have the lab send over a batch of new components." Marcus's face flushed instantly as he clutched the hem of his shirt, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Mr. Stock." Jasper chuckled and ruffled his hair, reassuring him, "Don't listen to him. This is already remarkable." That evening, Tom set up a table in the factory cafeteria, serving a stew that, while slightly tough, was exceptionally flavorful. The workers surrounded them, raising their glasses in a toast, proclaiming that since the advent of the Stardust Project, Detroit's nights had become vibrant once more, and children no longer had to hide from gang members in the dark. Jasper gazed at the myriad of smiling faces in the room, suddenly feeling a constriction in his throat. Tony discreetly nudged his arm and handed him a bottle of soda, remarking, "Drink less. Your tolerance is worse than that of the mechanoid." Time slipped away amidst the hustle and bustle of life, and before long, February arrived. The snow in New York began to melt, and elderly individuals could be seen basking in the sun on park benches. Jasper and Tony were fortunate to have an entire weekend to themselves, nestled in the penthouse of Stark Tower. Jasper was assembling a model of the Stardust Energy Network on the living room carpet, while Tony was tinkering with his newly purchased smart oven in the kitchen, intermittently exclaiming, "Damn it, why is this more troublesome than my reactor? Jasper, come taste this." Tony called out, emerging with a charred cookie in hand, flour dusting his face. "The smart oven claims this is the perfect caramel color, but I see it as perfect charcoal black." Jasper took a bite, though slightly bitter. The sweetness of the caramel still shone through. It was an improvement over the last molten cake. At least it hadn't exploded the oven. He chuckled and reached out to wipe the flour from Tony's face. At that moment, an unfamiliar voice suddenly echoed in Jasper's mind, reminiscent of the sound of data flowing across a screen. "Daily sign-in successful. Special item acquired. Legendary gem." "What's wrong?" Choked, Tony offered him a glass of milk. Concern etched on his features. Jasper shook his head, but a tempest brewed within him. He concentrated, and a crystal the size of a pigeon's egg materialized in his palm. The gem was entirely translucent, appearing to contain the flow of countless stars within. It bore neither the oppressive weight of infinite gems nor the chaotic energy of a power surge, only a warm and profound force, as if the entire cosmos had been compressed within it. "What is this?" Tony's eyes lit up, and he leaned in for a closer examination. The energy reaction is immeasurable, at least 10,000 times stronger than the Stardust core. He reached out to touch it, but Jasper held his hand back. "Do not touch, I just obtained it." Jasper could distinctly feel the legendary gem yearning to merge with him, a compatibility surpassing any rune he had ever designed. It possessed no special abilities, merely boundless energy, and appeared to be able to harmonize perfectly with anything. Raising an eyebrow, Tony fetched a variety of testing instruments from the lab. Spectral analysis revealed no fixed wavelength, while the energy meter's needle shattered the scale. When the most sophisticated Stardust detector approached, the screen merely displayed a single line: energy level, infinite. "Damn it, where did this come from?" Tony's tone was laced with excitement and a hint of anxiety. "If this energy goes out of control, it won't." Jasper's fingertips lightly grazed the surface of the gem, causing it to emit a gentle glow. It was docile, seemingly possessing self-regulating capabilities. A bold thought suddenly struck him. "Tony, what if we..." For the next 3 days, they sequestered themselves in the laboratory. Jasper repeatedly tested the gem's compatibility, discovering that it could seamlessly integrate with Rune's Stardust energy, and even Tony's reactor technology. Tony was beside himself, calculating the energy distribution scheme. Ultimately, he sketched 3 lines on the whiteboard, 10 infused into your body to enhance your runic manipulation and perception. 30 injected into the eternal furnace to double the energy supply of the entire Stardust network, and the remaining 60 allocated to my Genesis Light Core, which I intend to transform into the most potent energy driving center. Chapter 87. The function of the gem stability. 99.99. Compatibility. 100. Tony fixated on the screen, his fingers dancing rapidly across the keyboard, producing no energy radiation and proving harmless to living beings. A recent test with a lab mouse revealed that those near the gem exhibited a 30 higher activity level compared to the control group. He turned to Jasper, exclaiming that this gem seemed tailor-made for their technology. Jasper's fingertips gently traced the gem, feeling the gentle energy it emanated. Suddenly, an audacious thought struck him. Tony, what if we dismantled it? One portion could be integrated into my runic system to enhance perception and control. Another portion could be injected into the eternal furnace to completely resolve the energy supply issue, and the remainder could be allocated to your Genesis Light Core. Tony paused for a few seconds, then nodded vigorously. What about the risks? Could the energy division lead to uncontrollable outcomes? Absolutely not, Jasper reassured him confidently. Its energy is alive and self-regulating. Observe. He inscribed a line on the surface of the gem with runes, and astonishingly, the crystal seemed to come alive, splitting along the line to reveal more intricate points of light within, responding to his touch. The process of dividing the gem was simpler than anticipated. With the power of runes combined with a vibranium blade, Jasper sliced the gem as if it were the softest jade, dividing it into 3 segments. The smallest piece, no larger than a fingernail, emanated a gentle white light. The next, the size of a thumb, showcased more vibrant, flowing points of light, and the largest, comprising 60% of the total, resembled a condensed miniature galaxy. Let us start with you. Tony adjusted the energy isolation chamber for him, as the runes on the chamber walls began to operate, forming a pale, blue protective shield. Remember, if anything feels amiss, press the red button immediately, and I will sever the energy connection. His tone was unusually grave, even smoothing Jasper's furrowed brow, urging him not to overexert himself. Jasper nodded and placed the smallest shard of the gem on his forehead. As soon as the fragment made contact with his skin, it transformed into a warm current, coursing through his veins. He felt no sting. Rather, it was akin to soaking in a hot spring, with every pore in his body relaxing. The runic energy, once requiring intense concentration to harness, now flowed as effortlessly as breath. He could see the stardust lights flickering faintly in the corridor outside the laboratory, hear the energy of the eternal furnace flowing steadily 3 levels below, and even perceive the rhythmic pulse of the reactor within Tony's chest. When he opened his eyes, the power of the runes at his fingertips had transformed into a silvery hue, shining several times brighter than before. He attempted to sketch a simple rune array in the air, and instantly, all Stardust devices in the laboratory synchronized, the efficiency panel's numbers soaring from 100 to 300. How do you feel? Tony inquired through the chamber door, his voice laced with barely perceptible tremors. Jasper chuckled, raising his hand to indicate. I am now able to simultaneously control all charging stations in Boston and Detroit with an error margin not exceeding 0.1 seconds. Next, we must attend to the eternal furnace. This colossal energy core, situated 3 levels below ground, resembled a slumbering blue heart, sustaining the Dawnlight network across 12 pilot cities. As Tony and Jasper maneuvered the isolation box containing the diamond fragments into the furnace room, the entire space trembled slightly. The eternal furnace seemed to sense their presence, its blue glow intensifying. Are you ready? Tony grasped the control lever, his expression grave. Should the eternal furnace overload, the entire Stardust network of New York would collapse, potentially culminating in an explosion. Jasper nodded, connecting the silver runes at his fingertips to the energy interface on the furnace wall. I will guide the energy with the runes. You push slowly, maintaining a pace of 0.5 grams per second. Tony gently pushed the control lever, sending the thumb-sized diamond fragment into the furnace core. At the moment of contact, the eternal furnace erupted into a dazzling white light. The original blue energy flow instantaneously transformed into a galaxy hue, as if countless stars were swirling within the core. The alarms in the furnace room sounded twice before falling silent. The energy stabilized within safe parameters. Yet the output power figures soared wildly, ultimately settling at 1200. Success, Tony exclaimed, watching the monitoring screen as the Stardust network icons of the 12 pilot cities turned green simultaneously. The primary nodes, which previously required weekly charging, now displayed permanent endurance. The flood control sensors in Chicago, the machine tools in Detroit, and the church in Boston, all energy supplies have become limitless. The final component was the Genesis Light Core, the ultimate energy source for the armor, concealed within a recess in the chest plate, crafted from the most advanced stardust vibranium alloy, theoretically capable of withstanding infinite energy input. However, it had previously been constrained by its energy carrier, never fully realizing its potential. When the largest diamond fragment was embedded into the core, the Genesis light activated spontaneously. The armor sprang forth from its storage chamber, enveloping Tony's body like flowing water. The red and gold exterior of the armor was instantly adorned with silver patterns, as if draped in the galaxy itself. Jasper watched closely. Tony's voice echoed from the helmet, brimming with uncontainable excitement. He activated the thrusters, propelling himself like a silver lightning bolt out of the laboratory, shattering the specially designed testing facility's dome and soaring into the sky. Jasper stood before the monitoring screen, observing the Genesis light executing a myriad of intricate maneuvers at an altitude of 10,000 meters, accelerating to Mach 5 in an instant. 5 times faster than its previous maximum speed. While hovering in midair, the palm cannon coalesced a basketball-sized energy sphere, with the power meter indicating an equivalent force of 10 tons. Most astonishingly, when the energy consumption reached 30, the patterns on the armor's surface illuminated, beginning to absorb free energy from the air, replenishing within mere seconds. Damn it, this thing can recharge itself. Tony's voice crackled through the communicator, slightly breathless. I just tested the newly developed Stardust cutting blade. It can slice through 3 centimeters of vibranium like butter, proving to be 20 times more potent than I had anticipated. As Tony descended at the laboratory entrance, the armor disassembled automatically, and his smile radiated with the innocent joy of a child. Jasper, look, he exclaimed, pointing at the core embedded in his chest, where fragments of a gemstone emitted a gentle glow. Not only did it provide energy, but it also optimized my armor system. During flight, it autonomously adjusted the angle of the thrusters, reducing energy consumption by 40%. Jasper approached, gently touching the surface of the core with his fingertip. The gemstone's energy resonated instantly, connecting with the fragments within him, merging with the energy of the eternal forge, creating an expansive network of energy. With he and Tony as 2 nodes within it, we can extend the Stardust network across the globe, Jasper murmured, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Medical stations in Africa, research stations in Antarctica, even space stations. Tony enveloped him in a warm embrace, still radiating the heat from their flight. Not just that, he gazed down at Jasper, his eyes sparkling with brilliance. Isn't Howard studying the runes of interstellar travel? With this energy, we can establish a forward base on Mars, explore Jupiter's atmosphere. Jasper, we can extend humanity's reach further than ever. That night, they did not return to the penthouse, but remained in the laboratory's monitoring room until dawn. The screens displayed a continuous loop of real-time footage from 12 cities. Factories in Detroit illuminated throughout the night, workers bustling around Stardust machines, their faces alight with dreams of the future. In Boston's Old North Church, Father Andrew was fine-tuning new Stardust candelabras, soft golden light streaming through stained glass, casting broken rainbows upon the floor. In a Chicago community basketball court, children played under Stardust streetlights, their laughter ringing like wind chimes. In a Roxbury tenement, Marcus's mother was baking cookies in a Stardust oven, warm yellow light spilling from the windows, illuminating the snow below. Look, Jasper pointed at the screen, his voice slightly choked with emotion. We've truly done it. Tony clasped his hand, the warmth of his palm radiating through their skin. It's us, he emphasized, kissing Jasper's forehead. Without your runes, without the efforts of these people, this broken rock would merely be an ordinary crystal. He paused, watching the warm lights on the screen. Jasper, this is the most remarkable quality of a legendary gemstone. It imbues kindness and effort with infinite possibilities for extension. As the first light of dawn broke, sunlight streamed through the laboratory windows, illuminating their clasped hands. Jasper felt the energy of the legendary gemstone surging from them, like a tide sweeping towards every corner of the world, nurturing those in need of warmth and supporting the footsteps of dreamers. Let us go to Boston tomorrow, Jasper softly suggested. Father Andrew said the Easter Mass will use the new Stardust lamps. All right, Tony nodded, gently stroking the back of his hand. We should also check on Marcus. If that kid hasn't sorted out his navigation algorithm, just wait and see how I'll handle him. Chapter 88. The little spider, the upgraded armor, was even more powerful, and the next day Tony, like a child, boasted exuberantly, "Look, Jasper has once again enhanced my armor." The Avengers exchanged exasperated glances. After lunch, Jasper stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows of the laboratory, his fingertips tracing silver-white runes across the glass, conjuring a holographic representation of the Stardust network in the air. The energy nodes of Chicago's flood levees exhibited slight fluctuations. The runes of Boston's Old North Church required fine-tuning of their concentrations, and the sensor of the third machine tool in Detroit was responding 0.002 seconds slower. These subtle anomalies, now vividly etched in his retina after the fusion with the legendary diamond fragments, were impossible to overlook. Still analyzing? Tony's voice drifted from behind him. Having just boasted about his armor, he wore a black shirt emblazoned with "I created the future," holding 2 cups of iced coffee. The condensation on the cups slid down their sides, leaving small watermarks on the metallic table. The output of the Eternal Forge remains stable at 1200. The Dawnlight network covers 78 North American cities. If you keep staring at the data streams, you might as well grow code in your eyes. Jasper accepted the iced coffee, the coolness spreading through his fingertips, alleviating some of the heat. It's not merely data, it's a sensation. He pointed to the flickering green dot on the hologram. There's a peculiar energy fluctuation in Queens. It doesn't align with Stardust Technology's frequency. Nor does it resemble conventional electricity or nuclear energy. It's reminiscent of a haphazard blend of homemade explosives and alien technology. Tony raised an eyebrow and leaned in for a closer look. Queens? What kind of mischief are those street thugs up to now? He magnified the map of Queens on the hologram, where red energy anomalies concentrated near several abandoned warehouses in Astoria. Jarvis, check the recent alarm records from Astoria, focusing on incidents involving explosives or illegal transactions. Searching now, sir. Jarvis's gentle electronic voice resonated in the laboratory. In the past 3 months, there have been 17 warehouse thefts in Astoria, primarily involving abandoned alien technology components from the cleanup site's post-2012 Chitauri invasion. Additionally, there were 3 minor explosions, preliminarily linked to black market arms trading. Jasper's fingers hesitated, a sudden jolt of realization striking him. Alien components, warehouse thefts, Queens. These keywords intertwined in his mind like pieces of a puzzle, leading to a name he knew all too well. As a traveler between realms, he understood better than anyone that these seemingly disparate events concealed a vulture lurking in the shadows. Is there anything else? Tony sipped his iced coffee, his fingers flying over the virtual keyboard, pulling up grainy surveillance footage. Though unclear, it revealed a shadow clad in a flight suit gliding through the night sky, its movements lacking agility yet infused with brute force. The surveillance indicates that, during all incidents, unidentified flying objects were present. Jarvis's voice carried a subtle tremor. Moreover, while analyzing the energy fluctuations, a secondary signal source was detected near mid-high school in Queens. The energy characteristics resemble Stark Industries' old web shooters, but have undergone significant homemade modifications. Web shooters? Tony's brow furrowed. My warehouse never lost those. Jasper's heart raced faster. Here it comes, he thought. The youth adorned in a crimson mask, swinging between the edifices of Queens, is finally about to enter their line of sight. Not yours, he murmured, his fingertips glowing imperceptibly with runes, but a child clad in red and blue attire. Tony turned to regard him, curiosity etched in his gaze. What do you know? Jasper hesitated momentarily. He could not directly disclose his identity as a traveler. Instead, he opted for a different narrative. I encountered him at a community event, a high school student named Peter Parker. He appears to possess some unique abilities and has crafted his own suit, frequently aiding the community in capturing petty thieves and retrieving lost cats. A high school student? Tony's expression morphed into one of incredulity. You mean a boy who isn't even fully matured is mingling with a cadre of extraterrestrial arms dealers? He raised his voice suddenly. Jarvis, locate this Peter Parker. And do so at once. Sir, Peter Parker is currently in the chemistry lab at Midtown High, undertaking his midterm examination, Jarvis replied, tinged with a hint of exasperation. Due to privacy protocols, I cannot disclose. Summon the protocols. I will sign the amended authorization this instant. Tony's tone brooked no dissent. Yet, as he beheld the image of Peter Parker that appeared on the screen, his demeanor softened somewhat. The boy wore a faded school uniform, sported black-rimmed glasses, and had chalk dust clinging to the corners of his mouth, appearing no different from an ordinary high school student. However, his eyes concealed a vigilance and determination that belied his age. Do not be so anxious, Jasper gently nudged Tony's arm. He is intelligent and quite capable. Besides, he requires guidance, does he not? Tony scrutinized the photograph for several moments before suddenly scoffing. Guidance? I have no time to babysit. Nevertheless, as he turned away, he instructed Jarvis, compile all publicly available information on Peter Parker, his transcripts, community service records, and the design sketches of that tattered suit of his. Gather whatever you can. In the ensuing weeks, Jasper and Tony assumed the role of clandestine observers of Peter Parker. They refrained from direct interaction with the boy, instead monitoring his daily activities in Queens through Jarvis's surveillance system. Cycling to school at 6:30 in the morning, a faded Spider-Man keychain dangling from his backpack. Being mockingly ridiculed by school bullies at his locker, yet merely chuckling it off. Consistently solving the most challenging problems in chemistry class, his nerves causing him to stutter when called upon. And after school, slipping into that red and blue suit to swing between buildings. retrieving stolen wallets from elderly ladies or rescuing kittens ensnared in trees. This child possesses more energy than my reactor, Tony mused, reclining on a laboratory sofa. Watching Peter devour a sandwich atop a rooftop, a copy of Introduction to Mechanical Engineering resting by his side. He ranks first in the state for the physics competition and has amassed over 200 hours of community service. Truly a commendable young man. His aunt is May Parker, a nurse who has raised him single-handedly. Jasper sifted through the documents, feeling a pang of sorrow. He was acutely aware of Peter's tragic background. His parents had passed away early, and his uncle had also departed several years prior. The adage, with great power comes great responsibility, resonated deeply within the boy's heart. Like an indelible mark, he worked at a sandwich shop, earning $12 an hour, secretly saving to buy Aunt May's new refrigerator. Tony's fingers tapped the screen, revealing a close-up of Peter's suit. The red sections were repurposed from a diving suit. The blue fabric bore several patches. The web shooters were cobbled together from an old watch and a compressed gas canister, and even the lenses of the mask were fashioned from magnifying glass. Could this contraption withstand bullets? He furrowed his brow. Lacking any armor, a hit from Vulture's weapon could leave him dead or severely injured. Thus, guidance was imperative. Jasper observed the screen as Peter helped a little girl retrieve a balloon, awkwardly tiptoeing to reach the rope tangled in the power lines. His mask slipping down to reveal beads of sweat on his nose. He possessed talent and courage, yet lacked experience, equipment, and someone to advise him when to retreat. Tony remained silent, but that afternoon, he instructed the engineers in the lab to hastily create an advanced web shooter, at least 3 generations ahead of Peter's homemade version, complete with energy monitoring and emergency braking features. Peter's life resembled a videotape on fast forward, a juxtaposition of mundane high school routine and clandestine encounters with Vulture's gang. He would ascend the drainage pipe 5 minutes before the school bell rang, stealthily slipping into the classroom. During discussions about prom themes with Liz, the girl he had long harbored feelings for, he would abruptly be drawn away by the sound of alarms, using the excuse of a bathroom break to disappear. He would return home late at night, exhausted, stashing his suit in a box beneath his bed, then collapsing at his desk to complete homework until the morning light streamed through the curtains, illuminating his dark circles. Liz Toombs. Jasper pointed to the blonde girl on the screen, laughing alongside Peter, sighing inwardly. He understood the implications of that name, the heartache that would ensue when Peter discovered the truth. Her father was Adrian Toombs, ostensibly the owner of a scrap recycling business, but in reality, he was the very Vulture Peter was pursuing. Tony's tone turned colder as Adrian Toombs' profile appeared on the screen. Records of bankruptcy, cleanup permits following the Chitauri invasion, and clear evidence of frequent contacts with several felons, all as evident as a textbook case. This old man was using his daughter to get close to Peter, not necessarily intentionally. Jasper watched as Liz helped Peter organize his notes, her eyes as clear as a lake. She likely had no inkling of her father's activities. She simply liked the slightly shy boy who always stood up at critical moments. Tony fell into silence, recalling his own youth, having struggled against his father's indifference. Acutely aware of the feeling of being deceived by those closest to him, this boy was facing challenges beyond my imagination. He brought up footage of Peter and Liz studying in the library, the young man stealing glances at the girl's profile, drawing a small heart in his notebook only to hastily erase it, balancing the pursuit of a girl while apprehending her father. If it were me, I would have surely crumbled under the pressure. The turning point came during a raid on a warehouse. Peter had followed Vulture's henchmen to an abandoned factory in Astoria, hoping to capture evidence of their dealings in extraterrestrial weaponry, but inadvertently triggered an alarm. In the midst of the chaotic fray, he found himself pinned to the ground by a hulking brute named Thrill, his makeshift battle suit rendered tattered and torn, his glasses shattered. Just as he believed his end was nigh, a silvery red beam of light descended from the heavens. Tony, clad in the Genesis armor, delivered a powerful punch that sent Thrill sprawling. "Kid, didn't your guardian teach you not to mess with extraterrestrial weapons?" As Tony's helmet retracted, revealing a stoic visage, he added, "Or do you fancy your slight frame tougher than vibranium?" Peter stood momentarily dumbfounded, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, too stunned to wipe it away. "Mr. Stark, how did you?" "A moment longer, and I would have been collecting your remains," Tony remarked, tossing him a first aid kit. "Put this on." He gestured toward a nearby crate, within which lay a new suit, red and gold, adorned with sleek patterns, its chest emblazoned with a luminous spider emblem, the eyes equipped with adjustable holographic lenses. "Jasper mentioned your fondness for red, so I added a touch of gold for flair." Trembling, Peter reached out, his fingertips grazing the suit, and he felt a warm surge. Tony had infused it with stardust fibers, rendering it lightweight yet bulletproof, with runic power embedded at the joints to enhance agility. "Is this for me?" he asked, astonished. "Temporarily," Tony replied, crossing his arms. "If you dare to trespass in the warehouse again, I'll reclaim it, leaving you with your tattered diving suit." Yet, as he turned, he instructed Jarvis, elevate the suit as permissions, allowing him access to nearby Stardust surveillance. From that day forth, Peter acquired a remote mentor. Tony refrained from dictating his actions, opting instead to send sarcastic texts when things went awry, offering tactical analyses when confusion set in, and discreetly depositing a $50 bonus into his account after he successfully thwarted a robbery. Jasper became the gentle observer, brightening the streetlights along Peter's path through the Stardust network, brewing an extra cup of hot cocoa at the nearby CAF during his late-night study sessions, and subtly aiding him in chemistry class by leaving nearly imperceptible hints on the blackboard. On the night of the mid-high school prom, the night sky over Queens was particularly vibrant. Peter discovered that Liz's father was none other than Vulture, poised to commandeer a plane laden with alien weaponry. Donning the new armor bestowed by Tony, he darted recklessly between buildings, his heart wrenched with anguish. He recalled Liz's words at the prom. "I love the way you smile," and the warmth of her father's hand on his shoulder, urging him to take good care of Liz. Those tender moments now felt like daggers piercing his heart. "Stay focused," Tony's voice crackled through the communicator. "That old fool is at Kennedy Airport, preparing to detonate the Avengers transport. Your mission is to stall him until I arrive." "But Liz," Peter's voice quivered, the suit's eye lenses flickering in response to his emotional turmoil. "She doesn't know," Jasper interjected, his tone gentle yet resolute. "Like you, she is merely a pawn in this game. Now, go forth and fulfill your duty, not for Liz's father, but for Liz, for all those who may be harmed." Chapter 89. Confrontation with Vulture. Peter inhaled deeply, the lenses of his battle suit stabilizing. He swung into the cargo area of the airport. The cargo zone of Kennedy Airport resembled a slumbering steel behemoth, with moonlight filtering through the dust-laden dome, casting mottled shadows upon the ground. Dew clung to the metallic shells of containers, and the air was thick with the scent of diesel and rust-proof paint, while the distant sounds of flights taking off and landing echoed like muffled thunder, amplifying the profound silence of the area until it was shattered by the sound of hurried footsteps. Peter Parker's combat boots tapped lightly against the metallic walkway. The holographic lenses of his new suit reflected the surrounding environment, the red and gold patterns swirling in the shadows, a surface custom-made by Tony from Stardust alloy, both lightweight and capable of withstanding minor energy impacts. Yet at this moment, he could scarcely feel the suit's presence. His heart felt as though it were gripped by an invisible hand, the smiling face of Liz alternating with the metallic wings of Vulture in his mind, leaving him dizzy. "Liz," he whispered her name, his fingertips tightening around the web shooters, which were growing warm from pressure. Just half an hour prior, he had seen the metallic component peeking from the cuff of Liz's father, Adrian Toombs, identical to the Vulture's flight suit parts he had photographed in the warehouse. In that instant, the music of the ball, the flickering lights, and the juice Liz had handed him all faded to gray. "Peter, are you all right?" Jasper's voice suddenly emerged from the suit's communicator, gentle as moonlight. "Jarvis has detected your heart rate exceeding 180 with abnormal adrenaline levels." Peter took a deep breath, blinking behind the lenses. "I'm fine, Mr. Hawk." He forced himself to concentrate, bringing up the surveillance footage shared by Jarvis. At the entrance to the cargo area, a modified truck was parked, and several men in work overalls were hurriedly loading boxes onto it. Faint blue patterns characteristic of Chitauri technology were visible on the surfaces of the boxes. "The Vulture is in the area. They're loading cargo." Seemingly intending to blow up the Avengers transport plane, Tony's voice interjected, tinged with familiar impatience, but weighed down by an unusual gravity. "That old fool has been stealing alien parts for 3 months to construct a bomb capable of penetrating the transport shields." "Jasper, have you located the transport's position?" "Above runway 3, 12 kilometers from the cargo area. Expected to enter the Vulture's weapon range in 5 minutes." Jasper replied, his tone devoid of emotion. Yet Peter could envision him standing at some elevated vantage point, delicate silver runes tracing through the air, perceiving the energy flow across the entire airport. "Peter, your task is to hold them off. Do not engage directly. Tony will arrive in 3 minutes." "Understood." Peter clenched his fists, the suit's thrusters gently activating, propelling him from the edge of the walkway, leaping to the ground like a nimble cat. Upon landing, he rolled to evade patrolling security, and with a swift motion, a web shooter fired a highly adhesive strand, perfectly ensnaring the surveillance camera at the warehouse entrance. Bright incandescent lights blazed within the warehouse, where Vulture's henchmen were swiftly packing boxes. The imposing figure known as Adrian Toombs stood beside the truck, idly toying with an energy gauntlet, its surface pulsating with an intermittent blue glow, before a pile of crates. Toombs, devoid of his flight suit, wore a metallic controller around his neck, his fingers gently tapping upon it. "Hurry up." His voice, deep and gravelly, resonated. "Once we secure that transport plane, we will have enough funds to depart this place and escape to the Cayman Islands, where no one will find us." A tall, slender man chuckled. "Boss, you're brilliant. knowing that the Avengers transport flies through here every Wednesday. Stark and his crew are so consumed with the cosmos and extraterrestrials that they scarcely care about the lives of mere mortals like us. Tomb's tone dripped with sarcasm, recalling the Chitauri invasion when they merely dusted off their hands after saving the world, while those of them tasked with clearing the debris received naught but empty promises. Peter crouched behind a container, his nails nearly embedding themselves into his palm. He recalled Liz mentioning that her father once owned a recycling business, which succumbed to bankruptcy due to shifting policies. He remembered Toombs serving food to Aunt May at the dinner table, and the tone in which he had said young people must bear responsibility. Beneath those gentle facades lay a profound resentment. With a click, Toombs pressed a button on the controller, and a metallic cabinet in the warehouse corner suddenly opened, revealing a flight suit that autonomously unfurled, as if animated, to envelop him. The metallic wings spread wide, emitting a sharp whir of gears, their tips glinting with a cold sheen. All right, you deliver the cargo to the designated location, while I go greet our Avengers friends. Peter understood that waiting was no longer an option. He sprang from behind the container, his web shooters firing 2 strands of webbing that ensnared the truck's rear wheels. Mr. Toombs, stop. The individuals within the warehouse froze in astonishment. Toombs slowly turned, his metallic mask obscuring his face save for his eyes, which glimmered with a chilling light. Spiderling, what brings you here? His voice, filtered through the mask, bore a hint of surprise, quickly morphing into a mocking sneer. Did Liz send you? Or did you know all along? I care not for your grievances with Mr. Stark, Peter declared, adopting a combat stance. The sensors of his suit indicated that the Vulture's flight suit was surging with energy, yet he insisted, you cannot harm those innocent people. You must not betray Liz's trust. Trust? Toombs laughed as if he had heard a jest, flapping his wings violently, sending a gust that hurled Peter away. This world has long taught me the value of trust. Can it pay for Liz's tuition? Can it spare us from our low-income housing? He charged at Peter, the tips of his wings slicing through the air. What do you, a mere child yet to sprout a single hair, understand? Peter executed a backflip in midair, evading the claw's assault while simultaneously shooting webs to ensnare Toombs' wings. I understand the taste of loss, he shouted, recalling Uncle Ben's final gaze. I understand what responsibility means. The webs tightened suddenly, yanking Toombs' wings askew, nearly colliding with the container. You seek death. With a furious roar, Toombs unleashed a brilliant blue light from the energy apparatus on his wings, instantly melting the webbing around him. He accelerated violently, crashing the side of his wing into Peter, pinning the young man against a shipping container. A dull thud echoed, and Peter felt as if a truck had run over his back, the defense system of his suit emitting a series of urgent alerts. Peter, there's an energy reaction to your left. Jasper's voice rang out just in time. Peter immediately rolled to the side, narrowly evading the energy gauntlet hurled by Horror. The gauntlet struck the container, erupting in a burst of blue flames, leaving a gaping hole in the metal surface. Boss, I'm coming to assist you. Horror cackled as he charged forward, his gauntlets fully charged and each punch capable of penetrating steel. Peter dared not confront him directly. Instead, he adeptly navigated between the containers, utilizing his familiarity with the warehouse terrain. The web shooters continuously fired strands of webbing, occasionally ensnaring Horror's ankles, causing him to stumble or sticking to overhead light fixtures, sending debris crashing down upon the Vulture. However, Peter's stamina was swiftly depleting. The wound on his back throbbed painfully, and his vision began to blur. This boy possesses commendable combat instincts, Jasper observed from the apex of the airport control tower, enveloped in a faint silver glow. He perceived the energy flow throughout the cargo area. The energy core of Vulture's flight suit resided in his left chest, exhibiting a slight energy fluctuation and apparent weakness. The charging of Horror's gauntlets required a 3-second interval. This was his vulnerability. Rather than intervening directly, Jasper relayed this information to Peter via Jarvis. Peter, the energy core on Vulture's left chest has a weakness. Use high-frequency webbing to disrupt it. Peter immediately complied. He evaded Toombs' wing strikes and maneuvered behind him, launching a high-frequency vibrational web. Upon contact with the energy core, the web emitted a crackling sound, causing Toombs' flight suit to momentarily falter, his wing movements becoming somewhat rigid. Damn it, Toombs cursed, forcibly activating the backup energy, and with a powerful thrust, he soared upward, breaking through the warehouse roof and ascending into the night sky. Come up here if you dare. Without hesitation, Peter shot out a strand of webbing, securing it to a steel beam of the roof, and leaped after him. The night wind brushed against his face, carrying the distinct scent of aviation fuel from the airport, while the distant runway glowed brightly, resembling a lengthy ribbon of light. Vulture circled ominously in the night sky, his wings unfurled like a diminutive fighter jet, the metallic surface reflecting the moonlight, rendering him particularly menacing. Do you think donning starch rags will allow you to defeat me? Toombs dove down, claws aimed directly at Peter's mask. While I was studying this alien technology, you were still playing in the mud. Peter deftly dodged in midair, simultaneously analyzing Tum's flight trajectory. He noticed that Vulture had a wide turning radius, lacking agility. This was his opportunity. "Mr. Tums, you should cease this madness," he shouted while avoiding the assault. "Don't mention Liz to me." Tum seemed stung by the name, accelerating suddenly as several energy beams shot out from his wings, targeting the ground where a few of his henchmen remained, unable to evacuate. "If I fall, they won't survive either." Peter's pupils constricted as he plunged forward without a moment's hesitation, shielding the truck with his body. An energy beam struck his back, causing the defensive layer of his suit to illuminate in a vibrant red, accompanied by a piercing alarm. He felt a searing force penetrate his armor, nearly rendering him unconscious. Yet he persevered, firing a web to push the truck to the safety of nearby cover. "Peter, your suit's defense system is on the verge of collapse." Tony's voice was laced with anger and urgency. "I have 1 minute to reach you. Hold on a little longer." Toombs gazed down at the fallen Peter, his wings slowly descending, casting a shadow over the boy. "You and Stark are alike. Both revel in the role of a hero." There was a weariness in his tone. "But heroes often meet their demise earliest." He raised his claws, poised to deliver a final blow. At that moment, a silver-red streak tore through the night sky, akin to a meteor crashing into the Vulture. "Who speaks of early demise, old bird?" Tony's voice dripped with sarcasm as the fist of the marked suit struck Toombs's wing with tremendous force, sending him hurtling away. "What skill is there in bullying a child?" Toombs steadied himself, staring at Iron Man before him, the energy readings on his wings soaring to their peak. "Stark, you have finally arrived. I have awaited this day for long." "Oh, awaiting my arrival to escort you to prison?" Tony flexed his wrist, his palm cannon charging with energy. "At your service." The two engaged in a fierce battle, the brilliance of their energy clashes illuminating the entire night sky. The agility of the Genesis light surpassed that of Toombs's flight suit, with each of Tony's strikes landing precisely on his opponent's vulnerabilities. However, the Vulture's wings were remarkably resilient, and his sharp claws nearly scraped the surface of Tony's armor on multiple occasions. "Jasper, restrain his left wing," Tony shouted, at the control tower's apex. Jasper's fingertips gleamed with silver light, unleashing an invisible stardust energy beam toward the joint of Toombs's left wing. Toombs suddenly felt his wing grow heavy, his movements faltering, providing Tony with the opportunity to deliver a heavy punch that sent him crashing to the ground. With a thud, Toombs landed in the cargo area, one wing broken, his energy core beginning to smoke. Tony landed before him, the visor of his suit retracting to reveal his furious face. "It's over, Toombs." Struggling to rise, Toombs glanced towards the distant flashing police lights and suddenly laughed. "Indeed, it is over." He pressed a button on his controller, initiating a countdown for the bomb within the truck. "But none of us shall escape unscathed." "Peter, disarm the bomb," Tony urged, simultaneously restraining Toombs to prevent any movement. Peter, gritting through the pain, forced himself to stand, the agony in his back blurring his vision, yet he staggered toward the truck, activating the suit's analysis function. Jasper's voice guided him in his ear. "The red wire is the fuse. The blue one is the energy core. Cut the red wire with a high-frequency web. Be swift." Peter's fingers trembled as the countdown dwindled to 10 seconds. He inhaled deeply, concentrating all his focus, and shot forth a precise high-frequency web. With a sharp snap, the red fuse was severed, halting the bomb's countdown at 3 seconds. Exhausted, he collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, the wound on his back finally eliciting a pained groan. Tony gazed at the subdued Tums and then at Peter lying on the ground. He ultimately spoke into the communicator. "Jasper, summon an ambulance and inform the police to wrap things up." "Already done. The ambulance will arrive in 3 minutes," Jasper replied, his voice tinged with a subtle sense of relief. The Avengers Tower had also received the news, and Captain Rogers inquired if he should come over. "Tell the old popsicle that we got it handled here. Let him continue practicing his push-ups." Tony scoffed, yet the corners of his mouth slightly lifted. He approached Peter, crouched down, and observed the boy's pale visage. "How are you feeling, kid? Think you can stand?" Peter nodded, attempting to push himself off the ground, only to collapse again in pain. His back felt somewhat ablaze. Tony furrowed his brow and lifted the back of Peter's suit, revealing that the stardust alloy layer had been burnt through, exposing the protective padding beneath, stained with blood. "Damn it, this old bird is ruthless." He removed his armored glove and gently touched Peter's wound. "Just hang in there. The ambulance is on its way." At that moment, Jasper appeared nearby, his fingertips enveloped in silver runes. With a gentle tap, a cool sensation spread across Peter's back, alleviating the pain significantly. The healing runes could temporarily suppress discomfort and hasten recovery. He looked at Peter with a gentle gaze. "You did well, Peter." Peter, gazing at the two before him, suddenly smiled, tears glistening behind his lenses. I think I messed up the dance. Tony chuckled derisively. What does a dance compare to this? You just thwarted an explosion and saved at least 50 lives. Once you're better, I'll treat you to a meal at the top-tier restaurant in Stark Tower. It's far superior to any dance. The sirens of the ambulance and police cars grew increasingly near, their red and blue lights illuminating the night sky over the cargo area. As Tums was led away in handcuffs by the police, he cast a glance at Peter. His expression complex. Gone was the earlier ferocity, replaced by fatigue and desolation. Peter lay in the ambulance, watching the airport lights blur past the window, his eyelids growing heavier. Jasper sat beside him, using runes to stabilize his injuries. Tony stood outside, conversing with the police, occasionally glancing back at the ambulance, worry etched on his face. Mr. Hawk, Peter mumbled drowsily. Liz'll be okay, right? Jasper gently patted his hand. She will. She has a very brave friend and a mother who loves her. Time will heal everything. Peter nodded, finally unable to resist closing his eyes. Just before he slipped into slumber, he seemed to hear Jasper speaking to Tony, his voice soft, yet imbued with a reassuring strength. He is stronger than we imagine. Indeed, like a true Avenger. In the brightly lit conference room of Avengers Tower, Tony projected Peter's battle footage onto the large screen. The image showcased the red and gold figure weaving through the warehouse, injured and struggling, yet resolutely unyielding. Captain America sat at the head of the conference table, his brow furrowed. This child is only 16, facing such perilous foes. It's far too dangerous. Dangerous? Tony leaned back in his chair, twirling a fountain pen in his fingers. Back when you urged me to infiltrate Hydra S base, I was merely 20. With greater power comes greater responsibility. Isn't that a lesson you imparted to me, old popsicle? That wasn't my intention, Rogers sighed. What I meant is that we ought to provide him with more support and a structured training regimen, rather than leaving him to navigate this journey alone. Bruce Banner adjusted his glasses, scrutinizing the combat data of Peter displayed on the screen. His regenerative abilities are remarkably potent, his reflexes 5 times quicker than an average individual. And his design for the web shooters showcases a commendable creativity. Indeed, he possesses considerable talent. More than just considerable, Jasper remarked from his perch by the window, idly toying with a stardust energy sphere. He has been learning throughout the battles, from his initial impulsiveness to adeptly utilizing the terrain, even identifying weaknesses in Vulture's flight suit. His rate of growth surpasses anyone I have ever encountered. He paused, adding, moreover, he possesses a true hero's heart, which holds greater significance than any innate ability. Natasha leaned against the wall, her arms crossed. So what do you plan to do? Officially recruit him into the Avengers? No, Tony shook his head. He is still too young. High school is equally important for him. I've arranged for him to take on an intern role, attending classes during the week and training at the tower on weekends. He will be dispatched only for incidents he can manage. He turned to Jasper. What do you think? That sounds plausible, Jasper nodded. I will devise a training program tailored to his abilities, integrating stardust energy to enhance his strength while safeguarding his health. He recalled the wound on Peter's back, his expression darkening. Additionally, his suit requires an upgrade. The defense system must be fortified. We've already set the engineers to work on it, Tony replied. With your rune coating, even if he gets hit directly by an energy blast, he should withstand it for 5 minutes. Rogers gazed at the screen, where Peter stood defiantly in front of a truck, and suddenly chuckled. All right, I agree, but there must be strict oversight. He cannot face a foe of Vulture's caliber alone again. Rest assured, I will keep a close watch over him. Tony's tone carried a hint of subtle pride. After all, he is someone I hold in high regard. Once the meeting adjourned, Jasper and Tony exited the conference room together. The starlight lamps in the corridor emitted a soft glow, casting shadows of the 2 figures. You seem quite invested in this young man, Jasper remarked with a smile. Of course, he is my protege, Tony raised an eyebrow. But truly, seeing him reminds me of the reckless enthusiasm I had when I first invented the Mark armor. It's quite nostalgic. He paused, gazing out the night sky. Have you arranged things in Leeds? Yes. Aunt May will speak with her, downplaying the severity of Thomas's crimes, framing them as merely economic issues, Jasper replied. Her mother has already taken her to Ohio. A change of scenery will do her good. Tony nodded, remaining silent as they approached the elevator. They gazed at their reflections in the elevator doors, one in armor saving the world, the other safeguarding the mundane with runes. Now, they had assumed yet another role, guiding a young hero as he embarked on his journey of growth. The elevator doors slowly parted, illuminating their faces with a warm glow. Jasper recalled the poignant question Peter had posed in the ambulance, remembering the clear and resolute eyes behind the youthful lenses. At that moment, he felt that this world perhaps does not require grandiose heroes. It only needs ordinary individuals like Peter who are willing to step forward at crucial junctures. That, he realized, would suffice. What they could do was create an environment that nurtured these ordinary souls, allowing them to grow with peace of mind. Just as it was now. Chapter 90. Daily mundanities after the airport confrontation, Peter continued to flit between school, work, and home. A week later, at 7 in the morning on the top floor of the Hawk Group headquarters, the temperature control system of the Stardust laboratory precisely maintained the humidity at 42. Jasper focused intently on the Stardust crystal slices under the optical microscope, his fingertips hovering above the control panel. Silver runes pulsating rhythmically as he calibrated a new molecular arrangement algorithm, aiming to enhance the fatigue resistance of the Stardust alloy by 37. With a click, the alloy door of the laboratory slid open, and Tony ambled in wearing gold-trimmed slippers, his black silk robe stained with coffee. In his hands, he cradled an exquisite silver tray bearing smoked salmon bagels from a century-old establishment in Brooklyn, paired with a newly developed nano cheese sauce from Jasper's mother, which Aunt Lin had specially sent over, claiming it would replenish the energy of 2 night owls. Jasper turned his head, the bloodshot eyes behind his lenses betraying his sleepless night, yet a smile crept onto his lips. How did she know we were up all night? Your father's satellite surveillance is not merely for show, Tony replied, nudging the tray to the edge of the workbench. He took a large bite of a bagel, cheese sauce smearing the corner of his mouth. Arthur messaged me at 3 this morning, attaching an infrared thermal image of a laboratory, threatening that if my son stared at the microscope for more than 12 hours, he would replace your Mark's energy core with a civilian version from the Hawk Group. Jasper chuckled, but as he reached for a bagel, he mismanaged the runes with his fingertips, a small wisp of Stardust energy brushing against the bread, causing faint blue patterns to emerge on its surface. Did Mom use Stardust emulsification technology for this cheese sauce? The texture is far more refined than last time. Otherwise, how could she be called the Midas of material science? Tony raised an eyebrow, suddenly leaning closer to the microscope. Have you cracked it? A fatigue resistance of 37? This data would drive the military mad. Just last week, Army personnel came to pester me, claiming their armor couldn't withstand the desert for 3 months. It's not fully stabilized yet. Jasper brought up the 3-dimensional model, the molecular chains of the Stardust crystal flickering on the holographic screen. During the 178th cycle of testing, he noticed minor fractures in the 3rd layer of the lattice, likely related to the purity of the carbon nanotubes recently delivered by Professor Lin Chuan. He deliberately emphasized her name. Tony, sensing defeat, raised his hands in surrender. All right, I concede. I shouldn't have questioned her carbon nanotubes in front of the son of a material scientist. He pointed to the fracture on the model. Shall we try Annie's liquid metal repair method? The one she used on the solar panels for the space station? The self-healing speed is faster than your runes by 3 seconds. Jasper's eyes sparkled with excitement. Last month, my mother, Lin Chuan, published a paper in Nature, introducing a dynamic repair technique utilizing liquid metal to encase nanoparticles. At that time, she had been joking with Tony about treating materials as if they were living beings. I almost forgot she sent over some experimental samples last week, which are now in the cryogenic cabinet. The two of them gathered before the cryogenic cabinet, and as Tony entered the password, his fingers hesitated. Is the password still your birthday? What else would it be? Jasper replied, opening the cabinet door to retrieve a test tube filled with a silvery liquid. My dad said that the passwords for all core laboratories at Hawk Group are either my birthday or my mother S. Suddenly, Tony reached out, his fingertip gently brushing against the dark circles under Jasper's eyes. Let's not touch the experiments today. Come with me to Queens this afternoon. Peter insists that his new robot can recognize 30 languages and wants us to be judges. I'm not going, Jasper stated, setting the test tube on the analyzer without looking up. Last week, he claimed a robot could play chess. Yet it lost an old man in the park and sobbed, asking, Mr. Hawk, does it have an IQ deficiency? That S, because the old man secretly altered the robot's programming. Tony chuckled, unable to contain his laughter. Moreover, your mother instructed me to ensure you rest. Her exact words were that Arthur is too busy to look after you. And if you continue to overwork yourself, next time Stark Industries places an order for materials, Hawk Group will raise the price by 30%. Jasper sighed, shutting off the microscope. She is abusing her authority. No, that S maternal love. Tony tugged at his wrist as they headed outside. And there's a surprise this afternoon. Thor brought something from Asgard that he claims will enhance the sweetness of your Stardust energy. Don't ask me what that means. Nordic metaphors are always peculiar. In the evening at Hawk Manor, the kitchen was filled with the aroma of matsutake mushroom stew. Lin Chuan, donned in a cream silk apron, was meticulously applying molecular gastronomy-grade gold leaf onto a caramel pudding with tweezers, her movements as precise as if she were calibrating an electron microscope. Be gentle. That gold leaf is 9,999 pure gold. 1 gram costs more than your father's cufflinks. Arthur Hawk entered, his tailored suit sleeves rolled to his forearms, revealing a Patek Philippe watch adorned with a celestial map crafted from Stardust powder refined by Hawk Group. Noted, Chairman Hawk, Lin Chuan replied without looking up. But you? During the board meeting this afternoon, Could you refrain from banging your pen on the table while arguing about the Stardust medical project budget? The secretary mentioned that you dented the mahogany table in the third conference room. Arthur chuckled softly, wrapping his arms around her waist from behind, resting his chin atop her head. It's not my fault. They claim the medical project is less profitable than weapons. It's a miracle I didn't flip the table in my rage. By the way, Tony and Lil Pei should be arriving soon. I had the butler decant the prize 1982 law fight. Don't let Little Pei drink. He stayed up until 3 again last night, Lin Chuan admonished, swatting his hand away as she placed the pudding in the refrigerator. And Tony should drink less too. Last time he overindulged. He insisted on installing some Asgardian-themed voice pack for Jarvis, and now Jarvis occasionally uses Thor's tone to say, "Foolish human, your coffee is ready," as they conversed. The roar of engines echoed from outside the door. Arthur approached the floor-to-ceiling window, watching as Tony's sports car glided into the garage, its body adorned with the latest Stardust coating, shimmering in a gradient of blue and purple under the setting sun. This lad has used all the Stardust paint I gave him on that car. I often wonder why he claims that Hawk Group's production capacity for coatings cannot keep up. That's merely a veiled advertisement for you. Lin Chuan smiled as she handed him a tie, smoothing out its creases. Last time, Tony remarked that you looked as though you had just returned from a brawl at the board meeting while wearing a suit. In the living room, Jasper had just changed into his loungewear when Arthur dragged him into the study. On the expansive mahogany desk lay a global distribution map of Hawk Group. Arthur pointed to a red dot in South America, stating, "There's been a new discovery in the Stardust vein here, with reserves exceeding estimates by 40. However, the local government requires us to collaborate with their universities to establish a laboratory. I would like your mother to take the lead, as her materials team needs field data." "Mom has been busy with the pressure testing of Stardust ceramics and can't be spared," Jasper replied, picking up a laser pointer and circling another area on the map. "Instead, we could use the remote sensing device we developed in collaboration with Stark Industries. Its precision reaches 0.1 meters, eliminating the need for personnel to be dispatched." "I knew you would have a solution," Arthur said, ruffling his hair. Suddenly, he retrieved a velvet box from a drawer. "This is for you. I acquired it at the auction in Geneva last week." Inside the box lay a Stardust brooch shaped like an eagle in flight, the emblem of the Hawk family. The feathers of its wings were inlaid with Stardust crystals of varying purities, refracting a kaleidoscope of colors under the light. It employs your mother's newly developed crystal directional growth technology, boasting hardness surpassing that of diamonds, making it a perfect accessory for your suit. Jasper's fingertips brushed over the brooch, its runes gently pulsating in resonance with the Stardust energy. "Dad, you've turned the company's core technology into an ornament. And what's wrong with my son wearing it?" Arthur raised an eyebrow. "Next time Tony mocks you for looking like a lab researcher in a suit, simply attach this and inform him that it is the latest crystallization of Hawk Group's technology." From downstairs, Tony's booming voice echoed, "Arthur, where's that bottle of Lafite you've hidden? I can smell it." The father and son exchanged amused glances. Upon exiting the study, they found Tony eagerly peering around the kitchen doorway, watching Lin Chuan as she brought out the stew pot. "Aunt Lin, I beg you for just a taste. Last time at the Avengers Tower, the matsutake soup you made had Bruce drinking 3 bowls. And he ended up burping so loudly during his transformation that he nearly collapsed the training room ceiling. You certainly know how to sweet talk," Lin Chuan said, serving him a small bowl with caution. "Be careful, it's hot. I added my newly made Stardust gel, which locks in the flavors and slows down the cooling." Tony blew on it, took a hearty sip, and his eyes widened in astonishment. "My goodness, this flavor is like chewing the essence of an entire forest. Jasper, your mother is truly a Michelin-starred chef hindered by her material science." Just as Jasper settled down, his phone rang, revealing a video call from Peter. The young boy, holding a bandaged finger, pitifully said, "Mr. Hawk, I burned myself with a soldering iron while working on a robot, and Aunt May isn't home. Could you come take a look? Send me the address. I'll be there in 20 minutes. Jasper stood up to leave, but was halted by Lin Chuan's voice. She retrieved a tube of silver ointment from the medical kit. "Use this. My newly developed Stardust repair gel works 10 times faster than the hospital's burn ointment and leaves no scars." Tony seized the car keys. "I'll drive you." It's the perfect opportunity to observe just how intelligent that boy's robot truly is. As the car departed the estate, Jasper glanced at the fleeting shadows of trees outside and suddenly chuckled. Is it too extravagant for my mom to use Stardust, even in burn ointments? No. It is the romance of scientists, Tony replied, steering the vehicle as it glided through the night, reminiscent of the battle suit lining I crafted for you. Utilizing the memory fibers developed by my aunt, which can automatically adjust to your rune energy. You didn't feel cold during our last mission in the Siberian tundra, did you? Jasper recalled their task 3 months prior, where in the frigid environment of -40 degrees, the suit remained pleasantly warm. At the time, he thought it was merely Tony's technology, but now, as he gazed at the burn ointment in his hand, emblazoned with the words exclusive to the Hawk Materials Laboratory. He suddenly realized that family means concealing the finest technology within the most mundane acts of care. At the Avengers Training Center on Saturday, the floor was laid with a blend of stardust alloy and vibranium, capable of withstanding Hulk's full force strikes. Peter, clad in his new battle suit, was being chased by Natasha, darting between obstacles as his red cape swept the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. To the left, Steve's voice rang out from the observation area, holding a tactical board marked with stardust ink that traced Peter's movements. Your web shooter angle is too skewed. Elevate it by 3 degrees. Jasper leaned against the railing, his fingertips swirling with a strand of stardust energy, assisting Peter in calculating the optimal launch angle. Peter, Natasha's left foot will pause for 0.2 seconds upon landing. That's your chance. Received. Peter pivoted sharply, shooting 2 webs that ensnare Natasha's ankles. Seizing the moment of her stumble, he vaulted to the top of the obstacle. Yes, Mr. Hawk, I did it. Don't celebrate too soon, Natasha retorted, performing a backflip to free herself from the webs, suddenly brandishing a realistic dagger. Let us go for 10 more rounds. In the observation area, Tony was engaged in a debate with Bruce regarding the latest design for anti-Hulk armor. I believe we should add a layer of stardust cushioning, Doctor. Lin mentioned her new type can absorb 80 of the impact. No, it's too heavy, Bruce replied, adjusting his glasses. Hulk's speed is already formidable. Increasing weight will hinder agility. Jasper, can your runes achieve lightweight cushioning? Jasper projected a holographic model. We could try a rune array to allow the stardust particles to transition to a liquid state upon impact, reverting to solid after the shock, reducing weight by 60 compared to conventional padding. That's an excellent idea, Tony exclaimed, promptly pulling out a tablet to record the suggestion. Let us test it in the lab this afternoon, and if successful, I'll treat everyone to the finest pizza in Queens. Just then, a booming voice resonated from the entrance as Thor entered, shouldering a massive wooden barrel, his red cape dusted with snowflakes. I have brought Asgardian mead to celebrate my success in persuading my father to share the stardust vein distribution map of the 9 realms with you. Clint's eyes lit up as he set down his bow and dashed over. Really? The last time you brought that barrel, I drank 3 cups and slept for 2 days, nearly missing my mission. This time, it's a special blend, infused with honey from the courtyard, less potent than before. Thor set the barrel down and suddenly spotted Jasper, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Jasper, I brought stardust honey. Feel it. Does it not sweeten your energy? He produced a crystal vial containing a pale golden liquid, shimmering with tiny motes of light as he shook it. Jasper reached out to touch it, and the runes on his fingertips sprang to life, as if basking in sunlight like a cat. Is this honey from the convergence of the 9 realms? It contains pure cosmic energy. Indeed, Thor clapped him on the shoulder, nearly knocking him to the ground. My mother says this honey can soothe even the most violent energies. It will surely benefit your stardust runes. Tony abruptly pulled Jasper behind him, eyeing the crystal vial warily. Does this thing have any side effects? Like, will he suddenly grow horns or something? Tony Stark, are you questioning the honey of Asgard? Thor feigned indignation, hands on his hips. Who was it last time that drank my mead and embraced Hulk, declaring him the cutest green baby in existence? Laughter erupted among the group, and Tony's face flushed crimson as he retorted, that was an accident. That was a tactical display of goodwill. During a training break, Steve organized everyone to stretch. Jasper sat on the ground, observing Thor instructing Peter on the proper grip for wielding Mjolnir, which was merely letting him practice strength with a toy hammer. Watching Natasha and Clint compete to see who could hit the bullseye with their eyes closed, and seeing Bruce and Tony huddled in a corner sketching armor designs, he suddenly felt that these world-saving heroes in the training arena resembled ordinary friends in no significant way. What are you thinking? Tony settled beside him, handing him a bottle of water. Are you marveling at Thor's honey? I just had J-A-R-V ice analyze it. The energy wavelengths align perfectly with your runes, indeed stabilizing energy fluctuations. Next time we go to Asgard, we should acquire more. You wish to visit Asgard to see if you can add a rainbow bridge navigation system to your armor, don't you? Jasper called his bluff. You caught me, Tony admitted with a grin. But seriously, if your mother saw Asgard's metal, she'd surely lose her mind. Their URU metal can directly absorb cosmic energy, far surpassing your father's stardust alloy. My mother has already asked me to inquire with Thor if we could procure 10 grams of URU for experimentation. Jasper sighed. She insists that even if it can't be used for materials, a necklace made from it would be quite lovely. In the distance, Peter suddenly let out a shriek. He had lost his balance while twirling with the toy hammer and had fallen right into Bucky's arms. Bucky furrowed his brow as he helped him up, his tone firm, yet laced with a hint of exasperation. Watch where you're going, kid. Sorry, Mr. Barnes. Peter rubbed his knee, then his eyes lit up. Your metal arm is made of vibranium, right? Mr. Hawkeye said that combining vibranium with stardust alloy can create the strongest shield. Would you like to give it a try? Bucky glanced at his metal arm, then at Jasper, and surprisingly did not refuse. Maybe next time. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the lights of the training center flickered to life. Thor uncorked a barrel of mead, the golden liquid bubbling gently, exuding a sweet aroma. The group gathered around, their toasts and laughter intertwining. Even the typically solemn Steve found himself with half a cup poured by Tony, his cheeks slightly flushed. Jasper sipped on juice, watching Tony animatedly describe his new armor concepts to Thor, while glancing at a message from Lin Chuan, reminding him to ensure Tony doesn't drink too much. Recalling the last time he drunkenly mistook her experimental samples for ice cream. In that moment, he realized that home is more than just the dinners at Hawk Manor or the morning light in the Stardust Lab. It encompasses the raucous camaraderie of those who always hand you a drink when you need it. On Wednesday afternoon, the Hawk Group's board meeting was in session. Arthur sat at the head of the table, his fingers lightly tapping on the surface as his gaze swept over the board members, most of whom were elderly gentlemen with graying hair, their faces marred by skepticism regarding the S.H.I.E.L.D medical project. Arthur, we do not oppose charity, but the cost of the medical pods is exorbitant, remarked a bespectacled director, adjusting his glasses. Each unit costs $30 million. Even with mass production, the price won't decrease, making it unprofitable. Director Lee, a few years ago, you claimed that S.H.I.E.L.D Energy was not profitable. Arthur's voice, though not loud, carried an undeniable authority. Currently, the Stardust Power Station of the Hawk Group accounts for 37% of the global clean energy market. He activated a holographic projection displaying images of a refugee camp in Africa, where children lay in makeshift medical pods, their rashes fading. This is not merely a business for profit. It is a necessary endeavor. The medical program, personally calibrated by my son and Tony Stark, can cure 90 tropical diseases, and we can allocate costs through other projects. But the shareholders will never agree. I am the largest shareholder, Arthur interjected. Moreover, Stark Industries has decided to cover 50% of the research and development costs. Tony insists that profit-making is our domain, while saving lives should be a collective endeavor. At that moment, the conference room door gently swung open, and Lin Chuan entered, holding a tablet. I apologize for the interruption, everyone, but I've just received the latest data. The pilot of the Stardust medical pods in Congo has achieved a cure rate of 92.7%, exceeding expectations by 3 percentage points. She handed the tablet to Arthur. This is the new biological gel used for the repair layer, a formula optimized by Jasper last week, which accelerates cellular regeneration. The expressions of the board members softened. Although Lin Chuan was not a senior executive, she was the technological backbone of the Hawk Group. Her development of Stardust materials supported more than half of the company's product line. Dr. Lin, the cost of this biological gel is 15% lower than the original formula. Lin Chuan smiled slightly. It utilizes materials from Stark Industries' discarded reactors. Tony suggested that rather than letting them rust, we should use them to save lives. After the meeting concluded, Arthur and Lin Chuan stepped into the elevator. You truly have a way with words. Within 3 sentences, you silenced that stubborn lot. Arthur grasped her hand. It is Jasper and Tony's technological prowess that makes it possible. Lin Chuan leaned against his shoulder. Last night, S.H.I.E.L.D sent me a message, informing me that they had added soothing runes to the medical pod, which could alleviate the patient's pain. That child always pays attention to such details. As the elevator doors opened, they unexpectedly encountered Jasper and Tony, who were delivering documents. Tony held a gigantic cake adorned with chocolate that read, celebrating the successful pilot of the medical pod. I heard the board meeting went smoothly. I had the pastry chef from Fifth Avenue prepare this, utilizing the low-sugar Shiguang chocolate developed by your mother. How did you know the pilot was successful today? Jasper asked, astonished. Jarvis blacked out the surveillance from the Congo side, and I saw the last patient discharged this morning. Tony grinned like a cat that had stolen a treat and added, by the way, your dad just praised me in the board meeting. I recorded it and will send it to you later. Arthur shook his head with a smile. You're quite clever. Come on, let us head to the laboratory. I had them bring over the latest prototype of the medical pod, so you can see what improvements are needed. Chapter 91. Untitled Daily Life in a Laboratory. The silver medical pod resembled a small spacecraft, its walls adorned with stardust sensors. Jasper reached out to touch the pod's door, and the runes illuminated, slowly opening the door to reveal a soft biogel pad inside. Mom, look here. The sensitivity of the sensors can be adjusted even higher for earlier detection of cellular abnormalities. Lin Chuan produced her tweezers, picking up a stardust sensor. I'd already thought of this. This is a newly made ultra-thin version, only 0.1 millimeters thick, almost imperceptible when applied to the skin. Tony leaned in, tossing a miniature robot into the pod. I added an automatic disinfection feature. The robot can complete full pod disinfection within 3 minutes after the patient leaves, suitable for areas with poor sanitary conditions. Arthur leaned against the door. observing the three of them engrossed in discussion around the medical pod. He suddenly realized that the most valuable asset of the Hawk Group was never the mines or patents, but rather these three individuals who treated technology as a faith and transformed that faith into benevolence. In the evening, Peter brought Aunt May to tour the medical pod. Aunt May touched the pod's wall, her eyes glistening. This can heal many people, right? Last time, Tommy in the community suffered from leukemia and spent all his savings. We plan to establish 10 free medical points in Queens next year, Jasper stated. Peter mentioned you're a nurse, and we would like to invite you to volunteer and guide everyone in using the medical pod. I would love to. Aunt May immediately nodded, grasping Peter's hand. Look at the remarkable people you know. Peter gazed at the medical pod and suddenly said, Mr. Hawk, may I learn how to make this? I want to be both a superhero and a doctor in the future. Tony patted his shoulder. No problem. Starting tomorrow, come to the lab on weekends, and I will have Jasper teach you the basics of Stardust technology. The setting sun streamed through the laboratory windows, casting a warm glow upon the medical pod. Jasper observed Tony and Peter engaged in a discussion about the robot disinfection protocol, while his parents analyzed the sensor data and Aunt May delicately caressed the biogel mat. In that moment, he grasped the true essence of strength. It was never about the ability to lift colossal weights or unleash immense energy, but rather the capacity to transform one's own power into a supportive hand for others. Suddenly, a torrential downpour enveloped New York on that summer night, with large raindrops pelting against the glass of the Avengers Tower, producing a cacophony of sound. Sitting beside the fireplace in the living room, Jasper cradled a cup of hot cocoa, watching as lightning split the night sky. Tony approached, clutching a stack of DVDs, wrapped in a cozy blanket. Choose one, he said. The Star Wars trilogy or Back to the Future. I've seen them both 100 times. Jasper chuckled and suggested, how about a story instead? You mentioned the time you first built the armor and blew up the garage? That was an accident. Tony retorted indignantly as he sat down, snatching the cocoa from Jasper's hands and taking a hearty sip. At that time, I was using subpar titanium alloy, so energy overload was to be expected. Speaking of which, you, at the age of 5, dismantled your father's antique pocket watch just to see if there were stars inside. You couldn't put it back together and ended up hiding in the closet, crying for the entire afternoon. That was because the gears of the watch were exceedingly intricate. Jasper countered. Moreover, it was Mom who helped me fix it afterward, and she even said that little Jasper had a spirit of exploration. Aunt May spoils you too much. Tony scoffed, lowering his voice unexpectedly. You know, I was quite nervous the first time I met your father. Why was that? Jasper inquired. His gaze was like that of a scanner, scrutinizing me for 3 minutes before he declared, Tony Stark, I know you are intelligent. But if my son suffers even the slightest inconvenience, the materials from Hawk Industries will never be sold to Stark Industries. Tony rubbed his arms, recalling how intimidated he felt, promising on the spot that all future armor prototypes would be tested by Jasper first. Jasper laughed so hard he nearly doubled over. He still often tells the board. That Star kid is quite skilled, but his mouth gets him into trouble. Footsteps echoed from the staircase as Steve descended with a stack of books. Noticing their jovial conversation, he approached and took a seat. What are you all chatting about? You seem so happy. We're sharing stories about Tony's first encounter with my dad. Jasper replied. Then allow me to share one as well, Steve said with a smile as he opened his book. When Tony first joined the Avengers, he believed my shield was outdated and insisted on adding a laser cannon. During the test fire, he burned a massive hole in the training room door and was reprimanded by Nick Fury for an entire afternoon. Tony's face flushed with embarrassment. Come on, Cap. Can we not revisit old blunders? At that moment, Bruce emerged from the laboratory, his hair disheveled, holding a beaker filled with a bubbling green liquid. Jasper, your runic formula is proving effective against Hulk's energy. I just simulated it, and the rage index decreased by 23. Really? Jasper sprang to his feet, eager to see the data. The two rushed into the lab, with Tony and Steve exchanging glances before following suit. Inside the laboratory, the holographic display exhibited Hulk's energy fluctuation curve, which had previously appeared jagged and erratic, but had smoothed considerably after the application of the runic simulation. This is astonishing, Jasper exclaimed. Bruce murmured to himself, contemplating the possibility of inscribing runes onto the suppressor, which would enable him to exert greater control over his transformations. I shall discuss this with my mother tomorrow. Using her newly crafted Stardust alloy for the suppressor's casing would enhance the conduction of rune energy, Jasper remarked. Tony called forth the armor model. I will add an energy buffer layer to the suppressor. In the event of rune failure, we can manually sever the energy flow with reassurance. We are utilizing the latest Stardust materials from the Hawk Group. Absolutely reliable. Outside, the torrential rain continued to fall, yet the laboratory exuded warmth. Jasper observed Tony and Bruce engaged in a discussion regarding the parameters of the buffer layer, while Steve diligently recorded pertinent notes. Suddenly, he felt that the energy generated by these typically occupied individuals gathering for a common goal was far more comforting than any Stardust core. As dawn approached, the rain ceased. Jasper stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, watching the horizon awaken with the light of dawn. Tony approached, offering her a coat. "What are you thinking?" he inquired. "I wonder if what we're doing can truly change the world." "Of course," Tony asserted confidently. "Look, the Stardust medical pod can save children in Africa. The runes can assist Bruce in controlling the Hulk. And even Thor has begun to reinforce his hammer with your runes. These are all forms of change, even if incremental. Akin to stars. One may not shine brightly alone, but together they illuminate the night sky." He paused, gesturing outside. "Your father's group is laying down Stardust power stations. Your mother's materials are enhancing armor safety. Your runes are calming furious energy, and my armor is deflecting bullets. Each of us is contributing, are we not?" Jasper gazed at him and suddenly smiled. In the distance, the Hawk Manor glowed with light, likely as her father continued to manage corporate documents, while her mother was in the lab refining samples. In their apartment in Queens, Peter was probably programming the robots while Aunt May prepared breakfast. In the palace of Asgard, Thor might be boasting to his father about the mead from the courtyard. These seemingly scattered points of light were intricately connected by an invisible thread, a thread called responsibility, kindness, and family. "Come, let us rest for a while," Tony urged, taking her hand towards the bedroom. Tomorrow, they would venture to Hawk Manor to savor her mother's braised pork, which, it was said, had been slow-cooked using Stardust techniques, rendering the meat tender enough to be easily shredded with chopsticks. That is the low-temperature sous vide method of molecular gastronomy. Her father had said. All right, I know it is Annie's technique," Jasper replied. Tony interrupted with a smile. "Regardless, as long as there is meat, that is sufficient." Chapter 92. The warmth of family breakfast at Hawk Manor always carried the fragrant aroma of the oak wood-fired oven. Jasper sat at the intricately carved oak table, watching as the large white droid rolled the meal cart towards him. The toast was steaming, its edges perfectly golden, adorned with chocolate sauce drawn into a smiley face. The edges of the fried eggs' whites slightly curled while the yolk remained in a flawless runny state. Even the fine-boned china bowl holding blueberries was embellished with delicate caramel patterns crafted by the droid. Detecting that Mr. Jasper's blood sugar is slightly below average. 5 units of honey have been added to the hot cocoa, the droid announced. The gentle, unmodulated electronic voice of the little white robot, resembling a harmless penguin with its round head and black camera blinking, provided a soothing atmosphere. Mr. Arthur's blood pressure had decreased by 2 compared to the previous week, while Ms. Lin Chuan's sleep duration had reached an impressive 75 hours, both well within healthy parameters. Arthur Hawk set down the financial newspaper in his hands, observing as the robot utilized its built-in micro-scanner to cool Lin Chuan's once scalding black coffee. Within 30 seconds, thanks to the low-temperature device nestled in the robot's palm, the beverage had cooled to an ideal drinking temperature of 62 degrees. This little creature's iteration speed surpassed even that of the Hawk Group servers. He speared a piece of bacon, recalling how, just last week at the Tokyo branch, he had witnessed the robot providing psychological counseling to earthquake orphans, bringing forth laughter from the children with its comforting presence, more effective than a professional therapist. In its early days, it could only utter reassurances such as, "Do not worry, I will assist you." Lin Chuan stirred her coffee gently with a silver spoon, a smile dancing in her eyes. Now, the robot could adjust its comforting phrases based on subtle, human micro-expressions, a feat achieved after 3 sleepless nights in the Stanford lab by Young Pa, who had endeavored to make its vocal module more natural. Jasper took a bite of toast, the carbon fiber grill leaving neat marks on the bread, an intentional upgrade he had made to the kitchen's new grill made from high-strength carbon fiber, ensuring even heat distribution without sticking. It's primarily thanks to Tony's optimization of the algorithm, he mumbled, recalling how Tony had likened comforting others to calibrating a reactor, needing to find the resonance frequency of the other person's emotions. Tony's metaphors were always uniquely insightful. With a soft chuckle, Lin Chuan shook her head just as her personal terminal chimed, signaling the arrival of a pressure test report for the Stardust ceramics from the lab. The little robot promptly glided over, using its flexible mechanical arm to position the tablet on a stand, while the other hand offered a stylus whose temperature had been adjusted to match that of the human body, providing a pleasantly warm grip. "Dr. Lin, would you like me to analyze the outliers in the data?" The robot's camera shifted to the screen, noting that the fracture strength of the third sample group was 8 units lower than expected, suggesting potential correlations with humidity fluctuations. "No need, little one," Lin Chuan replied, affectionately rubbing the robot's round head, its texture akin to that of a cloud. "I had my assistant adjust the parameters of the temperature control chamber yesterday. We can retest today." Jasper watched as the robot glided away to deliver the morning checkup report to Grandpa Gardner, who suffered from hypertension. Every morning, the robot dutifully monitored his condition and assisted in trimming the rose bushes, deftly avoiding all thorns with its mechanical arms. Suddenly, He was reminded of the day in 2009 when they first activated the prototype of the little robot under the lights of the Stanford lab. This clumsy, white behemoth had awkwardly picked up a fallen blueprint with its foam fingers, its electronic voice crackling with static as it reassured, "Do not worry, I will assist you." In that moment, he had realized that it was not merely a medical robot. "What are you pondering?" Tony's video call appeared abruptly on the holographic projection at the dining table, his hair disheveled and the backdrop revealing the Stark Tower laboratory. "It's almost 9. If you don't hurry, your mother's carbon fiber toast will be whisked away by my remote-controlled drone. Traffic is heavy. I'll arrive in 5 minutes." Jasper rose and donned his coat, which Baymax had thoughtfully pressed to perfection. The stardust brooch at the cuff gleamed brilliantly. "By the way, inform your engineers to upgrade the Baymax system at the New York hospital." Yesterday, Aunt May mentioned that a Baymax had played the theme song from Frozen while treating Peter's wounds, leaving the lad nearly embarrassed enough to hide beneath the table. "That was my addition of the adolescent calming module," Tony asserted confidently, claiming that music could expedite healing. "And besides, what's wrong with Frozen? Elsa's magic is far more dazzling than your runes. When you next find yourself needing Baymax's bandaging after being pummeled by Hulk, I shall have it play Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star." Jasper ended the communication and followed Baymax to the garage, where Baymax had already retrieved the sports car from the underground parking. The stardust coating on the car glimmered with a soft blue light in the morning fog, and the seats had been heated to a most comfortable 26 degrees. The morning mist over the estate had yet to dissipate, clinging to the windshield of the car like a delicate veil. Jasper gazed out at the rose garden passing by, where Baymax was watering the newly bloomed champagne roses, its mechanical arm expertly controlling the water flow, ensuring each bloom received exactly the right amount of nourishment. He suddenly felt that the essence of technology perhaps resides in its ability to simplify the complex, soften the hard, and imbue each ordinary morning with a warmth that comes from being treated gently. The temperature control system in the Stark Tower laboratory was perpetually precise, akin to a Swiss timepiece. Jasper stood before the holographic projection, his fingertips tracing the silver runes across the three-dimensional model of the Stardust medical pod as he sought to optimize the biological gel circulation system, aiming to enhance treatment efficiency by an additional 12. The 17th simulation failed. Jarvis' electronic voice echoed in the lab, the red warning light on the model flickering as the gel crystallized at the 47-minute mark, possibly due to a frequency conflict with the rune energy. "Try lowering the frequency by 0.3 Hz, Jasper suggested, pulling up the energy waveform graph just as Baymax glided in, holding 2 cups of hot cocoa in its foam-covered hands. The condensation on the cup walls was meticulously wiped clean with its specially designed absorbent cloth. Detected slight fatigue in Mr. Jasper's brainwaves. A 15-minute rest is recommended, Baymax announced, placing the hot cocoa at the edge of the workbench. Its round head turned towards Tony, who was sprawled across another workbench, dozing off amidst a heap of disassembled armor parts, drool nearly pooling on a vibranium plate. Baymax silently glided over, retrieving a thin blanket from its internal storage compartment and carefully draping it over Tony. Its infrared sensors registered Tony's slightly lowered body temperature, prompting the activation of its temperature control device to maintain a cozy 30 degrees beside him, akin to a portable little heater. "You are kinder to him than you are to me," Jasper remarked with a chuckle, taking a sip of the hot cocoa, which was perfectly sweetened to his preferred 7 concentration. Baymax always remembered each individual's taste preferences. Mr. Tony's heart rate decreases by 15 during sleep, indicating a state of deep fatigue, Baymax noted, its camera swiveling towards Jasper, who was merely experiencing mild fatigue, thus suited for a brief respite amidst his work. Suddenly, a mechanical arm extended, and a miniature scanner at its fingertip gently tapped Jasper's wrist, detecting slight strain in his joint from prolonged operation of the runes. It had scheduled a 3 p.m. therapeutic session with Baymax for him. Jasper shook his head helplessly, acknowledging, "I understand, my personal health steward." He refocused on the model, the flow of runes beneath his fingertips slowing. "Jarvis, activate the original calming algorithm from 2009. I wish to experiment with integrating the emotional recognition module into the control program for the biogel. Perhaps the issue lies not in frequency, but in emotion." "Retrieving," replied Jarvis, his voice imbued with a subtle fluctuation. In the original algorithm, Baymax adjusted his calming strategies by analyzing tone, micro-expressions, and heart rate, sharing similarities with the treatment logic of the Stardust medical capsule. Unbeknownst to him, Tony had awakened, rubbing his eyes as he sat up, the thin blanket slipping to the floor. Baymax immediately used his mechanical arm to fold the blanket neatly and return it to storage. "What emotional issues?" Tony yawned, seizing the hot cocoa from Jasper's hands and taking a generous sip. "Can your runes even engage in romance? They seem more understanding than your battle armor." Jasper summoned a video of a medical point in a refugee camp in Congo, where an injured little girl was crying incessantly within the medical capsule. diminishing the effectiveness of treatment. It was only when Baymax climbed into the capsule, pressing his round body against the girl and playing a lullaby from her hometown, that she gradually calmed down, resulting in a 40 increase in the biogel's healing efficiency. So you wish the medical capsule to soothe patients on its own? Tony raised an eyebrow, suddenly intrigued. How about giving it a Jarvis voice pack? I could teach it the rhythm of African drums. No need for such complexity. Jasper tapped the model once more, and faint blue runes illuminated the circulation path of the biogel. I have incorporated emotional sensing particles into the gel, allowing it to adjust energy output according to the patient's brainwaves, akin to Baymax's embrace. It requires no intricate programming, merely the signal of my concern for you. Baymax suddenly glided to the workstation, the camera atop his round head flickering several times. Detected 37 nodes in the global Baymax system requiring maintenance. Among them, the Baymax at Tokyo Hospital has a malfunction in its voice module, while the one in Rio de Janeiro has experienced a 20 decrease in the flexibility of its mechanical arm, necessitating a replacement of the hydraulic device. He displayed the maintenance log, meticulously recording each Baymax's operational data down to the millisecond. Send a maintenance team from the Hawk group to address this, Jasper instructed. Replace the Tokyo Unit S voice chip with the latest Stardust version, and Rio's with a flexible hydraulic tubing developed by Mom. Its durability can be tripled. Maintenance instructions have been synchronized. Baymax's electronic voice paused momentarily. Additionally, a report has come in regarding the Baymax at the Queen's Community Center. Mr. Peter Parker has sustained burns from soldering during a robotic club activity, which have been treated urgently with a healing rate of 85. Tony's mouth twitched. Can't that kid sit still for a moment? He just got burned by a soldering iron last week, and now he's playing with solder again. Next time, I'll add a soldering protection layer to his suit. He merely wishes to assist the community in repairing old computers. Jasper smiled, recounting how Bye-Bye claimed to have remained composed while tending to his wounds, even engaging in a discussion regarding the optimization of robotic welding programs, a rather courageous feat. Outside the laboratory's expansive windows, the midday sun of New York bathed the scene in warmth. Bye-Bye glided to the window's edge, activating the solar charging panels adorned with a delicate layer of Stardust photovoltaic film, achieving an impressive conversion rate of 42. A mere 10 minutes of sunlight could sustain an entire day's high-intensity labor. Tony leaned closer, playfully poking Bye-Bye's round belly. I must say, little one, you become a global icon. Just last week at London Fashion Week, a designer mimicked your form to create a series of down jackets that sold remarkably well. My design objective is functionality and approachability, rather than fashion, Bye-Bye replied in its characteristically monotone electronic voice, though Jasper seemed to detect a hint of resignation in the flickering frequency of its camera. At that moment, Jasper's personal terminal chimed, revealing a message from Master Gu E, consisting of a single line. 3 o'clock this afternoon, New York Sanctuary, tea is prepared. Master Gu E is looking for you? Tony peered over, recalling her previous mention of teaching Jasper the magic of temporal loops. Have you learned it yet? Can you help me restore the coffee machine that Bruce smashed last week? That's not magic, Jasper retorted, stowing away the terminal. She wishes to discuss the essence of the laws of energy. As for your coffee machine, it would be prudent to simply submit it for repair. He patted Bye-Bye's head. After I leave, keep an eye on him to ensure he doesn't blow up the lab again. Understood, Mr. Jasper, Bye-Bye affirmed, turning to Tony, its camera focusing on the energy core in his hand. Detecting the unstable energy output of the device, it recommended pausing the experiment for a safety check. Tony reluctantly set down the core. All right, caretaker. As Jasper exited the laboratory, he heard Bye-Bye's voice behind him. Mr. Tony, based on your health data, it is advisable for you to consume 200 milliliters of water and 15 grams of protein within the next hour. There is a tuna sandwich in the storage compartment that you favor. He chuckled and shook his head. Gui's sanctuary was discreetly nestled on an inconspicuous street in Manhattan, marked by a sign of an antiquarian bookstore. Upon pushing open the creaky wooden door, he entered an entirely different realm, where the air shimmered with delicate golden magical particles, and the books on the shelves turned themselves. Sunlight filtered through stained glass windows, casting dancing patterns on the floor. Gui sat at a tea table by the window, her gray robe adorned with silver magical runes, delicately rotating a floating teacup in her hands. Your Stardust energy has indeed advanced, she remarked, lifting her gaze to Jasper, her eyes like vast galaxies. Have you managed to replicate the mirror space stabilization technique I taught you last time using runes? Almost, Jasper replied, settling into a seat opposite her, while Bye-Bye, having followed him unnoticed, scanned the room for magical energy fluctuations, sensing something amiss. The laws of mirror space seemed more fluid than those of the rune world, as if possessing a consciousness of their own. Gui chuckled softly, pouring him a cup of tea, the leaves suspended in the water, refusing to settle. The laws, after all, are not immutable. Her fingertips grazed the water's surface. causing the tea leaves to whirl in a mesmerizing dance, forming a miniature galaxy. Much like the tea, which one might presume would sink to the bottom, it thrived in an alternate dimension, pursuing its own path. The camera of Baymax focused on the swirling leaves. Its electronic voice, tinged with curiosity, detected unknown energy field affecting object gravity parameters for 0.7 seconds. Let remain. Ancient One regarded Baymax with gentle eyes. This little creature harbored pure benevolence, and magic responded kindly to it. After sipping her tea, she shifted the conversation, mentioning a recent intriguing energy she sensed at the sanctum in London, belonging to a person of remarkable dexterity, though at present, his hands were traversing a different path. Jasper paused. Does the sorceress imply there is a new magical apprentice? Not yet, replied Ancient One, shaking her head. Suddenly, the light outside distorted, reminiscent of a stone cast into water. He now placed greater faith in the precision of a scalpel rather than the chaos of magic. Yet, fate often delights in teasing those who are resolute. She gazed at Jasper, saying, Your rune's advocate order, while my magic leans towards chaos. Yet we are ultimately in search of balance. He will discover it too. He merely requires a nudge. Baymax glided to Jasper's side, gently tapping his arm with its foam hand, detected fluctuations in Mr. Jasper's heart rate. Do you require calming assistance? I can play alpha wave music. No, thank you. Jasper chuckled, pressing Baymax's hand down. The sorceress is merely narrating a tale that has yet to commence. Ancient One observed them, her eyes sparkling with deeper amusement. Benevolence is the finest principle, whether through runes, magic, or this little one's embrace. They all fundamentally convey it. Rising, her robe traced a silver arc through the air. The tea has cooled. Next time, I shall take you to the sanctum in Hong Kong, where the pu'er tea will harmonize perfectly with your stardust energy. As they exited the sanctum, the afternoon sun was somewhat blinding. Baymax followed closely beside Jasper, suddenly stating, The magical energy field of Sorceress Ancient One is remarkably stable, akin to a matured stardust core, yet her vital signs exhibit slight, abnormal fluctuations, reminiscent of natural energy decay. Jasper hesitated momentarily, aware of Ancient One's fate, much like knowing that the dexterous individual would one day don the suspended ring of certain laws, an inevitability even for someone as formidable as Ancient One. He looked down at Baymax. Please record the energy data from earlier. Perhaps one day we could discover a means to mitigate decay. Data recorded. Baymax confirmed, its camera flickering. Additionally, Mr. Tony attempted to charge his phone using the energy core, which I promptly prevented. Jasper hastened his pace with a sigh. It seemed the daily happenings in the lab were far more concerning than discussions of laws. The aroma of freshly baked cookies wafted through the community center in Queen's District. Jasper crouched at the workstation, observing Baymax skillfully kneading dough with its mechanical arm. Its movements were as precise as a textbook, maintaining the flour and butter ratio flawlessly. Even the kneading force was kept at the optimal 35 newtons. After the 127th adjustment, the cookie dough's consistency reached an impressive 92. The electronic voice of Baymax reverberated in the kitchen, surrounded by a group of children whose eyes sparkled as they gazed at its round, white form. Baymax, could you draw Spider-Man on my cookie? A little girl with braided pigtails held up a small spatula, her arm adorned with a band-aid featuring a cartoon bear that Baymax had applied the previous day. Accessing Spider-Man pattern database, Baymax announced. As a micro-piping bag emerged from its palm, expertly squeezing red web patterns onto the freshly formed cookie dough with the finesse of a professional pastry chef. The design of Mr. Peter Parker's suit has been authorized for use, with a similarity index of 98. Jasper leaned against the doorframe, observing Aunt May as she preheated the oven. This kitchen, sponsored by the Hawk Group, hosted volunteers every afternoon to teach children how to bake. And Baymax was the most beloved instructor. Not only could it create culinary delights from around the globe, but it also tailored recipes to suit each child's palate, coaxing even the fussiest eaters to consume their vegetables. Last week, Baymax prepared a low-sugar pumpkin pie for the elderly in the community, with everyone proclaiming it superior to those served in Michelin-starred restaurants. Aunt May wiped her hands and smiled, recounting how a diabetic gentleman had eaten Baymax's sugar-free cake without experiencing any fluctuations in blood sugar. His daughter had even brought a banner, declaring Baymax an angel. Its recipe database boasted 600 low-sugar formulations, each validated by nutritionists. Jasper recalled that when it was first developed in 2009, it could only make basic, nutritious porridge. Now, it could even create French macarons. Tony remarked that it was on its way to becoming the greatest chef in the universe. At that moment, Peter burst into the kitchen, his school uniform speckled with paint from a mural he had just completed on the community wall, depicting Baymax and Spider-Man protecting the Earth. Mr. Hawk, he exclaimed, holding up his drawing. Do you think my Baymax looks like the real one? The Baymax in his drawing appeared slightly plumper than its real-life counterpart, sporting a tiny Spider-Man mask atop its round head. cradling a building in its foam hands. Baymax glided over, surveying the drawing with its camera for a moment before responding in a tone laced with subtle delight. Similarity Index 78, saved to my personal album. Wonderful. Peter handed the drawing to Aunt May and turned to see the cookies on the counter, his eyes lighting up. Are we making chocolate chip cookies today? Indeed. With your favorite almond bits added, Baymax replied, presenting him with a freshly baked cookie, its temperature carefully lowered to 45 degrees, perfect for consumption. Having detected that your activity level today meets the required standard, you may indulge in 2 more. Cheers erupted from the children outside the kitchen. Jasper stepped out to witness several Baymax units engaging with the elderly and children on the community center S lawn. Some were teaching seniors to use smartphones, while others played soccer with the kids, their gentle movements ensuring the ball was always returned perfectly to the children's feet. One Baymax even read the newspaper to a grandmother in a wheelchair, mimicking the voice of her late husband, soft yet slightly husky. Most of these children came from single-parent households, and the elderly were often without their children nearby. Aunt May joined Jasper by his side, her eyes moist as she watched the lively scene on the lawn. Since Baymax's arrival, the place had become much more vibrant. A young boy with autism, who had previously never spoken, now embraces Baymax's neck and exclaims, I drew a picture today. Chapter 93, a reminder from Ancient One. Jasper recalls that rainy night in 2009 when he was in the Stanford laboratory, witnessing Baymax successfully soothe a little girl injured in a car accident for the first time. Baymax simply patted the girl's back with its soft foam hand, repeatedly saying, Don't be afraid, I'm here, which proved to be more comforting than any doctor's words. He suddenly comprehended why Baymax had proliferated so rapidly across the globe. It conveyed the most fundamental kindness through the most sophisticated technology, a kindness that serves as a universal language needed by the entire world. As evening fell, dinner commenced at the community center. Baymax units lined up to serve meals, each plate adorned with different dishes, soft stews for the elderly, adorable rice balls for the children, and high-protein salads for the fitness enthusiasts. Jasper, carrying his plate, nestled into a corner where an elderly gentleman was discussing baseball scores with Baymax, while an elderly lady was teaching Baymax to knit. Its mechanical arms could produce perfect knit stitches. Peter sat across from him, his mouth stuffed, mumbling Mr. Hawk. Yesterday, while catching a thief in Brooklyn, I saw a Baymax constructing a shelter for a stray cat using recycled cardboard and old sweaters. It was incredible. Its database contains 137 methods for building animal shelters. Jasper chuckled and replied, Tony mentioned he wants to equip Baymax with an animal language translator, allowing it to converse with stray cats. Really? Peter's eyes widened in astonishment. Then I could find out where that orange cat in our neighborhood goes to play every day. The sunset streamed through the community center's windows, casting a golden hue upon everyone. Baymax glided over, adding a piece of roasted sweet potato to Jasper's plate. Detected insufficient carbohydrate intake today. Supplementing with 150 grams of sweet potato will help maintain stable energy levels. Jasper accepted the sweet potato, its warmth causing a slight tingling in his fingertips, yet filling his heart with warmth. He gazed at the starlit path on the lawn, watched the busy Baymax in the kitchen, and observed the smiling faces of Peter and Aunt May sharing a moment. He suddenly realized that true greatness often dwells within these mundane daily occurrences, much like Baymax's round. Comforting embrace, the aroma of freshly baked cookies, and the simple act of someone remembering your fondness for sweet potatoes, offering you a warm piece when you need it. The night in New York Sanctuary is quieter than the day. Moonlight filters through the stained glass windows, casting fragmented patterns upon the floor, while magical particles float in the air, swirling around Baymax's round head like fireflies. Baymax is analyzing the energy parameters of these particles with its scanner, and complex equations flash across its screen. The movement of magical particles defies classical mechanics. Baymax's electronic voice reverberates in the spacious room, suggesting that these particles might simultaneously exist in multiple coordinates, akin to a quantum superposition. Such as the intrigue of magic. Ancient One sat before the fireplace, cradling a time-worn tome, its pages illuminated by glowing runes. These runes adhere to the principle of causality, where energy input invariably results in an output. Yet, magic resembled probability, navigating through countless potential paths to select the one most aligned with one's desires. Jasper sat upon the carpet, his fingertips conjuring intricate patterns of silver-white runes in the air. The magical particles at the center of the array suddenly organized themselves, akin to a stream tamed by a gentle hand. However chaotic probability may be, it possesses inherent laws. He observed the trajectory of the particles, reminiscent of Baymax's algorithms, seemingly random, yet grounded in optimal solutions derived from millions of data iterations. Ancient One smiled, closing the ancient book. You always manage to find order amidst chaos. She gazed out at the night sky, where moonlight cascaded upon the cables of the Brooklyn Bridge. Do you remember the skilled individual I mentioned previously? He has recently performed numerous miracles with a scalpel in a London hospital. You mean the foremost neurosurgeon? Ancient One's fingertip traced the air, and a hazy silhouette emerged in the moonlight, clad in surgical garb, his hands steady as a rock, executing a delicate brain surgery. Convinced that precision could resolve all dilemmas, just as you trust in the order of runes, and Tony believes in the power of technology. Baymax's camera focused on the indistinct figure, an electronic voice analyzing. The subject's hand movement precision has been detected at 0.01 millimeters, far surpassing that of an ordinary person. However, it paused, noting a strong obsession within his energy field, akin to Mr. Stark's fervor when he sought to create the perfect suit. Obsession is a double-edged sword. Ancient One's gaze deepened, capable of propelling one to great heights or causing a more devastating fall. She turned to Jasper. Your runes can mend the fractures of matter, and Baymax can heal physical wounds, yet some cracks necessitate not repair, but recognition. Jasper fell silent, recalling how after every injury, Baymax not only treated the wounds, but also played Peter's favorite music. He remembered the elderly in the community who preferred Baymax reading the newspaper over a smart speaker. For the warmth of companionship that Baymax offered was something technology could never replicate. Perhaps what Ancient One referred to as recognition transcends precision and order, allowing one to perceive the hearts behind the numbers. The flames in the fireplace crackled, and Baymax glided over, adjusting the temperature with its low-temperature device, ensuring the room remained at a comfortable 22 degrees Celsius. According to monitoring data from the Sanctum in London, the Doctor's energy field had recently exhibited abnormal fluctuations, possibly linked to an incident. Baymax produced an encrypted report. Master Ancient One, do you require a more in-depth analysis? No need. Ancient One shook her head. Every soul possesses its own trajectory, and forced intervention would only lead to greater divergence. She rose, approaching Jasper, and gently touched his runic array. Your runes can coexist with magic, a rarity indeed. Perhaps one day, when that determined doctor faces a choice, your order and my chaos may guide him to a third path. Suddenly, the large white figure turned towards the door, the camera flickering a few times. It detected Mr. Tony's biometric features. He was outside the sanctum, his emotional state displaying signs of anxiety. Jasper and Gu exchanged a glance and approached the window, where they indeed spotted Tony, standing at the street corner, a tablet in hand, frowning at the sanctum's entrance while murmuring something. What brings him here? Perhaps he is worried that I have abducted you to learn magic. Gu chuckled, recalling the last time he had witnessed me conceal Tony's liquor within a mirror dimension, nearly dismantling the sanctum's door in the process. Jasper opened the door, and Tony rushed in. Are you all right? Jarvis indicated your location has remained at the sanctum for 4 hours. Gu, he hasn't fed you any magical elixirs, has he? Upon seeing Gu, Tony immediately replaced his anxious demeanor with an exaggerated grin. Master, your tea is exquisite. Might you teach me how to transform soda into wine next time? I could impart such knowledge, provided you were willing to forego 3 months of armor development. Gu's tone carried a playful tease. Perhaps not. Tony quickly shook his head, grasping Jasper's arm as they headed outside. We've made a breakthrough in the Stardust medical pod at the lab. Bruce claims it can reduce the Hulk's rage index by 30. Let us return and investigate. The large white figure followed behind them, and just before they departed, Gu suddenly remarked, Little one, remember to add a note to your database. Sometimes, imperfect choices yield the most perfect answers. The camera of the large white figure flickered, recorded. Thank you, Master Gu. As they walked back to Stark Tower, Tony animatedly discussed the new features of the medical pod, while Jasper couldn't help but glance back towards the sanctum. In the moonlight, that unassuming structure resembled a silent sage, guarding countless secrets of laws and fate. He was uncertain what the unexpected revelation Gu referred to might be, nor the path that the tenacious doctor would ultimately tread. Yet he understood that amidst the chaos and unknowns of the future, he had Tony's technology, the warmth of the large white figure, and the order of runes by his side. Perhaps that was enough. Were you pondering? Tony nudged his arm. Have Guyi's words left you bewildered? She merely wished to convey that, no matter how formidable magic may be, it pales in comparison to my armor. Jasper smiled and shook his head. She merely seeks to remind us that the world is far more intricate and fascinating than we can fathom. The Stardust streetlights flickered to life along the roadside, the large white figure trailing beside them, its round, white form casting an endearing shadow in the glow. In the distance, the sound of an ambulance echoed. Jasper knew it was certainly the large white figure directing the way. Globally, over 1 million such figures were safeguarding this complex yet intriguing world in their own unique ways. What he and Tony needed to do was ensure that these little white beings could always provide a warm embrace to those in need. That night, the laboratory within Stark Tower remained illuminated, the lights burning brightly through the night. At 3 in the morning, Jasper rubbed his weary eyes. The runes at his fingertips finally stabilized the biogel circulation system of the Stardust medical pod. After integrating the emotional sensing particles, it successfully passed the 108 simulation test, enhancing treatment efficiency by 15. Success. He excitedly slapped the table, startling Tony, who was dozing beside him. Tony groggily lifted his head, and upon seeing the green indicator light on the holographic model, he instantly awoke. "Let me see," he exclaimed. Jasper pulled up the data report, and Tony's fingers danced swiftly across the screen, reciting. Response time of emotional sensing particles, 0.3 seconds. Energy conversion rate, 98. Adaptability to extreme emotions is quite commendable, far more reliable than Bruce's gamma-ray suppressor. Baymax silently glided over, presenting them with 2 cups of warm milk, perfectly heated and infused with sleep-inducing melatonin. Detecting that Mr. Jasper and Mr. Tony have worked continuously for over 16 hours, it is advisable to rest. Its round head turned towards the screen, confirming that the medical pod S test data had been automatically backed up to the cloud of Hulk Group and Stark Industries, with the highest level permissions set. "Understood, little fellow." Tony took the milk and gulped down a generous mouthful. "Tomorrow, have Happy deliver the prototype to the Queen's Hospital, and let Aunt May test it. She is a nurse and knows best what patients need. Ms. May Parker is scheduled for testing tomorrow morning at 10. Baymax's electronic voice paused momentarily. "Additionally, I received a message from the community center. Today is the birthday of a little boy with autism. I crafted a robotic toy for him from recycled materials, and he said thank you for the first time." Jasper's heart warmed. "Send me the design for that robot. I'll have the factory mass-produce it and distribute it to more children in need." Baymax's camera flickered a few times, as if in a smile. "Sent. Furthermore, my emotional log indicates that today, 632 individuals experienced an improvement in their emotions due to my services, including a lonely elderly man in Tokyo and an earthquake orphan in Rio." It turned to Tony. "Mr. Tony, upon witnessing the successful medical pod test, the corners of your mouth elevated by 17 degrees, and your heart rate increased by 8. That was excitement." Tony's ears turned slightly red. After all, this pod had finally come together, and he had endured 3 sleepless nights over it. Jasper chuckled and shook his head as he watched Baymax glide back to its charging station, designed as a cozy little nest lined with soft fleece. A thoughtful creation by Tony, who insisted that a savior of the world should not sleep on a cold, hard floor. After lying down, Baymax's camera continued to flicker, seemingly organizing today's logs. The laboratory fell silent once more, with only the faint hum of the instruments filling the air. Jasper leaned back in his chair, gazing out at the night sky. The moonlight fell perfectly towards Brooklyn, where the community center must have dimmed its lights. Yet, he could almost envision Baymax's round white figure quietly resting in its charging station on the lawn, its photovoltaic panel absorbing the moonlight, as if gathering warmth for the morrow. Tony leaned in at some point, his head gently resting on his shoulder. "Are you pondering Ancient One's words?" "A bit," Jasper replied softly. "She mentioned that the doctor possesses skilled hands, and I find myself contemplating whether his scalpel and my runes engage in a similar endeavor, each in their own manner, stitching together the fractures of this world. Regardless of who he may be, with us and Baymax around, the sky cannot fall." Tony's voice carried a heavy drowsiness. "Tomorrow morning, I'll have Baymax prepare you carbon fiber toast with double the honey." Jasper chuckled, lightly patting Tony's back. In the distance, the horizon began to blush with dawn. A new day was on the cusp of unfolding. The aroma of baked cookies would waft from the community center's kitchen. Baymax at the hospital would commence a new day of treatments, and the medical capsules in the lab would be dispatched to those in need. Meanwhile, perhaps the doctor in London was gripping his scalpel, poised to create new miracles. These seemingly disjointed daily occurrences, akin to the moments recorded in Baymax's emotional log, ordinary yet warm, unbeknownst to them, wove a protective net around this world. What he and Tony needed to do was ensure that this net remained resilient and perpetually imbued with warmth. A soft humming emanated from Baymax's charging station, signaling its transition into standby mode. Jasper knew that tomorrow morning, it would awaken punctually, greeting them with a gentle electronic voice, and continue to embrace this world that required tender care with its round, comforting form. And perhaps this was the principle they all yearned to safeguard. Chapter 94. Strange Jasper gazed at the final test report of the Stardust medical capsule displayed on the holographic screen, his fingertips gliding over the green text indicating a 15 improvement in treatment efficiency, an involuntary smile gracing his lips. This was the fruit of the 3 sleepless nights he and Tony had endured. The emotional sensing particles in the biological gel had finally achieved perfect compatibility with human brainwaves. Even Bruce jested that in the event of Hulk's rampage, a simple shove into the medical capsule along with some soothing music would suffice. Stop staring at the screen. Your eyes might end up matching the calibration of Jarvis's camera. Tony approached, balancing 2 cups of hot cocoa, his black silk robe dusted with stardust. Baymax noted that your blood sugar was 0, 2 lower than usual this morning, so he added double honey to your cocoa, still that New Zealand manuka your mother sent. Jasper accepted the cup, his fingertips brushing against the warm ceramic at the perfect temperature of 65 degrees, precisely to his liking. Baymax always remembered everyone's preferences. From Tony's tuna sandwiches to Steve's coffee with 2 spoonfuls of sugar, and even the ideal warmth of his cocoa. This medical comfort robot, developed in 2009, had long since become an indispensable thermostat in their lives. Has the testing at Queen's Hospital been arranged? Jasper took a sip of cocoa, the rich honey mingling with the cocoa's bitterness on his palate. Aunt May mentioned she would be free at 10 this morning. She wants to personally test the calming features of the medical capsule. I had Happy send the prototype over ages ago. Tony leaned against the workbench, his fingers tapping on a virtual keyboard to summon a live feed from Queen's Hospital. In the footage, Baymax, with its round and plump white body, was diligently maneuvering a medical pod into the patient ward, skillfully avoiding the nurses' carts in the corridor. Look, that little creature even adorned the medical pod with cartoon stickers, believing that patients would recover more swiftly upon encountering something endearing. Indeed, the footage showed Baymax had affixed a Spider-Man sticker to the side of the pod, its black camera swiveling as if to ensure the sticker was perfectly aligned. Jasper recalled the scene from 2009 when Baymax was first activated. Under the lights of the Stanford laboratory, this clumsy, white giant had awkwardly picked up fallen blueprints with its foam hands, its voice crackling with electrical static as it reassured. Don't worry, I'll help you. Who could have predicted that a decade later, it would evolve into a globally recognized medical assistant? Its presence felt from refugee camps in Africa to the most prestigious hospitals in New York. By the way, Pepper had messaged yesterday, announcing that the global deployment of the nanobee swarm had surpassed 50 million units. Suddenly, Tony remembered something and pulled up a news report from the London branch, where the nanobes had successfully repaired the spinal cord of a paralyzed patient, enabling them to walk again, a testament to the remarkable bioglue technology developed by Aunt May. Mother mentioned a technological summit in Tokyo next week, suggesting we attend. Jasper sifted through an email from his father, Arthur, while also checking on the Baymax psychological counseling project at the Tokyo branch, which reportedly featured a Baymax capable of speaking 10 dialects and performing traditional dances. Traditional dance? Tony's eyes widened. He needed to have Jarvis recorded, eager to see how that rotund little fellow would twist and turn. At that moment, Jarvis's electronic voice became urgent. Sir, Mr. Hawk, a severe car accident has been detected in Queens, New York. The injured party is Dr. Stephen Strange. An ambulance is en route, accompanied by a nanobee swarm that has issued an emergency medical alert. Jasper and Tony exchanged a grave glance, instantly sobering. The name Stephen Strange was familiar to them. He was renowned as one of the world's foremost neurosurgeons, celebrated for his precise surgical techniques and almost arrogant confidence. Tony's personal physician had once remarked that if Strange declared your brain unsalvageable, then it truly was beyond hope. Tony swiftly accessed the accident scene footage. His fingers danced across the controls, and a holographic screen illuminated with images of a black sports car, mangled against the guardrail on a rain-soaked highway, blood mingling with rainwater on the ground, as emergency personnel utilized extraction tools to rescue the trapped driver. What is the condition of Strange's hands? Jasper inquired calmly, aware that in the original storyline, Strange's hands would be rendered useless due to this accident, propelling him on a quest for magic. Yet now, with the nanobee swarm, perhaps the outcome could be altered. Preliminary scans indicated multiple comminuted fractures in both hands, with severe nerve damage. Jarvis's voice conveyed a clinical detachment. Yet the nanobee swarm aboard the ambulance had already initiated a preliminary repair protocol, stabilizing cellular activity. It was projected that upon arrival at the hospital, in conjunction with the integrated system, there was an 85% probability of complete restoration. Tony let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there were the nanobots. Otherwise, this young man's surgical career would have been abruptly concluded. He turned to Jasper, suggesting a visit to the hospital. After all, he was a top-tier physician, and they might require his expertise in the future. Jasper nodded, feeling the gentle pulsation of the runes at his fingertips. The accident resembled a cog in a machine. Even with the intervention of the nanobots, it seemed to be inexorably moving towards a predetermined outcome. The skilled hands that Ancient One mentioned must refer to Strange. Prepare the medical pods data. We are heading to the New York Presbyterian Hospital, Jasper instructed. He picked up his coat, which Baymax had thoughtfully ironed to perfection. The stardust brooch at the cuff glimmered brightly. Also, have your mother send over the latest nano-repair gel. Strange nerve repair will require the finest materials. Understood, Mr. Jasper. Baymax replied, gliding over with a mechanical arm, presenting a tablet that had synchronized with Dr. Strange's medical records. He had a mild case of obsessive-compulsive disorder and disliked metal instruments making direct contact with his skin. The system's interface was adjusted to touchscreen mode. Jasper accepted the tablet. Perusing the detailed medical history, including every surgery Strange had performed, his allergies, and even his preferred surgical instrument brands. Baymax's database was perpetually meticulous. Suddenly, he recalled Ancient One's words. Every soul has its own trajectory, and forced intervention would only lead it further astray. Perhaps, even if his hand was healed, Strange's path would remain unchanged. Chapter 95, Unaltered Fate. Earlier, the rainy nights in New York were always imbued with a biting chill. At 8 o'clock, on the highway in Queens, a black Lamborghini sped through the traffic, the windshield wipers flailing desperately, yet failing to keep up with the torrential downpour. Stephen Strange gripped the steering wheel, his gaze occasionally darting to the tablet on the passenger seat, which displayed a rare neurosurgery video. He had just returned from an academic conference in Switzerland and was eager to document the new techniques he had learned. Damn this rain, he muttered under his breath, reaching for the coffee cup on the center console. Just as his fingertips brushed the cup's surface, an out-of-control truck came barreling towards him, its high beams blinding. The screech of brakes pierced through the rain-soaked night, and in the moment the Lamborghini collided with the guardrail, Strange instinctively extended his hands to shield himself. Those hands, capable of suturing nerves as thin as 0.1 millimeters under a microscope, were brutally crushed against the steering wheel and dashboard in the violent impact. The sound of shattering bones echoing horrifyingly. Time lost its meaning until he awoke to the sound of an ambulance siren. His hands were strained to a stretcher. Waves of searing pain washing over him. My hands, he croaked, his vision blurred, catching sight of medical personnel injecting a silver syringe into his arm. Dr. Strange, do not worry. This is the nanobots, which will temporarily staunch the bleeding and stabilize the fractured bones, a soothing voice assured him. We are transporting you to New York's finest hospital. The medical team from the Hawk Group is already awaiting your arrival. The consciousness of Dr. Strange was clouded as he heard the term nanoswarm, the name of the latest medical device procured by the hospital last month, reputed to mend nearly all soft tissue injuries. Yet he never fathomed that he would become its user. His hands, the very tools of his trade, felt like foreign weights, trembling slightly with an agonizing pain. The emergency room of New York Presbyterian Hospital was ablaze with light. As Strange was wheeled into the operating theater, the medical head of the Hawk Group awaited him, accompanied by a young man clad in a white coat, adorned with a silver Stardust badge, the emblem of Hawk Group's core research team. Dr. Strange, I am Elliot, the chief engineer at Hawk Medical. The young man extended a consent form. We will employ the third-generation nanoswarm to repair the bones and nerves in your hand, with a success rate of 99.7. However, we require your signature on the authorization agreement. Strange's gaze lingered on the consent form, yet he hesitated to sign. His hands, the very hands he had studied for 2 decades, which had performed thousands of intricate surgeries, now relied on a swarm of nanoparticles for restoration? It was an affront to his profession. I need time to consider. He gritted through clenched teeth, cold sweat beading on his forehead from the excruciating pain. Time is of the essence, Elliot replied, his tone calm yet resolute. The nerves in your hand are deteriorating at a rate of 0.01 millimeters per minute. If we wait another half hour, even the nanoswarm may not fully restore their function. At that moment, the operating room door swung open and Baymax entered, its round-head's camera focusing on Strange's hand. The screen immediately displayed a detailed injury report. 3 comminuted fractures in the metacarpals of the right hand, severed ulnar and median nerves, with muscle tissue damage spanning 40. Immediate nanoswarm repair is recommended, it stated in a soothing electronic voice, imbued with a reassuring strength. Dr. Strange, I have 273 cases of nerve repair in my database, with 89 of patients recovering over 90 of their function, including 5 neurosurgeons who have returned to the operating table. Strange gazed at the round, white form of Baymax, observing the shimmering silver nanoparticles in its palm, floating gently in the air as if awaiting his command. He recalled the numerous unconventional treatment options he had previously dismissed and his obsession with perfection. Yet now he found himself with no alternative. Sign, he murmured, closing his eyes, his voice betraying the faintest tremor. The surgery lasted 4 hours. When Strange awakened once more, his hands were enveloped in a layer of transparent nanogel, emanating a soft silver glow as the nanoswarm continued to repair the nerves. Elliot stood at the bedside, holding a tablet. The repair process went exceedingly well. The nanoswarm has successfully reconnected the major nerves and blood vessels. Over the next 2 weeks, they will gradually mend the smaller nerve endings. Baymax glided over, gently tapping the surface of the gel with its foam-covered hand. Neural conduction velocity has been detected to be recovering, currently reaching 60 of normal levels. with an expectation of reaching 85 in 2 weeks. It presented a specially designed grip strengthener, recommending sessions of 3 times daily for 15 minutes each. To aid in the promotion of neural recovery, Strange attempted to move his fingers. Though still somewhat stiff, he could indeed sense the sensations at his fingertips. Gazing at his hand, observing the busy nanoparticles beneath the gel, he suddenly pondered that the perfection he had always pursued might have been a flawed aspiration from the outset. There exists no absolute perfection in this world, only the continual process of mending and growth. However, when he attempted to grasp a pen the following day, he found that his fingers still could not control fine movements. He could not draw even a straight line, let alone wield a scalpel. Anger and despair surged over him like a tidal wave, and he hurled the grip strengthener off the table, shouting, "This is utterly useless. My hand is ruined." Baymax quietly retrieved the grip strengthener, cleaning it with the nanogel. "Dr. Strange, nerve repair is a lengthy endeavor. My database indicates that on average, it takes 68 weeks to restore fine motor skills." It displayed a video showcasing a once-injured violinist who, after 3 months of treatment, was able to play the Butterfly Lovers once more. "Be patient. You will recover. I have no time to wait." Strange sprang to his feet, his hands trembling with agitation. "I have a brain tumor surgery next week. It is the only opportunity to save that child." He dashed out of the ward, disregarding the medical staff's attempts to stop him, and drove toward a private clinic in the suburbs, which held his last glimmer of hope, a doctor rumored to possess mysterious methods of healing complex ailments. Yet, upon his arrival, he discovered the clinic was already closed, with a note affixed to the door. "For true healing, journey to the Himalayas and seek out the Ancient One." The Ancient One? Strange furrowed his brow, having never heard of this name before. Yet at that moment, he had no choice but to place his faith in this enigmatic note. He returned to the hospital, quietly arranged for his discharge, converted all his savings into cash, and purchased a ticket to Nepal. Before departing, he gazed at the note left by Baymax on his hospital bed, inscribed with silver nanoparticles. "Wherever you go, remember to take care of yourself. My GPS is always open for you. Call for assistance whenever needed." Strange's eyes glistened with emotion. He had once believed that technology was cold and devoid of feeling. Yet in his darkest hour, it was a medical robot and a collection of nanoparticles that offered him his final warmth. Chapter 96, Strange Trial the Rain in Kathmandu, was imbued with the chill of the Himalayas, splashing against the cobblestones of the Ancient One's abode. Strange stood before the wooden door inscribed with runes, his jacket splattered with mud. He had searched the alleys of Kathmandu for 5 days, traversing from the bustling shops of the Mel to the dilapidated temples of the old town, finally guided by a blind old monk to this legendary sanctuary. The door creaked open, revealing a young apprentice clad in an orange monk's robe, his gaze serene as he regarded him. "Are you seeking Master Gu? I seek the power to let go." The voice of Stephen Strange bore the weariness of his journey, yet was imbued with unwavering resolve. "I have heard that the people here can teach me how to confront loss." The apprentice stepped aside to grant him entry. As he traversed the narrow corridor, the space opened up before him. At the center of the courtyard stood a circular stone platform, intricate magical symbols etched upon its surface. Several apprentices in monk robes were practicing their spells, golden light dancing at their fingertips, causing stones to levitate and spin. Surrounding the courtyard were peculiar plants, their leaves shimmering with a soft green hue in the rain. Raindrops cascaded down the leaves, gliding along the runes and trickling into the earth, untouched by any speck of dirt. Stephen's eyes widened in astonishment. This exceeded all his medical knowledge and even transcended his understanding of science. No instruments, no medicines, merely hands and intent were employed to manipulate the movement of objects. It was nothing short of miraculous. "Stephen Strange, you have finally arrived." The voice of Master Gu resonated from the far end of the courtyard. Dressed in a flowing gray robe, she held a bamboo umbrella, droplets of rain cascading down its edge to form a small puddle at her feet. "What you seek is not the power to let go, but the power to redefine." Strange turned to face Gu. "I do not comprehend. My hands have healed, yet they shall never return to their former state. What more can I do? You are capable of far more than you realize." Gu approached him, her fingertips gently brushing against his wrist. "Your hands are not the issue. The problem lies in your perception of the scalpel as your soul value. Now, it is time for you to witness another form of power." At that moment, faint footsteps echoed from the entrance of the courtyard. Strange turned to see Jasper standing amidst the rain mist, his black trench coat drenched but unmarred by mud, thanks to the protective rune that automatically shielded him from external impurities. Beside him was Baymax, his rotund white form adorned with a specially crafted rain cover, recently sent by Tony, who insisted that the savior of the world should not be drenched. The sensors in his palms were directed towards the magical symbols in the courtyard, seemingly recording energy fluctuations. "Master, I have brought the Stardust energy blocks, Jasper announced, raising a silver box in his hand. The energy blocks glimmered with a pale blue light amidst the rain mist. The protective runes of the Hong Kong Sanctum are running low. These will sustain us until next month. He remained at the edge of the courtyard, adhering to his principle of not interfering in others' trials, only offering assistance when necessary. Gu-Yi smiled and turned to Strange. Jasper Hawk, the heir to the power of runes. Yet he never misuses his strength. You should learn from him the art of restraint. Jasper remained silent, simply raising his hand as a faint silver rune illuminated at his fingertip. Not one of aggression, but a supportive stabilization rune. This rune did not approach anyone. It unfolded above the courtyard, creating an invisible barrier that shielded most of the rain, allowing the apprentice's magical practice to proceed undisturbed. The glow of the rune emanates a gentle light, intertwining with the golden magical luminescence of the courtyard, akin to two harmonious streams. This is the stability rune, designed to balance the surrounding energy field. Jasper's voice reverberates through the mist of the rain, though not explicitly directed at Strange. It serves as an explanation. Your magical endeavors consistently falter, not due to a lack of effort, but because of your impatience to dominate, neglecting the natural flow of energy. Just as one must synchronize breathing during surgery, magic requires resonance with the energy field rather than forceful control. Strange's gaze flickers momentarily as he recalls his attempts at practicing magic, perpetually measuring the angles of magical trajectories with a ruler, timing the pronunciation of incantations with a stopwatch, resulting in runes that either lack vitality or dissipate entirely. Now, he comprehends that he has been approaching magic with a surgeon's mindset, which inherently constrains him. In the days that follow, Strange embarks on his training at Camartage. He begins with the fundamentals of rune magic, yet still instinctively pursues precision, meticulously drawing each stroke of the rune on paper, annotating angles and lengths, only to encounter repeated failures. You are combating energy, not collaborating with it. Ancient One admonishes him after one training session, her fingertips tracing a smooth golden arc in the air. Magic flows like water. The harder you grasp it, the more it slips through your fingers. You ought to learn from Jasper's runes. Seemingly fixed in form, they can adapt their vibrations according to the energy field. At that moment, Jasper is adjusting an energy block in the courtyard. Upon overhearing their conversation, he casually picks up a crystal, allowing the enlightenment rune on his fingertip to glide gently across its surface. The crystal instantly radiates a soft, golden light, revealing a clear flow of energy within, not linear, nor angular, but meandering like a river, naturally following the crystal's veins. You see, the flow of energy possesses a life of its own. Jasper's voice is soft, not turning back. Your magical runes should follow the trajectory of energy, rather than compelling energy to conform to your precision. Just as in surgery, one must cut along the path of nerves, rather than forcefully severing them. As Strange observes the energy flowing within the crystal, a sudden epiphany strikes him. He picks up a piece of chalk, abandoning the urge to measure angles, instead allowing his strokes to synchronize with his breathing rhythm. As he sketches the magical rune upon the stone platform, this time, the golden light does not dissipate, but rather stabilizes, gracefully hovering in the air, and a pen on the ground floats up to rest in his hand. I did it! Strange exclaims with exhilaration. This marks the first time since his accident that he experiences the joy of mastery. Not the precision of a scalpel, but the freedom of resonance with energy. A faint smile graces Jasper's lips as he continues to adjust the energy block, not turning around. He knows that Strange has taken the second step of his trial. The path ahead must be traversed by him alone. Baymax stands nearby, documenting the entire scene. As a line of text appears on the screen, detected a 35 decrease in Strange's obsession index. The energy field has transitioned from tense to flowing, aligning with the supportive effects of the Enlightenment rune. The rain at Camartage continues to fall, yet within Strange's heart, a glimmer of hope begins to rise. He relinquishes his fixation on the past and instead starts to embrace the prospect of the future. A future devoid of surgical blades, illuminated by golden magical runes, infused with unseen currents of energy, and marked by a newly forged self. The night at Camartage is enveloped in the radiant glow of magical sigils. Seated on a stone bench within the courtyard, Strange clutches a copy of the Book of S.H.I.E.L.D, watching as the golden runes dance at his fingertips, alive with vitality. After 2 months of diligent practice, he has become adept at fundamental magic, even managing to conjure a small mirror dimension, though he still instinctively recoils in the face of dark energy. Your magic is skilled, yet you lack courage. The voice of the Ancient One resonates from behind him, holding an oil lamp of copper that flickers in the night. You fear the dark energy not for its might, but for the possibility of losing the new strength you have painstakingly discovered. Strange closes the book and rises. I am merely uncertain of my ability to confront it. The dark dimension of Dormammu seems akin to an abyss. Even an abyss has its boundaries. Darkness possesses weaknesses. The Ancient One approaches him, and the lamp's light suddenly expands, revealing a distorted vision. Within the dark void, enormous tendrils writhe, exuding an oppressive aura. Dormammu feeds on dark energy, yet he is also ensnared by it. His weakness lies in his greed, while your strength resides in your past obsessions. You understand focus, and that is paramount when combating darkness, more so than any magic. At that moment, the alarm at Camartage blares sharply. Red magical light flickers against the stone walls as a figure clad in a black cloak bursts through the gates. Wielding a luminous black dagger, followed by a throng of followers possessed by dark energy, Caecilius, the Ancient One's former disciple, lured by Dormammu's dark power, betraying Camartage. Ancient One, you have deceived us. Caecilius roars, the dagger tracing a black arc through the air. You claimed magic could bring eternity, yet never revealed that you have been siphoning energy from the dark dimension. You are no different from Dormammu. The dark energy spreads through the courtyard like a tide, causing the plants it touches to wither instantly, while the magical runes on the stone walls begin to dim. The apprentices retreat in a panic, some losing control over their magic in their fright, the golden light flickering briefly before vanishing into the darkness. Instinctively, Strange raises his hand to conjure a magical shield, yet due to his anxiety, the glow of the runes is feeble, and it is torn apart by the encroaching dark energy. He stumbles backward, watching in dread as the dark force draws nearer, the fear rising within him once more. Reminiscent of the despair he felt on the day of the accident when he watched his hands lose sensation. At that moment, a pale violet energy barrier suddenly materializes before the apprentices, Jasper's guardian rune. He was originally debugging the energy core in the laboratory when he received an urgent notification from the Ancient One. Instantly, he transmitted through the Stardust network. After merging with the legendary gem, his spatial teleportation abilities had expanded to encompass the globe. The magical heart within him surged with energy, and combined with the boundless power of the legendary gem, the barrier expanded in an instant, safeguarding all apprentices and the core area of Camartage. Do not panic. Remain within the barrier. Jasper's voice resonated calm, yet powerful. He stood at the forefront of the barrier, his black coat billowing amidst the dark energy. The runic energy within him resonating with the magical heart. The surface of the barrier shimmered with a faint golden glow, the energy of the legendary gem, capable of purifying any dark incursion. Dubai. Activate the purification mode of the nanobots to assist the apprentices affected by the dark energy. Understood, Mr. Jasper. Dubai emerged from behind Jasper, countless silver nanobots springing forth from his palm, cascading like a silver waterfall onto the injured apprentices. The moment the nanobots made contact with the dark energy, they emitted a sizzling sound, gradually purifying the black energy into pale blue light particles, which integrated into the apprentices' bodies. The Ancient One gazed at Jasper's silhouette, her eyes filled with gratitude. She understood that Jasper's strength had long surpassed that of a celestial being, yet he steadfastly adhered to the principle of support. He did not directly attack Caecilius. Instead, he protected the civilians and apprentices, for he comprehended that this was Strange's trial, one that must be faced by Strange himself. Strange, this is your battle. The Ancient One's voice echoed in Strange's ear. You are not combating Caecilius. You are confronting the fears within your heart. Utilize the magic you have learned, and with your understanding of focus, draw forth your protective runes. Strange observed the steadfast barrier Jasper had erected against the dark energy and watched as Dubai methodically tended to the apprentices. The fear in his heart was gradually supplanted by resolve. He inhaled deeply, no longer fixated on precision, but allowing himself to flow with the energy, sketching a vast golden rune before him. This was the first time he had completely relinquished the mindset of a surgeon, resonating purely with magic. The golden rune illuminated the darkness, akin to a sun, dispelling the surrounding dark energy. Caecilius' dagger lunged towards the rune, but was instantly repelled, the black energy igniting upon the rune's surface, emitting a piercing shriek. Impossible! How can you be so powerful? Caecilius' eyes were filled with madness as he detonated the dark energy within him, attempting to take Strange down with him. Without hesitation, the Ancient One surged forward, placing her body in front of the core of the energy blast. The black energy spread along her wound, her complexion paling instantly, yet she still smiled at Strange, saying, "Remember, the essence of magic is protection, not aggression." Mistress. Strange rushed forward, wishing to use magic to heal the Ancient One, but she stopped him. No need. Her body began to grow translucent, as if merging into the night. I have lived too long. It is time for me to pass the mantle to the new Sorcerer Supreme. Strange, the responsibility of guarding the earth now rests with you. She turned to Jasper. Thank you for your unwavering protection. The barrier created by Jasper gently rippled, responding to the presence of the Ancient One. He remained silent, intensifying the energy output of the runes to ensure that no dark energy would harm any apprentices during the Ancient One's dissolution. Ultimately, her form faded into the night, leaving behind a suspended ring that fell in a strange grasp. The dark energy in the courtyard gradually receded, thoroughly purified by Jasper's runes and the nanobots of Baymax. The apprentices gathered around Strange, their eyes filled with admiration. From this moment forth, he was the new Sorcerer Supreme. Strange tightened his grip on the suspended ring and gazed at Jasper, a genuine respect blossoming within him. Mr. Hawk, I thank you. Without your protection, we would not have endured to this moment. This trial was yours. You have persevered on your own. Jasper retracted the rune barrier, the magical heart within him and the energy of the legendary gem swiftly returning to tranquility, as if it had never been disturbed. Now, it was time for Strange to confront Dormammu. Remember, you're not alone in this battle. Above the ruins of the Hong Kong Sanctum, black energy surged like a tide, darkening the sky to an inky hue. The colossal figure of Dormammu materialized in the void, his eyes resembling two burning black holes, fixated on the earth below. A cruel smile curling at his lips. At last, I have arrived. This dimension shall become a part of my dark empire. Caecilius and his followers knelt, bowing their heads in reverence. Great Dormammu, we have destroyed the protective runes of the Hong Kong Sanctum. Now, no one can thwart you. Dormammu paid them no heed, and with a swift motion, his enormous tendrils struck the ground. The ruins were instantly leveled, the earth cracking open, black energy surging forth from the fissures, devouring the surrounding structures and streets. In the distance, civilians fled in terror, only to be overtaken by the black energy, their bodies beginning to turn translucent as if they were to be completely consumed. Dormammu, leave this earth. Strange's voice echoed through the void as he donned a crimson sorcerer's robe, grasping the suspended ring, flanked by the apprentices of Kamartaj. He conjured a golden magical shield before him, intercepting the tendrils' assault, yet due to insufficient energy, the shield began to fracture. Insignificant mortals, do you dare to defy me? Dormammu scoffed, as another tendril struck, instantly piercing the shield and sending Strange crashing to the ruins below. At that moment, a pale purple energy barrier suddenly unfurled above the civilians. It was Jasper. He had teleported through the Stardust network, his magical heart and a legendary gem expelling energy with fervor. The barrier expanding at a visible pace, enclosing all the civilians within Hong Kong's urban expanse. The black energy collided with the barrier, emitting a sizzling sound. Yet could not breach this seemingly soft, yet truly indomitable line of defense. Baymax, initiate the global support mode for the nanobots. Mobilize all reserve nanobots in the Asia region to collaborate with the rune barrier in purifying the dark energy. Jasper's voice resonated with tranquility, yet carried an undeniable strength. His fingertips enveloped in the luminous glow of triadic runes, determination stabilizing the barrier, purification dispelling the encroaching dark energies, and enlightenment providing a resonant energy for Strange. Tony, channel the core energy of a Genesis light through the Stardust network to enhance the protection of civilian areas. Received. Initiating energy transfer from Genesis light at a rate of 100. Tony's holographic projection materialized above the ruins, clad in the Genesis light armor. The brilliance of his palm cannon intertwining with Jasper's rune barrier. Jasper, can you hold on over there? Dormammu's energy intensity exceeds our estimates. Fear not. You are well aware of my capabilities. Jasper's barrier expanded once more, enveloping Strange within its protective embrace. Strange, utilize the time stone to initiate a time loop. I shall assist you in stabilizing the energy environment, ensuring Dormammu cannot breach it. Strange extracted the time stone from the necklace around his neck, its verdant radiance swirling in his grasp. Taking a deep breath, he cast aside his hesitation, his hands tracing intricate temporal runes in the air. The green luminescence intertwined with Jasper's rune barrier, forming a colossal circular formation that ensnared Dormammu and the entire Hong Kong sanctum within its bounds. A time loop? Dormammu scoffed, detonating the dark energy within him in a desperate attempt to shatter the cycle. Do you believe such trivial tricks can ensnare me? I am immortal. Yet, no matter how fervently Dormammu struggled, time reverted to its origin, forever trapping him at the moment of his destruction of the Hong Kong sanctum. Unable to truly consume the earth, his tendrils struck the barrier repeatedly, yet they could not penetrate. His dark energy spread in vain, continuously eradicated by the swarm of nanobots and Jasper's runes. This is impossible. Fear crept into Dormammu's voice for the first time. He sensed an inexhaustible energy within Jasper, one that supported him, the power of the legendary gem, more magnificent and stable than his dark energies. Who are you? How do you wield such formidable power? I'm merely a guardian. Jasper's voice echoed through the void, the brilliance of the barrier intensifying. Dormammu, you have consumed countless dimensions, yet have never grasped that true power lies not in destruction, but in protection. You may demolish edifices and devour energy, but you shall never extinguish humanity's resolve to safeguard their home. Standing at the center of the time loop, Strange felt the resonant energy from Jasper fortifying his confidence. He observed Dormammu's repeated fury and failures within the loop and finally spoke, Dormammu, depart from Earth and never invade again. Otherwise, you shall remain eternally ensnared in this time loop, devoid of peace. Dormammu hesitated, sensing Jasper's barrier growing stronger and the time loop stabilizing further. Continuing the struggle would only result in his eternal confinement. Ultimately, he conceded, his dark energy beginning to retract, his form gradually becoming translucent. I acquiesce, but remember, this time I leave of my own volition, not because you have triumphed. We seek not victory, merely the guardianship of what we hold dear. Strange's voice resonated with unwavering resolve. Should you breach your promise, the time loop shall reignite, and this time, you will endure an eternity of suffering tenfold. Dormammu offered no response, his form ultimately dissipating into the void. The dark energy receded, and the sky over Hong Kong regained its azure hue. Jasper lowered the rune barrier, and the tumultuous energies of the magical heart and legendary gem within him swiftly calmed, as though the cataclysmic guardianship they had just enacted was but a mere exertion of energy. Baymax glided to Strange's side, an energy detector emerging from his palm. It indicated that Dormammu's dark energy had entirely dissipated. The protective runes of the Hong Kong sanctuary could be restored through stardust energy, with an anticipated recovery time of 24 hours. Strange regarded Jasper with admiration, saying, Mr. Hawk, I extend my gratitude. Without your guardianship, I could not have confined Dormammu. This was your trial, and you have triumphed through your courage and wisdom. Jasper smiled, placing a hand on Strange's shoulder, this time without the energy barrier, intentionally retracted. From now on, the safeguarding of Earth rests in your hands. As the sun dipped below the horizon, golden rays cascaded over the ruins of Hong Kong. The silhouettes of Jasper, Strange, and Baymax elongated in the twilight. In the distance, civilians emerged from their shelters, waving in their direction, their faces adorned with expressions of gratitude. Jasper understood that this was not an end, but rather a new beginning. Although Dormammu had departed, countless threats still loomed in the universe, awaiting their response. Chapter 97. Tony's concern. The afterglow of the Hong Kong sanctuary had yet to fully fade when Jasper stood before the expansive windows of the Stark Tower laboratory, his fingertips unconsciously tracing the rain streaks upon the glass. Outside, the neon lights of New York began to illuminate, the soft blue glow of stardust street lamps intertwining with the headlights, resembling a flowing river of stars. Yet this vibrant scene could not dispel the anxiety nestled deep within him. The threat of Dormammu had just been quelled, but as a traveler, he understood more than anyone that this was merely an appetizer to the cosmic crises ahead. The shadow of Thanos still lurked in the depths of the universe, and each crisis posed by the celestial beings on Earth, such as Tiamat, was far more perilous than Dormammu's incursion. His current, godlike pinnacle of power might only suffice for mere self-preservation against such true cosmic threats. Lost in thought again, Tony's voice called from behind, holding 2 cups of hot cocoa, the rims adorned with traces of chocolate sauce, evidently a clandestine edition. It's been 3 days since Hong Kong wrapped up. Are you still pondering Dormammu? That old chap is trapped in a time loop, weeping for his misfortune. What more is there to worry about? Jasper turned, his fingertips shimmering with silver runes for a fleeting moment before extinguishing. For 3 days, he had scarcely closed his eyes, continuously simulating potential future crises with the runes. Though the magical heart and legendary gem within him provided boundless energy, they could not alleviate the intense strain on his psyche. The bloodshot veins in his eyes resembled dark ink that could not dissolve. I am not concerned about Dormammu, Jasper replied, accepting the hot cocoa without drinking, merely gazing at the stardust patterns at the bottom of the cup. Tony, do you believe our current strength is sufficient to confront cosmic-level threats? For instance, the existence capable of effortlessly obliterating a planet. Tony's smile froze upon his face. He set down his cup and approached Jasper, brushing aside the unruly strands of hair from his forehead, his fingertips grazing a feverish warmth, a consequence of his excessive mental strain. Are you mulling over those trivial matters again? His tone feigned casualness, yet he seized the steaming hot cocoa from Jasper's grasp and gulped down a significant portion. We possess the X-Photon network, the Nano Swarm, my Genesis armor, and that temporal manipulator, Strange. Even if a creature capable of planetary destruction were to materialize, we could obliterate it beyond recognition. But what if it is a multitude of such monsters? Jasper's voice was barely above a whisper, his eyes brimming with anxiety, as if ready to overflow. What if they wield weapons capable of altering reality and controlling time? He hesitated to mention the Infinity Stones, fearing the disruption of the timeline. Yet the looming crisis of the future suffocated him. Observing Jasper's demeanor, Tony felt an unsettling tug in his heart. Having known Jasper for so long, he had never witnessed him in such a state of distress. Even when confronting the alien weaponry of Vulture or the dark dimension of Dormammu, he maintained his composure. But now, he resembled a lost child, his gaze clouded with confusion. Enough. Tony suddenly reached out and powered down the main console of the laboratory, causing the crisis simulation on the holographic screen to vanish in an instant. From this moment forth, you are forbidden from engaging with any experimental equipment or contemplating any cosmic threats. You shall rest properly. Tony, I still have. There is nothing left unfinished. Tony interrupted, grasping Jasper's wrist and pulling him toward the laboratory exit. The energy of the Eternal Forge remains stable enough to serve as an alarm clock. And Happy is monitoring the global maintenance of the nanoswarm. Strange is busy sipping tea in the sanctum every day. There is nothing for you to worry about. Jasper attempted to resist, yet Tony held him firmly. Tony's hand was warm, imbued with the familiar scent of cedar. Yet his grip was unyielding. This was Tony's unique brand of overbearing care, fierce in words yet gentle in action, careful not to inflict pain. Let me go. I still need to calibrate the optimization program for the Stardust medical pod. Jasper feigned anger, though he did not genuinely struggle to break free. Calibrate? What nonsense. Tony dragged him into the elevator, pressing the button for the top-floor apartment. Baymax is supervising the medical pod. That little fellow is even more meticulous than you, capable of adjusting the gel temperature to 0. 1 degrees. Your workaholic tendencies are unnecessary. He paused, softening his tone. You've barely slept 6 hours over the past 3 days. If you continue this way, even with the legendary time stone to extend your life, your mind will inevitably falter. The elevator doors opened, and the warm glow of the top-floor apartment enveloped them. Baymax had been waiting at the door, his Roundhead's camera illuminating with a soft light upon detecting Jasper. Mr. Jasper's temperature is 37. 8 degrees Celsius, heart rate 112 beats per minute, indicating mild fever and mental anxiety. A warm water bath and calming tea are prepared, infused with the Stardust calming factor developed by Ms. Lin Chuan, which promotes the secretion of GABA to aid in nerve relaxation. See? Even Baymax cares more about you than you do. Tony pushed Jasper to the bathroom door, urging him to take a shower while he prepared Jasper's favorite sea salt chocolate cake. If you dare sneak back to the lab, he warned, I will toss all your rune tools into the Hudson River. Jasper met Tony's threatening gaze and glanced at the bathrobe that Big White had offered him. Perfectly warm and made of his favorite cotton. Ultimately, he acquiesced. As warm water enveloped his body, he became acutely aware of his fatigue, the soreness in his muscles, the dryness in his eyes, and the tension in his nerves gradually unwound beneath the soothing flow. Outside the bathroom, Tony clumsily baked the cake in the kitchen. He frowned at the recipe's requirement for 150 grams of cake flour, muttering about the absurdity of not using a scale. Nevertheless, he meticulously scooped the flour with a spoon, fearful of exceeding even a single gram. Big White assisted him, employing its precise sensors to regulate the oven's temperature and occasionally reminding him that the chocolate sauce needed to be melted in a water bath to avoid burning. Leaning against the glass door of the bathroom, Jasper listened to the commotion outside, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. He understood that Tony's antics and Big White's care were born from a desire to protect him from exhaustion. Yet, the looming crisis felt like a sword suspended above him. He dared not truly relax until he could become stronger, strong enough to safeguard all those he cherished. After his shower, he emerged to the sweet aroma of chocolate wafting through the living room. Tony had placed the freshly baked cake on the dining table, its surface adorned with the clumsy piping of the words "no work," clearly his first attempt at decorating with cream. Beside it sat a soothing tea prepared by Big White, gently steaming. Try it, Tony urged. Though it may not look perfect, I assure you, it tastes no worse than what your mother makes. He handed Jasper a fork, his eyes glimmering with anticipation, reminiscent of a child eager for praise. Jasper took a bite of the cake, the savory essence of sea salt intermingling with the sweetness of chocolate, perfectly balancing the richness, his favorite flavor. Suddenly, he recalled that he had only mentioned his fondness for sea salt dark chocolate 3 years prior. Yet Tony had remembered ever since. It's delicious. Jasper's voice trembled slightly as he set down the fork, gazing at Tony. Tony, I wish to retreat for a while. Tony's smile faltered momentarily before he nodded. All right. How long do you wish to retreat? He refrained from questioning why, for he understood that Jasper's decisions were never impulsive. He was preparing for the future. Chapter 98. Retreat. Jarvis, Lissandra, please recheck the thickness of the energy buffer layer in the training room. It must reach a minimum of 30 centimeters of vibranium stardust composite layer. Even in the event of energy surges, It is imperative that the shockwave does not affect the other floors of the building. Tony's voice carried a subtle tension as he donned the customized work attire of the corporation. The cuffs adorned with a badge infused with stardust runes, a design personally crafted by Jasper during the company's merger, symbolizing the symbiosis of technology and runes. Sir, the energy buffer layer in the training room meets the standards, and the output from the independent Stardust Energy Core is stable at 99.99. The life sign monitoring system's sensitivity has been enhanced to 0.01 seconds, capable of detecting even the minutest fluctuations in Mr. Jasper's brainwaves. The electronic voice of Jarvis echoed through the laboratory as a three-dimensional model of the training chamber materialized on the holographic screen. The entire space was circular, its floor inscribed with intricate arrays of runes etched by Jasper. Above, the ceiling showcased a 360-degree immersive projection of a cosmic star map, while the surrounding wall panels automatically adjusted their damping coefficients in response to fluctuations in energy. In one corner, a specially installed emergency cooling system by Tony stood ready. Should the energy exceed a certain threshold, it would instantly release liquid nitrogen to lower the temperature. Pepper entered, cradling a steaming cup of coffee. Noticing the bloodshot eyes of Tony, she sighed in exasperation. You've been here for 48 hours. Jasper is merely in seclusion for training, not preparing to confront Thanos. Is it really necessary to be this anxious? She set the coffee beside him, her fingertips lightly brushing against the wrist adorned with a Stardust energy monitoring bracelet, which synchronized energy data in real time from the training chamber. The board is still waiting for you to convene a meeting regarding the global promotion plan for the medical pods. They need your signature. Let Happy attend in my stead, or perhaps Jasper's parents could lend a hand. They understand the medical project better than I do. Tony did not lift his gaze, his fingers deftly adjusting parameters. I must ensure the training chamber is flawless. Jasper is attempting to break through to the celestial level, and the energy fluctuations will undoubtedly be intense. There cannot be any room for error. Pepper interjected, placing her hand over his. You are well aware of Jasper's capabilities, as well as your technological support. He will be fine. And do not forget, he has Baymax by his side. That little fellow's emergency responsibilities surpass even our medical team. Tony, he fell silent. He recognized the validity of Pepper's words. Yet the memory of Jasper's increasing tension over future crises, along with the lingering anxiety from the Dormammu incident, prevented him from truly relaxing. As a co-founder of the corporation and Jasper's closest confidant, he had grown accustomed to erecting an impenetrable defense with his obsessive technology. Much like when he had designed the Genesis armor for Jasper, intentionally incorporating 3 layers of vibranium protection within. This time, he had elevated the security level of the training chamber to withstand cosmic threats. I just fear he might be pushing himself too hard. Tony's voice softened. He took a sip of the coffee. The scalding liquid slid down his throat, but it did nothing to alleviate the worry within. He consistently bore the weight of all responsibilities on his shoulders, feeling perpetually inadequate despite having reached the celestial pinnacle. Pepper, you have not seen the way he stares blankly at the cosmic star map. That look in his eyes, it's as if he is gazing at a world poised to collapse at any moment. Pepper gently embraced him. I understand, but you must trust him, and also have faith in what you both have built together. This edifice is not only a symbol of technology, but also a bastion of support for one another. She paused, gesturing towards the holographic model of the training chamber. Look, you have arranged this space like a cradle of the universe. When Jasper trains here, he will feel your dedication. At that moment, the laboratory's communicator chimed. It was Steve Rogers calling. Tony pressed the answer button, and Captain America's steady voice resonated from the device. Tony, how are Jasper's preparations for seclusion progressing? Bucky, Sam, and I stood at the base of the tower, poised to ascend and assess the state of the training room, while also bringing along some delectable sandwiches for Brooklyn. Let them come up via the staff entrance. We mustn't disturb the media, Tony instructed, disconnecting the communication. He cast a wry smile at Pepper, remarking, see, I'm not the only one concerned. 10 minutes later, Steve, Bucky, and Sam entered the laboratory. Clad in the company's visitor uniform, Steve carried a paper bag filled with renowned Brooklyn sandwiches. Bucky sported a specially designed Stardust protective cover over his metallic arm to prevent interference with the laboratory equipment, his eyes betraying a hint of worry. Sam, with his flight wings slung over his back, showcased a Stardust coating that shimmered a soft blue under the lights, a recent upgrade from the company that enhanced his flight speed by 30%. Is the training room ready? Steve inquired, distributing the sandwiches. Natasha and Clint expressed their desire to join, but Natasha was preoccupied with declassifying old S.H.I.E.L.D files, and Clint had to accompany his children to a baseball game. He asked me to convey their regards. It's all prepared, even safer than my armor, Tony replied, accepting a sandwich yet setting it aside. The Stardust resonance device within could assist Jasper's in channeling energy. and the life sign monitoring apparatus could record even the slightest fluctuations in his breathing rate. Should any anomalies arise, Jarvis and I could initiate an emergency protocol within 5 seconds. Bucky leaned against the laboratory railing, gazing at the holographic display of the training room. Jasper always pushes himself too hard. During the last Dormammu incident, he shielded civilians with a runic barrier against the onslaught of dark energy, not uttering a word of fatigue afterward. This time, he insists on bearing the burden alone. Sam took a bite of his sandwich. I told him just yesterday, if he encounters a bottleneck, he should call me. I'd take him for a breezy flight to unwind, but he insisted on waiting until he breaks through on his own. As Tony surveyed his companions, a wave of warmth surged within him. He realized that Jasper was not alone in this fight. The tower was not merely a cold edifice. It housed his technology, Jasper's runes, and the collective concern of the Avengers. This was the true support system. At 3 in the afternoon, Jasper emerged from Hawkeye Manor and entered the tower. Baymax awaited him at the entrance, his rotund, white form adorned with a small apron emblazoned with the company logo, holding an energy monitoring bracelet. Mr. Jasper, this is a custom cosmic energy monitoring bracelet designed by Mr. Tony. It displays your energy fusion levels, life signs, and cosmic energy resonance index in real time. Mr. Tony stated that should the index exceed safe limits, you will be promptly alerted. Jasper donned the bracelet, feeling its smooth warmth, crafted from stardust crystals, with finely engraved runes representing a simplified version of the rune for resolution. Where is Tony? He queried, scanning the area for the familiar figure. Mr. Tony is conducting final checks in the training room, ensuring that every screw is tightened to perfection, Baymax replied. Ms. Pepper and Mr. Steve are in the observation room on the top floor, wishing to escort you into the training room. Jasper nodded and followed Baymax toward the elevator. In the elevator, he gazed at his reflection, taking a deep breath. He understood that this retreat was not merely for the enhancement of his abilities, but also to alleviate the concerns of those around him. He was determined to grow stronger, strong enough to safeguard the building, the Avengers, and the world he cherished deeply. As the elevator doors opened, he entered the observation room on the top floor, where Tony, Pepper, Steve, Bucky, and Sam awaited him. Tony, clad in a silver-gray suit of armor, merely the outer layer for easy adjustment of equipment, held a tablet, meticulously reviewing the final parameters of the training room. Have you arrived? Tony exclaimed upon seeing Jasper, promptly approaching him to adjust his collar. Is your wristband properly set? It contains 3 buttons, red for emergency calls, green for energy regulation, and blue. I am aware, Jasper interjected with a smile. Jarvis has already briefed me. Do not worry too much. I am merely retreating for a month, not venturing into outer space. I could retrieve you from outer space, but this time it concerns breaking through a power threshold. Tony continued, but was gently interrupted by Jasper's embrace. I will take care of myself, Jasper assured, his voice soft yet resolute. In a month's time, I shall return with greater strength. Together, we will extend the Stardust network to Mars. Tony's eyes glistened with emotion as he nodded vigorously. Very well, I shall await your return. The training room is stocked with nutrient injections, 1 each day, and Baymax will deliver them punctually. Should you wish to communicate, feel free to use the communicator. I will be online around the clock. Pepper approached and handed Jasper a small sachet filled with dried lavender and stardust. This is a calming sachet taught to me by my mother. Place it in the training room to help you relax. Steve stepped forward and patted Jasper on the shoulder. If you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to reach out. We are all here in the observation room, ready to assist you. Bucky and Sam also offered their best wishes, with Sam teasingly adding, remember to take me for a ride in the sky once you break through. I have yet to test my newly upgraded flight wings and resonance with cosmic energy. Jasper surveyed the faces of those around him, filled with strength. He turned and entered the training room through the door crafted from vibranium and stardust alloy, which slowly closed behind him, temporarily sealing him off from the outside world. In the observation room, everyone focused intently on the screen displaying the training room. Jasper sat cross-legged at the center of the rune array, closing his eyes to begin regulating his breath. Tony gripped the tablet tightly, perspiration forming in his palms. He knew that Jasper's retreat had officially commenced at this very moment. The cosmic star map projection in the training room accurately replicated every star and nebula within the Milky Way. Jasper remained seated in the center of the rune array, his eyes gently closed as the silvery runes at his fingertips pulsed softly. This was the foundational form of the rune of determination, the very first rune power he had mastered. On the first day of his cultivation, he did not hasten to augment his energy. Instead, he endeavored to utilize the Stardust resonance device arranged by Tony to harmonize the 3 core forces within him: the pale purple mana of the Heart of Magic, the silvery energy of the legendary diamond, and the energies of the 3 runes: Enlightenment in soft gold, Determination in silvery white, and Sorcery in deep purple. Since their fusion, these 3 forces, although capable of synergistic action, had always harbored a subtle estrangement, much like three parallel rivers that, while belonging to the same waterway, each followed their distinct courses and rhythms. The Stardust resonance device emitted a faint hum, and pale blue stardust particles surged forth, swirling around Jasper. He attempted to guide these particles with his mind, seeking to aid the amalgamation of the three forces. However, the energy of the legendary diamond was overwhelmingly vast, akin to an endless ocean. As the stardust particles approached, they were repelled by its formidable energy field. The mana from the heart of magic was too pure, resembling a delicate stream, unable to bear the weight of the stardust particles. The rune energy was sharp as a blade, if not handled with care. It could sever the trajectory of the stardust particles. Energy repulsion stood at 78 and fusion at 12. A suggestion was made to decrease the density of the stardust particles. Lissandra's voice resonated through the training room's speakers. The energy curve displayed on the screen fluctuated drastically. Mr. Tony requested a reminder not to force the fusion, but to adjust the energy rhythm through synchronized breathing. Jasper opened his eyes and, following Jarvis's counsel, slowed his breathing. As he inhaled, he guided the mana from the heart of magic to flow upwards, enveloping the stardust particles. As he exhaled, he allowed the energy of the legendary diamond to descend gently, supporting the stardust particles. In the intervals of his breath, he employed the rune energy to delicately align the particles' trajectories. Gradually, the stardust particles ceased to be repelled and began to glide within him like tamed fish, moving in accordance with the rhythm of the three forces. The fusion rate increased to 18, and the energy repulsion decreased to 65. Lissandra's voice carried a hint of satisfaction. Upon observing the data from the observation room, Mr. Tony's previously tense shoulders relaxed by 0.5 centimeters. Jasper couldn't help but smile. He could easily envision Tony in the observation room, furrowing his brow as he stared at the screen, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the desk like a parent awaiting exam results. Taking a deep breath, he continued to immerse himself in the energy fusion process. The projection of the cosmic star map in the training room rotating gently in sync with his breath, resembling a true night sky. Meanwhile, in the observation room, Tony fixated on the energy curve on the screen, a thermos cup in hand filled with the calming tea Pepper had brewed for him. Pepper sat beside him, reviewing the Group S financial reports, occasionally glancing at the screen to remind him, "Don't stare too long. Your eyes will tire." Jasper's fusion rate was steadily rising, surpassing his expectations. "What good is that? Until it reaches 100, there's always a risk," Tony remarked, sipping his tea, his gaze still glued to the screen. "Look, the energy repulsion rate just surged to 70. My heart nearly leaped out of my chest. If the Stardust resonance device fails, I will need to rush in and replace it with a backup." Steve leaned against the railing of the observation room, holding a book on cosmic energy. A recommendation from Jasper. "Tony, you are far too anxious. Jasper understands his powers more profoundly than we can imagine. He knows how to adjust the rhythm. Just as when we faced Ultron, he always found the energy balance at the most critical moments." Bucky sat nearby, polishing his metallic arm, the stardust coating shimmering under the light. "I inquired with Strange yesterday. He mentioned that Jasper's runic powers align remarkably well with cosmic energy. A breakthrough is merely a matter of time. Moreover, Strange indicated that Jasper's obsession with guardianship will be the key to his breakthrough. For true cosmic power is fundamentally about protection." "Protection?" Tony raised an eyebrow. "I had thought cosmic power was solely about destruction." "That is a misconception of power," Pepper interjected, setting aside her reports. "Jasper has stated that his runic power continually enhances because he wishes to protect us, to guard the Earth. This obsession is not a burden, but a source of motivation." Tony fell silent, recalling that his original intent in developing the Mark armors was not for ostentation, but to safeguard those around him. Perhaps his understanding of power was fundamentally akin to Jasper's, differing only in expression. He articulated it through technology, while Jasper conveyed it through runes. Chapter 99. Retreat 2. During the initial half hour, he could distinctly hear the rhythmic beating of his heart, resonating like a drum in the stillness. He could feel the subtle energy pulses of the rune array, akin to the Earth's breath. He could even faintly discern the delicate sounds of metal clashing from the observation room, likely the result of Tony accidentally knocking over tools. Yet, he had to concentrate. He raised his hand, the tips of his fingers igniting with three faint glimmers, a soft lavender hue representing the heart of magic, a silver-white light denoting the legendary diamond energy, and a tricolor weave of golden, white, and purple representing the rune energy. These three forces floated before him, akin to three independent planets, each revolving in its own orbit without interference. This was the greatest challenge he faced in his retreat. While these powers could collaborate, a fundamental barrier persisted. The magic's essence was too gentle, the diamond's energy was overwhelmingly potent, and the rune's energy was excessively sharp. Forcing them together would only result in chaotic energy. Jasper inhaled deeply, allowing his consciousness to dive into the ancient tome left by the Ancient One, resting upon his lap. Its cover fashioned from the bark of Asgardian trees, exuding a faint aroma of nature. He did not turn the pages, but merely brushed his consciousness against the pages. The once obscure words and illustrations unfurled slowly in his mind. The first page was blank, save for a single line of small text. The universe is not a patchwork, it is a growth. The second page illustrated the process of a seed transforming into a grand tree, with roots intertwined with the soil. The trunk resonating with the wind and rain, and branches embracing the sunlight. There was no forcefulness, only compliance. Jasper's consciousness trembled suddenly. He had persistently endeavored to control the fusion of three forces. Yet he had overlooked their inherent origin in the cosmos. The magical essence of the heart of magic derived from the arcane particles scattered throughout the universe. The energy of the legendary diamond emanated from the primordial nebula birthed at the dawn of creation, and the runic energy was rooted in the fundamental laws of the universe. They were, in essence, of the same lineage, merely blossoming into disparate forms in varying soils. Gradually, he relinquished his conscious control, allowing the three forces to hover freely. The pale, purple magic, akin to mist, began to drift towards the silvery energy of the diamond. Sensing the gentleness of the magic, the diamond's rotation slowed, no longer exhibiting its previous ferocity. The tricolored radiance of the runic energy softened, entwining delicately around the periphery of both the magic and the diamond energy like ribbons. In the serene confines of the training chamber, the three forces commenced their slow amalgamation. The pale purple magic permeated the silvery diamond energy, rendering the immense force soothing. The diamond energy lent support to the magic, imbuing the tender energy with weight. The runic energy acted as a binding tether, firmly connecting the two, forging a stable flow of energy. Within the observation room, Jarvis's holographic projection suddenly illuminated. "Sir, energy resonance has been detected from the runic array beneath the training chamber, with a vibration frequency stabilizing at 0.8, consistent with the natural fluctuations of cosmic stardust." Tony leaned intently towards the screen, observing the gentle vibration curve, and the tension in his shoulders eased slightly. Pepper, glancing at his profile, quietly placed a cup of hot coffee beside him, his third cup of the day, yet still warm, as Tony had scarcely touched it. This marked the signal of energy fusion's commencement. Dr. Banner adjusted his glasses, swiftly calculating on his tablet, based on the vibration frequency. He assessed that the fusion process was proceeding smoothly, devoid of any repulsion reactions. "Smooth is good," Steve sighed in relief, leaning against the railing, having found his method. Time flowed slowly in the tranquility of the training chamber. Jasper had lost track of how long it had been, aware only that the fusion of the three forces was gradually escalating, from an initial 10 to 20 and then to 30. With each incremental increase, he felt his connection to the universe deepening. He could vaguely perceive the energy flow of the stardust coating the building's exterior, hear the pulsing of the Earth's core, and touch the trajectories of cosmic particles beyond the atmosphere. His breath began to synchronize with the rhythm of the energy fusion. As he inhaled, the three forces expanded outward, absorbing the cosmic energy transmitted by the runic array. As he exhaled, they contracted inward, converting the absorbed energy into the impetus for fusion. Unbeknownst to him, the star map projection in the training chamber had activated autonomously. The Milky Way on the ceiling revolved slowly, with each star's brilliance resonating faintly with the energy within him, like countless eyes silently observing his growth. 7 days later, Jasper's energy fusion reached 50. On this day, the observers in the observation room witnessed, for the first time, a transformation. The exterior stardust coating of the building began to shimmer with a faint golden glow, as if gently illuminated by sunlight. The stardust streetlights surrounding the building occasionally flickered in unison, their frequency perfectly aligned with the energy vibrations from the training chamber. This was the external manifestation of energy resonance. Dr. Banner pointed to the data on the tablet, noting that Jasper's energy had begun to influence the surrounding stardust devices, indicating that the energy levels achieved through fusion had reached a point where they could affect the environment. Tony gazed out at the golden glimmer of the skyscraper, a faint smile finally gracing his lips. He lifted the cup of coffee, now long cold, and drank it in one swift motion. Though the taste was bitter, his heart felt enveloped in warmth. He understood that Jasper was steadily approaching his goal, and all he could do was maintain this tranquility, allowing him to undergo the most crucial transformation in a world free from disturbance. On the 15th day of seclusion, the silence of the training room was pierced by a faint hum, not mechanical, but the sound of energy resonating with the laws of the universe as it reached a critical state. Surrounding Jasper was a delicate golden cocoon of energy, with the fusion of three core powers having reached 80. In that moment, His consciousness was fully immersed in a vast ocean of universal principles. He could perceive how particles of light propagated in straight lines, bending within gravitational fields. He could hear the vibrational frequencies of atoms and feel how chemical bonds between different elements formed and broke. He could trace the flow of time like a gentle river, rippling at certain nodes. Yet, he still lacked the final step, an epiphany regarding the essence of universal laws. The last page of the Ancient One's grimoire depicted a complete cosmic star map, with a center held no stars, only a tiny dot, accompanied by the inscription, "All rules stem from the guardianship of stars over planets, planets over life, and life over the universe." The consciousness guarding Jasper whispered to him. He recalled every piece of equipment Tony had crafted for him. Pepper's Earth protection strategy for the organization, the silhouettes of Steve and Bucky shielding him on the battlefield, Natasha and Clint risking their lives to protect civilians, and Baymax's ever-gentle offer of help. These moments of guardianship took root within his consciousness like seeds. Suddenly, he comprehended that the essence of universal laws is not a cold dictate, but a warm connection. The bond between stars and planets forms galaxies. The connections between people create societies. The intertwining of energy and life gives rise to the cosmos. The reason his three powers could merge was that they all bore the will of guardianship. The magical heart's power had safeguarded the apprentices of Kamartaj. The legendary diamond's energy had stabilized the eternal forge, and the runic energy had protected the citizens of New York. It became clear to him. Jasper's consciousness aligned perfectly with the universal laws. The three powers within him instantaneously discovered a shared core of guardianship. The pale purple magic heart's energy softened, akin to gentle hands embracing the silvery legendary diamond energy. The diamond energy, feeling this will of protection, ceased to be overwhelmingly grandiose and became steady and reserved, continuously supporting the magic. The runic energy acted as a formidable barrier, tightly enveloping the two, forming a perfect energy cycle. Fusion rate, 85, 90, 95. The energy cocoon within the training chamber began to flicker violently, a soft golden light penetrating through, illuminating the entire room. The runic array on the ground was fully activated, each intricate line glowing with a dazzling silver radiance, perfectly synchronized with the star map projection on the ceiling, forming a colossal cosmic resonance field. At the heart of this resonance field stood Jasper, akin to a nascent star, emanating increasingly potent energy. In the observation room, everyone rose to their feet, their gaze fixated on the observation window. Tony's armor had automatically engaged its outer shell, and the energy reservoir of the palm cannon began to charge, not for combat, but to provide defensive support with the armor's energy shield in the event of an energy surge. The energy fluctuations were escalating exponentially. Jarvis's electronic voice resonated with unprecedented urgency. The building's structural vibration frequency surging to 5 as the energy density of the outer stardust coating breached its critical threshold. Dr. Banner's eyes widened in astonishment. The screen of the energy detector in his hand, displaying numbers that danced wildly. The energy level was surpassing that of the Celestial Father. Target unknown. Just then, the energy cocoon in the training chamber abruptly ceased its flickering. After a brief silence, a wave of pale golden energy erupted violently from the center of the training room. As the first wave of energy burst forth, the building's exterior stardust coating ignited instantaneously. The originally soft blue coating transformed into a resplendent gold under the infusion of energy, resembling a gilded cosmic lighthouse standing proudly in the heart of Manhattan, New York. The second wave of the shock wave spread throughout the urban expanse, igniting all the stardust streetlights on the Brooklyn Bridge. The golden glow extended along the cables, creating a luminous band across the East River in Central Park. The stardust fountain surged forth with gold-tinted water columns soaring dozens of meters high, coalescing in the air to form giant protective runes, which gradually dispersed into myriad golden specks, gently falling upon pedestrians, imparting a warm touch. The Statue of Liberty in New York Harbor was enveloped in golden energy. The flame atop her torch transformed into a brilliant gold, illuminating the entire port, with even distant cargo ships able to perceive this radiant glow. The third wave of the shockwave breached the atmosphere, spreading to the global Houston Space Center, where the monitoring screens suddenly blared with alarming alerts. The on-duty scientists rushed to the control console, only to find that the screens displayed not a danger signal, but an exceedingly stable golden energy wave, radiating from the Earth toward the cosmos. What kind of energy is this? The scientists widened their eyes, fingers trembling as they recorded the data. The energy density was 10 times that of the sun's core. Yet, the fluctuations remained remarkably stable. At the Chinese Academy of Sciences Cosmic Observation Station, a giant radio telescope captured this golden energy wave, with the spectrum graph on the screen revealing a flawless sine wave, characteristics only exhibited by cosmic-level energy. The source is New York. Toward the building, the researchers exclaimed with excitement, "It's Jasper. He has transcended the Big Ben in London. Under the influence of the golden energy wave, finds its pendulum's oscillation frequency synchronized with the fluctuations of this energy, resulting in a chime that resonates not with a dull thud, but with a crisp echo imbued with golden energy, reverberating throughout the entirety of London." In Tokyo's Ueno Park, the early cherry blossoms bloom prematurely under the same energy wave, their pink petals dusted with a delicate layer of gold, akin to a sprinkle of glitter. The Sydney Opera House, with its white shell-like roof, reflects a dazzling brilliance under the golden energy's illumination, resembling a floating palace of gold upon the sea. Monitoring stations, research institutions, and even ordinary citizens across the globe witness this golden energy wave emanating from New York. Social media erupts instantaneously, with the topic of this golden radiance soaring to the top of global trends within 10 minutes. Countless netizens upload their captured moments, New Yorkers jubilantly cheering in the streets, brandishing placards inscribed with Jasper, children in London dancing before Big Ben, chasing the golden specks in the air, couples in Tokyo posing under cherry trees. The golden glow of petals forming the most extraordinary backdrop. In the Oval Office of the White House, fervor ensues. The president gazes at the satellite images of the golden energy wave, his fingers slamming emphatically on the table. Yes, it is Jasper. He has succeeded. The Secretary of Defense immediately rises. "Mr. President, our monitoring indicates that this energy is friendly, devoid of any aggression. In fact, it has predicted the impending earthquake in California caused by the Earth's geomagnetic disturbances, and after the energy wave passed, the geomagnetic anomalies disappeared." The Secretary of State, clutching a recently received report, exclaims with excitement. Leaders from NATO member countries have sent their congratulations, stating that this golden energy wave signifies that America possesses a cosmic-grade guardian, which is excellent news for the entire Western world. The president picks up the phone, directly dialing the group's switchboard. "I wish to speak with Tony Stark." "No, I shall personally visit the tower. I want to express gratitude on behalf of the American people to Jasper for his contributions to this nation and to this planet." A large crowd has gathered around the tower. Initially, the New York police anticipated chaos and deployed forces in advance, only to discover that the populace was merely celebrating, taking photos, and some even brought champagne and cake for the festivities. A little girl holds up a drawing depicting the Golden Tower alongside a figure clad in rune-etched armor, tugging at a police officer's hand. "Uncle, has Jasper become a cosmic superhero? Will he protect us?" The officer kneels down, gently ruffling the girl's hair, pointing towards the distant Golden Tower. "Indeed, he will. He will safeguard us all." In the observation room, Tony watches the throngs of people outside, gazing at the real-time footage from around the globe, his eyes glistening with emotion. Pepper tenderly embraces him, sensing the tremors of his body, not from fear, but from exhilaration and pride. He has done it. Tony's voice quivers as he speaks. He truly has done it. Steve studies the energy data displayed on the screen, reflecting. The levels of this energy are nearing that of a celestial messenger. Our Earth has finally acquired a guardian capable of confronting cosmic threats. Upon Bucky's metallic arm, a delicate layer of golden energy enveloped it, effectively erasing the faint scratches inflicted during previous battles through its restorative properties. This energy was not only formidable, but also gentle. He moved his metallic arm slightly, sensing its protective nature rather than a destructive one. At that moment, the metallic door of the training room slowly opened, and Jasper emerged. Clad in a simple white training outfit, he was surrounded by a soft golden aura that harmoniously blended with the environment rather than radiating outward as before. His gaze was both clear and profound, as if it contained the entirety of the universe, yet it retained a familiar gentleness. He was still the Jasper who would exert every effort to safeguard the innocent, but now he possessed cosmic-level powers. "I have returned." His voice was soft, yet it resonated clearly in the ears of everyone in the observation room, as if echoing the harmony of the cosmos. Tony hurried over and embraced him. The golden energy did not repel them. Rather, it enveloped the two like warm sunlight. Tony could distinctly feel the protective intent embedded within this energy, reminiscent of the original aspiration behind the creation of his armor. "Welcome back." Tony's voice brimmed with excitement. "Do you know? The entire world witnessed your golden radiance, and they're all cheering for you." Jasper smiled and nodded, his gaze penetrating through the observation room's window to the throngs of people outside. He could sense the joy and trust in each heart, these emotions flowing into his energy like warm currents, softening his golden glow even further. "I know," he replied. "I can feel their sentiments, sense the pulse of the earth, and perceive the blessings of the universe." Chapter 4. Aftermath. The transformation of the tower and the birth of energy crystals 3 days after the breakthrough. The transformation of the tower continued unabated. The golden energy that overflowed from Jasper during his ascension had partially fused with the runic array of the tower, fundamentally altering its defensive system. Engineers from the corporation, armed with testing equipment, measured every floor of the tower, their faces filled with astonishment. The exterior layer of vibranium and stardust had experienced a 1,000-fold increase in energy conduction efficiency. It could now directly absorb cosmic energy and convert it into the tower's backup power source. The internal runic array had been activated. What was once merely theoretical cosmic-level defense could now genuinely withstand impacts from small meteorites. We tested with a simulation program. A 100-ton meteorite colliding with the wall would merely be deflected by the golden energy shield, leaving no scratches behind. The elevator speed had increased 5-fold, powered by cosmic energy, operating without any noise. Furthermore, it could connect directly to the space station in geosynchronous orbit. Mr. Jasper said that in the future, there will be no need to take rockets to the space station. We can simply use the elevator. Tony stood on the terrace of the tower's top floor, observing the busy figures of the engineers, holding the latest defense report in his hands. The report stated, the current defensive level of the mansion is cosmic grade, capable of withstanding assault from celestial beings of the highest order. It can autonomously repair structural damage and absorb cosmic energy as its power source. Truly a fortress of cosmic caliber. This is precisely what I desired, Tony remarked with a smile, as Jasper beside him raised his hand. The golden energy at his fingertips gently gliding over the terrace railing. The oxidation marks that had accumulated over time on the railing vanished in an instant, restored to a pristine silver white under the touch of the energy. The mansion's rune array can be further optimized, Jasper continued. I have already input certain parameters of cosmic laws, enabling it to automatically identify threats and adjust defensive strength. For instance, in the event of a typical terrorist attack, only the basic shield will engage. However, in the face of a cosmic-level threat, all defenses will be activated. Pepper approached, holding a document in her hand. The board has just approved the proposal for a global defense network, intending to replicate this rune array and energy fusion technology at our branches in London, Tokyo, and Sydney. Governments worldwide have expressed their willingness to provide venues and funding, even proactively proposing to collaborate with us in constructing a global cosmic-grade defense system. They are quite astute. Tony raised an eyebrow, but it is beneficial. With each additional defense point, Earth gains an extra layer of safety. In addition to the mansion's defensive upgrades, another portion of the overflowing golden energy coalesced around the mansion, on the roof, and even in the subterranean levels, forming numerous high-quality energy crystals. These crystals varied in form. Some resembled ice crystals with sharp angles, flowing with golden energy that refracted a spectrum of colors in the sunlight. Others appeared gem-like, round and plump, their surfaces adorned with delicate rune patterns, which, upon gentle touch, revealed the immense energy contained within, and still others blossomed like clusters of flowers. Growing from the exterior walls of the mansion, each petal a transparent crystal encasing a golden energy core. In the Group S Materials Laboratory, scientists clad in protective gear carefully collected samples of these crystals. A high-precision energy detector indicated that the energy density of these crystals was 100 times that of vibranium, with a stability rating of 9,999, and they could indefinitely store energy, an eternal energy crystal unprecedented in human history. Remarkable, the chief scientist exclaimed excitedly. These crystals can serve not only as energy cores but also for the creation of next-generation Stardust devices. For instance, utilizing them in powered armor could enhance endurance by a factor of 100. Employing them as the core of medical pods could increase treatment efficiency by 500. Jasper stood in the laboratory, gazing at the crystals formed from his own energy, his eyes filled with gratification. He extended his hand, and the golden energy at his fingertips gently touched one crystal, causing it to illuminate instantly, the internal energy flow becoming more vibrant. These crystals are not consumables. They are symbiotic entities, he stated. They can absorb cosmic energy and automatically replenish any expended portions, resonating with the energy of their users. For example, if Tony's armor were to utilize these crystals as a core, it could connect directly with his thoughts, allowing for more agile control. Tony immediately became intrigued. Is that true? Let us venture to the laboratory and transform my Genesis light armor into a crystal core. There is no rush. Jasper smiled as he held him back, saying, these crystals possess even more significant purposes. We can utilize them to establish a global Stardust energy network, allowing every nation and every city to harness clean and eternal cosmic energy. Thus, no one will wage war over energy disputes, nor will there be issues of environmental pollution. Steve entered the laboratory, gazing at the golden crystals with a sense of wonder, exclaiming, this is the true essence of changing the world. Not through weapons, nor through war, but through a force that benefits all. Bucky picked up a small crystal, rolling it in his hand, reminiscing, I remember back at Hydra's base. They killed many for a piece of vibranium. Now, with these crystals, we shall no longer fret over energy. Natasha leaned against the laboratory doorframe, smiling as she remarked. It seems our tasks will be significantly reduced in the future. No energy wars, no resource conflicts. The villains will likely lack reasons to wreak havoc. Jasper looked at his companions, at the shimmering crystals, and out the window at the skyscraper still enveloped in golden energy, feeling an overwhelming sense of peace and resolve. He understood that transcending to the cosmic level was not an end, but a new beginning. He could rewrite local cosmic laws, contend with the messengers of the celestial race, and safeguard the entire Earth and even the solar system. Yet, the most crucial aspect was that he could wield this power to create a better world, a world devoid of wars, suffering, where everyone could live in happiness. As the sun set, golden rays cascaded upon the skyscraper, merging with its innate golden energy to form an even more radiant glow. In the distance, at New York Harbor, the golden torch of the Statue of Liberty remained bright, serving as an eternal beacon illuminating the path for humanity. Jasper stood atop the skyscraper, gazing skyward. His consciousness traversed the atmosphere, crossed the solar system, and extended into the distant depths of the universe. He could perceive the faint energy signals of the celestial messengers from far-off galaxies, sense the drifting meteors and nebulae, and feel the profound yearning for peace from countless lives. He understood that the road ahead was long, and the threats within the universe awaited him. Yet, fear no longer gripped him, for he possessed the technology of the organization, the camaraderie of the Avengers, the trust of the global populace, and his cosmic-level power that could protect all. And that was sufficient. Chapter 100. The gaze of the cosmos on Titan. The desolate surface lay under a dark red sky, enveloped in eternal silence. Thanos stood atop the highest meteorite mound, clutching a replica of the Power Stone, crafted by the Black Order from the abandoned mines of the Void, with energy merely 10% of the original. His gaze, sharp as a hawk's, fixated on the depths of the cosmos, in the direction of Earth. At the very moment Jasper transcended, a wave of pale, golden energy traversed 1.2 billion light-years, landing upon Titan. This surge of energy, devoid of aggression, yet imbued with a profound sense of order and guardianship, resembled an invisible barrier that obstructed Thanos' perception of Earth. My lord, Ebony Maw hastily ascended the meteorite mound, his complexion pale. Our cosmic energy detector has identified an unknown energy fluctuation emanating from New York, Earth, with a power level equivalent to that of a singularity in the universe, comparable to your own might. Thanos did not turn, his fingers tightening slightly. The purple glow of the replica Power Stone flickered momentarily, only to be subdued by the lingering aura of a pale golden wave. I sense it, he replied. This power is remarkably pure, devoid of any destructive essence, only exuding a protective aura. Black Dwarf intoned gravely, My lord, shall we proceed to Earth and eliminate this threat? Our fleet stands ready. With your command, we could reach Earth's orbit within 3 days. Thanos slowly shook his head, a flicker of apprehension crossing his gaze. The stability of this force surpasses my expectations. It could even affect the local balance of cosmic rules. If we journey to Earth now, we would not only fail to eliminate it, but also risk alarming it. This power can safeguard Earth and effortlessly obliterate our fleet. He turned to face the Black Order and declared, the plan to collect the Infinity Stones must be expedited and reordered. Extending his hand, 5 ethereal images of the stones materialized in the void, each marked with its location. 1. Space Stone, located in the void, safeguarded by the collector, Tanelier Tyven, with minimal defenses, should be prioritized for acquisition. 2. Power and Reality Stones, situated in Asgard, within Odin's treasury, guarded by a formidable Asgardian army, requiring meticulous planning. 3. Mind Stone, found in New York, Earth, sealed by Jasper and protected by the Avengers. 4. Time Stone, residing in the Sanctum of New York, overseen by Stephen Strange, possessing the ability to manipulate time. Ebony Maw, you shall lead the Black Order to the Void immediately to seize the Space Stone. Thanos commanded with undeniable authority. Remember, swift resolution is paramount. Do not entangle yourselves with the Collector. He has the Elders of the Universe backing him, and we cannot afford to make enemies at this juncture. Yes, my lord. Ebony Maw and the Black Order bowed in obedience. Black Dwarf, you will command the Fallen One to monitor Odin's movements near the nebula close to Asgard. Thanos continued. Recent energy fluctuations from Asgard have been abnormal, possibly indicating an issue with Odin's health. Report any opportunities immediately, and we shall devise a plan to acquire the Reality Stone. Understood. Black Dwarf and the Fallen One responded solemnly. Thanos then gazed towards Earth, his eyes deep with contemplation. The entity on Earth should be left undisturbed for the time being. We must first acquire the space, reality, and power stones. Once we possess sufficient strength, we will return to address it. Remember, The attainment of balance requires patience, even if this process unfolds longer than I anticipate. After the Black Order departed, Thanos stood alone atop the meteorite mound, the replica Power Stone in his hand shimmering dimly. He could sense the faint golden barrier surrounding the Earth, which not only safeguarded the planet, but also altered the energy equilibrium of the entire galaxy. This blue planet, which he had once disregarded, had now become the most unpredictable variable in his cosmic balance scheme. In the resplendent hall of Odin in Asgard, Odin sat upon the eternal throne, and the Gungnir spear in his hand suddenly emitted a soft golden glow. He opened his single eye, piercing through the dome of the temple to gaze into the depths of the universe towards Earth, where a wave of faint golden energy resonated with Asgard's protective runes. Father. Thor entered the hall, his Mjolnir also shimmering with golden light. Do you feel it? That energy emanating from Earth is Jasper's. Odin nodded slightly, a hint of satisfaction gracing his lips. The first time I encountered Jasper, I recognized his cosmic potential. His rune power embodies the essence of order and guardianship, the most cherished qualities of an Asgardian warrior. At last, he has transcended, and his strength now rivals my own at the pinnacle of my power. Excellent, Thor exclaimed, brandishing his hammer. With Jasper on Earth, we need not fear Thanos' threat. His power, coupled with the Avengers and the Asgardian army, will surely thwart Thanos' plans. However, Odin shook his head, his expression turning grave. Thor, do not underestimate Thanos. His resolve is more steadfast than you can imagine. To achieve his vision of cosmic balance, he would sacrifice everything, including his own kin. Although Jasper's breakthrough has fortified Earth's defenses, it will also hasten Thanos' quest for the Infinity Stones. He paused, continuing, the Reality Stone of Asgard is Thanos' next target. My health has been waning, and the strength to guard the stone is diminishing. You must return to Earth promptly to assist Jasper and the Avengers in safeguarding the Mind Stone and the Time Stone. Once Thanos gathers more than 3 stones, even Jasper may find it difficult to contend with him. Thor's smile faded as he nodded solemnly. Rest assured, Father, I will return to Earth immediately. The safety of Asgard will be entrusted to you and General Sif. Go. Odin gestured, the golden glow of Gungnir gradually dissipating. Remember, while Jasper's power is formidable, his essence is one of guardianship, not aggression. In the battle against Thanos, you must become his blade, and he your shield. Only then can you unleash your full might. Thor bowed respectfully and departed the temple. As he exited the Bifrost Bridge of Asgard, his hammer radiated brilliant light as he soared towards Earth. He could feel Jasper's energy forming a stable barrier in Earth's orbit, a shield not only for the planet, but also a beacon of hope for the entire galaxy. Section 3. The Silence of Vormir. The Red Skull's perception Vormir, a desolate planet with a surface blanketed in eternal ice and snow, bore a sky filled with fragmented nebulae. The Red Skull stood before the altar of the Soul Stone, his red cloak billowing in the cold wind. He is the guardian of the Soul Stone, a cursed prisoner who has been unable to escape since being transported here by the Cosmic Cube during World War II. When Jasper's energy fluctuations reached Vormir, Red Skull's body suddenly trembled. He lifted his head, a flicker of surprise crossing his hollow gaze. This power was purer than anything he had ever encountered, even capable of subtly influencing the energy waves of the Soul Stone. The solitary cosmic-level Red Skull murmured to himself, his voice hoarse, Earth has given birth to such an existence. Thanos' plan is likely to fail. He extended his hand to touch the Soul Stone upon the altar. The gem emitted a dark red glow, conveying a message. Jasper's power could resonate weakly with the Soul Stone, signifying that he was eligible to be a candidate for it. However, his guardian nature contradicted the sacrificial rules of the Soul Stone, making it impossible for him to truly possess it. Intriguing, thought Red Skull, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Thanos was willing to sacrifice everything for the Soul Stone, while that Earthling was prepared to give everything to protect all. 2 extreme existences would inevitably converge on Vormir. He turned to gaze in the direction of Earth. The cold wind stirred the snow and ice on the ground, forming a swirling pillar of snow. Red Skull understood that a war determining the fate of the universe was about to unfold on Earth, and Jasper's breakthrough would become the most critical variable in this conflict. In the conference room on the top floor of the tower, Jasper, Tony, Pepper, Steve, Thor, and Dr. Banner sat around a circular table, where several pale, golden energy crystals were displayed. The crystals shimmered under the light, their internal energy flow clearly visible, resembling miniature stars. According to Jarvis's analysis, the energy density of these crystals is 1,000 times stronger than the most potent human energy source, antimatter, and is entirely pollution-free, with a stability rating of 9,999. Tony picked up one of the crystals, cradling it in his palm. We can utilize it to advance 3 initiatives. First, the interstellar travel program. Using energy crystals as a power source for spacecraft, enabling them to reach 10 times the speed of light, allowing us to reach Mars within 3 months. Second, the Global Stardust Network Upgrade Initiative, replacing the existing Stardust Energy Core with energy crystals, ensuring global coverage of the Stardust Network and providing free clean energy to all nations. Third, the Earth Defense Program, centered around the Tower S Energy Shield, establishing 100 energy defense nodes worldwide to create a cosmic-level protective shield enveloping the entire planet. Pepper activated the holographic projection, revealing detailed plans for the 3 initiatives. The Interstellar Travel Program already had initial design sketches, and the Aerospace Department was developing the first Stardust-class spacecraft, expected to complete testing within a year. The Global Stardust Network Upgrade Initiative required negotiations with various governments, with the U.S. government expressing clear support, and the EU and Russia also showing interest in collaboration. The technology for the Earth Defense Program was already mature, needing only the production of energy crystals and defense node equipment. Steve gazed at the projection of the Earth's defense plan, nodding in agreement. This initiative necessitates the collaboration of the Avengers. We can oversee the secure deployment of defense nodes, ensuring that the construction process remains undisturbed by terrorist organizations or extraterrestrial forces. Thor raised Mjolnir, the hammer resonating with the energy crystal on the table, emanating a soft golden glow. The protective runes of Asgard harmonize perfectly with the energy crystals from Jasper. I can request General Sif to dispatch a contingent of Asgardian troops to assist in the construction of the defense nodes. Furthermore, my father has consented to share certain aspects of Asgard's cosmic navigation technology to expedite your development of the Starlight vessel. Dr. Banner adjusted his glasses, adding, "The energy crystals also possess a potential application in healing. I have discovered that the energy within the crystals can promote cellular regeneration and even repair damaged genes. If we integrate the energy crystals into the Starlight medical pod, we could tackle diseases that humanity has yet to conquer, such as cancer, AIDS, and ALS." Jasper surveyed the plan before him, his heart swelling with hope. He extended his hand, the soft golden energy at his fingertips gently touching the energy crystal on the table. Instantly, the crystal blazed with radiant light, resonating with the energy barrier of the building, and immense protective runes materialized on the conference room windows. "I shall ensure a stable supply of energy crystals," Jasper declared with conviction. "The building's rune array has already synchronized with my energy, automatically generating 100 standard energy crystals each day, sufficient to meet the initial demands of all 3 projects. As I deepen my understanding of cosmic laws, I will further enhance the output and energy density of the crystals." After the meeting concluded, Jasper stood alone before the floor-to-ceiling windows of the building. Gazing out at New York, a soft golden energy barrier enveloped the city, where jubilant crowds celebrated in the streets, and children played by the Starlight Fountain, all brimming with vitality and hope. He understood that the threat of Thanos lingered, and dangers in the universe had not yet dissipated, but he was no longer alone. He possessed the technology of the group, the companionship of the Avengers, the support of Asgard, and the trust of humanity worldwide. His strength was no longer merely for breaking through barriers, but for safeguarding the protection of this blue planet, the preservation of human civilization, and the defense of every life within the cosmos. In the distance, a golden beam of light flashed across the sky, heralding Thor's return to Earth. A smile graced Jasper's lips as he extended his hand, the golden energy at his fingertips resonating with the energy of Thor's hammer, creating a breathtaking rainbow in the sky. Chapter 101. The daily life of a singular universe on the rooftop helipad. The soft golden energy barrier glimmered gently under the sunlight. Jasper stood at the edge, delicate golden runes swirling around his fingertips. Since transcending to a singular universe level, he had gained complete command over his energy, emanating warmth rather than oppression, even amidst the crowd. In the distance, a golden lightning bolt cleaved through the clouds, the hum of Mjolnir growing ever closer. Thor's silhouette emerged from the radiance, his crimson cloak billowing in the wind, and his golden armor still adorned with the stardust of Asgard. Rather than descending directly onto the landing pad, he maneuvered Mjolnir to circle around Jasper, the hammer resonating with Jasper's runic energy, tracing a brilliant golden blue arc through the air. "Jasper," Thor landed gracefully, enveloping him in a robust embrace. "Your strength surpasses what my father described. The guardian runes of Asgard can sense your energy fluctuations." Jasper chuckled, patting Thor's back, feeling the gentle resonance of Thor's lightning energy harmonizing with his own runic power. "Welcome back, Thor. Tony is waiting for you in the lab. He mentioned he has a surprise to show you." As they entered the building, the Stardust display in the elevator showcased the progress of the Global Defense Initiative. The first energy defense node in the Asia region had been established in Shanghai. The coverage of Stardust medical pods in Africa had reached 60%, and the upgrade of the Stardust network in Europe was entering its final phase. Thor gazed at the data on the screen, his eyes filled with admiration. "You have accomplished in mere weeks what took Asgard centuries. It is not solely my achievement, Jasper replied, displaying the Avengers' work. Steve and Bucky were ensuring the security deployment of the defense node. Natasha and Clint were sifting through S.H.I.E.L.D's old files to prevent remnants of Hydra from causing disruption. Dr. Banner was researching the medical applications of energy crystals. And Quicksilver and Wanda were in the mix as well. As the elevator doors opened, a sudden gust swept through the corridor. Quicksilver zipped past, clutching a bundle of stardust energy cores, with Wanda following closely behind. Jasper, Thor. Quicksilver halted, a sheen of sweat on his brow. Tony asked me to deliver these cores to the lab. He said they are for upgrading your hammer. Wanda approached Jasper, her fingertips brushing lightly against his arm. Their unique greeting, a touch of magic and runes allowing them to sense each other's states. Your energy is stable, she remarked gently. I was previously concerned that your breakthrough might cause energy turbulence, but seems my worries were unfounded. Thanks to the rune array, Jasper smiled. Tony expanded the runes from the training room throughout the entire building, helping to stabilize my energy flow. By the way, have you made any new breakthroughs with your magic recently? Indeed, Wanda's eyes sparkled. I can perceive the emotional fluctuations of others through magic and even subtly guide negative emotions into positive ones. Dr. Banner mentioned this has been quite beneficial for his control over the Hulk. Thor observed their interaction, a contented smile gracing his lips. He could sense that the Avengers were no longer the loosely knit team they once were. They had transformed into a family bound closely together. Jasper's runic energy acted as a bond, intertwining everyone's strengths into a formidable force greater than ever before. In the lab, Tony was busily attending to a massive energy apparatus. Suspended in the center was Mjolnir, enveloped by a gentle golden stream of stardust energy. Upon seeing Thor enter, Tony set down his tools, raising an eyebrow. Welcome back, God of the Hammer. Behold the gift I present to you, enhanced with Jasper's energy crystal and the URU metal from Asgard. This magnificent hammer now possesses a cosmic energy amplifier, capable of augmenting your lightning energy by 300% and harnessing cosmic rays as a power source. Thor approached the device, extending his hand to grasp the hammer. In an instant, a stream of pale golden energy surged into its body, causing it to emit a dazzling radiance as the ambient lightning energy began to coalesce. Marvelous! Thor exclaimed with exhilaration as he swung the hammer, unleashing a bolt of golden lightning towards the laboratory's energy absorption wall, which was instantaneously converted into stored electrical energy. With this enhancement, I could effortlessly vanquish 10 frost giants. Jasper leaned against the laboratory railing, observing Tony and Thor animatedly discussing the hammer's new functionalities, a warmth enveloping his heart. He stepped closer to Tony, gently tapping his arm. Tony immediately ceased his conversation, turning his gaze toward Jasper, his focus shifting from the hammer to him. What is it? Is there a fluctuation in energy? No. Jasper shook his head, merely feeling that the rune array of this amplifier could be further optimized to reduce energy loss by 15%. Tony's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he eagerly pulled Jasper to the control console. Do tell how to optimize it. I knew you would have a solution. His fingers instinctively clasped Jasper's wrist, as if to reassure himself of his presence. This subtle gesture did not escape the notice of Thor and Wanda, who exchanged knowing smiles. Choosing not to comment, Quicksilver leaned against the doorway, observing the scene within the laboratory, and remarked to Wanda, "It seems we have arrived at an opportune moment," interrupting the two bosses during their research. Wanda lightly nudged him, signaling him to refrain from speaking out of turn. Yet she couldn't help but glance at Jasper and Tony. Ever since Jasper's breakthrough, Tony's possessiveness had grown increasingly apparent. For instance, during meetings, he would unconsciously sit beside Jasper, subtly creating distance whenever someone approached him, and even restricting the touch of Jasper's energy crystal to only himself and Jasper. Conversely, Jasper had become more attached to Tony. After training sessions, he would seek out Tony immediately. In the event of technical challenges, Tony was his first point of inquiry. And even when indulging in hot cocoa, he preferred it brewed by Tony's own hands. This tacit reliance was as natural and cohesive as the rune array of the tower. The training room on the third underground level of the tower was constructed by Tony to meet cosmic-level combat standards. With a floor made of vibranium dust composite alloy capable of withstanding Hulk's full-force strikes. The surrounding walls were equipped with energy absorption panels, converting attack energy into electrical power. The ceiling's holographic projection could simulate various battlefield environments, from the frost giants Jotunheim to the desolate realms of the Dark Dimension. At 7 o'clock in the morning, the Avengers began to assemble in this space. Steve, clad in a training suit made of stardust material, was stretching his body. His shield was adorned with a layer of pale golden rune coating that Jasper had upgraded for him just yesterday, designed to withstand cosmic-level energy attacks. Bucky's metallic arm was fitted with a miniature energy crystal, capable of producing pale golden energy gauntlets, enhancing his melee prowess. Sam's flight wings were also embedded with energy crystals, causing pale golden energy streams to flicker at the wingtips when unfurled. All right, everyone is here. Let us commence today's training. Steve stood at the center of the training room, wielding a tactical board. Today's exercise involved a simulated team defense against an extraterrestrial fleet assaulting New York. Jasper was tasked with constructing an energy barrier, while Thor and Tony were responsible for aerial interception. Bucky, Sam, and I were assigned to ground defense, with Natasha and Clint providing long-range support. Dr. Banner stood ready to transform into the Hulk, while Wanda and Quicksilver were designated to assist across various battlefronts. Jasper approached the core of the training room and flicked his fingers, causing golden runes to shimmer. A pale golden energy barrier unfurled instantaneously, enveloping the entire training space. Countless minute runes emerged upon the barrier, dynamically adjusting the defensive strength according to his will, a self-adaptive defense mechanism capable of modulating energy output based on the intensity of the attack, thus preventing unnecessary wastage. Commence the simulation, Steve commanded, and the ceiling's holographic projection shifted dramatically to showcase the nightscape of New York. Numerous alien fighter jets dove from the sky, unleashing red energy blasts. Thor soared into the air first, his hammer crackling with golden lightning as he shattered 3 aircraft in an instant. Tony's Mark suit likewise activated its flight mode, simultaneously firing palm-mounted cannons and shoulder-mounted missiles, weaving a tight defense of blue energy beams and golden lightning in the air. On the ground, Steve raised his shield to absorb the impact of a crashing fighter jet, while Bucky, with his metallic arm encased in an energy gauntlet, obliterated the cockpit of another aircraft with a single punch. Sam deftly maneuvered with his flight wings, evading the jet's fire while retaliating with an energy machine gun. Natasha and Clint took refuge behind cover, their arrows and pistols precisely targeting the jet's vulnerable spots. Clint's arrows were enhanced with energy crystals, releasing pale golden energy explosions upon impact, annihilating nearby aircraft. The left barrier is under excessive pressure. Wanda's voice echoed as her crimson magic formed a protective shield, temporarily fending off the jet's assault. Jasper, we require assistance. With a flick of his thought, the runes on the left side of the energy barrier illuminated, tripling its defensive strength. Simultaneously, he beckoned a stream of golden energy towards Quicksilver. In an instant, Quicksilver accelerated, catching the energy flow and transforming it into energy gauntlets. He surged towards the left battlefield at supersonic speed, dispatching 5 enemy jets with swift punches. Dr. Banner, prepare to transform, Steve shouted as a colossal warship breached the aerial defenses, hurtling towards the ground of the training room. Banner inhaled deeply, green energy enveloping him in an instant, and the roar of the Hulk resonated throughout the chamber. He leapt and struck the warship's hull with tremendous force, causing it to contort. Jasper immediately directed the energy barrier to encase the vessel, shielding others from the debris generated by the impending explosion. Both Thor and Tony charged towards the core of the warship, their lightning-infused hammer and energy cannons striking simultaneously. The colossal vessel erupted in a thunderous explosion, completely absorbed by the energy barrier, leaving no destruction in its wake. Training concluded. Steve pressed a button on the tactical board, and the holographic projection vanished, restoring tranquility to the training room. Everyone was panting, yet their faces were adorned with smiles. The synergy achieved during this training session had improved by 50% compared to the last, a feat attributed to the application of Jasper's energy barrier and energy crystals. Quite impressive, Tony remarked as he approached Jasper, handing him a bottle of water. The adaptive regulation of the barrier was timely. Next time, we should optimize the response speed to aim for adjustments within 0.01 seconds. I will, Jasper replied, accepting the water and leaning against Tony, feeling fatigue from the intense focus during training. Tony instinctively draped his arm over Jasper's shoulder, shielding him from the gaze of others, and quietly inquired, "Are you tired? Would you like to rest in the lounge for a bit?" "No, let's wait a while longer. I want to observe Dr. Banner's hull control training." Jasper shook his head, his gaze shifting to Banner, who was adjusting his breathing. Wanda approached Banner, her fingertips casting a gentle red magic upon his arm. The soft crimson magic intertwined with the green energy within Banner, gradually stabilizing its fluctuations. "How do you feel?" Wanda asked. "Much better," Banner responded, his breath becoming steadier. "Your magic can neutralize Hulk's rage, and combined with Jasper's runic energy assistance, I can now maintain 30% of my rationality after transforming into the Hulk." Jasper smiled, saying, "Once the medical applications of the energy crystals are fully developed, we can create an emotional stabilizer for you, integrating the energy of the crystals with your magic, which should enable you to gain complete control over the Hulk." Banner nodded, his eyes brimming with anticipation. He looked around at his fellow Avengers, enveloped in a sense of belonging. In the past, he had always feared that his Hulk identity would endanger others, but now, with the support of his comrades, he had finally discovered a way to coexist with the Hulk. At noon, the staff cafeteria of the building buzzed with activity. Baymax, clad in a small apron emblazoned with head chef, was distributing lunch. Today's main course featured Stardust Energy roasted chicken, cooked using energy crystal power, rendering the meat tender and energy boosting, alongside vibranium mashed potatoes, enriched with Stardust powder for a creamy texture, and Wanda's favorite tomato soup, made from magically ripened tomatoes for a richer flavor. Hawkeye sat by the window with his 3 children, who were gathered around Baymax, curiously watching as he served the food. Baymax, why is this roasted chicken golden? The youngest child, Colin, inquired. Because it contains Mr. Jasper's energy crystal powder, which replenishes the body's energy needs and enhances the flavor of the chicken, Baymax replied in a gentle electronic voice, handing Colin a piece of roasted chicken. Be careful, it's hot. Hawkeye watched his children's joyful expressions and smiled at Natasha beside him, saying, I never expected we could have such a normal routine. I used to worry that the next mission might be our last, but now, with the protection we have in Jasper's energy barrier, I can finally enjoy this time with the kids. Natasha sipped her soup, her gaze softening, indeed. S.H.I.E.L.D. We dealt with darkness every day, but now we can finally see the light. Jasper's presence has changed many things, including Quicksilver's fate. She cast her gaze towards Quicksilver and Wanda in the distance, where Quicksilver was peeling an orange for Wanda, who wore a smile, a rare expression of ease on her face. If not for Jasper's nanoswarms, Quicksilver might have faltered in the wake of Natasha's voice, which quivered with unspoken words. Hawkeye gently patted her shoulder, offering comfort. It's all in the past. Quicksilver is well now, and Wanda has discovered her own worth. That is sufficient. Meanwhile, Rhodes, clad in the upper half of his armor, his lower half still in casual trousers, was engaged in a discussion with Tony about the application of energy crystals in the armor. I believe we can install energy jet boosters on the legs of the armor to enhance flight speed, Rhodes suggested. During the last mission in Washington, I encountered alien aircraft, and my armor's speed was simply inadequate. I've already begun designing it, Tony replied, nodding. With energy crystals as the power source, flight speed could reach Mach 3, doubling your old armor speed. Jasper interjected, suggesting that acceleration runes could be inscribed on the jet boosters to further improve efficiency. Sitting beside Tony, Jasper was meticulously picking onions off Tony's plate. He disliked onions, but always forgot to request the kitchen to omit them. I'll send you the rune designs tonight, Jasper said, placing the selected roasted chicken onto Tony's plate. Additionally, the stability of the energy crystals still requires testing. I will conduct experiments with Dr. Banner tomorrow. Sounds good, Tony responded, taking the roasted chicken without hesitation. He never accepted food chosen by others, except for Jasper. Thor, seated opposite them, observed the scene and chuckled. You two are like the symbiotic runes of Asgard. Neither can function without the other. Jasper's cheeks flushed slightly, and he remained silent, focusing on his meal. Tony, however, unabashedly ruffled Jasper's hair, declaring, of course, he is my rune partner. No one else is permitted to touch his rune energy. The possessiveness in his words was palpable to all present. Bucky and Sam exchanged amused glances, while Steve shook his head in mild exasperation. Wanda beamed with a sense of contentment. They all recognized that Tony's concern for Jasper had transcended mere partnership, and Jasper's reliance on Tony was equally profound. In the afternoon, the Avengers divided into groups to advance the Earth Guardian initiative. Steve and Bucky headed to Africa to inspect the construction of energy defense nodes. Natasha and Clint returned to S.H.I.E.L.D. to address Hydra leads in old files. Rhodes and Tony remained in the lab to develop energy upgrade strategies for the armor. Banner and Wanda researched emotional stabilizers. Quicksilver was tasked with transporting energy crystals to various defense nodes, and Jasper stayed in the tower to optimize the rune array of the global Stardust network. In the lab, Jasper sat before the console, her fingertips guiding golden runes that flowed across the screen, adjusting the energy parameters of the Stardust network. Tony approached, offering her a cup of hot cocoa. Take a break. You've been focused for 3 hours, he suggested. Jasper accepted the cocoa, leaning against Tony as she closed her eyes. There's just one last parameter to fine-tune. Once it's done, I'll rest. Tony cradled him gently, patting his back with a tenderness that radiated warmth. There is no rush. Take your time. I have already instructed Quicksilver to delay the shipment of the energy crystals, so there's no need for you to hurry. Jasper nodded, relaxing into Tony's embrace. The laboratory was enveloped in a serene stillness, punctuated only by the subtle hum of the flowing runic energy and the rhythmic beating of Tony's heart. In this tranquil and comforting moment, Jasper found solace. After experiencing the vastness of the universe upon breaking through to a cosmic level, he still cherished the companionship of those around him as the most precious gift. On the terrace of the building's top floor, The dusk sunlight painted the sky in hues of gold and crimson. Jasper and Thor sat in wicker chairs. A stone table before them adorned with 2 bottles of Asgardian mead and a plate of stardust cookies crafted by the giant, imbued with a delicate sweetness from the energy crystal powder. In the distance, the city of New York slowly lit up, a pale golden energy barrier shimmering above like a gentle armor. Thor took a sip of the mead, gazing at the scene before him, and remarked, "The dusk in Asgard has never felt this warm. There, twilight is always tinged with the scent of war. Frost giants, dark elves, and fire giants are eternally embroiled in conflict." Jasper picked up a cookie, savoring it slowly. "Have you noticed any unusual energy fluctuations in Asgard recently?" Thor paused, setting down his goblet, his expression shifting to one of gravity. "You sense it too? The protective runic energy of Asgard has been waning, and my father's health is deteriorating." General Sif reported that the frost giants of Jotunheim have been restless, seemingly plotting something. Jasper fell into silence for a moment, his fingers unconsciously tracing the patterns on the stone table. He understood that the anomalies Thor spoke of were harbingers of Ragnarok. Surtur, the fire giant, would awaken from Muspelheim, obliterating Asgard's protective runes. Loki would unleash Fenrir, slaying Odin. Ultimately, Asgard would be consumed by flames, with only a few fortunate souls surviving. As a traveler through time, he could not directly inform Thor of the impending doom, for that would reveal his identity and potentially disrupt the timeline. Yet, he could not stand idly by while Thor and Asgard marched towards destruction. After all, Asgard was an ally of Earth, and Thor was a vital companion. "Thor." Jasper lifted his gaze, his expression earnest. "I have recently been studying cosmic energy fluctuations and discovered some anomalous destructive energy. This energy originates from the chaotic regions of the universe, imbued with a potent aura of finality, and it is moving towards Asgard." Thor's complexion paled instantaneously. "Destructive energy? Moving towards Asgard?" "Indeed," Jasper nodded, activating a holographic projection that displayed a series of simulated energy fluctuation graphs. "This trajectory is based on cosmic energy data I have simulated. It is predicted that within a year, this destructive energy will reach Asgard. By then, the protective runes may not withstand its onslaught." He did not mention Surtur, the Fenrir wolf, nor did he allude to Loki's treachery. Instead, he described the threat of Ragnarok in terms of destructive energy, a strategy that would neither reveal the identity of the traveler nor fail to capture Thor's attention. As Thor gazed at the energy trajectories projected before him, his fingers clenched tightly around the goblet, knuckles paling. His father had spoken of Asgard's fate as a cyclical journey of birth, prosperity, destruction, and rebirth. Could this truly be the moment of Asgard's annihilation? Fate is not immutable. Jasper's voice resonated with conviction. Although the laws of the universe possess their inevitability, they also harbor uncertainty. Just as Earth was destined for destruction under Dormammu's invasion, our efforts had altered that destiny. Likewise, Asgard's fate can also be transformed. Thor lifted his gaze to Jasper, his eyes alight with hope. "Do you possess a solution?" "I require more energy data from Asgard, including the structure of the protective runes, Odin's energy fluctuations, and even the flame energy parameters of Muspelheim." Jasper stated that with this data, he could endeavor to forge a cosmic-level defense barrier for Asgard using rune energy and energy crystals, akin to the one on Earth. This barrier might withstand that destructive energy, buying Asgard precious time. Thor nodded vigorously. "I shall return to Asgard tomorrow and gather all the data you need. My father will be delighted to learn of a means to resist the destructive energy." Jasper observed Thor's enthusiasm, yet a heaviness lingered in his heart. He understood that the root of Ragnarok lay not solely in external destructive forces, but also within the internal discord of Asgard. Odin's neglect of Loki, his compromises with fate, and his steadfastness to outdated rules. These internal dilemmas cannot be resolved by a mere defense barrier. "Thor, there's one more matter," Jasper added. "While you procure the data, pay close attention to the internal energy fluctuations of Asgard, particularly the anomalous energy sources. Sometimes, internal threats are far more perilous than external ones." Chapter 102. Ragnarok referred to Loki, who had long harbored resentment towards Asgard and could very well betray it during Ragnarok, unleashing the Fenrir wolf. Though he could not articulate it, he hoped Thor would remain vigilant and take precautions in advance. Although Thor did not comprehend Jasper's reasoning behind the emphasis on internal threats, he nodded earnestly. "I shall. I will enlist General Sif and the 3 warriors to assist me in a comprehensive inspection of Asgard's energy sources." At that moment, Tony appeared at the terrace entrance, holding a coat. The day was waning, and the wind was brisk. One must not catch a chill. He approached Jasper, draping the coat over his shoulders, and then naturally seated himself beside him, casting a subtle, scrutinizing glance at Thor. He was not fond of Jasper spending too much time alone with others, especially during discussions of importance. "What are you discussing?" Why haven't you come down yet? Tony picked up a mug of mead from the table, took a sip, and grimaced slightly. The taste of the drink remained peculiar, far inferior to my cherished 1982 law fight. We were discussing the energy fluctuations of Asgard. Jasper leaned against Tony and explained that Thor would be returning to Asgard the following day to assist him in acquiring some data for the construction of a defensive barrier for Asgard. Tony's expression instantly turned serious. Is there trouble in Asgard? Do you need our assistance? The Avengers could dispatch a small team to accompany Thor and help investigate any threats. No, thank you, Thor shook his head. The issues in Asgard must be resolved by us. However, I appreciate your goodwill. Once I retrieve the data, I will need Jasper and you to assist in designing the defensive barrier. Tony nodded, refraining from further inquiries, instead wrapping his arm around Jasper's waist, drawing him in closer for comfort. This overt gesture of possession elicited a chuckle from Thor. Tony, your concern for Jasper is evident on your face. In Asgard, such intimacy is reserved for couples. Tony's cheeks flushed slightly, yet he did not deny it. Rather, he tightened his embrace around Jasper. He is my rune partner. It is only natural that I care for him. Jasper's face also turned crimson as he buried his head in Tony's embrace, remaining silent. As dusk faded from the terrace, night descended, and the lights of New York shone ever brighter. The pale golden energy barrier flickered in the evening, resembling a star safeguarding the earth. The following morning, on the building's helipad, Thor donned his golden armor, wielding the upgraded Mjolnir, prepared to return to Asgard. The Avengers gathered to bid him farewell. Steve handed him a small stardust shield, capable of providing defense in emergencies. Natasha presented him with a communication device for direct contact with the Avengers. Clint gifted him a specially crafted energy arrow, which could unleash a pale golden energy explosion. And Dr. Banner provided him with a preliminary report on his Guardian energy research. Wanda and Quicksilver presented him with an energy crystal to serve as an emergency power source. Remember, if any issues arise, contact us immediately, Steve said, patting Thor's shoulder. The Avengers will always stand as allies to Asgard. I will, Thor replied, receiving the gifts with deep gratitude. Once I return with the data, we shall forge the most formidable defensive barrier for Asgard together. He approached Jasper and solemnly stated, Jasper, the fate of Asgard rests in your hands. I believe in your rune, energy, and trust you can help Asgard through this crisis. I will do my utmost. Jasper nodded, handing Thor a crystal inscribed with protective runes. This crystal could resonate with Asgard's protective runes. When faced with danger, shattering it would release a temporary defensive barrier, buying precious time. Thor accepted the crystal, clutching it tightly. Thank you, Jasper. Once this matter concludes, I shall treat you to Asgard's finest mead, and we shall not part until you are thoroughly intoxicated. Tony approached Jasper, draping his arm over his shoulder, and addressed Thor. Return swiftly. Do not linger in Asgard for too long. The Earth's defense plans still require your assistance, especially regarding aerial defenses. Rest assured, I will return as soon as possible. With a smile, Thor discerned Tony's possessiveness, yet chose not to address it directly, merely winking at him, assuring, I shall not steal away your runic companion. He lifted Mjolnir, as golden lightning gathered around him. Casting one last glance at the Avengers, he wielded the hammer, soaring toward Asgard. His golden figure gradually faded into the sky, leaving behind a faint, shimmering trail. The Avengers stood solemnly on the helipad, watching the direction of Thor's departure, their hearts heavy with concern. They understood that the threat facing Asgard was no trifling matter, and Thor's journey could entail numerous perils. Do not fret, Jasper consoled, observing their expressions. Thor is formidable, and with the gifts and defensive crystals we have provided, he will be safe. Moreover, we will devise a defensive barrier swiftly. Upon his return, it can be deployed immediately. Tony grasped Jasper's hand firmly, his gaze resolute. Indeed, we shall aid Asgard in overcoming this crisis. For now, let us focus on fortifying Earth's defenses, ensuring that no troubles arise before Thor returns. Nods of agreement filled the air as they turned back toward the tower, immersing themselves in the guardianship plans for Earth. On the helipad, only the faint golden energy barrier shimmered in the sunlight, a testament to their eternal promise to protect Earth, safeguard Asgard, and cherish all they held dear. Leaning against Tony, Jasper gazed at the sky where Thor had vanished, silently praying. May Thor successfully acquire the data. May Asgard evade the fate of Ragnarok. May they all emerge unscathed from the impending crisis. Sensing Jasper's unease, Tony gently patted his back. Do not worry, with me, and with all of us together, everything shall be well. Jasper nodded, relaxing in Tony's embrace. He knew that no matter the challenges the future held, as long as they stood united, nothing was insurmountable. The Bifrost shimmered with stardust brilliance. Thor stood at its center, his golden armor adorned with a stardust coating that glimmered with a soft blue hue in the eternal sunlight of the divine realm. The outer layer consisted of vibranium stardust composite alloy, capable of withstanding dark matter impacts. The inner layer was interwoven with the resolute rune, adept at regulating energy flow and even guiding cosmic lightning to amplify attacks. In his grasp, Mjolnir featured a miniature energy crystal embedded in the hammerhead, while the handle was entwined with faint golden runic chains, an enhancement crafted by Tony and Jasper, designed to amplify Thor's lightning energy by 300% and allowing him to manipulate the hammer's trajectory with a precision of 0.01 millimeters. Prince Thor, welcome back. Heimdall's voice resonated from the far end of the Bifrost, his eyes aglow with a soft golden light. A gift from Jasper that granted him cosmic vision capable of penetrating nebulae across 100,000 light years and even tracing the flow of energy. King Odin awaits you in the chamber of Odin's sleep, but his energy fluctuations are quite unstable. Thor tightened his grip on Mjolnir, the hammer resonating with his armor as a soft golden energy flowed along his arm. What has happened to father? He inquired. Before my departure, his condition was stable. It is Prince Loki. Heimdall's voice was grave. After your departure, he took control of Asgard's affairs under the pretense of caring for his majesty Odin, and he has forbidden anyone from approaching Odin's chamber of slumber. I attempted to gain a cosmic perspective, only to be thwarted by a magical barrier. This was not Asgard's traditional magic, but a runic shield infused with dark energy. Thor's gaze sharpened instantly, recalling Jasper's warning before he left Earth, to be vigilant of anomalous energy within Asgard, as internal threats can often be more perilous than those from without. He promptly activated the energy detection mode of his armor, his helmet encasing his visage, while a holographic display illuminated the energy distribution map of Asgard, pinpointing the location of Odin's chamber. Indeed, it was enveloped in a deep crimson magical energy, closely aligned with Loki's magical fluctuations. Take me to Odin's chamber, Thor commanded, his voice imbued with thunderous authority, as Mjolnir hummed in his palm, the energy crystal at its head radiating a dazzling glow. As he traversed the golden streets of Asgard, the guards on either side donned armor coated with stardust, an upgrade provided by Jasper to enable even ordinary soldiers to withstand the chill of frost giants. Yet, at this moment, their expressions were vacant, evidently under Loki's magical control. Thor did not harm them. Instead, he unleashed a gentle bolt of lightning from Mjolnir, the soft golden energy sweeping over the guards, their vacant stares vanishing in an instant as they regained their senses. Your Highness, upon awakening, the guards immediately knelt on one knee. Prince Loki has ensorcelled us, claiming you have betrayed Asgard and allied with the Earthlings. I understand, Thor nodded. You are to inform General Sif and the warriors 3 to assemble at once, ensuring the protection of Asgard's citizens against Loki's further machinations. The door to Odin's chamber was tightly sealed, inscribed with Loki's dark magical runes. Thor raised Mjolnir, the energy crystal at its head synchronizing with the stardust coating of his armor, as a soft golden lightning surged along the hammer's handle, forming a colossal rune of thunder. In the name of thunder, break. With a resounding crash, the rune collided with the door, the dark crimson magical barrier shattering instantaneously as the door swung open. Inside, Loki lounged upon Odin's throne, adorned in Odin's golden robes, wielding Odin's scepter. Yet, his disguise was laid bare under the scrutiny of Thor's armor, the holographic display revealing the chaotic magic swirling within him. Brother, you returned rather swiftly, Loki smirked, shedding his pretense. I had anticipated you would linger on Earth a few more days, enjoying the company of your human friends. Loki, where is father? Thor pointed Mjolnir at him, the energy crystal at its head flickering with a menacing light. What is your true intent in controlling Asgard with your magic? Loki shrugged, and the staff in his hand emitted a surge of emerald magical energy, only to be thwarted by the rune barrier of Thor's armor as he approached. Do not be so fierce, brother. I merely wish to assist you in governing Asgard. Our father has grown old, his thoughts too conservative, unwilling to embrace the technology of Earth, and even less inclined to acknowledge your bond with those humans. Yet I can render Asgard more formidable. Strength is not derived from control and deception. Thor's voice rose, the stardust coating of his armor shining with a more brilliant radiance. Our father taught us that true strength lies in protection, not dominion. Jasper and Tony, through technology and runes, safeguard the Earth and aid Asgard in upgrading its armaments. They are our allies, not foes. At that moment, a faint wave of energy emanated from a corner of Odin's sleep chamber. Thor's armor immediately locked onto the source, revealing a concealed magical door behind which lay Odin's feeble breaths. Ignoring Loki's obstruction, he strode forth and shattered the magical barrier with his hammer. Odin lay upon a stone bed, his complexion pale, with energy fluctuations so faint they were nearly imperceptible. Father, Thor knelt before the stone bed, as his armor released a soft, golden stream of energy into Odin. This was a life-sustaining function added by Jasper, capable of momentarily stabilizing vital signs through stardust energy. Odin slowly opened his eyes and regarded Thor with a look of profound satisfaction. Thor, you have grown and finally grasped the essence of guardianship. Turning to Loki, his voice was weak yet authoritative. Loki, your ambition will only lead to the ruin of Asgard. The future of Asgard lies not within your grasp, but in the hands of Thor and his allies. Loki's expression darkened, his grip on the staff tightening, yet he refrained from attacking. He sensed that Thor's strength had increased significantly since his departure. The energy fluctuations of his armor could even suppress his dark magic. More importantly, he felt a familiar, daunting energy emanating from Thor's armor. Jasper's rune energy, a singular cosmic pressure that deterred him from acting recklessly, even from light years away. I shall not relent, Loki declared, casting aside a green beam of magical light and vanishing from Odin's sleep chamber. Thor did not pursue him, but remained focused on sustaining Odin's vital signs with his armor's energy. Odin grasped his hand and softly spoke. Thor, there is a secret I have long withheld. Beneath the depths of Asgard lies a powerful enemy, my sister, Hela. Her power is derived from the core of Asgard. Once she awakens, the entirety of Asgard will plunge into destruction. This is the truth behind the annihilation energy Jasper spoke of. Thor's pupils dilated sharply. He finally comprehended that Jasper's prior warnings were not mere fabrications. The threat facing Asgard was far graver than he had imagined. Father, what shall we do? Thor's voice trembled with urgency. Jasper had indicated he could forge a defensive barrier for Asgard, but it required the core data of Asgard. It is too late. Odin shook his head, his form beginning to grow translucent. The seal on Hela is loosening as my life energy wanes. She will soon awaken, Thor. Remember, Asgard is not merely a city, but its people. Safeguard the citizens of Asgard and unite with your allies to confront Hela. Odin's essence ultimately dissipated into the air, leaving behind a faint golden rune, the guardian symbol of Asgard and the key to its core. Thor grasped the rune tightly, rising to his feet as Mjolnir resonated with a steadfast hum in his palm. He understood that a war concerning the very survival of Asgard was on the horizon. Chapter 103. The Twilight of the Gods 2. Father. Thor attempted to reach for him, but grasped only air. Take care of the people of Asgard. Odin's voice echoed across the wasteland, ultimately fading into silence. Thor clutched the core ember in his hand, tears streaming down his face. He realized that his father's departure meant he must shoulder the responsibility of protecting Asgard alone. Drawing a deep breath, he dried his tears, tightened his grip on Mjolnir, and soared towards the treasury, intent on reuniting with Jasper to thwart Hela and safeguard the citizens of Asgard and the Infinity Stones. The treasury was nestled within the deepest recesses of the Asgardian palace, encircled by 3 tiers of protective runes, each empowered by the kings of Asgard throughout the ages, capable of withstanding cosmic-level assaults. However, the first and second tiers had already been ravaged by Hela's death energy, leaving only the third tier struggling to endure, its radiance flickering perilously on the verge of shattering. Jasper and Baymax stood at the entrance of the treasury, observing the damaged protective runes with furrowed brows. Baymax, analyze the energy fluctuations of the third-tier runes and calculate the safest entry method, Jasper instructed, the rune energy at his fingertips swirling gently, poised to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. Understood. Baymax's palm emitted a scanner, a soft blue beam sweeping over the protective runes. The energy fluctuations of the third tier were unstable, with only 30 of its original energy remaining. Hela was inside the treasury, dismantling the seals of the gems. Her death energy had begun to affect the Space Stone and the Power Stone, causing their energies to leak. Jasper nodded, as the faint golden rune energy surged from his fingertips, merging with the third-tier protective runes. The rune's radiance intensified, and the damaged areas began to mend slowly. I have temporarily reinforced the protective runes with rune energy. We must enter now and secure the gems before Hela can destroy their seals. He pushed open the treasury door, and the sight within caused his pupils to constrict. Hela stood before the seals of the gems, black death energy surging toward the seals like a tide. The Space Stone and Power Stone pulsating violently within their confines, blue and purple energies leaking incessantly, causing the very walls of the treasury to tremble, as if they might collapse at any moment. Just in time, Hela remarked, turning her head to see Jasper and Baymax, a cold smirk curling at her lips. I was wondering when you would finally arrive. The power of these 2 Infinity Stones is truly formidable. If I can obtain them, I will possess the strength to dominate the universe. At that time, even you, a singular cosmic entity, will be no match for me. Jasper remained silent, his fingertips emanating a soft golden energy that instantaneously formed a barrier, shielding the gem seal and halting the encroachment of deathly energy. Hey Allah, the power of the Infinity Stones is beyond your control. Any forceful attempt to seize it will only result in a backlash from the stone's own energy. Cease your assault at once, or I shall not show you mercy. Mercy? Hela scoffed, as dark death energy coalesced in her palm into a massive scythe. Do you truly believe you can thwart me? Asgard is my domain. Everything here is under my dominion. With a fierce swing, she aimed the scythe at Jasper. The black energy blade, radiating a consuming aura, closing in on him in an instant. Unperturbed, Jasper swiftly conjured a soft, golden shield with his fingertips, intercepting the energy blade. The collision produced a deafening explosion that reverberated throughout the treasury, causing stones from the walls to rain down. Your death energy, though formidable, is countered by my rune energy. Jasper's voice remained calm, as the people of Asgard began their withdrawal. Even if you acquire the stones, you will never rule Asgard. Surrender, Hela. Hela's gaze turned icy, intensifying her output of death energy, unleashing countless energy blades toward Jasper. Surrender? I have been sealed by Odin for millennia, enduring immense suffering. Now that I have the chance for vengeance, how could I possibly relent? Suddenly, Baymax burst forth, releasing a swarm of silver nanobots from his palm, which formed a barrier to deflect a portion of the energy blades. Mr. Jasper, I detect a necromantic mark within Hela's death energy. This mark can command the souls of the deceased. The Asgardian guards she previously slain have likely been resurrected as her undead army. Jasper nodded, sensing the overwhelming influx of necromantic energy from outside the treasury. Hela was indeed surreptitiously reviving the undead forces. Baymax, assist the Asgardian civilians in their evacuation. I shall handle matters here. But, Mr. Jasper, Hela's power is immense. You cannot face her alone. Baymax's electronic voice conveyed concern. Rest assured, I can manage, Jasper replied, reinforcing the rune energy at his fingertips. Now go, and ensure the safety of the civilians. Baymax nodded and turned away from the treasury. Jasper fixed his gaze upon Hela, determination crystallizing in his eyes. Now, we can converse earnestly. He charged at Hela, manifesting a long sword of rune energy, thrusting it toward her. Hela parried with her scythe, and as death energy clashed with rune energy, the ground of the treasury fissured, exacerbating the leakage of energy from the space stone and power stone. Jasper understood that further delay was untenable. If he continued to linger, the seals on the stones would shatter entirely, leading to catastrophic consequences. Taking a deep breath, he unleashed the cosmic energy within him, enveloping the entire treasury in a soft golden glow, momentarily suppressing Hela's death energy. This was the first time fear etched itself upon Hela's visage. She could sense the immense cosmic energy coursing through Jasper, an energy that seemed to govern the very laws of the universe, rendering her deathly powers ineffective. Seizing the moment, Jasper rushed towards the gem seal, the runic energy at his fingertips gently caressing the seal, initiating its repair at the damaged points. From within his cloak, he produced a specially designed energy container, a collaborative invention of Tony and Dr. Banner, capable of temporarily storing the energy of the Infinity Stones to prevent any potential leakage. No, you cannot take the stones. Hela attempted to intervene, yet Jasper's runic energy ensnared her, leaving her immobilized. Helplessly, she watched as Jasper opened the energy container and meticulously placed the space stone and power stone within it. As he sealed the container, the runes upon its surface glowed brilliantly, completely locking away the stone's energies. He turned to face the trapped Hela, his gaze calm. Hela, your quest for vengeance ends here. Asgard shall not fall to your destruction, nor shall the Infinity Stones be exploited by you. At that moment, Thor burst into the treasury, relief washing over him as he beheld Jasper with the stones. Jasper, are you unharmed? My father. I'm aware of King Odin's fate. My condolences, Jasper interjected. Our foremost priority now is to lead the civilians of Asgard to safety. Hela has resurrected the army of the dead. Asgard will soon be overrun. Thor nodded, gripping the core ember tightly. I have arranged for the civilians to evacuate via spacecraft. Let us join them and then make our way to Earth. Jasper regarded the ensnared Hela, pondering for a moment before declaring, I cannot slay her. Her death energy is intertwined with the core of Asgard. To kill her would destabilize that energy. I shall temporarily seal her with runic power. Once the civilians are secure, we will devise a means to deal with her permanently. Once more, the runic energy surged from his fingertips, forming a golden cage that imprisoned Hela within. This confinement would suppress her death energy without issue, at least for the time being. Let us depart. Thor acquiesced, and together they exited the treasury. Upon their emergence, they beheld the sky filled with the spectral army of the dead. Asgard's palace was under siege, while civilians, shielded by Valkyries and Asgardian soldiers, retreated towards the spacecraft. Move swiftly, Thor urged, quickening his pace towards the vessels. Jasper followed closely behind, tightly clutching the energy container housing the Infinity Stones. Acutely aware that safeguarding these stones and the civilians of Asgard was now his paramount duty. Chapter 104. The Twilight of the Gods 3, the Asgardian spacecraft lay docked at the harbor, with civilians boarding in an orderly fashion. Valkyries and Asgardian soldiers formed a defensive perimeter, weapons drawn, to fend off the relentless attacks of the spectral army. However, the sheer number of the undead forces was overwhelming, and they could not be killed. Even when shattered into fragments, they could reconstitute under hellish death energy and continue their assault. This cannot continue. Our soldiers are on the brink of collapse. Valkyrie shouted to her comrades as she wielded her longsword. We must devise a way to thwart Hela, otherwise, the undead army will emerge incessantly. At that moment, a familiar sound of engines resonated from the sky. Valkyrie looked up to see several recognizable armors soaring towards the port. Tony's Mark armor and Rhodey's war machine. The surfaces of the armors shimmered with a delicate golden stardust sheen, a testament to the upgrades made in 2013. Tony, Rhodey, what brings you here? Valkyrie exclaimed, her voice filled with joy. Tony's armor descended beside her, and the palm cannon unleashed a burst of blue energy, instantly obliterating a throng of undead soldiers. Jasper contacted us, informing us of Asgard's peril, and we rushed to your aid. Steve, Natasha, and Clint are prepared on Earth. Once your civilians are evacuated, we can establish a temporary base near the tower. Rhodey's war machine also landed nearby, its shoulder missiles wreaking havoc on a large segment of the undead forces. We have brought an abundance of stardust energy weapons, which can temporarily suppress the resurrection abilities of the undead army. You can utilize them to safeguard the evacuation of the civilians. Valkyrie nodded, promptly instructing her soldiers to arm themselves with the stardust energy weapons. The soldiers unleashed their newfound weapons upon the undead, and upon impact, the Black Death energy dissipated instantly, preventing any reassembly. This is magnificent. These weapons are invaluable, Valkyrie exclaimed, her enthusiasm palpable. Now we can hold out until all civilians board the ships. Tony and Rhodey exchanged knowing smiles and resumed their assault against the undead forces. Their armors showcased formidable power in battle, with Tony's palm cannon and Rhodey's missiles working in perfect harmony, steadily decimating the undead army and buying precious time for the civilians' escape. Meanwhile, in the desolate expanse of Asgard, Dr. Banner and Wanda were providing remote support through the Stardust Network. Dr. Banner sat in the laboratory of the tower, analyzing the energy map of Asgard displayed on a holographic screen, scrutinizing the energy properties of the undead army to offer tactical advice to Tony and Rhodey. The core energy source of the undead army is located near Hela's prison. If we can destroy this energy source, we can temporarily halt the emergence of the undead. Wanda, using her magic for remote support, conjured a protective barrier that intercepted some of the undead army's attacks through the Stardust Network. Tony, Rhodey, I can momentarily contain the undead. Seize this opportunity to destroy the energy source. Receiving the message, Tony and Rhodey immediately directed their flight towards Hela's prison. They understood that dismantling the energy source would grant them additional time for the civilians' evacuation and alleviate the burden on Jasper and Thor. Deep within Asgard's core lay the skull of Surtur and the Eternal Flame. Surtur, the flame giant of Muspelheim, stands as a pivotal figure in Ragnarok. Should he come into contact with the Eternal Flame, he shall awaken and unleash flames potent enough to obliterate Asgard. Thor and Jasper, positioned deep within the core, gaze solemnly at the skull of Surtur and the Eternal Flame before them. Jasper, Thor begins. The only way to vanquish Hela is by awakening Surtur and allowing his flames to annihilate Asgard. A hint of hesitation laces his voice, but such an act would lead to the utter obliteration of Asgard, our homeland. Asgard is not merely a palace or a piece of land. It is its people. Jasper interrupts, his gaze resolute. As long as the people endure, Asgard can be reborn. Hela's power emanates from the heart of Asgard. Once the core is destroyed, her strength will dissipate, and she shall never rise again. He pauses, then continues. I will harness the runic energy to control Surtur's flames, directing them solely against Hela and her undead army while striving to protect the core embers of Asgard, leaving a glimmer of hope for its resurgence. Thor inhales deeply, clutching the core embers tightly. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. I will direct the Eternal Flame towards Surtur's skull while you prepare to wield the runic energy to control the flames. He approaches the Eternal Flame, extending his hand, letting the electric energy gently caress the flames. In an instant, the Eternal Flame ignites and surges towards Surtur's skull. Upon contact, a cataclysmic burst of flame energy erupts, causing the very core of Asgard to tremble. Surtur gradually awakens, his colossal form dominating the depths of the core, wielding a massive sword of flame. Its heat soaring to millions of degrees, capable of melting any substance in the universe. The moment of destruction for Asgard has arrived. Surtur's voice booms like thunder as he hurtles toward the palace of Asgard. Jasper swiftly follows, his fingertips emanating a pale, golden runic energy that coalesces into a vast barrier, confining S.H.I.E.L.D's flames to a controlled perimeter. S.H.I.E.L.D, your targets are Hela and the undead army. Do not harm the civilians or the ships of Asgard. S.H.I.E.L.D, sensing the cosmic energy coursing through Jasper, displays a flicker of caution but offers no retort. Instead, veering toward Hela's prison, he swings the flaming sword, and the immense blade cleaves through the cage, engulfing it in flames. While Hela's anguished screams echo across the skies of Asgard. No, I shall not be destroyed so easily. Hela's voice resonates with defiance. As the dark energy of death surges violently within the flames, striving to break free. Yet, the ferocity of S.H.I.E.L.D's flames proves insurmountable, consuming the death energy until it ultimately dissipates. With Hela's demise, the undead army loses its source of power, collapsing en masse into mere heaps of bones. S.H.I.E.L.D gazes upon the palace of Asgard, brandishing his flaming sword, and in an instant, flames engulf the entire structure. The palace crumbles amidst the inferno, ultimately reduced to a desolate ruin. Jasper gazed upon the scene before him, devoid of sorrow, yet brimming with hope. He understood that the destruction of Asgard heralded a new rebirth. From within his cloak, he retrieved an energy container housing the Infinity Stones, his fingertips caressing its surface, causing the runes to glow ever more brightly. He was determined to swiftly transport these two stones to the unclaimed dimension for fortification and sealing, to thwart their fall into malevolent hands. Thor approached Jasper, clutching the core ember tightly. The civilians of Asgard have all boarded the ship. We shall now journey to Earth and commence anew. Jasper nodded in agreement, and together with Thor, they soared towards the vessel. The ship ascended gracefully, veering towards Earth. Through the windows, they beheld Asgard gradually vanishing amidst the flames, yet their hearts swelled with hope, for they knew that as long as the core ember endured, Asgard would be reborn in a new realm, and its people would embark on a fresh life upon Earth. On Earth, at a temporary stronghold near the New York Tower, Steve, Natasha, Clint, Sam, and Quicksilver, among the Avengers, busied themselves with the fortifications arrangements. Surrounding the stronghold was a shimmering golden energy barrier, a portion of the defensive shield Jasper had previously crafted for Earth, designed to protect the stronghold from external threats. The civilians' accommodations were meticulously prepared, each room equipped with stardust energy heating and water systems to ensure their fundamental needs were met. Steve spoke into the communicator, holding the layout of the stronghold in his hands. The medical bay is also set up. Dr. Banner and Wanda are calibrating the equipment to provide treatment for the injured civilians. Natasha stood at the entrance of the stronghold, her gaze fixed on the distant sky. Filled with anticipation, Jasper and Thor should be arriving shortly. We are prepared to receive them without any disturbances. Clint and Quicksilver were busy transporting supplies, with Clint's quiver brimming with stardust energy arrows, while Quicksilver used his super speed to swiftly carry food and water. These Asgardian civilians have endured so much. They certainly need to rest. We have prepared ample provisions to ensure they need not worry about supplies for the coming week. Sam patrolled the skies with his flight wings, equipped with stardust energy detectors, continuously monitoring the surrounding energy fluctuations. There are no unusual energy waves, nor any media or reporters. We can confidently receive the Asgardian civilians. At that moment, a faint golden streak appeared in the distant sky as the Asgardian ship descended gently onto the open ground near the stronghold. The Avengers immediately converged, with Steve leading the charge, extending his hand toward Thor with a warm smile. Welcome to Earth, Thor. From now on, this shall be your new home. Thor grasped Steve's hand, a long-awaited smile illuminating his face. Thank you, Steve. We are grateful for everything you have done. The people of Asgard shall forever remember your kindness. Jasper descended from the ship, firmly clutching the energy container that held the Infinity Stones. He gazed at the Avengers before him, his heart brimming with warmth. Everyone had worked tirelessly. The civilians of Asgard had been safely evacuated, and now, our next endeavor is to assist them in swiftly adapting to life on Earth. Dr. Banner and Wanda approached, with Banner eyeing the energy container in Jasper's hands, curiosity glimmering in his eyes. Is this the Space Stone and the Power Stone? Their energy fluctuations are formidable. We must find a secure location to store them post-haste to prevent any energy leakage. Jasper nodded. I intend to send them to the Void Dimension for reinforcement and sealing. The Void Dimension lacks the concepts of time and space, and no life exists within it, making it the safest repository for the Infinity Stones. Tony stepped beside Jasper, draping an arm around his shoulder. I will accompany you. The Void Dimension is perilous. I can provide protection with my armor to assist you in sealing them. Jasper smiled and nodded. Very well, we shall depart tomorrow. For today, let's focus on settling the Asgardian civilians and allowing them to feel the warmth of Earth. The Avengers nodded in agreement, beginning to assist the Asgardian civilians as they disembarked from the spacecraft, guiding them to temporary shelters. The base was filled with cheerful laughter. Although the Asgardian civilians had lost their homes, with the Avengers' aid, they glimpsed new hope, their faces adorned with long-forgotten smiles. The following morning, in the laboratory of the mansion, Jasper and Tony stood before a colossal space teleportation device, surrounded by delicate golden stardust runes, meticulously designed by Jasper to open a portal to the void dimension. The device was calibrated and ready to accurately open the portal. Tony examined the device's parameters and remarked to Jasper, "My armor has also been upgraded to function properly in the void dimension, providing you protection." Jasper nodded, clutching the energy container housing the Infinity Stones. The runic energy gently brushing over the container. "I have temporarily suppressed the stone's energy with runic power. Upon entering the void dimension, I will employ cosmic-level runic energy and energy crystals to reinforce the seal, ensuring the stones cannot be easily retrieved." He took a deep breath and activated the space teleportation device. A soft golden light emanated from the device, and a vast rift in space appeared before them. The other side revealing a chaotic flow of energy, devoid of the concepts of time and space, and lacking any semblance of life. This was the void dimension. "Let us proceed." Jasper stepped into the rift, with Tony closely following. Upon entering the void dimension, they were met with a fierce surge of energy, the chaotic energies relentlessly battering their bodies. Tony immediately activated the defense system of his armor, a golden energy barrier shielding them from the chaotic energies' onslaught. Jasper, in turn, conjured a more formidable barrier of runic energy around them, blocking the majority of the chaotic energy. He surveyed the surroundings, seeking a suitable location to seal the stones. The void dimension lacked fixed points. Only the ever-flowing chaotic energy remained, and he needed to discover a region with relatively stable energy. "The energy in that region appears relatively stable. Let us proceed there." Jasper gestured towards a distant expanse of pale, blue chaotic energy and soared through the air with Tony. Upon reaching the area, Jasper opened the energy container and extracted the space stone and the power stone. The moment the stones were liberated from their vessel, they unleashed a formidable surge of energy, causing the surrounding chaotic energy to erupt violently. Jasper swiftly enveloped the stones with runic energy, subduing their explosive power. "Tony, assist me in retrieving the energy crystals and arrange them according to this formation," Jasper instructed, handing Tony a diagram depicting a complex sealing array. These energy crystals are designed to absorb the surrounding chaotic energy, providing the necessary energy support for the seal. Tony nodded in acknowledgement, procuring a substantial number of energy crystals from the storage compartment of his armor and meticulously positioning them around Jasper in accordance with the diagram's specifications. As soon as the energy crystals were set in place, they began to absorb the chaotic energy nearby, their surfaces gleaming with a soft golden light. Taking a deep breath, Jasper felt the cosmic energy within him surge forth, and a tide of pale, golden runic energy flowed from his fingertips, merging into the sealing array. Instantly, the array illuminated, forming a colossal golden barrier that encased the space stone and the power stone within. "Now, let us commence the reinforcement of the seal." Jasper's voice reverberated within the ungoverned dimension. The runic energy from his fingertips continuously streamed into the barrier, causing layers upon layers of runes to manifest upon its surface. Each layer represented a potent seal capable of withstanding cosmic-level assaults. Tony stood vigilantly nearby, observing the chaotic energy around them to preempt any unforeseen incidents. Watching Jasper in his focused state filled him with pride. His companion had matured into a guardian of the universe. Approximately an hour later, the sealing process was finally complete. The space stone and the power stone were securely encased within the golden barrier, shielded from the chaotic energy, their powers entirely suppressed and no longer capable of leaking. All done, the seal is complete. Jasper withdrew the runic energy, a fatigued yet content smile gracing his face. The chaotic energy of the ungoverned dimension would continue to provide energy to the seal, and as long as there were no attacks from entities of cosmic caliber or higher, the stones would remain undisturbed. Tony approached Jasper, offering him a bottle of water. "Well done. Let us return now. The citizens of Asgard are awaiting us, and we must continue to advance the Earth's Guardian initiative." Jasper nodded, and together they stepped into the spatial rift, journeying back to Earth. Chapter 105. The space stone in the conference room on the top floor of the tower. Jasper, Tony, Thor, Steve, Natasha, Dr. Banner, Wanda, and other Avengers sat around the circular table, where Asgard's core ember and the sealing report from the ungoverned dimension were displayed. The Infinity Stones have been securely sealed within the ungoverned dimension, and there should be no issues in the immediate future, Jasper addressed the group. The citizens of Asgard have largely adapted to life on Earth, and the facilities at the temporary base are functioning normally. Holding the core ember, Thor beamed with gratitude. "Thank you all for your unwavering contributions to Asgard. When the time is ripe, we shall reconstruct Asgard on Earth, ensuring the continuation of our civilization." Steve nodded, addressing the assembly. "Now, We must deliberate on the looming threats ahead. According to Jasper's intelligence, Thanos is in pursuit of the Infinity Stones. While we have sealed the Space Stone and the Power Stone, it is highly probable that he has already acquired the others. We must be prepared to prevent him from seeking the stones on Earth. Dr. Banner adjusted his spectacles and added, I have commenced research on Thanos' energy attributes. His strength surpasses any adversary we have previously encountered. We must swiftly enhance Earth's defenses and bolster the Avengers' might to confront him when he arrives. Jasper's expression grew grave. Thanos' objective is to collect all 6 Infinity Stones, utilizing their power to eradicate half of all life in the universe. His prowess has reached a cosmic level. We must unite all possible forces, including the people of Asgard, S.H.I.E.L.D, and even allies from other planets, to have a chance at defeating him. He paused before continuing. I will persist in studying cosmic laws to augment my own power while optimizing Earth's defensive barriers and rune networks in preparation for Thanos' arrival. Tony, you must expedite the development of more formidable armors and weapons. Thor, you need to consolidate Asgard's strength and train a formidable army. Steve, you are responsible for coordinating the collaboration between the Avengers and other organizations. The Avengers nodded in unison, their eyes filled with resolve. They understood that the battles ahead would be arduous, yet they would not falter. They were determined to protect Earth, the universe, and all that they cherished. After the meeting, Jasper stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows of the building, gazing at the distant temporary stronghold of Asgard, his heart brimming with hope. He realized that although the shadow of Thanos loomed, as long as they stood united, no challenge was insurmountable. Meanwhile, in a distant corner of the universe, beneath the dark crimson sky of Titan, Thanos' flagship, the Dark Fortress, hovered above the barren surface, its metallic armor reflecting the faint light of distant stars. Resembling a slumbering cosmic behemoth, within the bridge, Thanos reclined on his obsidian throne, his fingertips gently caressing a replica of the Power Stone. Ever since he sensed Jasper's ascension to the cosmic level, the energy fluctuations of the replica had become exceedingly unstable, as if it feared the golden energy emanating from Earth. My lord, the coordinates of the void have been confirmed. The collector, Tanalir Tyvin, remains in his museum. The energy fluctuations of the Reality Stone are stable, with no anomalies detected in the defenses. Ebony Maw bowed respectfully below, his robe billowing softly in the bridge's airflow, his eyes betraying a hint of cautiousness. However, our sensors are still unable to penetrate Earth's golden barrier. The energy signals of the space and power stones have completely vanished. Thanos' fingers paused momentarily, the dark energy surrounding his throne quivering slightly. Had it vanished? Was it concealed or merely displaced? His voice resonated with a deep, suppressed fury. Those 2 gems were the most easily attainable in his grand scheme. Yet now they had transformed into an enigma, all orchestrated by that singular, cosmic entity from Earth. Analyses of residual energy suggested they had likely been transferred to an unclaimed dimension. The Dark Star added in a rumbling voice, his colossal axe leaning beside him, its blade shimmering with dark energy. That dimension is devoid of the rules of time and space. Our detectors cannot locate it. Only an entity possessing cosmic spatial capabilities can open a passage. Thanos fell silent. He could surmise who was responsible. Aside from Jasper, no one could have transferred the 2 Infinity Gems to an unclaimed dimension in such a brief span. Nor would anyone dare to undertake such an act beneath his very gaze. A chilling intent to kill spread through him, yet it was swiftly quelled. He currently lacked the leverage to confront Jasper. A reckless assault on Earth would only lead to the complete collapse of his plans. He resolved to abandon the pursuit of the space and power gems, prioritizing the acquisition of the reality gem instead. Finally, Thanos spoke, his tone imbued with undeniable authority. The Collector's defenses are feeble and driven by greed and cowardice. With just a modicum of pressure, he will yield the gem. Once we secure the reality gem, we shall devise our next course of action. But my lord, Earth still possesses the mind and time gems. General Deathblade interjected, his spear twirling in his grasp. If we allow those 2 gems to remain on Earth, Jasper may very well transfer them as well, jeopardizing our plan. I am aware, Thanos interrupted, his gaze deepening. But now is not the time for a direct confrontation with Jasper. His singular cosmic power could easily decimate our fleet. We require more gems to possess the capital to contend with him. He glanced toward the Dark Star Proxima. You and Ebony Maw shall lead the charge into the void. Ensure you return with the reality gem within 3 days. Black Dwarf and General Deathblade will remain aboard the ship, tasked with training the fleet in preparation for ensuing battles. Yes, my lord. The 5 Dark Generals responded in unison, turning to depart the bridge. With only Thanos remaining on the bridge, he rose and approached the viewing window, gazing down upon the ruins of Titan. In the distance, colossal metallic fragments spun in the wind within a crater, as if recounting the grandeur of this planet's past. The energy trajectory of the reality gem flickered into view before Thanos' fingertips. A faint yet distinct perception gleamed through cosmic energy. Jasper, he murmured, the name laced with apprehension and calculation. Do you believe that relocating 2 gems can thwart my ambitions? Await my return. Once I gather the other 4 gems, not even a cosmic entity shall impede the arrival of balance. His palm gradually clenched, dark energy coalescing into a black orb within his grasp. A vessel he had prepared for the reality gem, capable of temporarily suppressing its energy to prevent it from spiraling out of control. Thanos was acutely aware that while the Collector possessed the reality gem, he lacked full dominion over it. Therein lay his opportunity. Meanwhile, within the hangar of the Dark Fortress, Ebony Maw and Darkstar were meticulously inspecting their equipment. In Ebony Maw's hand, a staff forged from concentrated dark energy shimmered with an eerie glow. This was a bespoke weapon crafted by Thanos, capable of manipulating dark matter from the cosmos, thereby amplifying his magical prowess. Darkstar's dual spears were coated in frost venom from Jotunheim, capable of freezing any entity they touched, including energy itself. Remember, do not engage too deeply with the Collector, Ebony Maw advised as he adjusted his robes. Once we acquire the Reality Stone, we must return immediately. Our master does not wish for us to squander too much time in the void. I understand, Darkstar replied coldly, her spears crossed in her grasp. If the Collector refuses to relinquish the stone, he shall learn the consequences of defying Thanos. The duo boarded a small assault vessel, which swiftly ascended, soaring toward the depths of the void. The ship's engines expelled faint purple flames, tracing a brief trajectory across the dark red sky of Titan before vanishing into the cosmos. Thanos stood on the bridge, gazing in the direction the vessel had disappeared, his fingers once more caressing a replica of the Power Stone. He understood that seizing the Reality Stone was merely the first step. Next, he needed to locate Gamora, who possessed knowledge of the Soul Stone's whereabouts. Only by obtaining the Soul Stone could he muster the strength to confront Jasper and the Golden Barrier of Earth. Gamora's presence stirred complex emotions within Thanos, cold ruthlessness intertwined with a barely perceptible struggle. Soon, we shall be reunited, he mused. In the core region of the void, a colossal museum constructed from cosmic meteorites and the wreckage of abandoned starships hovered in the abyss. The museum's exterior was adorned with countless fragments of colorful celestial bodies, creating the illusion of a flowing rainbow palace against the backdrop of the universe. This was the repository of the Collector, Taneleer Tyvan, housing the most rare and perilous treasures of the cosmos, from fossils of ancient planets to weapons of extraterrestrial civilizations, and even sealed dark entities. Inside the museum, opulence reigned supreme. In the center of the Grand Hall, a fountain crafted from pure gold spouted blue liquid stellar energy, droplets cascading onto the floor with a melodious, tinkling sound. Surrounding display cases house an array of bizarre artifacts. A miniature black hole rotating slowly, ensconced in a field of special energy, an alien longsword capable of slicing through space, and an ancient runestone from Asgard. At the deepest recesses of the museum, within a secret chamber, a gem radiating a crimson glow floated within an energy shield. This was the Reality Stone, an infinite gem capable of distorting reality and altering the very essence of matter. The Collector, adorned in a purple robe bedecked with gemstones, scrutinized an alien beetle within a display case through a magnifying glass. The beetle's shell glimmered with a metallic sheen, capable of emitting a corrosive acid that could dissolve anything. Ah, splendid. This corrosive beetle hails from a forsaken mine of the stars. A rare specimen indeed. The Collector's voice was high-pitched, laced with a tinge of greedy excitement. Once I have amassed all the wonders of the universe, I shall become the wealthiest being in existence. His assistant, an extraterrestrial robot clad in a silver uniform, abruptly approached him, emitting a series of beeping alarms. Master, an unidentified spacecraft is approaching the void. The energy fluctuations of the ship match those of Thanos' Black Order. The Collector's hand froze, causing the magnifying glass to fall to the ground and shatter into fragments. Thanos? The Black Order? His complexion turned pale, and his voice trembled. What could they possibly want here? I have no connection with Thanos. He cannot find me. The ship had entered the atmosphere of the void, expected to reach the museum in 10 minutes. The robot continued its report, revealing that the energy readings from the ship indicated the presence of 2 formidable users of dark energy, far exceeding the strength of their guards. The Collector paced anxiously, the gems on his purple robe swaying with his movements. Quick, hide the Reality Stone. Seal it with the highest grade energy, he shouted at the robot, his voice laced with terror. Also, activate the museum's defense system. All guards to the main hall prepare to buy time. The robot immediately obeyed, darting towards a secret chamber. The Collector collapsed into a golden chair, cradling his head in his hands. Visions of Thanos' terrifying legend flashing through his mind. the cosmic balancer who had annihilated countless planets and slaughtered half the population, never seeking someone without reason, unless he desired something from the collector's possessions. They must be after the reality stone. The collector murmured to himself, despair gleaming in his eyes. He understood that his defenses would be futile against the Black Order. Even if he concealed the reality stone, it would inevitably be discovered. 10 minutes later, the outer defense barrier of the museum suddenly quaked violently, a massive crack appearing in the blue energy shield. The guards in the hall raised their weapons in panic. Yet none dared to advance. They could feel the dark energy emanating from outside, pressing down on them like a mountain, suffocating their resolve. Boom! The museum's grand entrance was forcefully blown open, debris scattering, as Ebony Maw and Black Dwarf appeared in the doorway. Ebony Maw lightly tapped his staff in the air, instantly binding the guards in the hall with an invisible force, rendering them immobile. Black Dwarf, wielding twin spears, strode forward, his icy gaze sweeping the surroundings in search of the collector. Tanalier Tyvan, come forth, Ebony Maw's voice echoed in the hall, tinged with mockery. We know you are here, and we are aware of what you conceal. Surrender the reality stone, and we may spare your life. Otherwise, this museum, along with all your peculiar collections, shall be reduced to cosmic dust. The collector hid behind a pillar in the hall, trembling uncontrollably. He knew that resisting would only lead to a swifter demise. Taking a deep breath, he adjusted the folds of his robe and stepped out from behind the pillar, feigning calmness upon his face. Esteemed subordinates of Lord Thanos, I apologize for the lack of proper welcome. May I inquire what brings you to seek my presence? Less pleasantries, came the curt reply. In the dark night, the twin spears of the dark neighbor pointed menacingly at the collector, their frost-tipped ends glimmering with an ethereal blue light. Where's the reality gem? Surrender it, or I shall take your life this instant. The collector's eyes flickered with trepidation as he attempted to buy time. Reality gem? What reality gem? I possess only cosmic curiosities. Nothing akin to gems, he feebly protested. With a cold smirk, the ebony-throated one waved his staff once more, unleashing a wave of dark energy that struck the display cabinet beside the collector. In an instant, the cabinet shattered, and the seal of a miniature black hole within was breached, causing a black gravitational field to erupt, drawing nearby objects into its voracious pull. Stop! The collector screamed. I will yield. I will yield. The reality gem is in the secret chamber. I will lead you there. Fearful of further defiance, he turned and began to walk towards the chamber. The ebony-throated one and the dark neighbor followed closely behind, ever vigilant for any ambush. The museum's secret chamber lay 3 levels underground, its walls forged from superalloy and inscribed with ancient defensive runes. Runes that the collector had spent 3 centuries gathering from across the cosmos to withstand cosmic-level energy assaults. In the heart of the chamber, the reality gem floated within a transparent energy shield, radiating a crimson glow that illuminated the entire room, twisting the surrounding air into delicate patterns of light and shadow. This is the reality gem. The collector stood before the shield, hesitant to approach. Its energy is highly unstable. I have barely managed to suppress it with 10 layers of energy seals. Exercise caution. The ebony-throated one approached the energy shield, the tip of his staff emanating a soft lavender light, aiming it at the shield. Release the seal, he commanded. After a moment's hesitation, the collector pressed the button beside the energy shield. Layer by layer, the 10 energy seals unraveled, causing the crimson radiance of the gem to intensify. While the room's temperature soared, and the runes on the walls began to flicker ominously, as if on the verge of collapse. Dark neighbor, prepare the container. The ebony-throated one instructed, as dark energy from his staff began to entwine the reality gem, attempting to extract it from S.H.I.E.L.D. Suddenly, the collector pressed a hidden emergency button concealed within his sleeve. The ground of the chamber split open, and countless metal spikes erupted from the fissures, lunging toward the ebony-throated one and the dark neighbor. Simultaneously, the runes on the walls blazed to life, unleashing a golden energy shockwave aimed at the two. The collector's final gambit to retain the reality gem and his own life. Overreaching, the dark neighbor scoffed, crossing his twin spears before him. An ethereal blue frost barrier materialized in an instant, intercepting the metal spikes and the energy shockwave. The venomous frost emanating from the barrier froze the spikes into crystalline sculptures, while the energy wave was absorbed, rendered intangible. The ebony-throated one's gaze hardened as dark energy from his staff surged forth, manifesting a colossal dark tendril that ensnared the collector's form, lifting him into the air. Did you truly believe such trivial tricks could hinder us? His voice dripped with lethal intent. By the command of Lord Thanos, no one shall defy us. Since you refuse to cooperate, I have no choice but to plead for my life. I surrender. I have already surrendered. The collector screamed, his face awash with terror. The reality gem is now under your control. Release me. I beseech you. Release me. Ebony Throat paid him no heed, the dark tendrils tightening fiercely. The collector's complexion turned ashen, gasping for breath. Just as he believed death was imminent, the Dark Knight neighbor star suddenly interjected. He is still of use. The master may require his collection to locate other gems. It would be a pity to kill him. Ebony Throat hesitated momentarily, but ultimately loosened the grip of the dark tendrils. The collector collapsed to the ground, panting heavily, drenched in cold sweat. Meanwhile, the reality gem had been entirely seized by Ebony Throat's dark energy, slowly emerging from its energy shell and settling into the black container held by the Dark Knight neighbor star. At the moment the container made contact with the gem, the runes on its surface illuminated, entirely suppressing the gem's crimson brilliance, leaving only a faint ripple of energy. Task accomplished, return to the ship, Ebony Throat declared. Turning towards the secret chamber's exit, the Dark Knight neighbor star followed closely behind, tightly gripping the vessel containing the reality gem. The collector lay prostrate on the ground, watching the retreating figures with a heart full of despair and fury. He realized that he had lost not only the reality gem, but also his standing in the cosmos. Without the gem, his collection had lost its most valuable component, and he could no longer claim the title of the wealthiest being in the universe. The grand chamber doors slowly closed, leaving the collector alone, shivering on the cold floor. The temperature in the room gradually normalized. The runes upon the walls regained their tranquility, yet the red glow left by the reality gem forever vanished from this secret chamber. In a laboratory on the top floor of the building, Jasper had just returned from the unclaimed dimension, his pale golden energy still not fully retracted, a hint of fatigue in his eyes, yet they remained bright. Tony, clad in silver-gray battle armor, the outer layer had been removed, leaving only the inner energy protective suit, was analyzing energy data from the cosmos on a tablet. Dr. Banner sat nearby, a holographic display revealing Earth's energy map before him, peppered with numerous red dots representing the energy signals of superpowered individuals on Earth. The fleet of Thanos has made a move. Tony spoke first, handing the tablet to Jasper. Our satellites detected a small assault ship departing from Titan, heading towards the void. The energy fluctuations aboard match those of Ebony Throat and Dark Knight neighbor star among the Obsidian Five. Jasper accepted the tablet, the screen displaying the flight trajectory and energy readings of the assault ship. The collector's domain in the void. His brow furrowed. Thanos must be seeking the reality gem in the collector's possession. He fears my strength and dares not strike Earth directly, opting instead to target the vulnerable collector. Dr. Banner adjusted his glasses and added, based on our analysis of Thanos, he is likely to seek the Soul Stone next. According to legend, the Soul Stone is concealed on Vormir, safeguarded by a mysterious guardian, though its precise location remains elusive. Jasper, the guardian of the Soul Stone, gazed into the abyss, recalling the energy fluctuations he had sensed on Vormir, an amalgamation of death and protection, likely intertwined with the Red Skull. Regardless of who it may be, anyone seeking the Soul Stone, including Thanos, must pay a considerable price. We cannot afford to be complacent. Once he acquires the Reality Stone, his power will escalate significantly, and he may very well dare to launch an assault on Earth. Tony approached Jasper, gently touching his arm, relieved to feel the steady energy pulsating within him. You just returned from the Void Dimension. You should rest, he advised. Thanos' strike ship will take at least 3 days to return to Titan, giving us time to prepare. I am fine, Jasper replied, shaking his head as he moved to the holographic screen. His fingertips traced the faint golden runes, gliding across the surface. I wish to sense any anomalous energies on Earth during this interval. Thanos' arrival may awaken the ancient powers hidden within the planet. We must locate these forces and seek their assistance. Ancient powers? Are you referring to the Eternals? Dr. Banner's eyes sparkled with interest. According to old S.H.I.E.L.D. files, the Eternals are an ancient race created by the Celestials, possessing immortal lives and formidable superpowers, who have long concealed themselves on Earth, quietly safeguarding human civilization. Chapter 106. Thanos' actions within the Dark Fortress's bridge. Ebony Maw and Corvus Glaive knelt, presenting a black vessel containing the Reality Stone to Thanos. He took the vessel, his fingertips brushing against the runes on its surface, causing it to gradually open. The Crimson Reality Stone floated in his palm, emanating a powerful energy wave. Excellent, Thanos remarked with a hint of satisfaction. The dark energy within his hand began to merge with the stone's energy, which was even more potent than he had anticipated. With it, we can distort reality and easily breach Earth's defenses. He closed his eyes, allowing his consciousness to traverse the energy of the Reality Stone, seeking the locations of the other Infinity Stones within the cosmos. The Mind Stone resided in New York, its energy stable and protected by the Avengers. The Time Stone also lay in New York, safeguarded by Strange and the Sanctum. The energy of the Soul Stone remained obscured on Vormir, requiring further pinpointing, while the Space Stone and Power Stone were exiled by Jasper, their dimensional traces undetectable. I cannot sense their locations. Thanos spoke gravely. The atmosphere in the bridge turned tense. The void dimension lacked the rules of time and space, rendering the sensors ineffective. Only beings with cosmic-level spatial abilities could open a passage. Thanos knew that Jasper, with his singular cosmic prowess, was entirely capable of achieving this. What shall we do now? Corvus Glaive inquired, his dual blades twirling in his hands. Without the space and power stones, our plans will be severely hindered, potentially leaving us unable to contend with Jasper. Thanos remained silent for a long moment before finally responding. Let us set aside those 2 stones for now. We now possess the Reality Stone, sufficient for Earth's defense. The next step is to locate Gamora and ascertain the whereabouts of the Soul Stone. Gamora? Ebony Maw exclaimed in astonishment, my lord. Did you not vow never to seek her again? The circumstances have changed, Thanos replied, his gaze becoming intricate, reflecting both coldness and a hint of struggle. The Soul Stone is the most enigmatic of the 6 stones, known only to Gamora. Without the Soul Stone, we cannot gather all 6 stones, nor can we achieve our goal of balance. He paused before continuing, Ebony Maw, your task is to harness the energy of the Reality Stone to pinpoint Gamora's location. She is well concealed, yet the Reality Stone can warp reality. It should not be difficult to trace her whereabouts. Darkstar, you are to prepare the fleet. Once we locate Gamora, we shall depart immediately to ensure her return to Titan. Yes, my lord. Ebony Maw and Darkstar replied in unison, turning to leave the bridge and commence their orders. The bridge was left with Thanos alone, clutching the Reality Stone, his gaze penetrating as he stared toward Earth. Jasper, do you truly believe that relocating 2 stones can thwart my ambitions? He murmured, his voice laced with resentment and cunning. Just wait. Once I gather the remaining 4 stones, even if you hide those 2 at the universe's edge, I will retrieve them. The crimson glow of the Reality Stone flickered in his palm, illuminating his grim visage. Thanos understood that finding Gamora was merely the initial step. He would have to contend not only with her resistance, but also with the Avengers of Earth, as well as the formidable, singular cosmic entity that instilled fear in him. Yet, he would not waver. For the balance of the universe, he was willing to sacrifice anything, including familial bonds and his own life. In the information chamber of the Dark Fortress, Ebony Maw utilized the energy of the Reality Stone to construct a cosmic energy map on the holographic screen. Red energy streams coursed across the map, continuously scanning every corner of the universe for Gamora's energy signal. Gamora's energy was unique, imbued with a trace of dark energy from Thanos' training and a hint of light energy stemming from her pursuit of justice. This amalgamation of energy was rare in the cosmos and should have been easily detectable. However, it seemed Gamora had employed some peculiar method to obscure her energy, resulting in repeated failures of the Reality Stone scans, with no anomalous light appearing on the holographic energy map. How curious. Why can I not locate her? Ebony Maw furrowed his brow, merging the dark energy of his staff with the energy of the Reality Stone to enhance the scan's range and intensity. Although Gamora's energy was deeply concealed, the Reality Stone could distort reality and should be able to penetrate her hidden barriers. Just then, a faint green light flickered on the holographic screen, located on an abandoned planet at the edge of the universe. The energy fluctuations of the light were subtle, yet they perfectly matched Gamora's mixed energy. Found her! On the face of Ebony Maw flickered a glimmer of excitement as he promptly relayed the coordinates of the light to Thanos. Master, Gamora is on the Forsaken planet at the edge of the universe. She appears to be collaborating with a band of interstellar pirates to conceal her identity. Thanos' voice soon resonated through the communicator, imbued with a chilling resolve. Prepare the fleet. We shall depart in 30 minutes. Inform the Dark Aster that we require our strongest soldiers. We must retrieve Gamora alive and bring her back to Titan. Yes, my lord, Ebony Maw responded, turning to exit the intelligence room to orchestrate the fleet's preparations. 30 minutes later, the Dark Aster ascended slowly, propelling itself towards the Forsaken planet. The ship's engines expelled a soft lavender flame, etching a long trail against the cosmic darkness. Thanos stood before the viewing window on the bridge, his gaze fixed upon the celestial bodies and nebulae that whizzed past, his expression resolute. He understood that upon locating Gamora, he would confront her resentment and rebellion. Trained as an assassin from a young age, she had ultimately betrayed him, joining the Guardians of the Galaxy in pursuit of her own sense of justice. Yet, Thanos remained indifferent. For the Soul Stone and the balance of the universe, he would endure any animosity or suffering. Gamora, my daughter, he murmured, the Reality Stone in his palm shimmering with a crimson glow. Soon, we shall be reunited. I know you harbor hatred for me, but you will come to understand that all I do is for the future of the universe. Meanwhile, on the Forsaken planet, Gamora sat in a modest bar, a glass of azure alien liquor before her. Clad in a black combat suit, a faint scar graced her face, a remnant of her battle with Thanos, a symbol of her defiance. Beside her sat the members of the Guardians of the Galaxy, Star-Lord, Rocket Raccoon, Groot, and Drax. How much longer must we remain here? Star-Lord inquired, taking a sip of his drink. Thanos' minions could find us at any moment. This place is too perilous. Just a little longer, Gamora replied, her voice steady yet tinged with concern. I need to confirm the latest information regarding the Soul Stone. According to my intelligence, Thanos has commenced his search for the Infinity Stones. We must locate the Soul Stone before he does and thwart his plans. But we don't even know where the Soul Stone is, Rocket Raccoon remarked, toying with an alien firearm. Didn't you say you were the only one who knows its whereabouts? Why not share that with us? Gamora fell silent, fully aware that the Soul Stone resided on Vormir and the price that must be paid to obtain it, a secret she was loath to mention, a pain she could not bear to confront. I will tell you when the time is right, Gamora finally stated, her eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions. For now, we must prepare. Thanos will soon find us, and we need to leave post-haste. No sooner had she spoken than a violent explosion reverberated from outside the bar. Gamora sprang to her feet, drawing the dagger from her waist, her gaze alert as she turned towards the entrance. She recognized that Thanos' forces had arrived. Meanwhile, in the distant cosmos, the Dark Aster was swiftly approaching the Forsaken Planet. Thanos stood on the bridge of the ship, the energy of the Reality Stone in his palm intensifying, allowing him to distinctly sense the energy fluctuations of Gamora. Prepare for battle, he commanded, his voice imbued with a chilling resolve. Bring back Gamora, spare no other. The Black Order and the soldiers responded in unison, commencing preparations for the impending assault. The atmosphere within the bridge grew taut as a confrontation centered around Gamora, and the Soul Stone was poised to erupt on the Forsaken Planet. Chapter 107. The Eternals in the Star Observation Chamber atop the grand edifice. Jasper stood before the expansive arched windows, his fingertips coursing with a gentle golden cosmic energy. This energy was not a deliberate release. Rather, it resonated naturally with the energy fields of Earth and the solar system after he transcended to a singular cosmic level. Since his retreat, this energy had spread like a soft ripple around the Earth, serving as both a protective barrier and a signal. Jarvis, mark the anomalous nodes globally that resonate with my energy, excluding known superhumans and magical fluctuations. Jasper's voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. The holographic screen in the observation room illuminated instantaneously, revealing a three-dimensional model of Earth, where 6 golden points of light flickered. The energy fluctuations of these points were ancient and pure, originating from the same source as the protective runes of Asgard, but infused with a more primordial cosmic essence. Target marked, a total of 6 locations, Jarvis's electronic voice announced. One point was situated in the icy expanses of Iceland, corresponding to Tina. Another deep within the Amazon rainforest, corresponding to Ajax. One in the Australian desert, corresponding to Gilgamesh. Another beneath an ancient cathedral in London, corresponding to Circe. One in the vicinity of the Egyptian pyramids, corresponding to Icarus. And the final one near the summit of Mount Fuji in Japan, corresponding to Makari. All nodes exhibited energy fluctuations characteristic of the Eternals, and they had experienced a strong energy resonance at the moment of your transition to a singular cosmic level. Jasper nodded slightly. He had long suspected that the energy he had unleashed during his breakthrough would rouse these ancient beings. The Eternals, the guardians of the Celestial Group, who also bore the responsibility of nurturing the embryos of the Celestial Assembly. Deep within the Earth lay an embryo known as Tiamat, and once it matured, the Earth would be utterly annihilated during the manifestation of the gods. Tony, prepare the Stardust Shuttle, setting the coordinates according to Jarvis' markings. Jasper turned to the doorway, where Tony leaned against the frame. Clad in a silver-gray silk pajamas set, his hair slightly disheveled, he held a cup of hot cocoa, his eyes betraying the fatigue of a sleepless night. Ever since Jasper resolved to address the matters concerning the Eternals and the Celestial Assembly, Tony had moved his laboratory next door to the observation chamber, ostensibly for technical support. Yet in truth, it was out of concern for his solitary endeavors. Another solo mission? Tony raised an eyebrow as he stepped inside, pressing the hot cocoa into Jasper's hands, his fingers unconsciously brushing against the energy monitoring bracelet on Jasper's wrist. The Amazon rainforest is home to piranhas, the Australian desert is prone to dust storms, and the Egyptian pyramids are rife with tomb raiders. Can't you take Quicksilver with you? Or have Thor open the Bifrost for you? It would save time and ensure your safety. I must meet with them alone. Jasper accepted the steaming cup of hot cocoa, feeling the warmth against his palm. The Eternals harbored a profound mistrust towards both humans and outsiders. An abundance of people would only amplify their apprehension. Rest assured, my energy can effortlessly manage these minor inconveniences. He raised his hand, where a soft, golden energy coalesced into a miniature model of a celestial body. I can sense that they harbor no malice. They are merely adhering to the directives of the Celestial Assembly, caught in the conflict between safeguarding Earth and its annihilation. Tony fell silent for a moment, reaching out to adjust Jasper's collar, his tone softening. All right, but you must maintain constant communication. At every location, ensure Jarvis can pinpoint your position. Should you encounter danger, summon me immediately. With that, he produced a small silver device from his pocket and attached it to Jasper's energy bracelet. This is a Stardust emergency transmitter. Just press the button, and within 1 second, it will bring you back. Even if the Celestial Assembly arrives, they cannot impede you. Jasper nodded with a smile, finishing his hot cocoa before turning towards the Stardust shuttle on the opposite side of the observation room. The shuttle's sleek body, crafted from vibranium Stardust alloy, was adorned with an array of runes, capable of automatically shielding energy fluctuations while traversing the atmosphere to avoid unnecessary attention. First stop, Iceland. As he stepped into the shuttle, the door began to close slowly. Wait for my return. I'll take you to your favorite Brooklyn sandwich shop. The shuttle activated, a soft golden light flashed, and he vanished from the observation room. Tony stood still, gazing at the empty cabin, his irritation evident as he ran a hand through his hair. Jarvis, monitor Jasper's energy fluctuations and vital signs in real time. If there's any anomaly, wake me immediately, even if I'm asleep in the armor. Understood, Mr. Stark. Meanwhile, within the ancient ice cave of the Icelandic glacier, Tina sat at the center of a runic array, her hands forming seals to restore the fading protective runes. Suddenly, she opened her eyes wide, her golden pupils reflecting a faint golden energy trajectory. This energy was clearer than during Jasper's previous breakthrough, imbued with a strong sense of guidance. Swiftly approaching the ice cave, it was him. Tina rose, her white robe billowing in the cold wind, gathering golden energy in her palm, not with aggression, but with vigilance. For he was the earthling who had transcended to the singular cosmic level. The ice at the entrance of the cave cracked suddenly, and the golden energy flowed in like water, instantly melting the thick ice and forming a smooth passageway. Jasper emerged from the corridor, enveloped in a gentle yet impervious golden energy. The chill within the cave receded before him, and the glow of the runic array brightened in resonance with his energy. Tina, the Nordic guardian of the Eternals, Jasper's voice resonated within the cave, not amplified deliberately, yet clearly reaching Tina's ears. I am Jasper Hawk, here to discuss time and the future of Earth. Tina's pupils constricted. She had not anticipated that he would unveil the core's secret upon their first meeting. Instinctively clenching her fist. How do you know of time it? This is a pact between the Eternals and the Celestial Assembly, irrelevant to humanity. Earth is the home of humanity, and it is also the place you have protected for millennia. Jasper approached the edge of the rune array, his fingertip gently touching it. A stream of golden energy infused the runes, instantly mending several lines that were on the verge of breaking. The Celestial Assembly tasked you with safeguarding the embryo. Yet they failed to inform you that when the embryo matures, the Earth, along with all life, will face annihilation. This, indeed, is the reason for your relentless yet disquieted efforts to restore and protect the runes, is it not? Tina remained silent. She gazed at the energy emanating from Jasper's fingertip, which was purer than the might of the Eternal Ones, more closely aligned with the essence of the universe, capable of effortlessly manipulating the runes she had guarded for millennia. She understood that this individual before her possessed the right to discuss the future of the Earth. I must meet with the other members of the Eternal Ones, Jasper continued, his tone imbued with an undeniable authority that was yet irresistibly persuasive. Rather than trying to convince each of you individually, it is far more effective to deliberate on a solution together. Tell me, where's your secret gathering place? I shall summon the others to convene there. Tina inhaled deeply, finally lowering her guard. Santorini, Greece. The eternal sanctuary beneath the blue-domed church. We have our communication devices there, capable of reaching all members. Excellent, Jasper nodded, turning towards the entrance of the icy cavern. Inform Ajax and Gilgamesh that I will await them at the eternal sanctuary in 2 hours. Do not be late. Time is running short for the Earth. Once more, the pale golden energy flickered, and Jasper's figure vanished into the icy depths. Tina watched the direction of his departure, the golden energy in her palm dissipating slowly, her gaze filled with a complex mixture of emotions towards this suddenly emergent cosmic being, who might just be the solitary hope to shatter the Eternal One's fate. On a sunlit afternoon in Santorini, the white walls of the blue-domed church radiated a gentle glow, as tourists leisurely strolled along the coastline, relishing the Mediterranean's charm. Unbeknownst to them, beneath this seemingly ordinary church lay the eternal sanctuary, a concealed base harboring secrets passed down for millennia by the Eternal Ones. Deep within the sanctuary, at the center of a vast circular hall, stood a communication tower forged from cosmic crystal, its surface inscribed with ancient runes of the Eternal Ones. Ajax sat upon a stone chair at one side of the hall, her silver hair cascading over her deep blue robe, grasping a staff adorned with starry gemstones. as the leader of the Eternal Ones. She had just finished contacting all members through the tower, and now she sat in contemplation, her brow slightly furrowed. Ajax, must we truly meet this earthling? Circe entered the hall, clad in a simple white gown, carrying a basket filled with herbs. She had just arrived from an ancient church in London, the faint aroma of lavender lingering about her. Our mission is to protect Tiamat. This is the directive of the Celestial Assembly, and outsiders are irrelevant. He is no ordinary individual. Ajax opened her eyes, her gaze profound. When he transcended to a cosmic level, I could sense his energy fluctuations even in the Amazon rainforest. That power surpasses that of the Celestial Assembly's adjudicator, Erisem. If he can indeed prevent the Earth's destruction, perhaps we need not adhere to that cruel directive. But we were created by the Celestial Assembly. The voice of Icarus echoed from the entrance of the hall, clad in a black battle suit, his metallic wings glimmering with a cold light, his gaze imbued with an unwavering determination. To betray the Celestial Assembly is to forsake the very essence of our existence. The birth of Tiamat is a cosmic edict. The destruction of Earth is inevitable, and we must not intervene. Following closely were Gilgamesh and Makari. Gilgamesh, towering and clad in brown leather armor, wielded a massive stone axe, a hearty smile illuminating his face. Regardless of the circumstances, we should first hear him out. If he indeed possesses a means to save both Earth and Tiamat, why not give it a try? Makari, adorned in a silver bodysuit, the swiftest among the Eternal Clan, communicated through sign language. When I sensed his energy atop Mount Fuji, I glimpsed fragments of a future where Earth perished, countless lives vanishing in agony. That is not mere cosmic law, it is cruelty. At that moment, a golden light suddenly erupted from the central communications tower, runes flickering with haste. Ajax rose abruptly. He has arrived. A pale golden energy seeped from the dome above, cascading like fine rain, enveloping the entire hall in an instant. Jasper's figure gradually materialized at the energy's core, clothed in a tailored black trench coat, the golden energy around him coiling with restraint, yet still emanating an intangible pressure that weighed upon the members of the Eternal Clan. Not an aggressive oppression, but the aura of a higher entity from the cosmic hierarchy. Jasper Hawk. Ajax was the first to speak, his tone respectful. Welcome to the Eternal Sanctum. Jasper nodded, his gaze sweeping over the attendees. Ajax's composure, Icarus's stubbornness, Circe's gentleness, Gilgamesh's simplicity, Makari's agility, and the arrival of Tina, each face reflecting a myriad of expressions. Let us dispense with pleasantries and get to the crux of the matter. Jasper stepped into the center of the hall, disregarding Icarus's cautious glare, and stated plainly, Tiamat is the embryo of the Celestial Assembly. Upon maturation, it will annihilate Earth through divine manifestation. This is your mission and your torment. I have come to resolve this issue, to ensure Tiamat's successful birth while preserving Earth. Impossible. Icarus retorted immediately, his metallic wings unfurling to shield Ajax. The essence of divine manifestation is to siphon the life energy of planets. Earth is the sustenance for Tiamat, and only one can exist. This is the cosmic law, and no one can alter it. Jasper regarded Icarus with a calm, yet imposing gaze. Cosmic laws are not immutable. What you term divine manifestation is merely a cultivation method devised by the Celestial Assembly. It is not the sole pathway. Just as you, the Eternal Clan, can both safeguard the embryo and choose to defy commands. Rules exist to be broken. Chapter 108. Negotiation. Icarus's face flushed with indignation, eager to counter. But Ajax raised a hand to halt him. Mr. Jasper, do you possess a concrete plan? Ajax inquired, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. To allow Tiamat to be born while preserving Earth seems an impossible feat within our understanding. There are two plans. Jasper extended two fingers, golden energy coalescing at their tips to form two miniature models, one of Earth and the other of a barren planet. The first proposal entailed relocating Tiamat's embryo to another celestial body. The universe harbors numerous planets devoid of sentient life, yet abundant in life energy, such as the desolate world located 12 light-years from Earth, where the core energy is thrice that of Earth, sufficient to nurture Tiamat's maturation without harming any existing life. The second proposal involved altering the manifestation of divinity. Jasper's fingertips shimmered once more, and a golden energy conduit emerged from the miniature Earth model. I can utilize the power of runes and the energy of legendary gems to construct an energy conduit that will transform Earth's life energy into pure energy, solely supplying Tiamat's needs without inflicting any substantial harm upon Earth. In simpler terms, it is akin to allowing Tiamat to drink milk rather than nursing from a cow. A profound silence enveloped the hall. Members of the Eternal Clan exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with astonishment. These two proposals fundamentally reshaped their understanding of divine manifestation, instilling a glimmer of hope. Is the first proposal feasible? Circe inquired softly, acknowledging that transferring the embryo necessitated formidable spatial abilities. Furthermore, Tiamat's embryo was already linked to Earth's core. A forced relocation could result in its demise. I possess the capacity to sever that connection, Jasper replied with unwavering confidence. My rune power can manipulate the rules of space, and the legendary gem can provide boundless energy sufficient to stabilize the embryo during the transfer process. As for the barren planet, I have confirmed its environment through deep space probes. It meets all necessary criteria. Icarus remained furrowed in thought. But the Celestial Assembly will never permit us to proceed. Should S.H.I.E.L.D discover our intentions, he would descend upon Earth personally, and not only would we face obliteration, but Earth would also endure a far graver calamity. I shall address the Celestial Assembly myself, Jasper asserted with resolute confidence. I will personally meet with S.H.I.E.L.D and other members of the Celestial clan to present our proposals. If they refuse, he paused, golden energy surging explosively around him, causing the runes throughout the hall to flicker violently. I shall make them understand that Earth is under my protection. None shall bring about its destruction. The sudden surge of energy exerted a palpable pressure, leaving all members of the Eternal Clan gasping for breath. The metallic wings behind Icarus instinctively retracted. Circe nearly dropped her basket of herbs, and Gilgamesh tightened his grip on the stone axe. Yet none harbored thoughts of rebellion. They distinctly sensed that this individual's power transcended their comprehension of strength and could even rival the Celestial Assembly. Ajax took a deep breath, ultimately concluding, "We place our trust in you, Mr. Jasper. The Eternal Clan is willing to cooperate with your plan. Whether it be the relocation of the embryo or the construction of the energy conduit, we shall offer our utmost assistance." A wise choice, Jasper acknowledged with a satisfied nod. Retracting his energy, "Grant me 3 days to negotiate with the Celestial Clan. During this period, you're tasked with gathering comprehensive data on Tiamat's embryo, including energy fluctuations, connection points to the core, and maturation progress. Detailed information is paramount." Understood. Ajax nodded and turned to the other members of the Eternals. Instructing Akaris and Makari to gather data near the Earth's core, Circe was tasked with preparing herbs and energy crystals for potential embryo transfers. Gilgamesh and Thena were to guard the temple against any interference from other factions, while he himself would remain in the temple, maintaining contact with Mr. Jasper. The members of the Eternals promptly accepted their assignments and set to work. Jasper observed their diligent figures, a smile gracing his lips as he recognized that the internal discord among the Eternals had been resolved. The next step was to confront the Celestials. Upon departing the Eternal Temple, Jasper returned to the mansion aboard the Stardust shuttle. As he stepped out of the shuttle, he noticed Tony leaning against the laboratory doorframe, a tablet in hand, feigning calmness, though concern lingered in his eyes. "You're back. Are you unharmed? The Eternals didn't give you any trouble, did they? Did they agree to your proposal?" Tony bombarded him with questions, quickly approaching and checking Jasper for any injuries. "I'm fine, and they did not trouble me. We have reached a preliminary consensus on the proposal," Jasper replied with a smile, grasping Tony's hand reassuringly. "Do not worry. I am a singularity at the cosmic level. The eternal strength cannot harm me." Tony huffed, handing the tablet to Jasper. "Don't get too pleased with yourself." Jarvis detected an energy surge at the Eternal Temple, with a magnitude that reached a deterrent level. "Did someone oppose you?" "Just a particularly stubborn member of the Eternals named Akaris, who insisted on adhering to the Celestials' directives." Jasper explained, "I merely released a fraction of my energy to convey my determination. I did not resort to violence." Tony furrowed his brow, scrolling through the tablet to bring up Akaris' profile. Akaris, the most formidable fighter among the Eternals, capable of flight and emitting heat rays, and quite obstinate. "The next time we meet, I'll accompany you to see if he dares to oppose you again." Jasper shook his head with mild exasperation. "There's no need. I can handle myself. Besides, I must meet the Celestials alone. I cannot bring you along." "Meet the Celestials?" Tony's voice rose dramatically. "You intend to go alone? Those beings are cosmic entities who created the Eternals. They are more perilous than Thanos." "No, I cannot agree to this. I must go alone," Jasper asserted earnestly. "The Celestials are proud. Bringing others would imply a lack of sincerity on my part, which would hinder negotiations. Furthermore, my strength is sufficient to confront them. Even if the talks do not go well, I can return safely. Strength alone is not an excuse for complacency." Tony grasped Jasper's wrist, his eyes filled with anxiety. "They're the Celestials. They surely possess various bizarre abilities. What if they ensnare you or attempt to brainwash you?" Seeing Tony's worried expression warmed Jasper's heart. He reached out to tousle Tony's hair. "Do not fret. I possess the legendary gem and the heart of magic, which can repel any mental assault. Moreover, I have placed your emergency transmitter on my person. Should I encounter any danger, I can return immediately." Tony remained uneasy, pulling Jasper into the laboratory, where he unveiled a colossal battlesuit. Inside lay a gleaming silver armor, its surface intricately etched with patterns resonating with Jasper's runic energy. This is the cosmic runic armor I forged for you overnight. It will amplify your runic power and shield you from the energy assaults of the Celestials. You must don it, otherwise I shall lock your Stardust shuttle, preventing your departure. Jasper gazed at the armor and then at Tony's eyes, filled with both threat and concern. Ultimately, he capitulated. Very well, I shall wear it. But you must promise me to rest during my absence and refrain from burning the midnight oil on research. Let Pepper assist you. Understood, understood, Tony exclaimed, his face lighting up as he helped Jasper into the armor, which boasted self-repair capabilities. The helmet housed a subroutine of J.A.R.V.I.S., capable of real-time analysis of the Celestial's energy attributes and offering tactical advice. And this, he said, retrieving a petite golden pendant from his pocket and placing it around Jasper's neck. It contains my energy imprint. Should you encounter peril, I will sense it and can support you remotely, even from Earth. Jasper looked down at the pendant, where a diminutive symbol of was engraved, representing the initials of their names. He understood that Tony's thoughtful gestures stemmed from his deep care for him. J.A.R.V.I.S. Perform a final calibration of the energy fluctuations to ensure that the transport process remains undisturbed by the Celestial's energy field. Jasper's voice was calm, though his gaze was fixed intently on the pulsating data on the holographic screen. The golden dots, signifying the Celestials, hovered steadily at the edge of the cosmos, marking the congregation of S.H.I.E.L.D and his fellow members, their energy levels denoting the multiversal grade, S.H.I.E.L.D, and the peak of singular universe, the remaining members. Energy fluctuations calibrated. Stability of the transport array is at 999. Earth coordinate information has been obscured, ensuring the location of the tower remains undisclosed. J.A.R.V.I.S.S. electronic voice resonated. The energy reserve tank in the corner of the lab emitted a soft hum, containing cosmic starwater crystals rewarded to Jasper after surpassing the singular universe level. These crystals shimmered in a pale golden hue with nebula-like patterns flowing within. Each piece harbored pure cosmic primordial energy, serving as his bargaining chip for negotiations. You need not carry so many. Half will suffice. Tony's voice echoed from the entrance of the laboratory. He was clad in a silver-gray custom battle suit, only the outer layer for ease of movement, holding a specially designed energy box inscribed with sealing runes. Though the Celestials are greedy, bringing an excess of crystals may betray your insecurity. Jasper turned to see Tony place the energy box beside the transport array, his fingertips unconsciously tracing the runes on the box's lid. Ever since deciding to meet the Celestials, Tony had become like a wound-up automaton, spending his days in the lab modifying the transport array and clutching reports on the energy crystals as he fell asleep at night. Fearful of any oversight. I understand, but these crystals are not merely bargaining chips. They also signify strength. Jasper approached the energy box and lifted its lid, revealing 20 neatly arranged cosmic star crystals within, their gentle radiance infused with immense energy. S.H.I.E.L.D was of multiversal caliber. The other members were somewhat stronger than I. I needed to convey to them that I was worthy of equal negotiation rather than begging. Tony fell silent for a moment, then grasped Jasper's wrist. The energy monitoring bracelet flickered, indicating his stable life signs. I know you are powerful, but S.H.I.E.L.D is of multiversal status. His strength could easily rend a singular universe. You must exercise caution. Tony's voice trembled imperceptibly. If the negotiations falter, do not engage recklessly. He produced a small silver button from his pocket and placed it in Jasper's palm. This is an emergency teleporter. It can return you within 0.01 seconds. Even if S.H.I.E.L.D strikes, it won't be able to impede your escape. Jasper gazed at the button in his palm and then at the bloodshot veins in Tony's eyes. Feeling a warm surge of affection, he reached out to tousle Tony's hair and smiled. Do not worry. I would never jest with my life. After the negotiations, I will return at once to take you to that sandwich shop in Brooklyn you adore and to enjoy the Stardust milk tea you've longed for. Tony's expression softened slightly, yet his brow remained furrowed. I have already instructed Thor to be on standby at the Rainbow Bridge. As soon as you signal, he will bring the Asgardian army to your aid. Natasha and Clint have set up a Stardust defense network around the tower. Dr. Banner has optimized the energy core of the Hulkbuster armor, ready for battle at a moment's notice. I know everyone is concerned for me, but I must undertake this negotiation alone, Jasper interjected firmly. The celestial race places great importance on hierarchy. Bringing companions would convey a lack of confidence, ultimately undermining the negotiations. Moreover, I sensed they had no immediate intention to strike. They sought the crystals, not conflict. Tony opened his mouth to speak again, but was gently embraced by Jasper. Trust me, Jasper's voice resonated in his ear, imbued with a soothing power. I am not only fighting for Earth. I'm also striving for the stability that allows us to live together peacefully on this planet. Tony's body stiffened momentarily before he reciprocated the embrace tightly, his arms trembling slightly. He understood that once Jasper made a decision, no one could alter it. All he could do was prepare thoroughly for his return. Go! Tony finally released him, taking a step back, his eyes filled with reluctance and concern. Remember, no matter what happens, you must return alive. Jasper nodded, lifting the energy box and turning towards the Stardust teleportation array. A soft golden energy surged forth from the array, enveloping his form as the runes glowed ever brighter. Jarvis, initiate the teleportation. With the teleportation commencing, the countdown began. 3, 2, 1. As Jarvis concluded the countdown, Jasper's figure gradually vanished amidst the brilliance, leaving the energy box at the center of the teleportation array, emitting a faint glow. Tony stood motionless for an extended period until Jarvis reminded him that the teleportation had been successfully completed and that Mr. Jasper's energy signal was stable. Only then did he slowly approach the teleportation array, caressing the cold runes and murmuring, "I must return." Chapter 109. Arisum at the moment of teleportation. Jasper felt a profound distortion of space, distinctly different from the stable traversing between Earth and the unclaimed dimensions. The judgment realm of the celestial gods was situated in the temporal rift at the edge of the universe, where time flowed irregularly and the spatial structure exhibited an unpredictable folding state, where a moment's negligence could lead to entrapment in the chaotic currents of time and space. However, his singular universe-level prowess was sufficient to contend with all of this. A barrier of pale, golden runic energy enveloped him, isolating the tumultuous energies of time and space from encroaching upon him. Simultaneously, he could vividly perceive the powerful energy fluctuations emanating from a short distance ahead. Those were the presence of Arisum and other members of the celestial gods, akin to stars suspended within the dark cosmos, exuding an oppressive aura that was suffocating. As he traversed the final layer of spatial barriers, Jasper's feet touched upon a golden platform composed entirely of pure energy. Here, there was no distinction between sky and ground. The surroundings were awash in an endless golden radiance, within which countless ethereal shadows of the universe could be discerned swirling, a domain only comprehensible to beings of multiverse caliber, with each shadow representing an independent universe. At the center of the platform stood 5 members of the celestial gods in a semicircular formation. In the middle was Arisum, towering over 100 meters, surrounded by deep crimson energy interspersed with countless minuscule fragments of time and space. Each breath he took caused a slight tremor in the surrounding space. His visage was peculiar, seemingly composed of myriad stars, with only 3 pairs of eyes distinctly visible, clusters of burning nebulae radiating an air of omniscience. To Arisum's left stood Gemian, whose form was crafted from blue crystal, within which flowed a luminescent data-like brilliance. In each hand, she wielded an analytical staff formed from condensed energy, capable of discerning the essence of any energy. To his right was Ethan, resembling a colossal golden avian, with wings spanning dozens of meters. Each feather was inscribed with intricate runes, exuding waves of energy associated with searching and locating. Beside Ethan was Nizar, whose body appeared in a translucent liquid state, within which energy vortices perpetually formed, symbolizing his computational and deductive capabilities. Furthest out was Ona, whose physique was forged from silver metal, her surface cloaked in a layer of fine scales, and in her hands she held a glowing tome, tasked with recording and archiving all decisions of the celestial gods. Among these 5 members, Arisum's energy fluctuations evidently surpassed those of the other 4, reaching the multiverse level. Gemian, Ethan, Nizar, and Ona resided at the pinnacle of singular universes, slightly stronger than Jasper's nascent singular universe, yet the disparity was not vast. The minuscule existence of a singular universe dared to intrude upon the judgment realm. Arisum's voice echoed throughout the domain, lacking a specific source but imbued with a pressure that directly impacted the soul. Do you understand that this is not a place for you? Jasper showed no signs of retreat. He lifted the energy box and strode deliberately to the center of the platform, maintaining a safe distance from the 5 members of the celestial deity clan. The soft, golden runic energy flowed steadily around him, resisting the oppressive force exuded by Arisum. I am Jasper Hawk, the guardian of Earth. I have come here to negotiate with the celestial deity clan to resolve the issue concerning Tiamat. His voice was calm, yet resolute, neither diminishing in humility due to the might of his opponents, nor exuding arrogance from his own strength. This was the composure befitting a single universe entity and a fundamental respect for a multi-universe existence. Arisum's gaze fell upon Jasper, and a flicker of surprise crossed his starry eyes. He sensed that this diminutive earthling, although merely a novice in the single universe realm, possessed an unusually stable energy core, managing to remain composed even under his formidable pressure, a rarity among the countless single-universe beings he had encountered. Tiamat served as the embryo of the celestial deity clan, with Earth as its nurturing ground, a rule established since the dawn of the universe. Arisam's tone remained icy. The rules are unbreakable. The destruction of Earth is inevitable, and you lack the qualifications to negotiate. The rules are set by the powerful and should likewise be rewritten by them, Jasper retorted, lifting his head to meet Arisam's gaze. The celestial deity clan cultivates embryos to maintain the balance of the multiverse, while the existence of Earth equally sustains the energy stability of this universe. Destroying Earth may superficially accomplish the cultivation of the embryo, but it would, in fact, disrupt the balance of this universe, and even affect the stability of other universes, a consequence that the celestial deity clan would not wish to witness. Suddenly, the analysis staff in Jimian's hand illuminated, and blue light swept over Jasper, with countless data circulating within her crystalline form. Data verification. The life energy of Earth resonates with the dark matter energy of this universe at a ratio of 37. The annihilation of Earth would lead to chaos in the dark matter energy of this universe, triggering a chain reaction that would impact 12 neighboring universes. Her voice bore a mechanical calmness. Analysis result. Jasper Hawk's conclusion is partially valid. Arisam's brow furrowed slightly, though he possessed no physical eyebrows. The fluctuations in his energy revealed his emotions. Jimian's analyses were never erroneous, indicating that the destruction of Earth indeed posed uncontrollable risks, an aspect he had previously overlooked. In the understanding of the celestial deity clan, cultivating embryos was the foremost task, and the fate of other planets held little significance. Even so, Tiamat must be born. Arisam's tone softened somewhat. This was crucial for maintaining the balance of the multiverse, leaving no room for negotiation. I have never claimed to obstruct the birth of Tiamat. Jasper opened the energy box, revealing 20 cosmic star crystals that emitted a gentle golden glow, instantly illuminating the entire tribunal area. I have 2 proposals that will ensure the successful birth of Tiamat, while preserving Earth. This is the sincerity I bring to the negotiation. As the light from the cosmic star crystals brightened, the energy fluctuations of the 5 members of the celestial deity clan underwent a significant change. The analytical staff of Jamian flickered with a frenzied brilliance, the velocity of data flow surging manifold. Ethan's wings quivered slightly, the radiance of the runes illuminating more vividly. Within Nezhar's liquid form, the whirlpool of energy accelerated. Ona tightened her grip on the scroll, the glow upon it intensifying in response. Even S.H.I.E.L.D displayed a trace of turbulence in the deep crimson energy enveloping him. They could distinctly sense that these crystals harbored pure, cosmic, primordial energy, a rare elixir for beings of their caliber, capable of augmenting their power and potentially transcending their current limitations. For the first time, a tremor of intrigue colored Arisham's voice. Where did you acquire such treasures? This is the crystallized, primordial energy I condensed upon transcending to the singular cosmic level. I cannot claim it was a gift from the system, Jasper replied, maintaining his composure while internally lamenting. Each crystal contains enough energy to elevate a being at the pinnacle of a singular universe by a minor tier. I am willing to offer half of them as a bargaining chip to forge an accord with the celestial race. His words fell like a stone into the still waters, instantly shattering the silence of the judgment realm. Jemian, Ethan, Nezhar, and Ona exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with intent. For them, 10 cosmic star crystals were sufficient to propel them toward the threshold of the multiverse, a temptation too alluring to resist. S.H.I.E.L.D fell into contemplation. He gazed at the crystals within the energy container and then at Jasper's unruffled demeanor, for the first time regarding this diminutive earthling with a measure of respect. It was not solely the worth of the crystals that garnered his acknowledgement, but also Jasper's composure under immense pressure and the wisdom he displayed in proposing a solution, which granted him the right to negotiate as an equal. Present your proposal. S.H.I.E.L.D finally spoke, his tone laced with a subtle hint of concession. If your plan is viable, I may consider your suggestion. Chapter 110. The negotiation proposal. Jasper stowed the energy container, leaving 10 crystals on the platform as a gesture of goodwill. He summoned a pale, golden energy at his fingertips, constructing 2 three-dimensional models in the void, one depicting a comparison between Earth and the desolate planet, the other illustrating the structure of the energy conduit. The first proposal involves relocating the embryo of Tiamu to the desolate planet. Jasper indicated towards the comparative model. The desolate planet, a barren sphere 12 light-years from Earth, was devoid of intelligent life, yet brimming with life, energy, and dark matter, its core energy thrice that of Earth, ample enough to sustain Tiamu's maturation. I will employ Rune power to construct a spatial stabilization field, severing the embryo's connection to Earth's core and safely transferring it to the desolate planet. Concurrently, I will transfer the crystallized spiritual energy of human civilization to ensure Tyamu receives sufficient spiritual energy, preventing any deficiencies. He paused before continuing. The advantage of this plan lies in fundamentally resolving the conflict between Earth and the embryo, ensuring no adverse effects on Tyamu's birth. The drawback, however, is the inherent risk of instability during the transfer process, which may result in chaotic energy fluctuations within the embryo. Thus, the celestial race's technical support for embryo stabilization is imperative. Within the liquid form of Nezer, energy vortices spun rapidly, an incessant flow of data coursing through them. The computation results indicated a transfer risk of 0.1, remaining within a manageable range. The energy parameters of the barren star aligned with the nurturing requirements of Tyamu. The technique for transferring crystallized mental energy was deemed feasible. Proposal 1 boasted a viability of 92. S.H.I.E.L.D remained silent, gesturing for Jasper to proceed. The second proposal involved the construction of a pure energy conduit. Jasper pointed to the structural diagram of the energy conduit, stating his intention to establish a channel between the Earth's core and the cosmic expanse. Utilizing a rune array to transform the Earth's life energy into pure energy exclusively for Tyamu's needs, ensuring that the ecological environment and energy balance of Earth remained unscathed. Furthermore, he planned to supply energy for the conduit using cosmic star crystals, thereby guaranteeing stability and continuity in energy provision. The advantages of this proposal lay in the absence of embryo transfer, presenting a lower operational difficulty while allowing real-time monitoring of Tyamu's growth. However, the downside was a relatively low energy conversion rate, necessitating a sustained investment in energy crystals, leading to higher long-term costs. The analysis staff of Jamian illuminated once more, a blue radiance sweeping across the energy conduit schematic. The analysis concluded. The rune structure of the energy conduit was stable, with a conversion rate reaching 95. Fulfilling Tyamu's energy requirements, the energy density of the cosmic star crystals was sufficient to sustain the operation of the conduit, with manageable long-term costs. Proposal 2 reflected a feasibility of 88. The two divine beings responsible for analysis and computation provided an optimistic verdict, and the eyes of Jamian, Ethan, and Ona sparkled with fervor. Regardless of the chosen proposal, they were promised 10 cosmic star crystals, a tantalizing prospect for them. Yet, S.H.I.E.L.D maintained his composure. He scrutinized the models of the two proposals, weighing their merits and drawbacks. While Proposal 1 exhibited a higher feasibility, it necessitated the provision of embryo stabilization technology from the divine race, a core competency unlikely to be disclosed easily. Proposal 2, although presenting lower operational complexity, would become reliant on cosmic star crystals, and should Jasper cease supply, Tyamu's cultivation would stagnate. Proposal 1 requires us to provide embryo stabilization technology, which is out of the question, S.H.I.E.L.D asserted, firmly rejecting the notion the core technology of the divine race would not be shared, even with Earth. Jasper, having anticipated such a response, calmly replied, I understand. Then let us focus on Proposal 2. To ensure the stability of energy supply, I can provide 20 cosmic star crystals in one go, the entirety of my stock, sufficient to sustain the conduit until Tyamu reaches maturity without necessitating further investment. Additionally, I will open the Earth's energy data interface, allowing the divine race to monitor the conduit's operational status in real time, ensuring that no unforeseen incidents arise. This proposal illuminated the eyes of the 5 divine members. 20 cosmic star crystals would elevate S.H.I.E.L.D's multiversal prowess to new heights for Jamian and the others. It represented a direct opportunity to breach the threshold of multiversal capability. Moreover, the opening of the energy data interface assuaged S.H.I.E.L.D's concerns regarding potential interruptions in energy supply. Ethan was the first to speak, his voice sharp and expectant, reminiscent of a bird's call. An open data interface would enable us to monitor Tyamu's growth in real time. It is indeed a commendable proposal. 20 cosmic star crystals are sufficient to sustain the channel's operation until the embryo matures. I endorse Plan B. The analysis revealed that with supplementary conditions, Plan B's feasibility soared to 98 and the risk diminished to 0. 0.1. Jamian concurred. Nezer and Ona also expressed their agreement, recognizing that the benefits of this proposal far exceeded their expectations, leaving no grounds for refusal. Arisam observed the attitudes of the other 4 members and glanced at the energy box in Jasper's hand before ultimately arriving at a conclusion. Very well, we accept Plan B. His voice resonated through the judgment realm, imbued with undeniable authority. The divine race would cease Tyamu's divine manifestation process and permit the construction of the energy conduit. In exchange, you must deliver the 20 cosmic star crystals to us before the channel is activated and open Earth's energy data interface for the divine race's real-time monitoring. Agreed, Jasper nodded, unhesitant. But I have an additional condition. Until Tyamu reaches maturity, the divine race must not interfere in any affairs of Earth, including conflicts with other civilizations, such as the threat posed by Thanos. Earth's fate should be determined by its inhabitants. S.H.I.E.L.D regarded Jasper with a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. This Earthling not only possessed wisdom, but also a profound sense of guardianship, a rarity among the diminutive civilizations of the cosmos. Agreed. The divine race shall focus solely on Tiamu's cultivation and will not meddle in Earth's internal matters. With this consensus, the golden radiance in the Judgment Realm softened considerably, dissipating the previous oppressive atmosphere. Jasper exhaled in relief, aware that the success of this negotiation not only safeguarded Earth, but also afforded humanity the time and space necessary for growth. I shall commence the construction of the energy conduit within 3 days and deliver the cosmic star crystals to the Judgment Realm. Jasper stowed the energy box, preparing to depart. Let us adhere to the agreement and collectively ensure Tiamu's smooth birth and Earth safety. The divine race never violates agreements, S.H.I.E.L.D replied, waving his hand as a golden spatial portal materialized before Jasper, a passage back to Earth, undisturbed by temporal turbulence. In 3 days, we shall dispatch Jimian and Ethan to Earth to assist you in constructing the energy conduit. Jasper nodded and stepped into the spatial portal. The moment his figure vanished, a long-suppressed excitement erupted within the Judgment Realm. Jimian's crystalline form shimmered with vibrant light. Ethan's wings fluttered joyously. Neezer's liquid body swirled with energetic vortices, while Ona swiftly recorded the terms of the agreement on a scroll. 20 cosmic star crystals. Ethan exclaimed, with these, I can advance even further. Lord S.H.I.E.L.D, this Jasper Hawk truly merits our attention, Jimian remarked. His runic power is unique, capable of manipulating the fundamental rules of the universe, and he may become a valuable ally in the future. S.H.I.E.L.D gazed in the direction Jasper had vanished, the crimson energy enveloping him gradually calming. He was indeed an intriguing individual. A rare gentleness tinged S.H.I.E.L.D's voice, revealing not only his formidable strength, but also his wisdom and courage. Perhaps the existence of Earth would indeed usher in transformative changes within the multiverse. He picked up the 10 cosmic star crystals left behind by Jasper, a preliminary token of goodwill. The energy of the crystals swiftly integrated into his being, further solidifying his multiversal prowess. In 3 days, they would proceed as planned, ensuring the smooth birth of Tiamat while safeguarding the humble yet promising planet Earth, which might become pivotal in maintaining equilibrium within the multiverse. Chapter 111. The optimal approach. When Jasper returned to the edifice, it was already deep into the night by Earth's reckoning. The observation room was still illuminated, with Tony seated at the control panel, his brow furrowed as he scrutinized the energy fluctuation graphs. Ever since Jasper initiated the teleportation, he had remained vigilant, checking the energy signals every 15 minutes to avert any unforeseen circumstances. You're back. Upon seeing Jasper's silhouette at the observation room's entrance, Tony immediately rose and hastened towards him, his hands instinctively searching for any signs of injury. How did it go? Did the Celestials give you any trouble? Did they agree to your proposal? Jasper chuckled, grasping Tony's hand to reassure him. Fear not, I am unharmed. The Celestials did not impede my progress. They consented to temporarily halt Tiamat's divine manifestation protocol, but we must validate the feasibility of our plan within a month. He recounted the details of his negotiations with the Celestials to Tony, including S.H.I.E.L.D's multiversal strength, the characteristics of the other 4 Celestial members, and the transaction involving half of the cosmic star crystals as collateral. Half of the cosmic star crystals? Tony's eyes widened in disbelief. Those are resources you painstakingly gathered over 3 years from the primordial nebula ruins, and you just gave them away? For the sake of Earth, it is worth it. Jasper replied earnestly. Moreover, these crystals provide an urgent solution for the Celestials, which is a significant reason for their willingness to agree to the validation. More importantly, through this negotiation, we have secured a chance for Earth's survival, which is more precious than any resource. Tony fell silent for a moment, but eventually nodded in agreement. You're right. As long as we can protect Earth, I would be willing to part with not only half the crystals, but even dismantle my armor if necessary. So, what is our next course of action? First and foremost, we need to convene an emergency meeting to inform the Avengers and the Eternals, ensuring they are prepared, Jasper stated. Secondly, we must expedite the construction of the pure energy conduit, requiring the life energy from the Eternals to complement my rune energy. Additionally, we need to ready the cosmic star crystals to replace Earth's core essence. Lastly, we must establish the monitoring equipment necessary for the validation, ensuring Jimian and Ethan can accurately assess the feasibility of the plan. Tony immediately sprang into action, utilizing the communication system to inform all members of the Avengers and the Eternal Leader, Jack, to convene an urgent meeting at 9 a.m. the following morning in the conference room on the top floor of the tower. The next morning, the atmosphere in the conference room was grave and tense. The Avengers, Steve, Natasha, Clint, Thor, Dr. Banner, Rhodey, Sam, Quicksilver, Wanda, and the Eternal Leader Jack, along with members Tina, Gilgamesh, S.H.I.E.L.D, Icaris, and Magnate had all gathered. Jasper stood at the head of the conference table, detailing the outcomes of negotiations with the Celestials and the subsequent plans. When the requirement of sacrificing half of the universe's cosmic crystals was mentioned, astonishment crossed everyone's faces, but they soon comprehended Jasper's resolution. If it meant safeguarding the Earth, such a sacrifice was deemed worthwhile. Steve was the first to voice his support, his tone resolute. The Avengers would fully cooperate. Whether it entailed constructing the energy conduit or assembling monitoring devices, they would extend their utmost assistance. The Eternals would also commit wholeheartedly. Jack added, "We have safeguarded Earth for millennia. We shall not allow it to be destroyed by the Celestials." S.H.I.E.L.D, adept in manipulating life energy, along with Icaris and Magnate, would oversee the outer defenses of the energy conduit. Gilgamesh and Tina would assist in establishing the runic array, and they would exhaust every effort to ensure the validation was successful. Thor raised his enchanted hammer, its surface shimmering with golden lightning. "Asgard shall also lend its aid. I can request my father to send Asgardian artisans to assist you in constructing the monitoring devices. Their understanding of cosmic energy may prove invaluable." Dr. Banner adjusted his glasses, adding, "I will utilize supercomputers to simulate the operation of the energy conduit, identifying potential risk points and devising countermeasures. Additionally, I will develop an energy monitoring device to continuously track the energy absorption of the time at embryo, ensuring the accuracy of the validation process." The meeting proceeded in a tense yet orderly manner, with each individual assigned tasks in accordance with their abilities. Jasper looked upon his companions with warmth and resolve. With so many united in effort, he was confident that the validation would succeed and Earth would overcome this crisis. Upon the conclusion of the meeting, everyone immediately immersed themselves in intensive preparations. Jasper, accompanied by S.H.I.E.L.D, Icaris, and Magnate, headed towards the designated site near the Earth's core to prepare for the construction of a pure energy conduit. Meanwhile, Tony and Dr. Banner collaborated in the tower's laboratory to develop the energy monitoring devices. Steve, Natasha, and Clint coordinated global resources to ensure timely delivery of materials essential for the energy conduit's construction. Gilgamesh and Tina set about erecting defensive runic arrays around the designated site to prevent unforeseen incidents during the validation process, while Thor traversed the Bifrost back to Asgard to summon artisans for assistance. The designated site near the Earth's core was a region composed of magma and rock, with temperatures soaring into the thousands of degrees Celsius. Ordinary matter would instantaneously melt in such an environment. However, for beings endowed with extraordinary abilities such as Jasper and S.H.I.E.L.D, the environment here is not particularly harsh. Jasper begins by unleashing runic energy, constructing a vast circular runic array at the predetermined center point. The diameter of the array measures approximately 100 meters, composed of runes from the three domains of energy transformation, spatial stabilization, and life affinity, each rune shimmering with a soft golden light that resonates with the surrounding magma energy. "S.H.I.E.L.D, please release your life energy and connect it with the life affinity rune in the array," Jasper instructs. S.H.I.E.L.D nods, closing her eyes, radiating a gentle green energy, an essence unique to the Eternals, imbued with nurturing and restorative powers. The verdant energy gradually merges into the runic array, blending with the soft golden life affinity rune, causing the array's brilliance to intensify, while the temperature of the surrounding magma seems to diminish slightly. Icaris, Magnate, you're tasked with constructing an energy barrier around the perimeter of the runic array to prevent magma and rocks from disrupting the operation of the energy channel. Jasper continues to command. Icaris unfurls his metallic wings, emanating golden energy as he forms a semicircular energy barrier around the array. Meanwhile, Magnate employs his super speed to swiftly arrange a circle of smaller runes on the exterior of the energy barrier, further enhancing its stability. As the preparations progress, the nascent form of the pure energy channel begins to emerge. Standing at the center of the runic array, Jasper takes a deep breath, fully releasing the runic energy within him alongside the power of the legendary gem, infusing it into the array. "Activate the core of the energy channel," Jasper exclaims, and in an instant, all the runes within the array illuminate. A beam of soft golden energy surges upward from the center of the array, piercing through the Earth's mantle and crust, ultimately forming a massive energy node directly beneath the edifice. The core of the energy channel has been activated. Next, we must place the cosmic star crystals at the core to replace the Earth's primordial essence, providing energy to Tiamat, Jasper declares. Retrieving a colossal metallic container from the spatial storage rune, within which lies a substantial quantity of cosmic star crystals, each radiating a silvery glow and containing immense primal energy. S.H.I.E.L.D, Icarus, and Makari exhibit expressions of awe. Although they had heard of the cosmic star crystals, they had never witnessed such a vast collection. The energy contained within these crystals sends shivers through their eternal beings. With utmost care, Jasper extracts the crystals from the container, positioning them one by one at the core of the runic array. Each crystal, once placed, resonates with the array, releasing an even richer energy, causing the brilliance of the runic array to become more resplendent. When the final crystal is set in place, the entire runic array suddenly erupts with dazzling light, as the soft golden energy intertwines with the silvery energy of the crystals, forming a colossal energy vortex that slowly rotates at the center of the array. In the energy vortex, countless slender strands of energy extended outward, connecting with the root system of the Tiamat embryo nestled within the Earth's core. Success! Circe exclaimed, her excitement palpable as the energy conduit established a link with Tiamat's embryo. All that remained was to await the arrival of Jimian and Ethan for verification. Jasper sighed in relief, wiping the sweat from his brow. The construction of the energy conduit and the placement of the crystal had drained a considerable amount of his energy, consuming nearly 30% of the runic and legendary gem energy within him. We should return to the tower and await the arrival of the celestial tribe, Jasper suggested. Before the verification begins, we need to rest well, restore our energy, and prepare for any unforeseen circumstances. Meanwhile, in the tower's laboratory, Tony and Dr. Banner had completed the development of the energy monitoring device. This massive spherical apparatus was adorned with sensors and display screens, capable of real-time monitoring of the Tiamat embryo's energy absorption, the operational status of the energy conduit, and the energy consumption rate of the cosmic star crystal. Utilizing Asgardian cosmic energy sensing technology alongside Earth's quantum computing, this cosmic energy monitor could detect energy fluctuations with precision up to 0.0001. Once Jimian and Ethan initiate the verification, we will be able to access all data in real time through this device, Tony informed Steve and Natasha, who had come to observe. Dr. Banner added, I have also integrated a risk warning system into the device. Should any abnormalities arise in the energy conduit or issues with Tiamat's embryo energy absorption, the system will immediately issue an alarm and automatically initiate emergency protocols to ensure the safety of the verification process. Steve nodded in satisfaction. Well done. Now, we only need to await Jasper's return and the arrival of Jimian and Ethan. 3 days later, Jasper, Circe, Icarus, and Makari returned to the tower. By this time, the Asgardian craftsmen had also arrived to assist Tony and Dr. Banner in finalizing the adjustments to the monitoring equipment. Everything was prepared, awaiting the arrival of the celestial tribe members. That afternoon, a massive energy rift suddenly appeared above the tower. From within the rift, the figures of Jimian and Ethan gradually materialized, Jimian's blue crystalline form shimmering in the sunlight, while Ethan's wings spread wide, casting a shadow across the sky. Jasper Hawk, we have arrived, Jimian's voice echoed above the tower. As agreed, we shall proceed with the verification of your proposal. Please lead us to the core of the energy conduit. Taking a deep breath, Jasper nodded to his companions and addressed Jimian and Ethan. Please follow me. He turned and entered the tower's dedicated elevator, heading toward the core of the energy conduit near the Earth's core. Tony, Steve, Ajax, and other core members followed closely behind, prepared to provide necessary support during the verification process. The elevator descended swiftly, traversing the crust and mantle until it ultimately reached the core of the energy conduit. Jimian and Ethan also utilized spatial jumping to appear beside the runic array. Jimian first approached the rune array, the luminous data within her azure crystalline form flickering rapidly as she commenced the analysis of the energy channel's operational data. Meanwhile, Ethan unfurled his wings, golden runes emanating a probing energy wave that swept over the embryo of Tiamat and the cosmic star crystal. The verification had officially begun, and, at this moment, the fate of Earth rested upon this energy conduit and these celestial crystals. Chapter 1:12. Commencement of transformation at the core of the energy channel. Jamian stood before the rune array, countless delicate strands of energy flowing continuously from her blue crystalline body. These strands, akin to probing needles, delved into every corner of the rune array, gathering data on the channel's operation. Her eyes were tightly shut, brow furrowed, clearly engaged in the rapid analysis of this intricate data. The structure of the rune array was stable, with the conversion rate of the energy transformation, Rune reaching 987. The fluctuation amplitude of the spatial stability, Rune, was maintained within 0.01, and the compatibility of the life affinity, Rune, with the eternal race's life energy stood at 100. Jamian's voice, imbued with a mechanical resonance, yet strikingly clear, delivered a preliminary assessment. The design of the energy channel was sound, aligning with the fundamental requirement of not jeopardizing Earth. Ethan, soaring above the Tiamat embryo, unleashed a colossal energy wave from the golden runes on his wings, enveloping the embryo and the surrounding core region entirely. The energy wave was infused with intricate detection runes, capable of precisely monitoring the energy absorption of each cell within the embryo. The root system of the Tiamat embryo was stably connected to the energy strands of the channel, with an energy absorption rate of 121,012 joules per minute, closely mirroring the absorption rate during the conventional divine manifestation process. Ethan's voice rang out, confirming that the cellular vitality of the embryo was normal, development was stable, and no anomalous fluctuations had occurred. Jasper and his companions exhaled in relief. The preliminary validation results were exceedingly promising, indicating that the fundamental functions of the energy channel had met expectations. However, Jamian and Ethan did not cease their verification efforts. Jamian approached the placement of the cosmic star crystal, pressing her blue crystalline body against the crystal to analyze its energy characteristics. The energy density of the cosmic star crystal measured 561,018 joules per cubic meter, with a similarity of its primordial energy to the core essence of Earth reaching 92.3, adequately fulfilling the Tiamat embryo's requirement for core essence energy. Ethan then flapped his wings and ascended to the top of the energy channel, precisely at the energy node beneath the edifice. He released a more complex energy wave that extended downward along the energy channel, ultimately reaching the core location of the rune array. The energy transmission efficiency of the channel was recorded at 99.2, with energy loss during transmission merely at 0.8, significantly lower than the energy loss rate typical of the conventional divine manifestation process. Subsequently, Jamian and Ethan embarked on a more profound verification, simulating the peak energy demands during the maturation of the Tiamat embryo. Jamian, through her azure crystalline body, input a simulated signal into the energy channel, mirroring the energy demands of the embryo in its final maturation phase. Ethan stood by, monitoring the embryo's energy absorption and the operational state of the energy channel. Simulating the peak energy demand input, the current requirement surged to tenfold the conventional absorption rate. The voice of Jamian resonated, initiating the monitoring of the energy channel's response velocity and stability. In an instant, the runic array of the energy channel illuminated, as a soft golden energy coalesced with silvery crystalline energy, forming a magnificent torrent of energy that surged swiftly into the embryo of Taimo. Ethan's wings flapped rapidly, as golden runes emitted dense detection waves, meticulously monitoring each data point in real time. The response time of the energy channel was recorded at 0.001 seconds, which met the criteria. The stability of energy transmission was commendable, with fluctuations contained within 0.1. The energy absorption efficiency of the Taimo embryo stood at 98.5, with cellular vitality enhanced and developmental status deemed normal. As the simulation validation progressed, all data remained within the ideal parameters. Gradually, smiles emerged on the faces of Jasper and his companions, indicating that their plan was indeed viable. Yet, Jamian and Ethan were not satisfied with this alone. They exchanged a knowing glance, resolved to conduct the final verification, a prolonged operational test. Jamian configured the operational parameters of the energy channel to sustain energy supply at the customary rate observed during divine manifestation, continuously feeding energy to the Taimo embryo. Ethan was tasked with ongoing monitoring, documenting data variations every hour. Time elapsed slowly. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, and before long, 10 days had passed. Throughout this period, Jasper and his companions took turns guarding the core position of the energy channel, closely observing the progress of the validation. Jamian and Ethan remained intensely focused, never relaxing their vigilance. On the afternoon of the 10th day, Jamian finally halted the operation of the energy channel. Turning to Jasper and the Celestial Clan member Ethan beside him, he proclaimed, "The long-duration operational test has concluded. All data remains stable, with no anomalies detected. The energy channel can continuously and stably provide the necessary energy to the Taimo embryo, and the consumption rate of cosmic star crystal energy is within the anticipated range, without affecting the core essence of Earth." Ethan nodded in agreement, adding, "The Taimo embryo has exhibited excellent developmental status over these 10 days, with cellular vitality and energy absorption efficiency maintained at normal levels, showing no signs of developmental delays or aberrations. Taking into account all verification results, Jasper Hawk's proposal is entirely feasible." Upon hearing this outcome, Jasper and his companions erupted in jubilant cheers. Steve clasped Jasper's hand tightly, exclaiming, "Fantastic! We have succeeded. Earth is safe." Ajax also displayed a contented smile, stating, "The Eternal Clan has safeguarded Earth for millennia. Today, we can finally rest easy." Tony patted Jasper on the shoulder, his eyes slightly glistening. "I knew you could do it." Jasper gazed at his companions, his heart swelling with emotion and pride. He understood that this achievement was not solely his own, but a testament to the collective efforts of all. Jamian and Ethan relayed the verification results in detail to Arisam, who was far away in the Judgment Realm, through the exclusive communication method of the Celestial Clan. Approximately an hour later, they receive a response from Arisam. Jamian turned to Jasper and everyone present, declaring, "The Judge Arisam has received the verification results and has officially approved your proposal. The Celestial race has decided to permanently cease the conventional divine manifestation procedures for the Tiamu embryo, adopting your proposed pure energy channel plan, allowing Tiamu to come into existence without the annihilation of Earth." This news sent waves of jubilation through the crowd, and the laboratory within the tower echoed with the sound of champagne being uncorked, an advanced celebration prepared by Tony, eagerly awaiting this momentous announcement. In accordance with the prior agreement, you are required to deliver the remaining 10 cosmic star crystals to the celestial race, Jamian continued. We will establish a temporary spatial channel beyond the geostationary orbit of Earth. You need only transport the crystals there. Once the crystals are delivered, the celestial race will formally fulfill the contract, ceasing all interference in Tiama's birth process and any internal affairs of Earth. Jasper nodded. I will arrange for the immediate delivery of the crystals. He turned to Tony and said, Tony, please coordinate with the Stardust Fleet to transport the metallic containers holding the cosmic star crystals to the designated location beyond geostationary orbit. Ensure that the crystals remain secure during transit, with no possibility of damage. Rest assured, Tony replied confidently, the Stardust Fleet is equipped with the most advanced protective systems. Even in the face of cosmic pirates, we can handle any situation with ease. That afternoon, the Stardust Fleet departed from the tower spaceport, soaring towards the geostationary orbit. The fleet consisted of 10 spacecraft, each armed with formidable energy shields and weapon systems. Meanwhile, Jasper, Jamian, and Ethan utilized the spatial jumping to arrive at the designated location ahead of time. This was an expanse of open cosmic space, where Jamian was employing blue crystal energy to construct a temporary spatial channel, its opposite end connecting to the judgment realm of the celestial race.